Everyone in the world traveled to a jungle game world full of dangers and challenges, and I was forced to start the challenge of survival with other players. The rules of this world are simply overwhelming. Players are constantly challenging the limits of survival in this ruthless jungle. Fighting, competing for resources, and natural disasters are frequent. What is most terrifying is that monsters are everywhere, threatening life at any time. In this jungle world, every player will get a random talent at the beginning, and I was lucky enough to activate an extremely powerful talent, Super S-level Pet Summoner. This talent not only gives me the ability to transform animals into pets, but also allows me to increase the base number of pets I have by 1 for every day I survive. These pets will become more and more powerful over time, and may even evolve. For me, this talent is undoubtedly my golden finger in the game. With the help of powerful pet companions, I can defeat monsters, collect resources, upgrade my hut more easily, and even gradually gain a foothold on my own. The jungle is not only full of dangers, but also endless opportunities. My pet will be the key to helping me break through and meet challenges. The target was summoned successfully, and you obtained a bronze pet, Bamboo Leaf Green. At this time, another series of information prompts appeared. Congratulations, you have become the first player to contract a pet. You get achievement points plus 10. You get a bronze treasure chest as a reward. You get experience reward plus 30. Current upgrade experience 30 out of 100. Looking at the obediently curled up bamboo snake in front of me, I breathed a sigh of relief. It has strong attack power and can also poison. Once bitten, even if I escape, the poison can kill me without a burial place. After all, my health is only 50 points. Once the poison takes over, I will be doomed. Fortunately, my plan was successful. I stared at the message on the screen and couldn't help but smile. There's actually a reward for the first contracted pet. The game says it's a bronze pet. I was surprised. In other words, will there be rewards for contracting pets of other levels? This made me think about it, and I should be able to get more surprises next time. I couldn't wait to open my backpack, and sure enough, I found a bronze treasure chest quietly lying inside. The novice treasure chest was made of wood, but this bronze treasure chest was obviously more advanced. Thinking of this, I walked over and pulled aside the bamboo leaves. Another bronze treasure chest appeared in front of me. This was guarded by the big green snake. I placed the 2 bronze treasure chests on the ground and opened them one by one. Congratulations, player. You have opened 2 bronze treasure chests. Then my reward was displayed. You received 10 bottles of mineral water, 5 loaves of bread, and 2 packs of instant noodles. There was also a skill blueprint and an iron sword. The rewards of the bronze treasure box are indeed better than those of the novice box. It actually brought me a skill blueprint and a piece of equipment. I picked up the skill blueprint and saw the following words on it. Skill blueprint. Explosive fireball. Occupation, magicien. Skill effect. The fireball you release explodes when it hits the enemy, causing higher damage. I was secretly delighted. Although I couldn't use this skill, I could take it to the trading channel to exchange for other drawings I needed. After putting the skill blueprints and other items into my backpack, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least I wouldn't have to worry about food and water for the next 2 days. And I didn't throw away the 2 empty bronze treasure chests. After all, who knows if they might be useful in the future. The iron sword in my hand, although it has no special effect, adds 10 points of attack power, which is 3 times that of the stone axe in my hand. At this moment, this is definitely a powerful equipment. After all, my attack power is only 5 points. I looked at the big green snake that was staying there obediently, and some thoughts came to my mind. The attributes of the big green snake surprised me. Its attack power, health, and speed were much stronger than I thought, especially the special ability of the poison, 5 points of damage per second, lasting for 1 minute, a total of 300 points of damage. With my current health, I will die in 6 hits. I couldn't help but feel nervous. I know that this is because my Super S-level talent has enhanced the attributes of the big green snake. After thinking about it, I decided to give it a name. From now on, you are called Xiaoqing. Unexpectedly, the big green snake actually understood and nodded intelligently. I even heard a voice in my mind. Thank you, master. I was stunned for a moment and was extremely surprised. It seemed that this was a spiritual communication between the pet summoner and the pet. If they could communicate, communication would be more convenient in the future. Just as I was thinking, Xiaoqing began to crawl towards me. Its snake body wrapped around my legs and quickly climbed onto my shoulders, spitting out its tongue happily. I got goosebumps all over my body and quickly threw it from my shoulder to the ground. Master, Xiaoqing looked at me with some grievance. I quickly said, "Don't climb on me first. Let me slow down." "Oh." Xiaoqing nodded obediently and coiled around my feet. I took a few deep breaths and finally recovered from the strange feeling. I took Xiaoqing out of the bamboo forest. I opened the trading channel, put up the skill blueprint of exploding fireball, and noted that I only wanted to exchange the blueprint. Some people have started selling items in the trading channel, most of which are wood, bamboo, and dead grass. There are almost no people selling food and water. At this stage, water and food are even more scarce resources. I opened the regional chat channel again and found that many players' messages were creepy. Someone died again. Thousands of people died in this morning. Damn, this game is too dangerous. So many people have died during the novice protection period. When a natural disaster comes, I'm afraid more than half of the 100,000 people in our area will die. What is the novice protection period? The game doesn't tell you. I received a reminder when I was 400 or 500 meters away from the hut that the several hundred meters around the hut is a safe zone. Once you leave, you will be attacked by monsters. I looked at the number in the upper right corner of the chat panel. It started out at 100,000, but now it's only 98,000. If this number really represents the number of people, it means that more than 1,000 people have died. I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. Fortunately, I was lucky, otherwise I might have been included in the number. At this time, I noticed that the envelope icon below the chat panel was flashing. I clicked it and found that there were more than 99 friend requests. So many people added me as their friend? I was a little confused. Could it be that the skill blueprints I posted attracted attention? I clicked on a few messages and found that they were either blank notes or messages from big guys asking for a mentor. I rejected all requests without hesitation, then closed the area chat channel and continued to walk Xiaoqing to a farther place. Not long after, another message appeared. Solemn reminder, the player is about to leave the protection range of the safe zone. If you continue to move forward, you may encounter unpredictable risks, such as monster attacks, etc. Looking at this prompt, I realized that what was said in the chat channel was true. The novice protection zone really existed. I couldn't help but feel a little relieved. After all, the safe zone was indeed relatively peaceful. I stopped and looked outside the safe zone. Although it was still a jungle, I could hear clear bird calls and even saw a big fat rabbit grazing leisurely in the distance. There should be more resources outside. I thought to myself and decided to take Xiaoqing with me. So I said to it, "Go catch that rabbit." "Okay, master." Xiaoqing nodded and quickly got into the bushes. The rabbit seemed to sense something, looked up alertly, and ran away immediately after seeing the danger. But no matter how fast it was not faster than Xiaoqing. It was just like a green shadow, catching up quickly. After a while, I heard the rabbit screaming after being hit, followed by a message prompt. "Your pet Xiaoqing killed a wild rabbit. You get experience +2. Pets can also kill enemies and gain experience. I suddenly realized an important question. Since my pets can gain experience, as long as I have more pets, my level could be quickly improved. Thinking of this, I can't help but look forward to tomorrow. I checked my personal information and found that I now have 32 experience points, and I can level up after getting 68 more points. This made me even more excited. At this time, Xiaoqing dragged a hair in front of me, as if to take credit. It raised its head and looked at me with pride in its eyes. Seeing its well-behaved appearance, I reached out and touched its head. It felt cold, like a smooth stone. I put the rabbit's body into my backpack and prepared to go back and deal with it. Then I said to Xiaoqing, "Go and see if there are any monsters or water sources around. Remember not to run too far." "Okay, master." Xiaoqing nodded happily and quickly disappeared into the grass. I started chopping trees. There was a tree several dozen meters high nearby. I picked up a stone axe and swung it vigorously. After nearly half an hour, the tree finally fell down and turned into logs. It was exactly the same as in the game. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, drank some mineral water, and continued my logging work. Time passed quickly, and by the afternoon, after unremitting efforts, I had cut down 7 large trees and harvested 45 units of wood, all of which were packed into my backpack. Xiaoqing kept going back and forth, bringing back some prey every time. So far, it has caught 3 hares and a bamboo rat for me. Together with the mineral water, bread, and instant noodles I got from the treasure chest, the problem of food and water has been properly solved for the time being. Just as I felled the 8th tree, Xiaoqing brought back new prey, a corn snake more than 1 meter long, its orange-yellow body gleaming in the sun. I also put its body into my backpack. "Xiaoqing, well done," I praised. Xiaoqing raised his head and said excitedly, Master, I found a fruit tree. About 500 meters away from here, there's a pond nearby, and there are many animals around. Hearing this, my eyes lit up, and the news about the fruit trees and ponds made me excited. There are many animals near the pond, and it may be a good place with rich resources. Have you seen any monsters? I asked. Yes, Master. Xiaoqing nodded. There are 3 crocodiles by the pond, 2 bronze level 2, and 1 bronze level 3. 3 bronze monsters sounded a bit tricky, especially the level 3 crocodile, which had high attack power and high HP. It seemed that it would be difficult to deal with it in a short time. I couldn't help but frown when I thought of this. If all the surrounding water sources are occupied by monsters, then the value of water resources will definitely become very high. Let's go take a look first. I decided to take Xiaoqing with me. Xiaoqing, lead the way. I instructed. Okay, Master. Xiaoqing nodded and led me through the jungle towards the pond. The journey of several hundred meters was not easy, with overgrown grass and thorns everywhere. But fortunately, we did not encounter any monsters along the way. Finally, Xiaoqing stopped and pointed forward. I saw the pond through the gap between the trees. The pond was not big, with an area of about several dozen meters. At the edge of the pond, 3 crocodiles were lying on the water, looking particularly ferocious. I opened the information and took a look. Monster, Qingshui crocodile. Level, bronze level 3. Attack, 50. Defense, 40. Speed, 30. HP, 1000. Special abilities, tearing, bleeding. This attack power is too high. I looked at the data on the screen, and my heart sank. My health was only 50 points. If this bronze level 3 crocodile bites me, I will be dead. I looked at the remaining 2 level 2 crocodiles again. Their attack and defense capabilities were slightly lower, but still not to be underestimated. Their speed and health were slightly worse than Xiaoqing's. I can't fight them right now. I analyzed in my mind, but when Xiaoqing is upgraded to level 2, coupled with my talent enhancement, maybe I will have a chance. At this moment, it was obviously not a wise choice to fight 3 people alone. I turned to Xiaoqing and said, let's go to the fruit tree first and talk about the crocodile later. Xiaoqing nodded, turned around, and led me to the fruit tree. The fruit tree was about 100 meters away from the pond. After passing through a sparse forest, we finally reached our destination. This fruit tree is not tall, but it has lush branches and leaves and is full of red fruits. Some branches are even bent down because of too many fruits, and I can pick them just by reaching out. I picked a fruit and just took a bite when a message popped up. You get a common apple +1, edible. Are there any unusual apples? I was curious and took a bite of the apple. I immediately felt the sour and sweet taste spreading in my mouth. It was full of moisture and tasted great. It tasted really good. I happily ate the apple in my hand while continuing to pick apples from the tree. Because some fruits were out of my reach, I climbed up the tree and spent half an hour to finally pick all the apples from the tree. I checked my backpack and found that I had 132 apples in total. All the apples were piled in one grid. A question suddenly popped up in my mind. Can the same grid be used to store the same item infinitely? Just as I was thinking, I suddenly heard a buzzing sound in the distance. Looking up, I saw thousands of bees flying towards me. Xiaoqing, let's go! I shouted hurriedly and ran towards the safe zone. Xiaoqing followed closely behind me, quickly running through the jungle and running towards the safe zone. After running about 300 meters, the buzzing sound behind me gradually disappeared. Just when I was relieved, I heard a wolf howl in the distance, followed by several more wolf howls. I couldn't help but feel terrified. The wolves are coming. I heard the sound of branches breaking, and as the sound got closer, the speed was getting faster and faster. There was no time to hesitate. I turned around and continued to run. If I was surrounded by wolves, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, the safe zone was not far away, and I finally managed to return to the safe zone before the wolves surrounded me. Turning around, I saw 4 gray wolves scattered in the grass outside the safe zone. They had fierce looks, sharp teeth bared, and their dark green eyes stared at me. Monster, jungle gray wolf. Level, bronze level 1 attack, 20 defense, 15 speed, 20 HP, 500 special ability, none growth potential, 1 star. All 4 gray wolves are bronze level 1. Chapter 5. Drilling wood to make fire. Both are at bronze level 1. I analyzed silently in my mind. Xiaoqing's attributes are obviously stronger than these jungle gray wolves. Xiaoqing's attack, speed, and health are far superior to those of the gray wolf. especially its poison attack, which can cause a full 300 points of damage in 1 minute. Just one bite, and these gray wolves will be seriously injured. Thinking of this, I turned to Xiaoqing and ordered, "These gray wolves are in your hands. If you can't defeat them, retreat in time." After all, the gray wolves can't enter the safe zone, which gives us an opportunity. Xiaoqing quickly disappeared into the bushes. It was very smart. It did not go directly to the gray wolves, but went around to their sides and approached quietly under the cover of the bushes. The gray wolves' attention was all on me. While they were not paying attention, Xiaoqing suddenly pounced on the nearest gray wolf. The gray wolf reacted quickly, but its speed was not fast enough. Xiaoqing's speed was as high as 45, more than twice as fast as the gray wolf. He had no chance to dodge and was bitten in the abdomen by Xiaoqing. Pop! A -15 damage number appeared above the wolf's head, and then its health bar began to decrease. At the same time, the wolf's body also showed the effect of poisoning, reducing its health by 5 points per second. After a successful attack, Xiaoqing immediately retreated back into the bushes, preparing to avoid the attacks of other gray wolves. The injured gray wolf roared angrily and chased after him, but due to the huge speed difference, they were quickly thrown off. A minute later, Xiaoqing attacked again and bit the injured wolf again. At this time, the blood volume of the wolf had been reduced to 185 points. After being poisoned again, it fell to the ground in pain and died completely. Seeing this, the other gray wolves became even more angry and rushed towards Xiaoqing, intending to surround it. Xiaoqing did not retreat at this time, and it fought with the 3 gray wolves with its amazing speed. Although Xiaoqing lost nearly 200 points of health in this battle, it still successfully bit 3 gray wolves and then used its speed to retreat quickly. About a minute later, Xiaoqing attacked again, using poison to kill all the remaining 3 gray wolves. Your pet Xiaoqing killed the monster jungle gray wolf, and you gained experience +10. I received a system prompt and felt delighted. Xiaoqing killed 4 gray wolves and gained 40 experience points in one go. I opened my personal information panel and found that my experience had reached 83 points. I would be able to level up in another 17 points. Xiaoqing also returned to my side. Its emerald green snake body was covered with bloodstains. Although it had lost a lot of blood, fortunately, its total blood volume was 900 points, so this injury was not serious. Fortunately, I have my talent. I couldn't help but feel lucky. Otherwise, Xiaoqing would not be a match for these gray wolves. I continued to look at Xiaoqing's panel and found that its experience had increased to over 100 points, only one step away from bronze level 2. My pet gets twice as much experience from killing enemies as I do. I sighed softly. This is a good thing. It can help my pet level up quickly. I patted Xiaoqing's head and praised, "Well done. I will heal your wounds when we get back." "Okay, master." Xiaoqing responded happily and rubbed my palm with his head. It was getting dark, and I didn't plan to continue searching for resources outside. After putting the bodies of the 4 gray wolves into my backpack, I took Xiaoqing back to the shelter. "Go to the pet space first, and come out after your injuries and health are restored." I released the pet space skill. A faint light surrounded Xiaoqing, and it disappeared in front of my eyes and entered the pet space. Pet space is a basic skill for pet summoners. It can quickly restore the pet's injuries and physical strength, which is very helpful to me. I took out the dead grass, vines, and bamboo from my backpack and started to upgrade the hut according to the game prompts. The hut upgraded very quickly, and in just a few seconds, the level of the hut was upgraded to the intermediate level. The shaky thatched hut, which was originally windy and leaky on all sides, has become more solid. Now, there are walls woven with withered grass on all 4 sides and an additional thatch door. The area has also increased a lot, now more than 10 square meters. I continue to check the upgrade conditions for the straw hut. The next level is the advanced straw hut, which requires 50 units of dead grass, 20 units of vines, and 30 units of bamboo. I opened my backpack and found that I only had 15 units of dead grass, 2 vines, and 24 bamboos. It seems that there is a lot left. I thought to myself and decided not to raise the hut for the time being. It was getting dark, and I wanted to start a fire quickly. I went back to the hut, took out some dry grass and dead wood, split the dead wood with an iron sword, and prepared the fire. Then I took out a stick and some small wood chips and prepared to make a fire by drilling wood. 10 minutes later, the crazy friction of the stick finally began to emit gray smoke. Another half an hour later, I finally got the fire started. Although the process was extremely difficult, the fire was finally lit, and I was almost moved to tears. After the fire started, the hut immediately became bright. I took out some animal carcasses and prepared to start processing them. However, suddenly a message appeared in front of me. You can choose to roughly decompose the corpse. Rough decomposition can obtain a certain amount of meat, but cannot obtain fur, claws, and other materials. Fine decomposition requires the construction of a slaughterhouse. Of course, you can also dissect it yourself. Chapter 6. Dinner. I barely hesitated and chose to roughly decompose the bodies. Using the decomposition function of the game can help me save a lot of time and energy, and the loss of materials is nothing. Even those jungle gray wolves are only bronze level 1, and the materials on them are not valuable. But I have to find a chance to build a slaughterhouse in the future. I thought to myself, otherwise, if I encounter a high-level corpse, I will have to do it myself. With a burst of golden light, the animal corpses on the ground disappeared instantly and turned into cut meat. Different types of meat were piled separately and neatly placed on the ground. Congratulations, you have obtained 23 units of wild rabbit meat, 5 units of bamboo rat meat, 3 units of snake meat, and 176 units of gray wolf meat. I picked up a piece of hare meat and weighed it for a few times, and found that 1 unit of meat was about half a pound, which was about 100 pounds of meat in total. If I ate alone, this amount of meat would be enough to last me several days. These meats can be used to exchange for supplies to upgrade the hut. I thought that the time saved could be used to find other resources and avoid wasting time on basic supplies. So, I separated a small portion of these 4 types of meat and put the rest on the trading channel. Meat on the trading channel is scarce now, and my exchange conditions are very low. For example, 3 bamboos can be exchanged for 1 unit of meat, and many players are willing to do so. Sure enough, I received dozens of successful trade messages soon after, and the items were automatically added to my backpack. At this rate, I can upgrade my straw hut to a high level tonight, I thought, and took out more than 100 apples from my backpack, ready to post them on the trading channel again. Next, I prepared dinner. I took out the rabbit and wolf meat, put them on a simple rack, and roasted them, and took out a bamboo and a pack of instant noodles. I cut off a section of bamboo with an iron sword, split it open, and made 2 simple containers. I poured mineral water into a bamboo tube and placed it on the fire. When the water boiled, I put the noodles in and added seasoning. I sprinkled the remaining seasoning on the barbecue. The aroma quickly spread. My dinner consisted of a bamboo tube of instant noodles, 2 pieces of barbecue, and an apple. Although it was not very delicious, it was much better than bread. I casually opened the regional chat channel. In this jungle world without mobile phones or computers, browsing the chat channel has become my only way to relieve boredom. Wow, that's awesome. Someone is even selling gray wolf meat. It's a social monster. At this stage, most combat players rely on killing small animals to level up. Players who can kill monsters, especially social monsters, are definitely big shots. My cousin is Lindsay, at Lean Jushin. I am Schwan's cousin. I miss you so much. Nima. Online recognition is possible. This Lindsay must be a big shot. He put up magic skill blueprints during the day, and now he's selling so much beast meat, even apples. I'm still eating bread. How do you make a fire? I've been trying to make a fire by rubbing 2 sticks together for 3 hours, but I still can't. This is very simple. First rub the 2 sticks together, then make a fire. I heard someone has reached bronze level 1. Is that true? It's true, but they're mostly professional players, like lumberjacks, who can gain experience by chopping trees. I heard that the S-level talent lumberjack during the day is about to be promoted to bronze level 2, because he can drop high-quality wood when he cuts trees, which increases more experience. So awesome. This is the first time I envy the life players so much. I listened to these messages and smiled. Although I haven't reached bronze level 1 yet, as long as I have enough pets, upgrading won't be a problem for me. Suddenly, I noticed a camera button below the chat box. I clicked it and saw that I could take photos or record the content of the channel. This jungle game is quite modern. I couldn't help but smile, took a photo, and uploaded it to the chat channel. The photo showed my dinner, a fire, barbecue, instant noodles, and fruit after the meal. As soon as the photo was posted, countless envious comments immediately flooded the chat channel. Fire, barbecue, instant noodles, and fruit, these are now the treatments that most players do not have. Many people said they were envious, and some players even said they were envious to the point of tears. Other players also started to join in, uploading their own eating broadcast photos, and the chat channel instantly became an eating broadcast zone. I looked at these contents and couldn't help but feel proud. After successfully showing off, I left the channel. Rabbit meat is okay. Wolf meat is not so good. I ate instant noodles while biting the barbecue meat. I felt that the wolf meat was a bit dry. Although the seasoning was sprinkled, it was still not to my taste. After eating, I put all the remaining wolf meat on the trading channel. Anyway, I didn't like it. About half an hour later, the materials I traded finally met the requirements for upgrading the straw hut. I didn't hesitate and chose to upgrade directly. The size of the straw hut immediately became larger, and the straw bed on the ground became much thicker. It was soft to lie on and also had a warming function. Grade, advanced, upgrade requirements. 100 units of dry grass, 50 bamboos, 30 vines, information. A low-level shelter that can resist the weakest monsters, but stronger monsters can easily destroy it. I'll get some meat to sell tomorrow. I thought to myself, if I have the chance, I'll still occupy that pond. Compared to food, water is more valuable and scarce. I know it's the novice protection period now, but once the protection period ends, the risk of monster attacks will increase, so I must prepare as soon as possible. I walked to the window, gently pushed it open a little, and looked out. It was pitch black outside and eerily quiet. I quickly closed the window, added a few more sticks to the fire, and laid down on the straw bed to rest. Before going to bed, I checked the pet space. Xiaoqing's injuries had recovered and her health was full. I let her out, fed her some meat and water, and then closed my eyes. In a daze, I felt something crawl into my arms. It was cold to the touch, and I knew it was Xiaoqing. Although I wanted to throw it off the bed, my eyelids were too heavy, so I ignored it and continued to sleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already bright outside. Chapter 7, Water Purifier Blueprint. The first thing I did when I woke up was to check my personal information panel. All the attributes remained the same. The only difference was that my number of pets I can own increased from 1 to 2. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel happy, and quickly stood up from the straw bed and moved Xiaoqing away from my belly. Next, I walked over to the fire. The wood I added last night had almost completely burned out, leaving only a few faint sparks in the center of the fire. I added some velvet, waited for the flames to rekindle, and then added dry wood. After all, I didn't want to go through the trouble of drilling wood to make a fire again tonight. Then, I wiped my teeth with some ash, cleaned myself up, took out some bread and apples, and opened the trading channel while eating. All the meat, beasts, and apples on the shelf last night have been sold. There are more than 200 units of dry grass, more than 80 bamboos, and 50 vines in my backpack. It has to be said that the purchasing power of players is really strong, especially those players who make a living. They can't get food by themselves and can only trade the collected materials. Now, the materials needed to upgrade the straw hut are almost there. I thought to myself, quickly finished the bread and apple, and upgraded the straw hut according to the system prompts. Soon after, the straw hut was upgraded and the area increased to nearly 30 square meters. A cool mat was laid on the bed, and there was even a bamboo pillow. I'll have to get some furniture when I get a chance. Looking at the empty hut, I sighed. Now there's only a bed, nothing else. Not even a mouse dares to come in. I checked the information panel of the straw hut. Although the straw hut has been upgraded to the top level, the next level is the wooden house, which requires 500 units of wood and 300 iron nails to upgrade. Wood is not difficult to get, as it can be exchanged for food, but where can I get iron nails? I opened the trading channel and checked. Sure enough, there were no iron nails for sale. There were a few iron ores for sale, but the prices were ridiculously high. This game is like this. There are no hints. You have to figure everything out on your own. I couldn't help but sigh and then check the regional chat channel. I was stunned when I saw the number 97,435 in the upper right corner. From last night till now, more than 2,000 players have died in this area. Although it seems that the proportion is not high, this is still the novice protection period. Once the novice protection period is over, the safe zone will be lost and monsters and natural disasters will cause great harm. I ignored the chat channel and opened the flashing envelope icon below. After I rejected all the friend requests, I saw that the number of friend requests had exceeded 99 plus. I browsed through them one by one and finally found some applications related to trading drawings. I clicked to view them and finally agreed to the application of Sun Yunpeng. Dude, can you send me the drawings you have? I sent a message. The other party seemed to be waiting for my reply and replied almost immediately. Damn, brother, you finally replied to me. I have been waiting since last night. After that, he directly sent the drawings to me. I checked and found that the name of the blueprint was Water Purifier. After using this blueprint, you can get a portable water purifier that can purify 10 liters of water every day. Seeing this, I thought to myself that this thing should come in handy, especially near the pond guarded by 3 clear water crocodiles. Let's train now. I decided to exchange the magic skill blueprint with him through the friend trading system. Sun Yunpeng was also very straightforward and immediately sent me the blueprint of the water purifier. Thank you. My initial magic skill is Earth Trap, which is mainly used to trap enemies and has very low damage. Now that I have Exploding Fireball, I feel like I can kill everyone. Sun Yunpeng sent a message. I knew in my heart that he was in a hurry to switch to this blueprint because he wanted to use the new skill to enhance his combat effectiveness. I didn't chat with him for long, just a few words, and then closed the chat panel. With Xiaoqing, I walked towards a pond I found yesterday, ready to deal with the 3 clear water crocodiles after Xiaoqing upgraded. Soon, Xiaoqing and I arrived at the edge of the safe zone. In the distance, there were 2 fat hares grazing and 3 sika deer grazing on the other side. The resources are better than yesterday. I was secretly happy. I squatted down and lay in the grass, hiding myself tightly, then patted Xiaoqing on the head. Let's deal with the big sika deer first. Xiaoqing nodded and quickly disappeared into the grass. Soon after, the information of a sika deer appeared in my field of vision. Its level was that of an ordinary animal, with 200 HP, 2 attack, 3 defense, 7 speed, and no growth potential. Soon, Xiaoqing launched an attack with a flash of green light and quickly pounced on the adult sika deer and bit its neck. Then, Xiaoqing caught up with the 2 little sika deer. They tried to run away, but Xiaoqing soon caught up with them and bit them. A few minutes later, all 3 sika deer fell to the ground. At this time, the 2 hares that were grazing on the grass sensed the movement and quickly ran away. I didn't chase them because the 3 sika deer were enough for me anyway. Just as I was about to collect the spoils, I suddenly heard a howling sound, and then a group of gray figures quickly pounced on the body of the sika deer. I looked closely and found that these figures were all monsters, about a dozen in number. I recognized them instantly. Hyenas. All of them are bronze-level hyenas. This made me feel relieved because as long as Xiaoqing could deal with one of the hyenas, I could level up. Chapter 8. Both upgraded. Compared to the jungle wolves we encountered yesterday, the attributes of these hyenas are obviously much lower, and their health is only 300 points. I thought to myself, Xiaoqing's poison damage can kill them instantly with 1 bite. If I can kill all these hyenas, Xiaoqing should be able to directly upgrade to bronze level 2. Looking at the hyena group in the distance, I made up my mind. The dozen hyenas had clear division of labor. Some besieged Xiaoqing, while the rest went to grab the bodies of 3 sika deer, intending to drag them away. Xiaoqing was not frightened by the siege. With its amazing speed and high health, it started to fight several hyenas one-on-one. Soon after, the hyenas' howls could be heard on the battlefield. Several hyenas were bitten by Xiaoqing, and not only did their health drop rapidly, but they were also suffering from the toxins every second. In less than 2 minutes, 3 hyenas fell down. Seeing this, the other hyenas realized that Xiaoqing was not a simple person, so they put down the body and surrounded him. Under their siege, Xiaoqing's speed was like a green light flashing on the battlefield, biting a hyena from time to time. As time went by, more and more hyenas died from the poison, one after another. Finally, when Xiaoqing killed the first hyena, my experience bar was full. Energy surged from my body and quickly covered my entire body. A tingling sensation spread to every part of my body, and I clearly felt my body being strengthened. Unfortunately, this feeling lasted less than a few seconds before disappearing. I couldn't wait to open the personal information panel. Player, Lin Zhe, level, bronze level 1 occupation. Pet summoner can have 2 pets. Skills, pet summoning, pet space, attack, 25, 15 plus 10. Defense, 15, speed, 15 HP, 150, magic, 150, experience, 0 to 200 attribute points, 10 talent. Super S level. Finally, I'm not a weakling anymore. I was ecstatic. After thinking for a while, I decided to distribute 10 attribute points to speed and health. My speed increased to 20, and my health reached 200. Each attribute point can increase 10 health points. As for attack and defense, I will not increase them for the time being. After all, as a pet summoner, I don't need to play in person. As for mana, I don't plan to increase it either. Anyway, the current 150 points of mana are enough for me. A few minutes later, the battle was finally over. Except for 4 hyenas that managed to escape, the rest fell on the battlefield. A total of 11 hyenas died. I gained 110 experience points, and I could level up again by killing more monsters. Xiaoqing gained more experience points, reaching more than 200 points, and successfully promoted to bronze level 2, and was one step closer to bronze level 3. I walked towards the battlefield and started to disassemble the spoils. The 3 cicadere and the hyena corpses gave me a lot of resources, 96 units of venison and 350 units of hyena meat. It was a very rich harvest. I decided to keep some of the venison and put the rest on the trading channel to exchange for the wood needed to upgrade the wooden house. The upgrade requirements for the wooden house are very high, requiring 500 units of wood, and I only cut more than 40 units in the afternoon yesterday, which was tiring and a waste of time. It is best to exchange with food. I set the transaction price as 1 unit of venison for 3 units of wood and 1 unit of hyena meat for 2 units of wood. I believe this price will attract many players to buy. After dealing with these, I turned my attention to Xiaoqing. Although it had gone through a fierce battle, it had no obvious wounds and its health was almost full. This is the benefit of its upgrade, full status. After being promoted to bronze level 2, Xiaoqing's size has increased from more than 2 meters to nearly 3 meters, and its attack, defense, speed, and health have all been significantly improved. The specific data is as follows: attack, 60, 20 plus 40, defense, 45, 15 plus 30, speed, 75, 25 plus 50, HP, 1,500, 500 plus 1,000. It seems to be due to the species. I analyzed. Xiaoqing's basic attributes are not high. At the same level, it is far inferior to the clearwater crocodile in the pond. But with my talent bonus, its attributes have been greatly improved, especially its speed, which has reached an astonishing 75 points. I remember that the speed of the level 3 Qingshui crocodile was only 30 points, and Xiaoqing's speed was 2.5 times that. The difference was obvious. I looked at Xiaoqing's poison attack again. The duration was still 1 minute, but the damage per second increased by 2 points. Although it was not much, it was still 120 points of damage in 1 minute, and the total damage reached 420 points. It's time to go to the pond. I had a plan in mind. Xiaoqing's improved attributes made me full of confidence in the next battle. Soon, I brought Xiaoqing to the vicinity of the pond. The weather seemed to be particularly good. The 3 Qingshui crocodiles were lying by the pond to bask in the sun. I said to Xiaoqing, "First, get rid of the 2 bronze level 2 Qingshui crocodiles. Don't kill the level 3 one. Leave the crippled one to me." "Okay, master." Xiaoqing nodded and quickly swam towards the clearwater crocodile in the pond. I didn't stand still, but found a big tree and climbed up, overlooking the pond from the tree fork. I kept the level 3 clearwater crocodile because I planned to make it my second pet. With my talent bonus, the level 3 clearwater crocodile's combat power will definitely be stronger than Xiaoqing. It can also help me guard the pond. As I was watching, a low roar suddenly sounded. It was 3 Qingshui crocodiles warning Xiaoqing and trying to drive it away. Xiaoqing didn't care at all. He burst out in amazing speed and rushed over like a green light. The battle broke out instantly. Xiaoqing bit the back of the level 3 Qingshui crocodile at an astonishing speed. Although on Earth, the snake teeth of the bamboo leaf green snake could not tear the leather armor of the crocodile, this was the game world. Xiaoqing's attack power was as high as 60, while the level 3 Qingshui crocodile's defense was only 40. It bit through the leather armor effortlessly, causing 20 points of damage and a poison injury that lasted for a minute. The level 3 Qingshui crocodile was extremely angry and quickly turned its head to bite Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing easily avoided it with his agility and then turned to attack the 2 level 2 Qingshui crocodiles. Not long after, the 3 Qingshui crocodiles showed the effect of poison on their heads, and their health began to decrease rapidly. Chapter 9. Xiaoqing's explosive attribute. The battle between the Qingshui crocodile and Xiaoqing was very fierce. It was simply a fight of biting each other. Because they were at a low level and had not yet awakened their magic skills, their fighting style was simple and rough. Xiaoqing relied on poison damage, while the Qingshui crocodile relied on tearing and bleeding damage. 2 level 2 Qingshui crocodiles could not break through Xiaoqing's defense at all, and the tearing and bleeding effects were completely ineffective. The only thing that could hurt Xiaoqing was the level 3 Qingshui crocodile. Every time it bit Xiaoqing, different bleeding damages would appear on the latter's head, ranging from -6, -4, to -5, but these damages did not last long, at most half a minute, and cannot be compared with Xiaoqing's poison damage. The battle lasted for several minutes. In the end, the two level 2 Qing Shui crocodiles fell one after another, and the health of the level 3 Qing Shui crocodile was only half. In contrast, Xiaoqing only lost less than 400 points of health. Seeing that the situation was not good, the level 3 Qing Shui crocodile finally realized that it could not defeat this mutant bamboo leaf green snake and turned its head to dive into the water. Xiaoqing followed without hesitation. After all, snakes can swim. Soon, a lot of bubbles appeared on the water surface, and the pond became turbid. After a few minutes, the pond returned to calm, and a fist-sized green snake head emerged from the water. Master, the crocodile is already badly damaged. Xiaoqing's voice came from the water surface, but it doesn't have the strength to return to the shore now. I jumped down from the tree and looked in the direction of the pond. The muddy water at the bottom of the water gradually dissipated, and sure enough, he saw a treasure chest emitting green light, which was a bronze treasure chest. The water is nearly 10 meters deep. We can't get down. I frowned, but he soon came up with a solution. He took out a dozen vines from his backpack, cleverly strung them together, and tied a noose knot at one end. The characteristic of a noose knot is that it gets tighter the more you pull it, which is just right for catching the treasure chest. Go down again and lasso the treasure chest, and leave the rest to me, I instructed. Okay, master. Xiaoqing responded, bit the lasso, and dived into the water. After a few minutes, I finally succeeded in dragging the treasure chest ashore. It took 10 minutes, and the treasure chest was finally placed steadily on the shore. He carefully untied the noose knot and couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. Congratulations, you have successfully opened a bronze treasure chest. You have obtained a water spirit fruit. You have obtained a shelter building blueprint. You have obtained 100 fish fry, water spirit fruit. After taking it, it can increase the health and magic limit by 100 points respectively. Architectural blueprint, fish pond. Information. After using the blueprint, you will get a pond where you can raise aquatic animals. These are all good things, I said happily, and immediately ate the water spirit fruit. The taste of the water spirit fruit was much better than that of an apple. After eating it, his HP limit increased to 300, and his magic limit also increased to 250, which was almost equivalent to a 20-point increase in attributes. He put the fry and the blueprint into his backpack with satisfaction, and also put away the empty treasure box. So far, he has collected 3 bronze treasure boxes. I'll build a fish pond and start raising fish when I get back, I thought to myself, and then dragged the body of the level 3 Clearwater crocodile out of the water. The total meat of the 3 Clearwater crocodiles was close to 400 units. He decomposed some of the deer meat and hyena meat and put the rest on the trading channel to exchange for wood and nails. After dealing with these, I looked at Xiaoqing and suddenly found that its size had grown a lot. It was about 3 meters long before, and now it is close to 4 meters. Can it really become a giant snake in time? I thought to myself while checking Xiaoqing's information panel. Pet, Xiaoqing, illustration, snake, level, bronze level 3, attack, 90, 30 plus 60, defense 75, 25 plus 50, speed, 105, 35 plus 70, HP, 2,400, 800 plus 1,600, special ability, attacks with poison, causing 10 HP damage per second, lasting for 1 minute. Experience, 50/400, growth potential, 1 star. This attribute is really explosive. I looked at Xiaoqing's panel and couldn't help but sigh. Even if I upgrade to bronze level 6, my attributes may not be able to catch up with Xiaoqing's current attributes. Now, in a one-on-one duel with a level 3 Qing Shui crocodile, Xiaoqing will definitely win. Even 50 points of attack can't break its defense. I smiled, then took out a bamboo, cut it into several bamboo tubes with an iron sword, and filled one of them with water. Soon, he received a message. You collected 3 liters of sewage. Sewage, unclean water source. It is not recommended to drink directly. It needs to be boiled or purified. The water purifier is finally useful. I was delighted. Then, he made more than 100 bamboo tubes. When we upgraded the straw hut, there was a lot of bamboo left over, which was more than enough to make these bamboo tubes. It took me half an hour to fill all the bamboo tubes with water. The water purifier can only purify 10 liters of water a day, and the remaining sewage can be sold cheaply. Anyway, it can be drunk after boiling, so the player should not mind. This pond must be well guarded and checked every day. I plan to build some more large water storage devices. Although it is not clear when the natural disaster will strike, it is always better to be prepared. Let's go and continue hunting. He called Xiaoqing and walked to the other end of the jungle. He was only 30 experience points away from bronze level 2, and he was a little impatient. They continued to search in the direction where the hyenas appeared. I wanted to see if I could find the hyena's lair. It was noon. Although I hadn't found the hyena's lair yet, I had hunted a few common animals and gained exactly 10 experience points. I simply ate some bread and apples and fed Xiaoqing a few pieces of crocodile meat. Most of the crocodile meat, deer meat, and hyena meat that were previously on sale have been sold, and they have exchanged for nearly 1,000 units of wood. Unfortunately, he still hasn't traded for iron nails. If he could get iron nails, his shelter could be upgraded to a wooden house immediately. Suddenly, I heard a sparse sound in the distance. Looking up, I saw a fiery red figure jumping between the trees. Follow, I immediately commanded. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaoqing turned into a green shadow and quickly chased after it. Chapter 10, The Second Pet. My speed was only 20 points, far less than Xiaoqing, and even that fiery red figure was much faster than me. Soon, I was left behind. However, as a pet summoner, there's a special inductive connection between me and my pet, and with this connection, I can accurately sense Xiaoqing's position. About half an hour later, I finally sensed that Xiaoqing had stopped. When I arrived, I saw Xiaoqing hiding in a dense patch of grass. The dark green grass perfectly concealed it. Master, there's a hole in the tree in front, and that guy got in. Xiaoqing's voice rang in my mind. I looked ahead and soon found the big tree and tree hole that Xiaoqing mentioned. Sure enough, it's the habit of a squirrel. I was moved and determined that the fiery red figure was a squirrel. Although I couldn't check the squirrel's information panel, I was sure it was a monster based on its speed and reaction. So I said to Xiaoqing, this squirrel should be a monster. Go and get it. I want to get rid of this squirrel. Of course, the most important thing was the food it hoarded. I knew that squirrels have the habit of storing food. Xiaoqing nodded, quickly got out of the bushes, came under the big tree, coiled around the trunk, and quickly climbed to the tree hole. At this moment, a fireball suddenly flew out of the tree hole and hit Xiaoqing's head accurately. Seeing this scene, my eyes lit up. Magic squirrel? I thought to myself, and seeing the -50 damage appearing on Xiaoqing's head, I knew that this magic squirrel had super strong attack power. This squirrel has a very high attack power. I frowned and said, Xiaoqing has 75 points of defense, but it can still take such high damage. I immediately said to Xiaoqing, just kill it half to death. Don't kill it. It can awaken magic skills, and its growth potential should be more than 1 star. Okay, master. Xiaoqing responded, and went into the tree hole with his gray-black head. Soon after, screams came from the tree hole, and flames and black smoke spewed out of the hole. After a while, the sound gradually disappeared, and Xiaoqing crawled out with a half-dead squirrel in his mouth, and finally brought it to me. I saw that the squirrel's health was almost at the bottom, with less than 30 points left. Fortunately, Xiaoqing put away her fangs, otherwise the magic squirrel would have died. I stared at the squirrel's information, which appeared in my field of vision. Monster, blazing rat, level, bronze level 3 attack, 35 defense, 15 speed, 40 health, 27 600, special abilities, fireball, continuous fireball. Each fireball can cause 100 points of damage. Growth potential, 2 stars, experience, 15/400. It's just as I expected. I sighed. The growth potential of this squirrel has reached 2 stars, even surpassing Xiaoqing. However, at the same bronze level 3, the squirrel's attributes do not seem to be stronger than Xiaoqing. I was a little confused and didn't understand what exactly the growth potential had improved. Forget it, I'll study it later, I thought, and then continued to analyze the squirrel's special ability. This little guy's fireball is really powerful. No wonder it can cause such high damage to Xiaoqing. Although its damage is not as good as Xiaoqing's poison attack, the fireball's damage per second is more direct. And it can also fire fireballs continuously, which can quickly kill the enemy in a short period of time, much faster than Xiaoqing's poison attack. I didn't think much and immediately activated the pet summoning skill. The whole summoning process went very smoothly. The squirrel was sucked into the body by the magic chain and the formation diagram without any struggle. Target summoned successfully. You get the pet, Blazing Rat. The blazing rat opened its eyes, its black pearl-like eyes sparkling. After seeing me, It struggled to get up, walked carefully to my side, raised its head, and looked at me with its big black eyes, looking both pitiful and cute. I smiled and said, "From now on, your name is Dahong." Dahong nodded, then lay weakly at my feet and wrapped its furry hair around my ankle, as if it was afraid that I would abandon it. Dahong's health was recovering, but very slowly, only a little every half a minute. I decided to put it in the pet space so that its injuries and physical strength could recover faster. Before putting it in the space, I checked its information again. With my super S-level talent, Dahong's attributes were greatly improved and became very powerful. Attack, 105 defense, 45 speed, 120 health, 1800. After the amplification, Dahong's attack and speed have surpassed Xiaoqing. I said to myself, although its defense and health are slightly lower, its attack and speed are definitely stronger than Xiaoqing. Today's harvest was quite good. In addition to successfully occupying the pond, I also got a second pet. I took out the stone axe from my backpack and spent more than 10 minutes to finally chop down the big red tree. You get 6 units of wood. You get 27 units of roasted nuts and 14 units of burnt mushrooms. A large pile of food appeared in front of me. Nuts, mushrooms, fruits, bird eggs, etc., all of which were Dahong's food reserves. There were about 80 units in total, weighing dozens of kilograms. Unfortunately, except for the nuts, the other foods were burned by the fireball and were completely inedible. In the end, I had to throw away these foods and only kept the nuts. "Master," Xiaoqing suddenly said, "squirrels usually have several places to store food. If you look carefully, you should be able to find other tree holes nearby." I couldn't help but smile, thinking I didn't expect Xiaoqing to be so treacherous that he actually wanted to move all of Dahong's food away. "Don't worry. Wait until Dahong recovers and let it come over by itself." I smiled and replied, "Let's continue to look for the hyena's lair." "Okay, master." Xiaoqing nodded and continued to move forward. 2 hours later, a surge of energy surged from my abdomen and quickly covered my entire body. After killing several ordinary animals, my level was successfully promoted to Bronze Level 2. Player, Lindsay level. Bronze Level 2 profession. Pet Summoner can have 2 pets. Skills, Pet Summoning, Pet Space Attack, 35, 25 plus 10. Defense, 25. Speed, 30. HP, 400. Magic, 350. Experience, 1/300 attribute points to talent, Super S level. Chapter 11, Hyenas and Iron Oregon. After being promoted to Bronze Level 2, I allocated 10 attribute points to speed and health as usual. This way, my speed reached 35 points and my health increased to 450 points. My attributes are just average, and I can't compare with the Qing Shui crocodile of the same level. I thought to myself, however, players can wear equipment. For example, although my basic attack is only 25 points, after equipping the iron sword, my attack is 35 points. The improvement brought by good equipment is considerable. It can be seen from this that equipment will be very valuable, whether now or in the future. If I sell this iron sword, there will definitely be a large number of players rushing to buy it. 10 points of attack is equivalent to an increase of 10 attribute points. But there is a question. I thought again, I gained attribute points after leveling up. Why didn't Xiaoqing get any after leveling up? Is it that attribute points are only available to players? At the same time, I also thought about Xiaoqing and Dahong's growth potential. This question needs to be clarified. After all, I need to know what aspects of the growth potential of different star levels are improved. In the afternoon, Xiaoqing and I were hunting in the forest while looking for the hyena's den. Suddenly, a wailing sound came from a distance, and I knew it was the cry of a hyena, as it was very similar to the cry of the group of hyenas we encountered in the morning. "Let's go and have a look." I quickly killed the bamboo rats I had just killed, and then called Xiaoqing to run in the direction of the sound. About 10 minutes later, the view suddenly became wider. Xiaoqing and I came to a large open space. There was a valley behind the open space. On both sides of the valley were hills hundreds of meters high. There was a passage in the middle that led directly to the heart of the valley. "Master, that should be the hyena's lair." Xiaoqing looked out at the valley from a big tree and pointed forward. I nodded. I heard the hyena's calls coming from the valley very densely. Obviously, there were many hyenas hiding here. In the open space near the entrance of the passage, there were several hyenas lying down to bask in the sun. "Master, I'll go check out the situation in the valley." Xiaoqing said. "No need, let Dahong go." I opened the pet space and let Dahong out. After resting in the pet space for 3 or 4 hours, Dahong's injuries had healed and his health was restored to full. Dahong, go check out the situation in the valley. I said to it. Master, Dahong stood up and looked up at me timidly. I reached out and picked it up. Dahong's fur was soft and felt very good, but it felt a little thin. I had to feed it more in the future. After putting Dahong down, I told it the task. I'll leave it to you. Go check out the valley. I said, good boy. I smiled and pinched Dahong's face. It rubbed its head against my palm affectionately and then quickly ran towards the valley. It was very fast, obviously faster than Xiaoqing, and looked like a red light. Dahong was very smart. Instead of going straight through the open space in front of him, he made a detour and cleverly avoided the sight of several hyenas by using the trees at the edge of the open space. Not long after, he successfully entered the valley. At this time, I received a message prompt. Congratulations, your pet Red has discovered an iron mine. You can mine the iron or to build a shelter by using the appropriate tools. Another new discovery. I thought to myself, but what is the appropriate tool? A big hammer for mining. I pondered for a while, waiting for Dahong's report. A few minutes later, Dahong emerged from the valley and quickly returned to me. Master, I saw a lot of hyenas. It panted, about 100, and there is a hyena king, which has reached the bronze level 5, a bronze level intermediate monster. There are 3 more treasure chests, 1 silver treasure chest, and 2 bronze treasure chests. Dahong continued. Hearing this, I took a deep breath. If I can wipe out this group of hyenas, I will definitely have a great harvest. Not only can I gain a lot of experience, but I can also harvest a lot of meat in 3 treasure chests. Especially the silver treasure chest. It really makes me salivate. The bronze level 5 hyena king should be able to be dealt with by Dahong and Xiaoqing with their strength. But the problem is that there are still more than 100 hyenas. I pondered for a moment and decided to go back first. It's getting dark now. Let's go back and rest and come back tomorrow. Xiaoqing, Dahong, and I returned to the depths of the jungle. I have memorized the location of this valley and will continue exploring it tomorrow. I wonder if there are other players nearby. I thought as I walked, but even if there are players, it will be difficult to deal with those hyenas. Before dusk, I took Xiaoqing and Dahong back to the shelter. Is this the owner's home? Dahong walked around in the straw shed, obviously very happy. Its home is much smaller than this one. Yes, you will live here from now on, I said with a smile. Tomorrow morning, move the food you hid in other places here to prevent it from being stolen by other squirrels. After hearing this, Dahong froze for a moment, then nodded in grievance. I smiled and ignored it, taking out 2 blueprints from my backpack, one for the water purifier and the other for the fish pond. After using them, a water purifier about half a person's height appeared in the room, and a fish pond appeared in the open space outside the straw hut. The fish pond is about 10 square meters in size, which is not small compared to the straw hut. The water in the pond is very clear, but there is a warning. It is not drinkable. I don't care about this. I took out 100 fish fry from my backpack and put them into the fish pond. Congratulations, you have successfully released 100 crucian carp fry. The growth period of crucian carp fry is 36 hours, and they cannot be caught during this period. Special reminder, your fish pond does not have any defensive power. Please take good care of it and beware of theft. 36 hours of growth cycle. I calculated secretly, thinking, according to the time, I will be able to drink crucian carp soup the day after tomorrow morning. I turned to Xiaoqing and Dahong and said, the safety of the fish pond is in your hands. If any animal comes and harms my fish, just kill it. Okay, master. Xiaoqing and Dahong nodded at the same time. I looked at the fish swimming happily in the pond and felt relieved. It should be fine at night. The most worrying thing is during the day when no one is home. It seems I have to find a way to build some defensive facilities. I thought, at worst, building a fence will do. I took out a lot of wood from my backpack, chopped it into suitable sizes with a stone axe, inserted it around the fish pond, and fixed it with vines. Then, I built a bigger fence around the shelter, and finally returned to the hut with satisfaction. Chapter 12. The water that was snatched up. After returning to the straw hut, I took out a few bamboo tubes filled with water from my backpack and poured the water into the water purifier. After a while, I had 10 liters of clean drinking water. Each liter of water is equal to 2 kilograms, and 10 liters is 20 kilograms, which is roughly equivalent to 20 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. However, I did not store the purified drinking water, but made 10 1-liter bamboo tubes and planned to sell them separately. I opened the trading channel and saw that, as of now, there were still very few players selling water. Among tens of thousands of trading information, there were only a dozen players selling water. Sure enough, my previous guess was correct. Almost all water sources were guarded by monsters. For example, the pond I knew was guarded by 3 clear water crocodiles. With the current strength of the players, it is obviously difficult to challenge monsters like the 3 clear water crocodiles. Through the transaction information, I also confirmed that, except for me, other players have not succeeded in seizing the water source. Because the amount of water sold is very small, some even only sold a few hundred milliliters, there is no large-scale transaction. If they succeed in seizing the water source, they will definitely sell it in large quantities like me. So I put 10 liters of drinking water on the shelves separately, exchanging 10 units of wood for each liter of water. The remaining 100 bamboo tubes of sewage were also sold separately. Each bamboo tube had about 3 to 4 liters of water in exchange for 20 or 25 units of wood. Of course, sewage is cheaper than purified water. As the news of my large-scale water sales spread, the regional chat channel also became lively. Damn, it's Boss Lin Zay again. Not only did I sell a lot of meat today, but now I'm even selling water in large quantities. Boss Lin Zay must have found a source of water. I saw that Boss Lin Zay was selling hundreds of units of crocodile meat. He must have killed the crocodile monsters that occupied the water source and seized the water source. Boss Lin Zay also sold 10 liters of clean drinking water, all in bamboo tubes, which means he has a water purification device. I'm so envious. There's a water source near my shelter, but it is guarded by a bronze level 3 python. I dare not even get close. Boss Lin Zay is really strong to be able to seize the water source. Then you are not talking nonsense. If you're not strong, how can you get so much beast meat? At least a dozen or 20 monsters died at the hands of Boss Lin Zay. I can't even defeat a bronze level monster now. Boss Lin Zay is too awesome. It's just a little water. Is it necessary to fight over it like crazy? There's not much left in the blink of an eye. What does the above person know? I gave away a bottle of mineral water in the game, but I drank it a long time ago. Now many players are short of water. Now it's hard to find someone selling water, and the price is not expensive. How can I not grab it? Today I opened a wooden treasure chest and got 3 bottles of mineral water, which is enough for now. I am jealous. I heard that those who can find the treasure chest are the children of destiny. Huh. Regardless of the talk and the noise, it did not affect my water business at all. I sold water faster than I sold meat. In just a few minutes, 10 liters of drinking water and more than 100 bamboo tubes of sewage were all sold out. Although sewage did not look very clean, it was much cheaper than drinking water. After all, it could be drunk after boiling, and the players were in a state of water shortage, so they naturally did not dislike it at all. After selling all the water, I also got a lot of wood. A total of 3,800 units. This wood is enough for me to upgrade the straw hut to a wooden house, and even upgrade it by 1 or 2 levels. I opened my backpack and took a look. Now my wood reserve has more than 5,400 units, which is a real material tycoon. I was grilling meat on the fire while browsing the regional chat channel. Today's dinner was even more sumptuous. Instant noodles, grilled meat, apples, and various nuts. Unfortunately, there was only 1 pack of instant noodles left. If I can't find instant noodles or seasonings tomorrow, I'll have to eat tasteless grilled meat. I took a photo and posted it to the chat channel, which immediately caused a lot of howling. Then, I thought about it and sent a message. Who has a blueprint, something that increases their own attributes, or a special item? I can exchange it with meat and water. Finally, I saw the boss in person. Close up to pay my respects. Boss, I have a drawing of a barbecue grill. Do you want it? Sure, add me as your friend. Received. A few minutes later, I successfully obtained the blueprint for a barbecue grill, and the price I paid was just 3 bottles of mineral water and 20 units of meat. To me, these things were nothing, but to that player, they were at least 2 days' worth of food, enough to last until the novice protection period ended. I immediately used the blueprint, and a simple grill immediately appeared in front of me. I took a lot of red-hot charcoal from the fire and put it into the grill, then put the skewers of meat on it. Soon, the skewers began to sizzle and ooze oil. Seeing Da Hong and Xiaoqing looking at them eagerly, I grabbed 2 handfuls of nuts for Da Hong and took out a few pieces of meat and placed them in front of Xiaoqing. When Da Hong saw the nuts, tears came out. He picked up the nut and took a bite. His eyes lit up instantly. He wiped his tears and stuffed the nut into his mouth. In contrast, Xiaoqing was much quieter, eating the meat slowly. You should get up early tomorrow morning, I said to Da Hong, and move all the food you stored here to prevent it from being stolen by other squirrels. Da Hong nodded and agreed while eating nuts in big mouthfuls. Yeah, I remember, master. After dinner, I took a while to digest the food and then lay down on the bed. Xiaoqing and Da Hong also climbed up at the same time. One coiled on my stomach and the other leaned on the pillow. You are too heavy. I smiled and pushed Xiaoqing down, only allowing it to put its head on my stomach. Then, I opened the friend panel and saw 99 plus friend requests. I browsed through them one by one, trying to find those players who really wanted to trade items with me. But after searching around, no one had items they wanted to trade. That's normal, I said to myself. Now, the blueprints can only be found from treasure chests, and that depends on luck. At this stage, there are not many players who can find treasure chests, and there are even fewer blueprints. So, without thinking anymore, I continued to browse the regional chat channel and search for the items I was interested in the trading channel. The former allowed me to learn more about the game, while the latter allowed me to get the items I wanted. It was late at night, and when I was browsing the trading channel, a new trading information suddenly refreshed, which immediately shocked me. Someone was selling the nails needed to upgrade the wooden house. I immediately lost my sleepiness and decisively sent a friend request. Chapter 13. Yu Shuang and the Tool Bench. After waiting for a few minutes, the other player finally agreed to my friend request. Her name is Yu Shuang, a female player. I sent a message to her. Hello, I want to buy the nails in your hand. Can I trade them with wood? After a while, Yu Shuang replied to me. Boss, are you also planning to upgrade the cabin? I don't have many nails, so I put them all on the trading channel. Also, I'm short of food and water, so I don't need the wood for the time being. I was silent for a few seconds. Indeed, I still had some food in my hand, but I kept it for myself and didn't plan to sell it for the time being. And I had just sold all the water, leaving only a few bottles of mineral water for myself. The most important thing was that the iron nails sold by Yu Shuang were very expensive, and it was not cost-effective to trade the meat and water I had reserved. So, I sent a message. Can I ask where you got the nails in your hand? From a treasure chest, Yu Shuang replied. The consulting fee is 2 units of meat. I traded 2 pieces of venison. Ayu a Shuang, hey, Bush Lin she is generous. I opened a bronze treasure chest and obtained 10 iron ores and a tool bench blueprint. On the tool bench, you can use iron ores to make iron nails. I used 10 iron ores to make a total of 100 iron nails and put them all on the trading channel. Seeing this, I immediately felt that the 2 pieces of venison were worth it. At this time, Yu Shuang sent another message. If you have iron ore, I can process it for you. I only charge 3 units of food and a bottle of water to make 100 iron nails. Compared to the price she sold it for on the trading channel, this processing fee was really reasonable. This woman is really smart, I thought to myself, and she's going to get rich soon. Players want to upgrade their wooden houses, and iron nails are the key. What can be found everywhere and can be obtained by chopping down trees. But iron nails can only be made on a tool bench. Wouldn't Yu Shuang become rich if she owns a tool bench? Even if it's just a processing fee, she can make a lot of money. I thought about it and sent a message. What else can the tool bench make besides iron nails? Yu Shuang, my tool bench is currently low level and can only make simple tools such as iron nails, stone axes, iron pickaxes, harpoons, wooden bows, and arrows. After upgrading, I should be able to make more things, including advanced equipment. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The tool bench is really a good thing, especially in the middle and late stages. It is more valuable. After all, the tool bench can be used to create equipment. I thought about it and sent another message. Is the function of the iron pickaxe to mine, or? Yu Shuang, yes, boss. I had some ideas in mind and continued to ask, what materials are needed to make an iron pickaxe? Yu Shuang, 5 iron ores and 1 unit of wood. I didn't hesitate and immediately bought 5 iron ores at a high price from the trading channel and took out 1 unit of wood to trade. Then I traded 3 units of venison and a bottle of mineral water. I sent a message. Help me make an iron pickaxe. The meat and water will be considered as processing fees. Yu Shuang, thank you for the reward. But aren't you afraid that I won't acknowledge it after taking the things? I replied, it doesn't matter. We are in the same area, and we will meet sooner or later. Yu Shuang, okay, don't scare me, big brother. I'll give you the pickaxe in an hour at most. Me, okay, that's it. Just trade it to me when the time comes. I closed the friend chat channel and lay on the bed and started thinking. With the pickaxe, I can deal with those hyenas and mine iron ore. But I have to speed up. I continue to think, according to the time, the novice protection period will end the day after tomorrow morning. Who knows what will happen then? I have to get the wooden house out before then. I silently made a plan. A bronze level 5 hyena king, plus more than 100 ordinary hyenas. There is no way to deal with them all at once. We have to hunt them in batches. Lure one group, kill another, and when the heat is almost right, then deal with the hyena king. Tomorrow, I can summon a third pet. I thought to myself, once I have 3 pets, I will be more confident of dealing with the hyena pack. I thought about it and decided that I could start to rest, so I closed my eyes. On the other side, Yu Shuang Shuang was in her luxury straw hut, standing in front of the tool bench, hammering away with a hammer. It takes half an hour to make a pickaxe, she said to herself. Alas, another day of staying up late. Some of the iron ore for sale on the trading channel is missing. It must have been bought by Boss Lindsay at a high price. She thought, he has the iron ore, but instead of making nails and storing resources to upgrade the wooden house, he wants to make an iron pickaxe. He must have discovered a mineral. It's even possible that it's iron ore. After all, the stone is of no use at the moment, so there's no need to start mining during the novice protection period. The iron ore in the trading channel is not only in small quantities, but also ridiculously expensive. If Boss Lindsay has iron ore, it would be great to cooperate with him. He provides the iron ore, and I'm responsible for processing. It's a win-win situation. The more Yu Shuang Shuang thought about it, the happier she became. She unconsciously sped up her movements. Finally, with a faint golden light, a brand new pickaxe appeared in front of her. It actually hit critically. She looked at the properties of the pickaxe and laughed excitedly. As expected of a big guy walking in the front, he has good luck. I also gained 20 experience points. If I forge a few more things, I can upgrade to bronze level 2. She thought to herself. Her profession is a forger, and her talent is A level, which gives her bonuses in tool making and construction, and even a chance to make higher quality tools and even gain more experience. Now that I have a tool bench, my level will definitely increase rapidly. At this time, a gurgling sound was heard. Yu Shuang Shuang touched her deflated stomach, took out a piece of bread from her backpack and started eating, and then took a piece of meat to roast on the fire. It's venison, she smiled. The life of the boss is really enviable. There were few resources in the safe zone, and it was too dangerous outside, so she didn't dare go out hunting, so this was the first time she smelled meat since she came to the jungle world. After eating and drinking, Yu Shuang Shuang finally lay down on the bed contentedly. Before going to bed, she didn't forget to hand me the pickaxe. The night passed quickly, and when I woke up, I found an iron pickaxe in my backpack. I took it out and checked it, and the information showed. Item: excellent iron pickaxe, attack, 5, effect. Mining efficiency increased by 30%, and there's a chance to obtain high quality or introduction. Professional things require professional tools. Chapter 14. Another day of sudden wealth. This iron pickaxe is of higher quality than the stone axe. It's much more effective. I looked at the iron pickaxe in my hand with a metallic luster, and I was very satisfied. The stone axe given by the game is of rough grade, and the logging efficiency is only increased by 10%, while the iron pickaxe in front of me is of excellent grade. Not only does it increase the mining efficiency by 30%, but there is also a chance to obtain higher quality minerals. It can be called a mining artifact at this stage. I put the pickaxe back into my backpack and took a look at my personal information panel. I currently have 56 experience points. If I reach 300 points, I can be promoted to bronze level 3. In addition, the number of pets that can be owned in the pet column has also changed to 3. Suddenly, I noticed a large amount of nuts, fruits, mushrooms, bird eggs, and other food piled up in the corner of the room, at least more than 100 kilograms. I took a deep breath and thought, Da Hong is really good at hoarding. She actually hid so much food. Turning to look at Da Hong squatting on the bed, I asked, how did you move so many things? Da Hong didn't say anything. It jumped and ran outside the straw shed. After a while, it dragged a piece of animal skin in. I took the animal skin and saw that it was tied with vines around it. It became a simple package when I pulled it. Did you make this yourself? Yes, yes, master. Da Hong raised his head and nodded, his face full of pride. Seeing Da Hong carrying the animal skins and bringing the food she had stored to me time and again, I couldn't help but feel warm in my heart. Well done. I'll give you a snack tonight. I rubbed Da Hong's rosy cheeks and then put all the more than 100 kilograms of food in the backpack. These things are very precious, especially the fruits and bird eggs, which are all fresh. It can be seen that Da Hong is very attentive to the food she stores. After a simple meal of bread and apples, and feeding Xiaoqing and Dahong, I took the two little guys out. The fire outside the straw hut was only a few sparks. I didn't add more dry wood and let it die out naturally. With Dahong, I didn't have to worry about making fire by rubbing two sticks together. Now Dahong can not only release fireballs, it is simply a mobile lighter. Walking out of the shed, the fence around the fish pond was intact. It seemed that no animals came to steal my fish last night. Apparently, the pond had become a gathering place for the surrounding animals, especially near the pond, where 7 or 8 cicadeer were eating grass or drinking water. After losing the threat of the 3 clearwater crocodiles, the nearby animals gathered around. "Good fellow," I said with a smile. "I'm going to get rich again today." I said to Xiaoqing and Dahong, "It's your turn. Make sure to keep all those cicadeer." "Okay, master." Xiaoqing responded and quickly got into the bushes. Dahong went around to the other side and cooperated with Xiaoqing to attack the deer from the left and right. I took out the iron sword. If there were cicadeer running towards me, I would also be ready to attack. Soon, the battle broke out. Dahong was the first to attack. A fist-sized fireball flew out and hit an adult cicadeer with incredible accuracy. More than 200 points of damage appeared, and the adult cicadeer with only 200 health points was killed instantly. Then 2 more fireballs hit 2 nearby cicadeer almost at the same time, also killing them instantly. Xiaoqing joined the battle at this time, quickly biting a cicadeer, and minus 87 damage emerged, followed by minus 10 poison damage per second. But in just over 10 seconds, the cicadeer fell to the ground. Soon, under the attack of Dahong and Xiaoqing, all 8 cicadeer of different sizes were killed. The battle ended extremely quickly, especially for Dahong, whose attack plus fireball damage made his damage per second ridiculously high. Among the 8 cicadeer, Xiaoqing only killed 2, and the other 6 were dealt with by Dahong. As for me, I had no chance to make a move. "Well done." I looked at the 2 little guys with admiration, then took them to the battlefield and began to decompose the bodies of the cicadeer. This time the harvest was quite good. 8 cicadeer provided a total of 560 units of venison. If sold, it would be enough to exchange for more than 1,000 units of wood. However, I plan not to sell it for the time being. After all, the novice protection period will end tomorrow, and I have to see what happens next. Deer meat tastes good, and even if I sell meat in the future, I will only focus on hyenas. Then, Xiaoqing and Dahong continued to clean up the surrounding woods, killing a total of 13 hares, 5 bamboo rats, and a buffalo that appeared out of nowhere. The buffalo alone provided more than 400 units of beef. Now we have beef. I was secretly happy in my heart. I can have beef stewed with mushrooms tonight. Thinking of this, my mouth was about to water. When I came to the pond and prepared to use a bamboo tube to get water, an idea suddenly flashed in my mind. I opened the friend panel and sent a message to you, Shuang Shuang. "Can you make a water storage tool on your tool bench? The bigger the better." After a moment, Yu Shuang Shuang replied, "You can make a wooden barrel. A wooden barrel can hold 100 liters of water, but you need wood and vines to make a wooden barrel." I looked at my backpack and saw that I still had 37 vines. I thought about it and traded them all to Yu Shuang Shuang and also traded 100 units of wood. "Help me make these into barrels. Tell me how much the processing fee is." "Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of it." I closed the friend chat panel and took Xiaoqing and Dahong to find the location of the beehive. A few minutes later, we came to an apple tree where I was chased by a swarm of bees before. Today, more than a day has passed, and I didn't expect the apple tree to bloom. The white flowers are hanging all over the branches, growing extremely luxuriantly and beautifully. This growth speed is simply terrifying. I sighed, but I was not too surprised. The laws of the jungle world cannot be measured by common sense. The Christian carp fry I raised only need 36 hours to grow up. Thinking that in 2 days, I can come here to pick apples, I feel excited. Chapter 15, Queen Bee, Great Harvest. Leaving the range of the apple tree, Lindsay searched 300 or 400 meters in the general direction where the swarm of bees appeared before. After a while, he heard a buzzing sound. Following the direction of sound, we found the bee colony's nest. It was a big tree that was several dozen meters high. About 20 meters above the ground, there was a tree hole. At this time, there were dense swarms of bees going in and out of the tree hole. Bees are creatures that like to build nests in stone caves, earth holes, or tree holes. The diameter of the tree hole should be about 70 to 80 centimeters. The number of bees coming in and out is astonishing. I think the beehive inside is quite large, so a lot of honey can be collected. If we cut down this big tree, we should be able to get honey directly, but it will be a devastating blow to the beehives. Lindsay thought about it and decided not to use this trick for the time being. He plans to leave the hive here. This way, you can come back and pick them later. Looking at the growth rate of the apple tree and crucian carp, it is clear that as long as he leaves the beehive, it won't be long before he can harvest honey again. Think of this. Lindsay carefully came to the foot of the big tree, piled up a pile of dry firewood, and found some fresh branches and green grass. Then he called Dahong and used a fireball to light the dry wood. After the flames started burning, he spread the fresh branches and green grass he had collected on top. After a while, a thick smoke rose up, rushed straight to the tree hole above. It would be better if we use mugwort to fumigate, but unfortunately we can't find any mugwort right now, so we can only use branches and green grass instead. After a long time, the smoky effect finally came into being. Many bees fell from the sky in a daze, and more bees fled far away. I don't know if it's because bees are too weak, but Dahong didn't gain any experience even after killing more than a dozen unconscious bees. Lindsay could only stop him repeatedly. Since there is no experience to be gained, there's no need to kill anymore. At this moment, a group of palm-sized bees flew through the thick smoke and rushed towards Lindsay. They're actually monsters. Lindsay was shouldn't shocked. He could see that these were all bronze-level bee monsters. He immediately took out the iron sword from his backpack. At the same time, several burning fireballs flew out from beside Lindsay. It was Dahong who was rubbing the fireballs in his hands. Xiaoqing also stayed by Lindsay's side. It has no ranged attack skills and can only wait for the bee monster to come to it. Under the attack of the big red fireball, one bee monster after another was killed instantly, and their bodies fell from the sky. However, there were also bee monsters rushing in front of Lindsay. The bee monster stuck out its butt, raised its sharp stinger, and stabbed straight at Lindsay. Lindsay decisively slashed with his sword. It seemed as if a powerful force surged out of his body, repelling the bee monster. A large blood-red number appeared on his head. 15. Damn, the damage is too low. Seeing two more bee monsters rushing over, Lindsay quickly retreated, decisively hand over the battlefield to Xiaoqing and Dahong. His little damage would only cause trouble if left on the battlefield. There is no way around it. After all, unlike other combat class players who have skills, his output all depends on basic attacks. The fighting power of Xiaoqing and Dahong was indeed not comparable to his. He had just retreated to a safe area when several more bee monsters were killed by them. In less than 2 minutes, more than a dozen bee monsters were killed. Lindsay also gained 130 experience points. Master, I'll go into the tree hole to see if there are any other bee monsters. Xiaoqing said to Lindsay. Lindsay nodded. Be careful, especially the queen bee in the hive. Good master. Xiaoqing climbed up the big tree and twisted its thick and long snake body. After a while, he crawled into the tree hole. A few minutes later, Xiaoqing came out of the tree hole with a huge fat bee in its mouth. The bee was much larger than the previous bee monsters. Monster, Queen Bee. Level, Bronze Level 2. Attack, 15. Defense, 30. Speed, 20. HP, 237 1000. Special ability, Hatching. The queen bee can hatch 100 ordinary bees every day, and the hatched ordinary bees have a chance to evolve into worker bees. Growth potential, 1 star. Experience, 109 out of 300. This is the queen of the hive. Those bee monsters just now should be worker bees. Lindsay looked at the queen bee that Xiaoqing had brought to him and said, if I summon this queen bee as a pet, can I train a bee monster army in the future? In Lindsay's mind, there seemed to be a spectacular scene of countless bee monsters sweeping across the battlefield. You could try it. Lindsay immediately released the pet summoning skill. As the magic chains and formation diagram merged into the queen bee's body, she was successfully summoned to become his third pet. He opened the queen bee's information panel again. Like Xiaoqing and Dahong, after becoming his pets, the queen bee's attributes also increased dramatically. Attack 45, Defense 90, Speed 60. The health volume has increased to an exaggerated 3,000. You should know that Xiaoqing's level is Bronze 3, and her health is only 2,400, and Dahong's health is even lower. In addition, the queen bee's defense is also outstanding. A perfect frontline meat shield. Owner. A spiritual consciousness appeared in Lindsay's mind. It was the queen bee calling Lindsay. It flapped its short wings and hovered in the air, its huge eyes staring straight at Lindsay. Lindsay said, "From now on, your name will be Queen Bee. Do you have any monster-level worker bees under your command?" The queen bee said, "After becoming the owner's pet, the bees will no longer listen to me. They will move away from here and find a new place to build a nest and breed a new queen bee. But I can still intimidate them, so that they dare not approach their master." That's fine. Although Lindsay felt a little pity, he didn't care too much. With the queen bee in hand, it is easy to rebuild a bee colony. You drive those bees away. I want to take away the beehive and honey in the tree hole. Good master. The queen bee flapped her short wings and flew around the tree hole several times, and soon there were no bees to be seen nearby. Lindsay took out a stone axe. It took nearly 10 minutes to finally cut down the tree that was tens of meters high. He had not originally intended to do this. But now the queen bee is gone and the bee colony has to move. There is no use keeping the hive, so it will be more convenient to just cut it down. As the tree fell, a large amount of information prompts appeared. You get 13 units of wood. You get 84 units of ordinary honey, 20 units of high-quality honey, and 1 unit of royal jelly. You obtain 13 units of bee pupa. You get a complete beehive. At this time, a dense buzzing sound gathered in the distance. As if they discovered that Lindsay had destroyed their home, the nearby bees gathered together again, wanting to take revenge. The chubby queen bee flew over first. Faced with the threat from the queen bee, the swarm of bees finally had no choice but to retreat unwillingly, and this time they left completely. Lindsay also saw this scene and was very impressed with the queen bee. He then turned his attention to the harvest. Ordinary honey. After taking it, it can restore 100 health points. High-quality honey. After taking it, you can restore 300 health points. Royal jelly. After taking it, you can restore 1,000 HP and increase the upper limit of HP by 300 points, only for the first time. Bee pupae. Food rich in nutrients, and can also be used to breed bees from queen bees. Honeycomb. A top-quality food rich in nutrients, and also the nest where bees depend for survival. It's all good stuff. Lindsay's eyes sparkled, especially the royal jelly, which increases the upper limit of blood volume by 300 points, which is much better than the water spirit fruit he had eaten before. Chapter 16, Boiling Chat Channel. The game is still very intimate. The exploded honey, bee pupae, and honeycombs were all wrapped in separate golden balls of light and not placed directly on the ground. Otherwise, Lindsay would suffer a great loss. Especially the honey, all of it has to be wasted. Except for the royal jelly, everything else was put into Lindsay's backpack to be dealt with after returning to the shelter. As for the royal jelly, he cut a bamboo tube to hold it. Lindsay took a sip from the bamboo tube. The taste was not as sweet as he had imagined. Instead, it had a refreshing and sweet taste and was very delicious. At the same time, an information prompt appears. You have taken royal jelly, and your health limit has increased by 86 points. Isn't the upper limit of health points 300? Did you drink too little? Thinking of this, Lindsay took another big sip of royal jelly. The game prompted that his health limit had increased by 119 points. It is indeed so. He did not hesitate and drank the third mouthful of royal jelly, and the increased blood volume limit finally accumulated to 300 points. Lindsay looked at the royal jelly in his hand and felt a little unsatisfied. He roughly estimated that it would take 200 milliliters of royal jelly to increase the health limit by 300 points. He has 1 liter of royal jelly in his hand. If there were no restrictions, after drinking this liter of royal jelly, his health limit would directly increase by 1,500 points, turning him into a blood cow type player. It's a pity that this kind of good thing only happens once. Lindsay felt very sorry. For players at this stage, this royal jelly is priceless. After all, adding 300 health points out of nowhere is equivalent to adding 30 attribute points. I should be able to exchange this royal jelly for the blueprint I need. He thought about it. They made a new bamboo tube, filled it with 200 milliliters of royal jelly, and put it on the trading channel. Then he opened the regional chat channel and sent a message. Selling royal jelly. The effect is to increase the upper limit of health by 300 points. If you need it, bring the blueprint to exchange, limited to 4 copies. In addition, there is detailed information about royal jelly in the trading area. You can click to view it. As soon as this news came out, the entire regional chat channel was in an uproar. Damn, raising the HP limit by 300 points, so awesome. Boss Lindsay actually has such a good thing? My health is less than 300 points. I just upgraded to bronze level 1. I put all 10 attribute points into my health points, so my total health points are only 250 points. Boss Lin Zhe is too powerful. He can find all kinds of good things. I checked the trading channel and found that the royal jelly sold by Lin Zhe has this effect. It's a pity that I don't have the blueprint. Otherwise, I would have to change the high and low. This royal jelly also has limitations, and it is only effective when taken for the first time. As the above said, if there were no restrictions, would Boss Lin Zhe take it out for trading? He would have finished it long ago. That's true. Below the channel, a bunch of players followed suit. They all knew that things with added attributes were rarer than blueprints. And as the players' levels and strengths continue to improve, more and more players walk out of the safe zone, and treasure chests are constantly being discovered. There will only be more and more drawings. How can something that can increase attributes be valuable? Therefore, if there were no restrictions on royal jelly, Lin Zhe would never sell it. At this moment, some players who have drawings in their hands are adding Lin Zhe as their friend as soon as possible, because Lin Zhe said that he only has 4 packages of royal jelly. What if they go too late and someone else gets there first? After sending the message, Lin Zhe took Xiaoqing, Dahong, and the queen bee who had just been summoned as a pet and walked towards the valley. The queen bee's chubby body flew in front to explore the way. Dahong was also jumping on the trees, stopping from time to time to observe the surrounding situation. Once she found something unusual, she would inform Lin Zhe immediately. Xiaoqing is the bodyguard, following Lin Zhe closely. The journey went smoothly. After killing more than a dozen ordinary animals, Lin Zhe brought his pets to the vicinity of the valley. When I came here yesterday, there were a few hyenas basking in the sun in the open space outside the valley. Today, there isn't a single one. He must have gone out hunting. Lin Zhe waved his hand to call down the queen bee flying high in the sky. Go to the nearby jungle and see if there are any hyenas hunting. Good master. The queen bee nodded. Then it flapped its little wings, and its fat body disappeared into the dense forest. Lin Zhe then sent Dahong into the valley to gather information. Master, is there any mission for me? Xiaoqing stood up her emerald green snake body and raised her head to look at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe said, not yet. Let's just wait here so as not to alert the enemy. Let's wait for Dahong and Queen Bee to bring back the news first. Master, what does it mean to alert the snake to the grass? Xiaoqing asked doubtfully, and then explained seriously. Even if someone cuts the grass, I'm not afraid. Lin Zhe smiled silently. He patted Xiaoqing's head and said, it's just a metaphor. The hyena group in the valley is quite large. Don't disturb them before taking action. Oh, I see. Xiaoqing nodded, then curled up obediently beside Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe took advantage of his free time and opened the friend panel again. The envelope icon at the bottom kept flashing, and as soon as he opened it, it showed that there were more than 99 friend requests. Lin Zhe almost laughed out loud when he picked one at random. This is a player named Yin Haoyang, who said that he had established a player alliance and wanted to invite Lin Zhe to join. In the application message, Yin Haoyang wrote hundreds of words. Paint a picture for Lin Zhe about the future prospects of his alliance and how powerful his alliance will become in the future. As Lin Zhe is the big boss, after entering the alliance, you can obtain the status of an alliance elder. If Lin Zhe is willing to provide a portion of royal jelly, he can also directly get the position of deputy leader. There are all kinds of people these days, and they actually come to me to get free food and drinks. Lin Zhe simply rejected the application. He clicked on a few more friend requests and found that without exception, they were all empty promises or flattering people. He rejected them all and then searched for keywords uniformly. The number of friend requests immediately increased to more than a dozen. After another round of screening, Lin Zhe finally found 3 players who really wanted to trade royal jelly with him using blueprints, and all 3 players sent him illustrations. There are 3 drawings in the atlas. One is a portable hot pot drawing, one is a vegetable garden construction drawing, and one is a power grid drawing. Lin Zhe clicked on the information of the 3 drawings one by one. Chapter 17, 3 Blueprints Obtained. Portable hot pot blueprint. After using it, you can get a complete set of hot pot utensils. You can install batteries or charge them directly for use. Vegetable garden drawing is the same as the fish pond drawing. After use, you can get a piece of land for growing vegetables. However, the blueprint does not include vegetable seeds, so you need to collect them yourself. Power grid blueprint. After using it, you can get a circle of power grid to protect the shelter. It is also a complete set of equipment, but you have to take care of the power supply yourself. All three drawings can be used, especially the power grid, which can greatly improve the safety factor of the shelter. If it were Lindsay, he would definitely not trade it if he had this blueprint. Even if there is no electricity now, there will always be a way to generate electricity in the future. Of course, selling the blueprint was someone else's choice, and he wouldn't be stupid enough to persuade them. Lindsay agreed to the applications of the three players. After some brief communication, he successfully obtained the portable hot pot drawings and vegetable garden drawings. There's something wrong with the power grid drawing. The opposing player is not stupid and wants 2 servings of royal jelly. It is obvious that he planned to use one copy for himself and sell the other copy for resale. Lindsay, there's only 1 serving of royal jelly, but I can give you 5 units of ordinary honey. Although ordinary honey cannot increase the upper limit of health, it can add blood. The power grid player, same as the red medicine in the game? Lindsay, see for yourself. Illustrated, click to view the specific information of the item. Electric grid player. 5 units of ordinary bees are too few, at least 20 units. My electric grid can protect the shelter. The novice protection period will end tomorrow, and I don't know what will happen after that. With the electric grid, your shelter will not be afraid of monster attacks. Lindsay, why don't you use it yourself? The power grid player did not respond for a long time. Why not? Of course, because there is no electricity. Without electricity to drive the power grid, it is just a decoration, and its defense coefficient is at most slightly stronger than the fence handmade by Lindsay. It is basically impossible to resist the attack of monsters. With electricity, this is the magic weapon. If he had a generator, he would not trade this blueprint. Grid player, 15 units of ordinary honey, or I'll keep it for myself. Lindsay, there are only 5 units, no more. You also said that the novice protection period is about to end. Royal jelly can increase the upper limit of blood volume, and ordinary honey can add blood, which is enough to ensure your safety. If you die, it is useless to keep a broken blueprint. Looking at the message sent by Lindsay, the player on the other side was almost vomiting blood in anger. But he had to admit that what Lindsay said was correct. Although he is a professional combat player, his talent is only C level, and he was not promoted to bronze level 1 until yesterday afternoon. With royal jelly and ordinary honey, his fighting power will definitely be greatly improved. A power grid that is temporarily without power can't increase the safety factor much at all. If someone dies, it will be a big loss. It will be better to exchange it for royal jelly and ordinary honey that can enhance your strength. In addition, as his strength grows, his upgrade speed will also increase. The saying goes, 1 step faster, every step faster. Maybe he can find something better than the power grid blueprint in the future. As long as he keeps his life, he will have a future. The most important thing is, Lindsay only had 4 portions of royal jelly in his hand. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it too. Grid player, okay, but you need to add a few more bottles of mineral water. Lindsay, there is not even a bottle of mineral water. If you are willing, let's trade now. If not, forget it. In the end, the power grid players gave in. Okay, deal. The two then quickly completed the transaction. There was only 1 portion of royal jelly left in Lindsay's hand. Looking at the 3 blueprints in his hand, Lindsay thought to himself, we have to quickly get some equipment that can generate electricity. Not only does it need it for the power grid, but it will also be used by the portable hot pot. After all, it only comes with 3 batteries, and they will run out of power when they are used up. As for the vegetable garden, we'll set it up when we get back. The seed problem can be solved slowly. In just a short while, dozens of players added him as their friend. After checking them one by one, I found that there was not a single decent one. Lindsay decisively rejected them all. A few minutes later, a fiery red figure rushed out from the mouth of the valley and soon came in front of Lindsay. It was Da Hong who entered the valley to gather intelligence information. Master, I went in and took a look. The 3 treasure chests are still there. There are only about 50 hyenas left. The hyena king is also in the valley. However, it seems to be injured. Injury? Lindsay was a little surprised. The hyena king's level has reached bronze 5, and he has a large group of subordinates. How could there be a monster nearby that can hurt him? There were more than 100 hyenas in the valley yesterday, but today there are only about 50 left. Are they all dead? Lindsay guessed. At the same time, he gave Da Hong a nut as a reward. After a while, the plump queen bee also flapped its wings and came back to Lindsay. She said to him, Master, I searched the area several hundred meters around the valley and found no hyenas. Then I won't wait. Lindsay said to Dahong, go to the valley again. This time, don't hide. Go in openly and lure out a group of hyenas. Good master. Dahong held the nut and ate it with a grunt. Then he ran towards the valley again. Soon, the angry howls of hyenas were heard in the valley. Lindsay could vaguely see a fire appearing in the valley, which was obviously the work of Dahong. A series of fireballs flew over, killing some hyenas instantly. The other hyenas were immediately furious, and before the hyena king could say anything, the hyenas nearby pounced on Dahong. In the eyes of hyenas, squirrels are just food. Now, they were actually provoked by food, and naturally they could not bear it. A dozen hyenas pounced on Dahong like wolves and tigers, wanting to tear him into pieces. How could Dahong's speed be matched by these hyenas? In the blink of an eye, he escaped from the valley. It even stopped twice on the way, taunting the dozen or so hyenas, chasing it with hand gestures and swaying its butt. The hyenas were furious. They rushed out of the valley howling. After a while, they chased Dahong into the woods. Shaoqing and the queen bee, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed up immediately. Dahong also stopped and made fireballs with his hands to attack the hyena group. Only Lin Zhe did not join the battle. He, a pet summoner with super S-level talent, became a foil when it came to the battle and could only stand aside and watch. That won't do. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe sent a message to Yu Shuangshuang. How is the barrel being made? Soon, Yu Shuangshuang replied. Wooden barrels can be made faster than iron pickaxes. They will be all finished in an hour at most. I have already made 4 wooden barrels. If you need them urgently, I will trade them to you first. Lin Zhe said, don't worry. Help me make a bow and arrow first. What materials do you need? Yu Shuangshuang. I have some wooden vines here, and I won't need much. Just consider them as gifts. I'll give them to you in 10 minutes. Good. Lin Zhe closed the friend channel. With a bow and arrow, he can play the role of a long-range combat player. Chapter 18, Leading the Monster into the Valley. Although this group of hyenas is large in number, they're not very strong. Most of them are only bronze level 1, with only 2 being bronze level 2, and their attack power barely reaches 30 points. Such an attack could not break the defense of the 3 little ones at all. On the contrary, once he was targeted by the 3 little ones, he quickly fell on the battlefield. Among the 3 little ones, the queen bee has the lowest level, low attack power, and no special abilities related to combat. But the queen bee attacks quickly. The sharp tail needle stabbed into the hyena, and soon one of the hyena's health points was reduced to 0. With the cooperation of the 3 little ones, more than a dozen hyenas were quickly killed. The entire battle lasted only a few minutes. Lin Zhe also gained more than 100 experience points at once, and was about to level up and be promoted to Bronze 3. Lin Zhe quickly cleaned up the battlefield, decomposed the bodies of more than a dozen hyenas, and harvest more than 430 units of hyena meat. Then he looked at Dahong. Go to the valley again and continue to lure monsters. Good master. Dahong jumped and ran towards the valley. A moment later, another dozen hyenas were attracted out. Lin Zhe discovered that the hyenas that appeared this time were obviously much stronger. Several of them have reached bronze level 2, and one of them is even bronze level 3, which is considered a hyena elite. After a while, the fight broke out again. Faced with the siege of more than a dozen hyenas, the 3 little ones were not afraid at all and fought with them. It was also at this time. The bow and arrow made by Yu Shuangshuang was finally completed and sent to Lin Zhe. Item: ordinary wooden bow and arrow. Attack: 8. Special effects: none. Introduction: a wooden bow that only novices can use. It is best to be careful when using it to avoid breaking the bowstring. In addition to the wooden bow, there is also a quiver and 30 arrows. The arrows were also made of wood, and the attack power only increased by 2 points. Adding the wooden bow, it was 10 points of attack, which was just the same as the iron sword in Lin Zhe's hand. However, Lin Zhe didn't dislike it. He put the iron sword into his backpack and tied the wooden quiver around his waist. Then he took out an arrow and placed it on the bowstring, then pulled the wooden bow into an almost full circle. This was his first time shooting arrows. Never come across this before. He simply aimed at a hyena on the battlefield and then shot the arrow in a straight line. All I heard was a cry. There was an arrow on the hyena's butt. A number -17 also appeared above his head. I aimed at the belly but hit the butt. I need more practice. Lin Zhe reflected on himself. He was very happy because he hit the target the first time he used the bow and arrow. Then he stood outside the battlefield, and when he saw a lone hyena or one that was a little far away from the three little ones, he would shoot an arrow at it, regardless of whether the shot hits the target or not, or whether the damage is high or not. After all, I felt a little bit involved. Not long after, Lindsay suddenly felt a surge of energy surging from his abdomen, rapidly strengthening his body. Upgraded. Lindsay opened his personal information panel. His level was raised to Bronze 3. All attributes were increased a little, and then he added 10 attribute points to speed and health respectively. All of a sudden, his speed increased to 50. The health point is as high as 900 points. At the same time, his basic attack and defense also reached 35 points, plus the attack of the bow and arrow. The total attack was 45 points. An arrow was shot. A huge -26 flew out of the head of some unfortunate hyena. Although the damage is far less than that of Da Hong's fireball, Lindsay is already very satisfied. Soon, the second batch of hyenas also fell in a pool of blood. Lindsay didn't need to speak this time. Da Hong happily ran into the valley to lure the monsters. But this time it was unsuccessful. Even Da Hong had a fight with a group of elite hyenas in the valley and was finally driven out of the valley by the roar of the hyena king. Master, those hyenas have become cunning. No matter how much I prod them, they won't leave the valley. Da Hong ran over and said to Lindsay angrily. Lindsay smiled and said, there are only about 20 hyenas left. They're no threat to us. So let's not lure them. Let's go straight into the valley and kill them all. After saying that, he led the three little ones towards the valley. In the center of the valley, there's a tree tens of meters high. Lindsay looked closely and found that it was actually a pear tree, with huge snow pears hanging on the tree. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Lindsay was very happy. Then he looked towards the bottom of the pear tree. Under the tree, the hyenas have already formed a fighting formation. More than 20 hyenas of all sizes gathered together, staring at Lindsay fiercely and growling at him with bared teeth. Behind them stood a hyena that was nearly 2 meters long. Compared with ordinary hyenas, the size of this hyena is quite exaggerated. It looks like a tiger. Just as Da Hong described, the hyena king was injured with several bloody wounds on his body, and his body seemed to be trembling. It's not fear, but physical weakness and pain. Is this the game lowering the difficulty for players? The hyena king was fine yesterday, but it was severely injured when it came today. The size of the hyena group was reduced by more than half, which made Lindsay think wildly. Maybe I'm lucky. As Lindsay looked around, the information about the hyena king also appeared in his sight. Monster, hyena king. Level, bronze level 5. Attack, 97. Defense, 85. Speed, 76, 110. HP, 3,400, 5,000. Special abilities, Dog King's Might, Wind Blade, Gale Spell. Growth potential, 2 stars. Experience, 570 out of 600. Sure enough, he is injured. His health has plummeted. But he is worthy of being called the Hyena King. His total HP is as high as 5,000. He is definitely the boss of the novice village. In addition, its growth potential has reached 2 stars. Lindsay immediately planned to keep the Hyena King as a pet. It's a pity that his summoning today has already been used on the queen bee, so even if he wants to keep it as a pet, he has to wait until tomorrow. Let's get rid of this group of hyenas first. Lindsay gave the 3 little ones the order to attack without hesitation. At the same time, his eyes were also searching the valley. Soon, the treasure chest that Da Hong mentioned was found. A silver treasure chest is just below the pear tree, and 2 bronze treasure chests appear in the corners of the valley. Wait until these hyenas are dealt with. These 3 treasure chests belong to me. It was the first time he encountered a silver-level treasure chest. He thought the things inside must be good. At this moment, the battle broke out. More than 20 hyenas were besieging the 3 little ones. These hyenas are even stronger, the lowest being bronze level 2. There are 5 bronze level 3 hyenas, and 2 hyenas have reached bronze level 4. This lineup is much more luxurious than the 2 hyena groups killed before. Just at this moment, a sharp sound of wind was heard. Lindsay felt a powerful force hitting him, and his body was involuntarily knocked back several meters. A big number also appeared above the head. -278. Chapter 19, Killing the Hyena King. What a high attack! Lindsay was suddenly shocked. Nearly 1/3 of his 900 health points were lost. If it were a bronze level 2 player, he would be killed instantly if he didn't add some attribute points to his health. He turned and ran without hesitation. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a huge figure rushing towards him. It was the bronze level 5 hyena king. This guy actually understands the principle of capturing the leader first. With his current strength, he is not qualified to fight against the hyena king. Otherwise, he will definitely be killed, so he can only choose to retreat. In fact, he was standing some distance away from the hyena king, nearly 100 meters away. He underestimated the hyena king's attack range. I was too careless. I was so focused on the treasure chest and the injury of the hyena king that I didn't take this guy seriously. His best choice would have been to stay outside the valley, instead of running in to join in the fun. Big Red, stop it! Lindsay shouted at Dahome while running. Before he finished his words, a green light hit the hyena king hard. It was Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was like a python. Its nearly 4-meter-long body wrapped around the hyena king, and its mouth bit the hyena king's neck. The venom also quickly entered the hyena king's body. The hyena king's health suddenly dropped at a rate of 10 points per second. At the same time, a series of fireballs hit the hyena king, and 4 huge damages emerged, causing the hyena king to lose more than 400 points of blood in an instant. The hyena king suddenly howled in anger. It didn't even bother to chase Lin Zhe, who had run to the entrance of the valley, and turned around to attack Xiaoqing, who was entangled with it. Xiaoqing did not fight with it. Quickly shake off the hyena king and attack the nearby hyenas. Its poison attacks cannot be stacked, and its normal attacks cause very little damage to the hyena king, so it has no intention of fighting. Even though it was bitten hard several times by the hyena king, it did not fight back. It behaves like an assassin on the battlefield, interspersed everywhere. When you see a hyena, bite it, and then move on to attack the next target. In just a blink of an eye, there were several hyenas on the battlefield with poisonous wounds on their heads. Soon, a hyena died from the poison. Xiaoqing's poison damage can cause 600 points of damage within 1 minute. As long as there is no poison resistance, these 600 points of damage are real damage. Most of the hyenas on the battlefield only have 400 or 500 points of health. That is to say, anyone bitten by Xiaoqing will surely die. Only a few bronze level 3 and bronze level 4 elite hyenas can withstand a wave of poison damage, but it can only hold out for 1 wave. If another wave comes, they will die as well. After all, they are not the hyena king and do not have the boss level health of the hyena king. A bronze level 4 elite hyena only has about 1000 HP. Once it is bitten by Xiaoqing for the second time, the level 4 elf hyena will die. In addition, this time, Xiaoqing is no longer fighting alone. There are Big Red and the Queen Bee fighting with it. Many hyenas died from the attacks of Big Red and the Queen Bee before they were killed by the poison. Soon, the battlefield was littered with corpses. The hyena king is very brave. It would attack whichever of the 3 little ones was closest to it, and its fighting style, like that of a mad dog, did not give any sign that it was seriously injured. However, Lin Zhe could see that the blood bar above the hyena king's head was constantly decreasing. There were more than 3,000 health points before the battle. Now it's less than 2,000. This experience is increasing really fast. Lin Zhe took a look at his personal information panel. His experience points were increasing rapidly, and every time a hyena fell, he could get at least 20 or 30 points of experience. With the death of a level 4 elf hyena, he directly gained 40 experience points. He is now at bronze 3. It only takes 400 experience points to reach bronze level 4. In just a short while, he had gained more than 200 experience points. He didn't need to wait until the battle was over to level up. Just at this moment, Lin Zhe suddenly discovered that the chubby Queen Bee had become bigger and fatter at some point. He opened the Queen Bee's information panel and took a look. I found that the Queen Bee has also been upgraded. The level was promoted from bronze level 2 to bronze level 3. It's time for the Queen Bee to upgrade. We killed nearly 30 hyenas outside the valley before, and now we have killed more than a dozen. Although the experience is divided equally among the 3 little ones, it is enough for it to be promoted to bronze level 3. Attack 75, defense 120, speed 90. HP is as high as 3,600. As expected of a tank-type pet, Lin Zhe looked at the Queen Bee's special ability again. Originally, she could hatch 100 bees every day, but now it has become 200, which has doubled. When we get back to the sanctuary, we'll take out the beehive and let the Queen Bee hatch the bees. He has made plans. If the Queen Bee hatches ordinary bees, let them make honey at home. If ordinary bees evolve into monster-level strikers, take them into the battlefield. There is no way The conditions are limited. Everything that should be utilized should be utilized. 10 minutes later, only the hyena king was left standing on the battlefield. All the other hyenas were killed. When the third-to-last elite hyena fell, Xiaoqing's level also increased, and he was promoted to bronze level 4. Xiaoqing, who is at bronze level 4, has an attack of 120, defense of 105, speed of 135, and a health of 3,000 under the enhancement of Lin Zhe's Super S level talent. The poison damage is 15 points per second and still lasts for 1 minute. The total damage is as high as 900 points. This is outrageous. In addition, after the upgrade, Xiaoqing's body also grew larger, nearly 5 meters. It really looks like a python, not like a bamboo leaf snake at all. Now only Da Hong has not been upgraded. Lin Zhe opened the big red information panel and took a look. Its experience had reached 386 points, and it was only 14 points away from being promoted to bronze level 4. Kill the hyena king, and Big Red can level up. Although I thought so in my heart. But Lin Zhe still shouted at the hyena king, who was surrounded by the 3 little ones. Little dog, I know you can understand what I say. If you surrender, I won't kill you. The hyena king roared in anger. He stared at Lin Zhe fiercely with a pair of blood-red eyes, and the cruelty and murderous intent in his eyes were extremely strong. Well, no chance. Lin Zhe knew that the hyena king would rather die than surrender. Then there's nothing much to say. Kill it. As soon as Lin Zhe finished speaking, the battle that had just stopped broke out again. Faced with the siege of the 3 little ones, the hyena king was beaten without any resistance, and the few hundred points of health left were dropping rapidly. Soon, the hyena king fell. Da Hong's level also rose to bronze level 4, and his body also grew a lot bigger. The fiery red hair became softer and smoother, and seemed to emit the glow of fire under the sunlight. Lin Zhe also received the message prompt. Congratulations, your pet team killed the hyena king, and you gained experience plus 50. Congratulations, you're the first player to kill a bronze level king monster, and you get 20 achievement points. You get a bronze treasure chest. You gain experience plus 100. Chapter 20, opening the silver treasure chest. Another achievement point reward. Lin Zhe had already gained 10 achievement points when he contracted Xiaoqing, and this time he gained another 20 points by killing the hyena king. The value of achievement points must be very high. After all, I was the first to contract a bronze pet and the first to kill a king monster, so I got the achievement points. Unfortunately, until now, Lin Zhe still doesn't know what the achievement points are used for. He opened his backpack. The bronze treasure chest rewarded by the game was lying quietly inside. In addition to the achievement points and treasure chests, the game also rewarded me with an extra 100 experience points. My current experience has reached 330 points. I only need to get 70 more experience points to level up again. Lin Zhe felt like he was riding a rocket. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be able to reach bronze level 4 today. Improving 2 levels a day is definitely not a slow speed. At this stage, many players are still hovering around bronze level 1 and bronze level 2. Very few people make it to bronze 3, not to mention bronze level 4. Owner, the 3 little ones gathered around. Xiaoqing and Da Hong were upgraded at the end of the battle, and their status was almost full. However, the queen bee's health was reduced a little, because she was attacked by the hyena king. He took out the honey and fed some to the queen bee, but found that there was no effect at all. If Lin Zhe had not just drunk the honey and replenished the more than 200 health points he had lost, he would have suspected that the honey was expired. All I can say now is that the blood-restoring effect of honey is useless for pets. He had no choice but to put the queen bee into the pet space. Lin Zhe said to Da Hong, "You can climb trees, go pick the pears from the tree." As he said that, he took out a package of animal skins from his backpack. This is the tool Da Hong uses for moving. It comes in handy now. Good master. Da Hong obediently put the animal skin package on her back and ran off to pick pears. Lin Zhe came to the battlefield and dismembered the hyenas' bodies. Harvest over 1,400 units of hyena meat. Together with the previous harvest, the total is over 2,000 units. Putting aside other things, Lin Zhe made a fortune just from hyena meat. After dealing with the hyena's corpse, he took Xiaoqing to get the treasure chests in the valley, and soon all 3 treasure chests were in his pocket. 1 silver, 2 bronze. Lin Zhe took out the bronze treasure chest rewarded by the game. Open the 3 bronze treasure chests together. Suddenly, a series of information prompts appeared in Lin Zhe's field of vision. Congratulations, You have opened 3 bronze treasure chests. You get 20 bottles of mineral water, 10 loaves of bread, 5 packs of instant noodles, and a family bucket of fried chicken meal. You get a high-quality iron bow. You obtain a set of fine leather armor. You get a flashlight and 2 spare batteries. I can only say it's okay. Lindsay took out the iron bow and leather armor from the treasure chest. Item: high-quality iron bow. Attack: 50. Effect: when attacking a bronze monster, the damage is increased by 20%. Adds piercing and bleeding effects. Introduction: a good archer needs a good bow. Item: excellent leather armor. Defense: 25. Effect: damage resistance. Can resist up to 50 points of damage at a time. Introduction: don't be fooled by its ugly appearance. It may be able to save your life at a critical moment. It's not just okay, it's absolutely okay. Lindsay couldn't let go of the 2 pieces of equipment in his hand. One was of high quality, and the other was of excellent quality, both of which came with prefixes. He took off his clothes and put on the leather armor. Leather armor is a complete set, including a top and pants. He had just been hit by a wind blade from the Hyena King, and his shirt had been torn to pieces, so it was a good opportunity to use leather armor as a replacement. He didn't throw away the clothes and pants he had worn before. This is brought from Earth, just this one set, but it is more valuable than leather armor. He folded his clothes and pants and put them in his backpack so that he could take them out and look at them when he missed his life on Earth. The wooden bow in his hand was replaced by an iron bow. There were also 50 arrows for the iron bow. The arrow body was made of wood, and the arrowhead was made of iron, and it was very sharp. With an iron bow, the wooden bow and arrow is useless. Lindsay put it on the trading channel. Then he put the other items in the treasure chest into his backpack. He took a look at the flashlight and found it was just an ordinary flashlight, nothing special. This thing will also be useful if I go out hunting at night in the future. At this stage, he dare not go out at night. But it doesn't mean it won't work in the future. A flashlight can provide him with light at night. Lindsay turned his gaze to the last silver treasure chest. He took a deep breath, silently prayed for Laozi's blessing, and opened the treasure chest. After the treasure chest was opened, a golden light seemed to flash before Lindsay's eyes. Congratulations, you have opened a silver treasure chest. You get 9 bowls of high-quality food. You obtain the silver-level suit component, wind boots. You get a skill blueprint. 9 bowls, special delicacies including soft-fried steamed meat, steamed spare ribs, steamed beef with flour, steamed turtle, steamed chicken, steamed duck, steamed pork elbow, meat with sand, and salty braised pork. Effect: after consumption, the upper limit of health can be increased by 500 points. Item: wind boots. Level: silver. Speed: 60. Effect: divine speed. After activation, the speed increases by 30%, lasts for 30 seconds, and the cooldown period is 1 hour. Introduction: Gale Boots is one of the components of the silver-level suit, Gale Suit. Collecting the entire suit can unlock the suit attributes. Gale Suit components: armor, pants, boots, helmet. Skill blueprint, copy, occupation, pesumone. Skill effect: after using the skill, you can gain all attribute bonuses of any pet for 1 minute. Magic power consumption, 100 points. Skill experience, 0 out of 1,000. It's all good stuff. It's worthy of being a silver-level treasure chest. Lindsay was excited and learned the copying skill immediately. With this skill, he can truly fight alongside his pets. If he had this skill before, he would never have been chased by the Hyena King. And skills and experience. It means this skill can be upgraded. The 1-minute time limit is indeed a bit short. If this time can be extended by upgrading his skills, he'll be able to play a greater role on the battlefield. Then he took off his sneakers and put on his tornado boots. Gust boots can increase speed by 60 points. Combined with his own basic speed, the total speed directly exceeded 100, reaching an astonishing 110 points. His current attributes are attack 85, 35 plus 50, defense 60, 35 plus 25, speed 110, 50 plus 60, health 900, and magic 450. This attribute is simply amazing. Post it to the regional chat channel. It will definitely make all the players envious. Chapter 21: Mining, Refined Iron. Afterwards, Lindsay put the 9 bowls of dishes wrapped in the golden light balls into his backpack. Increasing the upper limit of health by 500 points is also a rare good thing. It's even better than royal jelly. No need to wait until night. We'll have a big meal at noon. Lindsay couldn't help drooling when thinking about the steamed beef with rice flour, steamed turtle, steamed chicken, steamed duck, steamed pork elbow. In other words, it was still early and he was not hungry yet. Otherwise, you have to show off no matter how high or low it is. At this time, Xiaoqing suddenly said, I can feel that the master's strength has improved a lot. Lindsay laughed loudly and said, Of course. Next time we encounter a monster like the Hyena King, I, your master, can defeat it alone. Master is awesome. Xiaoqing was also very happy. When Lindsay was slashed back by a wind blade from the Hyena King, it was very scared and worried that something might happen to Lindsay. Now that Lindsay's strength has greatly improved, it is naturally happy. Lindsay put away the 4 empty treasure chests and brought Xiaoqing to the tree. In a short while, dozens of pears were piled under the tree. Lindsay picked up one and started eating. The taste is crisp and the juice is sweet. They seem to taste better than apples. These pears can be stored and not sold to the public for the time being. Let's see what happens tomorrow. While I was thinking about it, Dahong climbed down from the tree carrying another bag of pears and piled the picked pears together. This pear tree is bigger than the apple tree across the pond. The number of fruits produced is also greater. There are at least 300 of them. Lindsay didn't want Dahong to get tired, so he also climbed up the pear tree with her and picked the nearest snow pears. Some of the high places are left to Dahong. Dahong is a squirrel. He has a light body and is not afraid of breaking the branches and falling down. It took nearly half an hour for the man and the squirrel to finally pick all the pears from the tree, and a total of 386 snow pears were harvested. Each snow pear is as big as a fist. Not only does it taste good, but it also looks very good, making people hungry at first sight. Lindsay put all the picked pears into his backpack. The pear tree did not move. After a while, he can come and pick them again. It's a pity there is no orchard. Otherwise, we could find a way to transplant this pear tree and the apple tree over there. Lindsay felt a little regretful. He turned to Dahong and Xiaoqing and said, You two go hunting near the valley and kill as many monsters as possible. Good master. Dahong and Xiaoqing nodded. Dahong asked, Won't the master join us? Lindsay said, I will stay here to mine iron ore. If anything happens, I will let the queen bee notify you. Remember not to run too far. Got it, master. Dahong and Xiaoqing left the valley one after another. After the 2 little ones left, Lindsay came to the depths of the valley. He had seen many black stones of different sizes piled up here before. According to the information, this is iron ore. He took out the pickaxe from his backpack, held it tightly with both hands, and then hit the iron ore hard. There was only a ding sound. A lot of sparks came out from the iron ore. Lindsay then knocked hard for dozens of times, and finally some of the iron ore was knocked down. The information prompt also appears at the same time. You successfully mined an iron ore. Compared to cutting down trees, mining is a more physically demanding job. The difficulty is also significantly higher. This is because I am using an excellent iron pickaxe, which can increase mining efficiency by 30%. If it was an ordinary iron pickaxe, it would be even more difficult. Next, Lindsay swung the pickaxe even harder. He planned to mine iron ore here all day. Just leave the hunting upgrade to Dahong and Xiaoqing. He needed a lot of iron ore to make iron nails. It would be best if the shelter could be upgraded to a high-end wooden house or even a top-level wooden house in one go. Soon, a rhythmic tinkling sound was heard in the valley. I don't know how much time passed before a new message popped up. You are extremely lucky and have successfully mined a piece of fine iron. Fine iron? Lindsay thought of the special effect of the iron pickaxe, which had a chance to mine high-quality minerals. Obviously, refined iron is a higher grade than iron ore. It is also more useful. It was noon. Lindsay mined more than 100 pieces of iron ores and 7 pieces of refined iron in total. According to the information provided by Yu Shuang, 1 iron ore can make 10 iron nails. The more than 100 pieces of iron ores mined by Lindsay can produce more than 1,000 iron nails, which is more than enough to upgrade the straw hut into a wooden house. Take a break first. Lindsay rubbed his sore arms. He found a flat area nearby and took out 9 bowls of food from his backpack. While eating, he opened his friend panel and contacted Yu Shuang. Lindsay, what are you doing? Yu Shuang, let's get to work, boss. I'm a foundry engineer, and my daily job is to make tools. Now that I have a tool bench, it's much easier to get work. By the way, boss, the barrels have been sent to you. There are 15 in total. Received. Lindsay, I have a job for you. Help me make nails. Yu Shuang, Boss, have you found an iron mine? Lindsay, how do you know? Yu Shuang chuckled. The boss asked me to make an iron pickaxe for mining last night, and now he's giving me iron ore to make iron nails. Apart from the fact that the boss found the iron ore, I can't think of any other reason. Lindsay, you are smart. Yu Shuang, I can help you make the nails, but can we change the agreed compensation? The processing fee agreed upon before was that for every 100 nails made, Lindsay would pay Yu Shuang 3 units of meat and a bottle of water. Lindsay, you want iron ore? Yu Shuang, yes, boss. You also know that the novice protection period will end tomorrow morning. I, a player with a life-oriented talent, simply do not have the strength to resist the monster invasion. If a monster attacks my shelter, I will most likely die. The only way is to upgrade the shelter. I should be able to survive if I reach the cabin level. There are very few iron ores on the trading channel, only a dozen or so in total, so I can only beg you, sir. Lindsay, what price do you want? Yu Shuang, I don't want much either. To make 100 nails, all you need is 1 piece of iron ore. The price is indeed not expensive. Lindsay thought to himself, I really can't let Yu Shuang die. Otherwise, when I need nails or other things next time, there will be no one to make them. In addition, Yu Shuang's character is also good. Not only did he give me a wooden bow, but he also made a dozen wooden barrels without asking me for processing fees. This kind of person is worth keeping in touch with for a long time. Lindsay sent a message. Okay, I'll send you the iron ore. Also, I'll give you the processing fee for the barrels. On the other side, I saw the message from Lindsay. Yu Shuang cheered excitedly and quickly replied, No, the processing fee of the wooden barrel will be considered as my gift to you, big boss. That being said, Lindsay finally sent 5 units of hyena meat along with more than 100 pieces of iron ore. He lacks everything now, except hyena meat. Yu Shuang. With so much iron ore, the boss must have made a fortune. Lindsay, it's okay. Yu Shuang. It's already noon, boss. Are you still mining? Lindsay, no, I'm eating. He casually took a photo of the 9 bowls. Yu Shuang replied after a long while. Boss, are you sure you didn't cheat? Lindsay, lucky, I opened a silver treasure chest. Yu Shuang, I envy you, big boss. My mouth is watering. Can you sell me an elbow? I'll pay a high price. Lindsay, I can't sell it. This increases the health limit. Yu Shuang. Chapter 22 Promotion to Bronze Level 4. Eat and drink enough. Lindsay put the 9 bowls of dishes, which had nearly 2/3 of the food left, into his backpack. This meal not only satisfied his appetite, but also increased his health limit by more than 150 points. Once all 9 bowls are eaten, the upper limit of blood volume can reach 500 points. Lindsay took a look at the personal information. After adding more than 150 points to the upper limit of his health finally broke through the 1,000 mark. This is a good day worth remembering. While he was mining and eating, information about the kills of Xiaoqing and Dahong appeared one after another. However, the animals they hunted were basically ordinary animals, and only 3 reached the monster level. In total, he gained less than 40 experience points. Even so, Lindsay was already very satisfied. After all, he was gaining experience by doing nothing. With another 30 or so experience points, I can reach Bronze 4, the same level as Xiaoqing and Dahong. In terms of level, he is caught up. In the future, as the number of pets continues to increase, his level will increase even faster, and he will be ahead of all other pets. After dinner, Lindsay started his tiring mining work again. He also released the queen bee from the pet space. After recuperating in the pet space, the queen bee's health has recovered and is now at full strength. At this moment, the chubby queen bee was lying on a large blue stone not far away, looking at Lindsay, who was sweating profusely with intimate and curious eyes. Seeing this, Lindsay rolled his eyes. If he had a pet that could walk upright, he wouldn't do such a thing himself. If I encounter a monkey or an orangutan in the future, especially gorillas, we can find a way to summon them as pets. Orangutans are strong and powerful, making them very suitable for mining. Lindsay worked hard while thinking. Time passes quickly. 2 or 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a surge of energy surged out from Lindsay's abdomen. Lindsay immediately felt that his body was being rapidly strengthened, but the duration was still very short, only a few seconds. Upgraded to Bronze Level 4, he added the 10 new attribute points to speed and health respectively, and then checked his personal information. Player, Linsha. Level, Bronze level 4. Profession, Pet Summoner, can have 3 pets. Skills, Pet Summoning, Pet Space, Copy. Attack, 95, 45 plus 50. Defense, 70, 45 plus 25. Speed, 125, 65 plus 60. UHP, 1108. Mach, 450. Experience, 1/500. Attribute points, 0. Talent, Super S level. It's incredible. A speed of 125. Even if that bronze level 5 Hyena King wasn't injured, its speed at its peak was only 110 points. If we fight again, it won't be able to touch a hair of mine. Lindsay was very happy. Compared to the weakling he was 2 days ago, he was now dozens of times stronger. At the same time, he felt that his strength had increased a lot. It used to take nearly 40 hits to knock down a piece of iron ore, but now it only takes about 30 hits. The time now is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. By evening, we should be able to mine more than 200 pieces of iron ore. Keep up the good work. Lindsay ate a very sweet pear and swung the pickaxe in his hand again. Information prompts also continue to appear. Most of the time, iron ore is mined. Occasionally, you get lucky and mine fine iron. Lindsay was busy until the sun was about to set before he finished his day's mining work. At this time, there were more than 400 pieces of iron ores and nearly 30 pieces of refined iron piled up on the side. This was the result of his hard work for an afternoon. He traded all the more than 400 pieces of iron ore to Yu Shuang. He still kept the fine iron for himself. A moment later, Yu Shuang also traded more than 1,000 forged iron nails. Yu Shuang, boss, there's a lot of iron ore this time, so I can only give it to you around 10 o'clock in the evening. Lindsay, sure, you can figure out the processing fee yourself. Yu Shuang, okay, thank you for the reward. After a while, Yu Shuang sent another message. Boss, are you ready to call it a day? Lindsay, it will be dark soon. We can go back now. Yu Shuang, I envy you players who have combat talents. I still don't dare to leave the safe zone. Lindsay, lifestyle players also have their own advantages in future, but they have not yet been truly developed. Yu Shuang, I hope it's just like what you said. By the way, do you have any information about the end of the novice protection period? Lindsay, no, we'll know tomorrow. Yu Shuang, okay. In the chat, with Yu Shuang. Lindsay opened his backpack and took a look. The total number of refined iron he currently owned was 35 pieces. I don't know what the function of refined iron is. Is it to create advanced equipment? Yu Shuang's tool bench is currently of a low level. Let's ask her to upgrade the level of the tool bench and see if we can find a use for the refined iron. Let's go. Lindsay waved to the queen bee. Go find Xiaoqing and Dahong. Good master. The queen bee flapped her short wings quickly and flew in front of Lindsay, dragging her chubby body. Xiaoqing and Dahong's hunting area is near the valley. After a while, Lindsay found the 2 little guys. And under the leadership of the 2 little guys, they collected the corpses of animals and monsters scattered in the surrounding jungle. These are Xiaoqing and Dahong's spoils. Most of them are ordinary animals. Although the experience gained was not much, the amount of meat decomposed was quite a lot. More than 1,300 units. Lindsay calculated his current food reserves. The total amount of meat of different types is nearly 5,000 units, almost all of which is today's harvest. Today is a great harvest. All the plans we made when we went out have been successfully completed. The next step is to go to the pond, fill the buckets, and then return to the shelter. Lindsay looked at Dahong and Xiaoqing and asked, did you find anything unusual when you were hunting around? Dahong and Xiaoqing looked at each other. The latter said to Lindsay, it's strange that there seem to be very few monsters in the jungle around here. I only encountered a few in an afternoon. Hearing this, Lindsay suddenly had an intuition. There's the big stuff hidden somewhere around here. Because what disappeared was not just the monster, but also dozens of hyenas under the Hyena King. When we came here yesterday, the size of the hyena pack was over 100. Today there are only about 50 left. And the Hyena King was seriously injured. Let's go, we'll talk later. Lindsay led the 3 little ones and ran towards the pond. After filling all 15 barrels with water, he quickly returned to the shelter with the 3 little ones. At this moment, the sky has completely darkened. Lindsay took out a pile of dry firewood and asked Dahong to light it with a fireball. Soon, the dim hut became bright. Lindsay took out a large amount of wood and nails from his backpack, opened the message prompt, and started upgrading the shelter. Chapter 23, Upgrading the Wooden House. A golden light enveloped the entire shelter. In the darkness, the golden light looked particularly bright. If it weren't for the novice protection period, monsters would definitely be attracted here, visible to the naked eye. The walls of the thatched hut faded into thick wooden boards. Then the roof, the straw bed, and even the mud ground beneath one's feet became wooden structures. The fire in the house was wrapped with dry soil, turning it into a simple stove. You only need to put an iron pot on it to cook rice and vegetables. In addition, the area of the shelter was expanded again. It is about 50 square meters. Looking at the shelter that had undergone a major transformation, Lindsay was also very happy. The only drawback is that the area has been expanded and the room seems more spacious. My current furniture is just a bed, a simple barbecue grill, a portable water purifier, and a mud stove given by the game. We have to find some furniture. A cooking stove is a must. A mud stove is obviously inconvenient. We also need a table and chairs, and the pots, pans, and bowls. There are many things that need to be purchased to build a small home from scratch. The weather is still relatively cool now. If the temperature drops, you will need to prepare all kinds of warm things. Just at this moment, a series of information prompts appear. Congratulations, your shelter has been successfully upgraded to a wooden house. You are the first player to upgrade the cabin, and you get plus 10 achievement points. You get a bronze treasure chest. You gain experience plus 50. It's just as I thought. The first cabin to be upgraded also has achievement points as reward. Lindsay was not surprised that he was the first player to complete the upgrade of the wooden house. He took out the bronze treasure chest rewarded by the game from his backpack. Congratulations, you have opened a bronze treasure chest. You get 100 units of wood and 20 iron nails. You get an oversized lighter. Looking at the information prompt in front of him, Lindsay let out a light exclamation. Although the items aren't very good, this is the first time I've found resources that can upgrade the shelter. Does that mean that after the shelter reaches the cabin level, the treasure chest will also unlock materials to upgrade the shelter level? In this case, it will also be much easier for players to upgrade their shelters in the future. For example, nails don't have to be made on a tool bench. There's a chance you can get them from a treasure chest. Lindsay took out the oversized lighter from the treasure chest. It was as thick as an arm and more than 30 centimeters long. It was indeed oversized. It's a pity that it's of no use to me. Before he became famous, he really needed this kind of thing. Now that he has Dahong, he can use a fireball to make fire. Isn't it better than a lighter? He directly put this oversized lighter on the trading channel. Note, trading drawings or items that increase attributes. In terms of value, lighters are definitely not as good as blueprints and things that increase attributes. But what if a player urgently needs them? Lindsay then opened the shelter's information to check. Wooden house. Level, low level. Upgrade requirements. 3,000 units of wood, 1,000 iron nails, 10 pieces of refined iron. Defense value 1,000. Shelter building. Fish pond. Information. A very ordinary shelter with certain defensive capabilities. The information has been updated a lot. Added defense value and shelter building column. I just don't know what kind of attack this 1,000 defense points can withstand. I can test it later when I have the chance. Lindsay took another look at the upgrade requirements of the wooden house. I didn't know what the refined iron was used for before, but I didn't expect it to be waiting for me here. I have enough wood in stock. There are just over 1,000 iron nails left. You can continue to upgrade the level of the cabin. Then, Lindsay consumed 3,000 pieces of wood, 1,000 nails, and 10 pieces of fine iron to upgrade the wooden house to the intermediate level. Intermediate wooden house. The area did not continue to expand. There was no change in the interior decoration, except that there was an extra set of bedding on the wooden bed. The appearance of bedding still made Lindsay very happy. I haven't slept with a blanket these past 2 days, and I always feel like something is missing. In addition, the material of the wooden house has become thicker and stronger. It can be clearly seen that the beams have become much thicker. Looking at the wooden house's defense value again, it has indeed been improved. It grew from 1,000 to 3,000. The next level, the advanced wooden house, requires 5,000 units of wood, 3,000 iron nails, and 50 pieces of refined iron. The supplies I have are far from enough. We can only talk about it later. Lindsay looked around the room, a look of satisfaction on his face. Compared to the thatched hut we lived in before, the wooden house is so much better. Just talking about the sense of security, it is incomparable to that of a straw hut. Master, is this our new home? The three little ones stood in a row, looking up at Lindsay. Lindsay smiled and said, This is our current home. In the future, our home will become bigger, more luxurious, and safer. The three little ones cheered immediately. The queen bee said, Master, where shall I sleep at night? Lindsay thought for a moment and said, I'll have someone build you a beehive and put the beehive inside. You can hatch the bees there when the time comes. He planned to place the beehive outside the cabin. With the queen bee and her little bees around, he would be the first to know if a monster attacked. Do it when you think of it. Lindsay sent a message to Yu Shuang. Professional matters should naturally be left to professionals. Yu Shuang also responded quickly, saying that building a beehive was very simple and could be done in a dozen minutes at most. Yu Shuang did not mention the processing fee, but Lindsay still traded some wood and several units of meat. Although it was a small job, he couldn't ask others to help him for free. Otherwise, if it happened too many times, the relationship would become unclear. At this time, Lindsay saw that someone sent him a message. When he opened it, he saw that it was the player with whom he traded the power grid blueprint today, asking Lindsay if he had any water left. Lindsay, how much do you want? Grid player, 10 liters is enough. Lindsay, would you like some more? Grid players, can't afford it. All right. Lindsay took out 5 wooden barrels from his backpack. Each barrel was filled with water, with a capacity of 100 liters. He also took a large amount of bamboo that he had saved before. He cut the bamboos with an iron sword and made them into bamboo tubes. Then he took out 3 bottles full of water and traded them to the power grid player, harvesting a total of 100 units of wood. Grid player, boss, if you have any good stuff, please let me know. Lindsay, there must be some good stuff. Do you want some iron nails? Power grid player, a big boss is a big boss. He made the iron nails so quickly. If you want to make iron nails, you need a tool bench. I heard that only a female player named Yu Shuang has this thing. Boss, how many nails do you have? Lindsay, it's enough for you to upgrade your straw hut to a wooden house. If you want, you can trade it with a blueprint. Grid player, it only takes 300 nails to upgrade the cabin, which is far less valuable than a blueprint. Lindsay, let's get the blueprints first, and then we can talk. Grid player, okay, I'll give it a try. In the chat with the power grid players, Lindsay continued to make bamboo tubes and finally filled all the water in the 5 wooden barrels into the bamboo tubes and put them on the trading channel in batches. Soon, the amount of wood in Lindsay's backpack began to grow rapidly. Chapter 24 Special Tables and Chairs. Lindsay did not continue to pay attention to the sale of sewage. By now, Yu Shuang had already sent over the finished beehive, which was nearly 1 meter in diameter and could completely accommodate the beehive. He took the beehive out of his backpack, cut it in half with an iron sword, and put it in the beehive. The remaining half is his food. It is a top-grade ingredient. Although it has no special effects, it tastes excellent. Lindsay moved the beehive outside the cabin and said to the queen bee who followed him, This will be your little home from now on. The size of the beehive is sufficient for now. I'll change it for you when you're bigger. Okay, thank you, master. The queen bee happily crawled into the beehive and began her work of raising bees. Lindsay came to the fish pond with a flashlight and found a suitable open space to build a vegetable garden. If you get a chance, check the trading channel to see if there are any vegetable seeds. If you have any, you can buy them and plant them there. Lindsay took another look at the dark jungle around him, and after some thought, he decided not to build a power grid. He planned to wait until there was electricity. If we build an electric grid now, and it is destroyed by monsters or animals, we will suffer a huge loss. He checked the growth of the crucian carp school again. In just one day, the crucian carps increased several times in size and are estimated to weigh about 1 kilogram. A crucian carp of this size is not small. It belongs to the category of crucian carp, but the game prompts that the crucian carp are not yet adults and cannot be caught. Lindsay could only suppress the urge to eat the fish and turn back to the cabin. He took 10 liters of sewage and poured it into the water purifier. Soon he got an equal amount of clean drinking water. He put part of it into a bamboo tube and placed it on the stove, then took out a pear, cut it into small pieces, and put them into the bamboo tube. Soon, his dinner included a serving of pear soup. I was originally planning to have beef stew with mushrooms tonight, and I also have a family bucket of fried chicken. It seems that I can only wait until tomorrow to eat. Finish the 9 bowls first to increase your health. As he spoke, Lindsay took out 9 bowls of special dishes from his backpack. As usual, he opened the regional chat channel and posted a photo of his dinner. As he expected, the chat channel exploded instantly. Oh my god, the legendary Changshi 9 bowls? Steamed spare ribs, steamed beef with rice flour, steamed turtle, steamed chicken, steamed duck, steamed pork elbow. Is this still a survival world? I have never eaten like this on Earth. I seriously doubt whether Mr. Lindsay has a dual travel system that can travel back to Earth. Just looking at the photos makes me drool. At Linjuadalak, do you want to sell the vegetables in the photo? I will buy them at a high price, even if it's just a chicken drumstick. The turtle skin is obviously wild. It's really good. At Linza, I'll pay you 10 million. Just give me any dish. Is the person upstairs joking? Do you have 10 million now? Even if you do, that thing is useless now. You can't even buy a bowl of soup. Brothers, I'm going to eat first. The guy upstairs, what vegetables did you buy from Lindsay? No, but it's the same if you eat it by looking at the photo. That makes sense. I also feel my appetite has increased. While Lindsay was eating 9 large bowls of rice and drinking pear soup, he was browsing the regional chat channel with great interest. It's also fun to watch the players chatting in a lively atmosphere. However, when he saw the number in the upper right corner of the channel, his mood darkened. Because in less than 3 days, more than 10,000 players had died. Now, there are only more than 85,000 left. The number of players who died on the first day is still acceptable. In the past 2 days, as players have been leaving the safe zone one after another, the number of player deaths has also skyrocketed. I really don't know how many players will die after the novice protection period ends. Some players mentioned before that there might be regional competitions or even national competitions in the future. If too many players die in the area where I am, I'm afraid it will directly affect the results of the competition. Lindsay shook his head. All he could do was pray that fewer players in the area would die. He opened the friends panel. I saw that the number of people who added him as their friend was 99 plus. He searched for keywords related to the drawings and soon found his target. Agree to the other party's friend request. Lindsay, you want to exchange the blueprint for that oversized lighter? Opposite player. Yes, I have a blueprint of a table and chair. It depends on whether you need it. Illustrated. Click to view item information. To be honest, Lindsay was still a little disappointed. If he wanted tables and chairs, he could ask you Shuang to make them. The primary tool bench also had this function, so there was no need to exchange table and chair drawings. However, when he clicked on the picture book and saw the information in it, the slight disappointment in his heart disappeared immediately. Table and chair drawings. Information. After using it, you will get a complete set of tables and chairs, including a table and 4 chairs. Special effect. Increase the taste comfort of food by 20%. This thing is pretty good. In the future, even without seasoning, the food won't be so inedible. Delicacies like the 9 bowls will taste even better. Lindsay did not hesitate. Remove the oversized lighter from the trading channel and complete the transaction with the other player. After getting the drawings, Lindsay immediately chose to use it. Soon, there was a set of wooden tables and chairs in his wooden house. They looked like they were made of mahogany, with a painted surface and a very delicate shape. Now, we have tables, chairs, and benches. I'll try to get more tools later. Lindsay brought the 9 large bowls and the snow pear soup to the table, picked up a piece of pork ribs, and put it in his mouth. It tasted even better. Lindsay felt very comfortable after this dinner. The health limit also increased by nearly 200 points. Nearly 1/3 of the 9 bowls of dishes were left, and he planned to wait until tomorrow morning to eat them. The main thing is that the 9 large bowls are quite filling, and if you just want to fill your stomach, you can have it for 2 or 3 days. Lindsay ate so much in order to increase his health limit. After dinner, Lindsay lay down on the bed. The wooden bed is very flat, unlike the straw bed which sometimes scratches your buttocks or your neck. The most important thing is that when the wooden house is upgraded to the intermediate level, the game also provides a set of thin bedding, so you don't have to worry about catching a cold at night. Dahong ran to the bed immediately and lay down beside Lin Zay happily. The furry tail swings back and forth. Xiaoqing also slowly climbed up and placed its huge snake head on Lin Zay's belly. Lin Zay patted its head and said with a smile, "You guys are getting bigger and bigger. If you level up a few more times, you'll have to sleep on the floor." Xiaoqing's snake body is now nearly 5 meters long. It looks like a giant python. When it grows a little bigger, it won't be able to get on the bed, otherwise it will definitely collapse his wooden bed. Xiaoqing nodded aggressively. It also knows that it is its own problem. Time soon came to after 10 o'clock in the evening, and Yu Shuang traded the forged nails as promised. Chapter 25, Frightened Players. Friends chat panel. Yu Shuang sent a message. "Boss, there are a total of 4,260 nails, and my share has been removed. Lindsay, got it, thank you. Yu Shuang Shuang, you are too polite, sir. If I hadn't cooperated with you, I wouldn't have enough nails to upgrade the wooden house. The processing fees she earned from Lindsay were enough to upgrade the straw hut into a wooden house. She was very grateful to Lindsay, because it could potentially save her life. Yu Shuang Shuang, boss, your wooden house should be at the intermediate level, right? Lindsay, you know this too? Yu Shuang Shuang, in addition to wooden nails, upgrading an intermediate wooden house also requires refined iron. I guess this thing should also come from iron, or... Boss, you mine so much iron, or today, you must have also harvested refined iron. Upgrading a mid-level cabin shouldn't be a problem. Looking at the message sent by Yu Shuang Shuang, Lindsay couldn't help but think to himself that this woman was indeed smart. Lindsay, after you gather enough wood and nails to upgrade the intermediate wooden house, I can sell you some refined iron first, but you have to exchange it with something, such as blueprints. Yu Shuang Shuang was immediately excited. What type of drawings do you need, boss? Lindsay, any blueprint is fine. It would be best if it's a skill blueprint for a pet summoner. Yu Shuang Shuang, boss, are you a pet summoner? Lindsay, not bad. Yu Shuang Shuang, I envy you for having a pet to keep me company. I'm scared to death living alone in the shelter. It would be great if I could be a pet summoner too. Lindsay, this situation should only be temporary. I believe that one day players will have the opportunity to meet offline or even move their shelters together. What you should consider now is not whether you are afraid or not, but how to survive until that time and improve your abilities. Yu Shuang Shuang, understood. Boss, can I see your pet? Hearing this, Lindsay casually took a photo of Xiaoqing and sent it over. Looking at the photos sent by Lindsay, Yu Shuang Shuang felt her scalp tingling instantly. She didn't expect that Lindsay's pet was actually a snake, and such a big one at that. The most important thing is, the big green snake was still sleeping on Lindsay's bed. She was so scared that goosebumps appeared all over her body. Yu Shuang Shuang, boss, you can't scare me like this. Cry. Lindsay, it's up to you to see it. Yu Shuang Shuang, such a big snake is sleeping on the bed. Aren't you afraid, sir? Lindsay, you'll get used to it. I've been training Xiaoqing since he was at bronze level. I watched him grow up, so I'm not afraid of him. Yu Shuang Shuang, okay, as long as the boss is happy. Afterwards, the two chatted casually while Lindsay browsed the trading channel. Blueprints, items that increase attributes, vegetable seeds, etc. These are what Lindsay needs now. Unfortunately, after browsing around for a long time and searching with keywords, he still didn't find what he wanted. Players at this stage are still too poor. Late at night, Lindsay was not sleepy at all, and Yu Shuang Shuang couldn't sleep either. She sent a message from time to time, asking if Lindsay was asleep. Of course, they're not thinking about love. But tomorrow morning, the novice protection period will end, and there will no longer be such a thing as a safe zone. The novice protection period is relatively friendly to players. Basically, as long as you don't leave the safe zone, the probability of danger is very low. Those players who died in the safe zone can only be said to be unlucky because they touched the monster's cake. In the safe zone, players generally will not be actively attacked by monsters. It's just like when Lindsay met Xiaoqing. As long as he didn't get close to the bronze treasure chest, Xiaoqing would not attack him. We'll let him do whatever he wants on the outskirts of the bamboo forest. With the disappearance of the safe zone, this situation will no longer occur. Monsters will begin to actively attack players and even attack their shelters. This is definitely a very dangerous thing for players. In addition, the novice protection period has ended, and who knows what unexpected things may happen in this survival game. Therefore, it is not just Lindsay and Yu Shuang Shuang. Many players can't sleep now. Even late at night, the regional chat channel is bustling with activity. There are a large number of players sending messages in the channel. The topics they talked about were all related to the end of the novice protection period, and they were all worried about tomorrow. I have a hunch that something big will happen tomorrow. You're talking nonsense. The disappearance of the safe zone. Isn't this a big deal? Brothers, do any of you know what the natural disaster mentioned in the game is? According to common sense, natural disasters are nothing more than earthquakes, floods, abnormal weather, etc. But we are in the world of survival, and it is difficult to limit it to the understanding of the earth. I just hope the game can be a little easier. I don't want to die. I don't want to die either. Yesterday, I added a friend, and when we were chatting happily, that person suddenly died. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep well all night. How to check if a friend is dead or not? Look at the avatar. If it is gray, it means the person is dead and chat messages cannot be sent. After seeing this message, Lindsay reflexively opened the friend panel to check his few friends. The friends' avatars are all bright, which means these friends are still alive. I browsed the chat channel for a while. Suddenly, a piece of information attracted Lindsay's attention. Brothers, cheer up. As long as we unite as one, we will be able to overcome the crisis. The person above, you are so good at making nice words. We are scattered all over the jungle and can't even see each other. How can we unite? Unity in spirit? It's not that I can't see her. I met a player yesterday, and she was a girl. We killed monsters together. Is this true or false? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, just look. Photo. Click to view high-definition picture. Damn, we can actually meet. It seems that the location of our shelter is random, and if you're lucky, you can randomly find one nearby. Randomly being nearby is not necessarily a good thing. In the survival world, there are no rules and evil-minded people can do anything. It is true. If you encounter other players, you must be careful and take precautions. This is not to judge others by one's own standards. It's simply because your life is at stake. These words were recognized by many players. It's called a survival game, but people can really die. I was telling you Shuang before that players would meet offline one day, but I didn't expect it to become a reality so soon. Lindsay was a little doubtful whether his mouth had been blessed. At this time, Yu Shuang suddenly sent a message. Boss, what do you think it would be like if we could meet in the future? Apparently, she was also checking the chat channel. Lindsay, meet me. Are you not afraid of my Xiaoqing? Yu Shuang cry. Boss, why are you bringing up such a topic? I shiver all over when I think of your Xiaoqing. I always feel like there is something outside the cabin. Lindsay laughed happily. He reached out and patted Xiaoqing's big head lying on his belly and said, You are being disliked. Hearing this, Xiaoqing was suddenly confused. Lindsay laughed again. After saying goodnight to Yu Shuang, I went to sleep. At this time, in the beehive outside the wooden house, the queen bee was happily hatching little bees. Suddenly, a faint golden light appeared. Suddenly, a small bee mutated and evolved into a monster-level worker bee, and its body expanded to the size of a fist. Chapter 26 Polar Night Survival Mode. Early the next morning, Lindsay woke up from the warm quilt. He opened his eyes, and the scene before him flickered. It was the flickering firelight. Looking at the mud stove, there were still 2 or 3 pieces of dry firewood burning, but the brightness was obviously not enough to illuminate the entire wooden house. He turned and looked out the window again. The world outside was still pitch black. Did I wake up too early? He glanced at Dahong and Xiaoqing. The former was still sleeping soundly beside his pillow, while the latter was curled up at the end of the bed, its huge green snake body looking extremely creepy. Lindsay was a little strange. He has always had a good sleep and rarely wakes up suddenly in the middle of the night. He basically sleeps through the night. Maybe I slept too late last night. Lindsay fell back onto the bed and prepared to continue sleeping. While he was half asleep, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations to all the players who are still alive. You have successfully passed the novice survival stage. All players are rewarded with 20 attribute points. Next, the jungle world will enter the Polar Night survival mode, which will last for 7 days. In the Polar Night survival mode, the number of monsters in the jungle world increases tenfold, and there's a chance that monsters will attack the shelter. The game has added a new item called Blood Candle. Lighting a blood candle can help you avoid being attacked by monsters to a certain extent. Players can obtain the item Blood Candle by killing monsters, opening treasure chests, collecting resources, etc. Added regional merit rankings. The top 100 players in terms of merit value will receive rewards of varying degrees. Click here to view the rankings for specific rewards. Listen to the voice in your head. Lindsay, who was lying on the bed, immediately turned over and sat up, and he became awake instantly. He turned his head and looked out the window again. It was still as dark as ink, but he knew that it was not that there was no dawn, but that the game had already entered the Polar Night survival mode. He opened the regional chat channel. Sure enough, the chat channel completely exploded. It is full of dense chat messages from players, and the topic that all players are talking about is the Polar Night survival that has already arrived. Is this the natural disaster mentioned in the game? 7 days of Polar Night. Nothing can be seen. You have to bring a torch when going out hunting. The torch is not important. The key is to bring the blood candle. Otherwise, you will be attacked by the monsters. Please, if anyone has a lighter, please sell it to me. I don't have a lighter either. It's rare to begin with. Now that the Polar Night mode is out, I'm afraid no one will buy it. I just checked the trading channel and found that all the trading information for lighters and flints has been removed. Shit, I was just trying to kill one in 1 second. If I had known there was a midnight mode, I would have bought a lighter at high price. If I don't carry a fire source with me, once the blood candle goes out, it's game over. Brothers, I heard the sound of monsters near my shelter. I might die. There are monsters around my shelter, and there are scary roars like wolves howling. Don't waste your time. Hurry up and take action. Even if there are monsters nearby, you must fight. Those with life talents can collect resources and make tools. Those with combat talents can go out hunting. Make the blood candle explode as quickly as possible. You are right. We must act now. The longer we delay, the more monsters will appear near us. When they start attacking the shelter, we will be completely doomed. Lindsay silently looked at the information on the chat channel. When the Polar Night survival mode came out, there was almost a chorus of complaints. He could clearly feel the fear in the players' hearts at that moment. To be honest, he himself was a little weak. It's pitch dark outside, and who knows what's hiding in the darkness. Luckily, I have 3 little ones with me. Also, the flashlight I got from the treasure chest earlier can come in handy. With the flashlight, I won't be completely blind. At this time, he saw 2 avatars flashing in the friend panel. One is a grid player. Boss, I have good news. I have already found out the blueprint you told me about yesterday. Lindsay became interested. Tell me about it. Grid player, one of my allies has a blueprint, and it's what you need most right now. Lindsay, send me an illustrated guide to have a look. The power grid player did not hesitate and immediately sent an illustration. When Lindsay opened it, he was immediately overjoyed. It turned out to be a blueprint of a generator. Isn't this kind of blueprint what he needs most now? Drawing. Hand-cranked generator. Information. After using the blueprint, you will get a hand-cranked generator. It's a pity that it's a hand-cranked one. If you want to generate electricity, you have to do it yourself. Lindsay felt a little regretful. But on second thought, hand-crank power generation is always better than solar power generation. Where can I find the sun in this Polar Night mode? I'll use it for now. If I get tired of shaking, I can change to a big red top. Looking at the squirrel sleeping soundly beside his pillow, Lindsay was happy to assign a task. Lindsay then contacted the power grid player. You said this blueprint belongs to your ally? Power grid player? Yes, boss. I joined a player alliance last night called the Elite Court. I saw this blueprint in a group. To be honest, I regretted selling the power grid blueprint to you at that time. Lindsay, if you regret it, you can take the power grid drawings back. I haven't built it yet. Power grid player. No, I just said that. I've already finished the royal jelly that the boss gave me. Besides, I talked to my ally, and he wants to use this blueprint to trade 2,000 nails with the boss. Lindsay, it's too expensive. Grid player, what's the highest the boss can give? I'll talk to him. Lindsay, 600 nails. Grid player, oh my god. Boss, this is not the way to bargain. I am embarrassed to tell him this price, and he will definitely not agree even if I did. To be honest, the bottom price he gave me is 1,500 nails, which is the lowest. Lindsay, 600 nails, 300 of them are yours. Grid player, this. Boss, is this bad? Lindsay, you decide for yourself. Grid player, okay, I'll give it a try. Lindsay then opened another flashing avatar. Yu Shuang Shuang. Boss, did you see the game broadcast? A natural disaster is coming. Also, when I was making tools for someone just now, 2 blood candles popped out. I'll trade one to you. You'll need it when you go out hunting. Lindsay, thanks, I'll give you 2 later. Yu Shuang Shuang. You're welcome, sir. Please help me get some more iron ore. I plan to stay in the shelter for the next 7 days without leaving. I will rely on the iron or you give me to upgrade the cabin. Lindsay, no hurry. Let me first learn more about the Polar Night mode before talking about going mining. Yu Shuang Shuang. Okay, boss. Chapter 27. The Queen Bee's Little Bees. We must go to the iron mine. Next, you will need refined iron to upgrade the advanced wooden houses and the top-level wooden houses, so naturally you have to continue working as a miner. If you have a lot of refined iron, you could trade it with other players. However, this matter cannot be done rashly. Lindsay would not be rash and lose his life. After finishing his chat with Yu Shuang Shuang, he opened the regional merit ranking and found that many players' names had appeared on it. The player ranked first had a double-digit merit value. Lindsay even saw Yu Shuang Shuang's name, and she was ranked second with a merit value of 37. These people are really quick, but I think they are all lifestyle players. In addition to killing monsters, players with life talent can also obtain merit points through tool crafting, resource collection, etc. In addition, there is a treasure chest icon behind each player ranking. After clicking, you can see the rewards for the corresponding ranking. The player with the highest merit value will be rewarded with a diamond-level treasure chest and a random skill blueprint for this profession. The second-place winner will receive 2 gold treasure chests and a skill blueprint for this profession. The third-place winner will receive a gold treasure chest and a skill blueprint for this profession. There will be no skill blueprint rewards for the following rankings, only treasure chests. Rankings from 50th to 100th will all receive a bronze treasure chest. This reward is indeed generous. Especially the top 3. Lindsay thought to himself, for this job skill blueprint alone, we have to grab the top 3 spots. Whether we can get them is another matter, but we have to set the goal first. If we work hard towards this goal, even if we don't succeed in the end, the results won't be too bad. After all, I am a super S-level talent. Lindsay still has confidence in himself. In such a short period of time, there were many changes in the top 10 rankings, and Yu Shuang even jumped to the first place. I guess this little girl is busy making tools right now. Yu Shuang, who owns a tool bench, can easily obtain both merits and blood candles as long as she has enough materials. Lindsay had a hunch. After the event, Yu Shuang's ranking will definitely not be low, and it is possible that she will be in the top 10. Then Lindsay opened a regional chat channel. Learn more about Midnight Survival Mode through player chat. Until half an hour passed, Lindsay closed the chat channel contentedly. Blood candles also have levels. The higher the level of the blood candle, the longer it burns, and the higher the level of the monster it can affect. Even if a low-level blood candle is lit, it cannot stop attacks from high-level monsters. In addition, Lindsay also obtained a lot of things related to blood candles and merit points. Without any further delay, Lindsay quickly got up and washed. He then ate the remaining 9 bowls of dishes as breakfast. At this point, his increased health limit finally reached 500 points, and his total health reached 1,450 points. Compared with the current players, he can definitely be called a blood cow. In addition, he did not forget to add the 20 attribute points given by the game to his speed and health respectively. This is a reward for all living players. If nothing unexpected happens. At the end of this Polar Night survival, the surviving players should also receive the game's unified rewards, and these rewards will be separate from the merit rankings. After adding 10 points to each attribute, my health has reached 1,550 points, and my speed has reached 135 points. My current speed is comparable to Xiaoqing's, just a little lower than Big Red. As for the chubby queen bee, she couldn't catch up with him. Lindsay's face was full of smiles. He was very satisfied with having such high attributes. At this moment, Xiaoqing and Dahong had also woken up. He fed them food and said to them, "After we finish eating, we will go out hunting. For the next 7 days, we will always have dark nights like this one. Although the vision is blocked, and there is no way to avoid being attacked by monsters, there's also good news." Xiaoqing raised his head and asked, "Master, what's the good news?" Lindsay smiled and said, "The good news is that the number of monsters has increased tenfold. As long as we can stand firm, our level will soar quickly. It is not a problem to upgrade to the silver level in a short period of time." In his spare time, he talked to Xiaoqing about the level issue and learned that above bronze is silver, then gold, diamond. Hearing Lindsay's bold words, the two little ones also cheered. They are also monsters with aspirations and don't want to be a bronze-level rookie forever. They also dream of becoming golden monsters one day. If Lindsay knew what the two kids were thinking, he would definitely scold them for being useless. What is a golden monster? If you want to do it, you have to be a big boss who surpasses diamond-level monsters. The door opened. A cool breeze blew over me. There was a stove burning in the room, so I couldn't feel the temperature change. When I came outside, I found that the temperature in the polar night mode had also dropped a lot. The sky was like an endless black curtain. There was no light at all, and it was terribly dark. Just at this moment, there was a buzzing sound. Immediately afterwards, the chubby queen bee flew towards Lindsay happily, followed by hundreds of bees. There are exactly 400 of them. Most of them were ordinary bees, the size of a fingernail. But what surprised Lindsay was that there were 3 fist-sized worker bees in the swarm. Monster, worker bee, level, bronze level 1. Attack, 20, defense 10, speed, 20, HP, 300. Special ability, continuous stab, can cause damage to the enemy 9 times within 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Growth potential, 1 star. Experience, 0 out of 200. What's going on? Lindsay looked at the attributes of the 3 worker bees. Only basic attributes, not my talent bonus. Does that mean that only my genuine pet can achieve attribute enhancement? Later, Lindsay discovered that he was unable to establish an elven consciousness connection with the 3 worker bees as he had with the 3 little ones, and was unable to communicate. What a pity. As a result, the value of cultivating the bee colony is greatly reduced. Lindsay felt a little regretful, but he soon regained his composure. This result is actually normal. He said to the queen bee, who flew over happily, "We're going to go out hunting next, and your little bees will stay at home. Tell them that if there are any monsters attacking, come and report immediately." The queen bee nodded. Convey Lindsay's orders to the bee colony. The next moment, a group of small bees flew in all directions, like miniature monitors scattered around the shelter. The 3 worker bees then formed 3 teams with the remaining little bees and patrolled around the shelter. The first batch of little bees are monitors, and the 3 teams of worker bees are the security team. One for surveillance, the other for security. The division of labor is clear. Chapter 28, An Unexpected Surprise. Arrange the queen bee's little bees. Lindsay came to the fish pond to check on the crucian carp. After 36 hours of growth, the crucian carps have reached a state where they can be caught. Each one weighs 2 or 3 pounds. It is a real kilogram crucian carp. At this time, Lindsay suddenly saw a piece of information appear on the heads of some crucian carps. Reproducing. Remaining time, 11 hours, 24 minutes, and 35 seconds. Lindsay felt a sense of surprise. He didn't expect that the crucian carp he raised could actually lay eggs. Before raising crucian carp fry, he had never thought about this problem. He just thought that he could change the taste and make crucian carp soup after the crucian carps grew up. This is great news. Being able to lay eggs means there will be a steady supply of crucian carp to eat in the future. Those crucian carps without any information on their heads are probably male crucian carps, so they can be eaten first. With the help of the game's shortcut function, Lindsay caught all the male crucian carp. There are probably more than 70 of them. He put them all into his backpack. There were still about 20 female crucian carps left, so they continued to stay in the fish pond waiting for the spawning to finish. I heard that crucian carp can lay tens of thousands of eggs at a time. Some years with sufficient eggs can even produce more than 100,000 eggs. Not to mention 100,000. If any of these remaining crucian carps can produce 10,000 eggs for me, I will make a fortune. Lindsay had a bright smile on his face. Turning to the queen bee, he warned, "Tell your little bees that this fish pond must be well protected and no mistakes can be made." Understood, master. The queen bee nodded and conveyed Lindsay's words to the bee colony. Then Lindsay took the 3 little ones out of the shelter and into the forest area. In polar night mode, everything around you is pitch black. It can be said that it is pitch dark. The only source of light was the flashlight in Lindsay's hand. The brightness and lighting range of the flashlight are good enough to ensure that Lindsay and the 3 little ones can walk smoothly in the forest. About a few minutes later, Dahong suddenly said to Lindsay, "Master, I heard the sound of monsters. They are running towards us quickly. There should be 7 or 8 of them." Dahong has very keen hearing. If it says there are monsters, then there must be. Lindsay immediately took out a piece of dry wood from his backpack, stuck it vertically into the ground, and said to Dahong, "Light this wood." Big Red rubs his little paws together. A fireball nearly twice the size of a fist appeared out of nowhere. When the fireball came into contact with the dry firewood immediately caught fire. As the dry firewood burned fiercely, the darkness around was immediately dispelled a lot. The visibility reached 20 to 30 meters. Lindsay put the flashlight back into his backpack and took out the high-quality iron bow from it. He held the bow in one hand and put the arrow on the bowstring with the other hand. Prepare for battle. Shortly after Lindsay finished speaking, a group of gray wolves as big as calves emerged from the woods, each with bared teeth and fierce eyes. The gray wolf in the lead is the largest, nearly 2 meters. If it were on Earth, it would definitely be the Wolf King. With a low growl, the gray wolves following it spread out to the left and right, surrounding Lindsay and the 3 little ones. Lindsay's eyes also fell on the big bad wolf. Its information then appears. This is a bronze level 3 jungle gray wolf with a growth potential of 1 star. The other gray wolves are bronze level 2 and bronze level 1, a total of 8. If it were any other player, they would probably not be able to withstand such a wolf pack. However, Lindsay was not worried at all. He is now a completely different person than before. He is not afraid, even if the gray wolves increase several times in number. Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air, a sharp arrow pierced through the flickering sparks and instantly shot the largest wolf. At the same time, a number -69 appeared on the wolf's head. Although this damage is far less than that of Xiaoqing and Dahong, it is still not low. Here, the big gray wolf that was attacked let out a roar, and the surrounding jungle gray wolves immediately surrounded and killed Lin Zhe and the three little ones. Soon, fighting broke out. Xiaoqing was the first to attack and ran head-on into the big bad wolf. It bit the wolf's neck and then wrapped its 5-meter-long snake body around the wolf tightly. This is the python's special skill. However, many snakes also like to use this trick, especially large snakes. Xiaoqing is far superior to the big bad wolf in both level and strength. No matter how the big bad wolf struggles, he cannot escape Xiaoqing's deathly clutches. At the same time, after being injected with venom by Xiaoqing, the big bad wolf's blood volume was rapidly decreasing at a rate of 15 points per second. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the bronze level 3 wolf died in Xiaoqing's arms. Big Red and Queen Bee were also fighting with other gray wolves. From time to time, gray wolves fell on the battlefield. Lindsay also had an opponent on his side. He was being chased by a jungle wolf. To be more precise, he was flying a kite. He relied on his speed of 135 points to fight with the gray wolf. The gray wolf couldn't catch up with him at all and was instead shot by arrow after arrow with his iron bow. In the end, it could only fall in a pool of blood in pain and unwillingness. Hey, this is my first serious kill. Looking at the wolf corpse lying in a pool of blood, Lindsay suddenly smiled happily with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. This time, he completed the entire killing process independently, and the three little ones did not participate in the battle. It only took a short while. All 8 jungle wolves fell down. Lindsay gained a total of 160 experience points, plus 16 merit points. While cleaning the battlefield, Lindsay also found 3 blood candles, 2 low-level and 1 mid-level. The burning time of a low-level blood candle is half an hour, and it can deter bronze level 1 and 2 monsters. The intermediate blood candle has a burning time of 1 hour and can deter bronze level 3 and bronze level 4 monsters. However, Lindsay did not use it himself. He opened the trading channel and searched for blood candle, but there was no trading information. He wasn't surprised either. Midnight Survival has just started, so it is normal that no player sells blood candles. After all, the burning time of blood candles is very short, and players always have to stock up some at the beginning. However, he did not hesitate and put the 3 blood candles on the trading channel. Low-level blood candles cost 10 units of wood. Intermediate blood candles cost 30 units of wood. Whether it is a low-level or mid-level blood candle, it is of no use to me. He hoped that a monster would come and attack him. So how could he light a blood candle to drive away the monster? After a while, Lindsay received a message prompting that the transaction was successful. The 3 blood candles that were just posted on the trading channel were instantly bought by the players, and a total of 50 units of wood were harvested. Although the number was small, it allowed Lindsay to find a way to make money. He quickly dismembered the jungle wolf's body, and then took the 3 little ones to continue searching for monsters in the forest. You can hunt monsters while searching for pets with higher growth potential. On a new day, the number of pets he can own reaches 4. The level of the big bad wolf just now was actually pretty good, but its growth potential was still 1 star, which he looked down upon a little. Chapter 29, Huge Harvest. Under the flickering firelight, a giant forest python, nearly 7 meters long, fell on the battlefield. The python's body was covered with arrows and traces of burns. The level of this giant forest python has reached bronze 5. Although it is not a boss like the hyena king, its strength is also not weak. It took several minutes before Lin Zhe and Dahong killed it. On the battlefield, in addition to the huge forest python, there were also many different kinds of snake monsters, no less than 20 in number. With this level of strength, other players would definitely be in danger of death if they encountered it. Only Lin Zhe's small team can handle it. This is the 5th wave of monster attacks we've encountered since entering the forest. The game was right. The number of monsters has increased tenfold. Lin Zhe's current location is only 300 or 400 meters away from the shelter. Before, let alone encountering active attacks from monsters, it was even difficult to find monsters. And now, it's only an hour or 2. He and the 3 little ones were ambushed by 5 monster teams. It can be seen how terrifying the number of monsters hidden in the darkness is. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are everywhere. But like I said before, as long as you can stand firm, you can quickly improve your level in this Polar Night survival mode. Just now, his level was raised again. Now it's Bronze 5. The Queen Bee also successfully advanced to Bronze level 4. Although Xiaoqing and Da Hong have not yet upgraded, their accumulated experience is almost full. Upgrading is only a matter of time. My level has finally surpassed that of my pets. Before this, he could not match the 3 little ones in terms of strength or level. Now he was promoted to Bronze level 5 and finally got ahead of the 3 little ones. If it weren't for the fact that it's still early, Lindsay wanted to have a big meal to celebrate. Soon, Lindsay cleaned up the battlefield. The harvest this time was not small. The python meat alone was broken down into more than 2,000 units. In addition, 7 blood candles exploded. Among these 7 blood candles, 4 low-level blood candles, 2 are mid-level, and the remaining one is a high-level blood candle, which exploded from the 7-meter-long forest python. High-grade blood candles can burn for 3 hours. The levels of monsters that can be deterred have also reached Bronze level 5 and Bronze level 6. As long as it is ignited, monsters of Bronze level 6 and below will not approach on their own initiative. In the end, Lindsay sold this high-level blood candle for 100 units of wood, and the other 6 blood candles were also exchanged for a total of 100 units of wood. So far, he earned several hundred units of wood just from selling blood candles. In addition, he also harvested a large amount of meat and more than 100 merit points, which was a big profit. Lindsay opened his backpack and took a look. His stockpile of various types of meat has now reached nearly 8,000 units, which is an astonishing number. Assuming that 1 unit of meat weighs half a pound, 8,000 units equals 4,000 kilograms. If he ate it all by himself, he wouldn't be able to finish it in a year. The amount of meat on the trading channel has increased significantly. It's obvious that players with war talents have also started to exert their strength. As they killed a large number of monsters, meat will also become more abundant. Thinking of this, Lindsay took out most of the meat reserves. Only a small portion was left for him and Xiaoqing to eat, and the rest were all put on the trading channel. He set the price extremely low. 1 unit of wood can be exchanged for 1 unit of meat. The previous transaction price was 1 unit of meat for 3 to 5 units of wood. This time, Lindsay is having a bloody sale. Before the next wave of natural disasters arrives, the price of meat will only get lower and lower, and business will be difficult. But I can sell fish in addition to meat. Players are tired of eating animal meat, so it's normal to change their taste. Lindsay has reason to believe that once the baby crucian carps born by the female crucian carps grow up, his crucian carps will definitely have a good market. I opened the regional merit ranking list again and took a look. His ranking has reached the top 30, ranking 26th. If he maintains this ranking until the end of the event, he will be rewarded with a silver treasure chest. Of course, this is just the beginning. Live players are taken care of by the game. They are very strong in the early stage, but later on they become the main field of combat players. As long as they continue to hunt more and higher level monsters, they can easily rush up the rankings. Lindsay pulled out the torch stuck in the ground and called the 3 kids, "Let's go to the next stop." 10 minutes later, Da Hong, who has keen hearing, discovered the monster's trace again. "Master, there's a monster about 150 meters to the left." "Only one." "Yes, master, but this monster is extremely powerful. I can sense the pressure from its aura." Da Hong said to Lindsay, "That kind of pressure is not much different from the feeling that the Hyena King gave me." Hearing this, Lindsay's eyes lit up. Could it be another boss? Lindsay turned to the Queen Bee and said, "Go to the location Da Hong mentioned and investigate the situation. Be careful." "Good master." The Queen Bee nodded. Flapping its short wings, it flew into the darkness. Lindsay also followed behind with Da Hong and Xiaoqing. However, he deliberately slowed down and waited for the Queen Bee to find out the news first. A moment later, a slight buzzing sound was heard. It was the plump Queen Bee. "Owner," the Queen Bee said to Lindsay, "I saw it. It was a Bronze level 7 silver-striped, iron-backed bear. It really had the aura of a king." The royal aura is the pressure that Da Hong mentioned. Generally speaking, only king-level monsters have it. For example, the Hyena King, the Grey Wolf King, and so on. A Bronze level 7 boss, and in its prime, Lindsay glanced at the 3 little ones surrounding him. He was not sure whether his team's current strength could defeat a Bronze level 7 boss. Lindsay thought for a moment and said, "First, find a group of ordinary monsters to gain experience, and then come back to deal with it later." "Good master." The three little ones were very obedient and followed Lindsay in retreating. It took Lindsay about 20 minutes to find a group of wild boars, or to be more precise, steel-haired wild boar monsters. There are 13 in total. The highest level is Bronze 4. The characteristics of a steel-haired boar monster are high defense and thick blood. In addition, its attack and speed are also decent, with almost no shortcomings. If it weren't for the discovery of the silver-striped ironback bear, Lindsay would have wanted to summon the Bronze Level 4 steel-haired boar monster as a pet. It's your bad luck, too. Lindsay pulled the iron bow, and with a whoosh, an arrow shot into the body of the Level 4 wild boar. The three little ones also launched an attack at this time. Xiaoqing was the most courageous, and rushed directly into the wild boar herd, biting the nearby wild boars crazily. Soon, several wild boars had poisonous wounds on their heads. The queen bee is much more reserved. She flies to the back of a wild boar and stings it wildly with her stinger. As for the big red, it is a long-range turret. The two little paws kept rubbing fireballs and attacking the wild boars. In less than a few minutes, all the wild boars on the battlefield fell down, leaving no one alive. It was also at this time, Dahong and Xiaoqing's bodies began to change. The former has redder fur and a thicker tail. The latter became even larger, nearly 6 meters in size. Dahong and Xiaoqing have both been upgraded. Now let's go get that silver-striped ironback bear and summon it as a pet. Chapter 30: Encountering the Boss Again. Lindsay checked the upgraded information of Xiaoqing and Dahong respectively. The former has an attack of 150, a defense of 135, a speed of 165, a health of 3,600, and the poison damage per second increased from 15 points to 18 points. The latter has an attack of 165, a defense of 105, a speed of 180, a health of 3,000, and the fireball damage has been increased from 100 points to 150 points. Then Lindsay checked the information of the queen bee. Attack 105, defense 150, speed 120, HP 4,200. The number of bees that can be hatched every day reaches 300. With my Super S-level talent enhancement, every time the three little ones level up, their attributes will be greatly improved. Although Lindsay's current level is Bronze 5, his attributes are only enough to compete with those of a Bronze 4 queen bee. This is when wearing equipment. If you don't wear equipment, the attributes will be even worse. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lindsay led the three little ones straight to the location of the silver-striped ironback bear. The group of steel-haired wild boar monsters he just killed gave him a total of 2,800 units of meat. Compared with other monsters, the meat yield of wild boars is terrifying. As usual, Lindsay only kept a small portion of it for himself and Xiaoqing to eat, and put the rest on the trading channel. There are also blood candles, and I also got 4 of them. It was also sold by Lindsay in exchange for timber. In the dark jungle, Lindsay illuminated the area with a flashlight while looking at Xiaoqing, who was twisting her huge snake body. "You guys are getting bigger and bigger. Maybe soon I'll be able to ride on you." Hearing this, Xiaoqing nodded her head obediently. "I will try my best to grow bigger so that my master can ride on me." Lindsay's expression froze. This sounds a bit weird. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Lindsay and the three little ones successfully arrived at the location of the silver-striped ironback bear. "Master, it's right there." The queen bee used the stinger on the tip of her, but to guide Lindsay. Lindsay looked up, but could not see anything in the dark forest area. He could only hear heavy breathing. He shone his flashlight over there. Under the light, a huge black bear suddenly appeared in Lindsay's sight. Black bear sitting on the ground, back against a large blue stone. Its body rose and fell with its heavy breathing. The enemy is right in front of him, but he's still sleeping. He's really brave. But I have to say, this black bear is quite big. Lindsay roughly estimated that the black bear was more than 2 meters tall when sitting, and probably 3 or 4 meters tall when standing up. Judging from its size, this black bear clearly has the potential to become a mount. Riding a snake is a dream. Riding a bear is a serious thing. As Lindsay looked at it, the information about the black bear also emerged. Monster, silver-striped ironback bear king. Level, Bronze 7. Attack, 128. Defense, 140. Speed, 100. HP, 15,000. Special abilities, Bear King's Intimidation, Ground Spike, Ground Trap, Savage Roar. Growth potential, 2 stars. Experience, 325 out of 800. Lindsay took a breath of cold air. Although he knew that the black bear was a boss and was mentally prepared, he was still shocked after seeing the black bear's information. Attack, defense, and speed, all 3 attributes exceeded 100. The blood volume is as high as 15,000. This is the basic attribute of the black bear. The reason why his 3 little ones have high attributes is all due to the increase in Super S-level talents. Without the increase, the 3 little ones would be just ordinary monsters. If he faced a black bear in front of him, he would probably be torn to pieces in just a few rounds. Lindsay took another look at the black bear's special abilities. There are 4 types in total. After reading it, the shock on Lindsay's face became even more intense. Bear King Deterrence reduces the enemy's attribute value by 20%, lasting for 30 seconds. Earth Spike Technique, summon Earth Spikes, damage 300 points. Earth Sinking Technique turns an area into a quagmire, trapping the enemy. The last one is a Savage Roar. The damage is very low, but it can stun the enemy for 5 seconds. This is too perverted. Lindsay took a breath again. He was a little skeptical that even if the 3 little ones had improved their levels, they might not be able to defeat the black bear. Especially the queen bee. Her attacks can't break through the black bear's defense. Xiaoqing and Da Hong can barely do it. But once the black bear uses the skill Bear King Intimidation, Xiaoqing and Da Hong will be unable to do anything to it within 30 seconds. Just when Lindsay was hesitating whether to retreat, the silver-striped, iron-backed Bear King, illuminated by the flashlight, suddenly opened his eyes and a low roar filled with anger came out of his mouth. Obviously, it was very angry that its sleep was disturbed. The black bear turned over, stood up, raised its head, and roared. Suddenly, a visible sound wave rushed towards Lindsay and the 3 little ones. Lindsay reacted the fastest and retreated dozens of meters. He knew what skill this was, so he was prepared. The 3 little ones were a beat slow and were hit on the spot. A dizzy feeling emerged in my head. Since the queen bee was flying in the air, after entering the dizzy state, it fell directly from the air and hit the ground. The other side, the black bear rushed over with a sound that shook the ground. He bit Da Hong, who was standing motionless on Xiaoqing's head. To it, the 3 monsters in front of it were all its food, and one as big as Da Hong could be eaten one in one bite. But just when Da Hong was about to fall into the bear's mouth, an iron sword seemed to appear out of nowhere and chopped off its belly, leaving a huge number -70. The black bear felt pain and took 2 steps back. At the same time, he saw that the person who attacked it was Lindsay. It slapped Lindsay without hesitation, sending him flying. However, to its surprise, Lindsay was not hurt at all. Lindsay's figure flashed and appeared in front of the black bear again. He danced the iron sword in his hand into a phantom, leaving one sword wound after another on the black bear's body. In just a few seconds, the black bear lost hundreds of blood points. At the same time, the 3 little ones recovered from their dizziness and attacked the black bear immediately. First came Da Hong's continuous fireballs, then Xiaoqing's venom attack. As for the queen bee, seeing that she could not break the black bear's defense, she decisively flapped her little wings and flew away from the battlefield. Under the crazy attacks of Lindsay, Da Hong, and Xiaoqing, the black bear's blood loss soon reached more than 3,000. The black bear was quite angry and released the skill Bear King Intimidation. In an instant, Lindsay and the 2 little ones' attributes plummeted by 20%. In this state, Xiaoqing and Da Hong also found it difficult to break through the black bear's defense. "You guys step back first, let me do it." Lindsay looked at the duration of his skill. There were still 36 seconds left, which was enough to stop this perverted black bear. Then Lindsay started fighting with the black bear. The iron sword hit the black bear again and again, and the black bear roared and kept knocking Lindsay away, but he was never hurt. This is because Lindsay used the copy skill to copy all of Xiaoqing's attributes and assign them to himself. Even if the attribute is reduced by 20%, his current defense is as high as 170 points. Plus, the leather armor he was wearing could block 50 points of damage. Therefore, the black bear could not break his defense at all. Finally, the black bear couldn't stand it anymore. Accompanied by a tremor in the ground, dense and sharp spikes emerged, with a damage range of 30 meters. Lindsay's figure swayed, leaving behind a trail of afterimage that was pierced by the ground spikes. He then appeared behind the black bear, aimed the iron sword in his hand at the vulnerable part of the black bear, and stabbed it directly. The black bear let out a shrill scream. At the same time, a huge -350 number popped up from its head, followed by a large amount of double-digit continuous damage. Lindsay was stunned. Did he pierce the aorta? Chapter 31. Battle with the Bear King. Lindsay couldn't help but be surprised. Because the damage is too high, several times higher than before, and there's also continuous bleeding damage. This is a vital attack. But the problem is, I've had the three little ones try before, attacking the monster's eyes, stomach, and other vulnerable parts, but they didn't cause such high damage. Doesn't every monster have a different weak spot? The weak spot of the silver-striped ironback bear king is its buttocks? Or is it that the game has secretly added the critical attack function after the novice protection period ended? Lindsay thought about it and guessed it should be the latter. Forget it, let's deal with this black bear first. Lindsay held the iron sword in both hands and stabbed the black bear's fragile, but frantically. He did not dodge, even when there were more ground spikes attacking him. The validity period of the copy skill is about to end. Naturally, he had to take this opportunity to inflict more damage to the black bear. Finally, within the final time limit of the copy skill, Lindsay lost more than 1,000 blood points and forced the black bear's blood volume to below 8,000 points. It's time to retreat. Lindsay held the iron sword in his hand, ready to withdraw from the battlefield. But at this moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly became soft, and he sank into it uncontrollably. It's the Earth's sinking technique. Lindsay's expression changed slightly. This is one of the 4 abilities of the silver-striped ironback bear king. Its main function is to trap the enemy. In the blink of an eye, half of Lindsay's body was stuck in the mud. It was also at this time that the silver-striped ironback bear king raised his paw and slapped Lindsay's head. If this palm hits, Lindsay's entire body will be submerged in the mud, and he will suffocate to death. However, Lindsay did not panic. He said calmly, "Xiao Qing." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Qing, who was in perfect sync with Lindsay, swung her thick snake tail and hit Lindsay. Lindsay only felt a huge force coming. He flew backwards. Not only did he avoid the slap of the silver-striped ironback bear king, but he also successfully broke free from the shackles of the quagmire. At this moment, Lindsay suddenly received a message prompt from the game. You are attacked by your pet Xiao Qing. You can punish this behavior accordingly, such as canceling the contract with your pet Xiao Qing or mentally lashing out. Lindsay was stunned. Then I threw this reminder behind me. Joke. This is saving his life. But then again, this was new information that increased his understanding of the pet summoner profession. After successfully escaping, Lindsay soon felt a sense of emptiness in his body. This is because the copy skill has expired, and all the attributes he copied from Xiao Qing have disappeared. That's why there's a brief feeling of emptiness. In addition, the blood lost in the battle with the silver-striped ironback bear king just now also acted on him in equal proportion. He lost nearly 300 health points. However, compared to his total health, this loss is nothing. Just drink some high-quality honey to make up for it. On the other side, the effect of the Bear King's deterrent skill also ended. Xiao Qing and Da Hong returned to the battlefield and started a new round of fierce battle with the silver-striped ironback bear king. Lindsay also put away the iron sword. Then a pet summoning skill hit the silver-striped ironback bear king. The pet summoning skill does not have any damage, but it can put the target into a short state of stiffness. Lindsay relied on this trick to summon Xiao Qing before. In the void, chains extended out and wrapped around the body of the silver-striped ironback bear king. A magic array also appeared under its body. During this process, the silver-striped ironback bear king was unable to move at all. He could only roar and struggle desperately. Xiao Qing and Da Hong also took this opportunity to intensify their attacks on the silver-striped ironback bear king, and various amounts of damage continued to appear on the black bear's head. Soon, the silver-striped ironback bear king lost more than 1,000 drops of blood. The bear king was extremely angry and roared continuously. The chains were quickly broken by it, and the magic array collapsed at the same time. I was only sleepy for 2 seconds. Xiao Qing was trapped for nearly 5 seconds before. The time difference should be related to the strength of the target. While thinking, Lindsay used another pet summoning skill towards the silver-striped ironback bear king. The silver-striped ironback bear king, who had just regained his freedom, was trapped again. With the perfect cooperation of Lindsay, Da Hong, and Xiao Qing, the blood volume of the silver ironback bear king plummeted at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, it fell below 4,000 points. Lindsay looked at his own magic power. He only had 150 points left, which was only enough to release the pet summoning skill 3 more times. You have to use it sparingly. Prevent the summoning plan from failing. Lindsay said to Xiaoqing and to Hong, try to consume its health as much as possible and leave the rest to me. Then he turned and looked at the queen bee beside him. You also go over and help Xiaoqing and Dahong. It doesn't matter if you can't cause any harm, just harass the black bear. Good master. The queen bee quickly took off into the air and joined the battlefield. The silver-striped ironback bear king, who was besieged by the 3 little ones, soon lost his previous arrogance, and his figure became extremely embarrassed. When the health volume dropped to 2,000 points, it suddenly raised its head and roared, releasing the savage roar skill once again. The 3 little ones were stunned again. However, this time, the silver-striped ironback bear king did not attack the 3 little ones, but turned around and ran away, dragging his seriously injured body. It's not stupid either. I know that if I don't run away, I will die here. Lindsay was quick-witted and quick-handed, and immediately used a pet summoning skill to attack the fleeing silver-striped ironback bear king. Trapped once again, the silver-striped ironback bear king's expression was distorted with anger, while roaring and struggling. While staring at Lindsay with fierce eyes, Lindsay glared back without showing any weakness. If you don't obey me and be my pet, I will peel off your bear skin and chop off your bear paws. The silver-striped ironback bear king was furious, but he could do nothing about Lindsay. This time, it took it 5 or 6 seconds to break the chain, which was probably related to the serious injury. But just as it was about to run away, it was surrounded by the 3 little ones who had recovered, and it was completely desperate. Soon, its health dropped below 1,000 points. His strong body was tightly entangled by Xiaoqing, and he could no longer escape. Lindsay said to it, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't obey, you will die. Without waiting for the silver-striped ironback bear king to respond, Lindsay released the pet summoning skill again. Looking at the chains and magic array that appeared out of thin air, the silver-striped ironback bear king struggled instinctively. It is a king-level monster with great ambitions. I don't want to be a 2-legged animal's pet. Seeing that it was ignorant, Lindsay immediately walked over with an iron sword in his hand. Without hesitation, he stabbed the sword into the butt of the silver-striped ironback bear king. The shrill screams rang out again, cutting through the darkness and echoing in the jungle within a radius of several kilometers. The silver-striped ironback bear king's mental consciousness collapsed directly. It completely forgot all its lofty ambitions and allowed the chains and magic array to merge into its body. At the same time, Lindsay received a message prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully summoned the silver-striped ironback bear king as your pet. Congratulations, you're the first player to summon a king-level monster as a pet, and you get 50 points of achievement. You get a silver treasure chest. You gain experience plus 200. Chapter 32, Terrifying Attributes. A forest area about 3 kilometers away from Linz's location. There were 2 figures fighting with several monsters in the dim firelight. They were 2 players, a man and a woman. Both of them are talented in fighting. The man is holding a wooden sword and is a warrior. The woman is holding a wooden magic wand and is a magician. The male warrior takes the damage in the front, while the female magician casts magic in the back. Her magic skill is Thunderball, which consumes a lot of mana, but also has great damage and a paralysis effect. The 2 of them cooperated quite well. After a while, several bronze-level monsters were killed by them. When the 2 were cleaning up the battlefield, the female magician suddenly turned aside and asked, "Did you hear any sound?" It sounded like a monster's scream, quite shrill. "I heard it." The male soldier nodded. He looked in the direction of the sound and said, "In this polar night mode, all kinds of monsters and demons will come out. We have to be careful." The female magician nodded solemnly. After cleaning up the battlefield, the 2 continued to search for monsters in the woods. In addition to their personal weapons, one of them held a torch and the other held a mid-level blood candle, ready to light them at any time. With their strength, they cannot fight against the hordes of bronze level 3 and bronze level 4 monsters, so they need to be prepared. The female magician suddenly asked, "Do you think that sound just now was a player hunting monsters?" Hearing this, the male soldier's face changed slightly. Then he shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. The sound was too miserable, like a female cat in heat. What kind of player could torment a monster like this? Besides, it was just luck that we met. How could there be players near us? The probability is too small." "You are right. The female magician's eyes flickered slightly, and she said nothing more. At this time, the male warrior smiled and said, "Why don't you move in with me? It's too dangerous for you to live alone. You can't be sure that monsters will come and attack your shelter when you sleep at night. I can protect you if I accompany you." The female magician said calmly, "Let me think about it. After all, we just met and need to get to know each other better." The male soldier said in a hurry, "It's already this time. Why do you still care about that? Only if two people work together can we have a better chance of survival." The female magician said in a hard voice, "I said I would think about it. I will get back to you before this mode ends." Hearing this, the male soldier's expression suddenly darkened. But after a moment, he smiled and said, "Okay, I'll wait for your reply." The magician nodded. No conversation along the way. The female magician listened to the movements in the jungle while watching the male warrior walking in front of her, and the magic wand in her hand couldn't help but tighten slightly. The other side, Lindsay is checking his harvest. 50 achievement points, a silver treasure chest, and 200 experience points. The rewards for this game are unexpectedly generous. I only got 20 achievement points when I killed the hyena king before, but this time I successfully summoned the silver-striped ironback bear king and got 50 points. All in all, my current achievement value has reached 90 points, and it will soon exceed 100. Lindsay was very happy. He opened his backpack and took out the silver treasure chest as a reward. As the silver treasure chest was opened, the information prompt appeared again. "Congratulations, you have opened a silver treasure chest. You obtained 10 high-level blood candles. You obtained 30 pieces of refined iron. You obtained the silver-level suit component, wind armor. Item, gale armor. Level, silver. Defense, 80. Effect, shield. After opening, you can obtain a shield with a defense value of 1,000, and the cooling time is 30 minutes. Introduction. The gale armor is one of the components of the silver-level suit, the gale suit. Collecting the entire suit will unlock the suit's attributes. Oh my goodness, here comes another part of the gale suit. It's worthy of being a silver treasure chest. Lindsay was overjoyed and took off the leather armor he was wearing and replaced it with a new gale armor. The leather armor that was replaced is also a good thing. The defense value is 25, and it can block 50 points of damage when attacked. It is definitely the best equipment at this stage. However, compared to the wind armor, the leather armor is a level lower. This leather armor should be able to be exchanged for a blueprint. After all, equipment is hard to come by now, let alone top-quality equipment like this. Lindsay decisively opened the trading channel and put the leather armor on the shelf. After doing all this, he turned his gaze to the silver-striped, iron-backed Bear King lying listlessly on the ground. After being stabbed in the butt by him just now, the Bear King was completely wilted and didn't even have the strength to get up. Lindsay went up and kicked it. "If you're not dead, move a little." The silver-striped ironback Bear King whimpered, raised his head, and looked at Lindsay with both grievance and fear. "Master, my butt hurts." Lindsay's mouth twitched. After thinking about it, it was my fault after all, so I should be more generous. He said in a gentle tone, "From now on, your name will be Da Xiong." "No, Xiongda." "Good master." Big Bear nodded his head. Originally, its huge body and mouth full of sharp teeth gave people the first impression of being hideous and terrifying. But now that it has become Lindsay's pet and has become well-behaved and obedient, it actually looks somewhat honest and cute, like a big, fat, and strong black dog. Pet Big Bear. Illustrated Bear. Level, Bronze 7. Attack, 384, 128 plus 256. Defense, 420, 140 plus 280. Speed, 300, 100 plus 200. HP, 876, 45,000. Special abilities, Bear King's Intimidation, Ground Spike, Ground Trap, Savage Roar. Growth Potential, 2 stars. Experience, 325 out of 800. Lindsay fell into a daze on the spot. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked after seeing Xiongda's message. The higher the level of the pet, the more it can highlight how terrifying my super S-level talent is. After his talent was enhanced, Xiongda's attack, defense, and speed were all no less than 300. The defense is over 400. As for the health point, it is as high as 45,000 points. In Lindsay's eyes, the current Big Bear is simply at the nuclear weapon level, and he should have no problem fighting a silver-level monster alone. Look at Big Bear, then look at the 3 little ones. There is simply no comparison. The gap is too big. It's not that the three little ones are too bad. It's simply because Big Bear is not an ordinary monster, but a king-level boss. Just like the bronze level 5 hyena king. All attributes are also far superior to those of the same level red and blue. The gap is even greater after the increase. It seems that in the future, when summoning pets, it is best to target the boss. Lindsay said to Shionda, "Go to pet space to recuperate first, and I will let you out when you recover." I listened to my master. Shionda nodded repeatedly. Its current health is less than 1,000 points. Moreover, its butt was still bleeding, and it was worried that it would die if it wasn't careful. After putting Big Bear into the pet space, Lindsay suddenly laughed out loud. "Next time I fight, I will copy Big Bear's attributes and directly turn on the invincible mode. Not to mention anything else. Just a health point of 45,000 is enough to make Lindsay stand firm on the battlefield. It's just that the duration of the copy skill is too short. Only for a minute. It seems I need to speed up the process of improving my copying skill level." Chapter 33, Vegetable Seeds. Lindsay opened his skill information. He now has 3 skills. Pet Summoning and Pet Space do not require leveling up. The only skill that can be upgraded is the Copy skill, and the current experience is 50 out of 1,000. Using the Copy skill once will give you 10 experience points. I've used it a few times before. It's mainly because the mana consumption is too high. Using a skill once consumes a full 100 points of mana, so I don't use it frequently. Lindsay looked at his remaining magic power again. 54. After successfully summoning Big Bear, he only had 50 points of magic power left, and the extra 4 points were just recovered. According to the time, it should take 1 minute to restore a little magic power. This speed is a bit slow. However, I don't have any other skills that require a lot of mana consumption. Once the pet summoning is successful, it doesn't need to be used again within a day. It's also possible to use the save mana to increase the experience of copy skills. Of course, it would be even better if there was something that could restore magic power. I thought so in my heart. Lindsay checked the condition of the 3 little ones again. The battle with Big Bear is not easy. Big Red lost nearly 1/3 of his health. Xiaoqing lost even more blood, more than half. So he had to be put into the pet space to recuperate. As for the Queen Bee, there was basically no loss. Lindsay thought about it, and then put Xiaoqing and Da Hong into the pet space, leaving only the Queen Bee to accompany him. The Queen Bee flapped her wings and landed on Lindsay's shoulder, asking, "Master, are we going to hunt monsters now?" Now that Xiaoqing and Da Hong are not here, it is Lindsay's best fighter. I can't wait to show off in front of Lindsay. Lindsay did not give it a chance, and said with a smile, "After so many battles, I am a little hungry. Let's eat first." He took out the family bucket of fried chicken meal he had obtained from the treasure chest from his backpack and put on the ground. He also didn't forget the Queen Bee. Take out some regular honey and feed it to the Queen Bee. After the Queen Bee had eaten and drunk her fill, Lindsay said, "Go around and see if there are any monsters. If there are any, come back and let me know." "Good master." The Queen Bee nodded. Fly into the darkness with a buzzing sound. After the Queen Bee left, Lindsay opened the family bucket, and immediately a strong heat and fragrance hit him in the face. The backpack provided by the game is still very useful. The whole family bucket was kept in there for such a long time, and it was still steaming hot. The only drawback is that there are too few grids. Only 30 grids. That is to say, it can only hold 30 kinds of items. The game should have props to expand the backpack. I'll have to get some when I get a chance. Lindsay thought about it while looking at the family bucket. The family bucket fried chicken meal contains a lot of food. In addition to a whole fried chicken, there are also 4 burgers, a few cups of Coke, purple sweet potato dumplings, crispy chicken wings, and more. It looks very appetizing. Lindsay tore off a chicken leg from the whole fried chicken and started chewing it. The skin of the chicken leg is crispy and crisp. The meat is smooth and tender. The taste is excellent, and the flavor is also very good. While Lindsay was enjoying the food, he did not forget to take a photo and send it to the regional chat channel to share with other players. The boss is here to show off his wealth again. It's actually a family bucket fried chicken set meal. Hamburgers, cola, French fries, fried chicken. Everything you need. I'm so jealous. At Linza Dalao, are you selling Coke? I want 1 cup, and I'll pay a high price for it. I want to buy it too. Just give me a burger. I've been eating tasteless barbecue these days, and my tongue is so bland. Don't even think about the ones above. This family bucket fried chicken meal might be a food that can increase the upper limit of health just like the 9 bowls. Boss Lindsay will definitely not sell it. I want to eat purple sweet potato dumplings. Boo. Boss Lindsay probably found a high-level treasure chest again. The things I got from the bronze treasure chest are simply incomparable. It doesn't matter whether there is a treasure chest or not. I just think that Boss Lin Zay must have cheated. So he has all kinds of good things. Agree. Lin Zay was gnawing on the chicken leg, while browsing the chat channel in a very good mood. I would like to cheat, but the game won't give me the chance. After scrolling for a while, Lin Zay opened the envelope icon at the bottom of the channel and found that a large number of players had applied to add him as a friend. He didn't look at it carefully, but just searched for the keywords that interested him. After a while, a player's message caught his attention. Boss, I have seeds of various vegetables here. Do you want them? After seeing this message, Lin Zay decisively agreed to apply. He was worried about not being able to get vegetable seeds. Lin Zay sent a message. What vegetable seeds do you have? Player, the boss finally added me. So excited. I have 1 unit of potato, tomato, cucumber, and pepper seeds. Lin Zay, what do you want to change? Player, I wonder if the boss still has royal jelly. If not, I can exchange it with the leather armor on the trading channel. Lin Zay, I do have a portion of royal jelly, but you can't exchange it for these things. Player, nowadays, most players are tired of eating meat. If the boss has vegetables, there will be no problem selling them. These are seeds. If you plant them, you can harvest a steady supply of vegetables. Lin Zay, then why don't you grow it yourself? The players were silent. He doesn't want to plant it, but the problem is that there is no place. He tried digging a hole in the open space outside the shelter, but when he put the seeds in, the game prompted that the soil cannot be used to grow crops. Apparently, if you want to grow vegetables, you have to take a special approach. As for what method, he was not clear. I asked in the chat channel, but no player could explain it clearly. Player, then I'll use these seeds to trade for that leather armor. 25 points of defense, plus 50 points of damage resistance. Definitely top-grade equipment. With this leather armor, he could ignore bronze level 1 and bronze level 2 monsters. Even some bronze level 3 monsters with lower attack power could not hit him. To be honest, he envied Lin Zay very much. The fact that top-grade equipment like leather armor is being traded shows that Lin Zay's defensive equipment is even more powerful. It's just like what was said in the chat channel. It's like Lin Zay has a cheat code. He has all kinds of good things. Lin Zay replied simply, not enough. Player, besides these seeds, I only have less than 400 units of wood and some meat left, nothing else. Players at this stage are really poor. Lin Zay thought about it for a moment and replied, trade the wood and seeds you have to me, and write me an IOU for 500 units of wood, and I'll give you the leather armor. Can. The player agreed without much thought, and soon initiated a trade request to Lin Zay. The IOU must be repaid within 3 days. For each day beyond the time limit, the penalty will be increased by 100 units of timber. With the game as a witness, there is no need to worry about defaulting on your debt, unless the person is gone. Lin Zay immediately took the leather armor off the shelf and completed the transaction with the player. Looking at the 4 seeds in my hand, Lin Zay was in a good mood. We'll plant them when we get back to the shelter, especially the peppers, which are good things. Just because others can't grow it doesn't mean he can't. He has a vegetable garden. Chapter 34, Bronze, Level 6. Eat and drink enough. Lin Zay put the rest of the family bucket into his backpack and saved it for dinner. Soon, the queen bee came back. Communicate with Lin Zay using spiritual consciousness. Master, there's a group of leopards about 300 meters away from us. There are 7 in total. 5 of them are bronze level 2, and 2 are bronze level 3. Got it. You lead the way. Lin Shen nodded. Led by the queen bee, Lin Zay soon saw the leopards. The leopards gathered in 2s and 3s, devouring the prey they had just captured. The queen bee asked eagerly, Master, shall we go now? Although it has no damaging attack skills, it is at least bronze level 4 and has double attribute enhancement, so it is confident that it can fight against these leopards. Lin Zay said to stand aside and watch. A thought occurred to him. The huge figure of Big Bear appeared out of nowhere. Without waiting for Shionda to speak, Lin Zay released the copy skill that had just cooled down and copied all of Shionda's attributes to him. A moment. Lin Zay felt like he had taken a powerful pill. I feel like I have endless energy. Then, he threw Big Bear back into the pet space and took out the iron bow from his backpack. He knocked the bow and arrow expertly. An arrow was shot at the largest leopard in the distance. The arrow was sharp, and it pierced through the darkness with a sharp sound, instantly nailing the leopard to a big tree. Minus 536. Minus 30, minus 31, minus 28. An incredibly high amount of damage flies out, followed by continuous bleeding damage that continues to appear. Lindsay was also shocked by his own attack. I didn't expect that after copying Big Bear's attributes, his damage would be so high. My attack now reaches nearly 500 points. Plus, the special effect of the Iron Bow increases the damage to bronze monsters by 20%, so the damage is so outrageous. Thinking of this, Lindsay shot another arrow. The leopard nailed to the tree died on the spot. The bronze level 3 leopard only had 800 health points, so it naturally couldn't withstand Lin Zay's second arrow. You killed the bronze level 3 monster Swift Panther. Experience plus 60. So much experience? It's twice as powerful as a monster of the same level. Lindsay was a little surprised, but soon understood why. The experience he had gained before was basically shared from the 3 little ones, and it was only a part of the killing experience. Now if he kills a monster alone, he will naturally gain full experience. Isn't this a good opportunity to quickly level up? Lindsay was excited. He took another arrow and put it on the bowstring, ready to shoot another bronze level 3 leopard. At this time, the remaining 6 leopards also rushed towards Lindsay with roars. What just happened too fast. Before they could react, their companions were shot and killed. Now that they were awakened, they naturally wanted to avenge their companions as soon as possible. Bang! The bowstring vibrates and the arrow flies. The iron arrowhead flashed a cold luster under the night and the firelight. Just heard a puff sound. The last bronze level 3 leopard fell. Although he didn't die, he was seriously injured. Lindsay's terrifying attack, coupled with the special effect of the iron bow, made the arrow incredibly powerful. It can be said that 1 arrow will cause a serious blow, and 2 arrows will definitely kill. This is a bronze level 3 leopard. If it was a bronze level 2 leopard with only 600 health points, it would die in a few seconds after being hit by an arrow, plus the subsequent bleeding damage. Too strong. This is the power of a bronze level 7 boss. Lindsay praised it highly. Looking at the 5 level 2 leopards that had rushed to him, he just stood there motionless, allowing the 5 leopards to attack him. However, no matter how the leopards bit and clawed him, they could not cause him any harm. He didn't even activate the shield that came with the Gale armor. Because his current defense is as high as 500 points, the leopard's attack is completely invincible. Lindsay replaced the iron bow in his hand with an iron sword and slashed wildly at the 5 leopards in front of him. He had no skills or tricks, he just slashed them hard. Soon another leopard fell. And the second one, the third one. After a while, the remaining 5 leopards also died at Lindsay's hands. The generous single kill experience reward allowed Lindsay's level to directly break through to bronze level 6. It feels so good to be invincible. It's just that the time is too short. Lindsay felt a little unsatisfied. It only took a minute, and it was over before he could even enjoy himself. Not far away, the queen bee who was watching the whole battle seemed stunned by Lindsay's performance. After a long while, she said, "Master, you are too amazing." 7 monsters all died in the hands of their master in an instant. Hearing this, Lindsay immediately smiled modestly and said, "It's just so. I still need to keep working hard." He opened his personal information panel. The experience value of the copy skill increased by 10 points. In addition, the game also gave 10 attribute points after the upgrade, which Lindsay added to speed and health as usual. His current basic attributes, excluding equipment, are Attack 65, Defense 65, Speed 105, HP 1850, and Magic 650. A little stronger, Lindsay happily decomposed the corpse, put the exposed blood candle on the trading channel, and said to the queen bee, "Let's go continue." The queen bee obediently flew in front. It's a pity that it couldn't participate in the battle just now. If I encounter a monster again, I must ask my master to give me a chance to show my abilities. The queen bee thought silently in her heart. Half an hour. Lindsay and the queen bee encountered the second wave of monsters. It was a group of jungle gray wolves, more than 10 in number, with the highest level reaching bronze 4. Lindsay still shot the arrow first. It took 6 or 7 arrows in a row to kill a bronze level 2 jungle wolf. Compared to the instant kill in the invincible mode, the difference is huge. Queen bee, come together. Seeing the wolves surrounding him, Lindsay quickly replaced his iron bow with an iron sword for close combat, then activated his shield and charged into the wolf pack. The queen bee's blood boiled as well. He immediately charged towards the highest ranking wolf in the pack. Soon, Fighting broke out. Lindsay became the target of attack by most of the gray wolves. Gray wolves were biting and slapping his shield frantically from all directions. The shield value of 1,000 points dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lindsay didn't care and stabbed and chopped with great concentration. He had no combat skills, so he could only attack the wolves in the most primitive way. But he still remembered the extremely high damage caused by poking the bear's butt. So he focused on attacking the vital parts of the wolves. Eyes, stomach, buttocks, wherever they were vulnerable, he would attack them. Not to mention, he really hit them with critical hits, and the frequency was not low. Finally, after a battle that lasted nearly half an hour, a dozen jungle gray wolves finally fell in a pool of blood. It's really exhausting to cut hard and hurt yourself. Lindsay sat down on the ground, feeling completely exhausted. The queen bee followed suit and lay beside Lindsay, breathing heavily. Seeing this, Lindsay smiled immediately. Taking advantage of the break, he opened the regional merit ranking list and took a look and was shocked to find that he was already ranked in the top 5. The total merit value reached 178 points. Is it rising so fast? Chapter 35, Oversized Pickaxe. Lindsay thought about the monsters he had killed today. There were at least 80 of them, if not 100, including some high-level monsters. Looks like it's about the same if I do the math. He continued to look at the merit ranking list. He is currently ranked 5th. The first place is still Yu Shuang, with a merit value of 264, nearly 40 points higher than the second place. The gap is still very large. It's different having a tool bench. The merit points I earn are faster than the speed at which I kill monsters. Lindsay could imagine that Yu Shuang must still be working hard at the tool table to make various tools. Yu Shuang had told him this before. Since she got the tool bench, she receives many orders every day. Now that they have entered the Polar Night survival mode, she will definitely receive more orders, especially for weapons and equipment such as iron swords. As long as Yu Shuang is willing to work hard, both merit points and blood candles can be easily obtained. This is also one of the advantages of players with lifestyle talents. No need to venture out. You can survive at home. Lindsay opened the friend panel and sent a message to Yu Shuang. Is your tool bench still low level? About 2 or 3 minutes passed. Yu Shuang replied to Lindsay, No, I just reached the intermediate level and can already forge weapons such as leather armor, iron bows, and elite swords. In addition to equipment, I can also forge various kitchen utensils and daily necessities. Lindsay, that's perfect. If you have time, make me a set of kitchenware. Tell me what materials you need. Yu Shuang did not refuse. No problem, sir. I promise to get it done for you before tonight. Yu Shuang was very grateful to Lindsay. Without Lindsay's batch of iron, ore, her shelter could not be upgraded to the level of a wooden house. She knew what happened to the players who had shelters or huts. Many players were attacked by monsters, and finally the shelters were destroyed and the players were torn to pieces by the monsters. After thinking about it, she sent another message to Lindsay. Boss, do you need any equipment? I can help you make it. If Lindsay needed some equipment, she would be willing to make it for free. It just so happened that she made a small fortune today. Just consider it as a thank you to Lindsay. Lindsay, can you make silver-level equipment? If you can, help me make a bow and a close-range sword. Yu Shuang, boss, you really overestimate me. If you want to create silver equipment, you must have a top-level tool bench to do it. Lindsay wondered. Only the top-level tool bench can create silver equipment. So what is used to create higher-level gold equipment? Yu Shuang. The forging table is a more professional device, specially used to forge equipment. In comparison, the tool bench is more about daily necessities. Lindsay, forget it then. Yu Shuang, boss, are you still going to mine iron, or today? Lindsay, I'll take a look later. He knew that Yu Shuang wanted to upgrade the level of the wooden house. If he helped him make iron nails, Yu Shuang could also get some iron from him. Just at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something. I sent a message. Please help me make another pickaxe. Yu Shuang was puzzled. Boss, is your previous pickaxe broken? Lindsay, no, the pickaxe we're making this time is different. It needs to be a larger one. One that is proportionally enlarged to 3 meters long. Yu Shuang, a 3-meter-long pickaxe. Isn't it enough to describe it as extra large? She didn't understand why Lindsay asked her to make such a big pickaxe. Was there a giant around Lindsay? It's unlikely that a giant would, but a giant gorilla is very likely. Lindsay is a pet summoner, so it's not impossible for him to summon a large gorilla as a pet. But doesn't a summoner only have one pet? She clearly remembered that the giant green python lying on Lin Zay's bed was Lin Zay's pet. Could it be that Lin Zay's python died, and now it's replaced by an orangutan? The more Yu Shuang thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible. But she didn't ask any more questions, and quickly replied to Lin Zay, "It's no problem to make such an iron pickaxe, but I'm out of iron ore. Such a large iron pickaxe requires at least 25 pieces of iron ore." Lin Zay glanced at his backpack. He had no iron ore either. There are more than 50 pieces of refined iron, 30 of which were opened from the silver treasure chest before. Lin Zay, "I'll send it to you later." Yu Shuang, "Okay, boss." After finishing the chat with Yu Shuang, Lin Zay cleaned up the battlefield and then put his consciousness into the pet space. After such a long time, Xiaoqing and Da Hong's conditions have returned to their peak. Xiongda's health has also recovered by half, to about 20,000. Half of the blood volume is enough. As soon as he thought about it, 3 pets appeared in front of him out of thin air. Looking at the huge big bear, Lin Zay became more and more satisfied. That oversized pickaxe is prepared for Big Bear. Owner, Xiaoqing and Da Hong called out affectionately. Big Bear also barked, then stretched out his paw and touched his head, looking very honest. Lin Zay said, "Let's go to the valley." The 3 little ones nodded. Big Bear also quickly got up from the ground. Then Lin Zay led the 4 pets towards the valley. He planned to go to the pond again when he came back and get more water. In polar night mode, it is definitely more difficult to find water resources. Correspondingly, the price of water will also go up. When it's empty, cut some more bamboo tubes and put all the sewage stored in the backpack on the trading channel. He reserves water resources to prevent natural disasters such as drought. If there is a problem with the pond, the sewage in the backpack will be his reserve water source. Now, the drought has not come. The stored sewage must naturally be processed in exchange for more usable materials. After killing 2 waves of monsters along the way, 1 person and 4 pets entered the valley. Lin Zay lit bonfires in the center of the valley and around the iron mine. The darkness nearby was immediately dispelled. In the light of the fire, Lin Zay saw white flowers blooming on the branches of the pear tree, which was all over the tree and was very beautiful. Owner, suddenly, Xiongda said to Lin Zay, "I smell the scent of my own kind." Lin Zay asked, "Are there other black bears near this valley?" "Where are they?" "Take the 3 little ones with you to kill them later. If you can't eat Big Bear's bear paw, eating other bears' bear paws is also good." Xiongda said quickly, "It's not my kind, but a king-level monster like me. Judging from the aura, that guy's strength is not as strong as mine." Hearing this, Lin Zay immediately thought of the culprit who had severely damaged the hyena pack and injured the hyena king. "Can you find where it's hiding?" Chapter 36, Lazy Bear. "No problem." Big Bear nodded and said, "We bears have very sensitive noses. Even if it's hiding underground, I can follow its scent to find it." Lin Zay said, "Then don't worry. Let's talk about it tomorrow." He can summon another pet tomorrow. After seeing the explosive properties of Big Bear, he became interested in boss-level pets. Unless there were special circumstances, he would not summon ordinary pets again. Lin Zay asked again, "What kind of monster is that?" Xiongda said, "Judging from the smell, it should be a monkey." Lin Zay's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. If you don't have a gorilla, it's not impossible to catch a monkey as a pet. Monkeys are definitely good candidates for mining. Lin Zay did not ask any more questions. He turned to the 3 little ones and said, "Go hunt outside the valley. If you encounter any danger, return to the valley immediately." "Good master." The 3 little ones left happily in a group. They also enjoy hunting as it allows them to quickly level up. Xiongda asked, "Master, what about me?" Lin Zay said, "Just stay here. You'll have your mission later." As he said this, he didn't care about Big Bear, took out a pickaxe from his backpack and hit the iron ore in front of him. After knocking about a dozen times, he successfully mined out an iron ore. As the level continues to increase, the speed of mining becomes faster and faster. Lin Zay is full of energy. He kept swinging the pickaxe in his hand. Not long after, he mined 30 pieces of iron ores, all of which he traded to Yu Shuang. The extra was considered Yu Shuang's processing fee. Yu Shuang, "Boss, are there any requirements for making that oversized pickaxe?" After all, it was custom-made, so she had to ask clearly. Lin Zay, "I don't have any requirements, as long as I can mine." Yu Shuang, "Okay." Time passes quickly. There were more than 100 pieces of iron ores piled up around Lin Zay, and a dozen pieces of refined iron. You can also earn merit points by mining. And compared to hunting monsters, you can get more merit points. In less than 2 hours, he had obtained nearly 130 merit points and jumped to 4th place in the ranking list. The speed is indeed faster than hunting monsters. This should be the special care that the game gives to life-oriented players. As long as you dare to venture out, whether it's mining or logging, you can easily gain merit. It seems that we have to work harder if we want to compete for the top spot on the leaderboard. When he said working harder, he didn't mean working harder to mine, but working harder to hunt more monsters. After all, mining is not his main occupation. Players of life professions can gain experience through mining, gathering, logging, making tools, etc., but he can't. He is a combat professional. You need to hunt monsters to level up. Therefore, hunting monsters is his main task. Wait until we catch that boss monkey tomorrow. Let's bring it here to mine, and I'll take Big Bear and the 3 little ones to hunt. This way, we can do both, and we don't have to worry about not increasing our merit points. At this time, Lindsay suddenly received a message prompt from the game. It was Yu Shuang who traded the iron pickaxe she had crafted. He immediately took out the pickaxe from his backpack and smashed the 3-meter-long pickaxe heavily on the ground with a dull sound. Lindsay took a deep breath. Such a big pickaxe is indeed a bit exaggerated, but it is suitable for Big Bear's body. He called Xiong, who was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, over and said, "Now that the tools have arrived, your next task is to mine with me." When Xiong heard this, his face suddenly became dull. It had a confused expression, as if it didn't know where it was or what it heard. It's a bear. Bears also want to mine? Most importantly, it has no hands. Lindsay glared at it. You don't want to? This lazy guy, he was sleeping the whole time while he was mining just now. He was snoring. He was sleeping very soundly. Xiongda instinctively squeezed his buttocks together and said with tears in his eyes, "Master, I don't know how to mine." "If you don't know, then learn." Lindsay pointed to the oversized pickaxe under his feet and said, "Hurry up. Time is precious." Seeing that Lindsay seemed angry, Xiongda didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly picked up the oversized iron pickaxe from the ground. Lindsay said, "Just watch me do what I do. Mining is not difficult at all. Just swing the pickaxe and hit the iron ore." "Okay, I'll try." Xiongdashu imitated Lin Zay's actions. As a result, he couldn't swing the pickaxe in his arms at all. I tried several times, but it didn't work. In the end, Xiongda could only look at Lin Zay with aggrieved eyes. It was only then that Lin Zay discovered that the bear's paws were hard, straight, and flat. Even though the claws could be partially bent, they could not hold things like humans. "How do you do this?" Lin Zay had a headache. It's not Xiongda's fault, it's his own problem. He didn't expect this. At this time, Xiongda suddenly said, "Master, I can use the skill of Earth Spike to smash the target iron ore. This way, it will be much easier for you to mine. That's all we can do for now." Lin Zay nodded. It would definitely not work to let Big Bear be a miner. However, it could be used to generate electricity. The generator blueprint he got was for a hand crank type, so there should be no problem in letting Big Bear turn the crank, right? He was tired after a long day and couldn't just go home and generate electricity himself at night. This tool bear must be trained. Just at this moment, the ground shook. There was a distinct crashing sound. Then Lin Zay saw dense spikes appearing around an iron mine not far away, and the iron mine in the center instantly shattered into pieces. The iron ore in the jungle world is different from the iron ore on Earth. The iron ore in this world is like weeds growing in clusters, not as a whole, and does not go deep into the underground world. It looks very similar to the game scene. After the spikes disappeared, Lin Zay walked over with a pickaxe, and after just a few hits, a piece of iron ore fell off. It's more than just a lot easier. Mining efficiency has increased several times. Lin Zay sighed, and then looked at Xiongda. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Xiongda was stunned for a moment and said, "Master, you didn't ask me either." Lin Zay immediately rolled his eyes. "Okay, go and crush the rest of the iron ore. It's getting late. We have to work harder." "Understood, Master." Big Bear stretched out his 4 strong bear legs and ran away with a thump. Lin Zay cursed Lazy Bear inwardly and then continued to work on mining, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect mining to be done this way. This is new information, and it's very valuable." Lin Zay was thinking about how to maximize the benefits of this information. There's no rush now. The players haven't found any mineral resources yet. When they start mining, we'll trade this information out. Unconsciously, a few more hours passed. With the help of Xiongda, Lin Zay has dug up more than 1,300 pieces of iron ore and nearly 200 pieces of refined iron. It could be said to be a great harvest. It's almost time to go back. There has been no news from the shelter, so it should be safe. But we have to get the power grid set up after we go back, just in case. Chapter 37, The World of Dogs. Master, are we going back? Big Bear came running over with his thick bare legs thumping. It is huge, like a giant beast. Every step he took made the ground shake. If it were on Earth, Lindsay would definitely be scared silly if he saw such a big black bear running towards him. But it's different now. Big Bear is his pet. Instead, it gave him a simple and cute feeling. Today's work is over. It's time to go home. Lindsay looked at Shionda and said, "We are going to the pond later. You should also take a bath. It's too dirty." "I understand, Master." Big Bear scratched his head with his paw, as if he was a little embarrassed. Lindsay put the refined iron on the ground into his backpack. As for the iron ore, it was traded to Yu Shuang. Soon he received a message from Yu Shuang. "Boss, today's harvest is so big. There are more than 1,300 pieces of iron ore." She didn't expect that Lindsay would gain so much in just one afternoon. Could it be that Lindsay found a shortcut to quick mining? Lindsay replied, "I have a way to increase the mining efficiency several times. Please keep an eye out for me. If anyone wants it, ask him to exchange it for the blueprint. According to the value of the blueprint, I will give you the corresponding iron or as compensation." Yu Shuang is now a hot commodity in the eyes of players. He has connections with many powerful players and has a wider network than him. As for the remuneration, it must be given, and it must be handled impartially. Yu Shuang was a little surprised. She didn't expect Lindsay to be able to find a shortcut. She quickly replied, "No problem. I'll spread the news later. Also, did you find any refined iron?" Lindsay, "Yes, but not many." Yu Shuang, "As I said before, I'll exchange the blueprints." Lindsay, "What drawings?" Yu Shuang sent over an illustrated guide. Lindsay clicked on it and saw that it was actually a blueprint of a refrigerator. After using the blueprint, he could get a small refrigerator. The refrigerator is still very useful, especially when encountering extremely hot natural disasters. The role played is even greater. Lindsay, "How much refined iron do you want?" Yu Shuang, "At least 100. I exchanged this for a whole set of equipment." Lindsay, "For a flat price, I'll give you 60 pieces of refined iron, which will allow you to upgrade your shelter to a high level." Yu Shuang, "Okay." The two of them didn't hesitate and completed the transaction very quickly. Yu Shuang, "Boss, do you want to join the alliance?" "I joined one today. It's called the Elite Court. The players there are of very high quality." Lindsay remembered that the player who had traded power grid blueprints with him before was also in this alliance. Lindsay, "Why did you suddenly join the alliance?" Yu Shuang, "I was pulled in and got the status of an alliance elder. I can get 50 units of wood for free every day. It would be a waste if I didn't join in." Lindsay, "Is your leader called Yang?" Yu Shuang, "How did you know?" Lindsay, "Before, someone named Yang applied to add me as a friend and told me about the alliance he had established. He said that if I joined, he would let me become the deputy leader of the alliance." Yu Shuang, "Boss didn't agree?" Lindsay, "That guy wanted to get the royal jelly from me for free, but I blocked him." Yu Shuang, "I understand. I will withdraw from the alliance immediately." Lindsay, "No, why not take the free salary? Besides, didn't you say that the quality of players in this alliance is very high? Please help me pay more attention to the blueprints in there." Yu Shuang, "Okay." After finishing the chat with Yu Shuang, Lindsay took Shionda out of the valley. Soon, he found the three little ones who were hunting in the forest area and disassembled all the prey they had caught and put them into their backpacks. The three little ones have obviously grown bigger, especially Xiaoqing, whose body length reached nearly 7 meters, a true python-level body. Its poison damage also reached 20 points, and it could cause 1,200 points of damage in 1 minute. The damage of the big red fireball soared to 300 points. The name of the fort is well-deserved. Yes, the levels have been upgraded. Lindsay praised, and Xiaoqing and Dahong were promoted to bronze level 6, and the queen bee also entered bronze level 5. Owner, the three little ones happily surrounded Lindsay and were very friendly to him. Lindsay touched Xiaoqing and the queen bee's heads, then held Dahong in his arms. The little guy's hair is very soft and silky and feels great to stroke. One person and 4 pets walked towards the pond. Lindsay had been mining for an entire afternoon and felt sore all over that he simply sat on Big Bear's back and temporarily became a bear rider. Shionda didn't refuse either. With its size and strength, it didn't feel anything at all when Lindsay rode on its back. Lindsay felt much more relaxed, as he didn't have to travel by himself. After putting the blood candles harvested by the three little ones on the trading channel, he started to check the chat channel. The atmosphere in the chat channel is still lively. Players are talking about the events they encountered in the wild today. Some people said they were chased and intercepted by a large number of monsters, but finally escaped death. Some people claimed that they heard the roar of giant beasts, and the sound shook the mountains and forests. I don't know if it's my illusion, but the number of treasure chests in the jungle seems to have increased. Did you find the treasure chest? Lucky got 3 treasure chests. Damn, the European Emperor deserves death. Damn it, I have found less than 3 treasure chests since I came to the jungle world. Brother O above, did you get any good stuff from the treasure chest, such as blueprints? If so, I will buy it at a high price. Just food and common resources, no blueprints. What a pity. Don't worry, I'll go out and look around tomorrow. Maybe I can find a higher level treasure chest. I have a hunch that tomorrow will be another fruitful day. Don't be ridiculous. It's not that easy to find a treasure chest. If you can find 3 more treasure chests, I'll tear your head off. What does it have to do with me, whether you are twisting your head or not? I just want to tell everyone that the number of treasure chests in the wild should have increased so everyone can go out and look around more often. Don't fool people. There's so many monsters outside. Who dares to go out and wander around recklessly? Are they really not afraid of death? That's right. Don't you see how many people died today? It's almost 13,000. I remember it. So many people have died before the first night of the polar night mode is over. Won't everyone in our district be dead in 7 days? Who says it isn't? Damn, this is a damned world. Lindsay glanced at the number in the upper right corner of the chat channel and felt a little heavy for a moment. He clearly remembered that there were more than 85,000 players last night. Now there are less than 73,000 left. In just one day, more than 10,000 people died. Not to mention others. Even Lindsay felt a chill in his heart. His strength is already quite strong, and he can even proudly call himself the strongest player in the entire district, but he can never guarantee that an accident will happen one day. After all, the best players are just players. How to play in this world. Chapter 38 Hot Pot and Power Grid. When he reached the pond, Lindsay calmed down. He did not let himself fall into the gloomy world because he knew that once he did, he would be close to death. Players are also natural disasters. There's nothing to be afraid of, Lindsay whispered in an imperceptible voice. Then he patted Big Bear to ask it to stop. When he arrived at the pond, Lindsay was not in a hurry to get water. Instead, he used meat to exchange for a large amount of bamboo on the trading channel. The bamboo he had previously stored was basically used up. After getting the bamboo, Lindsay took out the iron sword and started making bamboo tubes. With his current strength, he could cut the bamboo with one sword, so making it was effortless. In a short while, Lindsay made thousands of bamboo tubes. Next is to get water. Big Bear and the 3 little ones also came to help. The 3 little ones' way of getting water was relatively normal. Although Xiaoqing had no claws, he used his tail to roll up the bamboo tube and scooped a full tube of water from the pond. The abnormal one is Big Bear. This guy buried his head in the water and drank it madly, then turned around and spit all the water into the bamboo tube. Lindsay thought that it was fortunate that this was not the water he drank. Otherwise, I would have to pin Big Bear to the ground and beat him up. As for the player who bought the water, as long as he doesn't tell anyone, who knows? Anyway, it has to be boiled, so there's no question of whether it is dirty or not. With the help of Big Bear and the 3 little ones, more than 1,000 bamboo tubes were soon filled. Lindsay put these waters on the trading channel in batches. In addition to exchanging wood, he also added stone. Stone is also a material, but its purpose is not clear at the moment. However, it is likely related to the upgrade of the shelter. Lindsay estimated that after the wooden house was upgraded to the top level, it would be the stone house. The problems he can think of, other players can also think of. Therefore, the price of stone is much more expensive than wood. In addition, the amount of stone is also small. The stones currently sold on the trading channel are all scattered materials picked up by players, not mined from stone mines. Once mineral resources are discovered in large quantities by players, the prices of both stone and iron ore will fall. Lindsay didn't want to wait until that time. His cabin will soon be moved up to the next level. Now, he has more water resources than he can use up, and he doesn't mind stockpiling stones at this time. At that time, he will upgrade the stone house as soon as possible and get the rewards given by the game. Wait for Big Bear to finish taking a bath. Lindsay then returned to the shelter with his team of pets. On the way, he went to see the apple tree. The flowers on the apple tree have withered, and many nail-sized fruits have formed. If nothing goes wrong, they will be ripe in a day or two. Back near the shelter, Lindsay heard a buzzing sound. 3 worker bees flew over with their security team. The queen bee went up to talk for a while, then said to Lindsay, "Master, they said that a monster approached the shelter this afternoon and was killed by them. Well done, any losses?" Lindsay asked while checking the information of the 3 worker bees. All 3 worker bees have been promoted to bronze level 2. No wonder they have grown a lot bigger. The queen bee said, "The loss is not great. Only a little over 100 ordinary bees were sacrificed. I can now breed 400 bees every day." "That's good." Lindsay nodded, gave the 3 worker bees verbal praise, and then returned to the cabin. The first thing to do when returning to the house is naturally to light the mud stove. There were no electric lights, so the only lighting was by stove. The firelight was not very bright, but it was enough to illuminate the cabin. Big Bear and the 3 little ones also came in. Originally, Lindsay's wooden house seemed empty because it didn't have much furniture. Now that the pet team came in, it immediately felt a little crowded, especially Big Bear and Little Green. One is a giant black bear weighing several thousand kilograms, and the other is a 7-meter-long python. It would be strange if it wasn't crowded. Lindsay took out 4 drawings from his backpack. They're the drawings of a portable hot pot, a hand-crank generator, a power grid, and the drawings of the refrigerator that had just been obtained. He first used the portable hot pot blueprint. Get a complete set of hot pot utensils and 3 batteries. In addition to using batteries, this portable hot pot can also be recharged, which is very convenient. He placed a pile of hot pot utensils on the table. Pour clean drinking water into it, turn on the switch, and start boiling. Then he went to the corner of the room and used the freezer blueprint to place the freezer. He also used the hand-cranked generator blueprint to find a suitable location to place it. Finally, Lindsay came outside the wooden house and used the power grid diagram. Soon, the shelter and the surrounding open space were surrounded by an electric fence nearly 4 meters high. Good. Looking at the tall electric grid, Lindsay was very satisfied. He connected the central control equipment of the power grid to the hand-cranked generator in the house, turned to Xiongda, and said, "I have a task for you." Lindsay turned the crank of the generator and said, "Keep turning it like I do." Big Bear obediently tried it. Its movements are rather clumsy, but manageable. While turning the crank, Xiongda asked Lindsay in a cute way, "Master, how long do I have to turn this?" Lindsay said, "Keep turning until you fall asleep." The Big Bear's eyes moved, and he said, "Master, I want to sleep now." "You lazy bastard." Lindsay kicked it in annoyance and said, "You can't sleep until I sleep. You must fully charge the power grid before going out tomorrow." "Good, master." Big Bear nodded his head aggrievedly. As the crank continued to turn, a slight sound of electricity came out of the generator and was transmitted along the wires to the central control device of the power grid. The central control equipment of the power grid can store electricity. Lindsay had read the blueprints and knew that the power grid's central control equipment could be used for 12 hours after being fully charged. With the electric fence protecting the shelter, he feels more at ease when going out hunting. After a while, the water in the hot pot boiled. Lindsay put the clean mushrooms and beef in all at once and took out the family bucket of fried chicken that he had not finished at noon today. This is his dinner today. Of course, he did not forget to feed Big Bear and the 3 little ones. Xiaoqing and Xiongda both eat meat, so meat is the most abundant thing in his backpack. Dahong eats nuts and fruits. As for the queen bee, just drink some regular honey. There's a lot of food stored in the little guy's beehive, so there's no need to worry about it going hungry. After taking care of the 4 pets, Lindsay also entered his dinner time. As usual, a photo is sent to the regional chat channel before eating. Many players are waiting for this moment. After dinner, Lindsay took out the kitchen utensils from his backpack and placed them on the table one by one. These were all made by Yu Shuang. We had a hot pot just now, so we didn't use them. Then Lindsay came to the outside of the wooden house again. Using flashlight, I planted the various vegetable seeds harvested today in a vegetable garden. 24 hours of harvest. This growth rate is much faster than that of Crucian carp fry. Lindsay returned to the cabin very satisfied. By this time tomorrow, he'll be able to eat dishes such as stewed beef with potatoes, fried rabbit with peppers, and cold cucumber salad. Life these days seems to be no worse than when I was on Earth. Chapter 39. 2 consecutive upgrades of the wooden house. After dealing with the matters in the vegetable garden, Lindsay came to the fish pond. With the help of the flashlight, Lindsay saw groups of crucian carp fry in the fish pond, forming a black mass. After 12 hours of breeding, the female crucian carps successfully hatched the baby fish. It's just that the number is not as much as I thought. More than 20 female crucian carps only hatched more than 1,000 fry, which means an average of about 50 fry per hatch. This is quite different from what Lindsay expected. However, it is understandable. After all, this is not Earth, and it cannot be limited by Earth cognition. What's more, in this world, it only takes 36 hours for crucian carp fry to grow into a kilogram crucian carp, and no food needs to be fed during this period. There is no such good thing on Earth. The little crucian carps are also very active, swimming happily in the fish pond with their mother crucian carp, with their growth time written on their heads. We can catch them a day after tomorrow morning. Then pick out the female crucian carp and let them continue to reproduce. In this way, I will have more and more crucian carp in my hands. Later, I will sell all the harvested crucian carp in exchange for the resources I need. There were more than 70 kilograms of crucian carp in Lindsay's backpack, but he didn't sell it. One is that the quantity is too small, and the other is that I plan to keep it for myself. It's not too late to sell this batch of crucian carp fry after they grow up. Then Lindsay checked the beehive and the hive inside, and returned to the cabin when he found nothing wrong. Seeing the small water purifier placed against the wall, Lindsay patted his forehead and took out 10 liters of sewage from his backpack to purify it. A small water purifier can purify 10 liters of sewage per day. This value is not cumulative. Fortunately, he didn't forget, otherwise he would have lost money. Basically, there's nothing to do. Now we just have to wait for Yu Shuang to send us the iron nails so we can upgrade to the advanced wooden house. With nothing to do, Lindsay lay down on the bed. Da Hong ran over immediately and squatted beside Lindsay's pillow. This is its location. Xiaoqing also wanted to get on the bed, but found that she was too big and the small wooden bed could no longer accommodate her. She could only sadly lean her head on the edge of the bed and look at Lindsay with resentment. Big Bear was still working hard to turn the crank of the generator. The bear was a little lazy, but it didn't dare to disobey Lindsay's orders. The queen bee has already entered the beehive and started to breed offspring. Compared with the sloth bear, the queen bee is really a hard-working little bee. It was late at night. Yu Shuang finally sent the nails over. In addition to her processing fee, Lindsay received more than 12,300 nails, which is a huge number. The price of iron nails is extremely high on the current trading channel, because players are preparing to upgrade the cabins. Wood is easy to deal with, but nails are difficult to deal with. Since the quantity is small, the price is naturally high. Once Lindsay's more than 10,000 nails are put on the trading channel, it will definitely drive the players crazy. Lindsay opened the information panel of the shelter. His shelter is now a mid-level wooden house, and upgrading it to a high-level one requires 5,000 units of wood, 3,000 iron nails, and 50 pieces of refined iron. He has all these resources and more than enough of them. Without hesitation, Lindsay immediately chose to upgrade the shelter. In an instant, a faint golden light emerged from the void and enveloped the entire shelter. Then, the space of the cabin began to expand. The wooden beds, walls, and floors also became thicker. In addition, the whole room also looks brand new and exudes a light woody scent. Soon, the upgrade was completed. Lindsay checked the shelter's information again. Advanced wooden house. Defense value increased to 5,000 points. The next level is the top-level wooden house. The materials needed for upgrading are still wood, iron nails, and refined iron, but the quantity is much larger. The wood requires 10,000 units, 5,000 iron nails, and 100 pieces of fine iron. For other players, it would be impossible to take out so many resources. But for Lindsay, this amount of resources was not a problem for him. He opened his backpack and took a look. Timber reserves are 24,500 units, 9,387 iron nails, and 164 pieces of fine iron. In addition to the nails and refined iron, the more than 20,000 units of wood were all exchanged for a large amount of meat and water he had used over the past few days, especially the latter, which brought in a lot of wood. In comparison, it seems like meat is about to become unsaleable. This is because many combat professional players have stood up. The meat they harvest but cannot finish eating will be put on the trading channel, giving professional players more choices. However, water remains a scarce resource. Lindsay can also make a lot of money by selling water. A moment later, a faint golden light enveloped the shelter again. About half a minute later, the golden light dissipated and the shelter was upgraded to a top-level wooden house. Wooden house. Level top. Defense value, 10,000. Shelter buildings, fish pond, vegetable garden, power grid. Next level, stone house. Upgrade requirements, 2,000 units of stone, 100 units of cement, 5 earth crystal cores. Information, a shelter with a certain degree of defense. Ordinary monsters will not attack you unless your electric grid is just for show. The next level is indeed a stone house, and we need stone materials. Lindsay looked at the information of the shelter and suddenly frowned. Cement has not appeared on the trading channel yet. As for the Earth-type crystal cores, there are even fewer. At present, we still don't know the origin of the Earth crystal core. Is it obtained from monsters or mined through special minerals? I'll pay more attention to the trading channel and chat channel later. See if any players have obtained relevant information. Lindsay took a look at the remaining iron nails and fine iron in the backpack. 64 pieces of fine iron and nearly 4,400 iron nails. Without hesitation, he put all the remaining fine iron and nails on the trading channel, noting that they would be exchanged for blueprints. I believe that those players who are eager to upgrade the level of the wooden house will not be stingy with the blueprints when they see him selling so much fine iron and nails. After all, wood is easy to get, but fine iron and nails are hard to come by. Sure enough, when the news that Lindsay was selling a large amount of iron nails and refined iron at one time spread, the regional chat channel immediately became lively. At this stage, almost all players lack these two things. In contrast, Lindsay was selling in large quantities. Naturally surprising. How come Boss Lindsay has so many iron nails and refined iron? Did he discover an iron mine? That's for sure. By the way, does Mr. Lindsay have a tool bench? Otherwise, even if there's iron or there's no way to make iron nails. The above person's brain is really useless. Can't someone else fix it? Yu Shuang, a professional live player whose popularity has suddenly soared in the past 2 days, is taking similar processing orders. Damn, I was wondering why Yu Shuang didn't accept any orders tonight, even at high price. It turns out she went to work for Boss Lindsay. I don't know what the relationship between Boss Lindsay and Yu Shuang is. I think it's a sworn brotherhood. Chapter 40 Night Raid. Soon after the news spread, many players applied to be Garin's friend. Since there were too many of them, Lindsay searched using keywords as usual and quickly selected a few target players. After some friendly conversation, Lindsay had 4 more blueprints in his hands and also paid with 2,400 iron nails and all the fine iron he had. The 4 drawings are water dispenser drawing, air conditioner drawing, mattress drawing, and fish pond drawing. Lindsay used the water dispenser drawings and mattress drawings respectively. In just a moment, a half-person high water dispenser appeared in his room, which could be plugged in to heat and boil the drinking water. There was also an unusually soft mattress on the bed. Finally, I don't have to sleep on hardwood. Lindsay lay on the soft mattress and moaned comfortably. The straw and wooden beds I used to sleep on were not comfortable, but now with the mattress, it is much more comfortable and I can have a good sleep. After lying down for half a minute, Lindsay stood up and went outside the wooden house to use the fish pond blueprint. It is detected that your shelter already has a fish pond building. Do you want to merge it? Merge! Lindsay made his choice quickly. Suddenly, the golden light reappeared, covering the fish pond. The area of the fish pond expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and only stopped when it had doubled its previous size. No wonder there is no upgrade information in the fish pond. Reusing the fish pond blueprint is like upgrading it. It would seem that the same is true for vegetable gardens and power grids. Lindsay turned his gaze to the densely packed crucian carp fry in the pond, and the growth time displayed on his head was also reduced by 6 hours. It takes 36 hours for crucian carp fry to grow into a catchable kilogram of crucian carp. Now, it only takes 30 hours total. The reduction is still significant. Lindsay returned to the cabin and lay straight on the soft mattress. He did not use the last remaining air conditioner blueprint and stored it in his backpack. Air conditioning is of no use nowadays. Because the temperature is just right, neither too cold nor too hot. If the temperature in the jungle world suddenly changes one day, air conditioning will come in handy. The reason why Lindsay made the exchange was to make preparations in advance. Who knows what kind of natural disaster will occur after the polar night survival mode ends. While refreshing the trading channel, Lindsay also fell asleep. When he was half asleep, he was awakened by a sudden roar. The sound came from outside the room. It was Big Bear roaring. What happened? Lindsay was so shocked that he sat up from the bed. At this time, Xiaoqing's huge head squeezed open the half-closed door and poked its head in, saying to Lindsay, "Master, don't worry. They're just a group of low-level vampire bats. We will be able to drive them away soon." Lindsay opened the kill information and took a look. Wow, there are dozens of them. His shelter was attacked by a swarm of bats. Although all the vampire bats killed were bronze level 1, Lindsay also gained hundreds of experience points. He is now at bronze level 6. It takes 700 experience points to advance to bronze 7. Adding the experience accumulated this afternoon, I will be able to upgrade with more than 100 points. This is definitely an upgrade without any effort. He got out of bed and walked outside the wooden house. What caught his eyes was Dahong rubbing fireballs with his hands and attacking a group of black shadows flying in the air. The queen bee also flew in the sky, fighting with the group of black shadows with a few worker bees. Big Bear is the strongest, but since he has no long-range attack skills and cannot fly, he can only roar savagely occasionally to stun the group of black shadows. As for Xiaoqing, she can only watch the show. Unless a vampire bat happens to fly near it, it can't do anything. There were charred corpses lying on the open ground, not far away. Most of them were hit by Dahong's fireballs. The aroma of meat could be smelled. Each vampire bat's corpse is half a meter long. The wingspan reaches nearly 1 meter. It's a bit exaggerated indeed. Monsters like vampire bats have a special ability, which is to restore themselves by sucking blood from the target's body. It is truly worthy of its name. The grid is still a bit limited. It can only stop monsters on land, but it is useless against monsters flying in the sky. It seems that we need to build some more powerful defensive buildings in the future. Lindsay thought so in his mind, and his hands moved quickly. Quickly take out the iron bow from the backpack. Skillfully knock the arrow and string the bow. At the same time, he released the copy skill, copied all of Xiongda's attributes, and activated the invincible mode on the spot. With a bang, with the bowstring vibrating, the arrow flew out. In an instant, a vampire bat was shot down from the sky. Minus 504, instant kill. Then there was another series of 5 arrows. Except for 2 arrows that missed the target, the other 3 arrows successfully hit the target, also killing the target instantly. In invincible mode, his attack is over 500. Coupled with the special effects of the iron bow, the damage caused is simply not something that these bronze-level vampire bats can withstand. Anyone hit by the arrow will die. With Lin Zhe joining, there are more and more dead vampire bats on ground. After a while, Lin Zhe suddenly felt a surge of energy in his body, and his physical fitness was rapidly improved. He has leveled up, bronze level 7. However, Lin Zhe ignored it and continued to draw the bow and shoot arrows mechanically until all the vampire bats were killed. Lin Zhe put away his iron bow and cleaned up the battlefield. In total, he harvested 238 units of bat meat and 27 blood candles, all of which were low-level blood candles, which he put on the trading channel. Bat meat is also available. He doesn't have the courage to eat this thing, but there might be other players who like it. After dealing with these, Lin Zhe looked at Big Bear and the 3 little ones and praised them. "Well done. Keep up the good work." Hearing this, Big Bear and the 3 little ones were immediately very happy. Back in the room, Lin Zhe opened his information panel. Player, Lin Zhe. Level, bronze level 7. Profession, pet summoner, can have 5 pets. Skills, pet summoning, pet space, copy. Attack, 125, 75 plus 50. Defense, 155, 75 plus 80. Speed, 175, 115 plus 60. HP, 1950. Mag, 750. Experience, 130 out of 800. Attribute points, 10. Talent, Super S level. My current attributes are not low either. Although I am not as good as the 3 little ones after the enhancement, I am still far better than other players. After all, I am wearing 2 pieces of silver equipment and a high-quality iron bow with extremely high attack power. Lin Zhe commented on himself with great satisfaction. Then he added the 10 attribute points he had gained to his speed and health points respectively. His basic speed reached 120 points, and his health points were exactly 2,000. The number of pets you can own is 5. It means it is already the 2nd day, but the exact time is unclear. I must make a clock if I have a chance. Lin Zhe yawned and lay back on the bed. No matter what time it is, I'll talk about it after I wake up. After I wake up, I'll catch that monkey and let it mine for me. Thinking this in his heart, Lin Zhe soon fell asleep again. Chapter 41, Golden Thunderfruit. The next day, Lin Zhe woke up. He stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. I had a very comfortable sleep and woke up feeling refreshed and energetic. Having a mattress really makes a difference. It was still pitch black outside the window. I can't tell what time it is. He opened the regional chat channel and checked it for a while. Based on the chat messages from the players, he deduced that the current time should be 8 o'clock in the morning. Just don't sleep until noon. Lin Zhe prepared to get up. Suddenly, I remembered something and checked the friend request. After one night, many players added him as their friend. He searched with keywords as usual and soon found a target. There are actually items that increase attributes. This is a pleasant surprise. Lin Zhe agreed to the application and sent a message. Brother, send me the stuff. A moment later, someone replied, I'm not a brother, I'm a sister. Lin Zhe then noticed that the name of the opposing player was Wen Ling. Excuse me, girl, do you want to exchange nails with me? Wen Ling, not just iron nails, but also fine iron. Lin Zhe, I still have some iron nails, but no fine iron. You are late. Wen Ling, I heard from someone that you found an iron mine that can mine iron ore and refined iron, and there's also a female player named Yu Shuang who is helping you make iron nails. Lin Zhe was silent for a few seconds. Then he replied, look at the things first, and send me an illustrated guide. Soon, an illustrated guide appeared in the chat channel. When Lin Zhe opened it, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he took an uncontrollable breath of cold air. Item, Golden Thunder Fruit. Effect, after taking it, it can increase the attack by 100 points and the power of lightning magic skills by 30%. Introduction. This is a very rare spiritual fruit. It is impossible to find it unless you are extremely lucky. One person can only take it 3 times. Awesome. It directly increases the attack by 100 points, which is equivalent to 100 attribute points, and it can also enhance the power of lightning magic. It's a pity I'm not a magician, otherwise it would be even more awesome. Lin Zhe looked at the information in the atlas and felt extremely regretful. Each profession has its own skills, and pet summoners cannot use magician skills. The exploding fireball that was previously opened from the treasure chest can prove this. However, 100 points of attack is more than enough. Send this illustration to the chat channel, and all the players in the area will go crazy. While thinking about it, Lin Zhe asked curiously, why don't you use such a precious thing yourself? Wen Ling, I got 4 golden thunder fruits in total. I have eaten 3 of them. The remaining 1 has no effect. Lin Zhe suddenly understood. It turns out that I got more than 1. In my heart, I couldn't help but admire Wen Ling's incredible good luck. After eating 3 golden thunder fruits, he gained 300 more attack points for no reason, which made people envious and jealous. Lin Zhe was wearing 3 pieces of top-grade equipment, but his attack power was only over 100. This Wen Ling is definitely treated like a protagonist. Lin Zhe sighed and replied, I want this golden thunder fruit. How many iron nails and refined iron do you want to exchange for it? Wen Ling, my shelter is a straw hut now, and it has not been upgraded to a wooden house. I don't need many nails and refined iron, just enough for me to upgrade the shelter to the level of a top-level wooden house. Lin Zhe, do you know how many iron nails and fine iron there are? Wen Ling, no matter how many iron nails and refined iron I have, they can't be exchanged for 100 points of attack. At this stage, the price of iron nails and refined iron is extremely high just because of their scarcity. When tool tables become popular in iron or is discovered in large quantities by players, even if there are several times more iron nails and refined iron, someone will be willing to exchange with me. Lin Zhe, you can wait until then to sell the golden thunder fruit. Wen Ling, Lin Zhe, I want 2 golden thunder fruits. Wen Ling, I only have 1 left, and I don't have any blueprints, but I do have a lot of wood in reserve. If Boss Lin Zhe wants, I can give you some. Lin Zhe, I'll add a portion of royal jelly that can increase the upper limit of health by 300 points. Wen Ling, okay too. Lin Zhe, you're not honest, sister. You just said there was only 1. Wen Ling, when you go out, you should always be more conservative in what you say. Lin Zhe asked, where did you get this golden thunder fruit from? Wen Ling, I was lucky. I accidentally entered a cave and found a golden thunder fruit tree inside. There were 5 golden thunder fruits on the tree. After I picked all 5 golden thunder fruits, the tree died. Lin Zhe looked at the message sent by Wen Ling. He spoke in a serious tone, but Lin Zhe did not believe a word of it. However, he did not continue to ask. After all, it was the girl's secret. Lin Zhe, I don't have many nails and fine iron, so I can only give them to you in the evening. Upgrading a thatched hut to a top-grade wooden house requires a considerable number of iron nails and fine iron. Lindsay calculated that a total of 9,500 iron nails and 160 pieces of refined iron would be consumed. He has to go mining quickly. Wenling, okay, let's trade at night. Lindsay, in addition to nails and refined iron, you will also need 19,000 units of wood. You have to prepare this yourself. Wenling, so much wood? I only have 12,000 in my hand. Well, big brother, lend me 10,000, and I will pay you back with the blueprints later. I will never let you suffer a loss. Lindsay, do you have a blueprint? Wenling, not now, but soon. If you don't believe me, I can sign a contract. Lindsay, it's not that I don't believe it. I'm just afraid that you'll die. Wenling, in the end, the two signed the contract amicably. Lindsay readily traded 10,000 units of wood to Wenling. Wood is just an ordinary resource, and naturally not as important as the blueprints. What's more, his wooden house has been upgraded to the top level. Since there is no place to use the wood for the time being, it might as well be used to trade with Wenling. There is a contract in place, so unless Wenling dies, there is no way you can deny your debt. After finishing his conversation with Wenling, Lindsay quickly got up to have breakfast and fed Big Bear and the three little ones. Before leaving home, Lindsay took a look at the power grid's central control equipment. The power reserve inside can last for 3 hours. Most of the electricity that Big Bear generated last night was used up. Even if there were no monsters attacking, the power grid would consume electricity all the time. Lindsay looked at the queen bee and said, "Call your worker bees over here and let them try to operate the generator. If it works, that's great. If not, forget it." "Good master." The queen bee nodded. Soon, a group of fist-sized worker bees flew over from all directions. There were 11 of them in total. In other words, the queen bee gave birth to 8 worker bees last night. The queen bee explained, "As my strength increases, the probability of hatching worker bees also increases. When I reach the silver level, I can breed high-level worker bees instead of just the bronze level." "Good job, keep it up." Lindsay rubbed the queen bee's head encouragingly. Afterwards, he taught a group of worker bees how to turn the crank of a generator. With the queen bee around, the worker bees could understand what he said. After a while, a worker bee took the initiative to try. Use your tiny bee legs to hold the crank, then flap your wings, using the air's thrust to slowly turn the crank. After all, it is a monster and its power is not weak. Looking at the worker bee spinning faster and faster along with the crank, Lindsay was really worried that this little guy would pass out in no time. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. It kept spinning for several minutes without the worker bee showing any signs of dizziness. Lindsay also felt relieved. He said to the queen bee, "Tell them to take turns generating electricity and switch when they are tired. The others can continue to lead the patrol." He was very happy. With the queen bee and her group of worker bees, he didn't have to worry about the power grid suddenly going out when he went out hunting. Big Bear was also very happy. It can go to bed early or later. Fortunately, Lindsay didn't know what it was thinking, otherwise he would have kicked it. Chapter 42, Wenling. 3 kilometers away from Lin's shelter, a beautiful figure stood in the darkness. She had a slender figure and proud curves, and behind her was a lonely thatch hut. Suddenly, a meter-tall, jungle gray wolf appeared. He growled and pounced on the figure. The figure remained calm, as usual, waving the wooden magic wand in his hand. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, instantly turning the bronze-level 2 jungle wolf into charcoal. A moment later, several more gray wolves rushed out. The figure remained calm and composed, waving his magic wand continuously. Accompanied by bursts of thunder, all the gray wolves were killed instantly. After that, the figure stood still for a long time. Seeing that no other gray wolves appeared, he walked over and decomposed the corpse. The arrival of these jungle gray wolves is a bit strange. I searched the area around the shelter before, but didn't find any of them. But now they suddenly appear. Could it be the guy who drove them here? He has a lot of blood candles in his hands, which can deter monsters. It's not impossible for him to do something like this. The figure whispered in an imperceptible voice. Her tone was cold, with a hint of chilliness. Another 10 minutes passed. Another figure appeared, a male warrior player. He was holding a torch in one hand and a blood candle in the other, and was running quickly through the woods towards a shelter where the figure was. After a while, 2 players meet. The male player looked at the figure standing outside the shelter with a slightly stunned expression, but he recovered immediately. He quickly asked, "Wenling, I just heard thunder coming from your side, so I rushed over in a hurry. Are you okay?" Wenling glanced at him and said, "It's okay. There were just a few gray wolves that came, and I scared them away with magic." The male player heaved a sigh of relief and said, I'm glad you're okay. Why don't you consider what I said before and move in with me? My shelter is at least a low-level wooden house with a defense value of 1,000 points. It's definitely safer than your straw hut. Wen Ling fell silent, as if he was really considering whether to move there. After a long time, she said, before moving over, I have to get that silver treasure chest. Hearing this, the male player was ecstatic for a moment, then said with a bitter face, Wen Ling, that's a bronze level 6 boss. The two of us combined can't beat it. Wen Ling said, it has not yet recovered from its previous injuries, and it has just given birth, so it is in an extremely weak state. You take the damage in the front, and I will use magic to cooperate with you. There is a high chance of success. Now is the best time for us to take action. Once it recovers, it will be even more impossible to take it down. Your analysis makes sense, but the male player paused, then gritted his teeth and said, I promise you, but you can't lie to me. After you get the treasure chest, you can live with me. Wen Ling nodded. I mean what I say. A look of joy suddenly appeared on the male player's face. Then the two of them set off together, heading towards their destination. The male player was still walking in front to lead the way, holding a cold iron sword in his hand. Wen Ling walked behind with a torch. Looking at the iron sword in the male player's hand, her expression changed slightly. Yesterday, this guy's weapon was just a wooden sword. Wen Ling asked, where did you get your iron sword? The male player immediately said excitedly, I couldn't sleep last night, so I went out to hunt monsters. I accidentally found a bronze treasure chest, and I got this iron sword from it. But this isn't a surprise. You know what the surprise is? What is it? Wen Ling asked. The male player said as if offering a treasure. I found an iron mine in a valley. There's also a pear tree there. It will bear fruit soon. Wen Ling paused slightly. His clear eyes also brightened. Are you sure it's iron, or? The male player said, absolutely. There is no mistake. I received a message from the game as soon as I entered the valley. It's strange that there are no monsters guarding the iron mine. Wen Ling said, maybe the monsters are not interested in minerals. It's possible. The male player said with a bright smile, Wen Ling, with this iron mine, our lives will soon get better, and it is not impossible to become one of the top players. Wen Ling didn't say anything. What she was thinking about was not the future, but the deal with Lin Zhe. She had just agreed with Lin Zhe to trade iron nails and refined iron in the evening. But an iron mine suddenly appeared, and she immediately had the idea of going back on her word. The contract signed was only related to the loan of timber. Even if she regretted the transaction of golden thunder fruit, at most she would be breaking her promise, and the game would not be able to do anything to her. With iron ore, we can produce a large amount of iron ore and refined iron. No need to worry about upgrading the cabin anymore. You can also keep the 2 golden thunder fruits and exchange them for something more valuable later. The more Wen Ling thought about it, the more she felt that she should do this. After all, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. As for Lin Zhe, he will definitely be angry. But even if he is angry, he won't go through the internet cable to hit her, right? However, thinking this way, but Wen Ling could never make up her mind. She suddenly asked the male player in front of her, do you know Lin Zhe? Who among the players in our district doesn't know this person? The male player sneered and said, but in my opinion, he just relied on good luck. First he found the water source, and then the iron ore, so he was able to develop so quickly. We are both high-level talented combat players. Now that we are working together and have the iron ore in hand, we will be able to surpass him sooner or later. In fact, that Lin Zhe isn't that great either. Yesterday, I rushed to the 3rd place in the merit rankings, but now I've dropped to the 7th place. I must be too lazy. Unlike me, I go out in the middle of the night to hunt monsters and work hard for our future. People like Lin Zhe will fall off the mountain sooner or later. The higher you climb now, the harder you will fall later. Listening to the sour and sarcastic voice of the male player, Wen Ling's expression did not change much. She thought to herself, this person is petty, jealous, and will do anything to achieve his goals. My first impression of him when we met was indeed correct. As for Lin Zhe, the deal remains unchanged. After all, she didn't want to offend a top player because of 2 golden thunder fruits, and she also needed the royal jelly in Lin Zhe's hands. Wen Ling asked again, where's the iron mine? The male player walking in front said without turning his head, I'll tell you when we go back tonight. Without waiting for Wen Ling to respond, the male player asked again, shall we go directly to the boss now? Wen Ling said in a calm voice, This kind of thing should be dealt with sooner rather than later. As you say, the male player led the way with a happy look on his face. The other side, Lindsay brought 4 pets to the valley. Shonga, it's up to you from now on. Master, rest assured, my nose is sharper than a dog's. I will never let that monkey get away. Yes, I am very optimistic about you. Chapter 43, Cave Battle. Big Bear took the lead and ran quickly in the jungle. Lindsay sat on Big Bear's back, holding Da Hong in his arms and holding a flashlight in one hand for illumination. The queen bee is flying in the air. Xiaoqing twisted its huge snake body and followed behind Xiongda. The man and his 4 pets were extremely fast, and they were away from the valley area in the blink of an eye. After an unknown amount of time, Big Bear suddenly stopped, walked around, and occasionally raised his head to sniff the air. Lindsay asked, "Have you found the monkey?" Big Bear nodded and said, "It's nearby. The smell of that monkey is everywhere." Hearing this, Lindsay said to the queen bee, "Go look around and come back and report immediately after you find the target. We are waiting for you here." "Good master." The queen bee flapped her wings and disappeared into the darkness. This wait lasted half an hour. The queen bee finally appeared in front of Lindsay and said, "Master, we found the monkey. It was hiding in a cave. In addition to it, there are 2 newborn monkeys." Lindsay asked, "Did you see what level it is?" Previously, Xiongda said that the boss monkey was weaker than him, but he did not say the specific level. Because Xiongda only inferred the strength of the boss monkey based on the aura left by the boss monkey, and he did not see the boss monkey in person. The queen bee said, "It's bronze level 6, it's injured, and it just gave birth, so it's in a very weak state." Hearing this, Lindsay immediately understood. The injuries on the boss monkey must have been caused by the hyena pack, but it also severely damaged the hyena king and killed dozens of hyenas, which was considered a small victory. It should be that the hyena king knew that the boss monkey was pregnant and gave birth, so he wanted to take advantage of the boss monkey's weakness to rob her. In the end, he failed to do it and fled back to the valley with serious injuries. The reason why Lindsay was able to easily defeat the hyena pack and occupy the iron mine was thanks to this boss monkey. Lindsay said to the queen bee, "Lead the way, kill the boss monkey as soon as possible, and go back to mine as soon as possible." He couldn't wait to complete the transaction and get the 2 golden thunder fruits. After all, that was a full 200 points of attack. Delaying for even a second would be disrespectful to this top-grade spiritual fruit. "Master, follow me." The queen bee immediately flew in one direction. A few minutes later, the queen bee flying in front suddenly stopped. Lindsay was just about to ask when suddenly a roar came from the darkness not far away. The queen bee said, "Master, there was a fight over there in the cave." As soon as it finished speaking, a burst of thunder was heard in the darkness not far away, followed by a flash of lightning. With the help of the flashing lightning, Lindsay could clearly see a small hill a few hundred meters ahead, with a dark cave entrance in the belly of the hill. That is obviously where the boss monkey is hiding. What is that lightning? Lightning magic? Who is fighting the boss monkey? The monster or the player? Lindsay's mind raced, and he guessed it should be the former. At this stage, even he wouldn't dare to think about fighting a bronze level 6 boss alone, unless he turned on the invincible mode. Of course, this is just Lindsay's speculation. It doesn't mean that he can't be a player. After all, as the old saying goes, there is always someone better than you. At this moment, Shonda suddenly said, "Master, I smelled the same scent as you. There are 2 of them. They are both professionals." Lindsay's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. "I didn't expect that he was actually a player. And there are 2 of them. Don't act rashly. Let's go and take a look first." Lindsay led the 4 pets towards a nearby hill. After a while, 1 man and 4 pets came out of the cave. The sounds of fighting coming from the cave were clearer. In addition to the roar of the boss monkey, you could also hear the screams of the little monkeys and a man's shouts of killing. At this time, another thunder sounded. The dazzling lightning instantly illuminated the entire cave, reflecting the scene inside the cave. The cave is not small, with a diameter of several dozen meters. In the center, there was a monkey that was nearly 2 meters tall and extremely burly, fighting with a warrior player holding an iron sword. About 10 meters away, there was a female player with the magician profession. Every 10 seconds or so, the female magician would wave her magic wand and release a huge ball of thunder. The damage of the thunderball is extremely high. In one go, you can knock down nearly 400 points of the boss monkey's health. It also has a paralysis effect and can control the boss monkey for about 3 seconds. In comparison, The warrior player was a little worse, and his attack could only cause about 100 points of damage to the boss monkey. This is still when using warrior skills. The damage caused by a heart attack is only 20 to 30 points. The two of them cooperated well, and after a few rounds, they successfully reduced the boss monkey's health by nearly 2,000 points. If the boss monkey is in normal condition, it is definitely not something these two players can challenge. The key problem is that the boss monkey is extremely weak, its health is not full, and its attack is also plummeting. If nothing unexpected happens, there's a high probability that the boss monkey will be taken down by these two players. With such high damage, their talent must be quite high. Especially that female magician, one lightning ball can actually deal 400 points of damage. Lindsay was also shocked. I secretly wonder what level the female magician's talent has reached. Is it also Super S level? At this moment, Lindsay's eyes suddenly lit up. In a corner on one side of the cave, I saw two young monkeys huddled together. They were hugging each other and shivering, looking very pitiful. Next to them, there's a treasure chest emitting silver light. Wild silver treasure chest. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Lindsay was in a better mood. He had seen something in the chat channel before. A player found several treasure chests in one day. Although they were all wooden treasure chests, he was very envious. But it's normal when you think about it. After all, this is the boss's lair. It's unreasonable that there is no treasure chest. Lindsay turned his gaze to the battlefield again. The two players were so focused on fighting the boss monkey that they didn't notice his presence. However, the boss monkey noticed Lindsay and his four pets. Suddenly, it became even more panicked. If it had to protect the two cubs, it wouldn't fight with the two players in this state. It wouldn't be difficult for it to escape. But now, Lindsay and his four pets have blocked the entrance to the cave. There is no chance of escape. With Big Bear's strength alone, he could kill it. The more panicked it was, the easier it was to make mistakes, and before long its health had dropped another 1,000 points. Suddenly it roared. A red light appeared on his body, and his aura suddenly rose. It's using its ultimate move, stop it. The male player screamed and stepped back. Although I don't know what the boss monkey is going to do, it's definitely not a good thing. The female magician did not dare to hesitate and immediately waved the magic wand in her hand. A huge thunderball hit the boss monkey. The boss monkey's body trembled violently, and the rising breath stopped immediately. The red light on his body quickly faded away. Immediately afterwards, a damage of up to 800 points floated up from the head of the boss monkey. This was the damage caused by the forced interruption of the spell. In an instant, the boss monkey's health dropped to less than 2,000 points. Seeing this, Lindsay immediately knew that it was time for him to take action. Chapter 44. This is such a coincidence. Lindsay is very direct. He entered the cave with four pets in a dignified manner. The two players who were originally planning to kill the boss monkey in one go stopped immediately and looked at Lindsay and the four pets around him in shock. Of course, the main thing to look at is Lindsay's pets, especially the huge sizes of Xiaoqing and Xiongda, which made the two of them dumbfounded for a moment and even felt a chill rushing to their heads. A black bear that is 3 or 4 meters long, a 7-meter-long python. All of them were horrified. When they looked at Xiaoqing and Xiongda's information, they were even more shocked, especially Xiongda's attributes. They were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. Big Xiong is a bronze level 7 boss. The basic attributes are higher than those of Boss Monkey. Coupled with Lin Zay's Super S level talent enhancement, all attributes are explosive, and it is no problem for him to fight against silver level monsters alone. It would be strange if these two players were not scared. Be careful, don't talk nonsense. When Ling whispered to the male player next to her, the male player also nodded with a serious expression. Although he was narrow-minded, it didn't mean he was a reckless person. They knew that if they offended Lin Zay, they might not even be able to keep their bodies intact. On the other side, the boss monkey also retreated deep into the cave, protecting the two young monkeys behind him, while staring at Lin Zay with a vigilant look on his face. Lin Zay ignored the two players and turned his gaze towards the boss monkey. He said directly, "Be obedient and be my pet. I will spare your life and keep your 2 children alive." As soon as he finished speaking, he released the pet summoning skill. Suddenly, chains emerged from the void and wrapped around the boss monkey. A magic array also appeared under its body. The boss monkey struggled instinctively, but after seeing Lin Zay's threatening look, it immediately gave in and allowed the chains and magic array to merge into its body. Congratulations, you have successfully summoned the Red Blood Monkey King as a pet. There is no reward, only a message prompt indicating that the summoning was successful. Lindsay didn't care either. This was just what he had expected. The reward game for summoning bronze-level king monsters has already been issued. If you want to get similar rewards again, you can only summon silver-level king monsters. Go to the pet space and have a good rest. I will take care of your child. Lindsay's mind moved, and he put the Red Blood Monkey King he had just subdued into the pet space. After doing all this, he turned his attention to the two players. The male player looked to be in his 20s, with average looks, a slightly overweight body, and a pale complexion that made him look as if he had kidney deficiency. The female magician is much more beautiful, with a tall and curvy figure and a very delicate face. She has no makeup on her face, which gives her a natural beauty. Lindsay looked at the two of them, smiled faintly, and said, "This boss is the pet I reserved before. You won't blame me for stealing the monster, right?" Before the male player could speak, Wen Ling spoke first. "Since you discovered it earlier, it can't be considered stealing the monster. With your strength, it's easy to deal with it." Lindsay added, "That silver treasure chest is also mine. Do you have any objections?" Wen Ling's expression remained unchanged as he said, "Once you defeat the boss, the treasure chest will naturally be yours." As soon as these words came out, the male player next to her obviously looked gloomy. The boss that was about to be killed was intercepted by someone, and now even the treasure chest is gone, so he was naturally in a bad mood. But he didn't dare to object. He was afraid of offending Lindsay and being torn to pieces by the black bear. However, he also bore a grudge against Lindsay in his heart, and thought that when he became stronger, he would definitely take revenge on him. At this time, Lindsay also glanced at the male player. This guy didn't hide the anger and hatred in his heart at all. It was all shown on his face. Unlike the woman next to her, who remained calm throughout. It was as if she was not the one whose boss and treasure chest were robbed. Lindsay looked at the two of them and smiled. "I feel like we're destined to be together. I didn't expect our shelters to be so close to each other." Wen Ling raised her eyebrows slightly. She would rather not have this kind of fate. A boss is nothing. At most you will lose a little experience. The key is the silver treasure chest. It is the first time she has seen it. She thinks it will definitely contain good things. Now, even if a magical weapon can be found inside, it does not belong to her. Wen Ling agreed and said, "It is indeed fate. My name is Wen Ling, and the person next to me is... We met the day before yesterday. May I know your name, sir?" Wen Ling. Lindsay looked up and down at the delicate-looking female magician. Since the player's information is hidden and can only be viewed by oneself, he was very surprised after hearing Wen Ling's self-introduction. After all, they had just added each other's friends online and negotiated a deal 2 hours ago, and now they met offline. Is it really such a fate? Lindsay smiled and said, "My last name is Lin, and my given name is Zay." "Are you Lindsay?" Wen Ling couldn't hold it anymore. There was a very strange expression on the delicate face. She had the same idea as Lindsay. This is such a coincidence. The male player next to him was also surprised. He didn't expect that the person they had been discussing before would appear in front of him so soon. But soon, his face darkened again. He had previously boasted in front of Wen Ling, saying that Lindsay was just lucky, so he developed faster. As long as he works hard, he will be able to catch up with Lindsay. After all, he also has an iron mind. Now seeing Lindsay appear here, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that the iron mine he discovered was occupied by Lindsay? If so, then he was happy for nothing. After all, with his strength, he certainly couldn't compete with Lindsay for the iron, or unless he secretly mined it when Lindsay was away. Fuck, how could it be such a coincidence? The male player cursed in his heart. Lindsay's eyes fell on Wen Ling and asked, "Is your shelter nearby?" This time it was the male player's turn to answer, saying, "It's far from here, and we have other things to do, so we won't stay here any longer." He pretended to pull Wen Ling, but Wen Ling dodged sideways. His expression changed slightly, and he was about to leave the cave again, but was blocked by the huge body of Big Bear. His expression suddenly became even uglier. He looked at Lindsay with resentment. "Lindsay, what do you mean? Do you want to force the two of us to stay?" Lindsay said, "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I'm just simply upset with you. I just lost a boss. Is it necessary to look like your parents are dead? What? Do you want to take revenge on me later?" Lindsay finished speaking. In an instant, a fireball hit the male player. Before the male player could react, a thick and long snake tail whipped him away again. With just these two hits, the male player's health was reduced by at least half. seeing the giant bear next to Lin Zhe rushing towards him. The male player was so scared that his face turned green and he shouted in horror, "Don't kill me." Chapter 45. This woman is a bit cruel. Just as the huge bear paw was about to fall on the male player, Big Bear suddenly stopped. The male player was completely frightened and looked at Lin Zhe with horror. "I didn't mean to take revenge on you. I was just a little angry because my boss was taken away from me. Don't worry, I will definitely forget about this matter and won't bother you again in the future." He spoke quickly, pleading for mercy. He suppressed his resentment towards Lin Zhe deep in his heart and thought about staying alive first. When Lin Zhe saw him like this, he sneered in his heart. "Is this guy still thinking about the future? Go away." "Okay, I'll get out now." The male player said this almost through gritted teeth. He felt deeply humiliated. He turned his gaze towards Wen Ling and said in a low voice, "Will you stay here or come with me?" He has not yet forgotten the scene where Wen Ling dodged sideways when he tried to pull him. He had reason to suspect that Wen Ling wanted to curry favor with Lin Zhe. Although he couldn't see Lin Zhe's information, he could see clearly how powerful the four pets around Lin Zhe were. In addition, Lin Zhe had just subdued a boss-level pet. In front of them, Lin Zhe can indeed be regarded as a big shot. This is true even if they're all players with advanced talents. When Ling said, "You go back first, I have something else to do," the male player's expression became even gloomier when he heard this. Facing Wen Ling, he was not as humble as he was in front of Lin Zhe. He said expressionlessly, "Okay, tell me when you go back. After all, we are neighbors." After saying that, the male player turned around and left without hesitation. However, before he could walk out of the cave, a dazzling ball of lightning hit him directly on the back, causing more than 400 points of damage. The male player had just been attacked by a mixed doubles attack from Da Hong and Xiao Qing, and had already lost hundreds of health points. We also suffered some losses when fighting against the boss monkey before. His total health is only 900 points. The more than 400 points of damage caused by the Thunderball directly cleared out all the remaining health of the male player. The male player fell straight to the ground without even having time to say his last words. As the male player died, a bunch of golden light balls burst out from his body. Inside the light balls were his equipment and items stored in his backpack. It was completely blown up. Lin Zhe looked at Wen Ling in surprise. This woman's ruthlessness and decisiveness were beyond his expectations. At this moment, Wen Ling's expression was also a little flustered. After all, it was the first time I killed someone. But she quickly calmed down and explained to Lin Zhe, "This person has bad intentions towards me. Even if you didn't show up this time, I would have taken action after I dealt with the boss." Lin Zhe didn't try to guess whether what Wen Ling said was true or false. However, the last words spoken by the male player did contain a very obvious threat, as he wanted to use the identity of the neighbor to control Wen Ling. "Your affairs have nothing to do with me, and I don't care." Lin Zhe looked at the male player's body again and said, "This is the first time I've seen a player being killed. I didn't expect that even the contents of his backpack would burst out. This is also my first time killing someone." Wen Ling paused and continued, "It seems that the jungle game also encourages players to hurt each other. Now, the players are in different places and there are not many conflicts. But when the players gather together one day, I believe there will be killings. The law of the jungle is that there are no laws. As long as you are willing, you can do anything and you will not be restricted. Once this news gets out, some players will definitely go crazy." Lin Zhe looked at Wen Ling and said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that I will be cruel and kill you too?" Wen Ling flipped his right hand. Two strange fruits, flashing with lightning, appeared in her hands. Her hands are very beautiful, slender, straight, and long. "Here are the two golden thunder fruits you asked for. It is also the most valuable thing I have. If you want, just take it. The previous agreement can be voided." Lin Zhe was not polite either. He reached out and took the two golden thunder fruits. After looking at the information, he ate two golden thunder fruits in front of Wen Ling, and his attack power instantly increased by 200 points. At the same time, a status attribute is added. The power of lightning magic skills is increased by 40%. Lin Zhe said, "I will give you the iron nails and fine iron in the evening. As for the things that exploded from that person, they belong to me. Is that okay with you?" "No problem." Wen Ling barely hesitated. Lin Zhe's words meant that she had escaped this disaster. "I'm also glad that Lin Zhe is not the kind of person with ulterior motives." She hesitated for a moment and said, "Can you also give me the royal jelly in advance? I'm alone, and more blood will also provide more safety." Lin Zhe didn't refuse either. He took out a bamboo tube from his backpack and gave it to Wenling. After Wenling took it, he drank up all the royal jelly in the bamboo tube, increasing his health limit by 300 points. This health limit is nothing to Lin Zhe, but it is very critical to Wenling. She is a magician, and all the attribute points she gained from leveling up were added to her attack and magic power, resulting in her health being very low. The additional 300 health points might be able to save her life in a critical moment. Wenling thought for a moment and said, "That man told me before that he found an iron mine, but he didn't tell me the exact location. It just says that the iron mine is hidden in a valley and there are no monsters guarding it." Lin Zhe asked, "Is there another pear tree in the valley?" Wenling looked at him in surprise. Then he smiled and said, "I knew he wouldn't have such luck. Maybe even if I don't kill him this time, he will die in your hands next time." Lin Zhe said, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not that kind of person." Wenling said, "I can see that you also wanted to kill him, but you just didn't do it directly." Lin Zhe glanced at her sideways. Wenling immediately changed the subject and asked, "Where's your shelter? If possible, we can get in touch with each other more and find opportunities for cooperation." She thought Lin Zhe was a good person. Lin Zhe said, "I walked around a lot when I came here and I forgot the exact location." Wenling did not doubt it and said, "It is indeed difficult to tell the direction in the dark, but you have 4 pets, so you don't have to worry about getting lost. My shelter is 1 kilometer away, southeast. You can find me there if you need anything." Lin Zhe smiled and said, "What can I need from you?" Wenling almost couldn't catch his breath and said, "I'll go back first. Send me a message if you have anything." She picked up the torch not far away and left the cave. Lin Zhe watched Wenling leave and did not stop her. This woman is no ordinary person. Maybe we will have a chance to work together in the future. Chapter 46, Fully Automatic Toilet Paper Making Machine. After Wenling walked out of the cave, Lin Zhe called the queen bee and said, "Follow her and report back after you find her shelter." "Good master." The queen bee flapped her wings and flew away from the cave. Lin Zhe walked deeper into the cave and came in front of the 2 little monkeys. The 2 little monkeys were just born and have not yet reached the bronze level. But the amazing thing is that their growth potential is 2 stars. "Your mother is my pet now. You will follow me from now on, and I will protect you." Hearing Lin Zhe's words, the 2 little monkeys babbled a few times and then bowed to Lin Zhe in unison. "So good." Lin Zhe called the Hong over and said, "The task of protecting them is now given to you. Take good care of them and raise their level." "Understood, master." Da Hong nodded. It jumped and ran to the 2 little monkeys, touching one and the other, making chirping sound from its mouth. The 2 little monkeys also responded with babbling sounds, as if they were communicating something. Lin Zhe didn't pay attention and took the silver treasure chest, opened it very skillfully. Suddenly, a series of information prompts appeared in his field of vision. "Congratulations, you have successfully opened a silver treasure chest. You get a pack of table salt. You obtain a roll of universal gauze. You get an electrical appliance blueprint. Item, universal gauze. Information. After using it, you will recover 500 HP in 3 seconds and remove the continuous bleeding effect on your body. Number of times it can be used, 5 times. Electrical drawing, fully automatic toilet paper making machine. Information. After using the blueprint, you will get a fully automatic toilet paper making machine. Good luck." Lin Zhe's face was full of smiles. Although there were no parts for the Gale suit, the 3 items that were open were all good stuff. Especially the fully automatic toilet paper making machine, which solved his urgent problem. God knows how he goes to the toilet these days. It can only be described in 4 words. Unbearable to look back on. Toilet paper is something that not only I need, but all players need it. As long as you're not the stingy type, you will definitely not be stingy in exchanging resources with me. Lin Zhe then used the drawings. Suddenly, a silver gray machine appeared in front of him. Item, fully automatic toilet paper making machine. Energy consumption, electricity. Materials required for manufacturing, bamboo, rattan, flax. Introduction, each unit of bamboo, rattan, and linen consumed can produce a pack of regular toilet paper. Bamboo and rattan are common materials. It's easy to get. Especially now that players are preparing to upgrade their wooden houses, bamboo and vines are basically useless, causing their prices on the trading channel to be very low. It can be easily exchanged. As for the flax, Lin Zhe opened the trading channel and searched. Soon, dozens of trading information about flax were found. Most of the flax was priced very low, and much of it could be exchanged for meat, but even so, no one was interested. This is mainly because players don't know the use of flax yet. Lindsay decisively started buying things. Except for a few unscrupulous profiteers, he bought most of the flax by exchanging it for meat and harvested a total of 325 units of flax. That's about it for now. Lindsay put the manufacturing machine into his backpack. He also collected the edible salt and all-purpose gauze in the treasure chest and did not leave out the empty silver treasure chest. With salt, the food we cook can finally be eaten. The seasoning for the barbecue I ate these days was replaced by the seasoning packets of instant noodles. I saw that there was not much instant noodles left, and now I finally found salt. Eating beef stewed with mushrooms at night doesn't have to worry about the taste being bland. Lynch smiled happily. In his eyes, this bag of salt is as valuable as a piece of top-grade equipment. The all-purpose gauze is also good. You can keep it and use it at a critical moment. Then Lindsay searched around in the cave again. After finding nothing else valuable, he prepared to leave the cave with Big Bear, Little Green, Big Red, and the two little monkeys. After taking a look at the body lying alone on the ground, Lindsay said to Dahong, "Burn this body into ashes." As for the things that exploded, he put them in his pocket. He took a look and saw that they were all basic supplies, nothing special but better than nothing. "Good master." The big red hand rolled up fireballs and threw several of them at the corpse. In an instant, the corpse burst into flames. The temperature of the fireball was extremely high, and it burned the corpse to ashes in a short while. Only then did Lindsay leave with his pets. With Big Bear leading the way, there's really no need to worry about getting lost. Soon, Lindsay and his party returned to the valley. Lindsay released the boss monkey from the pet space. Its health had recovered to about 5,000, so there was no need to worry about it dying at any time. Pet, Red Blood Monkey King, unnamed. Illustrated book, Monkey, level, Bronze level 6. Attack, 306, 102 plus 204. Defense, 330, 110 plus 220. Speed, 360, 120 plus 240. HP, 5179, 36,000. Special abilities, Phantom Clone, Rage, Wind Rush. Growth potential, 2 stars. Experience, 136 out of 700. The boss is the boss. Both are at bronze level 6, but the basic attributes of Boss Monkey are far superior to those of Little Green and Big Red. I just don't know how many additional attributes will be added after the upgrade. Lindsay checked the 3 skills of the Boss Monkey again. Phantom Clone can differentiate into a clone with 1/3 of the original body's attributes. The Boss Monkey was in an extremely weak state before, so he was unable to use this skill. Berserk, when used when the HP is less than 2,000 points, can enter a Berserk state and double the combat power. Wind Rush, using this skill, the speed increases by 80% and lasts for 5 minutes. Overall, it's still very strong. Lindsay thought about it and said to the Boss Monkey, "From now on, your name is Persian Monkey." "Thank you, Master." The Persian Monkey nodded happily. The 2 little monkeys also made babbling sounds at this time, as if they also wanted Lindsay to give them a name. Lindsay did not refuse and named them the Great Sage and the Second Sage respectively. Then he said to Big Xiong, "I want a mine here next. You go and smash the iron ores for me first, and then take them out to hunt monsters." "Good master." Big Bear was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. He ran to the iron or area and used the ground spike skill on the iron mines scattered everywhere one by one. After it was done, it ran out of the valley happily with Xiaoqing, Dahong, and the Great Sage and the 2 sages. "Okay, stop looking at them. They'll be fine." Lindsay took out the oversized pickaxe from his backpack and said, "This is yours. See if it fits your hand. If not, I'll make you a new one." The Persian Monkey is nearly 2 meters tall and has an unusually sturdy body. It doesn't look like a monkey at all. It looks more like a gorilla with red hair all over its body. The Persian Monkey grabbed the handle of the pickaxe with both hands and swung the oversized iron pickaxe easily. Then there was a bang. The pickaxe hit the iron or hard, and a large number of sparks flashed instantly. At the same time, several pieces of iron fell down. Lindsay's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he praised, "I knew you wouldn't let me down. When I first saw you, I felt that you were a natural miner." Persian Monkey. Chapter 47, Destroying the Shelter. The other side. When Ling held a blood candle in one hand and a magic wand in the other, and moved quickly through the jungle. The surrounding wooded area was pitch black. Only the burning blood candles could provide a little lighting, and the roar of monsters could be heard from time to time. It would be a lie to say I'm not afraid. However, Wen Ling was mentally prepared for this. She did not fool Lin Zhe. When she proposed to hunt the boss, she had already made up her mind to kill that man. Therefore, she prepared for the current situation in advance. Now that I'm alone, I can't go too far from the shelter to avoid accidents. The next thing to do is to raise the level as quickly as possible. If you have strength, you won't be afraid of these things. Half an hour later, a small wooden house appeared in Wen Ling's sight. She walked over quickly and pushed the door open. Sure enough, after the player dies, his shelter no longer has the ability to prevent outsiders from entering. Just then, a message prompt appeared. You found an ownerless shelter. You can choose to occupy it or destroy it. If you choose to occupy, you will get the materials of the shelter, including various furniture, materials on the platform, and constructed buildings. If you choose to destroy, you can only get 70% of the supplies. But after destroying, you have a certain chance to get a treasure chest and some resources for building a shelter. Looking at the information prompt in front of him, Wen Ling did not make a choice immediately. She searched the room. There was nothing of value except a burning blood candle, and even that candle was almost burnt out, as poor as I imagined. Then, Wen Ling chose to destroy the shelter. Right now, she doesn't have the ability to defend two shelters. Instead of letting the shelter be destroyed by monsters, it would be better for her to do it herself. What if she's lucky enough to get the treasure chest? The current shelter is being destroyed. Please leave immediately. 10-9-8. Wen Ling quickly left the wooden house. After the countdown ended, the wooden house collapsed instantly and turned into ruins. The information prompt appeared again in Wen Ling's field of vision. You destroyed an ownerless shelter. You have obtained a certain number of units of meat, wood, bamboo, vines. Please check the specific quantity yourself. You get a special blueprint. Congratulations, you are the first player to destroy the shelter. You get a reward, 20 points of achievement. You get a silver treasure chest. You gain 300 experience points. Wen Ling's eyes sparkled. For her, this was a surprise that hit her on the head. I didn't expect that being the first to destroy a shelter would have such a generous reward. I just don't know what the achievement value is and what it is for. Wen Ling was puzzled, and then he opened his backpack and saw a silver treasure chest lying quietly inside. Her breathing quickened. She didn't get the boss's silver treasure chest, but now the game directly rewarded her with one, which was a complete turn of events. Combined with other gains, she not only did not lose money, but made a lot of money. Especially after getting rid of that person, she saved herself a lot of trouble. Wen Ling then turned his gaze to a grid next to the silver treasure chest, in which was a blueprint obtained by destroying the shelter. She took out the drawing and looked at it. Item: Shelter Relocation Blueprint. Information: After using the blueprint, you can move your shelter to a designated location, where you can choose a random location. Special reminder: since the various areas are not connected at present, the relocation of the shelter is limited to the current area. Wen Ling tightly grasped the blueprint in his hand and whispered to himself, "This is a life-saving talisman. If the shelter is in danger, I can use this blueprint to escape." Of course, getting out of a crisis is only one of its uses. If I find a better place to build a shelter in the future, I can just move the shelter there. She looked at this special reminder in the drawing information again. I don't know how many areas there are in this jungle world, and when they will be connected. However, there's one thing Wen Ling is very sure of. That is, when all areas are connected, the jungle world will become extremely lively. Currently, most players play on their own, and very few can meet offline. This phenomenon will surely be greatly improved when all regions are connected. By then, perhaps various offline player forces will emerge. If you want to live a more comfortable life in that situation, we need to start preparing now. Wen Ling's talent is A level, and after eating 3 golden thunder fruits, the power of her thunder magic has become extremely astonishing. However, she doesn't think she is that strong. At least he is far inferior to Lin Zhe. With his strength, I don't think he needs to worry about this problem. I have inquired before. At this stage, pet summoners only have 1 pet, even those with high-level talents. And he has 5 pets around him. 2 of the pets are bosses. When Wen Ling thought of the horrible attributes of the pets around Lin Zhe, he couldn't help but shudder. They were too perverted, especially the black bear, which has a health point of up to 45,000 points. Who would believe it if I told them? His talent is at least S level. It may even be higher. The highest talent level sorted out by players is S level, followed by 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Talents above S level have never appeared, so players believe that they do not exist. However, Wen Ling felt that Lin Zhe's talent was very likely to surpass the S level. The main reason is that the attributes of Big Bear and the three little ones are too exaggerated. That guy is not someone you can mess with. It's better to have less contact in the future, so as not to get yourself involved. When facing Lin Zhe, Wen Ling always felt suffocated and passive throughout, which made her feel very insecure. Shaking his head, Wen Ling stopped thinking about it. She put away the blueprint in her hand and took out the silver treasure chest from her backpack. She silently prayed for Buddha's blessing and then opened the silver treasure chest. The first thing that caught my eye was a silver magic wand. Then there's a blueprint and some supplies for upgrading the shelter. Silver equipment. Wen Ling picked up the magic wand and took a look, and an excited expression suddenly appeared on her delicate and pretty face. Her original magic wand was just beginner equipment. The properties are far worse than the silver magic wand in his hand. With this silver magic wand, her strength can be increased by at least 50%. This is the advantage of top-grade equipment. She then looked at the drawings in the treasure chest. Soon, the expression on her face became strange. It just so happens that I still owe Lin Zhe a blueprint. I will give it to him when we trade tonight. Chapter 48, Yu Shuang Shuang's Abyss. Under the dim firelight, the sound of tinkling bells echoed frequently in the valley. The Persian monkey was wielding an oversized iron pickaxe with all his might. With every strike, several pieces of iron ores fell from the mine. Hundreds of iron ores have been piled up around the Persian monkey. This is the harvest in less than half an hour. It is several times more efficient than Lin Zhe's previous mining. Just like Lin Zhe said, Persian monkey is a natural miner. Lin Zhe was not mining at the moment. He was standing near the iron ore area with the fully automatic toilet paper making machine he had just obtained placed in front of him. The manufacturing machine has started. From time to time, a pack of toilet paper would fall out of the outlet of the machine. Lin Zhe only needs to be responsible for collecting the produced toilet paper. What's amazing is that the toilet paper produced comes in whole packages, exactly the same as the unpatterned tissue paper used in restaurants. Looks cheap, but it works. In a world like this, there is no right to be picky. During the time that the Persian monkey was mining, the manufacturing machine had produced more than 60 packs of toilet paper. The basic efficiency is to produce 3 packs per minute. Lin Zhe was quite satisfied with the speed. In less than 2 hours, all the bamboo, vines, and flax he put in would be consumed. After 2 hours, I can get more than 300 packs of tissue paper. The number is still a little small. We need to collect more flax. There are a lot of bamboos and vines on the trading channel, but what is missing is flax. I don't know where to collect this thing. Lin Zhe has been hunting monsters in many forest areas these days. He saw many bamboo forests, but he did not see any flax. Maybe he did, but he didn't notice it. Of course, that doesn't matter. Lin Zhe immediately opened the friend panel and sent a message to Yu Shuang Shuang. Do me a favor and post a message on the regional chat channel to buy flax and trade it for nails. 1 nail for 5 units of flax. Yu Shuang Shuang quickly replied, Okay, big boss. After a while, Yu Shuang Shuang posted the acquisition information on the regional chat channel, and there was no mention of Lin Zhe in the message. She knew what Lin Zhe meant. Contacting her means asking her to purchase on your behalf. Lin Zhe is extremely well known in this area. Although not known to everyone, at least 8 out of 10 players have heard of Lin Zhe's name. At this stage, the most sought-after items, water and nails, are sold in large quantities by Lin Zhe. If Lin Zhe went to purchase flax personally, it would most likely cause the price of flax to skyrocket. Having her purchase the goods on your behalf can effectively prevent this kind of thing from happening. Lin Zhe, are you still busy now? Yu Shuang Shuang, no, it's empty. There are fewer orders today, and someone is trying to steal my business. Lin Zhe understood as soon as he heard this. Some players also obtained a tool bench and started taking orders for tool, making like Yu Shuang Shuang. Yu Shuang Shuang. After the midnight survival mode started, the number of treasure chests increased dramatically. Many players opened tool bench blueprints from the treasure chests. There are 4 in the elite court where I am. Lin Zhe, the game should be intended to popularize the tool bench. Yu Shuang Shuang. I think so too. Fortunately, I got a tool bench earlier. Yesterday, I earned enough resources to upgrade the wooden house to the top level. Lin Zhe, that's fine. Yu Shuang Shuang. Boss, let me make it clear first, I don't have many nails to help you buy flax. Lin Zhe, it's a small problem. I will send you the iron or later. You don't have to do anything for the next 2 days. Just help me make nails. Also, Send me 10,000 nails from the first batch, and use the rest to buy flax. Yu Shuang Shuang. What good things did you get again, boss? Lin Zhe. Toilet paper making machine. Yu Shuang Shuang. Oh my god. Forget about anything else. Just give me a pack of toilet paper. I want it now. Lin Zhe, what's wrong? Did you not wipe your butt after going to the toilet? Yu Shuang Shuang. You are no longer the boss Lin Zhe that I know. In my mind, the boss Lin Zhe should be gentle, elegant, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Lin Zhe, you've read too many novels, right? Yu Shuang Shuang. Stop talking, my heart is dead. Lin Zhe smiled. Then a few packs of toilet paper were distributed. After Yu Shuang Shuang received the toilet paper, it took her a long time to send a message to Lin Zhe. Boss, you have successfully saved me from the abyss of despair. I just happen to have my period these days, and I was almost tortured to death. Lin Zhe, can toilet paper withstand the tossing? Yu Shuang Shuang, it's fine if it's a little thicker. It's better than nothing. Lin Zhe, that's true, but after hearing what you said, I feel that the sales of toilet paper will be better than I expected. All you've been thinking about before was the problem of toilet paper. The menstrual period of female players is not taken into account. Now, after hearing what Yu Shuang Shuang said, he felt like the door to wealth had been opened, and he could see an endless stream of resources pouring towards him. Yu Shuang Shuang, boss, you're going to get rich. At this stage, the most scarce thing for players is no longer food, or even water, but the most common daily necessities, especially paper towels, which are needed in many places. I'm now suspicious of the big guys, just like those players, that they are cheating and could get all the good stuff. Lin Zhe, okay, get to work. After saying that, he sent the hundreds of iron ores mined by the Persian monkey to Yu Shuang Shuang. After finishing the chat, Lin Zhe did not stay in the valley. After telling the Persian monkey to dig well, he left the valley directly. With the powerful miner Persian monkey, he no longer needs to mine by himself and can do more important things. He opened the merit ranking list and took a look. Yu Shuang Shuang still ranked first on the list, and he ranked 5th. He had dropped to 7th earlier, but it was Xiongda, Shaoqing, and Dahong who went out hunting that brought his merit points back up. Next, he will focus on achieving meritorious service. Although he was not determined to win the diamond treasure chest and a random skill blueprint for his profession as the first place reward, he would at least try his best. The next step is to upgrade your level, which is also very important. After leaving the valley, Lin Zhe did not go to the hunting area of Xiongda, Shaoqing, and Dahong immediately, but looked for monsters nearby. About 10 minutes later, a few jungle gray wolves appeared from nowhere and blocked Lin Zhe's way. Without saying a word, Lin Zhe drew out his iron sword and rushed forward to kill. With a puff, a jungle gray wolf was hit by his sword, and a damage value of 243 points appeared on its head. Then another sword strike came down, and the jungle gray wolf fell to the ground with a howl. At the same time, the attacks of several other jungle gray wolves also fell on Lin Zhe, but they could not break Lin Zhe's defense at all. With the silver equipment Gale armor and Lin Zhe's own defense, his total defense is now as high as 155. These bronze level 2 and bronze level 3 jungle wolves only have an attack power of 30 or 40 points, so they're no match for Lin Zhe. In less than a minute, the remaining jungle gray wolves were easily killed by Lin Zhe. 180 experience points. The experience I get from killing alone is high. If I kill a few more waves, I can level up again. Lin Zhe quickly cleaned up the battlefield and continued searching for monsters in the nearby jungle. Those who are waiting for updates can go and read my old books. Click on the author's name to see them. Chapter 49 Yu Shuang Shuang. I have a good idea. A group of elite Inquisition alliances. There are more than 30 members in the group, all of whom are players with advanced talents. In addition to Group 1, the Elite Court also established Group 2, Group 3, and Group 4. Each of these 3 chat groups has hundreds of people. I have to say, the Elite Court has a very large shop. It is also known as the strongest player alliance in the region. In a group chat channel, a player suddenly said, "At Yurt, Song Song, Elder Shuang Shuang, why are you suddenly buying flax? What's the use of that thing?" This news also brought out other lurking players. They all asked Yu Shuang Shuang about flax. The reason why they are so eager is purely because there is no such thing as a guide or beginner's guide in this survival world, and almost all information needs to be explored by players themselves. In this case, information becomes more valuable. If there is profit to be made, they all want to share a piece of the pie with Yu Shuang Shuang. Elder Shuang Shuang is so generous that he actually traded nails for flax. I am so moved. Who isn't? My current shelter is still a low-level wooden house. The wood required for upgrading has long been prepared. The only thing missing is iron nails and refined iron. Shuang Shuang, you have so many nails. Why don't you use them to distribute to all of us? If we develop, we can make the alliance stronger. As soon as these words were spoken, the chat group fell into strange silence for half a minute. What's wrong? Am I wrong? After all, we are all in the same alliance, so we should help each other. When Shuang Shuang gets into trouble in the future, we will also lend a hand. Sister Yushi, you'd better not say that. What I said is true. We are in the same alliance and will have the opportunity to meet offline in the future. Isn't it normal for us to help each other? At this time, Yu Shuang finally replied to the message. He responded very rudely. Li Yushi, you say that so easily. There are more than 1,000 people in the entire alliance, but I haven't seen you give benefits to any of them? Oh no, you did give benefits, and more than half of the male players in the alliance received them. Li Yushi, Yu Shuang, what nonsense are you talking about? Be careful, or I will sue you for defamation. Yu Shuang, you know whether you are slandering me or not. Do you really think that others don't know about your little deeds? Li Yushi, at Yin Haoyang, you don't care about this kind of thing? Yin Haoyang, two beauties, we are all from the same alliance. There is no need to hurt the harmony over such a small matter. See Yin Haoyang, the leader of the alliance, stand up. Other alliance players who were watching the show also tried to persuade him. It took a while to bring the subject to flax. Yu Shuang, I want to make something, and I need flax. As for what to make, you will know later. Yin Haoyang, Shuang, you are also an elder of our alliance. If there is anything good, you should take care of our alliance first. For example, when purchasing flax this time, you can completely hand over the task to the members of our alliance. Our alliance is also in urgent need of nails now. Yu Shuang, didn't a member of the alliance find an iron, or? Yin Haoyang, we did find it, but the mining efficiency is too slow. We can't dig out much iron or in a day. Seeing this, Yu Shuang suddenly thought of what Lin Zhe had asked her to do before. Yu Shuang, I have a way to improve mining efficiency. Yin Haoyang, really? What's the solution? Yu Shuang, someone told me this news. I signed a contract and I cannot disclose it at will. Yin Haoyang, what does that person want? Yu Shuang, 2 blueprints. Yin Haoyang, it's too expensive. Although the number of treasure chests has increased and the probability of getting a blueprint is higher than before, it's still a bit of a disadvantage to use 2 blueprints to exchange for a method. At most 1. Yu Shuang, a blueprint will do, but it must be an architectural blueprint. Yin Haoyang, how much can your method improve efficiency? Yu Shuang, 3 to 5 times. At this time, a member of the alliance said, Alliance leader, I happen to have a blueprint of an orchard in my hand. I can hand it over to the alliance, but I must take 20% of the output of the iron ore. Yin Haoyang, 10% at most. Alliance member, yes. Yin Haoyang, at Yu Shuang, the architectural drawings you requested have been obtained. Tell me, what is the method? Yu Shuang, give me the blueprint first, I'll sign the contract. In fact, the so-called contract was completely made up by Yu Shuang. After hearing what Yu Shuang said, Yin Haoyang couldn't take any tough measures and had to ask the alliance member to trade the blueprint to Yu Shuang. After receiving the blueprint, Yu Shuang said straightforwardly, I remember that the alliance member who discovered the iron mine was a magician. This method is just right for him. Use magic skills such as Earth Spike to attack the iron ore and damage it from the inside. This way, iron ore can be mined easily. Yin Haoyang, that's it. Yu Shuang, don't worry, leader. According to what I said, the mining efficiency can definitely be increased by 3 to 5 times. Offline, Yin Haoyang had a gloomy face. He believed that Yu Shuang was not fooling him. But the question is, where can he find the blueprints for magic skills like Earth Spike? At this stage, skill blueprints are even rarer than architectural blueprints. On the other hand, the alliance member who provided the drawings was also anxious. Beautiful Lady Shuang, that's not what you said before. Yu Shuang, I didn't say anything before. Besides, my method is absolutely effective. If it can increase the mining efficiency by 3 to 5 times, I will personally compensate you with a blueprint. The corners of the mouths of other alliance members twitched when they saw this scene. The method is indeed a good one, and very alternative. They hadn't thought of it before. But the key is that this method doesn't work. At least until we find the blueprints of magic skills, such as Earth Spike, we can only worry. Li Yushi. Yu Shuang Shuang, it's wrong for you to help outsiders to cheat our own people. Yu Shuang Shuang. How did you see me helping outsiders? With such a large alliance, can't we get a skill blueprint? With several times the mining efficiency, as long as it succeeds, our alliance will be able to develop quickly. If it weren't for the contract, I would have announced it long ago. Li Yushi. In Haoyang. Shuang Shuang, you are an elder of our alliance after all. It is better to keep some distance from certain people in the future. Yu Shuang Shuang. Okay, leader, I will definitely stay away from people with the surname Li in the future. Li Yushi was so angry that her face turned green. In Haoyang also quickly replied, I'm not talking about Yushi, but Lin Zhe. This method must have been thought of by him. I don't blame you. You were just deceived by him. You just need to make fewer nails for him in the future. Yu Shuang Shuang, alliance leader, I work for Lin Zhe in order to get on the merit list and get the ranking reward. If the alliance leader is willing to give me all the iron or in the alliance for forging, I will immediately delete Lin Zhe as my friend. In Haoyang was suddenly speechless. Yu Shuang Shuang is not the only member of their alliance who owns a tool bench. If all the iron ore were given to Yu Shuang Shuang, the other members would definitely fall out and might even withdraw from the alliance directly. Nowadays, players who own a tool bench are all big shots. For the development of the alliance, he did not dare to offend easily. As for Yu Shuang Shuang, she must not be offended. At this moment, Yu Shuang Shuang's name is still ranked first in the merit ranking list, and she is the living signboard of their alliance. Okay, that's enough for today. In Haoyang felt tired and didn't want to talk anymore. Soon, the chat group fell silent, but the members within the group had different thoughts. Chapter 51 Days Harvest. Boss, this is what happened. After exiting the Alliance chat channel, Yu Shuang Shuang immediately found Lin Zhe and told him exactly what had happened in the group. She did not hide the fact that In Haoyang asked her to stay away from Lin Zhe. Between Lin Zhe and the Alliance, Yu Shuang Shuang decisively chose to stand on Lin Zhe's side. If Lin Zhe hadn't asked her to stay in Haoyang's alliance to earn a salary and serve as an insider, she would have quit immediately. Lin Zhe smiled and said, Haoyang must still be holding a grudge against me. Yu Shuang Shuang. He is a mean person who says one thing to your face and another behind your back. He asked me to stay away from you because he was probably worried that what he did would be exposed. But then again, am I also doing this in a way that is not the same as saying one thing in front of others and another behind their backs? You are different. You are for justice. Looking at the message sent by Lin Zhe, Yu Shuang Shuang burst into laughter and was in a very happy mood. Yu Shuang Shuang. Boss, I have something to tell you. In Haoyang got the news from somewhere that the first player to upgrade the stone house will receive a reward. Now almost all the iron nails and refined iron in our alliance are in his hands. He obviously wants to get this reward. I heard his shelter is a high-end wooden house. It's not far from reaching the top. Lin Zhe, you understand. Yu Shuang Shuang. Aren't you worried that he might take the reward away? Lin Zhe, it's not that easy to upgrade a stone house. It requires not only stone, but also cement and earth crystal cores. Yu Shuang Shuang, I know about cement. There is a player in our alliance who accidentally got cement from a treasure chest. But the quantity is not much, only 20 units. Lin Zhe, find a chance to change it for me. Even nails or water will do. Yu Shuang Shuang, okay, I'll try my best. She knew that Lin Zhe's shelter had been upgraded to the level of a top-level wooden house. We are also preparing to upgrade the stone house. Even just for the sake of those packs of toilet paper, she was willing to help Lin Zhe with this small favor. Close the friends panel. Lin Zhe's mind moved, and a blueprint appeared in his hand. It was something that Yu Shuang Shuang had cheated from In Haoyang. Architectural drawings. Orchard. Information. After using the blueprint, you will get an orchard where you can plant fruit trees. This is a good drawing. Lin Zhe thought of the pear trees in the valley and the apple trees near the pond. Since there's an orchard in the shelter, he can transplant the 2 fruit trees there, but he doesn't know how to do it specifically. I'll try it when I get back to the valley. With the help of the Persian monkeys, it won't be difficult to dig them up even by the roots. Lin Zhe then put away the blueprint and continued his work of hunting monsters. Soon, a buzzing sound was heard. It was the queen bee that Lin Zhe sent to follow Wen Ling. Owner. The queen bee flew to Lin Zhe's shoulder and landed. It rubbed its head against Lin Zhe's face affectionately and said, I found the woman's shelter. It's about 3 kilometers away from the master's shelter, due south. Also, I saw her destroy that man's sanctuary. I see. You did a great job. Lin Zhe patted the queen bee's head in appreciation and said, Okay, Go find Xiaoqing and the others and hunt monsters with them. Yes, yes, master. The queen bee nodded and flew away happily. I don't know how much time passed. The wind armor that Lin Zhe was wearing was stained red with the blood of the monsters. He couldn't count how many monsters he had killed. All in all, his rank was promoted to Bronze 9. A day of hunting allowed him to break through 2 levels in succession. This upgrade speed is definitely not slow. Of course, this is not just his credit, but also the credit of Big Bear and the 3 little ones. Taking advantage of the break, Lin Zhe opened the regional chat channel. According to the messages sent by the players, he knew that the time was already around 7 o'clock in the evening. No wonder he felt a little hungry. If it were a few days ago, he would have been staying in the shelter eating dinner. Don't worry. Wait until you are promoted to silver before going back. Lin Zhe is now very skilled and courageous. He is not afraid of encountering monsters at all. Instead, he is worried that the monsters are too difficult to find. He glanced at his personal information. Player, Lin Zhe. Level, Bronze 9. Profession, Pet Summoner, can have 5 pets. Skills, Pet Summoning, Pet Space, Copy. Attack, 345, 295 plus 50. Defense, 175, 95 plus 80. Speed, 205, 145 plus 60. HP, 2300. Mag, 950. Experience, 670/1000. Attribute points, 0. Talent, Super S level. I'm not far from being promoted to silver. I should be able to do it by killing 2 more waves of monsters. Lin Zhe didn't hesitate. He held a torch in one hand and an iron sword in the other and quickly shuttled through the jungle. He deliberately made a lot of noise. The purpose is to attract nearby monsters. In the polar night mode, the world is pitch black. It is too difficult for him to search for monsters with a torch alone, so he needs to lure them. 10 minutes later, Lin Zhe's figure suddenly stopped. About tens of meters in front of his left, there were 2 huge red lanterns suspended in the air. He shone his flashlight over there. The next second, he was so scared that his hair stood on end. That's not a red lantern. It's clearly a monster's eye. It was a giant python of extremely large size, with a body diameter of at least half a meter. Its scales were all pitch black, and it looked extremely creepy. Monster, Forest Rock Python. Level, Bronze 9. Attack, 95. Defense, 110. Speed, 70. HP, 4800. Special abilities, Death Coil, Giant Rock Guardian. Growth potential, 1 star. It looks quite intimidating. Lin Zhe stuck the torch into the ground and rushed straight towards the huge forest rock python. With his current attributes, he is able to achieve a complete victory. Soon, a terrifying battle broke out. Lin Zhe fought with the giant python that was more than 10 meters long in the dense forest with the dim light of the fire. He had no combat skills and simply used basic attacks. But even so, the forest rock python couldn't bear it, and its blood volume dropped sharply. At this time, Lin Zhe found that his copy skill had cooled down, so he copied Xiongda's attributes without hesitation. He is gaining experience in copying skills. As Lin Zhe turned on the invincible mode, the forest rock python could no longer withstand his crazy hacking and soon fell in a pool of blood. You successfully killed the bronze level 9 monster forest rock python, gaining experience plus 180. Awesome. This experience is so rich. Lin Zhe couldn't stop smiling. It was a very bright smile. His accumulated experience has reached 850 points. As long as he kills 1 more forest rock python like this, he can reach the silver level. It seemed as if God was blessing him and knew what he was thinking. Just as Lin Zhe was about to decompose the body of the rock python, a fishy wind blew towards him. Lin Zhe almost did it as a reflex and rolled on the spot to avoid it. Almost at the same time, a huge mouth full of countless fangs passed by him. Another forest rock python. It's even bigger than the previous one. It roared and pounced towards Lin Zhe at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it rolled up Lin Zhe, who had just stood firm. The rock python's body was shrinking desperately. The layers of scales rubbed against each other, making a sound like the collision of metal. Lin Zhe's body was also squeezed by a terrifying force, and large and small damage numbers kept floating out of his head. His invincibility was long gone. Chapter 51 Sensational. Regional Announcement. This attack is really high. The bronze level 9 forest rock python couldn't even break through Lin Zhe's defense. And right now, a death coil skill caused him a total of more than 200 points of damage. He endured the pain in his body and took a look at the information of the forest rock python. A silver-level monster. Is it possible that it is so powerful? Lindsay saw that the body of the forest rock python was still shrinking and his blood loss rate was getting faster and faster. He did not hesitate and immediately used the equipment skill of the Gale armor. In an instant, a translucent shield appeared around him. The shield value is 1,000, equivalent to 1,000 health points. Then, Lindsay held the iron sword in his hand and stabbed it hard into the body of the forest rock python. Even though the forest rock python in front of him was a silver-level monster, his attack of 305 points could easily break through its defense. In an instant, blood spurted out. The forest rock python instantly lost more than 600 points of blood. What a high damage! Did it hit a vital point? Lindsay was overjoyed when he saw the damage number floating above the forest rock python's head. He did not stop moving his hands as he continued to stab the forest rock python. The health of the forest rock python also dropped rapidly. Soon the forest rock python could no longer hold on, let go of Lindsay, who was entangled by it, and prepared to run away. Lindsay will not give it this opportunity. He sat on the back of the forest rock python, holding the bull-sized snake scales with his left hand, and continued to stab hard with the iron sword in his right hand. The forest rock python raised its head and howled in pain. It desperately swung its nearly 20-meter-long body, trying to throw Lindsay off it. The strong inertia made Lindsay's hands holding the snake scales unable to hold on. Fortunately, he grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and clamped the body of the forest rock python tightly with his legs. As for the forest rock python, it entered a state of continuous bleeding because its vital parts were pierced by the iron sword. After struggling for a few minutes, the forest rock python's struggles finally weakened. The blood volume is almost at the bottom. Lindsay seized the opportunity and struck the forest rock python with another fierce sword. Then a shrill scream was heard, and the huge body of the forest rock python suddenly stiffened and then fell heavily to the ground. You successfully killed a silver level 1 forest rock python, gaining experience plus 200. Looking at the information prompt that appeared in his field of vision, Lindsay also breathed a sigh of relief. After getting down from the forest rock python, he couldn't help but rub his sore legs. In order to avoid being thrown off by the forest rock python, he tried his best to clamp the body of the forest rock python and held on for several minutes. Now that you have relaxed, your legs will naturally feel sore. I gained 200 experience points in one go, and my level was finally promoted to silver. Thinking of this, Lindsay felt a strong energy surging in his body and rapidly strengthening his body. This reinforcement lasted for nearly half a minute before it ended. At the same time, another information prompt appears. Congratulations, your level has been successfully promoted to silver level. You are the first player to become a silver professional, and you receive a reward of 50 achievement points. You get a gold treasure chest. You gain experience points plus 500. Congratulations, player. You have reached the silver level and become a true professional. You no longer enjoy the benefits of novice players. The experience you gain from killing monsters is restored to normal. You will no longer receive experience rewards if you kill a monster that is more than 3 levels lower than your own level. The monsters around your shelter will gain bloodline evolution, and their levels will be greatly increased. 1 to 3 mineral resources will be randomly refreshed around your shelter, and these mineral resources are guarded by powerful monsters. You have enabled the level ranking list. Congratulations, you are currently ranked first in the ranking list. If you maintain this ranking until the end of the current survival mode, you will receive a large amount of rewards. You activated the regional announcement. You get a reward of 100 points. Looking at the rows of information prompts appearing in the field of vision, the expression on Lindsay's face froze for a moment. Looking at the content of the message, he didn't know whether he should be happy or depressed. He didn't expect that the chain reaction of being promoted to silver would be so huge. Not only the level rankings, but also the regional announcements appeared. He opened the regional chat channel and saw a row of large golden characters at the top of the chat channel. The gist of the announcement was that congratulations were given to him for becoming the first player in the region to be promoted to the silver level. It was not stated what the reward was, but one announcement was enough to make him famous in the region. Lindsay was already quite famous before. 8 out of 10 players knew him. Now that the announcement was made, everyone knew him. Of course, this all people only refers to the players in the current area. A silver reward was not enough to make his name known to all areas of the jungle world. But even so, this is enough to make many players envious. After all, this is real fame. It cannot be obtained by selling scarce materials. At this moment, the regional chat channel was boiling. There were a large number of players speaking in the channel, and the screen was filled with messages like congratulations to Boss Lin Zay and Boss 666. Lin Zay felt his blood boiling when he saw this. Big Brother is really awesome. He was promoted to silver level so quickly. I'm still only bronze level 5. I thought my level increase speed was fast enough, but I didn't expect that there are people who are faster than me. As expected of Master Lin Zay, this upgrade speed is second to none. I said before that Lin Zay was cheating, but you didn't believe it. Do you believe it now? Even the regional announcement has been made. Only Boss Lin Zay is on the entire ranking list. Awesome. By the way, what exactly is Lin Zay's profession? His leveling speed is too terrifying. I have been playing since the beginning of the Midnight mode, and my level has only just reached Bronze 7. Bronze level 7 is not low. It's indeed not low, but it's still far behind Silver. I'm now saying that Boss Lin Zay is the strongest player in our district, and no one should object. That's just your opinion, Duh. Level is only a part of strength, and cannot represent true combat effectiveness. TSK, I smell a strong acid. Lin Zay didn't pay much attention to the commotion in the chat channel. He opened his friend panel, and all of his few friends sent him congratulations immediately. He also responded very politely one by one. Then he turned his gaze to the rows of information prompts again. I was wondering how the experience gained from killing monsters alone could be so high. It turns out that the entire bronze rank is just the novice stage with novice benefits. It won't be so easy to upgrade your level next time, but I don't have to worry too much about this problem. I have pets, and more pets. It's the other players who should be worrying about this. When they are promoted to the silver level, they will truly experience the cruelty of this survival world. Chapter 52 Advantages of Information Gap. The message says, 1 to 3 mineral resources have spawned near my shelter, which is a great thing. When it's empty, let the queen bee look for it. Queen bee is a flying pet, and is best suited for this kind of thing. At this moment, Lin Zay heard angry roars coming from the nearby jungle, and there was obvious pain in the voices. Lin Zay knew that the monsters around him were evolving. After the evolution is complete, the levels of these monsters will be greatly improved. This is good news for him, because if the monster's level is too low, he won't get any experience after killing it. That's all for today. I'll come out and hunt these monsters tomorrow. Lin Zay quickly cleaned up the battlefield and collected the top-level blood candles that exploded from the 2 forest rock pythons. Then their bodies were decomposed one by one. But at this moment, he received another message prompt from the game. You decomposed the body of a silver-level forest rock python. You obtained 1,400 units of snake meat and an earth-type crystal core. This is looking at the crystal core in his hand, which was emitting a light yellow luster and looked like citron. Lin Zay was suddenly surprised. Before, he was still worried about where to get the earth crystal core. I didn't expect to get this. It turns out that the crystal core was decomposed from the monster's corpse. I decomposed so many monster corpses before, but didn't get any crystal cores. It must be because their levels were too low. Monsters will only produce crystal cores when they reach the silver level. Lin Zay couldn't help but feel happy when looking at the earth crystal core in his hand. As long as he finds 4 more earth crystal cores and solves the cement problem, he can upgrade the shelter into a stone house. Tell you Shuang this news later. With this information, maybe I can get the blueprints I need from Yin Haoyang. By the time Yin Haoyang is able to kill the silver monster, he will also know the secret of the crystal core. He just wanted to create an information gap and trick Yin Haoyang again. Of course, this is based on the premise that he upgrades the stone house first. He would take the reward first, and then reveal the information about the crystal core, so he would not lose out. Lin Zay couldn't help laughing when he thought about what Yu Shuang told him about Yin Haoyang being humiliated in the alliance group. Then he put the earth crystal core into his backpack, run towards the location of the pet team. Soon, he saw a team of pets fighting a group of monsters. The monsters on the battlefield were all around bronze level 5 and were no match for the pet team. After Lin Zay joined, the monsters fell one after another on the battlefield. They were all killed in a short while. Sure enough, if the level difference exceeds 3 levels, there will be no experience points to be gained. Lin Zay received a lot of kill information, but they were just prompts and there was no experience reward. He is now silver level 1. You have to kill at least bronze level 7 monsters to gain experience. However, several pets made a lot of money after killing this wave of monsters, especially the Great Sage and the Second Sage, who gained the most. Lindsay glanced at the information of the Great Sage, the Second Sage, and several pets. After a day of hunting, the Great Sage and the Second Sage, who were only responsible for gaining experience, were both promoted to bronze level 4. The upgrade speed was amazing. Shionda, who was originally at bronze level 7, was promoted to bronze level 9. Xiaoqing, Dahong, and the Queen Bee also improved by 2 or 3 levels and reached bronze level 8. As the level increases, the attributes of several pets also skyrocketed. Especially Big Bear, his hell volume directly increased to 60,000 under Lin Zay's talent enhancement, which is terrifying. Yes, you can now stand on your own. Lin Zay gave a small compliment. With the current attributes of Big Bear and the 3 little ones, it is definitely not a problem for them to fight against ordinary silver monsters of a slightly lower level. As for the Great Sage and the Second Sage, one can only say that their future is worrying. Unable to benefit from his talent enhancement, you can only fight against ordinary monsters of the same level, and it is difficult to challenge monsters of higher levels. Lindsay didn't care about this. He positioned the Great Sage and the Second Sage as minors, just like the Persian monkey. The Great Sage and the Second Sage, who have now been promoted to bronze level 4, are about 1 meter tall. Once they are promoted 1 or 2 levels higher, they can be sent to mine. By then, the Persian monkey will be freed and can go hunting monsters with Big Bear and the 3 little ones. It will be perfect. Big Bear and the 3 little ones were also very happy to receive Lin Zay's praise. It is worth mentioning that after the upgrade, the size of Dahong and Queen Bee did not change much. At most, they expanded by 1 or 2 circles. Big Bear and Little Green grew rapidly in size. The former grows to about 5 meters in length and can be called a giant bear. The latter snake body was nearly 10 meters long. Although not as large as the 2 forest rock pythons he had just killed, it was also quite large. What's more, Xiaoqing is not a python, but a bamboo pit viper. When Lin Zay checked Xiaoqing's information, he found that its poison damage had increased to 50 points, which means a full 3,000 points of damage in 1 minute. This is quite amazing. Cleaned up the battlefield. Lin Zay returned to the valley with his pet team. The Persian monkey is not like the lazy Big Bear. After Lin Zay left, it has been mining and has hardly ever stopped. Look around. The iron ore area is full of piles of iron ore. After Lin Zay put it into his backpack, he found that all the iron ores added up to more than 8,000 pieces, and there were nearly 700 pieces of refined iron. This work efficiency is much higher than Lin Zay's. Chirp! Upon seeing their mother, the Great Sage and the Second Sage immediately ran over and hugged the Persian monkey's thighs and refused to let go. The Persian monkey, as a mother, was very disrespectful. She slapped the Great Sage and the Second Sage to the ground with 2 slaps, then ran to Lin Zay to show her loyalty. Master, I have not been lazy, I have been mining. I see, you did a great job. Lin Zay smiled and patted its sturdy arm. The touch was quite hard, just like patting a stone. Sometimes he really suspected that the Persian monkey was not a monkey, but a gorilla. After all, there is no monkey that looks so big and strong. Lin Zay put the fully automatic toilet paper making machine that had stopped working and the more than 300 packs of toilet paper it produced into his backpack. Then he brought the Persian monkey to the pear tree. After circling the pear tree twice, he asked the Persian monkey to dig with a pickaxe. After digging about 10 times, a message prompt suddenly appeared in front of Lin Zay. Your pet Persian monkey is digging wild fruit trees. Since you're not a professional player, you cannot transplant wild fruit trees. Continue digging. The current wild fruit trees will disappear, but you will also get a fruit tree seedling. After little thought, Lin Zay did not choose to stop the Persian monkey. Soon, as the game said, due to the continuous digging of the Persian monkey, the pear tree that was tens of meters tall suddenly disappeared, and a sapling wrapped in a golden ball of light appeared in its place. Lin Zay put the sapling into his backpack. When he returned to the shelter, he planted the sapling in the orchard. The reason why he had to dig hard was that anything could happen in the wild world, and it was safer to plant it in his own shelter. Not long after, Lin Zay brought his pet team to the apple tree. It had been 3 days since he had last picked apples. Today, the apple trees are once again bearing fruit. Lin Zay first picked all the apples from the tree, and then let the Persian monkeys dig up the fruit trees. After a while, The second fruit tree seedling appeared in Lindsay's hand. Done, go home. Lindsay returned to the shelter with 5 pets and 2 free tool monkeys. After returning to the cabin, Lindsay immediately took out the gold treasure chest rewarded by the game from his backpack. This was the first gold-level treasure chest he had obtained so far. Without hesitation, he reached out and opened the treasure chest. Chapter 53, Iron or Crusher. As the treasure chest is opened, a light golden light suddenly appeared in Lindsay's field of vision, followed by a series of information prompts. Congratulations, you have successfully opened a gold treasure chest. You obtain 500 units of cement. You get a blueprint. You get 1 top-grade Earth Spirit Fruit and 1 top-grade Fire Spirit Fruit. It's worthy of being a golden treasure chest. It directly opened 500 units of cement. Lindsay showed a surprised expression on his face. This material is needed to upgrade a wooden house to a stone house, and it only takes 100 units. 500 units of cement, enough to upgrade the stone house. Lindsay opened his backpack again and took a look at the stone reserves, which currently had reached more than 1,600 units. These were all obtained by him using water resources on the trading channel. Upgrading the stone house requires stone, cement, and earth crystal cores. We have the cement, and we are only 300 units short of stone. We have also found the source of the earth crystal core. It looks like it won't be long before we can upgrade the stone house. Lindsay was in a good mood and started to check the other things in the treasure chest. Earth Spirit Fruit can increase defense by 50 points. The Fire Spirit Fruit can increase the attack by 50 points. The 2 spiritual fruits combined can be comparable to Wan Ling's Golden Thunder Fruit. I don't know where Wan Ling got the Golden Thunder Fruit from, but its effect is even better than the top-grade spiritual fruit from the Golden Treasure Chest. Thinking this in his mind, Lindsay did not hesitate. He picked up 2 spiritual fruits and started eating. After eating, he turned his eyes to the drawing again. Machine drawing, iron or crusher. Information. Using this blueprint, you will get a large machine that can crush iron or crusher. Lindsay was a little confused and didn't understand what the use of crushed iron or would be. Put away for now. Let's talk about it after we figure out the function of iron or powder. Lindsay put the blueprints and 500 units of cement into his backpack and also put away the empty gold treasure chest. Lindsay was still very satisfied with opening the treasure chest this time. Those 2 spiritual fruits alone are worth the value of the golden treasure chest. After all, they are equivalent to a full 100 points of attributes. Lindsay then came to the generator. With the help of the queen bee and a group of worker bees, the generator is generating electricity nonstop. He also specifically checked the power storage capacity of the power grid's central control equipment and found that the power reserve was nearly 80%. This is even if the power grid consumes electricity during the day. If the power grid is shut down during the day, the reserve power of the central control equipment will have reached full capacity long ago. Good job. Lindsay felt that this group of worker bees was much more useful than a lazy big bear. He took out some ordinary honey from his backpack and fed it to the worker bees as a reward for their hard work in generating electricity. Lindsay walked out of the wooden house. Check out the fish pond and vegetable garden separately. In just one day, thousands of small crucian carps had grown a lot bigger, and almost all of them reached the standard of kilogram crucian carp. However, it is still about 7 hours before fishing is possible. That means he can start fishing tomorrow morning. Over here in the vegetable garden, all the seeds he planted last night have matured. Red tomatoes, lush cucumbers, and green and red peppers almost cover the entire vegetable garden. There's also an area where potatoes are grown. He reached out, grabbed a bunch of stems and leaves, and pulled hard. Immediately, a dozen potatoes of different sizes broke out of the soil. See this scene? Lindsay suddenly couldn't stop smiling. This is the joy of harvest. The more you look at it, the happier you are. He immediately used the game function to pick several crops in the garden with one click. In just a moment, a large number of potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, and peppers appeared in front of him. Lindsay did some statistics. There are 476 units of potatoes, 380 units of tomatoes, 413 units of cucumbers, and 125 units of peppers. One unit weighs about half a pound. In other words, he has nearly 700 kilograms of vegetables here, which is a big harvest for Lindsay because one person can feed the whole family. Salt and pepper are available. We'll have beef stew with potatoes and fried rabbit with peppers later. There are a dozen bird eggs in my backpack, so I can make fried eggs with tomatoes. Lindsay thought happily. As for the vegetable garden, After Lin Zhe finished picking with one click, the remaining cucumber vines, pepper trees, etc. did not disappear directly. There were also many rhizome vines left in the area where the potatoes were planted. There is also information displayed on it. This means that a new round of picking can begin in another 24 hours. That's good. No need to look for seeds anymore. I just don't know how many times I can harvest it. The female crucian carp in the fish pond can only give birth once. Lin Zhe feels that given the nature of this survival game, it is impossible for him to harvest the vegetables he has planted unlimited times. There must be a limit on the number of times he can harvest them. Don't think about that for now. Just wait until it's too late to harvest, then get some seeds and plant them. Lin Zhe took out the orchard blueprint from his backpack, built the orchard next to the vegetable garden, and took out pear and apple tree saplings and planted them. After they were planted, time information also appeared above the 2 saplings. It's a 3-day countdown. After 3 days, the 2 fruit tree seedlings will be able to grow up and bear fruit. About the time I expected. We can plant more fruits in the future, such as bananas, watermelons, lychees. We can plant a little of each. Also, we need to get more drawings. The blueprint can expand the area of the park and speed up the growth of crops. This can be seen from the changes in the fish pond. He previously used a fish pond drawing for the foundation of the fish pond. Not only has the area of the fish pond doubled, the growth time of the crucian carp has also been reduced from the original 36 hours to the current 30 hours. This improvement is still very large. Therefore, Lin Zhe planned to get more blueprints and upgrade his orchard and vegetable garden one by one. After returning to the cabin, Lin Zhe purified 10 liters of drinking water from the water purifier and began to prepare today's dinner. He has all the kitchen utensils, including cutting boards and knives. Potatoes, beef, wild boar meat, rabbit meat, tomatoes, peppers, bird eggs, salt, all kinds of ingredients are prepared one by one. He took out another iron pot and placed it on the mud stove, using the wild boar meat to boil out oil. Next comes the cooking of various dishes. He also used a portable hot pot. Although it was a little small, it was enough to cook enough beef stew with potatoes for him. After tinkering for nearly an hour, all the dishes were finally served. Although there are only 2 seasonings, salt and chili, the ingredients themselves are very delicious. Coupled with the special effects of the tables and chairs, it has a sense of color, fragrance, and taste. Lin Zhe picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. It is soft, tender, spicy, and juicy, and the taste is really great. My cooking skills are at least at the chef level in a star-rated hotel. Lin Zhe boasted with a laugh, not feeling ashamed at all. Chapter 54. Wen Ling's Blueprint. It's a pity there's no rice, otherwise it would be perfect. Lin Zhe felt a little regretful. While eating, he opened the information panel. He has not checked his information since reaching the silver level. My current basic attributes are attack 365, defense 165, speed 165, health 2500, magic 1150. At bronze 9, my basic attack was 295. It increased by 70 points all at once. 50 of these attack points come from the top grade fire spirit fruit. This means that when you reach the silver level, your attack, defense, and speed will each increase by 20 points for every level you upgrade. HP and MP were previously increased by 100 points per level, and this time they will be increased by 200 points each after being promoted to silver. Looking at the free attribute points given by the game, it is indeed 20. It seems that the higher the level, the greater the attribute increase after upgrading. It should be a level upgrade. When you reach the gold level, the attribute increase you gain from upgrading will increase further, and you will get more attribute points. This is also new information for Lin Zhe. It can help him better understand the rules of this jungle world. Lin Zhe thought about it and added all 20 attribute points to speed, and suddenly his speed reached 185. Add to that the boost from the Gale Boots, and the speed is 245 points. This speed is already very abnormal. Take the Queen Bee for example. Its speed is only 240 after being enhanced by Lin Zhe's talent, which is still 5 points less than Lin Zhe. Just when Lin Zhe was checking his information, a virtual panel suddenly popped up. There are 2 button icons that look like phones at the bottom of the panel. One is red and the other is green. This jungle world really keeps up with the times. I copied all the video calls. Lin Zhe glanced at the avatar and name in the upper left corner of the panel. It was none other than Wen Ling, whom he had met during the day. He did not refuse and agreed to the video application. Soon, a beautiful face appeared in front of him, with a simple thatched hut in the background. Lin Zhe knew what Wen Ling meant by video chatting with him. So he spoke first and said, The nails and fine iron are ready and will be sent to you later. Hearing this, Wenling was visibly relieved. There was no contract signed between her and Lindsay, so even if Lindsay stole her 2 golden thunder fruits, she couldn't do anything to him. At most, she would also steal the 10,000 units of wood from Lindsay. But compared to 2 golden thunder fruits, 10,000 units of wood are really nothing. This stuff is everywhere and is cheaper than bamboo. Wenling said, "Thank you, mainly because a group of monsters appeared around my shelter, so I contacted you." Lindsay said, "It's a fair trade. There's nothing to thank or not." Wenling smiled and said, "How does it feel to be famous? Your announcement is still posted on the regional chat channel. Now there's no player who doesn't know you." Lindsay said, "I don't feel anything special. There is only one benefit. My business on the trading channel has improved a lot. This is the truth." After the announcement appeared, the sales of meat, water, blood candles, and other items he posted on the trading channel increased significantly. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to get more than 1,000 units of stone so quickly. Wenling laughed and said, "If your word were to get out, I don't know how many players would scold you." Lindsay said, "You can scold me if you want, as long as you don't scold me to my face." Wenling's expression was slightly startled. She thought about what happened today. If she hadn't taken action at that time, that person would most likely have been killed in secret by Lindsay. At this time, Wenling's eyes suddenly widened. She said in an exaggerated tone, "You're eating this tonight? Potato stewed beef, pepper fried meat, and tomato scrambled eggs. You're too extravagant." Lindsay smiled and said, "3 dishes, how can that be considered extravagant?" Wenling said with a twitch in the corner of his mouth, "Your words are too irritating. If any of the dishes you eat were posted on the chat channel, people would be envious to death." Lindsay said, "Your words remind me that I haven't taken today's photos yet." After saying this, he took a photo and sent it to the regional chat channel. Just as Wenling said, the chat channel suddenly became lively. Countless players sent expressions of envy and jealousy. Wenling slapped her forehead. She felt that Lindsay's way of pretending was a bit too much and made her hate him so much. Wenling quickly regained her composure and asked, "Where do you get your tomatoes, potatoes, and peppers? It's no use asking. I'll give you a consulting fee of 100 units of meat." After saying that, he traded 100 units of meat to Lindsay, which was quite generous. Lindsay didn't refuse it either. He thought it would be a waste. "Homegrown. I started a vegetable garden in the vacant land of the shelter and got some seeds. I just harvested it tonight." Wenling asked in confusion, "Isn't it true that we can't plant anything in the vacant land of the shelter?" Lindsay said, "I need the drawings of the vegetable garden. So that's how it is." Wenling suddenly realized and said, "It just so happens that I also have a blueprint in my hand. It was agreed before that I would exchange it for your 10,000 units of wood." Lindsay asked, "What drawings?" Wenling said, "The pigsty blueprint can be used to build a pigsty for raising pigs." Lindsay was surprised and asked, "You don't want to use such a good blueprint?" Wenling said honestly, "I have more meat in stock than I can eat in a few months, and I don't like raising pigs." Lindsay said, "Then give it to me." Upon hearing this, Wenling sent the drawings to Lindsay. Then she said, "Can you sell me some of the vegetables you grow? I'm almost vomiting from eating so much meat these days." It's okay to eat meat every meal for several days in a row. The key point is that no one can stand meat without any seasoning. This is why Lindsay believes that the fish he raises can sell in high sales volumes. Lindsay was not stingy and gave Wenling 10 units of potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, and 5 units of peppers. Lindsay said, "This is for you as compensation for the blueprint. You have to pay me later. I'm a businessman." "Got it, boss," Wenling said with a smile. "Then I won't be polite." At this time, Yu Shuang also sent the forged iron nails to Lindsay, a total of more than 36,000 nails. Lindsay took out 9,500 iron nails and 160 pieces of fine iron and gave them to Wenling. At this point, his deal with Wenling was complete. The smile on Wenling's delicate face became even brighter, and she said to Lindsay, "I have to go upgrade the shelter quickly, so I won't bother you for now." "Okay, go ahead." Lindsay hung up the video. Then he started chatting with Yu Shuang about all sorts of things. After dinner, he gave all the iron ore in his backpack to Yu Shuang and asked her to make them all into iron nails. Yu Shuang was very surprised. "Boss, how did you do it? You actually dug so much iron ore in one day." Lindsay, "I found a professional miner who was more efficient." Yu Shuang, "What miner?" Lindsay, "My pet, a monkey." Yu Shuang, Chapter 55 Special Tips and Conjectures. Yu Shuang was stunned for a moment. Then he asked in confusion, "Isn't the boss's pet the green snake?" She still can't forget the image of a several-meter-long green snake coiled around Lin Zhe's bed. She feels creepy when she thinks of it. Lin Zhe did not hide it. "I have more than one pet." Upon hearing this, Yu Shuang's expression was shocked. She immediately understood that Lin Zhe's pet summoner talent level must be extremely high, which gave him the ability to own multiple pets. There are also many pet summoners among the members of the elite tribunal, but no matter how talented they are, they only have one pet. So she guessed that Lin Zhe's talent was incredibly high, at least S level. Yu Shuang. No wonder the boss's development speed is so fast. In addition to luck, it is more due to strength. Lin Zhe, don't flatter me. How's the flax harvest going? Yu Shuang. It's very popular. I collected nearly 1,000 units in one afternoon. I heard that many players have found iron mines and tool tables have appeared one after another. However, due to the low mining efficiency and the high demand for iron nails, the iron nails on the trading channel are still in short supply. After my message was sent, many players, including some combat class players, went to collect flax and came to exchange it with me for iron nails. I have a feeling we will receive even more flax next. Lin Zhe, that's good. Toilet paper is a consumable product, so this is a long-term business. We will collect as much linen as we can. You don't need to give me the iron nails made from the iron or I sent you before. Use it all to buy flax. If that's not enough, I'll give you the nails in my hand as well. Yu Shuang. Okay, I get it. I'll tell you if you can't wait. Lin Zhe thought about it and traded some potatoes, cucumbers, and other vegetables, as well as a few fish to Yu Shuang. After Yu Shuang received the things, her eyes widened. Boss, where did you get so many vegetables and fish? Lin Zhe, I grow my own vegetables and raise my own fish. I have a vegetable garden and a fish pond outside the shelter. Boss, you are so awesome. Yu Shuang was envious. They managed to get the vegetables and fish out without making any noise. If other players knew, they would be so jealous. Lin Zhe, whether you are jealous or not has nothing to do with me. Starting tomorrow, I will sell the vegetables and fish in smaller quantities. Yu Shuang, boss, what about these of mine? Lin Zhe, it's considered a friendly gift. Yu Shuang helped him a lot in purchasing flax, and he might have to ask Yu Shuang to help him sell toilet paper later. In addition, Yu Shuang got him the orchard blueprint from Yin Haoyang, which gave him a great bargain. Just giving him some vegetables and crucian carp was nothing. Yu Shuang, hee, thank you, big boss. I won't be polite then. Lin Zhe, how is your shelter? Is it still a high-end wooden house? Yu Shuang, well, I've saved enough wood and refined iron. If I save a few more nails, I can upgrade to a top-level wooden house. Lin Zhe, well, you can use some of the nails you make later to upgrade your shelter, and the amount you use will be deducted from your processing fee. Yu Shuang didn't bother to be polite with Lin Zhe and agreed immediately. She also promised that the purchase of flax would not be delayed. Afterwards, Yu Shuang sent all the linen she had received today to Lin Zhe, a total of 936 units. There are also 20 units of cement. This was something she exchanged from a member of her alliance, and it was also a small favor that Lin Zhe asked her to do. However, Lin Zhe did not collect the cement. I forwarded it to Yu Shuang again. Lin Zhe, keep the cement for yourself. You will need it when you upgrade the stone house. As for me, I have enough cement. Yu Shuang, big boss, did you get the cement so quickly? Lin Zhe asked her to get these 20 units of cement at noon, but he didn't expect that they would not be needed in the evening. Lin Zhe, I just opened a gold treasure chest, and there's a batch of cement in it, enough for me to upgrade the stone house. Yu Shuang was immediately shocked. Big boss actually got a gold treasure chest. My God, only the top 10 in the merit ranking list can get a gold treasure chest as a reward. Lin Zhe, it's also a game reward. If you grab the first one to be promoted to the gold level, you might be able to get the diamond treasure chest directly. Yu Shuang, forget it. I'm a professional player, so I won't level up. These days, I only sleep 4 hours a day, and the rest of the time I stand in front of the tool bench and make various tools. Not only am I exhausted, but my level has only been raised to bronze 7. Compared to combat players, it's too difficult for us life players to level up. We can only do it slowly. Lin Zhe didn't say much. Life professions and combat professions each have their own advantages. If combat players were asked to create tools, Not only would they not receive any talent bonuses, they would not even be able to gain the most basic experience. Just like Lindsay, he has dug so much mines these days and has no experience at all. If you are a professional player, your level will be raised by several levels. That's the difference in professions. The treatment received is also different. After chatting for a few more sentences, Lindsay finally finished his dinner. He cleaned the dishes and other things, then took out a large amount of meat, fruit, and nuts from his backpack and fed them to several pets. As the size of the body increases, the food intake of several pets also increased significantly. Especially Big Bear and Little Green, they need to eat at least 300 units of meat a day. Fortunately, his family is wealthy and his pet team is capable. Otherwise, Big Bear and Little Green would have bankrupted him. After feeding your pet, Lindsay came outside the shelter with a flashlight. Use the pigpen blueprint I just got from Ling. Soon, a shed appeared on the empty space of the shelter. The top of the shed was covered with a thick layer of dead grass, and there was a circle of wooden fence inside, and the area surrounded by the fence was also covered with dead grass. Shelter building, pigsty. Information: you can raise various types of piglets here, including monster-level wild boars. Special note: piglets raised in pig pens are not affected by natural disasters, including but not limited to extreme heat disasters, extreme cold disasters, flood disasters, etc. Can we raise wild boars? This is great news. I was wondering where to get piglets. Lindsay called Big Bear and the Persian monkey over and said to them, after dinner, go out and catch some wild boars to raise. Then, Lindsay looked at the special tips in the information. The piglets kept in the pigsty are not affected by natural disasters. Similar prompts are also included in the information panels of the fish pond, vegetable garden, and orchard. That's a really important message. It's polar night disaster mode now. Nothing can be seen. Other natural disasters, such as floods, extreme heat, or cold, will cause big problems. Lindsay opened his backpack and took a look. His backpack already contained more than 10,000 units of meat and various other foods. Even if you have pets like Big Bear and Little Green, they can keep you eating for a long time. The cycle of natural disasters is 7 days. Logically speaking, he wouldn't have to worry about food if there were a few more rounds of natural disasters, but he always felt that the game would not allow him, or the players, to live so comfortably. His intuition told him, when the next round of natural disasters comes, something unexpected will definitely happen to the game. He even suspected that the backpack's preservation function would fail one day. Food reserves are still not safe. We need to get some similar building blueprints, upgrade the level of these buildings, and expand the scale of breeding. Chapter 56. The Dilemma of the Pet Summoner. Thinking of this, Lindsay opened the regional chat channel and sent a message, buying various architectural blueprints and pet summoner skill blueprints at high prices. As soon as the news came out, the regional chat channel suddenly became more lively. The main reason is that Lindsay is too famous now. His announcements are still hanging at the top of the chat channel, so the appearance of the real owner will naturally cause some waves. Nowadays, many people regard Lindsay as the strongest player in this region. Even if there are people who hold opposing opinions, their voices are not loud. For a moment, a lot of Lindsay's messages appeared in the channel. Many players asked Lindsay how to quickly level up, and some players also asked him where the vegetables for dinner came from. Lindsay, there is no shortcut to leveling up. Kill more monsters, and your level will naturally go up. I grow my own vegetables, but the quantity is not large. I will sell some of them on the trading channel tomorrow morning. Finally, I can eat vegetables. Tomorrow morning, no one is allowed to snatch it from me. Boss Lindsay, what type of architectural drawings do you need? Lindsay, as long as it's a building blueprint, it's fine. You can trade it with iron nails and refined iron. Receive. Is the boss's profession a pet summoner? Of course, otherwise why would Boss Lindsay want to buy the skill blueprints of the pet summoner? I'm just curious about what kind of pet Boss Lindsay has. It must be very powerful, otherwise how could it level up so quickly? I'm also a pet summoner, and I'm only at bronze level 4. The above, we are in the same boat. We can't defeat or contract powerful monsters. We contract weaker monsters and they die after a few fights. We pet summoners really have it too hard. I agree. In just the past few days, I have lost several pets. The main reason is that the summoner himself has no attack skills and his combat power is too weak, not much stronger than the living profession. Well, in an instant, many players whose profession is pet summoner came out to complain. Although pet summoners can contract pets and have helpers in battle, they're generally pitifully low strength. The key is that their own combat effectiveness is weaker. If you're not careful, the pet may still be fighting while the owner dies behind it. The safety guarantee is much lower than other combat professions. Lingsha, grow steadily. When we can form a team and cooperate in the future, the situation of pet summoners will be greatly improved. As expected of a big boss, what he said is absolutely correct. With a team, pet summoners are not only safe and secure, but can also contract more powerful pets with the help of teammates. I don't know when I will have such an opportunity. I hope it will come after the Polar Night disaster mode is over, otherwise I really can't hold on any longer. Lindsay browsed the chat channel for a while, and the pets were all full and satisfied. Big Bear and the Persian monkey came over to say goodbye to him and prepare to enter the forest to catch wild boars. Lindsay said, "Be careful. The monsters in the nearby forest area have evolved and their levels have increased a lot. There might be a large number of silver monsters. Be careful and don't be careless." "Got it, master." Big Bear and the Persian monkey nodded their heads in unison. Lindsay added, "Just throw the captured wild boar back into the pig pen. No need to report to me again." "Okay, go ahead." After Big Bear and the Persian monkey left, Lindsay called the queen bee over again. "You should go out for a while too. New mineral resources have appeared near our shelter. The quantity and location are uncertain. Go check it out and breed little bees after you come back." "Good master." The queen bee immediately flapped her wings and flew out of the shelter. As soon as it left, only Linza, Dahong, and the two monkeys Dashing and Urshing were left in the shelter. As for Xiaoqing, she stayed outside the wooden house. Its snake body was nearly 10 meters long and could no longer fit in the wooden house, so it had to stay outdoors, including Big Bear. Should we build a nest outside for Xiaoqing and Xiongda as well? Lindsay thought about it for a moment and finally rejected the idea. "Let's do this for now, and we'll talk about it after the shelter is upgraded to a stone house." Lindsay took out the fully automatic toilet paper making machine from his backpack. He also purchased a large amount of bamboo and vines on the trading channel and put them into the manufacturing machine together with the existing 900 plus units of flax. After a while, the exit of the manufacturing machine starts to spit out whole packages of toilet paper. After doing all this, Lindsay placed the big iron pot on the mud stove and poured a full pot of water into it to boil. Then Lindsay took out an extra large wooden barrel from his backpack. Pour hot and cold water into it together. After everything was done, Lindsay took off his equipment and underwear and jumped in naked. "Comfortable," Lindsay cried out in pleasure. At this moment, a fiery red figure fell from the sky and splashed into his bathtub with a thud. Lindsay knew who it was without even looking. This is not the first time this has happened. After taking a bath, Lindsay lay comfortably on the bed. Since adding a mattress, sleeping is indeed much more comfortable. The time now is about 10 o'clock in the evening. Lindsay was not sleepy either. While browsing items on the trading channel, I was also browsing the regional chat channel. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. During this time, he heard a shrill howl coming from outside. It was the Persian monkey and Big Bear who had caught 2 large wild boars. He took one look and went back to bed. When he opened the friend panel, he saw that a large number of players had applied to be his friend. After some screening, only one player was left. This player brought him a bullpen drawing. Obviously, they were attracted by his high price. After some bargaining, Lindsay finally got the cowshed blueprint in exchange for 2,000 iron nails and 50 pieces of fine iron. He then went outside the shelter and built a cowshed next to the pig pen. When I opened the information panel of the bullpen, I saw that there were indeed special tips. This also further confirmed Lindsay's guess. Not long after returning to bed, Lindsay received a message from Yu Shuang. "Yu Shuang, boss, after Yin Haoyang saw you buying architectural blueprints at a high price, he also started buying them." "Lindsay, did you receive it?" "Yu Shuang, it seems that he hasn't. I'm not looking down on him, but he can't offer a high price. What players are in urgent need of now are iron nails and refined iron, which he can't get at all. The iron nails and refined iron produced by the Alliance don't belong to him alone. Lindsay, find an opportunity to get involved. He can't produce nails and refined iron, but we can." "Okay, I'll give it a try." The word "we" made Yu Shuang very happy. "Yu Shuang, boss, there's one more thing. A member of the Alliance contacted me just now. His name is Qin Peng. He has a warehouse blueprint and asked me if I want it. Lindsay, send me the illustrated guide." Yu Shuang then sent over the atlas of the warehouse building. Chapter 57. Get the warehouse blueprint. Architectural drawing. Warehouse. Information. Use this blueprint to obtain a warehouse building. The warehouse can provide you with a certain degree of food preservation function. The above is the information of the illustration. It seems simple, but the thought in Lin Zay's mind is becoming stronger and stronger. The backpack has a fresh-keeping function, and it's the same as what you put in, what you take out. Lin Zay still remembered that the family bucket of fried chicken meal he had opened from the treasure chest had been kept in his backpack for a day or two, and it was still steaming hot when he took it out. From a fantasy perspective, time inside the backpack is most likely to stand still. Keeping things fresh is naturally easy. The items in the backpack can be stacked, so it's no problem to store thousands of units of meat in one grid. Why does the game even have a warehouse building in this case? Do you think the number of slots in the backpack is too small? Lin Zay thought to himself, it has little to do with this, and the game has already reminded me that this jungle world is a survival game. Now, the player's food problems have been solved. Even if you're a very lazy person, you can get enough food to fill your stomach by going out to get some wood. This seems normal, but when you think about it carefully, it is actually very abnormal. Lin Zay took a deep breath. He could now be sure of one thing. That was that soon, the player's backpack functions would malfunction. For example, it will no longer have the function of preserving freshness. If players want to store food, they must rely on warehouse buildings. Thinking of this, Lin Zay immediately sent a message to Yu Shuang. What does that person want? Yu Shuang. He wants 4,300 iron nails and 60 pieces of fine iron. Lin Zay. This condition seems to be an attempt to upgrade the shelter directly to the level of a high-end wooden house. Yu Shuang. Boss, this guy is too greedy. Although the building blueprints are rare, this is a warehouse building, which doesn't make much sense to us players. It's more convenient to put things in the backpack. Backpacks are really convenient. Even after leaving the shelter, you can still use the items inside at will. As for the warehouse, she guessed that it didn't have this function. If she wanted to store or retrieve items, she had to go back to the shelter. Otherwise, how can it be called a warehouse? Lin Zay, the conditions are so high, it's really greedy. However, I am ready to take the warehouse blueprint. I will give him at most 2,000 nails and 30 pieces of refined iron. Please help me negotiate the details with him. Okay, leave it to me. Yu Shuang didn't ask Lin Zay why he was interested in this kind of building. My guess is that it's because there's too much money. Lin Zay has tens of thousands of iron nails, and there should be a lot of fine iron. It's not a big deal to exchange a small part of them for a building blueprint. About half an hour passed. Yu Shuang just sent a message. Boss, it's done. The transaction price is 1,600 iron nails and 20 pieces of refined iron. Thank you. Lin Zay sent the iron nails and fine iron to Yu Shuang. Yu Shuang was indeed reliable. Not only did she help him successfully obtain the warehouse drawings, but she also helped him get a lower price. This girl could be deeply connected. It would be nice to meet her offline and recruit her over later. Lin Zay is not planning to live with his pets for the rest of his life. He always needs some people around him. Yu Shuang is a very suitable person. Smart, efficient, and also a foundry master. I just don't know what level Yu Shuang's life talent is. If it is high, then it needs to be cultivated. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in Lin Zay's mind again. Forget about that woman. She's even more ruthless than me. After receiving the drawings sent by Yu Shuang, Lin Zay got up and went outside the shelter, where he found a suitable piece of land to build a warehouse. The warehouse does not occupy a large area. It is only slightly bigger than a cowshed or pig pen. It doesn't look like there's much room to store supplies. The door of the warehouse is closed, and only Lin Zay, the owner of the shelter, can open it. He reached out, pushed open the door, and walked in. Suddenly, a huge space appeared in his field of vision, at least as big as a football field. Sure enough, we can't just look at the surface of things. The space in this warehouse is much larger than my entire shelter area. Lin Zay was quite satisfied with this. After coming out of the warehouse, he checked the warehouse information. Building, warehouse. Information can store all the materials of the shelter, including aquatic products, living things, etc. Special tip. The current warehouse can slow down the flow of time by 30%, which is only effective for the stored shelter materials. In addition, the materials stored in the warehouse are not affected by natural disasters. I knew it. It seems that there's a chance to get more warehouse blueprints to increase the percentage of slowing down the flow of time. In this way, food can be stored for a longer time. After returning to bed, Lin Zay sent another message to Yu Shuang. Please keep an eye out for the warehouse blueprints for me. If you find any, try to trade them to me. Of course, I also need other architectural blueprints. Price is not a problem. Yu Shuang Shuang. Okay, I understand. Boss, is that thing in the warehouse also useful? Lindsay. It's not useful, but very useful. I can't tell you the details now. You will know later. You have helped me so much. I will remember it, and I will definitely benefit from you in the future. Yu Shuang Shuang. Hee hee, boss. I've been waiting for you to say this. Am I yours now? Lindsay. If you want, then you can call me boss from now on. Yu Shuang Shuang. Got it, boss. After chatting with Yu Shuang Shuang for a while, Lindsay finally turned his attention to the rankings. There are only two rankings in the leaderboard now. One is the merit ranking list, and the other is the level ranking list. He is still the only one on the level ranking list, and currently no other player has been promoted to the silver level except him. He ranks second in the merit ranking. Ranked first is Yu Shuang Shuang, with a merit value of 1,153. Lindsay's merit value is 1,060. The third person below him had a merit value of just over 800. Going down, he saw two familiar names, Wen Ling and Yin Haoyang. Wen Ling ranks 36th. Yin Haoyang ranks 45th. This indirectly shows that Yin Haoyang is quite talented and has strong fighting ability. Lindsay heard from Yu Shuang Shuang that Yin Haoyang's profession is an archer. He must be quite capable to be able to make it into the top 50 in the merit ranking list. But Lindsay doesn't care. Who could be stronger than him? The rankings of combat players are gradually catching up with those of life players. This is because the strength of combat players has increased, and the levels of monsters they kill are getting higher and higher. The merit points you gain will naturally be greater. Tomorrow, I should be able to take the first place on the merit list. As for Yu Shuang Shuang, I will help her upgrade her tool bench later. It will be fine as long as her merit points remain in the top 3. After browsing the chat channel for a while, Lindsay felt sleepy and closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 58. Level up while lying down. The next day, Lindsay woke up early. When he woke up, he felt that his body had changed a lot. Open personal information to view. Player. Lindsay. Level. Silver level 2. Profession. Pet summoner, can have up to 6 pets. Skills. Pet summoning. Pet space. Copy. Attack. 435, 385 plus 50. Defense. 265, 185 plus 80. Speed. 255, 195 plus 60. HP. 2700 mag. 1350. Experience. 68 out of 1200. Attribute points. 20. Talent. Super S level. It's upgraded. Lindsay was a little surprised. No wonder he felt a lot more powerful. He quickly opened the game's information prompts to check, and sure enough, he saw a large number of kill prompts. The vast majority of them come from Big Bear and Persian Monkey. A few come from the Queen Bee. He sent 3 pets out on a mission last night and killed a lot of monsters in the process, especially Big Bear and Persian Monkey, who even killed a lot of silver level monsters. Yesterday, I was promoted to silver, and the game rewarded me with 500 experience points. I was listed in the regional bulletin and was rewarded with another 100 points. To advance from silver level 1 to silver level 2, you need 1,100 experience points. The game rewards alone have increased my experience bar by more than half. Lindsay counted them again. Last night, Big Bear and Persian Monkey killed more than 30 silver monsters, plus a large number of high-level bronze monsters. What a pity. If there were still newbie benefits, with so many monsters, I could have gained at least several thousand experience points. Now I only have a little over 500 points. Although there was regret in his words, Lindsay was in a very good mood. Who doesn't like the feeling of upgrading while lying down? It seems that we need to let Big Bear and the others go out more often in the future. Xiaoqing and Da Hong can also go out hunting at night. This way, my level can be improved even faster. I took another look at the merit rankings. After one night, his ranking directly surpassed Yu Shuang Shuang, and he was at the top of the list with a merit value of more than 1,700. At this rate of increase, which player is better than me? Lindsay smiled happily. Then he added the 20 attribute points given by the game to speed. His base speed also reached 215 points. He opened his friend panel and saw that Yu Shuang Shuang had sent him a message. Boss, I received more than 800 units of flax and have sent it to you. Lindsay, you didn't sleep last night? After waiting for a few minutes, Yu Shuang Shuang replied, Boss, are you awake? I slept for a few hours and saw that many players were contacting me, so I just woke up. Lindsay quickly took on the role of a good boss who cares about his employees and reminded Yu Shuang Shuang to take a rest. Yu Shuang Shuang, Hee hee, don't worry, boss. I'm fine. There are many players who play harder than me. Lindsay changed the subject. Have you upgraded your tool bench to a high level? Yu Shuang Shuang. No, I still need some high-quality refined iron and more than 100 units of high-grade wood. These two materials, high-grade wood, is easy to get. It is sold on the trading channel. All of them are put on the shelves by those high-talented live players. High-quality refined iron is a bit difficult. After all, although iron ore has appeared one after another, most of what has been dug out is ordinary refined iron. Lindsay was a little confused. How do I dig high-quality refined iron? I have dug a lot of refined iron these days, but none of them reached high-quality level. Yu Shuang Shuang. The boss is a professional combat player. It's normal that he can't dig it out. This kind of work needs to be handed over to professional live players, and it also depends on how high their professional talent is. I know a lumberjack with an S-level talent. He can basically get 1 or 2 units of high-quality wood for every tree he cuts down. That guy is also smart. He saves all the high-quality wood he cuts and waits to sell it later. At this stage, there's almost no demand for high-grade wood among players. Once the level of players' shelters is generally improved, that guy will definitely make a fortune. Lindsay thought there are indeed quite a few smart people. He asked, is there any other way to mine high-quality iron? Yu Shuang Shuang. I don't know yet. I'll start with the iron pickaxe and see if I can make a perfect iron pickaxe. This level of iron pickaxe may have the effect of mining high-quality, refined iron. Lindsay. Then you try it first. Good. Yu Shuang Shuang knew that Lindsay wanted to help her upgrade the tool bench. With an advanced tool bench, she can not only create more things, but also gain more merit points. She also saw changes in the rankings. It's not that Lindsay surpassed her and rushed to the first place, but those players with combat professions whose rankings kept rising. This shows one thing. The combat players are finally starting to show their strength. The speed of gaining merit points is faster than that of professional players. Today is the 3rd day of the Polar Night survival mode, and there are still 4 days left. She doesn't dare to say that she can maintain her current ranking until the end of the mode. Therefore, it is very necessary to upgrade the tool bench. After finishing the chat with Yu Shuang Shuang, Lindsay got up, washed, and ate breakfast while checking the fully automatic toilet paper making machine. Just now, he discovered that the amount of toilet paper produced was not as much as he had imagined. According to the materials he put in last night, more than 900 packs of toilet paper could be made, but now only about 600 packs have appeared. No wonder there's not enough. It turns out there's no electricity. This fully automatic toilet paper making machine is also powered by electricity and can be charged or plugged directly into an electric socket. He immediately connected the power plug of the manufacturing machine to the hand crank generator. In this way, the generator can continuously supply power to the manufacturing machine. In just half a minute, the manufacturing machine started working again, spitting out packs of toilet paper. Seeing this, Lindsay bought some bamboo and vines from the trading channel and then put them into the manufacturing machine together with the flax sent by Yu Shuang Shuang in a 1-to-1 ratio. Once all these materials are used up, I will have more than 2,000 packs of toilet paper. The number of toilet paper Lindsay currently has is only a little over 1,000 packs. He's not ready to start selling now. Let's first take a look at Yu Shuang Shuang's flax purchases today. He then came outside the cabin. Big Bear, the Persian monkey, the 3 little ones, as well as the great sage and the second sage were already waiting for him. He took out a lot of food from his backpack and fed these pets, big and small. On the open space on the other side, there were a large number of monster corpses piled up. In addition, there are many blood candles of various levels. All of them were brought back by Big Bear and the Persian monkey. They were their spoils from last night. I have to say, both Big Bear and the Persian monkey are very family-oriented. He knew that the prey he had hunted should be brought back to him. Lindsay decomposed all the monster corpses and harvested a total of more than 5,000 units of meat and crystal cores of various attributes. Among them, there are 2 Earth-type crystal cores, 4 Water-type crystal cores, 1 Fire-type crystal core, and 1 Wind-type crystal core. In addition, there are 2 Life-type crystal cores. There are 10 crystal cores in total. The numbers don't match. Xiongda and the others killed more than 30 silver-level monsters in total. That is to say, not all silver monsters can be decomposed into crystal cores. But even so, the probability of a crystal core being produced is not low. Lindsay opened his backpack again and took a look. The number of stone transactions has reached more than 2,300 units. There is enough stone and cement. Now, we only need 2 earth crystal cores to upgrade the shelter into a stone house. If nothing unexpected happens, it can be done today. As he spoke, Lindsay turned his gaze towards Big Bear and the Persian monkey and suddenly discovered that they had grown a lot larger. Both Big Bear and Persian monkey have been upgraded, and both of them have reached the silver level. Chapter 59: The Importance of Growth Potential. Big Bear and Persian monkey were both at bronze level before. Killing monsters can gain a lot of experience rewards. Last night, the two of them teamed up to kill more than 30 silver level monsters and gained a lot of experience. Therefore, even the Persian monkey, which was originally only at the bronze level 6, broke through several levels in succession and reached the silver level. Lindsay then checked the information of Big Bear and Persian monkey. The attributes of both pets have been greatly improved, especially the Persian monkey. Its attributes have skyrocketed, with its attack reaching 510, defense 570, speed 600, and health 45,000. Big Bear's attack is 540, defense is 600, speed is 480, and his health is as high as 66,000. Such attributes are terrifying. Even Lindsay, who had been promoted to silver level 2, was still far inferior to him after putting on the equipment. A boss-level pet with incredible attributes. Of course, it's mainly due to my talent, otherwise their attributes wouldn't be this high. Take the attack attribute, for example. If it weren't for Lindsay's talent enhancement, Big Bear's attack would only be 180 and Persian monkey's attack would be 170. This looks much more normal. At this moment, Lindsay discovered that a special prompt appeared below Xiongda's information panel. Your pet Big Bear has been promoted to silver level and has officially embarked on the road of growth. The star level of growth potential is directly related to the future achievements of the pet. Your pet Xiongda has a growth potential of 2 stars and can be promoted to the highest level of Gold 9. Looking at the Persian monkey's information panel, the same special prompt appeared. So that's how it is. 2 stars of growth potential. The highest achievement is Gold level 9. If we extrapolate this downward, wouldn't Xiaoqing and the Queen Bee, who only have 1-star potential, have a maximum level of only silver 9? Lindsay felt a little melancholy. Not to mention the Queen Bee, Xiaoqing is his first pet and he likes it the most. Naturally, he hopes that Xiaoqing can accompany him all the way to grow, instead of stagnating at the 9th level of silver. Lindsay called a few pets over. It also tells about their growth potential and their future achievements. Finally, his eyes fell on Xiaoqing and he said, "From now on, you and the Queen Bee must work harder. Your growth potential does not determine your ultimate achievement. As long as you work hard, fight powerful enemies, and evolve your bloodline, your future will not be limited to the silver rank." His talent has 3 effects. One of them is that it can make it easier for pets to achieve bloodline evolution during battle. The reason why no pet has evolved so far. Lindsay guessed that it might be because the previous battles have been too smooth. Let Xiaoqing and the Queen Bee challenge monsters with higher attributes than them and experience real fighting, which may help them evolve. It's not just Xiaoqing and the Queen Bee, it's the same for you. After the gold rank, there are higher ranks and a broader sky. I hope you can all take this as your goal and break through your bloodline. Lindsay also spoke earnestly to Big Bear, Persian monkey, and Dahong. The growth potential of the 2 stars is nothing to be proud of. The road to survival has just begun. In the future, there will definitely be monsters with higher star ratings and more difficult challenges. He hopes to see all of his pets break through themselves and achieve greater success. Master, rest assured, we will definitely work hard and not let our master down. Several pets expressed their opinions solemnly. Even the laziest bear became serious. Lindsay then came to the pig pen. The small pig pen was filled with more than 60 wild boars of all sizes, and almost all of them were monster level. One wild boar monster even reached bronze level 7. Monsters of this level are difficult for most players to defeat, and now they have become his captive livestock. Game architecture is truly magical. The wild boar monster that was arrogant and domineering outside immediately became well-behaved and docile after entering the pig pen. Among the more than 60 wild boars, about 2/3 had information prompts on their heads. Some of them are growth time, and they're only found on the head of the little wild boar. Some are breeding time from sows. As for those without any information, they were all adult boars. If Lindsay wanted to slaughter pigs in the future, these big boars would definitely be the first choice. You two did a great job. Lindsay smiled and said to Big Bear and Persian Monkey, "Keep working hard tonight. In addition to wild boars, catch some wild buffaloes and keep them in the cowshed. When the next wave of natural disasters comes, whether our family can live a happy life with food and drink depends on you. The Persian monkey nodded obediently. But Big Bear asked in a frivolous way, Master, what if we have no food to eat in the future natural disasters? Lindsay glanced at it and said, Then I'll chop off your 4 bare paws and use them as food. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Throw them into the pet space, and maybe the paws will grow back after a few days. I'll chop them off then. The big bear's eyes popped out. His fat body was shaking wildly, and his teeth were chattering. He hurriedly said, Master, rest assured, I and the monkey will complete this task beautifully. Lindsay said unhappily, It's good to know. He ignored the mean bear and went to the fish pond. After one night, all the thousands of crucian carps in the fish pond had grown up, and each one weighed 2 or 3 kilograms. Some crucian carps have information prompts on their heads. This means they have entered breeding mode. Looking at the time, there are about 7 hours left, and then they will breed a new batch of crucian carp fry. Lindsay counted them carefully. There are more than 300 female crucian carps in breeding state. According to the previous breeding situation of female crucian carp, these more than 300 female crucian carp can breed more than 10,000 crucian carp fry. The day after tomorrow, I can then sell crucian carp in large quantities. Thinking of this, Lindsay caught all the male crucian carp in the fish pond, as well as the more than 20 female crucian carp that could no longer breed crucian carp fry. Adding them all together, there are a total of 816. Lindsay put all these crucian carps on the trading channel at once, and noted that they could be exchanged for high-grade wood or high-quality refined iron. Every 5 units of high-grade wood or 2 pieces of high-quality refined iron can be exchanged for a crucian carp. This price is really not cheap. What Lindsay values is that scarcity makes things valuable. If you think the price is too high, you can choose not to change and continue to eat barbecue. Lindsay believes that most professional players will not be stingy. After all, they have talents and can easily obtain high-level resources. In addition to crucian carp, Lindsay also put a batch of vegetables on the shelves. It can also be used to exchange for advanced resources. Chapter 60, there's finally a light. Just after the product was put on the shelves for a while, Lindsay received a large number of transaction information. The crucian carp and various vegetables listed on the trading channel were decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. They were more popular than Lindsay had imagined. Apparently, his advertisement last night had an effect. Many players have been waiting in the trading channel since early morning, waiting for him to sell these scarce materials. Not only life players, but some combat players also participated in the rush to buy. Since they didn't have high-level resources, they exchanged them on the trading channel and then came to buy the crucian carp and vegetables he sold. Players at this stage have no shortage of food. But who can stand eating barbecue for every meal for several days in a row? Now that crucian carp and vegetables have appeared and can help them change their taste, they naturally flock to them, fearing that they will miss out. It only takes a few minutes. All the crucian carp and various vegetables that Lindsay put on the shelves were sold out. Players who failed to grab the items are still frantically at Linja in the regional chat channel, hoping that he will sell more. Lindsay also saw it. He would like to sell more. After all, what you get in exchange are high-level resources that will definitely be useful in the future, and their value can even double. But the key problem is that he has no stock left. After thinking for a while, Lindsay sent a message to the chat channel. The conditions for growing vegetables and raising fish are very harsh now, so the quantity is not large. Don't worry if you didn't buy it today. A batch of crucian carp and vegetables will be put on the shelves the day after tomorrow morning. Conservative estimates are that there will be 10,000 crucian carp and thousands of units of vegetables. The price remains the same. As soon as this news came out, the players finally calmed down. Lindsay opened his backpack to check his earnings. There are more than 300 pieces of high-quality refined iron and nearly 6,000 units of high-quality wood, which is a direct profit. He took out 150 pieces of high-quality refined iron and 200 units of high-quality wood and sent them to Yu Shuang. Yu Shuang, thank you for the tip, boss. Lindsay, stop talking nonsense, upgrade the tool bench quickly, and make a pickaxe that can mine high-quality refined iron. Yu Shuang, received. After a while, Yu Shuang's avatar started shaking again. This time it's not news, but an illustrated guide. When Lindsay opened it, he found another complete set of drawings of lamps and circuit switches. Lindsay, where did you get this? Yu Shuang, I just upgraded the advanced tool bench. and the game rewarded me with 20 achievement points and a silver treasure chest, which I opened from the treasure chest. Lindsay, lucky, this is a good thing. You shuang shuang. Hee hee, I sent it to the boss. I don't have a generator here, so I don't need it. Lindsay knew that Yu Shuang Shuang was thanking him. After all, what's the point of not having a generator? Just because there is none now doesn't mean there won't be any in the future. If Yu Shuang Shuang didn't want to give it, she could just put the drawings away and use them after she had a generator. Okay, I'll take it. Lindsay didn't bother to be polite with Yu Shuang Shuang. Now the two are in the same boat. He took out the blueprint from his backpack and used it directly after returning to the cabin. In an instant, a set of lamps, wires, switches, plugs, and so on appeared out of thin air in his wooden house, and they were all laid out. In addition, there is a battery storage device in the corner of the cabin, which is connected to all the circuits. Lindsay connected the battery storage device to the generator. After a while, the battery started to operate normally. After turning on the switch, the chandelier hanging in the center of the cabin immediately lit up, instantly illuminating the entire room. At this moment, Lindsay felt like a new world had opened up, one step closer to a wonderful and happy life. Lindsay called the queen bee and said, "Let your worker bees work hard. Generating electricity is a big deal. Don't make any mistakes." The queen bee said, "Don't worry, master. I now have more than 60 worker bees. They can generate electricity, provide security, and patrol without any delay." "That's good." Lindsay nodded. He turned off the light, and the room went into dim mode again. Glancing at the few pieces of dead wood still burning in the mud stove, Lindsay ignored them and turned and walked out of the wooden house. He turned over and sat on Big Bear's back. "Let's go. It's time to go out hunting." The words fell. The iron gate of the power grid opened automatically. Lindsay led a group of pets out of the shelter. Less than 200 meters ahead, a jungle gray wolf suddenly jumped out and pounced on Lindsay, who was sitting on the back of Big Bear. This gray wolf is extremely huge, about 3 or 4 meters long. Lindsay had killed at least 80 jungle gray wolves during this period, but this was the first time he had seen such a huge gray wolf. Bronze level 9. Lindsay's thought flashed through his mind, and a green shadow slammed into the back of the jungle gray wolf, sending it flying dozens of meters away. At the same time, huge fireballs hit the jungle gray wolf. Immediately afterwards, dense spikes appeared out of nowhere and instantly pierced the body of the jungle gray wolf. After a series of combined punches, the bronze level 9 jungle gray wolf's health was immediately reduced to 0. Your pet kills the bronze level 9 monster jungle gray wolf. You gain experience +9. It's worthy of being called cruel mode. Only 1/10 of the experience shared remains. When Lindsay was still in the bronze rank, he could get 180 experience points by killing a bronze level 9 monster alone. If his pet killed a monster, he could also share 90 experience points. But now it's only 9 o'clock. The gap is extremely large. Big Xiong twitched his nose and said, "Master, there are a lot of monsters in the nearby forest area, and their levels are at least high bronze, and there are also many at the silver level." Lindsay thought for a moment and said, "Then let's just hunt around, using the shelter as the center and clear out the monsters nearby. Shonda, you take the great sage and the second sage with you, and take good care of them. 3 little ones act together." "Master, what about me?" the Persian monkey asked hurriedly. Lindsay did not reply immediately, but looked at the queen bee and asked, "How was the mineral resource survey I asked you to investigate last night?" The queen bee said, "Master, I have searched the area for several kilometers around here, but I only found one mine." "Only one?" Lindsay was suddenly a little disappointed. The game says that there will be 1 to 3 mineral resources refreshed near a shelter, but now there is only one. This bird has such bad luck. Not to mention 3 seats. Refreshing 2 seats will be fine. It felt like throwing the dice to see which one was bigger. He got one right away and was devastated. Lindsay asked, "What kind of mine is it? How strong are the monsters guarding the mine?" The queen bee said, "That is a salt mine, guarded by more than 200 monsters. Those monsters are very powerful, at least silver level." When Lindsay heard this, he felt as if a surprise had hit him on the head. The disappointment just now disappeared in an instant. Salt mines. It's simply a money tree and a treasure pot. Once he occupies the salt mine and produces salt, players will definitely be more crazy about it than when they were rushing to buy vegetables. Salt is not just a condiment. It is also very important to human health. If you do not eat salt for a long time, the body will lack sodium, which can lead to symptoms such as low blood pressure decreased muscle tension, cerebral edema, etc. Players have better physical fitness than ordinary people. Symptoms may be less severe or even non-existent. But putting this aside, the item of essential condiments alone is enough to make players scramble for it. Lindsay asked, "Where's a salt mine located?" The queen bee said, "Southwest, about 800 meters. The human shelter is also in that direction, but it's 3 kilometers away." The human the queen bee mentioned was Wenling. "Okay, I understand." Lindsay said, "Go hunting. If you encounter a king-level monster, come and inform me immediately. Today is a new day, and he can contract a pet again." This is the 6th one so far. Chapter 61, Snow Mountain in the Forest. As Lindsay gave the order, the pets immediately took action. The Great Sage and the Second Sage were the weakest and were thrown to Big Bear by Lindsay. With Big Bear's protection, their levels could be quickly improved. Lindsay didn't expect how strong they would be. As long as they grow bigger and can use the oversized pickaxe like the Persian monkeys, they will be fine. Once the problem with the salt mine is solved, the Great Sage and the Second Sage will go and mine it. Or one mines salt and the other mines iron. By then, the Persian monkeys will also be liberated. The Persian monkey withdrew his gaze from the Great Sage and the Second Sage and asked Lindsay, "Master, are we going to the valley?" Lindsay said, "Let's go to the salt mine that the queen bee mentioned first and learn more about those monsters." "Good." The Persian monkey nodded. Then he strode ahead. Looking at the back of the Persian monkey walking upright like a human, Lindsay seemed to have thought of something and took out the oversized iron pickaxe from his backpack. "Take this pickaxe and use it as a weapon for now. I'll make you a more powerful one later. What type of weapon do you like?" The Persian monkey took the pickaxe and said, "Master, I don't know what weapon I like, but I feel that I should be suitable for using a stick. When I met an enemy before, I defeated him with a homemade stick." Lindsay was silent for a while. Then he said, "Okay, I understand." Privately, he opened his friend panel and sent a message to Yu Shuang Shuang. "Help me make an iron rod that is suitable for monkeys that are 2 or 3 meters tall." Yu Shuang Shuang. A monkey that is 2 or 3 meters tall. "Boss, are you sure it's a monkey and not an orangutan?" Lindsay. "Definitely a monkey, just a little bigger." Yu Shuang Shuang. "Okay, there's some high-quality iron left after upgrading the tool bench, so I can make an iron pickaxe and an iron rod. By the way, boss, is the pickaxe still the same oversized size as before?" "Yes, that's right." Lindsay. "Didn't I tell you before that I have a pet monkey? These 2 things are for it." Yu Shuang Shuang. "Okay, I'll send it to the boss as soon as I'm done making it." Lindsay sent an okay expression. 800 meters is not a far distance. However, it still took Lindsay and the Persian monkey more than half an hour to reach the salt mine, just because we encountered a large number of high-level monsters along the way. There are many silver levels among them. Fortunately, both Lindsay and the Persian monkey are quite strong, otherwise they would not be able to come to the salt mine easily. We encountered dozens of monsters in such a short distance. There are also 7 silver level ones. It seems that the monsters have not only evolved, but their numbers have also increased. Lindsay looked at the 2 crystal cores in his hands, 1 fire type and 1 water type, both obtained by decomposing the corpse of a silver monster. "Master, there is a salt mine ahead." At this time, the voice of the Persian monkey sounded in Lindsay's mind. Lindsay looked up. Suddenly I saw a white hill, like a snowy mountain. It stands alone in the center of an open space. It looks very abrupt. It seems like it was moved here on purpose, and there is no sense of it being naturally formed at all. The same goes for the monsters surrounding the salt mines. It can be seen that there are densely packed monsters gathered in the open space near the salt mine, and none of them stay away. It seems that protecting the salt mines is their mission. Dare not leave even a step. I can't tell the exact number, but there are definitely 200 of them. There are all kinds of monsters: tigers, bears, leopards, pythons, bison, rabbits, elks. It's just a hodgepodge of monsters. Lindsay also saw the information of these monsters. At a glance, he found that almost all of them had reached the silver level. Generally, they are silver level 1 to 3. A few are silver level 4 to 6. Finally, Lindsay also saw a giant tiger with a body length of nearly 10 meters, level 9 silver. Its attack, defense, and speed were all over 400, and its health was as high as 100,000 points. There is indeed a boss, like the hyenas guarding the iron mine. Lindsay's face showed joy. This giant tiger not only has extremely high attributes, but also has 3-star growth potential, and its future achievements will reach diamond level. The Persian monkey said, "Master, I think I can fight that Tiger King for 300 rounds." Lindsay smiled and said, "It is no match for you." Even though the Persian monkey is only at the silver level, with the enhancement of his talent, all of its attributes have exceeded 500 points, and its health is only slightly less than that of the giant tiger. If a real fight breaks out, the Persian monkey will still have the advantage. The Persian monkey's eyes suddenly lit up. "Master, then I will do it now?" "Fuck off." Lindsay rolled his eyes. "Forgot that a bronze-level monster attacked you just now, and you also lost blood? It's different now than before. Even if I can't break the defense, my health will be forced to drop a little. More than 200 silver monsters can wear you down to death." When he was still in the bronze rank, Lindsay relied on his high defense to stand in a pile of monsters and let the monsters attack him without losing any blood. But not now. After the novice period, the game daddy will no longer favor you. Even if the defense attribute is higher than the enemy's attack, once attacked, it will be forced to lose some health. If you use skills, you will lose even more blood. If the Persian monkey rushed over now, there would be only one outcome: being beaten to death. Let's go back first. We can't escape from the salt mine here anyway. Come back when you're ready. Lindsay did not disturb the monsters guarding the salt mine and quickly left with the Persian monkey. On the way to the valley, Yu Shuang also gave Lindsay the iron pickaxe and iron rod she had made. After checking the information, Lindsay was suddenly surprised. The new iron pickaxe that Yu Shuang made this time was actually a silver-level equipment, and so was the iron rod. The iron stick's attack reaches 65 points. There is a certain chance of stunning the enemy. Lindsay was somewhat pleased with what he saw. After all, his current melee weapon was still an iron sword with only 10 points of attack. The iron pickaxe's attack is not high because it is not a weapon. The effect is to increase mining efficiency by 40%, with an extremely low probability of mining special ores. The previous iron pickaxe had the effect of having a chance to mine high quality ore. High quality ore refers to refined iron. Now that special ore has appeared, could be high-quality refined iron. Lindsay then asked Yu Shuang. A positive response was soon received. Yu Shuang, it is possible to mine high-quality refined iron, but the probability is extremely low. Maybe one piece of high-quality refined iron may not be found out of 100 pieces of refined iron. Lindsay, as long as it works. By the way, didn't you say before that you can only create silver equipment after the tool bench reaches the top level? Yu Shuang, I used high-quality refined iron, so I can also make a high-level tool bench. But it consumes too much, it's not cost-effective. Lindsay sent over the illustration of the equipment Gale armor. See if the parts of this suit can be built. Chapter 62, Wenling. Why am I so unlucky? Not long after, Yu Shuang sent a message. Boss, the suit is much better than ordinary silver equipment. I just tried it, but the tool bench couldn't forge it. If there's a forging table, it should be possible. Then forget it. Lindsay was not too disappointed. He just wanted to try his luck with Yu Shuang. If it can be forged, it will be a good thing to help him get the Windstorm suit. If it can't be forged, it doesn't matter. At most, I can just open more treasure chests. It doesn't matter if I don't collect the complete Gale set in the end. After all, it's just a silver set. Yu Shuang, no wonder the boss is so powerful. It turns out he even has parts for the silver suit. At this stage, most players are still using ordinary equipment. She is telling the truth. At this stage, even the most common silver equipment is very rare, let alone the set. It's not about how strong you are, it's just about being lucky. Lindsay also told the truth. His strength also comes down to luck. Without his incredible luck, how could he randomly get a super S-level talent? If his talent was a little more average, he would be about the same as most players now. Lindsay brought the Persian monkey to the valley. As soon as they entered the valley, several dark shadows pounced towards Lindsay and the Persian monkey. The man and the monkey seemed to be prepared and rushed forward with weapons in hand. The Persian monkey was the fastest. It wielded the nearly 3-meter-long iron stick with great vigor and soon knocked a black shadow to the ground. Lindsay also turned on the invincible mode again and copied the attributes of the Persian monkey. He swung the iron sword and easily killed the monster with a few strikes. After a while, several black shadows fell in a pool of blood. They're all bronze-level lynxes and look very similar to leopards. While Lindsay was dissecting the corpse, he threw a new pickaxe to the Persian monkey. Go and dig, and see how efficient you are. Yes, master. The Persian monkey skillfully picked up the oversized pickaxe. After decomposing the corpse, Lindsay also arrived at the mining area. In just a few minutes, hundreds of iron ores piled up around the Persian monkey, including several pieces of refined iron. Lindsay asked, "How do you feel? If not, I'll ask Shionda to come over." The Persian monkey said, "Master, my strength is already very great now, and mining is very easy. It doesn't matter whether I use the earth spike technique or not." "That's fine." Lindsay didn't say anything else. He then took out a pickaxe from his backpack and went to dig iron ore in another area. He wasn't going to go hunting himself today. A plan of mine, while waiting for good news from Big Bear and the three little ones. Lindsay's mining work is also easy. Compared to the first time he mined, his strength is now many times greater, and he can mine out an iron ore in just a few strokes. Of course, it can't be compared with the Persian monkey. The Persian monkey is a natural miner. He is just a part-time miner. Just when Lindsay was working hard at mining. In the forest area 2 or 3 kilometers away from him, a figure was running away quickly, and the burning blood candle in his hand could go out at any time. The figure has a delicate, snow-white face, but his complexion was obviously not good. What the hell? How come so many high-level monsters appeared overnight? There are even silver monsters. Wenling's pretty face turned green, and she ran desperately. Behind her, there was a large group of monsters, and their roars and growls made the entire forest area seem to tremble. Her strength is not weak, and she is also one of the top players in the combat profession. After all, he was able to make it into the top 50 of the merit rankings. But facing a large group of high-level monsters, she was still no match. If she was surrounded, she would surely die. She couldn't figure out. Everything was fine yesterday. How come when I woke up, there were silver-level monsters nearby? Just now she encountered a giant python of the silver level. If she had not discovered it early and retreated in time, she would have died on the spot. After finally escaping from the python's mouth, he ran into a group of wild wolves. Although those wild wolves did not reach the silver level, their levels were all above bronze level 6, and there were several at bronze level 9. If she hadn't lit a high-level blood candle immediately, there wouldn't be even a bone left. However, even with the high-level blood candle deterrence, the bloodthirsty wolves did not let her go and kept following her. They were obviously waiting for the blood candle to go out and then rush forward. Wenling felt very disappointed when she saw the pack of wild wolves following her. "I'll be at my shelter soon. Once I attract this pack of wild wolves over there, I will be in even bigger trouble. Besides, I don't have many high-level blood candles left. Once they're all used up, the shelter will definitely be attacked." Her shelter was a top-grade wooden house, but she wasn't sure if it could withstand an attack from a group of high-level monsters. She planned to escape in another direction and get rid of the pack of wolves. But she quickly put the idea to rest. She was worried that if she didn't get rid of the wild wolves, the monsters would keep coming. If she attracted the silver monster again, she would have no place to cry. In the end, Wenling chose to escape back to the shelter first and then think of a solution. As Wenling expected, the persistent wild wolves had no intention of giving up until they followed Wenling to the vicinity of shelter. Dozens of wild wolves of all sizes were wandering around the Wenling shelter. They did not set foot in the open space outside the shelter. All stayed in the dense forest. A pair of dark green eyes stared straight at Wenling, who was standing at the door of the wooden house, making Wenling feel cold all over. She quickly returned to the cabin, used the burning blood candle to ignite the dry grass and build a fire in the mud stove. When the room lit up, her fear subsided a little. Wenling sat down on the wooden bed and immediately opened the area chat channel to ask about the monster mutation. However, all the players who responded to her said that everything was normal in the wild. "I didn't encounter large numbers of high-level monsters, nor did I meet any silver monsters." Wenling asked some friends again, but got the same answer. Wenling was stunned for a moment. "How so? Am I the only one who is so unlucky?" She went to the window and saw the pack of wild wolves still wandering in the woods not far away, which made her feel even worse. How about paying Lindsay to come and help me deal with these monsters? With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with this group of wild wolves. No, even if he kills all the wolves, it doesn't mean the forest area is safe. We have to think of other ways. If there's really no way out, I will have to move the shelter. The shelter relocation drawings were her last card. Just at this moment, Wenling suddenly thought of something and exhaled. It's Lindsay. He was promoted to silver yesterday, and the level ranking was opened. And then this happened. Could the monster's mutation be related to him? The more Ling thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible. She immediately opened her friend panel and sent a message to Lindsay. She wanted to find out what was going on. Chapter 63. Lindsay. You're welcome. We're all neighbors. The message was sent out for a long time, but it seems to have fallen into the sea. When the second high-level blood candle was about to burn out, Ling still hadn't received a reply from Lindsay. She was a little anxious as she only had a few high-level blood candles left. There are only 2 left. A high-level blood candle can burn for 3 hours, which means that in 6 hours her shelter will be attacked by the pack of wild wolves outside. At that time, she would only have the option of moving to a shelter. Thinking of this, Ling quickly sent a video to Lindsay. It's noon now. He should be free now. I won't disturb him while he's hunting. About 10 seconds passed. Ling, who was waiting anxiously, finally saw a figure appear in the video, with a dark valley in the background. Lindsay. Looking at the figure in the video, Ling felt inexplicably relieved. Lindsay asked doubtfully, "What's the matter?" Ling said, "I sent you a message, but you didn't reply, so I sent you a video. I hope I didn't disturb you." Lindsay thought, "Did I disturb you by playing the video? I was busy just now and didn't see you. What can I do for you?" Hearing this, Ling recounted the story of the monster's mutation, and then said, "I am now trapped in a shelter by dozens of high-level wild wolves. I have no choice but to ask you." Lindsay was also a little surprised after hearing this. The queen bee told him that Ling was about 3 kilometers away from his shelter. He didn't expect that even though they were so far away, the monsters on Ling's side had also evolved. This girl also suffered an unexpected disaster. Lindsay said, "After the player is promoted to the silver level, the monsters near the shelter will evolve and their levels will increase significantly." Ling gritted her teeth and said, "I was really implicated by you." Lindsay smiled and said, "You are wrong. It has nothing to do with me. It's the game's fault. Besides, every player will experience this kind of thing. You are just a little ahead of time now. If you can seize this opportunity, you can grow faster." Ling's face turned green. She didn't want to go through this in advance. Her current strength is too weak. If she hadn't run fast, she would have been eaten by the python or torn into pieces by a pack of wild wolves. She said angrily, "In that case, I have to thank you." Lindsay said, "You're welcome. We're all neighbors." Ling felt that there was no point in continuing the conversation that day. She suppressed her discontent and said, "After all, I am also implicated by you. You have to help me find a solution." Lindsay looked her up and down with strange eyes and said, "You don't have a fever, do you? You should have the attitude of asking for help. I told you, this is the fault of the game. You can't blame me. Even if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your shelter for being too close to me." Ling said with a twitching mouth, "Okay, I beg you, just do me this favor. I will definitely repay you in the future." Lindsay didn't take it seriously, but he didn't continue teasing her. His expression straightened slightly, and he said, "I really helped you with this matter. You should understand that even if I helped you get rid of those wild wolves, I can't always guard the shelter for you. After I leave, your shelter will still be attacked by other high-level monsters. Besides, you are too weak. It's also difficult to guarantee safety when going out hunting. Once I'm gone, what else can you do besides hang out in the shelter?" Ling felt very uncomfortable and said, "You mean my only option now is to move the shelter?" "That's about right." Lindsay nodded. "I'll show you a way. If you have a way to relocate your shelter, then move south. It shouldn't be too far before you can find a safe area. When your strength improves, you can come back and hunt those high-level monsters. This is indeed an opportunity for you." Ling fell silent. She felt that what Lindsay said made sense. After a moment, she looked up at Lindsay and said, "I don't want to leave, but I do have a way to relocate the shelter. If you do me a small favor, I'll tell you how." Lindsay glanced at her and said, "You want me to help you level up?" "Yes." Ling nodded and said, "It shouldn't be difficult for you to take me to the silver level." Lindsay said, "It's not difficult, but I won't help. I'm not moving the shelter, so what do I need your method for?" Ling. Lindsay smiled and said, "In fact, even if you didn't tell me, I could guess a thing or two. It should be related to your destruction of that person's shelter, and you got the blueprints or props that can be used to relocate the shelter." Ling's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Lindsay with astonishment. How come this guy guessed so accurately? It's as if he saw it with his own eyes. Ling seemed to have thought of something and blurted out, "You sent someone to follow me. Was it your fat bee?" Only the fat bee could follow her silently. Lindsay did not argue. "I've said everything I should say. It is up to you to decide what to do, etc. When Ling hurriedly said, let's make a deal. You take me to the silver rank, and I'll give you the blueprint. Relocating a shelter also requires blueprints. She might as well give the blueprint to Lindsay and let Lindsay help her upgrade, which would save her a lot of time. Lindsay glanced at her and said, I'm not moving the shelter, so what do I need the blueprint for? That's true. Lindsay had an idea in his mind. He really didn't need to move the shelter, but Yu Shuang did. I wonder if I could borrow the blueprints to help Yu Shuang move the shelter here. Yu Shuang is his own person and one of his future team members. You can move here earlier. When Ling said, in addition to the blueprints, I will provide some resources. For example, food would. Lindsay said, I don't like these resources. Give me another golden thunder fruit. When Ling shook his head and said, I only have 2 golden thunder fruits, and I gave them both to you before. Now I don't have any left. Lindsay looked at the expression on her pretty face, and it didn't seem like she was lying. He said, then give me the golden thunder fruit tree. When Ling's expression changed slightly, and he added, I told you last time that the tree withered right after I picked the golden thunder fruit. Then you should move to the shelter. After saying that, without waiting for Wen Ling to speak, Lindsay hung up the video. He was eating hot pot. While opening the friend panel, he sent a message to Yu Shuang. I have a way to relocate the shelter. Are you willing to move over? Soon, Yu Shuang replied. You must be willing. Boss, when should I move? Lindsay, you trust me so much. Aren't you afraid that I have bad intentions towards you? Yu Shuang. Hee. The boss isn't afraid of me hugging his thighs, so what should I be afraid of? Besides, now, as long as the boss opens his mouth, women who are 10 times prettier than me are willing to get into your arms. This girl speaks so nicely. Lindsay raised his eyebrows. Let's eat. I'll tell you if there's any news. Yu Shuang received. Chapter 64 Purple Flame Lion King. Lindsay was eating hot pot in a happy mood. The pot was cooking beef, venison, potatoes, tomatoes, and cucumbers, steaming and fragrant. The Persian monkey that was chewing an apple nearby was very greedy. This portable hot pot is convenient. Not only does it have a battery holder, but it can also be charged, making it very suitable for outdoor use. Compared to Lindsay, who was enjoying his meal, Wen Ling felt much more uncomfortable. This man is so smart. I can guess everything, especially since you are sure that the golden thunder fruit tree is not withered. You are taking this opportunity to ask me for it. Wen Ling definitely doesn't want to hand it over. The golden thunder fruit is a top-grade spiritual fruit. Eating one can increase your attack by a full 100 points. This spiritual fruit is of incredible value. When a golden thunder fruit tree matures and bears new fruits, she can use them to exchange for high-level supplies from other players. But the problem now is that it seems like she has to pay it whether she wants to or not. Since he can guess that the golden thunder fruit tree is not withered, he will definitely not give up easily. Once he finds the location of the golden thunder fruit tree, I won't be able to defend it even if I want to. If Lindsay was a lone ranger like her, she wouldn't have to worry about anything. But the key is that Lindsay has several pets under his control, especially that fat bee. It can cross mountains and hills with ease. If Lindsay sent that fat bee over, he would be able to find the golden thunder fruit tree sooner or later. If you refuse, I can only dig up the golden thunder fruit trees, but there is no orchard in my shelter, so I can't plant them. And even if I can plant it, I can't stop that guy from stealing it. When Ling rubbed his forehead, when she was on Earth, she was outstanding in both her family background and her own abilities, and she was very successful in the workplace. When he came to this world, he was repeatedly defeated when facing Lindsay. She felt so bad. I now have 2 paths. Either we dig up the golden thunder fruit tree and relocate the shelter to a completely new forest area, completely away from that guy. Either you bow your head and hand over the blueprints and the golden thunder fruit tree. When Ling frowned and thought for a long time. Going to another forest area, randomly, may not necessarily be safe. My best option is to make a deal with him and let him help me level up. Like the guy said, I have a great opportunity ahead of me. As long as I catch it, my level will soar, far surpassing other players, and I will be able to sprint to a higher position on the merit list. Wen Ling stood up and walked to the window. The faint gaze pierced through the darkness, looking at the pairs of green eyes still wandering in the dense forest. One step faster, every step faster. The jungle world is not just about survival. It's a competition. The golden thunder fruit tree can only delay my growth. Wen Ling comforted herself, then sent a message to Lindsay. I agree. When will you come over? This time Lin Zhe responded quickly. How long can your high-level blood candle last? Wen Ling, 6 hours. Lin Zhe, then I'll come over in the evening. I'm still mining. Okay, I'll wait for you. After closing the chat channel, Wen Ling took a deep breath and said, I am too honest. If I had known, I would have said that I couldn't wait even a moment. It wasn't that she felt sorry for the few high-level blood candles, but the next few hours were torture for her. Wait, I can only pray that no silver monster comes to attack my shelter. Wen Ling lay down on the bed weakly. Time passed quickly, and it was afternoon. Wen Ling stood at the window several times to check the situation outside. The pack of wild wolves stuck to her like a dogskin plaster and stayed outside without moving an inch. It's determined to eat me. Wen Lingqi came to the outside of the wooden house and threw several huge thunderballs towards the dense forest. There were loud thunders and 2 howls, and the wolves immediately scattered. However, it wasn't long before. Suddenly, a loud wolf howl was heard in the dense forest. Immediately afterwards, dozens of wild wolves gathered from all directions. Damn it, there's a leader! Wen Ling's face changed slightly, knowing that there was a wolf hiding in the dense forest. No wonder the pack of wild wolves had been waiting there all the time, because the wolf had targeted her. She did not continue to attack the wolves and turned back to the cabin. He sent another message to Lin Zhe, informing him that there might be a boss among the wolf pack. But after waiting for a long time, there was no reply from Lin Zhe. Does this guy like mining so much? In fact, Lin Zhe was not mining at the moment. Didn't even stay in the valley. The reason why he did not reply to Wen Ling was that he was walking through the dark forest with a torch. His speed was so fast that it seemed that one could see his afterimage. He encountered many monsters blocking his way, but he ignored them. Follow closely behind the queen bee flying in front. I don't know how much time passed. The queen bee who was leading the way finally stopped and said to Lin Zhe, Master, we are here. It's about 200 meters ahead. What are you waiting for? Just kill them. Lin Zhe rushed towards the nearby forest area without hesitation. Soon he saw a large number of monster corpses, all of which were lions. Each of them was extremely large, with the smallest being 3 or 4 meters tall. This was clearly a battlefield. There were corpses all over the ground, and the smell of blood was strong. When he arrived at the location the queen bee mentioned, Lin Zhe finally saw some living creatures. It was a giant lion that was nearly 8 meters long and at least 6 meters tall, with golden hair that shone with a faint golden light in the darkness. Before he got close, Lin Zhe felt the power of a king coming towards him. A trace of fear emerged in my heart. Wow, he is indeed a king-level boss. He gave me a show of power as soon as he came. Lin Zhe was not surprised, but happy. Monster, Purple Flame Lion King. Level, Silver Level 3. Attack, 240. Defense, 190. Speed, 225. HP, 23675 30,000. Special abilities, Beast King's Might, Flame Shield, Fire Control. Growth Potential, 2 stars. Experience, 125/1300. Just at this moment, the Purple Flame Lion King raised its head and roared. The flames that had just been extinguished began to burn again on its body, forming a visible shield that wrapped around it. Then it opened its mouth and spit. A fire dragon suddenly flew out of its mouth. The fire dragon grew in the wind, and in the blink of an eye it grew to several meters. The blazing flames illuminated the entire forest area. At the same time, the opponent of the Purple Flame Lion King is also reflected. It was Xiaoqing and Dahong. Judging from the attributes alone, Xiaoqing and Dahong can completely compete with this Silver Level 3 King boss. The only difference is the blood volume. The Purple Flame Lion King has a health point of up to 30,000. Xiaoqing and Dahong only have 5 or 6,000 HP. Faced with the oncoming fire dragon, Xiaoqing and Dahong quickly dodged to the left and right. There was a loud bang. The fire dragon exploded at the location where Xiaoqing and Dahong were just now, and the surging flames instantly covered the area within a radius of dozens of meters. Holy shit, this is magic! Lin Zhe felt more and more surprised. Of course, his movements were not slow either. He raised his hand and shot an arrow at the Purple Flame Lion King. The arrow hit the Purple Flame Lion King's abdomen with great accuracy. A damage exceeding 100 flew out. The Purple Flame Lion King felt pain and immediately turned his gaze towards Lin Zhe. At that moment, flames burned in its pupils and its eyes were scorching, as if it had discovered a new continent. Without saying a word, it pounced towards Lin Zhe. Lindsay was not at all inferior, and copied all of Xiongda's attributes immediately. Then he drew out the iron sword and killed the purple flame Lion King directly. Chapter 65. All members are silver. Owner, see Lindsay appear. Xiaoqing and Da Hong were overjoyed and immediately joined the battlefield. The queen bee also did not hesitate and rushed into the battlefield. Lindsay joined forces with the three little ones and quickly shattered the flame shield surrounding the purple flame Lion King. Without the protection of a shield, the purple flame Lion King's health dropped rapidly. In a short while, it plummeted by thousands of points. It was at this time that Lindsay discovered that not only had the queen bee been promoted to the silver level, but Xiaoqing and Da Hong had also entered the silver level. After being promoted to silver, Xiaoqing's biggest change is her body shape. The turquoise snake's body expanded a lot. Its waist was at least 70 centimeters thick, and its length reached about 13 meters, a true python-like body. Da Hong's appearance has not changed much. It is still a few dozen centimeters tall, but the hair on its body is even more red, like a burning flame. Let's talk about the attributes after amplification. Xiaoqing's attack reaches 390, defense 330, speed 360, health 9,000 points, poison damage per second is 100 points, and duration is 90 seconds. Da Hong has an attack of 360, a defense of 300, a speed of 420, a health of 7,800, and a fireball damage of 1,000 points. The queen bee has an attack of 300, a defense of 420, a speed of 360, and a health of 12,000. In addition to the sudden increase in all attributes, the three little ones also gained a new skill. Xiaoqing's skill is spitting poisonous mist with a damage range of 20 meters. Within this range, the enemy will continue to lose health ranging from 50 to 100 points. Da Hong's new skill is Exploding Fireball. This is a passive skill. The fireball released by Big Red will explode, increasing the damage by 1.5 times and also causing fireball splash damage. The queen bee skill is Exclusive Breeding. She can breed 3 army bees every day, whose level is 1 level lower than that of the queen bee. The queen bee's current level is Silver level 1. The army bees bred by it are at Bronze level 9. When Lindsay saw this skill of the queen bee before, he was happy for a long time. After all, he could get 3 high-level fighters for free, and 3 are bred every day. This speed is much faster than his contracted pet. In general, as their levels broke through to the silver level, the combat effectiveness of the 3 little ones has become much stronger. Bang, 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 bang. Basketball-sized fireballs kept exploding on the body of the purple flame Lion King. The speed at which the big red hand rubbed the fireball was like a machine gun, almost 2 per second. It really is a small body that contains huge energy. Up to this point in the battle, the damage Da Hong has inflicted on the purple flame Lion King far exceeds the combined damage inflicted on Lindsay, Xiaoqing, and the queen bee. It is worthy of being called Linz's little artillery. After just a few minutes, the purple flame Lion King could no longer hold on. While fighting with Lindsay and the 3 little ones, it was looking for a chance to escape. However, the opportunity never came. Its health quickly plummeted to below 10,000. Xiaoqing, hold it. This guy wants to run away. Lindsay saw the purple flame Lion King's intention. After receiving Lindsay's order, Xiaoqing immediately bit the neck of the purple flame Lion King, and a snake body that was more than 10 meters long quickly wrapped around the purple flame Lion King's body. The severe pain made the purple flame Lion King roar loudly. Its body and 2 hind legs were tightly entangled by Xiaoqing's snake, so it couldn't even stand up, let alone escape. But it was not willing to surrender, continuously spewing hot flames toward Xiaoqing. Soon, part of Xiaoqing's snake body was burnt and even gave off the aroma of barbecue. Xiaoqing was also ruthless enough. Even with flames burning on her body, she still held on to the purple flame Lion King tightly, and her snake body was getting tighter and tighter around him. After a while, the purple flame Lion King felt difficulty breathing. There is air out, but no air in. Its health also drops faster. When the health volume dropped below 3,000 points, Lindsay also began to release the pet summoning skill. Fail once, fail twice. After releasing it for the 5th time, the illusory chains and magic array finally merged successfully into the body of the purple flame Lion King. The target contract is successful, and you get a silver level 3 pet, Purple Flame Lion King. Congratulations, you are the first player to successfully contract a silver pet. You get achievement points plus 30. You get a silver treasure chest as a reward. You get experience reward plus 300. Current upgrade experience 925/1200. Nailed it. Lindsay looked at the purple flame Lion King lying powerlessly on the ground, and he also breathed a sigh of relief. The purple flame Lion King is in a very bad condition right now. His health was less than 700 points, and his body was covered with scars, with large areas of golden hair burnt. He looked extremely miserable, especially the neck. Xiaoqing bit it and left many bloody holes on it. It's still bleeding now, probably because the bite has pierced the aorta. Lindsay hurriedly put the purple flame Lion King into the pet space. If it was any later, the big lion would have bled to death. Lindsay came to Xiaoqing again. Take out the all-purpose gauze that has been kept in the backpack for a long time. With a silent recitation of the command, the injured parts of Xiaoqing's body were suddenly wrapped with circles of snow-white gauze out of thin air. After a while, the areas burned by the flames returned to normal. Master, I'm fine, Xiaoqing said quickly. Go to the pet space and rest for an hour or two, and you will recover. Lindsay didn't say much. He just reached out and touched Xiaoqing's head. He couldn't bear to let Xiaoqing continue to suffer from the pain for such a long time. But if it were the thick-skinned big bear, it wouldn't matter. Well done. Lindsay smiled and said, It's all thanks to you that we were able to deal with the purple flame Lion King this time. Xiaoqing said, Master, there are also Dahong and the Queen Bee, especially Dahong, who has made the greatest contribution. At this moment, Dahong and the Queen Bee also gathered over. Yes, and you too, you both performed well. Lindsay smiled and held the two little guys in his arms. The two little guys were also very affectionate towards Lindsay, constantly rubbing their heads against him. Xiaoqing was very envious of this scene, but it is no longer the small snake that was only 2 or 3 meters long. Okay, all you go to the pet space and rest. I'll let you out later. After the 3 little ones entered the pet space, Lindsay cleaned up the battlefield alone and decomposed the monster corpses. The corpses on the battlefield were all the subordinates of the purple flame Lion King, all lions. There are dozens of them in total. After decomposing everything, Lindsay harvested a full 5,000 units of lion meat, as well as 2 fire crystal cores and more than 30 high-level blood candles. Afterwards, Lindsay found Big Bear based on his sense of pets. When he came, this guy was actually rubbing his back under a big tree, shaking his butt so happily. Seeing Lindsay, Shionda immediately explained, Master, I'm not lazy. I just felt a little itchy on my back, so I found a tree to rub it against. Lindsay glared at it unhappily. Where are the great sage and the second sage? They are fighting the monsters in front. Don't worry, Master. I have cleared the surrounding forest area. The remaining monsters are not high level and will not threaten them. It's best if nothing happens. Lindsay said, If anything happens to the 2 of them, you'll see if the Persian monkey will hit you on the head. Big Bear chuckled and said, That monkey can't beat me. Lindsay didn't waste time talking to it. Take me to clean up the battlefield. We still have things to do later. Chapter 66, Upgrading the Stone House. Although Big Bear is a little lazy, he is still quite reliable. The corpses of the hunted monsters were gathered together by it, so Lindsay didn't have to look for them everywhere, and it was very convenient to decompose them. Soon, all the bodies were dealt with. More than 10,000 units of meat were harvested, including more than 20 crystal cores of various properties. Lindsay checked it and picked out several earth crystal cores. With these few, the number of earth crystal cores I have has reached 7. All the conditions for upgrading the stone house are met. Lindsay suddenly felt like returning home. I want to return to the shelter as soon as possible. Wen Ling should be able to hold out for another hour or 2. I still have time to go back and upgrade the stone house. Lindsay was also worried that the reward for upgrading the stone house would be snatched away by other players, although the probability is extremely low. But if there really is such a hidden player who takes the reward first, then he will suffer a great loss. Then, Lindsay took Xiong to find the great sage and the second sage. Then he released the queen bee from the pet space. Lindsay said to the queen bee, The bodies of the monsters you hunted earlier have not been cleaned up yet. You lead the way. The lion carcasses that had been decomposed earlier were only part of the spoils of the 3 little ones. Good master. The queen bee quickly flapped its wings and flew ahead. Big Bear was also very considerate and lay on the ground. After Lindsay turned over and sat on his back, he took Saint and 2 saints to follow the queen bee. Lindsay's mind moved. A treasure chest emitting a faint silver light suddenly appeared in his arms. This is the silver treasure chest rewarded by the game contract with the Purple Flame Lion King. As the treasure chest was opened, a series of information appeared in Lin Zhe's vision. Congratulations, you have opened a silver treasure chest. You get 50 pieces of refined iron. You get a portion of high-quality food, pickled fish. You obtain the silver-level suit component, Gale Pants. Item, Gale Pants. Level, Silver. HP 1000. Effect, Healing. Using this skill can instantly restore 500 health points to the target. The cooldown time is 30 minutes. Introduction. The Gale Pants are one of the components of the silver-level suit, the Gale Suit. Collecting the entire suit will unlock the suit's attributes. Got another part. Now all I need is a helmet to complete the Gale Suit. Lin Zhe was in a good mood. He took off his pants directly on Xiong Da's back and put on the Quangfeng pants. With the successful equipment of the Gale Pants, his health points also soared by 1,000. The total health reached 3,700. Lin Zhe opened a friend panel and sent a message to Yu Shuangshuang. What is your current level and how much health do you have? Yu Shuangshuang quickly replied. I just reached bronze 8. My HP is 1,100. What's wrong, boss? Lin Zhe, it's okay, just asking. After closing the friend panel, Lin Zhe felt better. My current health is nothing compared to pets like Big Bear and Little Green, but it is much higher than that of players. Even players who focus on increasing health can't compare to me. Then Lin Zhe looked at the big bowl of pickled fish in the treasure chest. After checking its information, he was a little disappointed. Unfortunately, although it is rated as high-quality food by the game, it can't increase attributes like the 9 bowls. This will be dinner. Lin Zhe put the pickled fish and the refined iron in the treasure chest into his backpack, and also put away the empty treasure chest. With the queen bee leading the way, Lin Zhe easily found the corpse of the monster that the 3 little ones had hunted before. After decomposition, more than 10,000 units of food and a dozen crystal cores of various properties were harvested. There are also blood candles of various grades. Now, he has more than 100 blood candles in his hands. He put them all on the trading channel and marked them as being traded with stone or cement. He really has no use for things like blood candles, because he was not worried about being attacked by monsters at all. He didn't even need to light a blood candle when he went to bed at night. With the electric fence and a group of pets under his command, not to mention ordinary monsters, even boss-level monsters have to leave their bodies behind. Therefore, any blood candles he harvested would be sold by him. Some of the stones in his backpack were obtained by trading blood candles. After dealing with a monster's corpse, Lin Zhe brought Big Bear, Queen Bee, the Great Sage, and the Second Sage back to the shelter. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe immediately began to upgrade the shelter. As various supplies were consumed, the entire shelter, including the surrounding open space, various buildings, and power grids were shrouded in golden light. This upgrade seems to have caused quite a stir. Lin Zhe's thought just flashed through his mind. The ground beneath his feet suddenly shook. Under the reflection of the golden light, he could clearly see that the area of the shelter was expanding rapidly and the power grid was also expanding outward. In a short while, the area of the shelter expanded several times. There are more open spaces where buildings can be built. There are many big trees and even bluestones in the areas where the shelter expanded and occupied, but they all disappeared out of thin air. It's really amazing. Lin Shishaint. When the golden light fades away, the shelter upgrade is also completed. The wooden house where he originally lived was transformed into a blue-gray stone house, built entirely of marble. It looks much sturdier than a wooden house. The house is also more beautiful than the wooden house and covers a larger area. If the upgrade continues like this, won't there be buildings and even villas in the future? Lin Zhe grinned. It would be really nice to live in a villa in this jungle world. At this time, the game information prompts also appear on time. Congratulations, your shelter has been successfully upgraded to a stone house. You're the first player to upgrade the stone house, and you get a reward of plus 30 achievement value. You get a silver treasure chest. You gain experience plus 500. In an instant, a burst of hot energy surged out of Lin Zhe's body and quickly covered every part of his body. He could clearly feel that his body was being strengthened. It feels as refreshing as if I had taken a magic pill. It's a pity that the time is too short. After a while, this feeling disappeared. He opened his information panel to check and found that his level had indeed been raised to silver level 3. Attack, defense, and speed all increased by 20. Add 200 points of health and magic each. There were also 20 free attributes, which Lin Zhe added all to speed. Lin Zhe looked at his experience again, 225/1300. Thank goodness I have received various experience rewards in succession. Otherwise, I would not have been able to level up so quickly. He looked at the level rankings again. He is still the only one on the list. That is to say, up to now, apart from him, no player has been promoted to the silver rank, and all of them are bronze novices. While others were still in the bronze rank, I had already been promoted to the third silver rank. With this comparison, I'm afraid more people will say I'm cheating. Lindsay laughed twice. After checking the information about the stone house again, he left the shelter with Big Bear, Queen Bee, the Great Sage, and the Second Sage. Queen Bee, lead the way to Wenling. Good master. Chapter 67 Wenling. It's too lonely to be alone. Inside the wooden house where the firelight flickered, a pretty figure stood in front of the window. Wenling's eyes passed through the open space outside the shelter and looked at the dozens of pairs of green eyes in the dense forest. She could feel that the owners of these green eyes were also staring at her. As soon as the blood candle went out, the wolves would rush towards her cabin immediately. Lindsay should be here soon. Wenling took a look at the blood candle that had only half of it left. After resting for an afternoon, her inner anxiety gradually subsided, and she was no longer as worried as she was at the beginning. Of course, it was mainly because she had grabbed 3 high-level blood candles on the trading channel. Even if Lindsay was delayed, she could continue to persevere. The high-level blood candle she snatched was sold by Lindsay. At this stage, advanced blood candles are very popular on the trading channel, and the quantity is very small. Even if a player finds it, he or she will usually save it for themselves and light it up before going to bed at night. The purpose is to prevent high-level monsters from attacking you after you fall asleep. Only Lindsay is not worried about this problem. With a few pets around, Lindsay was happy to see monsters raiding his shelter, and he could gain experience even when he was asleep. That guy's life is probably the most comfortable among all the players. Wenling thought with some envy. Think of her fear. Think again about Lindsay's delicious food. This gap is indeed quite large. Waited for nearly another hour. Just as the blood candle was about to burn out, chaos suddenly broke out in the dense forest, and the howling of wolves could be heard. Here it comes. Wenling was overjoyed. He quickly relit a high-grade blood candle, then walked out of the cabin quickly with his magic wand. In the dense forest, not far away, there were flashes of fire. Soon another flame began to burn. By the light of the fire, Wenling saw 2 huge figures fighting with a group of wild wolves. A human figure could be vaguely seen. The figure dodged and moved swiftly under the siege of wolves, and every time he swung the sword in his hand, it would bring up a trail of blood. Wenling continued to approach. The scenes on the battlefield are also clearer. At that moment, her pupils shrank suddenly, and a shocked expression appeared on her pretty face. The 4 pets he brought with him all reached the silver level. This upgrade speed is too terrifying. She works hard both during the day and at night, and only sleeps for 5 or 6 hours a day, but her level up speed is not as fast as Lindsay's, and even Lindsay's pets cannot compare to her. This immediately gave her a very strong sense of frustration, but it's quite normal when you think about it. The attributes of his pets are more abnormal than each other, far exceeding those of monsters of the same level, so their upgrade speed will naturally not be slow. If her attributes were comparable to any of Lindsay's pets, she would have been promoted to silver by now. Wenling turned his gaze to Lindsay, who was working on the battlefield as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. This guy's strength is terrifying. It's a pity that I can't see his information without his consent. Hey, the leader wolf is gone. Could it be that he was scared away? Wenling was a little confused, but she didn't think much about it, and soon joined the battlefield. She waved the magic wand in her hand, releasing one huge thunderball after another towards the wild wolves on the battlefield. Her lightning magic consumes a lot of mana, but also has high damage. It also has a paralyzing effect. With her cooperation, Lindsay and the pet team killed the wild wolves faster. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of wild wolves were killed. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lindsay simply put all the decomposed meat and exploded blood candles in his backpack. Then, he brought a few pets to Wenling and said with a smile, "The spoils belong to me. Do you have any objection?" Wenling shook his head and said, "You've made a hard trip, so the spoils will naturally belong to you." Can she say she has an opinion? She didn't want me torn to pieces by the bear and the snake beside Lindsay. To be honest, it was the first time she saw a black bear of such a huge size. When standing up, it was 5 or 6 meters tall, equivalent to a 2-story building. Then there is the green snake. It was clearly a bamboo green snake, but its body was more than 10 meters long. Some people even believed that it was a mutated python. Wenling said, "Thank you for this time. If it weren't for you, I would have no choice but to move the shelter." Lindsay smiled and said, "You don't blame me for getting you into trouble?" Wenling's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, "I think what you said before was right. It was the game that caused the trouble. It can't be blamed on you." "That's fine." Lindsay glanced at the small wooden house not far away that was glowing with a faint firelight. He had no intention of going in as a guest, so he said directly, "Take me to the golden thunder fruit tree." "Okay, come with me." Wenling did not hesitate and led the way with a torch. Lindsay also followed with a few pets. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Wenling suddenly asked, "I've always wanted to ask you where to get the earth crystal cores needed to upgrade the stone house. You've developed so quickly, you should know something about it." Lindsay did not answer, but changed the subject and said, "After the transaction is completed, I will let Big Bear help you upgrade, and you will be responsible for its food and drink. In addition, all the spoils you get will belong to me." Can. Wenling never hesitated. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. She still understands this principle. Soon, the two fell into silence again. The only sounds that could be heard were footsteps and branches being crushed. Considering the size of Big Bear and Little Green, it is impossible for them to move forward in the dense forest without making any noise. Especially Big Bear, every step he took made the ground tremble. I don't know if it was because I sensed the kingly power of Big Bear, but I didn't encounter any monsters along the way. Lindsay felt bored, so he turned over and sat on Big Bear's back. Seeing this, Dahong immediately jumped up and snuggled into his arms. Lindsay also likes to hold this fat and soft little guy. The fur on Dahong's body is very smooth and feels especially comfortable to touch. When he was on Earth, Lindsay had thought about raising a cat. Unfortunately, I never had the time. Now that I have come to this jungle world, I will pet a squirrel first. Wenling's eyes were full of envy, and she said, breaking the silence, "If I could choose a career, I would definitely be a pet summoner like you." Lindsay said to her, "At this stage, most pet summoners have a hard time. If you change your profession, I'm afraid you won't have a better life than you do now." Wenling said, "I just feel that life alone is really too lonely." Lindsay smiled and said, "Then I'll lend you the bear for a while, as long as the spoils belong to me." "Never mind." Wenling immediately refused. "Just take me to Silver." What a joke. All the spoils have been handed over. So, doesn't she want to develop her shelter? After walking for more than half an hour, Wenling suddenly stopped. There's an underground cave nearby. It is very large, and the golden thunderfruit tree is inside. Lindsay said to the queen, be flying in the air, "Go look around and tell me when you find the location." "Good master." The queen bee flapped her wings and flew away. Chapter 68, Strange Underground Space. A few minutes later, the queen bee came back to report that she had found the underground cave, and the process was surprisingly smooth. Lindsay didn't find it strange. The queen bee flies very fast and can see clearly in the dark, so it is easy for her to find a cave. "Then let's go." Lindsay rode on Big Bear and followed behind the queen bee. Seeing this scene, Wenling, who was traveling with them, became even more envious. If she had such a pet, she would have chased away the pack of wild wolves long ago. For a magician like me, fighting alone is at a huge disadvantage. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely join an offline player team. Only with the support of a team and cooperative hunting can her abilities be fully utilized. After a while, the group arrived in front of the underground cave. The diameter of the cave is about 3 meters. It does not go vertically downward, but extends towards the ground at an angle of 40 degrees. Lindsay took out a flashlight from his backpack. I shone the flashlight into the cave, but I couldn't see the end of the cave, nor did I see the golden thunderfruit tree. Wenling said, "This cave is more than 100 meters deep. In the innermost part is a very large underground space. The golden thunderfruit tree grows there." Lindsay asked, "Is there no monster guarding the golden thunderfruit tree?" Wenling shook his head and said, "I really didn't find any trace of monsters when I went in, and I picked the golden thunderfruit easily." Lindsay nodded slightly. He still believed what Wenling said. If there were monsters stationed there, Wenling would have most likely died by then. Even if he hadn't died, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the golden thunderfruit. After all, at that time, Wenling's level was lower than it is now. "We'll know if there are any monsters after we go in and take a look." Lindsay glanced at Wenling and asked, "Are you going in with us or staying outside?" "Let's go in together," Wenling said without hesitation. If she stayed outside? What if she was taken away by a silver-level monster? It was safest to stay with Lindsay. Then let's go. Lindsay used his skills and put Big Bear into the pet space. Big Bear was too big to fit into this cave, which was only 3 meters in diameter. Then, Lindsay walked into the cave with a flashlight, followed closely by Da Hong and the queen bee, and Xiaoqing also followed closely. Walking. When Ling suddenly cried out softly, Lindsay immediately turned around and asked, "What's going on?" When Ling pointed to where the flashlight was shining and said in disbelief, "Look what that is." Lindsay looked over and frowned. "There's nothing there." When Ling quickly said, "Didn't you see the stairs?" Lindsay rolled his eyes and said, "Of course I saw the steps. I thought you were talking about a monster." The words haven't finished yet. His expression also changed slightly. "There are man-made stairs here. It's really strange. Could it be that there are other humans in this jungle world besides us? It's not impossible. After all, we know very little about the jungle world right now." After a pause, when Ling continued, "But what surprised me was not this, but when I came in before, there were no stairs in this passage. It's flat all the way in. I am quite sure of that, because I came here more than once." She entered the cave many times to check the growth of the golden thunderfruit tree and see when it would bear new fruit. Lindsay's expression also became solemn. "You mean the staircase was excavated recently?" When Ling nodded and said, "I came here the day before the polar night mode appeared, and I didn't find any steps. That's just a matter of 2 or 3 days." Lindsay said to Da Hong beside him, "Go and check the situation ahead. If there is any danger, come back immediately. Don't go in rashly." "Good master." Da Hong immediately turned into a series of fiery red afterimages and ran towards the depths of the cave. The reason why Da Hong was asked to investigate is because Da Hong is faster than Xiaoqing and the queen bee, and her body is more flexible. If it really encounters danger, it has the highest probability of escaping. When Ling asked with concern, "Is Da Hong okay?" Among Lindsay's several pets, her favorite is Da Hong. The little squirrel is so cute. Lindsay looked at Wen Ling standing next to him and asked, "How many days have you not showered?" Wen Ling's concerned expression suddenly froze on her face. His face also turned red. "Is this bastard saying that she stinks?" Wen Ling said angrily, "Do you think everyone is like you and has a water source near the shelter?" "That's true." Lindsay smiled and said, "I'll give you a bucket of water tonight so you can wash yourself well." Wen Ling was no longer angry and said quickly, "Thank you very much. I will owe you as much resources as you need. I will find a way to pay you back after I am promoted to silver." Lindsay said generously, "It's okay. No need to pay." Wen Ling looked at him in surprise. Lindsay said honestly, "It's my bath water too. I won't sell it for money. If you don't want it, I will pour it out." When Wen Ling heard this, she was stunned for a moment. I really thank you." Lindsay waved his hand. "Don't be so polite. Just remember to return the barrel to me after use." Wen Ling. After a while, a fiery red figure ran out from the depths of the passage. "Owner." Da Hong gestured with her hands and said to Lindsay, "I found an underground space inside. There are not only golden thunderfruit trees, but also a large number of monsters." Lindsay immediately asked, "What levels are those monsters?" Da Hong said, "Most of them are bronze level 7 to 9, with only a few reaching silver level. Also, I discovered something very strange. Those monsters gathered in the underground space and remained motionless, as if they had turned into sculptures. I even threw fireballs at them, and they didn't react at all." After listening to Da Hong's story, Lindsay was also a little dazed. "I don't understand what's going on." Wen Ling on the side consciously took 2 steps back and asked, "Da Hong said there are monsters in there. What the pet says is transmitted to the pet summoner through spiritual consciousness." So she couldn't hear what Da Hong said. "I just heard the word monster from Lindsay's mouth." Lindsay thought for a moment and said, "There is indeed a monster, but it's a bit strange. I plan to go in and take a look." Without waiting for Wen Ling to speak, Lindsay walked towards the depths of the passage. Wen Ling also hurried to follow. Soon, the group passed through the passage and entered a large underground space, with a diameter of at least 300 or 400 meters. The space is lit up by countless glowing stones. Although it is not as bright as daylight, it is still easy to see things. In the center of the underground space, there stands a huge tree emitting a faint purple light all over its body. It is the golden thunderfruit tree. Hundreds of monsters, big and small, gathered around the tree. All of them are snakes. Just as Da Hong said, All these monsters were fixed in place like sculptures. What's going on? Wenling was surprised. Why are those monsters not moving at all? Lindsay shook his head. I don't know. Wenling lowered her voice and said, I have a bad feeling. Why don't we just not dig up the golden thunder fruit tree? It won't bear fruit anyway. We could just wait until it bears fruit and then pick it. Lindsay said, It's okay. These monsters are no threat to me. Just stay here and don't move. I will go over by myself. As he spoke, he led a group of pets towards the golden thunderfruit tree. Chapter 69. Resurrection of the Basilisk. Seeing that he could see things in the underground space, Lindsay put away the flashlight. He took out the iron sword from his backpack. When he came in front of a monster, Lindsay tried to chop it with his sword. This is a 3-meter-long coral snake with its head raised high and its tongue sticking out. Lindsay saw its level. Bronze level 7. However, there was a clang, and the iron sword in his hand was instantly bounced away, with sparks coming out from the place where it was cut. Just like what Da Hong said, attacks cannot harm them. If it weren't for the monster information display, it would really look exactly like a sculpture. Just as Lindsay's mind was turning, a message prompt suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Monsters in special scenes cannot attack. Looking at this message prompt, Lindsay's expression was stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to think of something, and a strange look appeared on his face. Then he tried to attack other monsters. Got the same information. Lindsay then brought a few pets to the center of the underground space, took out an iron pickaxe from his backpack, and dug down at the golden thunder fruit tree that was more than 10 meters tall. This time, no accident happened. The pickaxe tip dug into the soil very smoothly. After digging for more than 10 times, the message prompt appeared again, warning the player, you are digging for special scene props. If you continue, unpredictable risks will occur. Lindsay's hand movements suddenly stopped. However, he was not intimidated. Instead, he decisively released the Purple Flame Lion King and Big Bear from the pet space. The Purple Flame Lion King is nearly 10 meters long, with golden fur all over its body, like a burning golden flame. As soon as it appeared, all the bears looked shorter. Pet, Purple Flame Lion King, unnamed. Level, Silver level 3. Attack, 720. Defense, 570. Speed, 675. HP, 53276 90,000. Special abilities, Beast King's Might, Flame Shield, Fire Control. Growth Potential, 2 stars. Experience, 125/1300. The Purple Flame Lion King raised his head and roared. Suddenly, the entire underground space was filled with deafening lion roars. Lindsay was also shocked and had a little tinnitus. He went up and kicked the Purple Flame Lion King. The big lion became obedient at that time. Owner, the Purple Flame Lion King lay obediently in front of Lindsay. Lindsay said, From now on, your name is Simba. The Purple Flame Lion King nodded. I accepted the name very obediently. Lindsay pointed at the motionless monsters around him and said, Use fire to burn a circle around the tree to prevent these monsters from suddenly waking up. Since the golden thunderfruit tree can be dug, he naturally won't let it go. Yes, master. The Purple Flame Lion King glanced at Big Bear, Xiaoqing, and other pets, then ran aside and spit fire. Soon, blazing flames began to burn around the golden thunderfruit tree. The other side, seeing the Purple Flame Lion King appearing out of nowhere, Wenling was once again in shock. He couldn't help but gasp. Another boss-level pet. Where did he get it from? The contracted pets are really more powerful than the last. Wenling knew that Lindsay still had a boss monkey in his hand. Together with Big Bear and the terrifying golden lion in front of him, there are 3 boss pets. She glanced at the message from the Purple Flame Lion King. The shock on his face suddenly became more intense. Up to 720 points of attack. Without using any skills, 2 slaps can clear my health. Wenling felt a little dizzy. Lindsay's Purple Flame Lion King is much more powerful than the silver-level giant python she met before. No wonder people in a regional channel often say this guy is cheating. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I'm beginning to doubt whether he's really cheating. With such horrible attributes, how can other players play? That is to say, the current players are still minding their own business. If the team competition mode is turned on, Lindsay only needs to send this lion out to sweep away all those who disobey him. Wenling couldn't help feeling confused as she watched Lindsay direct the Purple Flame Lion King to continuously spit out flames around the golden thunderfruit tree. What is he doing? Did something unexpected happen? At this moment, she found that Lindsay was swinging the pickaxe in his hand towards the golden thunderfruit tree again. It only took a short while. The golden thunderfruit tree, which was more than 10 meters tall, began to shrink rapidly. Finally, it turned into a small sapling and floated towards the forest. So it can be done this way. If you want to transplant a fruit tree, you don't need to dig it out with its roots. You can get a plantable sapling by digging a few more times. Wen Ling felt that he had learned something new. This was helpful to her as well. From now on, she will know what to do when she encounters fruit trees in the wild. At this moment, the entire underground space suddenly vibrated. Although the intensity was not high, it made Wen Ling's face change drastically. If this cave collapses, no one will be able to escape. Fortunately, the tremor comes quickly and goes away quickly. In just a few seconds, the underground space calmed down. At this moment, Wen Ling suddenly noticed from the corner of her eye that the tail of a big black snake not far away seemed to move. She thought she was seeing things. He stared at it for a while. You're not mistaken. It's really moving. Not only this snake, other basilisks are also showing signs of waking up. It must be related to Lin Zhe digging up the golden thunderfruit tree. Wen Ling immediately shouted, Lin Zhe, come out quickly. Those snakes are going to survive. Her scream was like turning on a switch, and hundreds of snake monsters of all sizes in the underground space woke up in an instant. They rushed towards Lin Zhe from all directions. Wen Ling was shocked when he saw this, and without hesitation, he waved his magic wand and threw lightning balls at the basilisks. She planned to attract some attention for Lin Zhe, so that Lin Zhe could successfully escape from the basilisk's encirclement. However, no matter how she attacked, the basilisks ignored her and rushed towards Lin Zhe like a tide. It is indeed so. Lin Zhe looked at the snake monster rushing towards him from all directions, but instead of showing a look of horror, he seemed to have expected it. He was just guessing that the risk mentioned in the game might mean that these basilisks would wake up because of his actions. Therefore, let the Purple Flame Lion King prepare in advance. Now seeing that, it is indeed true. Under Lin Zhe's gaze, snakes of various sizes rushed into the sea of fire. Their bodies quickly burned, and various damage values were flying all over the sky. The scene is quite spectacular. Lin Zhe replaced the iron pickaxe in his hand with an iron bow, turned on the invincible mode, and shot arrows at the basilisk in the sea of fire, while ordering his pets to enter combat status. Among the 5 pets, only the queen bee does not have long-range attack capabilities. Xiaoqing can spit out poisonous mist. Simba can spit out fire dragons. Xiongda can release the ground spike technique and ground sink technique remotely. As for Dahong, fireball attacks are even easier for him. Soon, the snake monsters in the sea of fire fell down in groups. Chapter 70 Game Copy. At a glance, the sea of fire was filled with snake corpses of all sizes, all burned to charcoal by the scorching flames. However, there were too many basilisks. Still, some snake monsters broke through the sea of fire and came close to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe immediately replaced the iron bow in his hand with an iron sword for close combat and fought with a group of snake monsters with flames burning all over their bodies. The 1-minute invincibility mode has not yet passed. After copying all the attributes of the Purple Flame Lion King, Lin Zhe's defense reached nearly 900 points. This is a very astonishing number. The attacks of the basilisk landed on him, and all of them only forced him to lose a little blood. Even if he used skills, the amount of blood he lost was only in the single digits. Let's talk about blood volume. His current health is over 90,000, even more bossy than the boss. He completely ignored the siege of the snake monsters and wielded his iron sword to kill the snakes. Soon, a large number of snake corpses piled up around him. Suddenly, Lin Zhe, who was in high spirits, felt his physical strength decrease sharply. He knew that his 1-minute invincibility mode was over. He immediately rushed out of the snake's encirclement and temporarily handed the snakes over to Xiongda and to Hong, who were closest to him. At this moment, Lin Zhe suddenly discovered something that surprised him. He actually gained experience from all the snake monsters he had just killed, regardless of their level. My level is Silver Level 3. According to the rules of the game, I must kill at least Bronze Level 9 monsters to get experience points. But now, I have gained experience by killing those Bronze Level 7 and 8 snake monsters. In addition, Lin Zhe made another discovery. No blood candles exploded after the basilisks died. In fact, the explosion rate of blood candles is not low. Basically, a blood candle will be exploded for every 2 or 3 monsters killed. And now, there are dozens of dead basilisks. But not a single blood candle exploded. This so-called special scene should be a game copy. It's just that the construction of all elements has not been completed yet, and when Ling and I accidentally broke in early. It's normal that blood candles don't explode in a dungeon. Lindsay guessed this in his heart. At this time, he heard when Ling's cry again, "Lindsay, are you okay?" Lindsay looked through the burning flames at the beautiful figure in the distance, who was waving a magic wand to release skills while looking at him. Their eyes met. Lindsay replied, "I'm fine, how about you?" When Ling said with a bright smile, "Don't worry about me. Those snake monsters are targeting you. Just ignore me no matter how I attack them." Lindsay said, "That's fine. You should work harder. Now is a good opportunity for you to upgrade your level." "I know. Please be careful." When Ling reminded. 10 minutes later, the battle was coming to an end, with only a few dozen snake monsters still holding on. The levels of these snake monsters were not low, and some were silver-level monsters. Wen Ling's magic could only cause double-digit damage to them. However, facing Lindsay's pets, these snake monsters are no match for him. In a short while, they were all killed. As the last snake monster fell, Wen Ling also came to Lindsay. The pretty girl said with lingering thoughts, "The number of monsters is too small. If there were more, I could be promoted to the silver rank directly." Lindsay asked, "What level are you now?" Wen Ling said, "Bronze level 9, breaking through 2 levels in a row." She is still in the new player position with the game's bonus. It can gain more than 100 experience points by killing a snake monster. Unlike Lindsay, even if he killed the silver snake monster alone, he would only get about 10 points of experience. Lindsay said, "That's not bad. Go out later and let Xion to take you to kill 1 or 2 waves of monsters, and you can easily reach silver." A smile spread across Wen Ling's face. "I'm upgrading as you do, and the speed is fast. I've been in the jungle world for so many days, and I've never had such a good time." She remembered the warrior player from before. That man's fighting talent was not low either, but compared to Lindsay, who was able to withstand the siege of more than 100 high-level monsters without any damage, the gap was really too big. At this moment, she even had the idea of following Lindsay. Lindsay said, "It's a fair trade. The faster you level up, the sooner our deal can be concluded." Hearing this, the smile on Wen Ling's face suddenly froze. She changed the subject and asked, "Do you know what's going on? How come all the basilisks revived after you dug up the golden thunderfruit tree?" Lindsay said, "I guess this should be a game copy." "A copy?" Wen Ling looked surprised. Lindsay nodded and said, "When I first attacked those snake monsters, there was a prompt saying that I was in a special scene. And then there was the golden thunderfruit tree." He narrated the information he had obtained. Wen Ling said, "If it is a dungeon, we have already cleared it. So why didn't we get the dungeon reward? When I was on Earth, I also played a lot of games, so I know what a dungeon is." Lindsay said, "This copy should not have been completed yet, and we broke in early." Hearing this, Wen Ling immediately thought of the stairs that appeared out of thin air in the passage. Wen Ling smiled and said, "Then this game is too perfunctory. No complete copies are open to players." Lindsay said, "Perhaps the game did this on purpose, giving players a chance to explore for treasure. The treasure is those golden thunder fruits, but you pick them in advance." Wen Ling asked, "Now that you have dug up the golden thunder fruit tree and killed all the snake monsters, does this copy no longer exist?" Lindsay shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. You can come back in 2 days. Now let's decompose the snake corpse on the ground." As soon as he finished speaking, the snake corpses on the ground began to fade and quickly disappeared. A moment later, a large number of snake monster phantoms appeared out of thin air in the underground space, several times more than before. "Lindsay, behind you." Hearing Wen Ling's exclamation, Lindsay immediately turned his head and saw that the golden thunderfruit tree he had just dug up appeared out of thin air again. However, like those snake monsters, the golden thunderfruit tree is also an illusion. Lindsay smiled and said, "It seems that the copy will not disappear." Wen Ling immediately suggested, "Why don't we come back tomorrow and play a few more of these half-finished copies? Although there are no rewards, you'll get a lot of experience from killing monsters, and you can also dig up another golden thunderfruit tree." Lindsay was also somewhat moved. "It will be a waste if you don't take advantage of the game. Let's see tomorrow. Let's go out now." He then put the purple flame Lion King and Big Bear into the pet space, and brought Wen Ling and the 3 little ones out of the cave. Almost at the same time, golden light fell from the sky and fell into the dark underground cave. Then, the entrance to the cave was covered by a barrier. Lindsay smiled and said, It seems that the game doesn't want us to take advantage of it. Wen Ling was the most disappointed. What a pity. Lin Zhe said, it's not a pity. Once the copy is completed, maybe we will get more benefits, and there may even be treasure chest rewards. Hearing this, Wen Ling put away her disappointment and began to look forward to it. Are you going back now? She looked at Lin Zhe. Her eyes seemed very bright under the light of the fire. Chapter 71, Wen Ling. There's another woman? Lin Zhe nodded. It was probably around 6 or 7 in the evening, and he had to go to the valley again to bring back the Persian monkey and the iron Urd had mined. You also need to go to the pond. In the past 2 days, the water listed on the trading channel has been almost sold out, and he has to replenish another batch of goods. When he was browsing the trading channel before, he found that there were players who were selling water resources in large quantities like him. This means that some players have also found a water source. Of course, this is not surprising. After such a long time, it is normal for players to find a water source. He didn't care about others stealing his business. After all, he couldn't monopolize all the good things. Seeing Lin Zhe nod, Wen Ling felt inexplicably reluctant. Mainly because I follow Lin Zhe, the upgrade speed is really too fast. She leveled up twice in less than an hour. If she lets Lin Zhe guide her, won't she be able to be promoted to silver immediately? Lin Zhe saw the expression on her face and immediately teased, why? Are you planning to treat me to dinner before you leave? Wen Ling smiled and said, I don't have as much food as you do, but as long as you don't mind, I'd be happy to treat you to a meal. Lin Zhe said, next time. That's fine. Wen Ling took out the shelter relocation blueprint from her backpack and handed it to Lin Zhe. This is the blueprint you asked for. Lin Zhe took a look at the drawing information. A hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. This blueprint can be used to relocate the shelter to a fixed location or a random location. If nothing unexpected happens, Yu Shuang can move in directly tonight. Wen Ling asked, you seem very interested in this blueprint. Are you planning to move the shelter to another place? She guessed that Lin Zhe wanted to move the shelter to the iron mine. This will make iron or mining more convenient. Lin Zhe put the blueprint into his backpack and said, I am not planning to move the shelter for the time being. This blueprint is for a friend of mine. Friends? Male or female? Wen Ling asked in surprise. After she finished speaking, she realized belatedly that she was embarrassed. She didn't know why, so she just asked. Lin Zhe did not hide it and said, she is a woman and is considered a business partner. Wen Ling recalled the information she had received and asked, is it that Yu Shuang? I heard that you two are very close, and the mined iron ore is handed over to her for processing. This is no secret. Many players know this. The reason why Yu Shuang, a player with a life profession, can have so many merit points and always occupy the top 3 in the rankings is mainly due to the large amount of iron ore provided by Lin Zhe. It's her. Lin Zhe nodded, but he didn't mention much about Yu Shuang. He released the Purple Flame Lion King and Big Bear from the pet space and said to Wen Ling, Big Bear will be in your care for the time being. When you are promoted to silver, it will come back on its own. Wen Ling nodded. In fact, as a bronze level player, how could she be qualified to take care of a silver level boss? All she could do was prepare food for Big Bear properly. She mainly takes care of Shionda in other matters. It's almost time. I should go back. Lin Zhe made a gesture to the Purple Flame Lion King, and the Purple Flame Lion King immediately crawled down obediently and let Lin Zhe ride on its back. I have to say, the feeling of riding on the back of the Purple Flame Lion King is much better than riding a bear. First of all, the Purple Flame Lion King is larger in size, stands higher, sees farther, and is more majestic and domineering. Secondly, the Purple Flame Lion King's hair is very soft. Unlike the Big Bear's fur, which is like hard pine needles, it sometimes pricks the thighs and buttocks. Oh, there's one more thing. What's the matter? Wen Ling asked. Lin Zhe said, after you're promoted to silver, 1 to 3 mineral resources should be randomly refreshed near your shelter. The refreshed minerals will be guarded by powerful monster forces. Don't worry, I will take care of them when the time comes. Okay, you can handle the minerals and stuff. Wen Ling said, after all, I'm just one person. I'm too busy to go mining. However, if there's any ore I need, you must give priority to selling some to me. She knew what Lin Zhe meant. Wanting to occupy the mineral resources that refresh near her shelter, this is a way to say hello to her in advance. She didn't care about it. She really is overwhelmed. Besides, she is not a professional gamer. Hunting monsters and increasing levels are her main jobs. It didn't matter if the mineral resources were occupied by Lin Zhe. She was satisfied as long as she could buy the or she needed from Lin Zhe first? Most importantly, if she says no, will Lin Zhe give up occupying the refreshed minerals? If it were her, she wouldn't be so kind. The most important thing is to voluntarily give up the competition for mineral resources and establish a good relationship with Lin Zhe. She doesn't want to be blacklisted by Lin Zhe. That's no problem. Lin Zhe smiled and said, I have already locked onto a salt mine. Once I take it over, you can buy as much salt as you want. I heard that Lin Zhe actually discovered a salt mine. When Ling's eyes suddenly widened. Like Lin Zhe, she knew what a salt mine meant. That is definitely a gold mountain whose value far exceeds that of iron ore, representing an endless source of wealth. When Ling smiled and said, Thank you very much. I also wish you great success in advance. Lin Shi left twice. Then he waved to Wen Ling and disappeared into the darkness, riding on the purple flame lion. Seeing Lin Zhe walking away with a group of pets, Wen Ling's expression became complicated. She felt a little sad when she thought of her blueprint being taken by Lin Zhe to another female player. It's not that she was jealous. It's human nature. She took a deep breath, looked up at Xiongda, who was like a small mountain, and asked, Xiongda, can you understand what I'm saying? Big Bear sat on the ground. The small eyes looked down at Wen Ling condescendingly. After a long time, he nodded casually. It looked down on this woman, thinking she was too weak. If it weren't for its master's order, it would not have bothered to deal with her. Wen Ling smiled and said, It's a bit late now. Let's go back to the shelter first. I have a lot of meat. You can eat as much as you want. I'll get you some fruit and honey later. Xiongda stood up immediately. He growled at Wen Ling with an appreciative look on his face. During the rest of the journey, Wen Ling said many nice things to the big black bear, making it very happy. In the end, the bear even let Wen Ling ride on its back. If Lin Zhe saw this scene, he would definitely kick Xiongda. This sloth bear is also a loser. He was so confused after being coaxed by just a few words. The other side, after Lin Zhe dealt with the matters in the valley and the pond, he returned to the shelter. After he came back, he contacted Yu Shuang and sent the drawings to her. Chapter 72, Yu Shuang is here. Friends chat channel. Lin Zhe, I've sent you the blueprints. Please try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll think of other ways. Yu Shuang, okay boss, I'll try it first. A few minutes passed. An information prompt suddenly appeared in Lin Zhe's field of vision. Player Yu Shuang is using the shelter relocation blueprint. The relocation location is near your shelter. Please be prepared. Looking at this message, Lin Zhe's face suddenly turned strange. Are you ready? What preparations should he make? Lin Zhe knew that this was a reminder from the game to him. He also learned a lot of information from it. Yu Shuang succeeded. Moreover, the shelter will be moved to the target player's location, and the target player will be unable to intervene or stop it. It will be fine if the people who migrated here were friendly. But if it's an enemy, for a moment, Lin Zhe thought of many things. If a conflict breaks out between players in the future, they can use the shelter relocation blueprint to move directly there and fight face to face. The same can be done for wars between player forces. Besides, let's put the war aside. Players can also use this blueprint to gather their shelters together to form an offline player force. Lin Zhe thought of Yin Haoyang's elite court. There are quite a lot of players in this alliance, more than 1,000. If they have enough relocation drawings, those players will no longer have to fight alone, but can gather in the same place and develop together. Before, I was wondering how players could get together to do things offline. I didn't expect the method to be here. I just don't know if the relocation blueprint can only be obtained by destroying other people's shelters. If so, it will be difficult for players to establish a base offline. Wen Ling is also lucky. Thanks to a good neighbor, I was able to get the blueprints. Compared to Wen Ling, most players' shelters are located far away from each other. Therefore, it is not easy to destroy other people's shelters. Of course, there are other ways to get this kind of drawings. It seems that I have to speed up the improvement of the shelter's power. To prevent the situation where I go out hunting and my nest is stolen by the enemy in the future. It was like an elite tribunal. More than 1,000 players moved in while he was out hunting, concentrating their forces to besiege his shelter, not to mention whether his shelter can withstand it. It's a hassle, to say the least. Therefore, in order to avoid encountering this kind of trouble, Lin Zhe had to strengthen the shelter in all aspects so that when the enemy came, they could only kneel down to talk to him. Just at this moment, Lin Zhe suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly. He immediately knew that this was the place where Yu Shuang's shelter had been relocated. He immediately came outside the stone house. Right next to his shelter, a forest area was shrouded in golden light, through which the shadow of a wooden house could be vaguely seen. As the golden light gradually faded, the shadow of the wooden house became clearer and clearer, and finally turned into a real wooden house. As for the forest area covered by golden light, it evolved into an open space. It's really a targeted delivery, Ling Shi exclaimed. Yu Shuangshuang's shelter was right next to his. The distance is very close. It's only about 20 to 30 meters away. Lin Zhe could even see the exquisite figure inside the wooden house through the window. Aside from the isolated power grid, Lin Zhe only needed to take a few steps to enter Yu Shuangshuang's shelter. This is a real neighbor. Just as Lin Zhe was sighing, the door of the wooden house in the shelter opposite suddenly opened, and a petite figure walked out. The figure also saw Lin Zhe standing outside the stone house. With the light shining on him, Lin Zhe's figure was very clear. "Boss!" Yu Shuangshuang shouted excitedly. He waved at him and ran over with a torch. Soon, Yu Shuangshuang came to the power grid and said to Lin Zhe happily, "Boss, did you come out specially to greet me?" Lin Zhe smiled and said, "If you say it is, then it is. Okay, come in, don't stand outside." He then opened the gate of the power grid and let Yu Shuangshuang in. Yu Shuangshuang jumped and ran towards Lin Zhe, but soon she stopped again. He looked behind Lin Zhe with horror. Lin Zhe also looked back and saw the purple flame Lion King walking out of the darkness. When the purple flame Lion King stood up, he was taller than 2 stories high. His hair looked like golden flames, making him look both noble and domineering. It was also the first time for the little girl to see such a big lion. I was so frightened that I dared not move. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Its name is Simba, the pet I just contracted." As he said this, he waved towards the darkness on the other side. Suddenly, Xiaoqing appeared in front of Yu Shuangshuang, twisting her snake body that was more than 10 meters long. Lin Zhe said, "Its name is Xiaoqing. You have seen it before." Then Dahong, Queen Bee, and the Persian monkey also walked out of the stone house. Lin Zhe also introduced them one by one. "I also have a pet named Big Bear, but he has some things to deal with. You'll be able to see him when I come back tomorrow." Yu Shuangshuang was stunned by Lin Zhe's group of pets. She knew that Lin Zhe could contract more than one pet, but she didn't expect there were 6, and their attributes were so terrifying. Especially the big golden lion named Simba. The attack was as high as 720 points, and the health point reached a full 90,000. Is the boss cheating? So outrageous? After a long time, Yu Shuangshuang's mood finally calmed down. He looked at Xiaoqing timidly, and then walked up to Lin Zhe step by step. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? It won't eat you." As he spoke, his eyes were also looking over Yu Shuangshuang. The little girl is very beautiful. She wore a casual t-shirt on the upper body and denim shorts on the lower body, and her 2 straight and slender long legs were exposed. The figure is also very good. It is big where it should be big, and small where it should be small. It looks sexy and exudes youthful vitality. She was just a little short, only about 1.5 meters tall, a typical southern potato. In comparison, Wen Ling looked like a goddess. Yu Shuangshuang didn't dare to look at Xiaoqing and said to Lin Zhe in a trembling voice, "Boss, you don't know. The thing I fear most is snakes." Lin Zhe said, "You won't be afraid if you spend more time with each other. Let's go inside and talk first." He turned and walked towards the stone house. Yu Shuangshuang hurriedly jogged to catch up. As if she was worried about being swallowed by Xiaoqing from behind, she stepped forward and grabbed Lin Zhe's arm tightly, like a frightened loli. Chapter 73. It's a false report. It's not as big as you said. After entering the room, Yu Shuangshuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out and patted his bulging chest. Lin Zhe pretended not to see the jumping little rabbit and said to Yu Shuangshuang, "You haven't eaten yet? Sit down for a while. I'll make something to eat." Yu Shuangshuang hummed twice. She looked around Lin Zhe's room and soon said in surprise, "Boss, you've bought so many furniture and appliances. There's even a mattress." Yu Shuangshuang ran over excitedly and reached out to touch it. There are indeed a lot of furniture and appliances in Aline's shelter, including mattresses, water dispensers, portable barbecue grills, refrigerators, water purifiers, generators, fully automatic toilet paper making machines, etc. There is also an air conditioner blueprint in his backpack. Since the temperature is suitable now, there is no need for air conditioning, so he has not used it. If it were on Earth, this amount of furniture and appliances would definitely not be considered a big deal, but in this jungle world, this is definitely considered a rich family. Yu Shuang said enviously. Compared with the boss, it is not an exaggeration to say that my shelter is penniless. Lindsay smiled and said, You also made a great effort to get these things. As he spoke, he picked up a wooden cup from the table. He went to the water dispenser, got a cup of warm water, and handed it to Yu Shuang. Since we got the generator, the water dispenser can also function normally. However, after all, it is just a simple hand-crank generator with a low power output, and Lindsay rarely uses the water dispenser to boil water. Most of the electricity generated by the generator is used to supply the power grid. A small portion is used in toilet paper making machines. Now that we have electric lights, we should be more conserving in using electricity. Thank you, boss. Yu Shuang giggled and took the cup of water. After taking a sip, he looked at the generator in the corner of the room, where two worker bees were turning the crank of the generator. What a cute bee. They even know how to generate electricity. Boss, are these two bees also your pets? No, Lindsay said. They are worker bees bred by the queen bee. They are not my pets because there is no contract between them. However, they are also working for me. I now have more than 60 worker bees. They take turns coming here to generate electricity, and the rest of the time, they patrol the sanctuary. The big Loli's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she looked at Lindsay with admiration. Boss, you are so awesome. Okay, stop flattering me. Lindsay took out a crushing cart from his backpack and took out some potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, and other vegetables, saying, Wash these things clean, and we'll have pickled fish hot pot later. Yu Shuang was immediately surprised and asked, Boss, you still have pickled vegetables here? Lindsay smiled and said, I don't have that stuff. I opened a treasure chest today and got a portion of pickled fish. It's for 2 people, so I'm afraid the portion won't be enough, so I prepared some more ingredients. Then I'm in for a treat today. Yu Shuang was very happy. Her eyes turned into crescents. As the saying goes, work is not tiring when men and women work together. With Yu Shuang's help, Lindsay processed the ingredients much faster. Soon, all the vegetables were cut into slices and the crushing carp was killed and served on a plate. Lindsay took out the portable hot pot from his backpack and placed it on the table, then poured the pickled fish from the treasure chest into the pot. After the power was connected, the water started to flow in a short while. A delicious aroma also wafts out. It smells so good. The big Loli seemed to be drooling. His bright eyes stared at the pickled fish in the pot without blinking. The pickled fish in the game is high-quality food and extremely delicious. With the addition of the special tables and chairs, the aroma of the pickled fish becomes richer and the taste becomes better. Lindsay handed over a set of bowls and chopsticks and said, If it smells good, eat more. You don't have to be polite when you're at my place. Yu Shuang laughed and said, Yeah, I know. I definitely won't be polite to the boss. Then the two of them began to feast on the food. The delicious fish in the pot was quickly eaten up, and Lindsay then cooked the processed crushing carp and vegetables into the pot. After the crushing carp and vegetables were cooked, the two started the second round. The meal took more than an hour. Both of them ate to their heart's content. Yu Shuang touched her round belly and said with emotion, This is the most abundant and delicious meal I have eaten since I came to the jungle world. In comparison, the things I ate before were not even eaten by dogs. Lindsay's mouth twitched slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Yu Shuang quickly cleared the table and cleaned the hot pot and tableware. Seeing this, Lindsay did not stop it. In the future, Yu Shuang will definitely come to his place to eat for free frequently, so this kind of work can be regarded as a meal ticket. In fact, he himself was quite happy to have someone to accompany him. Humans are social animals, after all. If you live alone for a long time, you'll get sick even if you're healthy. When Yu Shuang went to wash the dishes, Lindsay took out a large amount of meat, fruit, and nuts from his backpack and fed them to his pets. Among the pets, the purple flame Lion King and Shaoqing have the largest appetites. The two of them alone ate several hundred units of meat. Fortunately, Big Bear is not here. Otherwise, at least 100 units of beast meat would have to be spent. After feeding the pet, Lindsay returned to the room. Yu Shuang was sorting out the packs of tissue paper produced by the toilet paper making machine and placing them neatly in a corner of the room. Lindsay asked casually, Shuang, how old are you? Upon hearing this, Yu Shuang laughed and said, Boss, are you asking about my chest size or my age? If it's my chest size, then I'm about D+. If it's my age, I'm already 18 years old this year. Lindsay looked at Yu Shuang's chest with admiration. It's a false report. It's not as big as you said. No, Yu Shuang immediately defended herself. I always buy underwear in this size. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. As he said this, he was about to lift up his t-shirt. Lindsay did not stop him and watched with a smile on his face. Sure enough, Yu Shuang's movements quickly froze, and she gave Lindsay a white look with her cheeks slightly red. Lindsay asked, "How much flax did you harvest today?" Yu Shuang said, "There are about 26,000 units. The nails made today are basically used to purchase flax." Lindsay nodded. "I still have about 7,000 pieces of iron ore. You can take them with you later." At noon, Lindsay gave Yu Shuang a batch of iron ore. Together with what he had in his hands, the total amount was nearly 12,000. This iron ore was the result of the Persian monkey and his hard work for a day. Mainly Persian monkeys, of course. The iron ore he mined was only a small part of it. Then the two completed an on-the-spot transaction, and Lindsay received 26,000 units of flax. "Come with me to the trading channel to buy bamboo and vines. Take as much as you can." "Okay, boss." Yu Shuang nodded. Immediately, the two began to buy goods. Chapter 74. A closer look reveals that the boss is quite handsome. It took nearly an hour. Lindsay and Yu Shuang bought more than 50,000 bamboos and more than 30,000 vines on the trading channel. A total of 11,000 units of meat were consumed. A few days ago, it would have been difficult to buy so much bamboo and vines, even with twice the amount of meat. Because at that time, players were upgrading their huts. Bamboo and rattan are in great demand. Now, almost all players are upgrading wooden houses, and the materials consumed are wood, iron nails, and refined iron. Most of the remaining bamboo and vines were no longer used. That's why prices plummeted. Once player shelters are upgraded to stone house level, the price of wood will also drop. Yu Shuang said to Lindsay, "Boss, we have basically bought all the bamboo and vines on the trading channel. It will be difficult to buy more next time. Players will no longer collect bamboo and vines unless there is a specific need. At this stage, players mainly focus on cutting wood." Lindsay said, "It's a small problem. I will put another batch of water on the shelves later, which can be used to exchange for bamboo and vines. I believe that there are not many players who can resist this temptation." The boss is smart. Yu Shuang immediately laughed and flattered her. She knew that Lindsay had water resources and was not sure of this thing at all. But it's different for other players. On the trading channel, the price of water still hasn't dropped much and is more expensive than meat. Using water resources in exchange for players actively collecting bamboo and vines for Lindsay is definitely feasible. Lindsay then put the more than 26,000 units of flax, as well as the same amount of bamboo and vines, into the fully automatic toilet paper making machine. After a while, the exit of the manufacturing machine starts to spit out whole packs of toilet paper. Yu Shuang asked, "Boss, how many packs of tissue paper can this machine produce in a day?" Lindsay said, "Make 3 packs in 1 minute. You can do the math yourself." Yu Shuang tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "If the machine keeps running, it can produce 4,320 bags a day. The little girl is good at math." Lindsay smiled and rubbed Yu Shuang's head. Yu Shuang said dissatisfiedly, "Boss, how can you see that I am small? I have the capital of D+." Lindsay didn't respond to her words and said, "After investing the materials this time, we just need to wait for the delivery in the next few days. Come over tomorrow morning. Take the toilet paper that has been produced and put it on the trading channel." Yu Shuang was surprised and asked, "Boss, you want me to sell it?" "No, you want me to sell these tissues?" Lindsay glanced at her sideways. "Does this kind of trivial matter really need to be done personally by me, the boss?" Yu Shuang laughed and said, "I think this is another opportunity to increase the boss's popularity." Lindsay said, "My reputation is already loud enough." "That's true." Yu Shuang nodded in agreement. Lindsay's announcement stayed at the top of the regional chat channel for a whole day and was only removed not long ago. There is no player in this area who doesn't know Lindsay. Lindsay really doesn't need to increase his popularity. Besides, if she sells toilet paper, it will be much easier to purchase linen in the future. At least the elite court will not make things difficult for her. Yu Shuang said, "Knowing that I have toilet paper in my hand, in Haoyang will definitely treat me better, and it is possible that he will even improve my status in the elite court." Lindsay said, "This is a good thing. You can take this opportunity to gain more benefits. If Yin Haoyang is willing to contribute the blueprints, you can also sell him some of the tissue paper." "I see." Yu Shuang nodded and asked, "Boss, What do you plan to trade for the toilet paper on the trading channel? Lindsay said, it's mainly stone and cement. If someone is willing to trade with drawings, that would be the best. Okay, I understand. Yu Shuang nodded again. After chatting for a while, Lindsay took out a large bucket of water from his backpack and said to Yu Shuang, take this bucket of water with you. You can take a bath or drink it yourself. Yu Shuang pretended to be wronged and said, are you going to kick me out now, boss? Lindsay smiled and said, if you want to live with me, I welcome you too. Yu Shuang blinked her big eyes and looked at Lindsay. Lindsay asked, what's that look in your eyes? Yu Shuang said with a smile, look carefully, the boss is quite handsome. Lindsay waved his hand and said, go ahead. I'll let Simba guard your place. You don't have to worry about monsters attacking your shelter. With Simba's terrifying attributes, you have to think carefully before dealing with gold-level monsters. Yu Shuang didn't leave, but stared at Lindsay. Is what the boss said true? Of course it's true. Lindsay said, with Simba here, your safety is absolutely guaranteed. If a powerful monster really attacks, you can also hide with me as soon as possible. Yu Shuang said, I meant to say that you welcome me to live here. Lindsay, inside the room, the stove started burning. After the shelter was upgraded to a stone house, the original mud stove also changed a lot. It was made of bluestone bricks and looked like a stove. After Lindsay added firewood, he placed a big iron pot on top. Then he filled it with water again. Then he turned his gaze to the older Lolita who was sitting on the bed, looking extremely embarrassed, and said with a smile, weren't you quite bold just now? Why are you so willful now? Yu Shuang whispered, no, I just thought of going back to get something. Lindsay said, then go ahead. The water will take a while to boil. Then, I'll go first then. Yu Shuang stood up hurriedly and ran out of the room as if escaping. Lindsay shook his head and didn't take it seriously. He asked Simba to follow Yu Shuang to protect her safety. As soon as Yu Shuang left, Lindsay also went to do his work. He came outside the stone house and harvested the potatoes, cucumbers, tomatoes, and other vegetables that had just ripened. Then we went to the fish pond again. More than 300 female crucian carps have completed breeding of fry. You can see that there are a large number of crucian carp fry in the fish pond, about 16,000 to 17,000. These little crucian carps will grow up in 30 hours. Calculating the time, it will be the early morning of the day after tomorrow. Lindsay checked the pig shed again and found that there seemed to be a lot more wild boars. The extra ones were piglets that the sows had just given birth to. Let's keep these wild boars for now and deal with them when the next wave of natural disasters comes. Lindsay wanted to see what the next wave of natural disasters would be. If a food crisis occurs as he speculates, his wild boars could be sold at a high price. Back in the room, the water in the big iron pot was almost boiling. Lindsay took the bathtub out of the backpack space. Pour in half hot water and half cold water. Just as he took off his clothes and prepared to take a bath, someone knocked quietly on the door of the stone house. Boss, I came to see if the water is boiling. Chapter 75. Give birth if pregnant. Hearing the sound coming from the door, Lindsay's expression was slightly stunned. He took a look at his naked self, picked out a pair of shorts from the pile of clothes, and put them on. He opened the door. Then he saw Yu Shuang standing outside the door. The light shone on her delicate cheeks, casting a beautiful glow. Her expression was obviously a little nervous. When Yu Shuang saw Lindsay wearing only a pair of shorts, her eyes widened. Lindsay smiled and said, I thought you weren't coming over, so I was just about to take a shower. I don't believe you. Yu Shuang muttered softly. Her face was flushed, but her eyes were looking up and down at Lindsay, and she said with a smile, I didn't expect the boss to have such a good figure. As his professional level increased and his physical fitness continued to improve, Lindsay's figure did change a lot. I now have abdominal muscles that I didn't have before. Skin appears fairer. The whole person looks very energetic and can be called a handsome guy. Come in. Lindsay turned his body sideways and said with a smile, now that you are here, it's a good opportunity for us to take a shower together. Yu Shuang hesitated for only half a second before stepping into the room. Both of them are adults, and they live in such a strange and dangerous world together. Since they are willing to stick together for warmth, there's nothing to argue about. Before moving the shelter here, Yu Shuang had prepared herself mentally. Although, the progress is indeed a little bit faster. As the door closed, after a while, there was a rustling sound in the room, followed by the sound of water entering the room. Row my back. Black-hearted boss, you are still exploiting my labor at this time. I'll help you wash it later. That's fine. Outside the shelter, darkness enveloped the entire jungle. The queen bee is working hard to reproduce her offspring in the beehive. Big Red Ball was sleeping in Xiao Qing's arms. The Persian monkey, the great sage, and the second sage snuggled together. Simba was loyally guarding outside Yu Shuang's wooden house. Everything seems so peaceful. Through the window, one can see layers of figures inside the stone house, and discordant sounds can be heard intermittently. It lasted until 2 or 3 in the morning, when the lights in the room were turned off. I seem to have forgotten one thing. What's up? I also want a bucket of bath water. Time passes quickly. The next day came in a blink of an eye. When Lin Zhe woke up, he saw that the battlefield from last night had been carefully cleaned up. Under the light, a petite figure was preparing breakfast. Lin Zhe lifted the thin quilt, revealing a naked and slender body. He asked, "What time is it?" Since it is in polar night mode, it is still pitch black outside. The players haven't seen the sun for several days, not even the moon or stars. The petite figure turned her head, revealing a bright face. Yu Shuang said with a smile, "It's almost 9 o'clock. Boss was so tired last night. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" How can a guy in his early 20s be tired? Let's do some morning exercises first before getting up. Lin Zhe hooked his finger at the big lowly. Yu Shuang immediately trotted over with her crescent-shaped eyes narrowed, took off her shoes, and got into bed. An hour later, they sat at the table and ate breakfast. Lin Zhe looked at the big Lolita and said, "It's different when you become a professional. You recover quickly. That's just one aspect." Yu Shuang explained seriously. People's physiques are different. Some women are in excruciating pain the first time, but mine is relatively mild. As soon as the words fell, Yu Shuang seemed to have thought of something and asked quickly, "Boss, what do you think I should do if I get pregnant?" Big Loli is a little worried about this issue. Lin Zhe said, "If you get pregnant, just give birth. You are a professional gamer, so you don't need to go out hunting. It's just right for you to stay at home and take care of the baby." That makes sense. Yu Shuang nodded in agreement. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Hurry up and eat. It's not that easy to get pregnant. Aren't they all imported products?" Upon hearing this, Yu Shuang pretended to be disgusted and made a few spitting sounds. After dinner, Yu Shuang went to sort out the toilet paper scattered on the ground and said to Lin Zhe, "Boss, I will make a wooden box later so that the toilet paper produced will not fall all over the floor." "Can?" Lin Zhe nodded. He opened his backpack and took out some of the vegetables he harvested last night and put them on the trading channel. He also fished out the more than 300 female crucian carps that could no longer reproduce and put them all on the shelf. Players have been waiting for a long time. All the vegetables and crucian carp he put on the shelves were sold out in less than 10 seconds. Linza also harvested a large amount of stone and dozens of units of cement. If you're lucky, you can pick up resources like stone in the wild. Cement can only be used to open treasure chests. Hence the quantity is small. I now have more than 2,500 units of stone and 480 units of cement. I'm still a little short of upgrading the stone house. To upgrade the stone house to the intermediate level, it will require 5,000 units of stone, 500 units of cement, as well as 10 earth crystal cores and 3 fire crystal cores. Let's put the issue of crystal core aside for now. Only 20 units of cement are needed to meet the upgrade requirements for the stone house. This was mainly because he had obtained 500 units of cement at one time when he opened the gold treasure chest before. It took 100 units to upgrade the wooden house to a stone house, leaving 400 units. If it weren't for the treasure chest, the cement in his hand would be much worse. Let's solve the crystal core problem first today. Stones and cement can be traded with other players using toilet paper. If you're lucky, you can upgrade the stone house to the intermediate level when you come back in the evening. Lin Zhe said to Yu Shuang, "When you are at home, pay more attention to the drawings and switch them over if you have the chance. Also, move the tool bench and your things over here. I'm a little worried about you being there." His stone house has a defense value of up to 10,000 and is protected by an electric grid, making it much safer than Yu Shuang's wooden house. "Understand, boss. I'll move it later." Yu Shuang knew that the monsters on Lin Zhe's side had all evolved, and there were quite a few silver-level monsters, so she nodded obediently. Yu Shuang asked, "Boss, do I still need to keep my shelter?" After she moves, it is very likely that she will never go back. Wherever Lin Zhe is, there she is. Lin Zhe thought for a moment and said, "Keep it for now. I'll think about it later and decide what to do with it." Yu Shuang hummed lightly. Just like before, the big lowly did whatever Lin Zhe said. Lin Zhe added, After the tool bench is moved over, you can also see what we are still lacking at home. Make everything you can use. If you don't have enough materials, go to the trading channel to exchange them. As he spoke, he traded the iron nails, various meats, and the mined fine iron and other materials in his backpack to Yu Shuang. So much refined iron and high-quality refined iron. With these things, I can create many high-end items. Boss, our family will be rich soon. Yu Shuang smiled so much that her big eyes narrowed into beautiful crescents. Men are responsible for external affairs, while women are responsible for internal affairs. She also has to fight for the happy life of this small family. Chapter 76, Selling Toilet Paper. Two people then came outside the shelter. Yu Shuang went next door to move her things, while Lin Zhe was checking the condition of a series of shelter buildings, including the vegetable garden and pig pen. The vegetables that were harvested last night are growing again. By tonight, we can harvest another wave. There are more wild boars in the pigsty, and the cowshed is no longer empty with dozens of bison. The extra wild boars and bison were basically caught by Persian monkey, Shaoqing, and the others last night. Over in the orchard, the pear and apple trees are no longer saplings. The former grows to several meters in height. In 2 days, these 2 fruit trees should be able to bloom and bear fruit. It was at this time that Lin Zhe suddenly remembered that in addition to forgetting to take a bath last night, he also forgot to plant the golden thunder fruit tree. It really proved that statement. If there is no woman in your mind, you will be a god when you draw your sword. With a woman, I forget all the important things. Lin Zhe immediately took out the sapling of the golden thunder fruit tree for his backpack and planted it in the orchard. After a while, Yu Shuang also packed up the things she was going to move over. Lin Zhe said, "Take care of your lunch yourself. I won't be back until the evening. If you have anything, send me a message in time." "Okay, boss." Yu Shuang nodded obediently. At this time, she took out an iron sword from her backpack and handed it to Lin Zhe, saying, "I made this yesterday using a few pieces of high-quality, refined iron. The equipment level has reached the silver level. It should be useful to you." Lin Zhe didn't hesitate and took it. Item, blue steel sword. Level, silver. Attack, 70. Effect, armor break. Ignore 100 points of defense. If the enemy's defense is below 100 points, the damage will be increased by 50%. Nice one. Lin Zhe was suddenly a little surprised. This green steel sword is much better than his previous iron sword. In terms of attack alone, it is 60 points higher. Lin Zhe asked, "If your tool bench is upgraded to the top level, will it be possible to create gold equipment?" Yu Shuang nodded and said, "The conventional equipment made by the top-level tool bench is of silver level. But if high-level materials are used, it is possible to make gold equipment." Lin Zhe asked, "What do you need to upgrade?" Yu Shuang said, "It requires 5,000 iron ores, 1,000 pieces of refined iron, 100 pieces of high-quality refined iron, and 30 gold crystal cores." Lin Zhe said, "This requirement is not low." Yu Shuang said, "Iron ore, refined iron, and other things can be stored slowly, but I don't know where to get the gold crystal core." Lin Zhe remembered that he had not yet told Yu Shuang about the crystal core. He said, "The crystal core exploded from a silver-level monster. I will solve this problem. Also, I guess that Yin Haoyang is only a few earth crystal cores away from upgrading the stone house." As soon as these words came out, the big loli immediately knew what her boss was trying to do. She laughed and said, "Don't worry, boss. Leave this matter to me. I promise to get you the blueprints from Yin Haoyang." Lin Zhe corrected, "It's for us." The big loli nodded her head vigorously. Her bright eyes were filled with Lin Zhe's figure. "Okay, I'm leaving now." Lin Zhe jumped up and sat on Simba's back, leading a group of pets out of the shelter, until Lin Zhe's figure completely disappeared in the darkness. Yu Shuang just returned to the stone house. Sell the toilet paper first, and then make the things you need at home. Wardrobes, lockers, bedside tables, these are all useful. And the wooden barrel, I need to replace it with a bigger one. The boss said the one last night was a bit small. While thinking about it, Yu Shuang started to put toilet paper on the trading channel in batches. With the launch of toilet paper, the players soon went crazy. Almost all players who have cement and stone materials rush to buy them as soon as possible. Players who don't have these supplies will also find ways to get them through the trading channel or other places. This caused a sharp rise in the prices of cement and stone. It is no exaggeration to say that the players are so crazy, especially female players. Life without paper was too cruel for them. Putting aside their periods, they always have to use toilet supplies, and leaves and bamboo strips are torture for them. In the upper echelons of the elite court, a group of elite players were also madly at Yurt Song Song. Even Li Yushi, who had had a conflict with Yu Shuang before, couldn't hold it anymore and wanted the tissue paper in Yu Shuang's hand. I was wondering why sister Shuang wanted to buy flax. It turns out she wanted to make paper. Elder Shuang has quietly planted a money tree, and she will become a rich woman in the blink of an eye. Sister Shuang, I want 5 packs, no, 10 packs of tissue paper. I also want to buy tissue paper. Although I don't have stone and cement, I can exchange them with high-quality wood. At Yue Song Song. Soon, Yin Haoyang, the leader of the alliance, also stood up. Shuang, you are the elder of our alliance. You have to take care of our own people. We don't need too many. There are only a few dozen people in our group. 10 packs per person will be enough. Yu Shuang did not continue diving after seeing this message. Alliance leader, I don't have much tissue paper left, but you can share it with the brothers and sisters in the group, but each person can only have a maximum of 5 packs. In Haoyang, 5 packs per person is fine. Just send them to me, and I will distribute them to everyone. Yu Shuang, I know the leader is planning to upgrade the stone house. The stones and cement he has are definitely not enough, so let's trade for high-grade wood. Li Yushi, Shuang, we are all in the same alliance, so it's not good to take money, right? Yu Shuang, I heard that you have drawn up a blueprint for a solar charging panel. Can you give it to me? Li Yushi, oh. In Haoyang stood up again. Shuang is right. Although we are in an alliance, we cannot take our allies' things for free. Shuang, how do you plan to trade? Yu Shuang, high-grade wood is useless. Alliance leader, you can exchange 30 units of high-grade wood for a pack of tissue paper from me. In Haoyang almost vomited blood when he saw the news. Is high-grade wood useless? That's just because it's not used now. As players develop their shelters step by step, high-quality wood will eventually come in handy, and its price will skyrocket, no less than refined iron or even high-quality refined iron. Yu Shuang's behavior clearly shows her intention to poach members from their alliance. He didn't give him, the leader, any face at all. Yu Shuang, alliance leader, if our alliance does not have high-grade wood, we can use stone and cement to exchange. I'm also planning to upgrade the stone house. To be honest, if it weren't for taking care of my brothers and sisters in the group, I wouldn't want the wood. It's of no use to the development of my shelter. In Haoyang replied with gnashing teeth. A pack of tissue paper can give you at most 10 units of high-grade wood. Yu Shuang simply closed the chat group. She was ready to give Yin Haoyang some time to think about it. 10 units of high-grade wood in exchange for a pack of tissue paper was not bad, but she wanted more. Otherwise, how could she cheat Yin on behalf of her boss? Chapter 77. Sure enough, all men are the same. On this side, Lindsay also received a message from Yu Shuang. After telling what happened in the alliance group, Yu Shuang continued. Yin Haoyang will definitely not agree to exchange 30 units of high-quality wood for a pack of toilet paper, unless he is mentally damaged. But in order to gather people's hearts, he should accept a price of 15 to 20 units. That's pretty good. Lindsay replied. The high-quality wood will definitely be used later, so try to get more from Yin Haoyang. You decide how to proceed. Yu Shuang said. After the paper is drawn, I will talk to him about the crystal core. Li Yushi has a blueprint of a solar charging panel, and I plan to take this opportunity to get it. There is just one problem. If I trick them like this, they will definitely guess that I am in cahoots with the boss. After all, you're the only one who knows the information about the crystal core. Lindsay thought for a moment and replied, let's talk about this later. Keep an eye on the rankings. It won't be long before a player named Wen Ling is on the list. Then you can say that Wen Ling told you. Yu Shuang asked in confusion. How did the boss know that Wen Ling could be on the ranking list? Lindsay did not hide it and said, Wen Ling's shelter is a few kilometers south of us. I met her before. I also got the relocation drawings from her. As a deal, I asked Xionda to take her to upgrade. Yu Shuang suddenly understood. I didn't expect the boss as a female neighbor. Do you want me to add her as a friend and bring her over? Lindsay said, we can talk about winning her over later. We can get to know each other first. A dungeon has appeared over there, and we will meet when the dungeon is opened. A copy of the game? Yu Shuang's surprise turned into delight. She also knows what a game copy means. Yu Shuang said quickly, Boss, don't worry. I will definitely build a good relationship with her. Lindsay said, there's no need to try too hard to make friends. We're in the leading position when it comes to dungeons, so we can just get along normally. I understand, boss. Yu Shuang felt warm in her heart. She knew Lindsay cared about her. In the chat, Lindsay opened the information panel and took a look. With each new day, the number of pets he could contract increased by 1. The level is still Silver Level 3, but the experience has exceeded 1,000. I only need to gain more than 200 experience points to be promoted to Silver Level 4. The reason why the experience increased so rapidly was largely due to killing more than 100 snake monsters in the copy yesterday. That battle earned him a lot of experience points. Lindsay took another look at the kill information prompt. This morning, a series of kill information appeared from time to time, and it was obvious that Big Xion was helping Wen Ling to upgrade. Unfortunately, most of the kill information does not include any experience rewards, because the level of the monster killed was too low. Did not reach Bronze 9. If he had gained experience, his level would have broken through to Silver Level 4 long ago. Lindsay said to Simba, Xiaoqing, and other pets, "Go hunting by yourselves, you don't have to follow me. If you find a king-level monster, go to the valley and inform me." "Good master." All the pets nodded. Lindsay glanced around and turned his gaze to the Great Sage and the Second Sage. "You follow Simba, and he will help you level up. After 1 or 2 more levels, you could take over your mother's job." The Great Sage and the Second Sage were a beat slow to respond. The Persian monkey slapped him twice on the back of his head. The 2 monkeys immediately looked at Lindsay with a wronged look on their faces. Lindsay laughed but ignored them and said to the 3 little ones, "You have all been promoted to the Silver Level, and your strength is not weak. It is up to you to decide whether to hunt alone or in a team." "Got it, master." The 3 little ones said they understood. Behind the queen bee were 3 bees that were several times larger than the queen bee and were definitely over half a meter long. These 3 bees are the army bees bred by the queen bee last night. All of them have reached Bronze Level 9. Their fighting power is many times stronger than those of worker bees. With them following the queen bee, she can stand up on the battlefield. "Okay, go ahead." Lindsay waved his hand. A group of pets immediately scattered. Lindsay also took the Persian monkey to the valley. His job today is still mining iron ore. If you want to live a good life, you can't give up mining. Especially at this stage, players are in urgent need of iron nails and refined iron. So the more they dig, the more they earn. As for the level issue, just leave it to your pets. With so many pets helping him hunt and gain experience, his level will only increase faster and faster. Soon, Lindsay and the Persian monkey successfully arrived at the valley. After the pickaxes were distributed, the day's work began. I didn't expect that after coming to this jungle world, I would end up being a working animal every day. The only good news is that I have a wife now, and I don't have to pay back the loan. I don't know how my parents are doing. Are you sad because your elder son has traveled to another world? Lindsay muttered as he swung the pickaxe in his hand. He had learned earlier through chat messages from players that those who had traveled through time were all under 40 years old. His parents are nearly 50 years old and are most likely still on Earth. This is also good news. At least he doesn't have to worry about his parents' safety. Hey, maybe the 2 elders are considering having a second child now. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Lindsay also received a message from Wen Ling, indicating that her level had been successfully promoted to silver. After receiving the message, Lindsay played a video. Soon, a tall and beautiful figure appeared in his field of vision. Lindsay asked, "Did you receive a game prompt?" In the video, Wen Ling was holding a torch, and the flickering flames illuminated her delicate and beautiful face, bright eyes, white teeth, and picturesque eyebrows. Wen Ling said, "Received. They informed me that the monsters nearby are evolving and 2 mineral resources have been refreshed. I just don't know what the specific minerals are." Lindsay smiled and said, "You are lucky. I only found 1 salt mine. Tell Big Bear to find the locations of the 2 mines." "Good." Wen Ling nodded. She was a little reluctant. It's not that I'm reluctant to give up minerals, but I can't bear to give up such a powerful monster-killing machine like Big Bear. After seeing Big Bear's performance on the battlefield, she realized that killing monsters could be so easy. Wen Ling suddenly asked, "Did you Shuang move to your place?" Lindsay said, "I moved to here last night. Your blueprint is really useful." Wen Ling pursed her rosy lips and said, "I knew it. Otherwise you wouldn't have forgotten what you promised me." "Sure enough, all men are the same." Lindsay smiled and said, "You make it sound like I've let you down. If you don't mind, I'll send the water to you after we finish taking a bath tonight." Hearing this, Wen Ling's eyes widened. How could this guy have a nerve to say something like that? She could accept Lindsay taking a bath alone, but she absolutely could not accept Lindsay sharing bathwater with other women. God knows what the two people did in the water. Wen Ling glared at Lin Zhe angrily. Keep it for yourself. Hang up. In an instant, the screen went black. Lin Zhe just laughed and didn't care whether Wen Ling was really angry or not. Chapter 78. The tortuous experience of the Persian monkey. Wen Ling wasn't a very irritable person, and she quickly calmed down. She said to Xiongda, who was sitting next to her, "Your master told you not to rush back. Go find the two newly refreshed mineral deposits first. They are near my shelter and should not be difficult to find." Big Bear growled to show that he understood. It stretched out its bare paw and pointed at the monster's corpse on the ground. Wen Ling said, "I know. The spoils belong to you. I will send them to your master after I have disassembled them." Only then did Big Bear nod his head. Then he stood up, spread out his 4 big legs, and ran away. Wen Ling muttered quietly when she saw this. He ate so many of my good food last night, and he just left without saying goodbye. He is such a heartless guy. Wen Ling snorted twice, pretending to be angry. Wen Ling came to the battlefield and used the game function to decompose the monster's corpse. Suddenly, a message prompt appeared in her field of vision. You successfully decomposed the corpse of the silver level 1 monster, Forest Monitor Lizard. You obtained 536 units of lizard meat, 1 lizard skin, and 1 water crystal core. This is a crystal core. Wen Ling picked up a crystal emitting a faint blue light from the ground. Its information also appeared. It turns out that crystal cores come from silver-level monsters, but not all silver monsters produce crystal cores. We can only say that there is a certain probability. Yesterday, I asked Lin Zhe for information about the crystal core. Lin Zhe kept silent. Love is waiting for me here. He knows that I will be able to kill silver monsters after I am promoted to silver. Sooner or later, he will find out this secret that is not a secret. Wen Ling quickly decomposed all the corpses on the battlefield. Finally, he obtained a gold crystal core. The probability is not low. Also, the properties of the crystal core are related to the properties of the monster itself. And the properties of the monster can usually be seen through the skills they possess. For example, Big Bear. It can cast Earth Spike and Earth Sink, and it has the Earth attribute. Lin Zhe's lion and squirrel possess the power of flames, and their attributes are fire. If you want to obtain a large number of crystal cores, you only need to kill silver monsters with the same attributes. Wen Ling thought. At the same time, he traded all the spoils he had obtained to Lin Zhe. Even the crystal core she got, she did not keep it. She still has some character. The deal with Lin Zhe is over. Now it's up to me. Wen Ling held the magic wand tightly in one hand, held a torch in the other, and walked into the depths of the forest without fear. This side of the valley, Lin Zhe also received the supplies that Wen Ling traded. He just opened his backpack, glanced at it casually, and then continued to mine hard. Not long after, he felt a powerful energy surging in his body, instantly filling his entire body and strengthening his body. This feeling lasted for more than 10 seconds before disappearing. Upgraded. Lin Zhe opened the information panel. At the same time, all the newly added 20 attributes are added to speed. Player, Lin Zhe. Level, Silver Level 4. Profession, Pet Summoner, can have 7 pets. Skills, Pet Summoning, Pet Space, Copy. Attack, 425. Defense, 305. 225 plus 80. Speed, 325. 265 plus 60. HP, 4,100. 3,100 plus 1,000. Mag, 1,750. Experience, 3 out of 1,400. Attribute points, 0. Talent, Super S level. My basic attack reaches 425 points. If I equip myself with the blue steel sword given by the big lowly, I can immediately approach 500. This attack is far more powerful than the 3 little ones. Lin Zhe was very happy. In addition to attack, his other attributes are also not low. Now, even if he doesn't turn on the invincible mode, he will no longer be a drag on his pets. This is something to be happy about. After a moment, Lin Zhe put away the joy in his heart. While mining, he asked the Persian monkey working hard not far away. Persian monkey, do you have a sister or a younger sister? What? The Persian monkey turned his head. He looked at his master with confusion. Lin Zhe said, we will add several more mines soon, and the great sage and the second sage alone will not be able to handle it. The Persian monkey immediately understood what Lin Zhe meant. The master wants more monkey miners. The Persian monkey said, Master, there's a monkey mountain about 10 kilometers southeast. That is my home. My family is not small, with hundreds of people. Hearing this, Lindsay was a little surprised. He just asked casually out of boredom, but he didn't expect to get such an unexpected result. Lindsay asked, "Then why did you leave Monkey Mountain and come here?" The Persian monkey explained, "My husband died when he was out with the tribe to gather food. Someone in the tribe wanted to take my body, but I refused because I was pregnant, so I ran away with my 2 children. I was injured while escaping. I had planned to rest in this valley, but I didn't expect to encounter those hyenas again. My injuries became even more serious. If the master hadn't saved me, my children and I would have died now." Lindsay did not expect that the Persian monkey would have such a tortuous experience. He smiled and said, "Don't be sad. I will find you a male monkey later, a strong one." The Persian monkey was immediately happy. "Thank you, master." Lindsay asked, "How strong is your tribe? Do you have any king-level monkeys?" The Persian monkey said, "Our clan leader is king level, reaching the 6th level of silver. The other clan members are of ordinary talent, with more than a dozen of them at the silver level. The reason why I was able to reach the king level is because I ate a strange fruit on the road when I was escaping, which enabled the evolution of my bloodline." Lindsay's breathing was slightly short. An exotic fruit that can help the evolution of bloodline. Isn't this exactly what he wants? Lindsay quickly asked, "Do you still have that exotic fruit?" The Persian monkey shook his head and said, "There was only one on the tree at the time, and I ate it." Lindsay was not disappointed and continued to ask, "Do you still remember the location of the fruit tree?" The Persian monkey thought for a moment and said, "I know the general direction, but I still have to look for the specific location." Upon hearing this, Lindsay immediately lost interest in mining. He used his spiritual power to convey a summoning signal to Simba, the purple flame lion king. Half an hour later, Simba led the great sage and the 2 sages into the valley. Lindsay looked at the great sage and the second sage, who were almost 2 meters tall, and knew that it was time for them to accept this sacred mission. He handed 2 iron pickaxes to the great sage and the second sage and said, "You will mine here from now on. I will come to pick you up in the evening." Chirp! The 2 monkeys nodded obediently under the intimidation of their old mother's eyes. The Monkey King was holding the oversized pickaxe. The second saint held Lindsay's iron pickaxe. The size is not suitable, so Lindsay plans to ask you Shuang Shuang to make it again in the evening. As for now, it will be fine for the time being. Let's go. Go find that exotic fruit tree. Lindsay turned over and rode on the back of the purple flame Lion King. At Lindsay's call, the Persian monkey also rode up. Immediately, the purple flame Lion King rushed out of the valley at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 79. When luck comes, it can't be stopped. Under the cover of darkness, the purple flame Lion King was running quickly through the jungle. Lindsay was holding a flashlight, not to guide the purple flame Lion King, but to provide lighting for himself. Monsters are different from players. In polar night mode, monsters' vision is not affected in any way. The players were pitch dark. Even though Lindsay is now a silver level 4 professional, his vision is still pitch black without light. He could clearly feel that his vision had also been enhanced. The reason why the problem arises must be the game suppression of players. Lindsay has reason to believe that if the game enters an extremely hot or cold mode, even the strongest players may die of heat or cold without the help of special items. Want to survive in this jungle world? There's only one side to upgrading levels. It's more about following the rules of the game. The reason why Lindsay is keen on collecting blueprints is because he knows that some seemingly useless blueprints may come in handy at certain times or even save lives. Mercedes-Benz, all the way. 1 person and 2 pets encountered many monsters. There are monsters that you have seen before, as well as some that you have encountered for the first time, such as swarms of ant monsters, giant mantises that are 2 or 3 meters tall, and so on. Lindsay ignored it all. The most important thing now is to find the exotic fruit tree. After running for several kilometers, Lindsay suddenly discovered that the levels of the monsters nearby had become much lower, and most of them were below bronze level 6. It is rare to see high-level bronze monsters. As for the silver monsters, there was not even a single one. My current location is about 5 kilometers away from the shelter. That is to say, with my shelter as the center, the monsters within a 5-kilometer radius have evolved. A little further away, the monster levels have returned to normal. This information is also useful to Lindsay. At least I know the scope of hunting. Beyond this range, hunting low-level monsters is meaningless except for obtaining some meat. After walking another 2 or 3 kilometers, The Persian monkey suddenly said, "Simba, northeast." The purple flame Lion King did as he was told and ran towards the northeast. Lindsay asked, "Have we arrived yet?" The Persian monkey shook his head and said, "Master, I saw a treasure chest just over 200 meters ahead." After a while, the purple flame Lion King stopped. This time the Persian monkey didn't need to remind it, because it also saw the treasure chest, which appeared very unreasonably on the branch of a big tree. The purple flame Lion King leaped forward. He bit the treasure chest in one bite, and then landed steadily on the ground. Looking at the treasure chest in Simba's mouth, Lindsay felt like he had picked up money while walking. It was the first time he encountered this kind of treasure chest. The treasure chest discovered before all belonged to someone, and there are monsters guarding near the treasure chests. This kind of ownerless wild treasure chest was the first time he had seen it, just like Granny Lou entering the garden. Since entering the Polar Night mode, players often show off in the chat channel how many treasure chests they have found and how lucky they are. Lindsay looked at it with great envy. He even suspected that the random super S-level talent had ruined his luck. Otherwise, why didn't he encounter such good things? Could it be that the feng shui in my area is not good, so there are no such ownerless wild treasure chests? Lindsay guessed so. He took the treasure chest from the mouth of the purple flame Lion King. The quality of the treasure chest was not high, only bronze level, but Lindsay was already very happy. After all, he got it for free. He opened the treasure chest, and immediately a series of information prompts appeared. "Congratulations, you have opened a bronze treasure chest. You get 30 pieces of refined iron and 5 bottles of mineral water. You get 6 steamed hairy crabs and a packet of dipping sauce. You get a warehouse building blueprint." The bronze treasure chest opened up a treasure of the same quality as a silver treasure chest. This kind of luck is unstoppable. Lindsay had a bright smile on his face. The warehouse drawings were among the architectural drawings he urgently needed. The warehouse and his shelter was in its early stages of construction, and its effect was to slow down the flow of time by 30%. He felt that this was far from enough. "Therefore, I want to get more warehouse blueprints to upgrade the level." Isn't this just like sending a pillow to someone when they feel sleepy? There's still 6 hairy crabs. We can change the taste tonight. Lindsay happily put the things into his backpack. "Let's go and continue on our journey." "Persian monkey, you have sharp eyes. Look around to see if there are other treasure chests." "Good master." An hour later, Lindsay looked at the Persian monkey and said, "Are you sure the exotic fruit tree is nearby?" The Persian monkey nodded affirmatively. "Although I was fleeing at the time, I still remember the location of the exotic fruit tree very clearly. I'm still waiting for it to bear fruit again so that my 2 little cubs can eat it. Then look for it more carefully." Lindsay said, "If we really can't find it, it only means that someone got there first and dug up the exotic fruit tree before us." "Master, I remember there was a big bird's nest near that exotic fruit tree." 10 minutes later, Lindsay saw the bird's nest mentioned by the Persian monkey, which was built on a tree tens of meters high. There was fresh bird droppings in the nest, but the owner was nowhere to be seen. He must have gone out to look for food. The man and his 2 pets searched the area for several times, but still could not find any strange fruit trees. At this moment, the purple flame Lion King suddenly stopped and said to Lindsay, "Master, there is a pit here." Lindsay looked down. Sure enough, I saw a pit about 2 meters square. When he took a closer look, he found that the soil in the pit was not so fresh, and there were traces of digging with an iron pickaxe. It was poached a few days ago. This is the work of a player. There are players nearby. It was normal for another player to appear 6 or 7 kilometers away, and Lindsay did not feel strange. The Persian monkey said, "Master, should we go and take it back? The player's shelter must be nearby." Lindsay said, "Don't be so impatient. The exotic fruit tree has no owner. It's his luck that he found it. Go find that player. Be polite first and then use force. If he doesn't give it to you, then rob him." The Persian monkey grinned strangely. "Master is wise. For 1 person and 2 pets, finding someone is not a difficult thing. After all, they could even find the pit left behind after the exotic fruit tree was dug up, let alone a living person. A simple and effective way is to find a light source. If you are a combat professional player, you must carry a torch when hunting in the wild. If it is a life professional player, the shelter will definitely not be completely dark, and blood candles will be lit to deter monsters. In addition, even if there is no light source, as long as the purple flame Lion King smells the scent, he can track that person. Sure enough, it only took half an hour. 1 person and 2 pets found the target. It was a wooden house standing in the dense forest. Through the window of the wooden house, you can see the dim firelight inside and vaguely see a figure busy with something. There was nothing in the open space outside the house except a simple wooden fence. This is the normal development state for players at this stage. The shelter in Linza has fish ponds, vegetable gardens, orchards, pig pens, cow sheds, etc. It is no exaggeration to say that it is unique in the entire area. Chapter 80. I swear I didn't. Master, there is someone in the house, said the Persian monkey. Lindsay nodded and instructed. Be restrained and don't scare others. The Persian monkey and the purple flame lion king both expressed their understanding. The master said, use courtesy before force. Purple king lifted his foot and stepped over the fence into the open space. Almost at the same time, the figure inside the house received a message that the shelter was invaded. He quickly picked up a torch and a longbow and ran to the window. Look outside by the light of the torch. Soon, the expression on the figure's face froze. What a huge monster it was, as tall as 2 stories, and every step it took made the ground shake. The monster has golden hair all over its body. In the reflection of the fire, there seemed to be a faint golden glow. The figure's face was pale. What a huge lion it was, much bigger than the wooden house he lived in. He looked at the huge and ferocious lion's mouth, and the scene of being swallowed in one bite emerged in his mind. Purple Flame Lion King, Silver Level 3 Boss. How could such a horrible monster appear here? Seeing the giant lion approaching step by step, the figure in the house almost fainted from fright. He was trembling all over and didn't even dare to breathe. Just like the people who encounter zombies in the movies, they hold their breath for fear of being discovered. Suddenly, the giant golden lion stopped. Then another voice sounded. Friend, there are guests coming. Please come out and meet them. Monster. The figure inside the house let out a low cry. Isn't a talking monster a monster? He gritted his teeth, opened the door, and walked out. I have to go out. He was afraid that his cabin would be smashed to pieces by the monster. There's a saying that goes, he who knows the times is a hero. When he came out of the house, the figure's expression was dull again, because he found that there was a man and a monkey sitting on the back of the giant golden lion. He immediately realized that he had misunderstood. The one who spoke was not the giant lion, but the armored human riding on the back of the giant lion. Player. The figure looked towards Lin Zay cautiously. Lin Zay's eyes also fell on the figure. This was a man with a rather plump body, probably over 30 years old. Lin Zay nodded slightly and said, Player. Hearing this, the figure suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The fear in my heart also dissipated a lot. The figure quickly introduced himself. My name is Zhou Cheng. May I know your last name, brother? Lin Zay said, My surname is Lin, and my given name is Zay. Lin Zay. Zhou Cheng was stunned. Then he asked in surprise, You are that Lin Zay? Oh, you're the boss Lin Zay. Lin Zay said, We're not online. Calling him Big Brother is awkward. Then I will call you Brother Lin. Zhou Cheng climbed up the pole. He was very excited and said with a bright smile, I didn't expect to meet Brother Lin offline. I am so lucky. I hope Brother Lin will take care of me in the future. He finally understood why Lin Zay had developed so quickly, with such powerful pets, and 2 of them at that. How could development not be fast? If it were him, he would also be so awesome. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Zay with eyes full of jealousy, wondering why the person sitting on the back of the golden lion was not him. Lin Zay said, As fellow players, we should help each other. Zhou Cheng smiled and said, I didn't expect to have such a good relationship with Brother Lin. Let's add each other as friends first. No hurry. Lin Zay said, I came to you for something. Zhou Cheng was on guard, but he said with a smile, Brother Lin, if you have any problem, just tell me. I will definitely help if I can. Lin Zay said, You dug up a fruit tree about 800 meters away from here. That fruit tree is very important to me. Please name your price. Zhou Cheng's face changed, but things soon returned to normal. He said, Brother Lin, believe me, I have never seen any fruit trees. If there are any fruit trees, they've been dug up by others. Lin Zay didn't say anything and just looked at Zhou Cheng quietly. Zhou Cheng inexplicably felt a huge pressure on him and said hurriedly, I can swear that if I dig up Brother Lin's fruit tree, I will not die a good death. Lin Zay corrected him. That fruit tree doesn't belong to me. I want to do business with you and exchange resources. Zhou Cheng smiled and said, I understand what Brother Lin means, but I really don't have it. If I do, Brother Lin doesn't need to ask. I'll just give it to you. Lin Zay said in a calm voice, I have searched for several kilometers around here, and you are the only player. As I said before, that tree is very important to me. Name your price. Zhou Cheng said helplessly, Brother Lin, I really didn't do that. What do you need to do to make you believe me? I've sworn it. If I touch that tree, I will die. Are you sure? Really not? Really not. I swear. No. As soon as Lin Zhe finished speaking, the purple flame Lion King immediately spewed a ball of blazing flames towards Zhou Cheng's wooden house. It was visible to the naked eye that the wooden house was burning rapidly. The defense value also dropped rapidly. Zhou Cheng was immediately shocked and angry. Lin Zhe, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid that I will spread this to the chat channel and let all the players despise your banditry? Lin Zhe looked at him calmly. I'll give you time to promote it. Zhou Cheng was numb. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhe was not afraid of his threats at all, seeing the defense value of my shelter getting lower and lower. Zhou Cheng finally couldn't pretend anymore and said hurriedly, the fruit tree is in my hands. If you give me 10,000 iron nails and 300 pieces of fine iron, I will give it to you. Lin Zhe glanced at him and said, it's too late. Zhou Cheng said anxiously, in addition to that fruit tree, I also have a ripe fruit that can help your pet evolve. Lin Zhe said, I'll give you 1 unit of meat. Zhou Cheng's eyes suddenly widened. Isn't this just blatant robbery? Lin Zhe said, you have about 30 seconds to think about it. Zhou Cheng didn't dare to hesitate and immediately took out the fruit tree and fruits from his backpack and threw them to Lin Zhe. The fruit is blood red. The fruit trees also emitted a faint blood red light. Just like the pear tree and apple tree that Lin Zhe had dug up before, the fruit tree in front of him was also a small sapling that could be planted in the orchard. Lin Zhe kept his promise and threw over a unit of meat. Zhou Cheng didn't pick it up, letting the piece of venison fall to the ground. He gritted his teeth and said, now you can help me put out the fire, right? Lin Zhe said, it is your own business to put out the fire. Zhou Cheng. 10 seconds later, Zhou Cheng's wooden house collapsed in flames. Lin Zhe received a message prompt from the game. You destroyed the shelter of player Zhou Cheng. You obtained all the supplies in the shelter, including 10 units of meat, an electric fan, a set of wooden tables and chairs. Congratulations, you have obtained a silver treasure chest. Experience plus 200. On the other side, Zhou Cheng also received game prompts. Player Zhou Cheng, your shelter has been destroyed. You are temporarily unable to use blueprints, including buildings. You can redevelop by occupying other players' shelters. Zhou Cheng suppressed the hatred in his heart and looked at Lin Zhe. Are you satisfied now? Without the shelter, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive tonight. It's you who indirectly killed me. You're a murderer. Why bother if you take it out earlier and everyone lives in peace? Lin Zhe rode on the purple flame Lion King and turned away. One more thing, this is the jungle world. I've been very polite just now. As soon as he finished speaking, the Persian monkey somersaulted off the back of the purple flame Lion King and walked towards Zhou Cheng carrying a huge iron rod. Zhou Cheng was so scared that he fell to the ground. His face turned pale. Chapter 81 Licking Dog 1. Lin Zhe didn't go far. Riding on the purple flame Lion King, he was waiting for the Persian monkey in the dense forest. After a while, he heard a plea for mercy and a sudden scream from behind him. His heart was slightly disturbed, but it soon calmed down. Like he said, this is a jungle world. A survival world where a large number of players die every day. Since we are in this world, we must abide by the rules of the game in this world. If Zhou Cheng had handed over the fruit trees at the beginning, he would definitely give him a high enough reward and would not let Zhou Cheng suffer any loss. Unfortunately, Zhou Cheng didn't understand the rules of this game, and he made no secret of his hatred for him. How can we keep such a person? Lin Zhe took out the silver treasure chest rewarded by the game from his backpack. After opening the treasure chest, he obtained dozens of units of refined iron and a drawing. Sure enough, destroying the player's shelter will give you the relocation blueprint. Lin Zhe looked at the shelter relocation plan in his hand. This was just as he expected. Wenling's relocation plan was also obtained in this way. He put the drawings away and looked at his other gains. A floor fan, a complete set of wooden tables and chairs. These are Zhou Cheng's shelter items. After the shelter was destroyed, all the things belonged to Lin Zhe. Wooden tables and chairs have no special effects, so Lin Zhe doesn't like them. He just sets a price and puts them on the trading channel. He believes that players will buy them soon. The floor fan was kept by Lin Zhe. He had a feeling that the value of this thing would skyrocket soon. Then Lin Zhe took out the fruit tree and the exotic fruit from his backpack. He did not look at the information of the two items carefully just now. Item: Blood Spirit Fruit Tree Sapling. Grade: Top grade. Growth cycle: 3 days. Information: Plant the saplings of the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree in the orchard. You'll get 3 Blood Spirit fruits in each growth cycle. Item: Ripe Blood Spirit Fruit. Grade: Top grade. Information: After consumption, your pet's growth potential will be improved up to a maximum of 3 stars, and there is a certain probability of helping your pet achieve bloodline evolution. It can improve growth potential. It's really a good thing. It's a pity that the highest it can be upgraded to is only 3 stars. But it doesn't matter. Since there is the Blood Spirit Fruit, there must be other spiritual fruits or props that can improve growth potential. As for bloodline evolution, it should be the evolution from an ordinary pet to a boss-level pet, with greatly improved attributes and skyrocketing combat power. That's what Persian monkeys are like. After eating the Blood Spirit Fruit, he transformed from an ordinary monkey into the king-level Red Blood Monkey King. Lin Zhe put the fruit tree seedlings and Blood Spirit Fruit into his backpack. He planned to leave this Blood Spirit Fruit to Xiaoqing. It won't be too late to distribute them to other pets after the next batch of Blood Spirit Fruits mature. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the Persian monkey finally came back and handed a bunch of golden light balls to Lin Zhe. Master, these things all exploded from that person. The things inside the golden light ball were mostly meat, wood, a few iron nails, and a very ordinary longbow. There is nothing else. Lin Zhe searched, but found no other Blood Spirit Fruits. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhe asked the Persian monkey, "When did you eat the Blood Spirit Fruit?" The Persian monkey said, 5 days ago. There was only 1 fruit on the tree. Lin Zhe speculated, so Zhou Cheng should have dug up the fruit tree 2 days ago. The Blood Spirit Fruit tree has entered a new round of growth cycle. There should be 3 Blood Spirit Fruits, but he only has 1. Did sell it? Lin Zhe felt that this possibility was unlikely. The Blood Spirit Fruit is a top-grade spiritual fruit and is extremely precious to pet summoners. If he makes a move, Zhou Cheng will definitely get something good in return. It's not that poor. The only thing I have in my hand is an electric fan, which is still of some value. Maybe it was eaten by other monsters. Lin Zhe didn't think about it anymore. After all, the fruit tree was in his hands, and he could plant it himself. He put a bunch of items into his backpack. He looked at the Persian monkey again. Done? The Persian monkey nodded and said, "Master, don't worry. I threw the body into the fire and waited until it burned before returning." Very good, Lin Zhe praised. Then let's go and look around to see if we can find a king-level monster. Then, the man and his 2 pets set off again. The figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. Hundreds of kilometers away, inside a log cabin-level shelter, a scantily clad female gamer is lying on the bed in video chatting with her friend. Suddenly, she seemed to have discovered something. The body suddenly sat upright. "Yushi, what's wrong?" A man's voice was heard in the video. The female player, named Yushi, quickly said, "Brother Haoyang, please wait a moment. I have something to do here. I will video chat with you later." "Okay, go to your thing and tell me if you have anything." "Yeah, Brother Haoyang is the best." After hanging up the video, Li Yushi once again turned her gaze to the open friend panel, staring at a gray avatar with a pair of seductive eyes. Dead? How could he die suddenly? She clicked on the avatar and saw a short suicide note. "I met Lin Zhe. He wanted to kill me, and he took away the Blood Spirit Fruit and the fruit tree. Help me get revenge." Li Yushi's expression was shocked and angry. What was surprising was that her little dog had the bad luck to meet Lin Zhe and was killed by Lin Zhe. What made her angry was that the man surnamed Zhou actually lied to her and not only secretly kept the Blood Spirit Fruit, he even had the fruit tree. "You deserve it for lying to me. If you had given me the fruit tree earlier, I would have let you get some benefits. But in the end, all the benefits went to Lin Zhe. We can't just let this go." Li Yushi contacted Yin Haoyang again and told him what happened, omitting the fact that Zhou Cheng was her little bootlicker. Yin Haoyang asked in confusion, "What is the Blood Spirit Fruit?" Li Yushi said, "It is a kind of top-grade spiritual fruit that can enhance the growth potential of pets. You know, I am also a pet summoner. This kind of spiritual fruit is very useful to me. It's a pity that Lin Zhe has taken all of it now." Yin Haoyang sneered and said, "Okay, I get it. I'll find a few people from the Alliance to promote him in the chat channel. After all, I can't let him get away with it." Li Yushi said with resentment on her face, "It's also the fault of that Zhou guy. If he had given me the fruit tree and the Blood Spirit Fruit earlier, then everything would have been fine. As long as she gets the thing, what does it matter to her whether the person lives or dies? She was angry. Now the little liquor is -1 and the baby is gone. Both people and money are lost. When she thought about the blood spirit fruit tree that was also stolen, she wanted to vomit 3 liters of blood and cursed Zhou Cheng countless times in her heart. Soon, a piece of news went viral in the regional chat channel. The general idea is that Lin Zhe wantonly harms players for treasures and calls on players to boycott Lin Zhe and not buy Lin Zhe's products. A screenshot of Zhou Cheng's last words was also attached at the end of the message to increase its credibility. Chapter 82 Two Little Cuties. Regional chat channels. The topic about Lin Zhe killing the player Zhou Cheng in order to snatch the treasure has become increasingly popular. There are many players discussing the channel. Did Lin Zhe really kill someone? It must be true. The last words have been revealed, and the avatar of Zhou Cheng has also turned gray. This game doesn't have the function of retouching pictures. I didn't expect Lin Zhe to be this kind of person. I bought a lot of water from him to support him. Lin Zhe has grown so fast. Maybe he relies on killing players and stealing resources. This is an exaggeration. It's not easy for players to meet each other offline. I can only say that Zhou Cheng was unlucky and happened to fall into Lin Zhe's hands. I don't know what the blood spirit fruit is, but it can actually inspire Lin Zhe to kill people and steal treasures. I just asked blood spirit fruit can improve the growth potential of pets. Lin Zhe is a pet summoner, and for him, the value of blood spirit fruit is higher than gold equipment. No wonder Lin Zhe wanted to kill. No matter what, Lin Zhe was wrong in this matter. We must work together to suppress him and not let him develop. Otherwise, who knows how many more things he will do to harm our players in the future. I agree, and I'm going to make it clear that I will never buy anything from Lin Zhe again. Whether it's meat, water, or nails. I won't buy anything. He is a professional combat player. The shelter has grown so fast. Isn't it because of the resources traded from us? He is now purchasing a large amount of stone and cement, obviously intending to upgrade the stone house. We should not trade with him, lest we become his accomplices. That makes sense. Without our help, he will never be the first to upgrade the stone house. Suddenly, the regional chat channel was filled with indignation. The other side. The 2 little cuties Li Yushi and Yin Haoyang meet again. Yin Haoyang smiled and said, "Yushi, are you no longer angry now?" Li Yushi said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Haoyang is really amazing. With just a little trick, he destroyed the reputation that Lin Zhe had worked so hard to build." Yin Haoyang said proudly, "He asked for it. He killed people and stole treasures at this stage. If the players don't boycott him, who else should they boycott?" Li Yushi asked, "Brother Haoyang, do you mean that this kind of thing may happen again in the future?" Yin Haoyang said, "It's not a possibility, it's a necessity. Today's players still have a moral line, but it will be different in the future. You have to remember that our biggest enemy is not this world, but players like us." "Yeah, I remember that," Li Yushi said with charming eyes. "Brother Haoyang is really amazing. He can consider such long-term things. That Lin Zhe is far inferior to you." Yin Haoyang was overjoyed by the praise, especially when he saw Li Yushi's coquettish look. He wished he could appear in front of Li Yushi immediately and throw this woman onto the bed. Li Yushi also saw the desire in Yin Haoyang's eyes. She was also very proud. Li Yushi said, "Brother Haoyang, did you give the blueprint to Yu Shuang? Yin Haoyang nodded and said, "I gave it to you. I also know how to get the crystal core. Don't worry, I will definitely double compensate you in the future." Li Yushi was so distressed that blood was dripping from her eyes, but she said, "I don't want any compensation. As long as I can help Brother Haoyang, I will be satisfied." Yin Haoyang was deeply moved. "I swore to myself that when I got something good, I would think of this good sister first." Yin Haoyang said, "Let's not talk about it for now. I have to hurry up and go hunting to upgrade the stone house before Lin Zhe." Li Yushi quickly said, "Brother Haoyang, come on. I believe you can definitely crush Lin Zhe." Upon hearing this, Yin Haoyang's confidence increased immediately. Lin Zhe had no idea of Yin Haoyang and Li Yushi's plan for him. I didn't know his reputation had collapsed. He is dealing with an emergency at the moment. The matter was not complicated. When 1 man and 2 pets were searching for a king-level monster in the dense forest, they passed by a pit and were unexpectedly attacked by 2 golden eagles, 1 big and 1 small. Lin Zhe also admires himself. Facing 2 golden eagles flying high in the sky, he raised his hand and shot an arrow at them. It was just a chance. I didn't hold much hope. but he didn't expect to hit the golden eagle's wing. What happened next was that the little golden eagle was caught by Lindsay, and the big golden eagle continued to attack the 1 and 2 pets. Lindsay, in particular, became its focus. I saw dense golden feathers falling from the sky. It was like countless sharp arrows pouring down towards Lindsay, covering the area of dozens of meters around Lindsay. With such a large attack range, Lindsay had no way to avoid it. He decisively activated the invincible mode and copied all the attributes of the Purple Flame Lion King. Simba's defense is nearly 600, plus Lindsay's own defense. The total defense is almost an astonishing 900 points. In invincible mode, Lindsay is fearless of everything. He let countless arrows shoot at his body. The next second, all the arrows were bounced away, and a dense mass of -1 damage appeared on Lindsay's head. Lindsay didn't care at all. After copying Simba's attributes, his health reached over 90,000. Not to mention a round of arrows. Even if the golden eagle tired itself to the point of vomiting blood, it could only injure a layer of his fur at most. Master, that thing is flying in the sky. We can't do anything about it. The Purple Flame Lion King said to Lindsay. The flames it spews can hit targets dozens of meters away, but the golden eagle is extremely fast and can fly to a height of 100 meters in an instant, so it cannot be hurt at all. As for the Persian monkey, they were even more helpless. Lindsay also put away the iron bow in his hand. It was pure luck that I was able to shoot the golden eagle just now. He didn't think that his mediocre archery skills could threaten the golden eagle that was already on guard. Bring the little golden eagle here. Upon hearing this, the Persian monkey immediately brought the little golden eagle to Lindsay. This little golden eagle was a bronze level 9 monster, not small in size, with a wingspan of more than 1 meter. But the Persian monkey carried it like a little chicken. Wow, wow, wow. The little golden eagle flapped its wings and kept calling. Lindsay grabbed it and pinned it to the ground with his fists. In a short while, the little golden eagle was beaten to death by him, and its health points plummeted to less than 1,000 points. After doing all this, Lindsay looked up at the sky. Come down and admit your mistake, or I'll kill you. He was also unlucky. He was riding Simba in the dense forest when he was suddenly attacked by 2 golden eagles. How dare a monster be so arrogant? Lindsay guessed that the empty nest he found when he was looking for the blood spirit fruit tree should be the nest of the 2 golden eagles. This is intruding into their territory. Wow! The golden eagle circled high in the sky, making shrill screams. Seeing this, Lindsay punched the little golden eagle on the head again, creating a dizziness icon, and its health instantly dropped to less than 300 points. See the scene. The golden eagle's cry became louder and filled with anger. However, it never came down from the sky, knowing that if it did, it would probably be a buy one, get one free deal. Lindsay took out the iron sword from his backpack and placed it across the little golden eagle's neck. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't come down, you'll be its corpse. The golden eagle swooped down suddenly, but it did not fall to the ground, but landed on the branch of a big tree. Dozens of meters away, the golden eagle stared at Lindsay with its sharp eagle eyes. Lindsay was not vague either. He lightly cut with the iron sword, and a stream of blood flowed from the little golden eagle's neck. The hatred in the golden eagle's eyes became even stronger. A few seconds later, it let out a loud scream, flapped its wings, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. You run really fast. Lindsay sneered, threw the half-dead golden eagle to the Persian monkey, and then turned over and rode on the back of the Purple Flame Lion King. Let's go home. He knew that the golden eagle would not give up easily. Of course, he won't give up. After all, this is a silver level 3 boss monster, and it is also an air force. He planned to go back and discuss with Yu Shuang to see if there was any way to bring the golden eagle down from the sky. Once we've dealt with the golden eagle, we'll go directly to the salt mine. Lindsay has always been obsessed with the silver level 9 Tiger King. Chapter 83. The Persian Monkey's Journey to Become the Monkey King. The Purple Flame Lion King ran quickly in a dense forest. It was pitch black all around, and occasionally the roar of monsters could be heard, but more often there was the cry of the little golden eagle. It was held in the hands of a Persian monkey. The wings were folded in half and locked behind the back, so only the head could move a few times. It was so weak that it had difficulty even struggling. Lindsay was afraid that it might accidentally drop it, so he specifically told the Persian monkey to be gentle with its hands. The little guy is the golden eagle's weak spot, and he has to rely on the little guy to catch the big golden eagle, so naturally he can't let it get into any accidents. At this time, the Persian monkey suddenly said to Lindsay, "Master, aren't we going to Monkey Mountain? This place is very close to Monkey Mountain, only 2 or 3 kilometers away." Lindsay said, "Not for now. Let's deal with the giant golden eagle and the salt mine first." He is not in urgent need of miners yet. After catching the giant golden eagle and occupying the salt mine, it won't be too late to go to Monkey Mountain to recruit miners. The Persian monkey said, "I know what the master wants to do, and I want to help the master." Lindsay looked at the Persian monkey in surprise and said with a smile, "How can you help me?" The Persian monkey said, "A monkey group can only have one monkey king. I will go to the Monkey Mountain and defeat the old monkey king. Then the other monkeys will listen to me. Then I can order them to mine for their master." Hearing this, Lindsay's eyes suddenly lit up. He originally considered taking the old monkey king as a pet, and then using the old monkey king's prestige to get other monkeys to mine for him. Casualties are inevitable in this process. A large number of monkeys will die on the battlefield. After all, if he, a human being, were to suppress the old monkey king, it would be impossible for the other monkeys not to resist. The more monkeys died, the greater his loss. In his eyes, those monkeys were natural miners who could make him a lot of money. "Your plan works." Lindsay nodded and said, "You and those monkeys are on the same side, so you should know when you are fighting. But if you're sure you could defeat the old monkey king, don't get yourself involved." The Persian monkey had told him this before. The old monkey king is a silver level 6 king level monster. The Persian monkey's current level is only silver level 1. The Persian monkey said, "Master, don't worry. With your talent enhancement, my combat power is stronger than that of the old monkey king." Lindsay said, "It still has more than a dozen ordinary silver level monkeys under its command." The Persian monkey said, "I am openly challenging the old monkey king for the throne, and the other monkeys dare not interfere. As long as I win, I will be the new monkey king, and they will all have to listen to me. This is the rule of our monkey group." "Okay, then you could go to Monkey Mountain." Lindsay said, "But you must pay attention to safety. If you can't win, retreat. I will take care of it for you when you come back." "Good master." The Persian monkey nodded vigorously. It handed the half-dead golden eagle to Lindsay. Then he somersaulted off the back of the purple flame lion king, carrying the thick iron rod with his head held high, and disappeared into the darkness. Lindsay took another look at the attributes of the Persian monkey. Attack 510, Defense 570, Speed 600, HP 45,000. The 3 basic attributes of the Persian monkey are higher than those of the silver level 9 Tiger King. It only has a slightly lower HP. It should be a sure win against the silver level 6 Monkey King. Even if the old Monkey King does not abide by the ethics of martial arts and lets hundreds of monkeys besiege the Persian monkey, with the fighting power of the Persian monkey, even if it cannot defeat the monkey, it can still escape. When the time comes, he will bring his pet team to find a place to fight. Thinking of this, Lindsay felt relieved. Soon, Lindsay rode the purple flame lion king back to the valley. The great sage and the second sage were still digging diligently, unaware that their mother had returned to the Monkey Mountain to compete for the position of Monkey King. If all goes well, the 2 monkeys will soon become second-generation officials. Chirp! Seeing Lindsay, the great sage and the second sage immediately ran over with an attentive look on their faces, just like a lackey. Although they're not Lindsay's pets, under the motherly care of the Persian monkey, they also know who is the real boss in this family. Lindsay took a look at the harvest of the great sage and the second sage. Although it was not a long time, the 2 monkeys dug out 6 or 7,000 pieces of iron, or hundreds of refined iron, and dozens of high-quality refined iron. Good job. Lindsay was generous with his praise. He also touched the heads of the great sage and the second sage like an old father. Feeling the kindness and care from Lindsay, the great sage and the second sage were so excited that they almost cried. "Okay, keep working. I'll pick you up later," Lindsay said as he spoke, while putting the iron ore and refined iron mine by the 2 monkeys into the backpack. Before leaving, he gave the great sage and the second sage an apple each as a reward for their hard work. The 2 monkeys became even more excited. If Lindsay had not predicted in advance and ridden the purple flame lion king quickly out of the valley, the 2 monkeys would have hugged his thighs and cried bitterly. In just a short while, they regarded Lindsay as their real father. Wrong. It should be closer than biological father. After all, their biological father died before they were born. Simba is extremely fast. A few minutes later, he brought Lin Zhe back to the shelter. Lin Zhe asked Simba to stay outside and keep an eye on the movements in the night sky, while he carried the little golden eagle into the stone house. Yu Shuang was busy at the tool bench. Now, with the large amount of refined iron and high-quality refined iron provided by Lin Zhe, plus the high-quality would obtain from the pit, she can make many high-quality tools, including special equipment. These things can provide her with a large amount of merit points. Second, you can exchange it for more resources and all kinds of good things for her. For example, drawings. In fact, many players have them. The reason why the blueprints are scarce and have no market value is that most players will choose to use them themselves after getting the blueprints or collect them. There are very few players who sell drawings. Even if they want to sell it, there must be something good that attracts them. The advanced tools and special equipment created by Yu Shuang can ignite the passion in the hearts of players. If you like it, I wouldn't mind exchanging it for the drawings. Boss, why are you back? Yu Shuang was a little surprised to see Lin Zhe suddenly return. Then he seemed to think of something and asked, "Is it because of what happened in the chat channel?" Lin Zhe threw the little golden eagle in his hand to the ground. "We caught a golden eagle, but a big one got away. I came back to see if you have any tools to catch birds." "What a big eagle!" Looking at the little golden eagle fluttering around on the ground, Yu Shuang exclaimed, and then said, "It's actually a bronze level 9 monster." Lin Zhe smiled and said, "The bigger one is even more powerful. It's silver level 3 and has boss level attributes. I plan to catch it as a pet. There's just one problem. That guy is very cunning. He keeps flying in the sky, not giving me any chance to catch him." Yu Shuang thought for a moment and said, "I can build a catapult net with an attack range of about 100 meters. But it's not easy to catch a golden eagle flying in the sky. Then build a few more." Lin Zhe said, "I will summon the bear back later. It has a stun skill, and combined with your catapult net, there's a high chance that it will be knocked down from the sky." "Good." Yu Shuang nodded. At this time, Lin Zhe said, "By the way, what was the matter you just mentioned on the chat channel?" "Boss, don't you know? I'm too busy to pay attention." Chapter 84, Big Move to Face. Yu Shuang then narrated what had happened, emphasizing that someone was behind the scenes fanning the flames, otherwise the situation would not have been so bad. Lin Zhe listened to Yu Shuang's story while opening the regional chat channel. It has been nearly an hour since the incident broke out, but the storm has not subsided. From time to time, someone will pop up to deepen the player's memory. Almost all the information is blaming Lin Zhe and boycotting Lin Zhe. There are almost no players who speak for Lin Zhe. Even if someone came to Lin Zhe's defense, they would soon be drowned out by all kinds of scolding. Now it is no longer a question of whether there is someone behind the scenes fanning the flames, but that the vast majority of players are standing against Lin Zhe. Among these players, some were jealous of Lin Zhe, some were just joining in the fun and following the crowd, and some were truly sympathetic to Zhou Cheng. Lin Zhe checked the friend panel again. Several friends sent me messages, including Wen Ling, power grid players, and so on. Most of them were asking if Lin Zhe really killed Zhou Cheng and took the treasure. There was even a friend who asked Lin Zhe what it felt like to kill someone. Only Wen Ling was different and asked Lin Zhe what he was doing. Lin Zhe thought for a moment and replied, "Just return to the shelter." Wen Ling replied quickly, "I have inquired about your case. It is an alliance called the Elite Court that is behind this." Lin Zhe, "Thank you." Wen Ling, "You're welcome. You don't have to take the information on the chat channel to heart. People tend to forget things. It will be fine in a couple of days." Lin Zhe was silent for a moment, then said, "Zhou Cheng finally handed over the things. Do you think I should let him go?" Wen Ling, "I didn't show any mercy when I killed that man before. If I don't do it more ruthlessly, I will only get myself into trouble. I believe that if Zhou Cheng had handed over the things at the beginning, you would definitely not kill him, and you would even give him enough compensation. He asked for his own death in the end." Lin Zhe, "You know me so well." Wen Ling, "You don't give me the impression that you're the kind of person who would kill indiscriminately, otherwise I wouldn't be alive today." Lin Shi, how? "Okay, let's talk later." Wen Ling, "By the way, Yu Shuang added me as her friend. We talked about a lot of things, and it seemed like we had a lot in common." Lin Zhe, "This is your business, I don't care." Wen Ling, "Yeah. Boss, that's about it." Yu Shuang looked at the silent Lin Zhe and said the whole thing was caused by Yin Haoyang. "I checked the first few players who showed up, and they're all members of the Elite Court Alliance." "I see." Lin Zhe nodded. Yu Shuang asked, "Boss, what are you going to do?" Lin Zhe smiled and said, I'm considering whether to just kill that Ing guy. Yu Shuang quickly asked, did the boss reveal the shelter relocation blueprint? One exploded. Lin Zhe said, just as I expected, this kind of blueprint can be obtained by destroying the player's shelter. Yu Shuang was inexplicably excited and said, he must be killed. The man surnamed Een stabbed you in the back. He cannot be allowed to live. The sooner he is dealt with, the better. Lin Zhe looked at Yu Shuang with some strangeness as she looked so excited. This big loli is even more murderous than him. And there is Wen Ling, who also kills without blinking an eye. Are all the women around him like this? Lin Zhe said, it's easy to kill Een Haoyang. I'm worried that if the relocation blueprints don't have a 100% drop rate, I might not be able to come back. Yu Shuang tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, how about the boss destroy my shelter? If we can find a relocation blueprint, then there won't be any problem, right? Lin Zhe tapped her forehead with his fingers. Stupid, if your shelter is gone, how am I going to locate it and move back? Well, the boss is right. Yu Shuang said with a melancholy look on her face. So we're just going to let him go? You don't know how arrogant he is in the alliance group. And that Li Yushi. I suspect Li Yushi was also involved in this matter. It's even possible that Zhou Cheng, who is dead, is her good friend. The screenshot of the suicide note was also provided by her. Lin Zhe said, don't worry, I will settle this matter with Een Haoyang soon. Before that, let's solve the current problem first. Yu Shuang asked in confusion, how to solve it? Lin Zhe didn't say anything. He opened a regional chat channel again and sent a message. Buy the shelter relocation blueprint at a high price. The blueprint can be obtained by destroying the player's shelter. Click to view the blueprint illustration. One blueprint can be exchanged for all resources to upgrade the stone house. In Haoyang, you still don't want to stop after being blocked by me? Then let's meet and talk. As soon as the news came out, the entire area's chat channel suddenly became lively. After so long, Lin Zhe finally stood up. Holy crap, shelter relocation blueprints. There's actually such a thing in the game? Doesn't that mean we players finally have a chance to come together and develop together? It is definitely not cost-effective to exchange a blueprint for resources to upgrade the stone house in a later stage, but it is definitely a high price at this stage. With so many resources, I'm afraid only Lin Zhe can come up with them. Since Lin Zhe can offer resources for trading, his shelter must have been upgraded to the stone house level. This development speed is too fast. My shelter is still a straw hut, not even a wooden house. The above poster, you need to look for your own reasons and reflect on what you have been doing these days and whether you have worked hard enough. By the way, didn't you guys pay attention to the main point? Who is Een Haoyang? Why did he not stop being called out by Lin Zhe? Could it be that the murder and treasure-stealing incident was fabricated by Een Haoyang? I don't know if it's fabricated or not, but I know that Een Haoyang is the leader of the elite court. Is that the guy who claims to be the strongest leader? Who else could it be but him? What the hell is the strongest leader? He's not even on a ranking list. He's really boastful. Whenever Lin Zhe suggests an alliance, what does Een Haoyang have to do with it? Een Haoyang suffered for offending Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe purchased the shelter relocation blueprints. He must have done it to kill Een Haoyang. If I were Een Haoyang, I would be absolutely scared to death. One is at bronze level, and the other has been promoted to silver level 4. The gap is really huge. Een Haoyang is also out of his mind. Why would he pick on Lin Zhe when he could pick on anyone else? Just as players expected, Een Haoyang was indeed scared. He didn't care about being named by Lin Zhe. The emperor is far away and the sky is high. No matter how strong Lin Zhe is, what can he do to him? But after seeing the illustrated information on the shelter relocation blueprint, especially the fixed point relocation in the information, his scalp suddenly went numb and he was completely stunned. He provoked Lin Zhe not only for Li Yushi, but also to vent his anger. But he had never thought of fighting Lin Zhe face to face. Who are these people? You use your ultimate move to attack me over a small matter. Don't you understand that peace is the most important thing? Een Haoyang was anxious and irritable, like an ant on hot pan. Chapter 85 Base Plan. Elite Court, Alliance Group. The players in the group were all extremely indignant. Alliance leader, the guy surnamed Lin, is too arrogant and doesn't take you seriously at all. Don't worry, we will move to your side once we get the blueprints and help you deal with him. As long as Lin Zhe dares to come, he will never return. It will also let other players know the consequences of offending our elite court. Don't worry, leader. We support you. Looking at the chat messages in the group, Een Haoyang couldn't help but feel extremely moved. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What these players from the Alliance said was right. If Lin Zhe could use the blueprint to give him a head-on attack, why couldn't he use the blueprint to gather the Alliance players to his side? In a one-on-one fight, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Lin Zhe. But when a group fights one, how can they not win? Thinking of this, Yin Haoyang immediately sent a message to the group. Thank you, brothers, for your concern. I didn't take Lin Zhe seriously at all. Besides, I have to thank him. The shelter relocation drawings he leaked gave me a completely new idea. It is well known. It's very difficult for us players to survive in this world. Even if we have advanced talents, it is not easy to live safely. We may die if we are not careful. But if we come together, then any difficulty can be overcome. I propose a large purchase of the shelter relocation drawings. With the help of the blueprints, we will move our shelters together to form a large alliance base. Many hands make light work. By then, whether we are out gathering supplies or hunting monsters, we can work together to make our alliance grow faster. What Yin Haoyang said was immediately agreed upon by all the players in the group, putting aside Lin Zhe's factors. They gathered the shelters together to build an alliance base, which was indeed conducive to the rapid development of the alliance. Looking to the future, as more and more alliance members join their base, they can even build a city. Isn't it better to develop together than to go it alone? Liu Shi, listen to the leader. We will also purchase the shelter relocation blueprints, and we will use the leader's shelter as the base point and move all of us there. If Lin Zhe dares to come, we will join forces to kill him. He is the strongest player in our region. As long as we kill him, our alliance's reputation will definitely soar, and more players will join us. If we do this well, we will truly be the strongest alliance in this region. Let's see who has the guts to challenge us again. These words made the group members very excited. If this thing can really be accomplished, they can basically walk sideways in this area, and the future will be bright. We definitely support the leader, but there is a problem now. It is not so easy to get the relocation blueprint. It is difficult for players to meet each other offline, let alone destroy their shelter to get the blueprint. Whether it is Lin Zhe or us, it is difficult to acquire the blueprints. Yin Haoyang, let's spread the news first. We can't give what Lin Zhe gave us, but we can also provide a lot of basic resources and even elite places in our alliance. We can also run around the shelter more often. Maybe we can meet other players. If we really encounter this, we must negotiate in a friendly manner and tell them that our alliance will give them sufficiently high compensation. Liu Shi, in addition to compensation, we can also pull them into our alliance and bring them to our base for development. The plan of the leader and sister Yushi is very feasible. I believe no player would refuse such treatment, and they would be willing to have their shelters destroyed by us. Yin Haoyang, it's decided then, everyone take action immediately and go to our ordinary member group to spread the word. We now have nearly 2,000 alliance members. With so many people, why don't you get some blueprints? As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. I believe our alliance base will be built soon. Receive +1. After a while, many members from the Elite Inquisition Alliance popped up in the regional chat channel, offering to get the shelter relocation drawings at a high price. The Elite Tribunal is not monolithic. Yin Haoyang's base plan was quickly spread not only to the majority of players, but also to other player alliances. Each player alliance also thinks that the base plan is feasible. We also immediately began to acquire the shelter relocation drawings. For a while, the entire area chat channel was filled with various advertising slogans. What are sky-high acquisitions and magic weapon transactions? The content of advertisements is becoming more and more exaggerated. But no matter what, the shelter relocation blueprint instantly became a hot commodity that all major player alliances were vying for. Is that the solution? Yu Shuang stared blankly at the lively regional chat channel. Now no one is talking about Lin Zhe's murder and treasure stealing anymore. They are all attracted by the shelter relocation drawings and the topic of establishing an offline base. Lin Zhe said, "People are like this, they tend to forget easily." Yu Shuang said, "It's just that with so many player alliances getting involved, it's going to be difficult for the boss to receive the relocation drawings." Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Don't worry. Those alliances are just empty promises. Only fools will believe them. If someone really gets the relocation drawings and wants to trade, they will most likely come to me. The resources for upgrading the stone house are enough to attract countless players. Like Yin Haoyang did, giving out an alliance elite spot in the elite court. Isn't that making fun of the players?" 2. Yu Shuang, then informed Lin Zhe in detail of the plan discussed by Yin Haoyang and his group in the alliance group. Boss, we need to move faster. It would be best to kill him before those high-level talented players gather around Yin Haoyang. Don't pay any attention to them. They're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Lin Zhe didn't take those so-called high-level talented players seriously. How can I have the confidence to fight him without a single silver? I hope someone will come to help Yin Haoyang when I take action. Then I can make a fortune. How could the benefits of killing one Yin Haoyang be greater than killing a group of players? As long as those guys dare to go, he will kill them all. I really thought he had no temper. You choose your own destiny. Since you want to go against him, he won't show mercy. Yu Shuang said, that's right. With the fighting power of the boss's pets, even all the high-level players in the elite court combined are no match for them. One Simba is enough to sweep the entire elite tribunal. Lin Shen nodded. Changing the subject, he asked, how's it going? Yu Shuang said with a smile, I sold a total of 200 packs of toilet paper in the elite court and obtained a total of 4,000 units of high-quality wood. In addition, I successfully used the information about the crystal core to exchange the blueprints of the solar charging panel from Yin Haoyang and Li Yuxi. Yin Haoyang changed the news in order to be the first to upgrade the stone house. Now that I know that the boss has already upgraded the shelter to a stone house, I wonder if he will be so angry that he will vomit blood. Chapter 86. The head was pushed by a pig. Yin Haoyang was indeed very angry at this moment. At first, he was frightened by Lin Zhe's sudden attack and was only thinking about how to avoid the disaster. Only after the base plan came out did he feel relaxed. My mind also became much clearer. Recalling the message Lin Zhe sent, he immediately knew that Lin Zhe had upgraded the shelter to the stone house level and snatched away his reward. He was so angry that he roared inside the shelter. Damn you, Shuang. A piece of broken news has stolen a blueprint from me. Yin Haoyang felt so heartbroken that blood was dripping from his mouth, thinking that he had suffered a huge loss this time. Although the solar charging panel drawings came from Li Yuxi, in his heart, Li Yuxi was his and Li Yuxi's things were his things. Originally, when he received the information provided by Yu Shuang, he felt that it was not worth it. After all, with his strength, he will soon encounter a silver-level monster, and then he will be able to discover the secret of the crystal core. It wouldn't have much impact whether Yu Shuang told him or not. Now, the reward was snatched away by Lin Zhe again. The news is even less valuable. He essentially lost a blueprint for nothing. Naturally, he was angry and furious. It feels like a loss of 100 million. Sometimes he even suspected that Yu Shuang had teamed up with Lin Zhe to cheat him. Otherwise, why was he the only unlucky person? In anger, Yin Haoyang found Li Yuxi and vented his anger to his good sister. Li Yuxi is a very qualified tea girl. Just a few words of good brother made Yin Haoyang's anger disappear. Yin Haoyang said, Yuxi, I suspect that the information provided by Yu Shuang did not come from Ling at all, but from Lin Zhe. That woman is really a traitor. Li Yuxi said, Brother Haoyang, don't be angry. I'm just like you. I just now see the true face of Yu Shuang. Brother Haoyang, why don't we just kick Yu Shuang out of our alliance? If we let her stay, who knows how much loss and damage it will bring to our alliance. Yin Haoyang suddenly hesitated. Let me think about it first. For now, Yu Shuang's ability is still very helpful to the development of our alliance. Not only has her tool table been upgraded to a high level, but her talent as a foundry engineer is also extremely high. Also, her relationship with Lin Zhe is just speculation after all. I'll go find Wen Ling and ask him about this first, so as to avoid any misunderstandings about Yu Shuang. Li Yuxi's Wisha. Now, it was her turn to be angry. However, she still managed a sweet smile and said in a coquettish voice, Brother Haoyang is really thoughtful, unlike me, who has no sense of the overall situation at all. Yin Haoyang smiled and said, Don't worry, as long as you follow me, you'll be able to grow up quickly. Brother Haoyang is so awesome. Li Yuxi had an expression of admiration on her face. All kinds of compliments were thrown at Yin Haoyang's face as if they were free, but in her heart she wished she could strangle that Yin guy to death. It's obvious that Yu Shuang is in cahoots with Lin Zhe. This guy actually said it was a misunderstanding. The head was pushed by a pig. On the other side, Lin Zhe put the solar charging panel drawings handed to him by Yu Shuang into his backpack. He had just looked at the information on the drawings. Know that this is a good thing. Once the polar night mode ends, this blueprint will come in handy. With a solar charging panel and a hand crank generator, his shelter will basically never face the problem of power shortage. At least that won't be the case for a long time. Yu Shuang asked, "Boss, are you going out again?" Lindsay nodded and said, "If you want to go out, just walk around here. You won't go too far. You start building the catapult net right away. My intuition tells me that this thing will be useful soon. Oh, by the way, let's build an iron cage to lock the little golden eagle in." "Good." Yu Shuang nodded. She turned and walked to the tool bench, banging on it with a hammer for more than 10 minutes. A cubic iron cage, more than 1 meter in size, was built. The whole process looks magical. As Lindsay locked the little golden eagle into the iron cage, he said, "Keep busy. I'll be back soon." After saying this, he walked out of the stone house. He rode on the purple flame Lion King and went deep into the dense forest. Lindsay first went to the place where the purple flame Lion King had hunted before, decomposed the monster corpses he had harvested, and then went to find the 3 little ones to reunite and hunt monsters together. Soon, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Just when Lindsay was about to finish work and go home, Simba suddenly told him that the big golden eagle appeared and brought help. Lindsay asked, "What helper?" The purple flame Lion King said, "The second king-level golden eagle is even higher in level than the previous one, reaching the 9th level of silver." Upon hearing this, Lindsay took a deep breath. He raised his eyes to the dark night sky. He couldn't see anything, but he inexplicably felt that there were 2 pairs of eyes staring at him in the darkness. Go home." Lindsay quickly built the battlefield. He took Simba and the 3 little ones and ran towards the shelter. The incident happened suddenly, and he had no time to go to the valley to recover the iron or mine by the great sage and the second sage. It would not be too late to go after dealing with the 2 golden eagles. Wow! Suddenly, 2 eagle calls were heard in the night sky. The sound is very harsh. Lindsay glanced at the dense forest around him, not afraid of the sudden attack by the 2 golden eagles, and continued to run towards the shelter with his pet team. Soon, he returned successfully. The first thing I saw was Big Bear sleeping soundly on the open ground. He went up and kicked Big Bear, waking the lazy guy up from his sweet dream. "Master." When Xiongda saw that it was Lindsay, he put on a very humane and flattering expression on his face and said, "Master, I found the 2 mines and wrote down their locations." Lindsay said unhappily, "You only managed this in 1 afternoon? Master, you don't know that the 2 mines were hidden very secretly. It took me a lot of effort to find them. I even had a fight with a monster guarding one of the mines, and almost didn't make it back." Xiongda quickly explained and spoke up for himself. Lindsay looked at the small piece missing from Big Bear's health bar and did not doubt what it said. "Forget it this time." Lindsay came closer and said in a low voice, "There are 2 big golden eagles in the sky. When the fight starts later, you can stun them with a savage roar. I want to catch them as pets. Don't mess it up for me, or you'll be in trouble. Master, rest assured, I'll take care of it." Xiongda made assurances again and again. It is afraid of nothing except its own owner. At this time, Yu Shuang also opened the door and walked out. After seeing Lindsay, she said, "Boss, I just heard a very sharp cry. Is that the golden eagle coming?" Lindsay said, "2 big golden eagles are coming, following me. Prepare the catapult net immediately and bring out the little golden eagle as bait." Lindsay described his plan in detail. Yu Shuang did not hesitate and went back to the house to prepare. Chapter 87. A piece of cloth on my head. I am the richest in the whole district. After a while, Yu Shuang walked out of the room, holding a few things that looked like javelins. There were 5 in total, and she and Lindsay each took one. The other 3 are placed aside. Yu Shuang explained to Lindsay how to use it. "Boss, this catapult net is very easy to use. Just point the gun tip at the target and press the button on the back. The catapult net is 10 meters in diameter. The whole body is made of high-quality iron, which is very tough. Even a silver level 9 monster can be trapped for at least 30 seconds. Good. Lindsay praised. 30 seconds may seem a short time, but it was enough for his pets to cripple the golden eagle. Sure enough, behind every successful man, there must be a woman or a group of women. Without Yu Shuang, it would be almost impossible for him to catch the golden eagle. Then Yu Shuang returned to the room, took out the iron cage containing the little golden eagle, and placed it on an open space not far away, as instructed by Lindsay. "Boss, monsters are all intelligent. Those 2 golden eagles won't fail to see that this is a trap. Will they really come to rescue the little fellow?" "I will," Lindsay said. "This is an open conspiracy." The big golden eagle went back to find help just to save the little golden eagle. Even if it knew we were waiting for it here, it would still fight. Yu Shuang immediately felt that it made sense. Neither of them said anything else, waiting quietly for the two golden eagles to come. The purple flame Lion King, Big Bear, and the three little ones were also scattered around. The darkness could not block the sight of the big golden eagles, and Lin Zhe was not afraid that the two big golden eagles would see his arrangement. Just like he said, in order to rescue the little golden eagle, the two big golden eagles would go to the mountain where there are tigers, even though they knew there were tigers there. Now it depends on who will be the final winner. Time passes by every second. The two golden eagles never appeared. Lin Zhe was not in a hurry and chatted with Xiongda in a relaxed manner. Are those two mines far from our shelter? Xiongda said, not far. The farthest one is only a little over 4 kilometers. Lin Zhe asked again, what kind of mineral is it? And what about the monsters guarding the mineral? Xiongda replied, one is a stone mine, and the other is an iron mine. The number of monsters stationed, there is basically around 200, all of which are silver level. The strongest monster is also like the Tiger King, reaching the 9th level of silver. Lin Zhe smiled and said, it looks like we won't have to go around looking for boss in the next few days. The emergence of the stone mine also made Lin Zhe happy. Stone is the main material used by players to upgrade stone houses. The stones in Lin Zhe's hands were also obtained through trade. Some are collected by players bit by bit, and some are obtained from treasure chests. Once he occupied the stone mine, he would not only not have to spend money to buy it, but he could also obtain a large amount of necessary resources by selling the stone. Stone mines, iron mines, and salt mines. Once I take over these, I will have 4 mineral resources in my hands. Then I will really have a piece of cloth on my head, and I will be the richest person in the whole district. Just when Lin Zhe was looking forward to a bright future, the cry of an eagle was heard from afar. Yu Shuang said, boss, the sound seems to be getting farther and farther away from us. Could it be that the two golden eagles discovered that there's a trap here, so they ran away? Lin Zhe said, it is certain that they have discovered it, but as for running away, that is not certain. Wait for another half an hour. If they don't come, we will go back. Yu Shuang hummed lightly. The little girl stood beside Lin Zhe with her petite body, her bright big eyes fixed on the sky, shrouded in darkness. I don't know how long it took. A sound of breaking air suddenly sounded without any warning. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow fell from the sky. The black shadow was moving extremely fast. The sound of breaking through the air was heard just 1 second ago, and the next second 2 sharp claws suddenly appeared and grabbed the iron cage placed on the open space. The speed is too fast. It was so fast that Lin Zhe and Yu Shuang couldn't react at all. At this critical moment, a deafening roar resounded through the darkness. It was the roar of Big Bear. As a boss-level silver monster, its reaction speed is much faster than the other two, and it releases the Skill Savage roar in an instant. Suddenly, visible sound waves attacked the black shadow. The black shadow swooped down, and there was no way to avoid it, so I was hit on the spot. This black shadow was exactly one of the golden eagles. As the sound waves swept past, the golden eagle's body instantly stiffened in midair, and then smashed straight into the iron cage. With a loud bang, the golden eagle hit the iron cage due to inertia, and the cage rolled on the ground several times. The little golden eagle in the cage was also thrown to the ground and screamed in pain. Shuang. Then she shouted softly. At the same time, aim at the target and press the button. In an instant, a huge iron net shot out and covered the dizzy golden eagle. The next second, another iron net appeared. 2 iron nets covered the golden eagle, one in front and one behind, covering its body tightly. Success. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. Xiongda, go and hammer it until it's half dead. Before he finished speaking, there was another sound of breaking air in the sky, accompanied by angry shouts. The sound was so harsh that it seemed to be able to pierce a person's eardrum. Lin Zhe fell to the side, almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, holding Yu Shuang beside him. Ki! A strong wind swept in. The air was torn apart by sharp claws. The target was Lin Zhe and Yu Shuang. Fortunately, he dodged in time, otherwise he would definitely be hit. He has enough health and high defense, so there won't be any problems, but the little girl will suffer. Grab it, Lin Zhe roared. In fact, there was no need for him to remind him at all. The purple flame Lion King and the 3 little ones, who had been prepared for a long time, pounced on the golden eagle that was attacking him at the first moment. Lindsay hurriedly pulled Yu Shuang up. Go hide in a room. Yu Shuang did not hesitate and immediately returned to the stone house. When she closed the door, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart was extremely nervous. Outside, Lindsay picked up a javelin from the ground. After taking slight aim, he shot towards the second golden eagle. Unexpectedly, the big golden eagle was so brave that it flapped its wings and created a gust of wind on the spot, blowing the iron net aside and even extinguishing the flame spewed out by the purple flame Lion King. The three little ones were also knocked all over the place by the fan, especially the queen bee and Da Hong. They flew dozens of meters away. The only one who could keep his body still was the purple flame Lion King, who continued to fight with the golden eagle. Lindsay quickly picked up the other two javelins. At the same time, the big golden eagle seemed to have sensed something, and it raised a strong wind again to get rid of the purple flame Lion King, and then flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. Lindsay quickly fired both iron nets, but not even a hair was left. See the scene. He was somewhat disappointed. However, when he saw the golden eagle on the other side being beaten half to death by Xiongda, his disappointment quickly dissipated. I've captured your wife and children. Where can you run to? Lindsay looked at the dark shadow, going away. The golden eagle that escaped was the helper he had found. It was of a higher level and larger in size. He guessed it should be a male. Chapter 88 Maya. The rest is simple. The female golden eagle, who was beaten half to death by Big Bear, could not resist the power of the contract at all and was soon successfully taken in as a pet by Lindsay. Lindsay removed the iron net from the female golden eagle's body. Without the restraint of the iron net, the female golden eagle was finally able to spread its wings. It flapped its wings twice and flew high into the sky. Lindsay was not worried that it would run away, so he took this opportunity to collect the other iron nets. This tool is not a one-time use. It could be recycled and reused. When everything was ready, the stepmother golden eagle came back and landed in front of Lindsay with a whistling gale. Its wingspan reaches nearly 4 meters. It is more than 2 meters tall when standing. If it were on Earth, it would be a monster-class raptor. The female golden eagle folded its wings and lowered its head towards Lindsay obediently, while using its spiritual consciousness to call Lindsay its master. Lindsay was very happy and reached out to touch its head. Compared to the male golden eagle that escaped, the female golden eagle is smaller in size, but has more beautiful feathers. Lindsay thought for a moment and said, "From now on, your name will be Maya." "Good master." Maya nodded obediently. On the other side, the little golden eagle was still trapped in the cage. When it saw its mother in this state, it immediately started screaming. Maya hurriedly said, "Master, can you let my child go? It won't run away as long as I'm here." Lindsay said, "It's okay. There's no need to stop you if you want to run." As he said this, he opened the iron cage. After regaining its freedom, the little golden eagle immediately flew high into the sky and then screamed at Lindsay in midair. Since there was no contract, Lindsay couldn't understand what it was saying. But you don't have to think about it to know that it's not a good thing. On this side, without waiting for Lindsay to speak, Maya rushed into the sky, caught the little golden eagle, and started beating it up. The screams continued for several minutes. Finally, the little golden eagle followed Maya back to Lindsay. He looked depressed and gloomy. Not to mention yelling at Lindsay again, she didn't even dare to look at Lindsay again. I can only say that Maya's maternal love is very real. Pet, Maya, golden eagle. Level, silver level 3. Attack, 660. Defense, 500. Speed, 780. HP, 2464, 60,000. Special abilities, magic feather wind, shining golden feather, energy wave. Growth potential, 2 stars. Experience, 355/1300. Boss level attributes. However, compared to the purple flame Lion King, Maya's attributes are lower, and she only has an advantage in speed. Lindsay checked Maya's skills one by one. The function of magic feather wind is to increase speed. Shining golden feathers and energy wave are both attack skills. The former summons countless golden feathers like arrows to attack a range of tens of meters, while the latter is a single attack skill. Overall, Maya's fighting ability is still very strong. Especially as a flying monster, it has absolute advantages. If it hadn't been covered by the iron net and lost its ability to move, it would have been almost impossible for Lindsay to catch it. Lindsay asked, "Is the golden eagle that escaped your man?" "Yes, master." Maya nodded and said, It lives in Golden Eagle Ridge, 30 kilometers away. That is the territory of us bird monsters. Lindsay asked in confusion. Why don't you live with it? Maya said, when the sunless day came, Golden Eagle Ridge was invaded by countless bloodthirsty bats. It was worried that my child and I would be in danger, so it asked us to take shelter outside. The day without light, mentioned by the Mayans, refers to the polar night mode. Lindsay became interested. I didn't expect that a war would break out between monsters. He asked, what is the current situation at Golden Eagle Ridge? Have the invading bats been driven away? Maya shook her head and said, the bloodthirsty bats are not very powerful, but there are millions of them. Golden Eagle Ridge suffered heavy losses, and the surviving bird monsters have basically fled. I'm afraid the child's father can't go back now. Lindsay smiled and said, that's great. Go tell it that as long as it is willing to be my pet, I can provide it with shelter. Maya said, Master, I can only say try it. The kid's father is very proud of him. He is the true king of golden eagles. His golden blood has been activated, and he will soon be promoted to the golden rank. Even because of my relationship with my child, it won't bow its head easily. But don't worry, Master. With me and the child here, it won't cause trouble for the owner. As he was speaking, a dark shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Then it fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Lindsay turned his head and saw that it was actually the corpse of a nearly 10-meter-long forest python. There were many scars on the python's body caused by its sharp claws, and there was also a bloody hole on its head, which was the direct cause of its death. Lindsay raised his eyes and looked up into the sky. A huge black shadow could be vaguely seen hovering in the sky. It was the father of the child that Maya mentioned. Are you here to deliver food? The male golden eagle probably knew that he could not change the fate of his wife and children, and was afraid that Lindsay would abuse his wife and children, so he specially sent food over. This move can be considered as a sign of surrender. This is a good start. Lindsay believed that with such a start, the male golden eagle would sooner or later become his pet, unless this guy didn't want his wife and children anymore. Lindsay said to Maya, your condition is a little bad. Go to the pet space to recuperate first. Good master. Maya shouted twice toward the sky. She should explain the situation to her man. Sure enough, after seeing Maya and her son disappear out of thin air, the male golden eagle did not become angry, but flapped its wings and flew away. At this time, the purple flame lion king came over and said to Lindsay, Master, almost caught it just now? Lindsay rolled his eyes. Whether it's almost or very different, the outcome is the same. But he was not angry. Instead, he patted the purple flame lion king in appreciation and comforted the three little ones who surrounded him. As for Xiongda, he even received his praise. Big Bear played a great role in capturing Maya. Lindsay then took out a large amount of meat, fruits, and nuts from his backpack, and also caught a lot of male crucian carp from the fish pond. These are both dinner and a reward for several pets. Lindsay returned to the room. Yu Shuang immediately rushed over and said, Boss, I was really scared just now. If it weren't for you, I would definitely be captured by the golden eagle. Lindsay put his arm around her slender waist and said with a smile, Now do you know how dangerous combat professional players are? You are still lucky to have obtained the profession of caster, and it is an A-level talent. From now on, stay at home obediently and don't leave the stone house unless necessary. Yeah, I'll listen to you. Yu Shuang nodded vigorously. Lindsay patted her perky butt and said, Let's eat first. I have to go out after dinner. Yu Shuang asked in confusion, Why are you going out so late? Lindsay said, The great sage and the second sage are still mining in the valley. I have to bring them back. Yu Shuang thought, No wonder I didn't see those two monkeys. Chapter 89 Yu Shuang. Sister Wenling is quite suitable. Yu Shuang prepared dinner. Various meats and vegetables stewed in a large pot. There are no other seasonings except salt and pepper, but with the added gourmet effect of the special tables and chairs, the taste is still good. Lindsay also took out the 6 hairy crabs. After being kept in the backpack for several hours, the hairy crabs were still steaming hot. Yu Shuang was surprised and asked, Boss, where did you get the hairy crabs? The treasure chest. Lindsay nodded and said, I opened a treasure chest this afternoon. I was pretty lucky. Yu Shuang's delicate little face was full of joy. Following the boss, there are indeed endless delicious foods to eat. Hairy crabs are considered a delicacy in the jungle world. There's almost no source except for opening treasure chests. 6 hairy crabs, 3 for each person, plus a pot of stew, and both of them were full. Of course, Lindsay did not forget to take a photo and send it to the chat channel before eating. After the Zhou incident, his reputation in the area has deteriorated a lot. As soon as the photo came out, many jealous players jumped out to cause trouble. But Lindsay doesn't care. In life, as long as he is happy, he doesn't need to care what others think. If you really provoke him, all you can do is put you on the blacklist. Wait until you meet someone offline and settle the account directly. While eating the crab meat and crab paste that Yu Shuang had peeled and handed over, Lindsay looked at the regional chat channel and said, "Now, the number of players has dropped to less than 65,000. Upon hearing this, Yu Shuang was also filled with sighs. Today is the 7th day since they traveled to the jungle world. In just 7 days, 35,000 out of 100,000 players died. On average, 5,000 players died every day. It was simply cruel." Yu Shuang said, "If this continues, by the time the polar night mode ends, the number of players in our area may be less than 50,000. Lindsay said, "That shouldn't be the case. The player's strength is also constantly increasing. Unless there is an emergency, it is still possible to keep 50,000. Yu Shuang said in surprise, "The polar night mode is cruel enough. If there is another emergency, will the players be able to survive?" Lindsay smiled and said, "Why are you so nervous? I just said it casually." Yu Shuang said, "I was really scared. If I hadn't met the boss, my life would have been very bad." Lindsay said, "Don't think too much. We will get better and better in the future." Yu Shuang nodded. She said, "Today I made storage cabinets, bedside tables, and a large box for toilet paper. Boss, please see if there's anything else we are missing." Lindsay glanced at the furnishings in the room. There are a lot more furniture than before. I have to say that although Yu Shuang is a little young, she has managed this small home in perfect order. She considered many issues that Lindsay had not considered. After Yu Shuang's efforts, the room no longer seemed empty, and it really had a warm feeling of a family of two. Lindsay smiled and said, "You've done a great job. With you here, I'm relieved about the things at home." Hearing this, Yu Shuang immediately started laughing, and her bright eyes narrowed into beautiful crescents. Tool making is just her profession. What she hopes more is to get Lindsay's recognition in life. In this way, even if Lindsay has affairs outside in the future, she will not be affected too much. Yu Shuang said, "I talked to Sister Wenling for a while today. She knows much more than me, and she is very powerful. She dares to hunt outside alone and has killed many silver-level monsters." Without waiting for Lindsay to speak, Yu Shuang added, "With Sister Wenling's help, the boss's shelter will surely develop faster. Didn't the boss say before that he would form a team in the future? I feel like Sister Wenling is quite suitable." Lindsay did mention to Yu Shuang that he would form a team in the future to deal with possible larger and more brutal survival crises. But he was just talking about it and hasn't put this plan on the agenda yet. However, he didn't expect that Yu Shuang would start looking for targets for him. Lindsay smiled and said, "Little girl, what are you planning on doing? Do you think I don't know? You can't handle it alone, so you want to have a threesome?" Yu Shuang blushed and said, "That's not what I meant." Lindsay said, "Okay, let's eat first and talk about this later." Yu Shuang nodded. After dinner, Lindsay rode the Purple Flame Lion King to the valley. Seeing Lindsay, the Great Sage and the Second Sage almost shed tears. They said they would come to pick them up later, but it was too late. They were almost fainting from hunger after working all day. Lindsay felt a little embarrassed when he saw the 2 monkeys with sad faces. "I did lose 2 monkeys today." He quickly took out a dozen apples from his backpack and let the Great Sage and the Second Sage fill their stomachs first, and then went to count the mined ore. There are more than 4,000 pieces of iron ore and more than 300 pieces of refined iron, and more than 20 pieces of high-quality refined iron. Adding those he took away before, today's harvest was quite good overall. I don't know what the situation is like over there with the Persian monkeys. It should have arrived at Monkey Mountain a long time ago. Lindsay has not received any information about the killing of the Persian monkey, which means that the Persian monkey was not besieged by the monkey group after entering the Monkey Mountain. But he didn't know what the specific situation was. "By the way, don't I have Maya?" Lindsay slapped his forehead. He immediately released Maya from the pet space. After resting in the pet space for more than an hour, Maya's health recovered to nearly 30,000. As Lindsay's own level increases, the healing effect of the pet space has been significantly enhanced. "Owner," Maya called out affectionately. He lowered his head again and let Lindsay touch him. Lindsay thought if the male golden eagle saw this scene, he wondered if he would be jealous. Lindsay said, I called you out because I have something to tell you. Go to Monkey Mountain, which is 10 kilometers away in the southeast. I have a pet called the Persian monkey, whom you have seen before. It's challenging the old Monkey King. Go and see what's going on. If the Persian monkey is in danger, remember to lend a hand. Good master. Maya nodded. Then it flapped its wings and flew high into the sky with a gust of wind. After a while, 2 eagle calls were heard in the distance. One is high-pitched, and the other is slightly sharp. Although Lindsay couldn't see it, he knew that Maya had met the child's father. The male golden eagle has been guarding it the whole time. Is he worried that I would kidnap his wife and children and he would never see them again? Lindsay thought, it is indeed a monogamous bird of prey. This couple has a great relationship. He did not stay in the valley for long. After collecting all the ores, he rode the Purple Flame Lion King and returned to the sanctuary with a great sage and a second sage. Chapter 90 Yoga, 180 Postures. Return to the shelter. Lindsay saw Yu Shuang was video chatting with someone. You can tell it's Wen Ling by the voice. The two chatted happily and laughed from time to time. In the center of the room, there was a large pot of water boiling on the blue brick stove. It was prepared by Yu Shuang. Next to it was a wooden barrel that was much larger than the one yesterday. Sister Wen Ling, the boss is back. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Let him reply if he wants. It's have to get off work now. How can he control who you talk to? No, the boss is very nice, but he needs to take a shower later. Remember to take safety measures. Yes, I understand, Sister Wen Ling. Yu Shuang quickly turned off the video. When she turned to look at Lindsay, her pretty face flushed red. Boss, I didn't say anything. It was Sister Wen Ling who guessed it. Lindsay smiled and said, You didn't tell her that you ate all the fruits of my hard work? Yu Shuang said with a smile. I'm not stupid. How could I tell anyone about this kind of thing? Lindsay thought to himself, compared to Wen Ling, you're not much smarter. He knew without a doubt that with Wen Ling's intelligence and experience, she would be able to get all the girl's secrets out of her with just a few words. Wen Ling is the type of strong urban woman. Although Yu Shuang is not a naive person, she is far inferior to Wen Ling in terms of cunning. This can be seen from what Yu Shuang said during dinner in the evening. It hasn't been long since the little girl started speaking well of Wen Ling. I want Wen Ling to move here. Although the girl also had the intention of a threesome, it also indirectly showed that she was controlled by Wen Ling. Okay, get the bath water first. I'll go out and collect the vegetables. Lindsay turned and walked out of the room. After 24 hours, all the vegetables in the vegetable garden were ripe, with bright red peppers and tomatoes and juicy green cucumbers hanging from the branches. You could get a whole bunch of potato vines by pulling them up. Lindsay also felt the joy of harvest again. But soon, that little bit of joy disappeared. Because after he finished the harvest, all the remaining vines disappeared in an instant, and the entire vegetable garden was flattened again by the power of the game. It is so. You can't harvest endlessly. Just like the reproduction of female crucian carp, there is a limit on the number of times they can be harvested. The difference is that female crucian carp can only reproduce once, while vegetables can be harvested 3 times. After 3 harvests, in addition to those sold before, Lindsay had more than 1,000 kilograms of vegetables stockpiled. He doesn't plan to sell these vegetables anymore, at least not for sale now. Let's wait until a new natural disaster arrives in 2 days. He had a feeling that players would soon face a real food crisis. Afterwards, Lindsay came to the orchard. The pear and apple trees planted a few days ago have successfully borne fruit and are growing significantly better than when encountered in the wild. It is estimated that each tree can produce thousands of kilograms of fruit. He also used the game function to harvest pear and apple trees with 1 click, harvesting nearly 3,000 kilograms of pears and apples in total. With these pears and apples, the food supply for the Persian monkey, the great sage, and the second sage will be secured. The main food for the 3 monkeys is fruits and nuts. Before, Lindsay had seen Persian monkeys catching insects and spiders in the woods and eating them, and they also ate fresh leaves and flowers. But the 3 monkeys refused to eat any animal meat. If Lindsay hadn't collected a lot of fruit before, and now there are 2 fruit trees supporting the bottom, the food supply for the 3 monkeys is a problem, and they have to solve it themselves. Afterwards, Lindsay checked the growth of the golden thunderfruit tree and the blood spirit fruit tree. The former has grown to more than 2 meters in height. The latter had only grown a small part because it had been planted not long ago. There were no problems with the pigsty and the cowshed, and many piglets and calves were born throughout the day. The total number has exceeded 100. Worth mentioning is, the game gave the shelter building magical powers, and he didn't need to provide food for the wild boars and bison he raised. Just like you don't need to water vegetables when growing them, you don't need to worry about whether there is enough oxygen when raising fish. He just needs to lay the foundation, and the game will solve other problems. This way of raising animals also provides great convenience for players, as they don't have to cut grass to feed cows or prepare food for pigs every day. If this kind of thing were to happen, players would lose all their hair. After Lin Zhe returned to the room, a hazy mist had risen in the room. Lin Zhe and Yu Shuangshuang looked at each other, took off their clothes at the same time, and entered the wooden barrel together. After a while, a sudden inhalation sound was heard. Then there was the sound of water crashing, very rhythmic and rhyming. The fog in the room became thicker as the water rose and fell. After a long time, the bed began to creak, and the sound continued until late at night. Yu Shuangshuang said with heavy breathing, "Boss, you must think about what I said before. Sister Wenling is so beautiful and has a good figure. I heard from Sister Wenling that she has practiced yoga and is a 9th level advanced yoga master. She knows 180 postures." Lindsay took a breath and then said, "The posture you mentioned is probably not the same as what I thought, right?" Yu Shuangshuang said with a smile, "There are 180 yoga poses, and there is always one that the boss likes." "I knew that woman was not simple," Lindsay said with a smile. Then he got up from the bed, went to the water dispenser and got 2 glasses of water, one for Yu Shuangshuang and one for himself. Yu Shuangshuang took the cup of water and began to rinse her mouth. Finally, when returning the cup to Lindsay, he said, "Boss, you are so nice to me. Just get a glass of water, and that's it?" Lindsay smiled and said, "Didn't you repay me with gratitude?" Yu Shuangshuang's pretty face suddenly turned red. Late at night, the alliance group of the elite court was celebrating. Just because Yin Haoyang, the leader of the alliance, was finally promoted to the silver level, his name appeared on the level ranking list. However, he is not in the 3rd position of the ranking. Ranked 8th. Before Yin Haoyang, several players have been promoted to silver. But it is undeniable that Yin Haoyang was able to stand out among more than 60,000 players, and his promotion speed was still very fast. Yin Haoyang. Brothers, great news. When I was promoted to silver, the game refreshed a mineral resource around my shelter. I have inquired about it. All players who are promoted to silver will receive this treatment. I have a plan. That is, everyone should try to suppress the level. After the shelter is moved to my place, we will upgrade it. By then, our base will have a large amount of minerals. Some people in the group agreed with this proposal, while others were hesitant. After all, if their levels are not upgraded, their combat effectiveness will not increase, and the development speed of the shelter will also be affected. Don't worry, the Alliance will give everyone some compensation and won't let anyone suffer. As soon as Yin Haoyang said this, all members of the group expressed their agreement. The most urgent task now is to get the relocation drawings. Everyone must hurry up. This is related to the future of our alliance and is of utmost importance. Clear. +1. Chapter 91. Still early? I see you're not convinced. In private, Yin Haoyang found Li Yushi. The two were having a video chat. Yin Haoyang looked very excited and said, "Yushi, I have good news for you. I received a relocation blueprint today." Li Yushi was surprised. So fast. Yin Haoyang immediately recounted the origin of the relocation blueprint. After the task was issued, an alliance member actually found another player nearby. After some friendly negotiations, the player agreed to join our alliance. After destroying its shelter, we also successfully obtained the relocation drawings. After learning the news, I communicated with the alliance member for a long time and finally got this blueprint. Yushi, I'm going to give you the blueprints to use. You're the first one to move to my place. Hearing this, Li Yushi's eyes flickered slightly, and she said, "Brother Haoyang, I know you're on my side, but forget it. Such an important blueprint must be given to a stronger member. Now Lin Zhe has set his sights on you. It may appear at your side at any time. You know my fighting ability. I can't help you much. Right now, your safety is the most important thing." Hearing this, Yin Haoyang was immediately moved. "Yushi, it's good that you know my intention. Once I deal with Lin Zhe, I will let you move here as soon as possible. After our alliance base is built, I will also give you the position of deputy leader. The two of us will run the alliance together." Li Yushi said in a coquettish voice, "As long as I can follow Brother Haoyang, it doesn't matter to me whether I am the deputy leader or not." Yin Haoyang was more and more moved. He secretly vowed to treat this woman who was devoted to him well in the future. Li Yushi immediately found an excuse to hang up the video. Privately, she was playing word games with other friends while cursing in her heart. What an idiot. Let me move over now. What if I happen to run into Lindsay? Won't he drag me down with him? She knew very well what Yin Haoyang was thinking. As a sea king who is proficient in fishing techniques, she would not easily deliver herself to the door even if Lindsay was not there. Before traveling through time, she could play with the men around her at will. She can do the same in this jungle world. Besides, what's the point of being a mere deputy leader? If she wants to be the leader, she will be the leader. The night passed quickly. Lindsay had just woken up when he heard a chirping sound coming from outside. The sound was not loud, but he knew it was the cry of monkeys. And there are a lot of them. The Persian monkey is back. Lindsay immediately prepared to get up. Only then did he realize that the little girl sleeping next to him was gone. Just as he was thinking about it, a petite figure pushed open the door and walked in. It was Yu Shuang, who looked more and more charming. "Boss, you're awake." Lin Shen nodded. While getting dressed, he asked, "What time is it now?" Yu Shuang smiled and said, "It's just past 7 o'clock. It's still early." Lindsay stopped putting on his clothes and said with a smile, "It's still early? I see you're not convinced." As he said that, he hooked his finger at Yu Shuang. Yu Shuang ran over with a giggle, took off her clothes very skillfully, and got into the quilt. 2 hours later, Lindsay got up and finished breakfast alone. He came outside the stone house with a flashlight and saw dozens of adult monkeys gathered in the open space, some lying, some squatting, and some standing. Each of them is more than 2 meters tall and has a strong build. Like a chimpanzee, these monkeys belong to the red-blooded monkey family, just like the Persian monkeys. They have a common ability, which is that when their health is extremely low, they can enter a frenzy state and achieve a sudden increase in combat power. Persian monkeys are also there. There were no visible injuries on his body, but his health had dropped by about 1/3. Owner, seeing Lindsay, the Persian monkey hurried over to him. Dozens of adult monkeys also stood up in unison, staring at Lindsay. There was fear and panic in their eyes. When they followed the new king, they discussed the new king's owner in private. After entering the shelter, they saw the terrifying purple flame Lion King and Big Bear, as well as the powerful pets, and they instantly became extremely well-behaved. Not to mention discussing the new master, even their usual liveliness disappeared. They gathered obediently in the open space and dared not move. Lindsay looked at the Persian monkey and asked with a smile, "Are you the new monkey king?" The Persian monkey nodded and said, "It went very smoothly. After returning to the monkey mountain, I openly challenged the old monkey king. In the end, he was defeated by me. According to the rules of the monkey group, I am the new monkey king." "Well done. I was not disappointed." Lindsay praised and asked, "Where's the old monkey king?" The Persian monkey said, "After I defeated the old monkey king, he wanted to take a few monkeys away, but I stopped him. I let him stay in the monkey mountain and help me manage the monkeys. After all, he still has to follow his master. I brought these monkeys from Monkey Mountain. They are the elite of the monkey group. The lowest level is bronze level 8, and the highest level is silver level 4. Silver level 4, higher than the level of the purple flame Lion King. The Persian monkey is only at the silver level. However, level doesn't mean anything." Lindsay took a quick glance and saw that there were a total of 45 monkeys, including 6 of the silver level. These monkeys are just regular monsters. Even the silver level 4 monkey, firstly, did not become a king-level monster, and secondly, did not receive Lindsay's talent enhancement, so its attributes were still pitifully low. Anyone of the 3 little ones can defeat it. The Persian monkey said, "Since I am in a hurry to report to my master, I only brought these. If my master needs it, I can move the entire monkey group here." "That's it for now." Lindsay said, "He definitely can't afford to support all the hundreds of monkeys if he moves them here. Even for the dozens of monkeys in front of him, food was a big problem. He could only provide a small amount of fruits and nuts, and the rest had to be solved by the monkeys themselves. There's no way, since he only has 2 fruit trees now." At this time, Lindsay seemed to have thought of something and asked, "How do so many monkeys in Monkey Mountain feed themselves?" The Persian monkey said, "My people have planted a lot of fruit trees on Monkey Mountain, and they are self-sufficient in food." Lindsay's eyes suddenly lit up. He said to the Persian monkeys, "Tell these monkeys to stay here and don't run around. We will go to the Monkey Mountain later and dig some fruit trees." This kind of thing can only be done by him personally. Because he is a player. If monkeys were allowed to dig up fruit trees, there is no guarantee that they would not be able to plant fruits in the orchard. He returned to the stone house and said to Yu Shuang Shuang, who was about to get up, "Those monkeys outside are our miners. Give each of them an iron pickaxe, all made of high-quality iron. I'm going to Monkey Mountain and we'll be back soon." "Okay, boss." The big loli nodded obediently. The fair and translucent cheeks were still stained with the blush that had not yet faded. The little girl has that youthful charm that Wen Ling doesn't possess. Chapter 92, Monkey Mountain, Monkey Group, Monkey Wine. The Mount Lin Zhe chose when he went to Monkey Mountain was still the Purple Flame Lion King. In fact, he would rather ride on Maya's back. Maya is a golden eagle. She can fly far away with just a flap of her wings, and it won't take long for her to reach Monkey Mountain. But Maya is still a little small now. It would be okay if it was the child's father. The male golden eagle's wingspan was at least 6 meters, so it could easily carry a person. The problem is that the male golden eagle is not his pet yet, and who knows if it will suddenly throw him down from the sky. In that situation, even if he turned on the invincible mode, he would probably be killed. So Lin Zhe thought it would be better to be cautious. Also traveling with them was the Persian monkey who had just been promoted to the new king of the monkey group. It took about half an hour to run the 10 kilometers. Mainly in the jungle, there are too many obstacles. If it is in an open area, it is not a problem for the Purple Flame Lion King to increase its speed several times. "Master, Monkey Mountain is ahead." The Persian monkey who was sitting on the back of the Purple Flame Lion King said to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe shone the flashlight over there, but could only see a dense forest extending upwards and was unable to see the entire picture of Monkey Mountain. "Let's go and find the old Monkey King directly." The Purple Flame Lion King ran wildly on all fours and soon entered the Monkey Mountain. After setting foot on the Monkey Mountain, we could hear a lot of chirping sounds in the surrounding forest area, and from time to time we could see monkeys jumping back and forth on the trees. However, there were no incidents of people being hit on the head, having their clothes stripped, or having their hair pulled. The monkeys we met along the way were very well behaved. Some of them even handed fruits to Lin Zhe with both hands, but it was obviously not for Lin Zhe, but their tribute to the new king of Persian monkeys. After a while, one man and 2 pets came to the mountainside. There's a flat area here where a dozen old monkeys gather. There is also a cave behind the flat area with a dim light inside. See the Persian monkey appear. A group of old monkeys climbed up quite nimbly. Finally, an old monkey with some gray hair stood up and communicated with the Persian monkey in words that Lin Zhe could not understand. Lin Zhe took a look at the old monkey's message. Silver level 6. King level attributes and skills. It was the old monkey king who was defeated by the Persian monkey. If Lin Zhe hadn't been planning to go to the salt mine to contract the Tiger King today, and the old monkey king had already been defeated by the Persian monkey, he would have wanted to use today's pet quota on the old monkey king. After communicating with the Persian monkey for a while, the old monkey king lowered his head towards Lin Zhe, who was sitting on the back of the Purple Flame Lion King, then turned and left. The Persian monkey said to Lin Zhe, "Master, the old monkey king said he welcomes you. He will take us to the orchard now." "Then let's go." Lin Zhe patted Simba. The Purple Flame Lion King immediately followed the old monkey king's footsteps. To Lin Zhe's surprise, the old monkey king actually led them towards the cave. Because Simba was too big, he had to put Simba into the pet space first. The cave leads directly into the ground. It extends downward for at least 200 or 300 meters. It looks like it was formed naturally rather than man-made. There are some glowing stones inlaid on the walls of the cave. The Persian monkey told him that these were fluorescent stones that emitted a faint light. Lin Zhe checked the information of the fluorescent stone. After finding out that this thing had no other special uses besides glowing, he stopped paying attention to it. "We can dig some of this fluorescent stone back later," Lin Zhe said to the Persian monkey. Little girls would probably like this kind of shiny thing, which looks like a night pearl. A few minutes later, under the guidance of the old monkey king, Lin Zhe came to a huge underground space. There are more fluorescent stones here. They are densely embedded around the space and on the ground, like stars in the night sky, and look very beautiful. It is because of these fluorescent stones that this underground space has a certain visibility. Looking ahead, there are more than 100 fruit trees of various sizes planted in the entire underground space. The main one is peach tree. Next are apple trees and banana trees. God have mercy on me. Banana trees can actually grow in this kind of weird place, and they grow very lushly with dozens of big bananas on each vine. Lin Zhe was shocked. At this time, The old Monkey King turned around and chirped at Lindsay, gesturing with his hands. The Persian monkey on the side translated for Lindsay. Master, the old Monkey King said that the fruit trees here were planted specifically by the monkey group. There are some in a monkey mountain outside, but not as many as here. The old Monkey King requested the master to leave half of the fruit trees for the monkeys. Otherwise, the monkeys would face a food crisis. Lindsay roughly counted them. There are more than 140 fruit trees here in total. Half of that is more than 70 trees. This had completely exceeded his expectations. With so many fruit trees, it is even a question whether his orchard can accommodate them. Let's dig first. Lindsay thought to himself. A place as small as a pigsty can raise nearly 100 wild boars, which shows that the buildings in the shelter have spatial properties. Just like a warehouse, it looks small from the outside, but it is as big as a football field inside. He said to the Persian monkey, just as the old Monkey King said, I will only dig up half of the fruit tree. Upon hearing this, the old Monkey King immediately thanked Lindsay profusely. Lindsay couldn't understand monkey language, but the old Monkey King could understand what he said. Then Lindsay started digging trees. Just by digging a tree a dozen times, you can get a sapling and all the fruits on the tree. It took Lindsay less than an hour to finish everything. He dug some from various fruit trees. In addition to harvesting more than 70 fruit tree seedlings, he also obtained nearly 50,000 units of various fruits. With so many fruits, it would be easy to feed dozens of monkeys. Afterwards, the old Monkey King took Lindsay to the place where the monkeys stored food. It was a huge cave with a large amount of fruit piled inside. As soon as he entered the cave, Lindsay smelled the aroma of wine. That's the smell of fermented fruit wine. The old Monkey King took Lindsay to find the source of the wine aroma. There were several large wooden barrels. One barrel was open, emitting a strong smell of wine, while the other barrels were sealed tightly. Lindsay glanced over, and the information immediately appeared. Item: fruit wine. Effect: increases attack and speed by 30 points each, and cold resistance by 1 point, lasts for 10 minutes, cools down for 24 hours. Introduction. This is a high-quality fruit wine brewed by the Red Blood Monkey clan. It is very rare. Is this the legendary monkey wine? Lindsay felt a sense of surprise. On Earth, monkey wine is indeed called fruit wine, which is made by fermenting a mixture of multiple fruits. Monkey wine is purely wild brewed and is extremely rare. The probability of encountering it is lower than winning the lottery. The monkey wine sold on the market is all artificially fermented. It is far from the real monkey wine. At this time, the old Monkey King took out a palm-sized jar from the corner and handed it to Lindsay like a treasure. Lindsay reached out and took it, with even greater surprise in his eyes. The best monkey wine. Permanently increase attack and speed by 50 points each, and also permanently increase cold resistance by 2 points. Chapter 93: Slaughterhouse Drawings. This premium monkey wine is even more effective than the Golden Thunder Fruit. The Golden Thunder Fruit only adds 100 points of attack. In addition to increasing attack and speed by 50 points each, the best monkey wine also adds 2 points of cold resistance. I just don't know how strong the effect of 2 points of cold resistance is. Lindsay really wanted to test it, but the conditions did not allow it. The temperature in the jungle world is just right. Even in the early hours of the morning, the temperature is around 27 or 28 degrees, and it doesn't feel cold. Why don't you go back and plug in the power to the refrigerator and lock yourself in there and try? While thinking about it, the old Monkey King chirped and gestured to Lindsay with his hands. The Persian monkey translated for Lindsay. The old Monkey King said that this is the best 100-fruit wine that he treasures. There is only this one jar in the whole Monkey Mountain. He is willing to present this jar of 100-fruit wine to the master. Upon hearing this, Lindsay immediately expressed his gratitude. He opened the seal of the jar, and a rich aroma immediately filled his face. He held the jar and took a small sip. It tastes sweet and sour, with a very strong fruity aroma. The smell of alcohol was also very strong, but it didn't irritate the throat, and it tasted better than any fruit wine Lindsay had ever tasted on Earth. At the same time, he also received information prompts from the game. Attack and speed increased by 11 points each. Lindsay continued to drink a few more sips until the increased attack and speed reached the maximum, and then he stopped after adding 2 points of cold resistance. I guess I drank 2 ounces. This small jar of wine weighs about 1 pound and can be divided into 4 portions. Lindsay thought about it. Sent an illustrated guide to Wenling. Soon, Wen Ling replied. It's a good thing, no worse than the golden thunder fruit. What's the price? I'll buy one. Lin Zhe, drawing transaction. Wen Ling, I happen to have a blueprint of a slaughterhouse. Do you want it? Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up. He had wanted to build a slaughterhouse earlier, but he had never come across any relevant architectural drawings. Chapter 5. The game said before that the one-button decomposition function is a rough decomposition, and you can only get a certain amount of meat. It is impossible to obtain monster fur, claws, scales, and other materials. Detailed decomposition requires slaughterhouse work. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe decisively replied to Wen Ling, Okay, let's trade. He divided the top-quality monkey wine in the jar into 4 equal portions. During this process, Wen Ling directly sent him the drawings without worrying that he would default on his debt. Lin Zhe really had no intention of defaulting on his debt. After dividing it, I sent a copy to Wen Ling. Wen Ling, thank you. Remember to contact me if you have anything good next time. Lin Zhe replied with an okay expression. Architectural drawing, slaughterhouse. Information. After using the blueprint, you will get a workshop that can decompose monster corpses. Special tip. The materials decomposed from high-level monster corpses are extremely useful. For example, they can be used to create high-level equipment. Lin Zhe happily put the drawings and the remaining 3 bottles of premium monkey wine into his backpack. He said to the old monkey king, Give me a barrel of ordinary fruit wine, and you monkeys can keep the rest. The monkeys brewed 3 large barrels of ordinary fruit wine. Each barrel weighs hundreds of kilograms. It can be divided into hundreds of shares and sold in exchange for the resources he needs. Its effect is to increase attack and speed by 30 points respectively within 10 minutes, plus a little cold resistance attribute. For players, this thing may save their lives when used at critical moments. The price naturally cannot be lower. He'll have to think about it carefully when he gets back. Chirp! The old monkey king nodded his head vigorously. Lin Zhe is the master of the new king of their monkey group, and he is also surrounded by powerful pets, so of course he cannot be offended. It even brought 2 buckets, leaving only 1 bucket for the monkeys. Lin Zhe gladly accepted this. He put 2 large barrels of fruit wine into his backpack and asked, How long does it take to brew the best fruit wine? The old monkey king stretched out a finger covered with monkey hair. A day? A week? A month? Lin Zhe mentioned several time periods in a row, but the old monkey king just shook his head and called out to the Persian monkey twice. The Persian monkey said, Master, the old monkey king said it will take at least a year. Lin Zhe rolled his eyes secretly. Never mention brewing the best fruit wine again. Not to mention a year, even in a month, the jungle world and the players will undergo earth-shaking changes. The time span is too long, there's no need to focus on it. Okay, it's about time we go back. Lin Zhe said to the old monkey king, Tell someone to dig some fluorescent stones. I will take them away later. The old monkey king nodded. Half an hour later, Lin Zhe and the Persian monkey rode the purple flame lion king out of Monkey Mountain. Before leaving, he also instructed the old monkey king to manage the monkey group well and to come to him if the monkey group was in crisis. The old monkey king was naturally grateful. Although the Persian monkey took away his position as the monkey king, the Persian monkey handed over the management rights of the monkey group to him and did not stay in the Monkey Mountain. It is not the monkey king, but it continues to hold the authority of the monkey king. There is no difference from before. In addition, their monkey group has a powerful backer. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? The Persian monkey had defeated it before, but in the end did not drive it away. Instead, it allowed it to stay in the Monkey Mountain. It is grateful enough. That's why I took out the best fruit wine and presented it to Lin Zhe. Except for it, no other monkey knows about this thing. As long as the old monkey king still has some resentment in his heart, this thing will never reach Lin Zhe's hands. Not long. Lin Zhe returned to the shelter. Yu Shuang was making iron pickaxes for the monkeys on the tool bench. When she saw Lin Zhe coming back, she asked, Boss, how was the harvest? Lin Zhe smiled and said, Pretty good. He told Yu Shuang about his experiences in Monkey Mountain, including the trade of premium fruit wine with Wen Ling for the blueprints of a slaughterhouse. After saying that, he took out a large bag of fluorescent stones from his backpack. This is a gift for you. See if you like it. When Yu Shuang opened the bag, her bright eyes suddenly sparkled. Boss, is this a night shining pearl? It's so beautiful. Fluorescent stone has no use other than glowing. Thank you, boss. I like it very much. The little girl happily threw herself into Lin Zhe's arms and kissed him hard on the mouth. She collected the bag of fluorescent stones like a treasure and asked curiously, "Boss, can those monkeys really make wine?" Lindsay nodded and said, "It's just piling up all kinds of fruits together, isolating them from the air and waiting for them to ferment, and finally forming 100 fruit wine. The monkeys in Monkey Mountain are all monsters, and they are highly intelligent. It's relatively simple to do. On Earth, if you want monkeys to make monkey wine, you have to rely on God's will." He took out a bottle of premium fruit wine from his backpack and handed it to Yu Shuang Shuang. "This wine is also for you. I have 2 more to exchange for blueprints." Yu Shuang Shuang took a look at the information about the best fruit wine. He immediately shook his head and said, "It would be a waste to give me such a good thing. I don't go out to hunt monsters, so I don't need to improve the attributes." Lindsay said, "This thing is hard to come by. I feel like I'm losing out if I use it to exchange for blueprints, so of course I have to stick to my own people first." Hearing this, Yu Shuang Shuang no longer refused. He took the fruit wine with joy on his face and drank it in one gulp in front of Lindsay. "This wine tastes really good, sour and sweet. I have some more if you want to drink it, but it's just ordinary fruit wine, so the taste will definitely be worse." "Forget it." Yu Shuang shook her head. "The remaining fruit wine should be used to exchange for resources. Boss, just keep it for yourself. Don't worry about me." Lindsay didn't say much. Since the little girl followed him, he naturally would not let her down. He asked, "How much has the pickaxe been made?" Chapter 94, Monkey Miners. "Nearly 30 have been built so far." Yu Shuang Shuang said, "In half an hour at most, all the iron pickaxes we need can be made." "Okay, then go on." Lindsay said, "I will go build the slaughterhouse first." Hearing this, Yu Shuang Shuang hummed lightly. Humming a tune, he continued working on the tool bench. Lindsay came out of the room and found a piece of vacant land to build a slaughterhouse. Building slaughterhouse. Information: a building that can decompose monster corpses. Current capacity: 1. Slaughter efficiency: 3,000 units of meat and related monster materials can be decomposed per hour. Special effects: none. Tip: upgrading the slaughterhouse can accommodate more staff and improve slaughtering efficiency. 3,000 units of meat per hour. This speed is not slow at all. Then Lindsay came to the warehouse again and used the warehouse drawings he had obtained before. Just like the fish pond, upgrading the warehouse does not require the consumption of materials such as wood, stone, and refined iron. Just use the corresponding blueprints. There is no clear level hint. In other words, as long as there are enough blueprints, players can continuously upgrade these buildings. In a faint golden light, the level of the warehouse was successfully upgraded. There is no change in appearance. The area covered is still as large as before. Lindsay pushed the door and walked into the warehouse. The storage space, which was originally as big as a football field, had increased several times. Besides, the slowed down time flow rate also increased from 30% to 50%. There is also an additional special locker, which has a space about 3 times the size of the refrigerator. Lindsay checked the information of the special locker. "I found that this cabinet has a special effect. Time stands still. Just like the backpacks we have today, you can store food in it without worrying about it going bad. This stuff is good. Even if the world outside really changes, this special locker can preserve my last bit of food. It's just that the space is too small to hold so much food." If there were only Lindsay and Yu Shuang Shuang in the shelter, he wouldn't have to worry about whether there was enough food. The space is 3 times the size of a refrigerator, and the food stored is enough for him and Yu Shuang Shuang to eat for a long time. But the problem is, he still has a bunch of pets to take care of. Simba, Xiaoqing, Xiongda. Which one is not a big eater? Only Dahong and Queen Bee are better. Especially the Queen Bee, which has a beehive, which is not only self-sufficient, but also can provide Lindsay with a large amount of extra honey and bee pupae. It is indeed a hard-working little bee. We still need to get more warehouse blueprints to upgrade the warehouse to a higher level. While talking to himself, Lindsay walked out of the warehouse. Then we came to the orchard. He planted the fruit trees he got from Monkey Mountain one by one. When he planted the 46th tree, Lindsay suddenly received a message prompt from the game. "Your orchard is running out of space to grow more fruit trees. If you want to plant more fruit trees, you need to upgrade the level of the orchard and expand the planting space. There are indeed restrictions. It seems that there should be no limit to the number of cattle, pigs, fish ponds, and vegetable gardens for raising cattle, pigs, and fish." Lindsay had expected this, so he was not surprised. 46 fruit trees, plus the 4 we planted earlier, a total of 50 trees. This is the current planting limit of the orchard. Let's go back and see where the limits of buildings like the bull shed are. Also collect more drawings in this area. These buildings are not affected by natural disasters, and at some point they will be more useful than warehouses. Lindsay turned around and went back to the stone house. He said to Yu Shuang, I have built the slaughterhouse. When I go hunting, I will bring back some high-level monster corpses and leave them to you to deal with. Okay, boss. Yu Shuang nodded. She is a professional life player, so these tasks naturally have to be done by her, and she can gain experience and merit points from them. Lindsay can't do it. Just like mining iron, or he didn't gain any experience at all. Not long after, more than 40 iron pickaxes were completed. They're all made of high-quality refined iron, and the amount consumed is nearly 200 pieces. At this stage, only Lindsay can be so generous. Other players simply don't have the capital to do so. High-quality refined iron is much rarer than ordinary refined iron. This kind of high-quality mineral may only be found once every 100 pieces of iron are mined, and this is when using a silver-grade iron pickaxe. Ordinary iron pickaxes cannot dig out high-quality refined iron. Yu Shuang said to Lindsay, Boss, there are a total of 47 iron pickaxes. I have also made the iron pickaxes for the Great Sage and the Second Sage. They are all of silver grade. In order to make these iron pickaxes, our consumption was not small. Most of the high-quality refined iron was used up. It doesn't matter. Lindsay smiled and said, There is no reward without hard work. With these silver-grade iron picks, the monkeys can mine more high-quality refined iron for us, and the return rate is as high as dozens of times. Hearing this, Yu Shuang nodded. She didn't feel bad about wasting the high-quality refined iron. She just reported it to Lindsay out of habit. Here, Lindsay instructed the Persian monkeys to come and line up to receive the pickaxes. This will be their workhorse for a long time to come. In addition to mining, the silver-level iron pickaxe also adds 20 points of attack and can also be used for combat under special circumstances. Wait until all the pickaxes are distributed. Lindsay said to the Persian monkeys, Take them to the valley and teach them how to use the pickaxe and how to mine ore. There was a slight pause in his speech. Lindsay continued, Also, dig a few caves on one side of the valley, and they will live there in the future. I will provide food and make sure they are well fed. The valley was more than a kilometer away from his sanctuary. It's a bit inconvenient to run back and forth with so many monkeys. If we encounter attacks from powerful monsters along the way, there is no guarantee that there will be casualties. These problems can be solved effectively by letting all the monkeys live in the valley. It can also extend their working time. Mine more ore. There are dozens of monkey miners who live and eat in the mine 24 hours a day. It is impossible for him to not earn much every day. Good master. The Persian monkey nodded. Then he led a group of monkeys carrying pickaxes out of the shelter. At first glance, the scene seemed quite spectacular. Okay, I'm leaving too. You stay home and message me if you have anything. Lindsay greeted Yu Shuang. Then he jumped and sat on the back of the Purple Flame Lion King, leading a large group of pets out of the shelter. The pets that followed included Xiaoqing, Dahong, Queen Bee, Purple Flame Lion King, Big Bear, Maya, and the Queen Bee's 6 bronze level 9 army bees. Among them, Maya and the Purple Flame Lion King are silver level 3. Xiaoqing, Dahong, Queen Bee, and Xiongda were all promoted to silver level 2, and all of them were promoted yesterday. Lindsay is now close to being promoted to silver level 5. This time he attacked with all his strength, determined to capture the salt mine and the silver level 9 Leopard Tiger King in one fell swoop. Chapter 95, Xiaoqing Evolution. In the dark, several huge figures were running quickly in the dense forest. Nothing can stop it wherever it goes. Even if a monster appears to block the way, it will be killed immediately. These figures were none other than Lindsay's pets. The Purple Flame Lion King that was more than 10 meters long, the giant bear, and the snake-like Xiaoqing that was 15 meters long. In midair, the chubby queen bee flapped her short wings. Following behind him were 6 army bees the size of millstones. There were also 3 dark shadows hovering in the sky, making sharp cries from time to time. Only Dahong felt the most comfortable. It curled up in Lindsay's arms like a fiery red ball of fur, allowing Lindsay to stroke its tail. Not long after, Lindsay and his group arrived near the salt mine very smoothly. Looking through the dense woods, the salt mine is still isolated in the center of an open space like a white snow-capped mountain. The Tiger King is like the supreme king, standing on the top of the salt mine. Surrounding the salt mine were more than 200 monsters of all sizes. These monsters were of different species, but all were silver in rank without exception. The highest reached silver level 8. At this stage, no player except Lindsay would dare to get involved in a monster force like this. Even if you covet the salt mines, you have to take a detour for now. Master, shall we just kill them? Big Bear was very excited, and his desire to fight was aroused. Lindsay said, lure and kill at the same time. After saying that, he patted Dahong in his arms. Dahong jumped to the ground and ran toward the open space in front. After entering the open space, it rubbed its hands, and soon a huge fireball appeared out of nowhere, smashing into the group of monsters with scorching heat. Before the monsters could react, Dahong threw several big fireballs at them. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs exploded one after another among the monsters. There was a deafening explosion. A large number of monsters were blown away by the explosion, and some of them were even burning all over. With the naked eye, dense damage values can be seen floating up from the monsters' heads. The first wave of damage was all in 4 digits, up to thousands of points. What followed was a steady stream of triple-digit burning damage. The monsters that were attacked were indeed enraged, and they rushed towards Dahong with roars. Seeing this, Dahong turned around and ran away. Before running away, he did not forget to make faces at the monsters and verbally provoke them with a chirping sound. The monsters were furious and accelerated towards Big Red. Some monsters also released long-range attack skills at Dahong, such as wind blades, fireballs, wooden thorns, etc., but Dahong avoided them all skillfully. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 silver-level monsters chased Dahong into the dense forest. The pets, who had been prepared, rushed forward immediately. The Purple Flame Lion King and Big Bear were the most courageous. They crashed into the group of monsters like bulldozers and knocked over all the monsters in their way. Then, a wave of blazing fire burst out from the mouth of the Purple Flame Lion King. A sea of fire with an area of tens of meters quickly formed. All the monsters surrounded by the sea of fire let out shrill screams, and high amounts of damage floated from their heads. Xiongda also released skills such as ground sinking technique and ground spike technique at the first opportunity. The monsters around it were either stuck in the mud, unable to escape, or pierced by sharp spikes. The queen bee also goes into battle with her army of bees. Although the damage is far less than that of the boss-level Simba and Big Bear, the formation looks very intimidating. At the same time, dense golden feathers fell from the sky. It was Maya's family of 3 who were carrying out air-to-ground attacks on the group of monsters. Originally, the male golden eagle had no intention of joining the battle, but after Maya screamed angrily twice, the male golden eagle had no choice but to accept that the situation was stronger than the eagle. Have to say, although Maya is a golden eagle, he has captured the essence of Lao Zi Shu Dao Shan very well. Behind a battlefield, Lindsay held an iron bow and shot arrows at the monsters on the battlefield, while paying attention to the changes of Xiaoqing beside him. He just gave Xiaoqing the blood spirit fruit. Originally, I just wanted to upgrade Xiaoqing's star level and increase its growth potential, but I didn't expect Xiaoqing to achieve bloodline evolution. According to the information provided by the game, blood spirit fruit is mainly used to increase the star level of pets. Whether bloodline evolution can be achieved during the star level upgrade process depends on the pet's luck, which is a probabilistic event. Xiaoqing is very lucky. It was clearly visible that Xiaoqing's body was growing rapidly, and the snake's body broke through 16 meters in the blink of an eye. The entire evolution process lasted about a minute. In the end, Xiaoqing's body suddenly increased to nearly 18 meters, and the aura emanating from his body became obviously much stronger. A complete snake skin, more than 10 meters long, was shed next to Xiaoqing. Lindsay checked the information and found that it was actually a good material for making defensive gear, so he collected it decisively. Xiaoqing has grown up to now. The snake's body grew from more than 2 meters to more than 10 meters, and it never shed its skin. Could it be that snakes in the jungle world only shed their skin when they evolve? Lindsay thought about it while opening Xiaoqing's information panel. Pet, Xiaoqing. Illustrated book, snake. Level, silver level 2. Attack, 630, 210 plus 420. Defense, 540, 180 plus 360. Speed, 600, 200 plus 400. HP, 39,000, 13,000 plus 26,000. Special ability. The attack is accompanied by poison, which can cause 300 points of health damage per second and last for 1 minute. Special Ability 2. Poison Mist Spray. 100 to 200 damage per second. Damage range 50 meters. Special Ability 3. Venom Attack. Damage 800 points. Can effectively corrode the enemy's scales or armor, reducing the enemy's defense value. Experience. 235 out of 1200. Growth potential. 2 stars. This bloodline evolution. The amplification property is simply terrifying. Lindsay remembered that before the evolution, Xiaoqing's initial attack was 150 points, and after the evolution it soared to 210 points. Speed and defense are also greatly improved. But the most astonishing increase is Xiaoqing's blood volume. The previous initial blood volume was less than 4,000, and now it has directly reached 13,000, an increase of nearly 10,000. Xiaoqing's skill damage has also increased, and a new venom attack has been added, which not only has high damage, but can also destroy the enemy's defense. At this time, Xiaoqing has reached the boss level. Lindsay also likes it more and more. It was worthy of being his first pet, and it did not disappoint him. Master, I evolved. Xiaoqing was very excited. She moved her huge head closer and rubbed Lindsay's arm affectionately. I know you're happy, Lindsay said with a smile. He reached out and touched Xiaoqing's head again. It feels cool and smooth, like touching a large blue stone. After the evolution, the scales on Xiaoqing's body became harder and more translucent emerald green. Each snake scale looked like a finely crafted jadeite and was extremely beautiful. Go, fight with your friends. Yes, Master. Chapter 96, Salt Mine Battle. Under the siege of a group of pets. More than 30 silver-level monsters soon fell in a pool of blood. Lindsay gained hundreds of experience points in one wave, and a large amount of merit points. Today, he is far ahead in the merit rankings, with a gap of at least 2,000 points from Yu Shuang, who is ranked second. This is because his pets killed enough monsters of high levels. My rank is almost up. If we get rid of the remaining monsters in the salt mine, not only can we be promoted to silver level 5 smoothly, but we can also directly break through to silver level 6. Although there are no newbie benefits, the kill experience has been greatly reduced. But there are more than 200 silver level monsters in the salt mine. Each one gives about 10 experience points, which adds up to about 3,000. If he could kill all these monsters in one fell swoop, Lindsay would basically be able to break through 2 levels at once. The other side, Dahong jumped to the open space again. Prepare to pull in the second wave of monsters according to the previous routine. This strategy was very effective. Soon, dozens of monsters were attracted by Dahong and chased after him with roars. But just as the monsters were about to rush into the woods, a tiger roar suddenly sounded. The tiger's roar shook the earth and startled countless birds and beasts hiding in the darkness. There were even sound waves sweeping in all directions, causing the tall trees around the open space to sway and countless fallen leaves to fall. Those dozens of monsters seemed to be suddenly awakened. No more hunting down Dahong. They all retreated to the vicinity of the salt mine. Dahong was unwilling to give up and prepared to try again. However, before it could get close to the group of monsters, it was attacked by countless long-range magic skills. The little guy was so scared that he quickly ran back. Master, those monsters have learned their lesson and will not be fooled again. Lindsay thought to himself that it was not the monster that had learned to be smart. It was clearly the Tiger King that was too smart and would not be fooled again after being fooled once. Since the plan to lure the monster has failed, let's just go ahead and kill it. Simba, your mission is to contain the Tiger King. The Purple Flame Lion King said confidently. Master, there's no need to hold him back. I can handle that guy by myself. Lindsay took a look at it and said with a smile, then I'll leave it to you. Just cripple it, but don't kill it. Understood, Master. Simba nodded. Immediately, a group of pets poured out of the woods. The Tiger King, standing on the salt mine, also saw this scene and roared immediately. Suddenly, all the monsters near the salt mine gathered together and launched a counterattack towards Lindsay's pet team. With the 2 heavy tanks of the Purple Flame Lion King and Big Bear in the front, the pet team had no intention of retreating. It was like a sharp arrow piercing into the group of monsters. In an instant, a chaotic fight broke out. Lindsay was still standing at the rear of the battlefield. He did not rush into the monster pile. He stayed on the periphery, holding an iron bow and shooting arrows. Since there were so many monsters, he didn't even need to aim. When an arrow is shot, a monster will definitely be hit. After equipping himself with a high-quality iron bow, his attack power has exceeded 500 points, and this is without turning on an invincible mode. Therefore, the damage he caused to the monsters was also considerable. Normal attacks have 300 to 400 points. From high in the sky, dense golden feathers fell. Then I saw densely packed damage values floating above the monsters' heads. This is the skill Shining Golden Feathers, a skill attack from Maya's family of 3. It has a very wide range and lasts for a long time. The only drawback is that the attacks of male and young golden eagles can also hurt the pet team. Because they are not Lindsay's pets, does not carry the buff of friendly damage immunity. Fortunately, the male golden eagle and the little golden eagle seem to know this, so they tried to avoid the area where the pet team was when releasing their skills. Otherwise, you will hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 of your own. A moment later, Simba, the purple flame lion king, broke through the blockade of the monsters and rushed directly to the top of the salt mine, fighting face to face with the Tiger King. This is a showdown between the Lion King and the Tiger King. One is silver level 3, and the other is silver level 9. Although the level gap seems very large, the attributes of the purple flame Lion King are superior to those of the leopard Tiger King. The only slight disadvantage is the blood volume. Simba has Linz's talent enhancement, and his health is only 90,000 points. The Tiger King has a health point of up to 100,000 points. If it becomes Lindsay's pet, then its health will skyrocket to an astonishing 300,000 points, which is the most terrifying thing. The monster's hatred was all taken away by the pet team. There were no monsters coming to attack Lin Zay, who was far away from the battlefield, which gave Lin Zay a lot of free time. He only needed to draw the bow and shoot arrows mechanically. He even had the mind to brush the trading platform, see if there are any players selling items that he likes. At this time, Lin Zay suddenly saw the chat channel icon flashing. After entering, he found that it was Wen Ling who sent him a message. Wen Ling, I heard a very loud tiger roar and the roars of many monsters. Are you here to hunt? The salt mine is located almost in the middle of the two people's shelters, a little more than 1 kilometer away from Wen Ling's shelter. The roar of the Tiger King shook the mountains and forests. Wen Ling was hunting in this direction again, so he could hear it very clearly. Lin Zay, I'm attacking the salt mine right now. Wen Ling, do you need help? Lin Zay looked at the monsters being killed by the pet team one after another on the battlefield and replied, No, just do your thing. Wen Ling, then please be careful. If you need my help, tell me. I should be not far from you. Lin Zay replied with an okay expression. After finishing the chat, he continued to browse the trading platform while shooting arrows at the monsters on the battlefield. After a while, he shot all 300 arrows. The little girl knew that he liked to use bows and arrows, so she specially made more than 200 iron arrows for him, but she didn't expect that they were still not enough. The main reason is that there are too many monsters participating in the battle. If there are only dozens of monsters, 300 iron arrows will definitely be enough. And arrows are not consumables. It can also be recycled when cleaning the battlefield. Lin Zay then put away the iron bow and took out the green steel sword from his backpack. The Qin Gang sword is a silver-level equipment made for him by the little girl. Attack plus 70, with 100 points of defense penetration, and causes 150% extremely high damage to monsters with less than 100 defense. The lethality of the green steel sword is much higher than that of the iron bow. Lin Zay's figure flashed, and he rushed into the group of monsters. At the same time, he copied all the attributes of the purple flame Lion King Simba and activated the invincible mode. In an instant, his attack exceeded 1,000, as high as nearly 1,200. Coupled with the armor-piercing power of the blue steel sword, his basic attack can cause thousands of points of damage to monsters on the battlefield. A monster can be knocked down with just a few sword strikes. It's just like chopping melons and vegetables. Just when Lin Zay didn't know how many monsters he had killed, a powerful energy suddenly surged out of his body, transforming and strengthening his body. His level broke through and was promoted to Silver Level 5. Chapter 97, Battle of the Salt Mine 2. Lin Zay didn't have time to check the information. He has gone crazy with killing now. There were monsters everywhere around him, using all kinds of skills to attack him. He had been in invincible mode before, so no matter what skills he used, they were like an egg hitting a stone in front of his terrifying defense of nearly 1,000 points. All they did was just force a point of blood loss. Adding the health of the purple flame Lion King, his total health is as high as more than 94,000. The monster's attack was like scraping to him. No threat at all. However, as the invincible mode expired, he instantly felt the strain. The first is that the blood volume drops rapidly. The second is that the attack is no longer as sharp as before. When facing a monster of a lower level than yourself, it often takes more than a dozen sword strikes to kill it. This is the disadvantage of having no combat skills. If he had the skills of a warrior at this moment, his efficiency in killing monsters would definitely increase several times. Lin Zhe swung out the green steel sword fiercely, beheading a silver level 4 silver fox, and then quickly took out a portion of high-quality honey from his backpack and drank it, instantly replenishing 300 health points. He took out another glass of fruit wine and took a big sip. Within 10 minutes, it increases attack and speed by 30 points respectively, plus 1 point of cold resistance. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhe activated the auxiliary ability of the Gale Armor, forming a shield with a defense value of 1,000 points around him. This 1,000 points of defense value does not mean 1,000 defense. Instead, it can offset 1,000 points of damage. After doing all this, Lin Zhe continued to fight with a large group of monsters, waving the green steel sword in his hand, bringing out cold light in the darkness. I don't know how long I've been killing. Lin Zhe was surrounded by corpses of various monsters. All the buffs on him also disappeared. His health was only 1/3 of its full value. You can retreat now. There are still dozens of monsters on the battlefield. Just leave it to the pet team to deal with them. He is not allowed to fight any further. By now, his desire to fight has been fully released. After all, he is not a serious fighting maniac. He just wants to have fun. At this moment, several half-meter-long wind blades tore through the air and slashed towards Lin Zhe. A flash of light appeared around Lin Zhe, and his figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only a gradually fading afterimage. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a wind wolf that was several meters long. A sword pierced the wind wolf's neck. Minus 1,276 critical hit. Minus 438. Minus 397. -406. After fighting for dozens of seconds, Lin Zhe slashed the wind wolf monster with more than 10 swords and finally killed the silver level 5 monster. Lin Zhe's health was less than 1,000 points left. Without hesitation, he used the additional ability of his equipment, the Gale Pants, to instantly restore 500 points of health. He then drank a few gulps of high-quality honey, raising his health to over 2,000 points. Then he gloriously withdrew from the battlefield under the cover of Shaoqing and Dahong. The Gale series of equipment is quite useful. Lin Zhe was resting in an area far away from the battlefield while looking at the several pieces of Gale equipment he was wearing. Gale Armor adds defense and comes with a shield. Gale Pants increase blood volume and come with blood-adding skills. Gale Boots acceleration with an acceleration skill. He was able to easily avoid several wind blade attacks just now because he activated the acceleration skill of the Gale Boots. The effect is to increase the speed by 30% within 30 seconds. Lin Zhe's regret was that he was unable to obtain the Whirlwind Helmet, complete the Whirlwind Suit, and then activate the suit's attributes. The main reason is that too few treasure chests were opened in the past 2 days. He then opened his information panel. After the level was upgraded to Silver Level 5, the 20 free attributes given by the game were added to speed. Looking at the experience bar again, the accumulated experience has exceeded 1,000 points. Once the dozens of monsters remaining on the battlefield are killed, his level will be able to be promoted again. We still have to attack this powerful monster force. If you just hunt, you won't get this much experience in a whole day. After players enter the silver rank, not only do they lose the game benefits, but they also lose any experience from killing monsters that are 3 levels lower than their own. Lin Zhe is now Silver Level 5. You have to kill at least Silver Level 2 monsters to get experience points. It was precisely because of this that he was unable to level up all day yesterday, and it was not until this attack on the salt mine that his level suddenly increased. It's mainly because my level is increasing too fast. Players like Wenling don't have such worries. There are monsters everywhere that can provide them with experience points. Lin Zhe sighed. Wenling, who was about a kilometer away, also cooperated by sneezing, thinking, could it be that I didn't sleep well last night and caught a cold? I don't know what the situation is like over there. From the sound, the battle is still going on. I hope everything goes well for him. When Wenling went out hunting yesterday, he accidentally discovered the location of the salt mine and realized how powerful the monsters stationed there were. She also didn't expect Lin Zhe to launch an attack on the salt mine so quickly. Now I can only pray for Lin Zhe silently. Even if we can't capture the salt mine right away, Lin Zhe will be fine. His pets are so powerful that they can still protect him. Lindsay is here. The battle remains fierce. The remaining dozens of monsters were also killed one after another. I believe that it won't be long before this war is over. The pet team has suffered some damage even after fighting for so long. The 6 army bees following the queen bee were all severely injured and withdrew from the battlefield. After all, their levels were not high, and their attributes were not enhanced by Lindsay's talents. Facing the siege of a large group of silver-level monsters, it was already good enough not to die on the battlefield. The good news is, the 3 military bees bred the day before yesterday were all promoted to silver level. They accumulated a wave of experience yesterday, and now participated in such a high-intensity battle, so they were successfully promoted. As for the other 3 army bees, they were already at the silver level when they were bred by the queen bee last night. In other words, these 6 military bees have all reached the silver level. At this time on the battlefield, Big Bear and the 3 little ones were still as brave as ever. Together with the air support from Maya's family of 3, they killed the monsters and forced them to retreat. On the other side, the Purple Flame Lion King and the Leopard Tiger King had already fought from the top of the salt mine to the foot of the mine. The 2 king-level monsters seemed to have discussed it beforehand and did not use any skills from beginning to end. It all depends on hand-to-hand combat and close combat. Whether it was the Purple Flame Lion King or the Leopard Tiger King, their bodies were covered with bloody wounds. Simba's butt was torn open with a huge gash so deep that the bone was visible. The Tiger King's stomach was ripped open and blood kept flowing. The ground had already been stained red with the blood of the 2 beasts. It looks very scary. Looking at their health points, all of them have fallen below 30,000 points. But even so, the 2 king-level monsters showed no intention of retreating or admitting defeat to each other. Look at their posture. If no one intervened, the outcome would probably be at least 1 death and 1 injury. Chapter 98, The 8th Pet. The battle continued for another 10 minutes. The dozens of monsters remaining on the battlefield were all dealt with by Big Bear, the 3 little ones, and Maya's family of 3. As Lindsay expected, his rank was promoted again, reached silver level 6. As usual, he added all the 20 free attributes awarded by the game to speed, which brought his basic speed to an astonishing 400 points. If you add the speed boost from the wind boots, that's more than 400. This speed has far surpassed that of the queen bee and Dahome. Owner. The battle was over, and a group of pets gathered around Lindsay. Lindsay also gave verbal praise, and then took his pets to surround the Leopard Tiger King, who was still fighting hand-to-hand with the Purple Flame Lion King. Seeing Lindsay coming with his pet team, there was also a look of panic in the blood-red eyes of the Tiger King. Its battle with the Purple Flame Lion King can be said to be equally matched. Although the Purple Flame Lion King's attributes are higher than it, it is not easy to kill it. If it tried to escape, the lion would have no chance of stopping it. But now, it was surrounded by a group of monsters that were not much weaker than the Purple Flame Lion King, and it had no chance of escaping. If I hadn't been ordered to guard this salt mine, I would have run away long ago. The Tiger King thought to himself. On the other side, the Purple Flame Lion King suddenly roared, became even more crazy, and pounced on the Leopard Tiger King with a desperate posture. Master, give me 2 more minutes. I will definitely knock this big cat down within 2 minutes. Sensing the spiritual consciousness fluctuations transmitted by the Purple Flame Lion King, Lindsay waved to the pet team. The pets immediately retreated dozens of meters away. Make enough space for the 2 kings of the forest to fight. Seeing this scene, the Leopard Tiger King also understood what the Purple Flame Lion King meant, and wanted to suppress it by himself. He is also a person who never gives up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight with the Purple Flame Lion King until now. It also entered a berserk state and fought with the Purple Flame Lion King with all its might. For a moment, the roars of tigers and lions shook the mountains and forests. When the battlefield reached the forest area, those tall trees that were tens of meters tall were broken in half by them. The entire battle scene looks very primitive, violent, and extremely spectacular. After all, these are 2 giant beasts that are over 10 meters in size fighting each other. Not to mention on Earth, even in the current jungle world, it is difficult to see such a scene. Lindsay, who witnessed it with his own eyes, was also shocked. Seeing that they were getting excited, Lindsay even played a video to the little girl. Let me show you something you haven't seen before. He turned his view to face the 2 behemoths that were fighting. Under the light of the fire and the flashlight, the battle between the 2 beasts was still clear. Sure enough, The little girl was also shocked instantly. Her fair little mouth opened wide. Yu Shuang said, "Boss, is that the Tiger King stationed at the salt mine?" Lindsay nodded and said, "A silver level 9 boss has a 3-star growth potential. The pets under my command are only 2-star. No wonder he's so strong. He can fight Simba like this." The little girl also knew how exaggerated the Purple Flame Lion King's attributes were. Ordinary silver monsters would have been killed in seconds. Yu Shuang asked again, "Boss, what does star rating mean?" Hearing this, Lindsay gave a brief explanation. After listening, Yu Shuang said, "So, this Tiger King's future achievements will be able to reach the diamond level." Lindsay nodded. That is why he's obsessed with this tiger. He was mainly interested in the growth potential of the Tiger King. After more than a minute of fierce fighting, the Tiger King, which was at a disadvantage, was finally defeated. He was slapped away by the Purple Flame Lion King and fell heavily to the ground, unable to stand up. The little girl cheered when she saw this. "Master, Simba wins. It's something that's expected." Lindsay appeared very calm. The only advantage the Leopard Tiger King has is his health, which is 10,000 points more than the Purple Flame Lion King. Without using skills, it is destined to be no match for the Purple Flame Lion King. "Okay, go ahead and do your work. I'm going to hang up now." "Good." After turning off the video, Lindsay came to the front of the Tiger King. It is larger than Simba, the Purple Lion King. The main hair color is golden, with reddish-brown stripes all over the body. There's a big word, Wong, on the forehead. It looks very majestic and domineering. Unfortunately, the outcome of battles in the jungle world has little to do with body size, but rather depends on one's own attributes. It's like Dahong, who is not much bigger than the kitten. Facing a giant forest python that was more than 10 meters long, a few consecutive fireballs still killed the python on the spot. See Lindsay coming. The Tiger King struggled to get up, but Simba stepped on his head, and he could no longer move. He could only let out an unwilling growl. Lindsay didn't waste any time and released the pet summoning skill. Vile ones, vile tuis. All contracts failed 5 times in a row. Keep beating it until it surrenders. Lindsay didn't let it go and asked Simba to teach the tiger a lesson. The Purple Flame Lion King immediately held down the Leopard Tiger King and subjected him to inhuman torture, inflicting as much pain as possible except for biting off his neck. Lindsay watched Simba beat up the Tiger King while releasing his skills. After just 1 minute, the Tiger King could no longer hold on. It no longer resisted, allowing the contract chains and magic array to merge into its body. "It's done." Lindsay clicked on the information of the Tiger King to check. Pet, Flying Tiger King, unnamed. Level, Silver level 9. Attack, 1440 for 80 plus 960. Defense, 1380 for 60 plus 920. Speed, 1350 for 50 plus 900. HP, 7352, 300,000. Special abilities, Frozen Domain, Tiger Roaring in the Forest, Ice Explosion. Growth Potential, 3 stars. Experience, 253/1900. This attribute is really terrifying. Looking at the basic attributes of the Flying Tiger King, it's just okay, only slightly stronger than Dahong and Queen Bee, but not as good as any of the boss-level pets under his command. But after getting his talent enhancement, that's terrible. Attack, defense, and speed, the values of the 3 basic attributes all exceeded 1,000 points. As for the blood volume, it reached an astonishing 300,000. He had reason to suspect that even if all the tens of thousands of players in the area were added together, they might not be able to defeat his newly acquired Tiger King. 3 skills, 2 attack skills, and 1 control skill. The effects are also very powerful. Lindsay looked at the Tiger King, who had become visibly docile in front of him, and asked curiously, "Why is your race called Flying Tiger? You don't seem to have wings on your body." The Flying Tiger King said, "In reply to the master, the name Flying Tiger comes from the ancestor of our tribe. Our ancestor had tiger wings on his body and could soar in the sky." All right, Lindsay thought that the relationship had degenerated. I don't know if the Flying Tiger King can grow wings like its ancestors if its bloodline evolves again. Lindsay thought for a moment and said, "From now on, your name will be Jean Hu." "Good master." The Flying Tiger King crawled obediently in front of Lindsay. Indicates its submission to Lindsay. Lindsay waved his right hand and put the Tiger King and the Purple Flame Lion King into the pet space. The 2 pets were in very poor condition and needed to rest in the space. Then he went to the battlefield to welcome the joy of the harvest. Chapter 99. Another golden treasure chest. There are more than 200 monster corpses on the battlefield. There are dozens more in the forest area. When Lindsay was cleaning the battlefield, he did not decompose the corpses with one click, but put them all into his backpack and sent them to Yu Shuang Shuang through the friend function. These monsters were all silver level when they were alive. It is definitely a high-end monster for current players. It would be a shame to decompose it with one click. Now that we have a slaughterhouse, we could do detailed decomposition. Not only can we get more meat, but we can also harvest a lot of monster materials. Monster materials can be stored temporarily. Once you have a forging table, you can make equipment from it and then sell it to players in exchange for the high-level materials they need. With so many silver-level corpses, we should be able to decompose a large number of crystal cores. The original plan was to upgrade the shelter yesterday. In the end, I was still short of 2 earth crystal cores, which delayed the upgrade. That's definitely enough this time. Maybe we can even gather together the crystal cores needed to upgrade the advanced stone house. Lindsay immediately contacted Yu Shuang Shuang. Did you receive the monster corpse I sent you? Yu Shuang Shuang quickly replied, got it, boss. I counted, and there are a total of 256 bodies. Lindsay said, then you can take the time to decompose them. Some corpses with low material value can also be decomposed directly with one click to avoid wasting time. Collect all the decomposed crystal cores. I'll be back to upgrade the shelter in the evening. Lindsay paused and continued. Make more pickaxes when they are empty. I will capture 2 more mines one after another, so I need to prepare them first. I will notify Persian Monkey to bring you a batch of high-quality, refined iron later. Yu Shuang Shuang said, okay, I understand, boss. We chatted a few more sentences. Lindsay closed the friend panel. He called down Maya, who was flying in the sky. Go to the valley and tell the Persian Monkey to send the high-quality, refined iron they mined back to the sanctuary. Also, go to the Monkey Mountain and escort a group of adult monkeys here. As for the number, tentatively set it at 100. Good master. Maya nodded, but didn't fly away immediately. Instead, he said to Lindsay, when I was in heaven, I saw a golden treasure chest on the top of the salt mine. Master, do you want to go and take a look? Golden treasure chest? Lindsay looked surprised. Unexpectedly, the battle was over and he still got a surprise. Of course I will. Lindsay immediately took a group of pets to the top of the salt mine. The height of the entire salt mine is about 200 meters, which is really not high. There are many big trees in the surrounding forest area that are over 100 meters high. The top of the salt mine is a flat area. The diameter is tens of meters. The Purple Flame Lion King and the Flying Tiger King had a fight here just now, but the space was really a bit small, so the 2 giant beasts rolled to the foot of the mountain together while fighting. When they reached the top of the mountain, Lindsay shone his flashlight over there. Soon, I found a golden treasure chest placed in the center of the mountaintop, shining brightly under the light. It's really a golden treasure chest. Lindsay walked over quickly with a look of joy on his face. To be honest, he has opened quite a few treasure chests, but the golden treasure chest was only opened for the second time. The first golden treasure chest he opened was a reward from the game to him as the first player to be promoted to the silver rank. Encountering a golden treasure chest in the wild is definitely the first time for a new bride to ride in a sedan chair. I wonder if there are gold treasure chests in the other 2 mines. Let's go back and take a look. Thinking of this, Lindsay opened the treasure chest skillfully. Suddenly, a series of information prompts appeared in his field of vision. Congratulations, you have successfully opened a gold treasure chest. You obtain a top-grade wind spirit fruit. You get a blueprint. You obtain a gold equipment, a crystal ring. Top-grade wind spirit fruit. After consumption, it can increase the speed value by 50 points. Item, crystal ring. Equipment level, gold level. HP, plus 2,000. Attack, plus 100. Special effect, Ice Crystal Sword Rain. After it is activated, you can summon Ice Crystal Sword Rain to attack enemies within a range of 80 meters, consuming 100 magic points per second. It's actually gold equipment. Nice one. Lindsay was delighted and immediately took out the crystal ring from the treasure chest and put on the finger of his right hand. In an instant, his health volume skyrocketed to an astonishing 6,500. Lindsay picked up the top-quality wind spirit fruit again and ate it in a few bites. As a warm current surged through his body, his speed increased by another 50 points. Player, Lindsay. Level, silver level 6. Profession, pet summoner, can have 8 pets. Skills, pet summoning, pet space, copy. Attack, 685, 515 plus 100 plus 70. Defense, 345, 265 plus 80. Speed, 485, for 25 plus 60. HP, 6,500, 3,500 plus 1,000 plus 2,000. Mag, 2,150. Special resistance, cold resistance plus 2. Experience, 37 out of 1,600. Attribute points, 0. Talent, Super S level. Sure enough, players not only need to improve their own levels and attributes, but equipment is also important. The health bonus from the equipment alone is almost as much as my basic health. Also, my basic attack has increased significantly. With the addition of the blue steel sword and the crystal ring, my basic attack has surpassed that of the king-level monsters Big Bear, Little Blue, and Persian Monkey. Maya's attack is also lower than mine. Among Lin Zhe's 8 pets, only Simba and Golden Tiger can defeat him in attack power. He then picked up the drawing again and looked at it. Architectural drawing, reservoir. Information. Using this blueprint, you will have a building that can store precious water resources. Special note. The water resources stored in the reservoir are not affected by natural disasters. It's not affected by natural disasters. Lin Zhe thought to himself, let's build the reservoir when we get back, and then go to the pond to get water and fill it up. Today is the 5th day of Polar Night Mode. In 2 days, a new natural disaster will strike. At present, no one knows what the next round of natural disasters will be. If it's winter, it's better because the ice can melt into water. But if it's extremely hot and dry, it's fun to have no water. Just when Lin Zhe was thinking about the next round of natural disasters, the regional chat channel also became noisy. I told you that Lin Zhe was cheating, but you guys didn't believe me. In 1 hour, the level increased from Silver 4 to Silver 6. Who would believe me if I said I didn't cheat? According to my estimation, Lin Zhe killed at least 200 to 300 monsters in this hour, and all of them were silver level. How powerful a fighting force must one have to be able to do this? Besides, how could there be so many silver monsters gathered together for him to kill? I also think it's cheating. I haven't encountered even 1 silver monster so far, let alone 200 or 300 of them appearing at once. The above, before you say this, why don't you reflect on yourself for so many days? Has your level increased? Has your strength improved? After being promoted to silver, the game will randomly refresh 1 to 3 mineral resources near the shelter, and those minerals will be guarded by a large number of silver monsters. It is obvious that Lin Zhe must have captured mine. Even if what you said is correct, Lin Zhe's combat power is still illogically strong, far exceeding that of us players. How can he be so awesome without cheating? What's wrong with cheating? Just report it. Instead of improving yourself, you spend all day wondering if others are cheating. Even if they are, what can you do? Do you really think this is a game? That's right, there's something wrong with my brain. Chapter 100 Salt Mining. Elite Court Alliance Group. A group of high-level talented players were also discussing the fact that Lin Zhe had been promoted twice in a row. It would be fine if it was in the bronze rank. The bronze rank has benefits given by the game. You can get dozens or even more than 100 experiences by simply killing a bronze monster. They would not be surprised even if Lin Zhe was promoted 3 levels in a row. But the problem is that Lin Zhe is now in the silver rank. Without the game benefits, he can only gain a dozen experience points at most by killing silver monsters. If you kill a bronze monster, you will get no experience at all. Just like what the players in the channel analyzed. Lin Zhe has advanced 2 levels in this rank, and he has to kill at least 200 or 300 silver monsters. Such a record is unbelievable to these high-level talented players, and could even be said to be suffocatingly terrifying. Lin Zhe's strength is indeed so strong that it is illogical. He single-handedly captured a mine and slaughtered hundreds of silver monsters. Even if he had an S-level talent, there was no reason for him to be so perverted. Could it be that his talent is not S-level, but a level higher than S-level? Not likely. Among the 100,000 players in our district, I have never heard of any player possessing a talent beyond S-level. Having not heard of it does not mean it does not exist. It is possible that he was worried about being envied, so he didn't expose it. It is also possible that the only super S-level talent player in our district is Lin Zhe. Come on, he's the only one. Do you really think he's the chosen one? Let's not talk about the issue of talent or not. Let's just talk about Lin Zhe's strength. We must pay attention to this issue. All the players in the group were silent. Who made their boss provoke Lin Zhe? You never know when you might be hit by a big move. Considering Lin Zay's terrifying strength, some players even wanted to withdraw. They didn't want to withdraw from the alliance, but they didn't want to move to Yin Haoyang's side. Judging from the terrifying strength that Lin Zay revealed this time, all these players combined would probably not be Lin Zay's match. If we move there, wouldn't that be like lighting a light in the toilet, seeking death? Finally, Yin Haoyang couldn't help but stand up. Don't think too much. Lin Zay's strength is definitely not that strong. He is not at the gold level. How could he possibly kill hundreds of silver monsters at once? We all overestimated him. According to my guess, he must have used some unusual means, such as some one-time and extremely powerful magic blueprint. Of course, there may be other ways, but it's impossible for him to fight so many silver monsters with real weapons. After all, the game has to be balanced, unless he cheats and spends money. If this game can be played with real money, I will spend 5 billion on it. Hey Laozhou, you're a rich second-generation kid. What rich second generation? I started from scratch. If I hadn't traveled to this world, I would still be in Shang K discussing project with others. After this interruption, the atmosphere in the group became much better. The players in the group also felt that what Yin Haoyang said made sense. It's not that they're unwilling to admit that Lin Zay is better than them. It is a fact that Lin Zay is better than them, and it cannot be disputed. They couldn't believe that Lin Zay was so much stronger than them. After all, they're all players with advanced talents. It would be fine if Lin Zay was better than them. But now he was stepping on them like a god. How could they accept it? Therefore, they would rather believe that Lin Zay was taking a crooked path. Brothers, the base plan must be accelerated. Once the base is built, Lin Zay will be dead if he provokes us. Receive. Receive +1. Lin Zay is here. After collecting the golden treasure chest, he took out an iron pickaxe from his backpack and hit the salt mine under his feet. He knocked about 100 times. Just now, a piece of salt wrapped in a golden ball of light fell down. At the same time, Lin Zay also received a message prompt from the game. With your unremitting efforts, you have successfully mined a portion of coarse salt. Lin Zay took the golden ball of light in his hand, and the information about coarse salt also appeared. Item, coarse salt. Gourmet degree, +5. Information, it is an indispensable seasoning for cooking, but its quality is very ordinary. Don't expect it to turn rough food into delicious food. It's much more laborious than mining iron ore. However, this is indeed a magical world. Edible salt can be mined directly without filtering or purifying, which saves me a lot of trouble. Lin Zay continued to swing the pickaxe in his hand. Half an hour later, he had mined more than 10 portions of salt. On average, one sample can be collected in 2 minutes. In addition, he also mined a portion of refined salt, which was of better quality than coarse salt and had a higher gourmet bonus of 10 points. Almost there, Lin Zay put away the pickaxe in his hand. He had a general idea of the situation at the salt mine. The next mining work can be handed over to the monkeys in Monkey Mountain. Lin Zay then left the salt mine with his pet team. He was not worried that someone would come and secretly mine the salt mine, as there were no other players except Wen Ling within a few kilometers. As for the monsters coming to occupy, instead he welcomed it. Shortly after leaving the salt mine, the pet team was dispersed by Lin Zay to hunt freely. He also had no plans to attack a second mineral resource. The main reason is that Jinhu and Simba's conditions have not recovered yet, and they cannot participate in the battle in a short time. Wait until the evening. If Simba and Jinhu's injuries are healed, it's not impossible to rob another mine. It doesn't matter if there's no pet quota. You can beat it to a pulp and lock it up, then wait for the pet quota to refresh in the early morning before making a contract with it again. After dispersing the pet team, Lin Zay looked at the dark jungle around him and suddenly found that he didn't know what to do. There are pets under your command for hunting and monkey groups for mining. There are even little girls at home taking care of it. He suddenly became a hands-off boss, and for some reason he felt a little uncomfortable with it. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and called back the queen bee who had just left. The queen bee asked in confusion, "What does the master want?" Lin Zay asked, "How are your army bees recovering?" The queen bee said, "They are seriously injured and their recovery speed is not ideal. They are unable to participate in the battle for the time being." Lin Zay said, "Let them go back to the shelter, drink more honey, and restore their health first. We can talk about hunting later." "Good master." The queen bee asked again, "Does the master have a task for them?" Lin Zay nodded and said, "When their health is almost restored, let them search for wild treasure chests in the jungle. If they can't find them nearby, expand the search range." The queen bee immediately said, "Then I'll get the worker bee army involved." Over the past few days, it has bred thousands of bees, including more than 100 monster-level worker bees. The daily work of these worker bees is to patrol and maintain security in the shelter. It doesn't matter if you spend some time looking for treasure chests. Sure, go ahead. Lin Zhe waved his hand. Seeing this, the queen bee flapped her little wings and flew away quickly. Chapter 101 Wen Ling. You just treat me as a fool. After the queen bee left, Lin Zhe also returned to the shelter. He had nothing to do, so he decided to go back and get the water tank out. On the way back, he suddenly received a video from Wen Ling. Looking at the delicate and pretty face in the video, Lin Zhe asked, "What's the matter?" Wen Ling's pretty eyebrows jumped. "I really want to say that it's okay, but I can't find you." But in the end, these words were not said. Her relationship with Lin Zhe is not that close yet. We can only be considered ordinary friends. Wen Ling said, "I just want to ask if you have succeeded in occupying the salt mine." Lin Zhe nodded and said, "It's been done. It won't be long before large-scale mining begins. If you want to buy salt now, I have some." Wen Ling quickly asked, "What's the price?" Life is hard without salt. To put it bluntly, these days she is almost speechless. Lin Zhe said, "I haven't decided on the specific price yet. How about this? You trade the crystal core with me. One crystal core can be exchanged for 5 portions of coarse salt or 1 portion of refined salt." Hearing this, Wen Ling's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Lin Zhe in disbelief. "I thought to myself that this guy was a greedy businessman. On the current trading channel, the value of crystal cores far exceeds that of high-level resources. What high-quality wood, high-quality fine iron, none of them can compare to a tiny crystal core. Because for players at this stage, it is extremely difficult to obtain crystal cores. This thing only appears from silver monsters, and it's probabilistic. Her strength is considered top-notch among all silver-level players, but she can only harvest 2 or 3 crystal cores at most after a day of hunting. After all, not everyone is like Lin Zhe, who has so many powerful pets and can kill silver monsters as if they were chicks." Lin Zhe smiled and said, "This is a friendly price. If it were the guy named Ian, the price would at least be doubled." Wen Ling followed with 2 chuckles. She didn't even look at Lin Zhe's profiteer face and asked, "What is the specific difference between coarse salt and refined salt? See for yourself." Lin Zhe sent over the illustrated guides of the 2 types of salt. Wen Ling read them one by one, and then sent a water crystal core to Lin Zhe. "Give me some refined salt." As expected of an urban beauty, she pursues quality life. Lin Zhe exclaimed in praise. He handed the refined salt to Wen Ling very quickly. Wen Ling rolled her eyes at him and said, "Just think of it as you praising me." After a pause, she continued, "The current players are very weak, and most of them are unable to challenge silver-level monsters. If you insist on trading salt for crystal cores, I'm afraid business will be difficult." "You have a point." Lin Zhe nodded. "When the sale officially starts, I will add high-grade wood and high-quality refined iron as conditions. If you don't have crystal cores, you can trade with me with these 2 resources." Wen Ling glared at him. "Then why are you asking me for a crystal core?" Lin Zhe smiled and said, "I just remembered it because you reminded me, didn't you?" Wen Ling rolled her eyes again. No one would believe such words. This guy obviously wanted to kill her. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Don't be angry. The refined salt I sold you just now was the only one I had. I couldn't bear to use it myself." Wen Ling Kai would not fall for his trick. "When you start mining, how much refined salt will you need? You're taking advantage of me. I was worried about your safety before." Hearing this, Lin Zhe looked at the tall beauty with a slightly strange look. Wen Ling also noticed something and changed the subject, saying, "You killed hundreds of silver monsters in a row this time, and your level increased by 2 levels. Many players in the chat channel said that you cheated, and some players also speculated that you used some powerful blueprints." Lin Zhe didn't care. As long as you don't learn from the Yin family, let them say whatever they want. Wen Ling asked, "Are you really going to take action against Yin Haoyang?" Lin Zhe looked at her and said, "Do you think I'm kidding?" Wen Ling said, "Not really. I just feel that it is not worthwhile to use such a precious blueprint on a small person. Although Yin Haoyang is the leader of an elite tribunal, it is also very famous among players." But in Wen Ling's eyes, compared to Lin Zhe, players of Yin Haoyang's level are really just small characters. She was well aware of how strong Lin Zhe was. Lin Zhe said, "Don't worry, this wave is a sure win." Yu Shuang found out from the elite court that some players had already moved to Yin Haoyang's place. Perhaps soon, more players would move there. Lindsay planned to wipe out those players at once. At that time, he will not only be able to harvest a large amount of resources and treasure chests, but also a large number of relocation drawings, which will definitely be a sure profit. All right. When Ling didn't say anything more, Lindsay then asked, "Have you checked the copy? What's the situation now?" When Ling said, "I want to check it out yesterday, and it's still sealed. But I saw through the barrier that the steps have extended to the entrance of the cave, so it may be opened soon." Lindsay said, "Remember to pay attention and notify me when the copy is opened." Good. When Ling nodded. Without Lindsay's company, she didn't dare to enter the dungeon alone. She still vividly remembers the scene where Lindsay and his pets were besieged by hundreds of monsters. She also secretly took photos at that time. Many of the photos recorded Lindsay standing in a sea of fire and fighting bloody battles with monsters. But Lindsay didn't know about this. After chatting for a few more sentences, Lindsay turned off the video and went straight back to the shelter. As soon as he entered the shelter, he saw a petite figure busy in the slaughterhouse, with a strong smell of blood emanating from the workshop. "Boss, why are you back?" When the little girl saw Lindsay, she immediately showed a surprised expression. In her hand, she also held a very long boning knife. "It's a little thing." Lindsay walked over and asked with a smile, "How is it? Are you tired?" Yu Shuang said with a smile, "It's not tiring. I don't really have to decompose the monster corpses. The game is controlling it from behind. It's just like forging a tool. I just need to stand on the tool bench and swing the hammer according to the game's instructions." "That's good," Lindsay said, "but it seems that we really need to hire someone. You have to take care of the tool bench and the butcher shop at the same time, which is too much for you to handle." Yu Shuang's eyes lit up. "Boss, are you planning to recruit Sister Wenling?" Lindsay knew that the girl had not given up the plan of a threesome. He smiled and said, "Wenling is a professional combat player. Why do you want to recruit her?" Yu Shuang blinked her bright eyes and said with a smile, "Yes, boss, that's what I mean." Lindsay tapped the little girl's forehead with his fingers. "What are you thinking about all day long? Work hard and take a rest when you are tired." After saying that, he turned and walked to an open space far away from the slaughterhouse. He took out the blueprint of the reservoir from his backpack. A thought came to my mind. The drawing turned into golden light and dissipated. A pool with a side length of 4 meters and a depth of 10 meters appeared in the open space. The pool is built with blue bricks. It was enveloped by a barrier that emitted a faint glow. Chapter 102, Giant Python in the Water. Architecture, Reservoir. Total water storage capacity, 160 tons. Current water storage, 0. Information. One of the unique water storage buildings in a shelter, the stored water resources are not affected by natural disasters. The water storage capacity is not low. It's just that pouring water is a bit troublesome. It is a huge project to transport 160 tons of water from the pond to fill the reservoir. The good news is he has a backpack. This can save a lot of effort. Lindsay opened his backpack, and inside were a dozen very large wooden barrels stacked up, which he had asked the girl to make earlier. He put all the water in the wooden barrels on the trading platform. It hasn't sold out yet. Therefore, Lindsay did not go to the pond these days. Shuang. Lindsay waved to the little girl. After the little girl came over, Lindsay said to her, "This is a reservoir specially used to store water. I will go to the pond to fill water later, and then send you a wooden barrel filled with water, and you can fill the water in it." "Okay, boss." Yu Shuang nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "There is just one problem. I'm afraid I can't move it." Lindsay slapped his forehead. "This is indeed a problem. Such a big wooden barrel can hold more than a ton of water at a time. It is normal that the little girl cannot move it. Then I will call back the Persian monkey." He used his spiritual consciousness to contact the Persian monkeys far away in the valley and called them back to the sanctuary. Then Lindsay said to Yu Shuang, "You are responsible for receiving the water, and let Persian monkey carry the water. Then send the empty buckets to me." "Good." Yu Shuang agreed immediately. It was easy for her. She asked in confusion, "Boss, don't we have enough water now? And the pond is not far from us. We can get water anytime. Why we need to build a separate reservoir?" Lindsay said, "Let's take precautions in advance. If there's a problem with the water resources in the wild, we don't have to worry with this reservoir." Yu Shuang glanced at the information about the reservoir. I immediately understood what Lindsay meant. Once a natural disaster occurs that affects wild water resources, the water stored in the reservoir is the foundation of their shelter. "Okay, I'll go to the pond first. Persian monkey, send me a message when you come back." "Okay, I understand." Soon, Lindsay arrived at the pond with a flashlight. Just as he was about to use the wooden bucket to fetch water, a huge black head broke out of the water, opened its ferocious mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit towards Lindsay. This is a silver level 2 giant python. Lindsay hadn't been to the pond these days, which gave it the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and turn the pond into its territory. Without saying a word, he took out the green steel sword and slashed it on the giant python's head. With a clang sound, with flickering sparks, the giant python that was more than 10 meters long was repelled by Lindsay, and a deep blood mark appeared on the snake's head. The giant python roared, spit out a huge ice ball. The ice ball suddenly exploded in midair, breaking into dense ice cones that pierced towards Lindsay. Lindsay did not retreat, but advanced and rushed towards the giant python. At the same time, a shield appeared around his body. The next second, dense icicles hit the shield, causing dense single-digit damage. Wait for all the icicles to fall. Lindsay's shield value also lost nearly 1/3. With a puff sound, the green steel sword in Lindsay's hand pierced into the giant python's body at this moment. The giant python howled in pain. The snake's body, which was more than 10 meters long, was twisting wildly in the pond, causing huge waves. Lindsay was thrown back to the shore along with the Chingang sword. Just as he was about to continue his attack, the giant python dived into the water and disappeared. Lindsay waited on the shore for a long time, but the giant python did not appear. I know this guy is probably scared. He ignored him and took the wooden barrel out of his backpack and started filling the pond with water. After a while, the barrel was full. Lindsay tried it and found that he could move more than a ton of water without feeling much effort. No wonder the little girl said she couldn't stand it. My current physical fitness is definitely not human level if I were on Earth, and I'd be a VIP customer at the Research Institute. Lindsay laughed twice. Soon, he filled more than a dozen large wooden barrels. In order to prevent the giant python in the water from causing trouble, he also moved the large wooden barrels to a place a little further away from the pond. In the end, he finished all his work, and the giant python did not show up. He could sense that the giant python was hiding at the bottom of the deep pond. I'm stupid too. Lindsay suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Why not just give the barrel to the girl when it's full? Why bother moving it around?" Open the friends panel. He saw that Yu Shuang had sent him a message. Inform him that the Persian monkey has returned to the sanctuary and brought back a batch of high-quality, refined iron. Lindsay immediately gave Yu Shuang a dozen large wooden barrels. At the shelter, Yu Shuang took out the large wooden barrels from her backpack one by one after receiving them. The Persian monkey, who had been waiting for a long time, picked up the big wooden barrel with both hands and poured all the water in it into the reservoir. The empty wooden barrel was then sent back to Lindsay by Yu Shuang. This comes and goes. The water level in the reservoir began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. The boss's idea is really good. It saves the time and energy of transportation. The little girl exclaimed in admiration. I thought my boss was smart. They were busy until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and with the united cooperation of the 2 people and the monkey, the reservoir was finally filled. 160 tons of water. Even if we do encounter a natural disaster like drought, my shelter will be more than enough. There will even be surplus to sell to players who are short of water. While thinking about this, Lindsay filled up the dozen or so large wooden barrels in the pond and put them in his backpack. This water is reserved for daily use. For example, mandarin ducks playing in the water. After doing all this, Lindsay took a look at the compound, then turned and left. Shortly after he left, a huge snake head suddenly emerged from the center of the pond. There was a very obvious sword wound on the snake's head and body, especially the one on the body, which was still bleeding. The giant python was breathing heavily. Pythons also need to breathe. Even though it is a silver monster, it almost suffocated to death after being underwater for such a long time. This human is so abominable. This snake almost became the first titanoboa to be drowned in history. The giant python felt very aggrieved, but it could do nothing to Lindsay. I can't beat him, and I can't scold him. What can it do? After its breathing became steady, the giant python twisted its huge body out of the pond and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. It was worried that it would run into that human again if it turned around. Rather than getting beaten up again and losing your life, it is better to escape now. Chapter 103 Lindsay. Yin Haoyang is my good brother. On the way back to the shelter, Lindsay opened the friend panel and checked today's friend requests. Ever since he sent out the news that he wanted to purchase the shelter relocation blueprints, he would check it regularly every day to find out in time who wanted to sell the blueprints to him. Now, the enthusiasm of the player alliance to acquire relocation blueprints is growing, and they all want to establish a power base offline as soon as possible. If he doesn't check the message in time, there is no guarantee that the blueprint will fall into the hands of these player alliances. Unfortunately, even though he paid attention to it every day, he was unable to successfully acquire the relocation drawings. Many of the players who applied to add him as their friend were just trying to curry his favor. Most of them are girls. There are countless explicit information and even videos. Since there were too many players who added him as their friend, Lindsay searched using keywords as usual. He didn't have much hope at first. Unexpectedly, I actually found a friend request to sell his drawings. He immediately agreed to the application and sent a message. Dude, do you have the shelter relocation drawings? A few minutes passed. The player on the other side, named Yin Feng, sent an illustration. Lindsay clicked it and took a look. It turned out to be the shelter relocation drawings. At this time, Yin Feng also sent a message. I am honored to call you Brother Lin. I do want to sell the blueprint to you, but the transaction price has to be increased. Brother Lin also knows that recently all the major player alliances have offered very generous conditions in order to acquire the relocation blueprints. The value of relocation drawings is skyrocketing every day. If you only upgrade the stone house, you can't exchange it for a blueprint like this. Lindsay also knew this was the truth. Scarcity makes things valuable. Plus, all the major player alliances are scrambling for them, so the value of relocation drawings is bound to rise. But having said that, Lindsay didn't want to be slaughtered. He replied, you give me a price, and if I can accept it, we can do the deal directly. Yin Feng said, okay, my base price is 5 times the resources to upgrade the stone house. Brother Lin can consider it. What the hell is this even worth considering? Lin Zixin said that he was not miss one. He said the price is too high. I can't accept it, but I can give you an idea. Sell it to the elite court. They will pay a high price for it. Yin Feng asked in confusion, doesn't Brother Lin have a grudge against the elite referee? Lin Zhe said, it has been resolved peacefully. Yin Haoyang is my good brother now. Yin Feng said, I understand. There are no absolute enemies in the world, only sufficient interests. In order to ease the relationship with Brother Lin, alliance leader Yin must have paid a great price. Lin Zhe replied, Brother Yin, just keep this to yourself. Don't spread it to anyone else. Yin Feng, don't worry, I will keep it a secret. I will add alliance leader Yin as my friend and sell the blueprint to him. Lin Zhe, don't tell him I introduced him. I'll tell him myself later. Yin Feng, understood. Lin Zhe closed the friend panel. Although he failed to successfully acquire the relocation drawings from Yin Feng, he was in a very good mood. The more players gathered on Yin Haoyang's side, the happier he was. He was not afraid of being branded as someone who massacred players. Now, everyone knows that he has a grudge against Yin Haoyang, especially players from the elite tribunal. Under such circumstances, moving the shelter to Yin Haoyang's place, isn't it a clear statement that they support Yin Haoyang and are against him? He would not show mercy when it came to killing such people. Soon, Lin Zhe returned to the shelter. He told Yu Shuang what had just happened and said, pay more attention to Yin Haoyang's situation recently. Okay, boss. The little girl nodded obediently and asked, boss, are you going to take action against Yin Haoyang? Lin Zhe smiled and said, when more players move over, we'll kill them all at once. Yu Shuang asked, boss, this won't be dangerous, right? Lin Zhe said, don't worry, I know what's going on. When the time comes, he will bring all the pets under his command over there. Even if Yin Haoyang is a monkey, he will not be able to escape from his 5-finger mountain. Then Lin Zhe came to the reservoir to check it out. The 10-meter deep pool was filled to the brim. When the flashlight was shown over there, the entire reservoir seemed bottomless. He took 2 steps back and looked at the little girl beside him. Can you swim? Yu Shuang shook her head. No, I never had the chance to learn. Lin Zhe laughed out loud twice. What a coincidence. He doesn't know either. He called over the Persian monkey, pointed to the outer circle of the reservoir, and said, build a fence around this reservoir. Make sure it is strong. Good master. The Persian monkey nodded. Then it said, I have something to report to the master. What's up? Lin Zhe looked at the Persian monkey in confusion. The Persian monkey said, it's like this. When my people were mining, an iron mine suddenly collapsed. It turned into debris without any warning, and it was impossible to continue mining iron ore. Lin Zhe asked, do you know what's going on? The Persian monkey shook his head and said, I don't know, but I guess the iron ore was mined out, so it broke. That's a bit unexpected. Lindsay knew that mineral resources could not be mined indefinitely and would eventually run out. However, he did not expect that day to come so soon. Could it be that he sent too many monkeys to mine? Come on, follow me to the other side of the valley. Lindsay turned to Yu Shuang and said, just do your thing. I'll be back soon. The little girl hummed softly. She did have a lot of work today. Not to mention the tools to be made, there are still many monster corpses that have not been decomposed in the slaughterhouse alone. 10 minutes later, Lindsay and the Persian monkey entered the valley. Looking up, I saw a large number of torches lit at the mining area in the valley, illuminating the entire mining area. In the light of the fire, dozens of adult monkeys are swinging pickaxes with great effort. The clanging sound of metal knocking was very intense. It actually sounds quite pleasant, with some kind of alternative melody. There were also a few monkeys carrying the mined iron ore and placing them in an open space near the mining area. The iron ore there is piled up into a small hill. Quantities are in hundreds of thousands. It really proves the saying that when there are more monkeys, there is power. This work efficiency is absolutely amazing, equivalent to Lin Zay's mining output in at least 1 month. Master, it's right here. The Persian monkey led Lin Zay into the mining area and pointed to a pile of black debris and said, there was an iron mine here before, but it collapsed not long after the miners I arranged to mine it. As I said before, there's not just one iron mine. Instead, they're scattered in clusters throughout the mining area, which is different from salt mines. Lindsay looked over. Soon the information appeared in his field of vision. Chapter 104, Intermediate Stone House. A pile of iron or waste will not have much value even if it is smelted in a furnace. Your analysis is correct, Lindsay said. This iron mine is indeed collapsing because the iron ore inside has been mined out. The Persian monkey said disappointedly. Doesn't that mean that the other iron mines will also be mined out one day? Lindsay nodded. He was also a little depressed, but he recovered quickly. His attitude has always been good. Lindsay smiled and said, there are no inexhaustible resources in the world. You, the great saint, and the second saint all mined this iron mine before. It's normal to be the first one to finish. As he spoke, Lindsay glanced at the mining area again. In addition to this collapsed iron ore, there are more than 50 iron mines in the entire mining area, which can continue to be mined for a long time. In addition, he had an iron mine waiting to be occupied. Therefore, he was not worried at all about the shortage of iron or resources. At this point, Lindsay thought to himself, no wonder the game is so generous. It gives minerals to players when they advance to silver. It seems that there are not many reserves. Once the minerals are exhausted, we can only steal from other players. The game encourages players to compete with each other, especially those ambitious players and player alliances. When the demand for mineral resources is extremely high, they need to plunder. Lindsay could imagine. In the middle and late stages, wars will inevitably break out between player forces over mineral issues. As for now, the player shelters have not yet been developed and can't consume much mineral resources at all, so there is no need to grab them. If you want to build shelters such as fortresses and cities in the future, then more mineral resources will definitely be consumed. Another thing is that the players are currently too weak to even occupy the mineral resources near their own shelters, let alone rob others. Therefore, the mineral war will not happen in the short term. Lindsay said to the Persian monkey, there is no problem, just let your people mine as usual. Good master. The Persian monkey nodded. Lindsay asked, has the cave for rest been dug out? The Persian monkey said, master, don't worry, it's all done. I led people to dig 3 caves, which are enough for the tribesmen to rest at night. Lindsay nodded and said, when you are resting, you must take safety precautions. After all, we are in the wild. If there is any danger, remember to contact me as soon as possible. The Persian monkey understood. Then Lindsay took out a lot of peaches, apples, bananas, and other fruit from his backpack and gave them to the Persian monkey. Take it and distribute it among your people. You have to work hard, but you can't go hungry. Thank you, master. The Persian monkey was very happy. He quickly called a group of monkeys to carry the fruits back to the cave. Lindsay also put all the iron or mined by the monkeys into his backpack. There are a total of more than 256,000 pieces of iron ores, more than 24,000 pieces of refined iron, plus nearly 2,000 pieces of high-quality refined iron. The Persian monkey has already brought back a batch of high-quality refined iron. Nearly 50 monkeys are working together in the mine, so the work efficiency is very high. And it's still afternoon. By the time work is finished at night, a large amount of iron ore can still be mined. At the end of the day, 4 or 500,000 is no problem at all. If the monkeys work more night shifts, the total harvest may exceed 600,000. Lindsay once again admired his own eyesight, as he could tell at first glance that the monkey was a natural miner. Now he was not disappointed. Lindsay did not stay in the valley for long. After leaving the mine to the Persian monkeys, he returned to the sanctuary. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well go back and help you Shuang with her work. With Lindsay's help, the little girl was freed from the butcher's workshop and returned to the tool bench to forge an iron pickaxe. Maya, who went to Monkey Mountain, will be back soon. Once the monkeys arrive, work at the salt mine must begin immediately. Iron pickaxes as mining tools must naturally be prepared in advance. Lindsay worked in the slaughterhouse for more than an hour, and he finally decomposed all the remaining monster corpses. Using the slaughterhouse to decompose monster corpses will yield at least 30% more meat than decomposing them with one click. When we decomposed the monster's corpse, a lot of meat was wasted. In addition to the beast meat, a large amount of monster materials, including scales, fur, claws, fangs, venom glands, etc., were also decomposed. Once we have a foundry, these can all be used to make equipment. Lindsay gave the decomposed meat to Yu Shuang and stored the monster materials in the warehouse. In the end, all that was left in front of Lindsay was a pile of crystal cores of different colors. This is the most important thing. There are 94 crystal cores in total, which are mainly divided into 6 attributes: gold, earth, water, wood, fire, and wind. There's also a lightning crystal core, but there is only one. Apparently, monsters of this nature are very rare. Lindsay remembered that it was a rabbit that could release lightning strikes. It was very cute and had strong fighting power. In the end, he was slapped to death by Big Bear. Including my previous reserves, I now have 36 Earth-type crystal cores, 15 Gold-type crystal cores, 17 Fire-type crystal cores, and 8 Water-type crystal cores. It's more than enough to upgrade the shelter. Without hesitation, Lindsay decisively opened the shelter's information panel and upgraded the shelter's level. This upgrade consumes a total of 5,000 units of stone, 500 units of cement, 10 earth crystal cores, and 3 fire crystal cores. Soon, a faint golden light descended, enveloped the entire area of the shelter. Not only the stone house, but also the open space outside the house was all covered by the golden light. It was visible to the naked eye that the edge of the shelter was rapidly expanding outward, and in a blink of an eye its area had at least doubled. The stone house, which serves as the core of the shelter, has also become larger and has higher defense value. Stone house. Level, intermediate. Defense value, 50,000. Shelter buildings, fish pond, vegetable garden, orchard, pig pen, cattle shed, power grid, reservoir, warehouse, slaughterhouse. Next level, advanced. Upgrade requirements, 10,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of cement, 30 earth crystal cores, 10 fire crystal cores, 5 water crystal cores. Information, a shelter with excellent defensive capabilities. Ordinary monsters will not attack you. But don't be arrogant. The dangers in this world are never just monsters. Just as I expected, after battle, we have obtained almost all the crystal cores needed for the advanced stone house. The only thing missing is a few earth-type crystal cores. Now we just need to gather enough stones and cement so that we can continue upgrading the shelter. The problem of stone is easy to solve. Once I occupy that stone mine, I can mine a large amount of stone in minutes. The hard part is cement. This item can only be traded with players at the moment. Lindsay opened the trading channel and searched, but found no transaction information about cement. This thing is very valuable nowadays. Basically, as soon as you appear in the trading channel, you'll be killed instantly. After an unknown amount of time, a transaction information suddenly appeared and successfully attracted Lindsay's attention. Items for sale, clay. Transaction information, 1 unit of clay in exchange for 500 milliliters of water. Item information, materials for making cement. Chapter 105, the teacher is right. There's actually such a thing. Lindsay was a little surprised. He decisively took a picture of the clay being traded. After checking its information, I found that it is indeed the material for making cement as described. After thinking about it, Lindsay sent a friend request to the player who sold the clay. Not long after, the application was successfully approved. Lindsay was about to send a message when the opponent player took the lead and said, The boss actually added me as a friend. I'm so excited. Lindsay glanced at the ID of the opposing player. His name is Ruan Wenhao, and he is a male player. Lindsay said, I just bought the clay you sold on the trading channel. I want to ask where you got it from. Ruan Wenhao quickly replied, There's a small swamp near my shelter, and there's clay in it that can be collected. Lindsay's eyes suddenly lit up. He originally thought it was from a treasure chest. I didn't expect it to be obtained through collection. Lindsay immediately said, I want to cooperate with you and buy a large amount of clay from you. What do you think? Ruan Wenhao. Boss, do you have a way to make cement? Lindsay said, Not yet. Ruan Wenhao. Huh, I know how to make cement. Do you want to know? Lindsay, just state the conditions directly. Ruan Wenhao. I don't want anything else. I just want you to give me 10,000 iron ores and 1,000 pieces of refined iron. Lindsay fell silent. What happened today? It's rare that he has two friends, but they all treat him as a fool. Lindsay, I can only give you 1/10 of the supplies at most. Ruan Wenhao, boss, this is too little. What I have is not only intelligence information, but also drawings of machines for making cement. As he said this, he sent an illustrated guide. Lindsay clicked on it and saw that the drawing was called Fully Automatic Cement Making Machine. Just like the fully automatic toilet paper making machine he owns, cement can be produced directly by just putting the materials in. Lindsay was indeed a little surprised. You dare to sell this blueprint? Not to mention 10,000 pieces of iron ores and 1,000 pieces of refined iron. Even if the price increased several times, it would be worth it in exchange for this blueprint. As long as he can produce cement, he will immediately make a fortune. From this perspective, Ruan Wenhao's offer is indeed a bit too cheap. If it were him, he would not consider selling it even if another zero was added to the price. Lindsay asked, Why don't you use it yourself? Ruan Wenhao, haha, I'm lucky. I got 2 of these drawings in a row. I keep one for myself and use the other for trading. Lindsay was silent for a long time. I can only say that the European emperor deserves to die. At this time, Ruan Wenhao sent another message. I was actually ready to find those player alliances, and the boss just happened to send a message. I prefer being friends with the big guys to trading with the player alliance. The teacher said that many players who wanted to add the boss as their friend were rejected by the boss. If I could add him as my friend, the teacher would definitely be envious. What the hell is a teacher? Lindsay thought, could it be that Ruan Wenhao is a young student who happened to come to this area with his teacher? Besides, doesn't he have a pretty bad reputation lately? Being his friend actually rose to the level of bragging to others. Lindsay asked, Do you want iron, ore, and refined iron to upgrade the wooden house? Ruan Wenhao, my shelter has been upgraded to the level of a stone house. I trade iron, ore, and refined iron to make equipment. I have my own tool bench. Lin shined secretly. Ruan Wenhao's luck is extremely good. Not only has the level of the shelter been upgraded, but there is also a tool bench. He opened the merit ranking list and took a look, and sure enough, he saw Ruan Wenhao's name ranked 25th. This is still a top professional player in life. The professional talent must also be quite high. Lindsay, okay, let this trade. He opened a trading window and put 10,000 pieces of iron, ore, and 1,000 pieces of refined iron on it. After all, we just met, so it's better to be cautious. On the opposite side, Ruan Wenhao also put the drawing into the trading window. After both people confirmed, the transaction was completed, and the drawings also appeared in Lindsay's backpack at the same time. Ruan Wenhao sent a message quickly. Boss, the method of making cement is very simple. It only requires 3 materials: clay, limestone, and iron powder. I learned that limestone is a byproduct of stone mining. As for iron powder, it is the product of completely crushing iron ore. As for how to crush it, I'm not quite sure. Lindsay thought, you may not know, but I do. He happened to have a blueprint of an iron ore crusher, chapter 53. When he got this blueprint before, he was a little confused and didn't understand what the crushed iron ore could be used for. Now, I finally understand. It turns out that she is waiting for him here. Lindsay was excited, thinking to himself, I have the iron ore crusher. I just need to occupy the stone mine the limestone, and then buy clay from Ruan Wenhao, and then I can directly produce cement. He didn't expect that the problem that had been bothering him just now could be solved so easily and quickly. After thinking about it, Lindsay also sent the illustration of iron ore crusher to Ruan Wenhao. Iron ore can be crushed with this machine. He took advantage of Ruan Wenhao by trading the drawings. I will not hesitate to tell you the information about the iron or crusher. Wan Wenhao. Damn it. The boss is the boss. He has all these good things. So, the boss only needs to get limestone to produce cement directly. Boss, do you think this will work? I will exchange clay for iron powder with you. I will not let you suffer any loss. For every 10 units of clay, I will exchange 1 unit of iron powder. Can. The thing Lindsay has the most is iron ore. Once the stone mine was captured, the limestone was also found. What is most lacking is clay. Being able to get a large amount of clay from Wan Wenhao was also the result he wanted to see. Lindsay, go collect the clay first, the more the better. We'll trade after I get the iron powder out. Wan Wenhao. Okay, boss. Hundreds of kilometers away from Linza. Inside a shelter, a fat boy who looked about 15 or 16 years old was waving his fists excitedly. The teacher is right. If you want to do well in society, in addition to improving your own abilities, you also need help from noble people. Boss Lindsay is my noble person. The little fat boy cheered excitedly. At the same time, I found a friend named Xia Zhuo in the friend panel. Xia Zhuo, I'm so lucky today. A few minutes later, Xia Zhuo replied, what kind of luck did you get? Did you find a golden treasure chest? It's not a treasure chest. The little fat boy said excitedly. Teacher, let me tell you, I have become a friend of Boss Lindsay, and I have also done a business with him. The fat boy narrated the entire incident. Xia Zhuo was indeed very envious after hearing this. Suffering a loss is a blessing. This is indeed your great fortune. This world is very dangerous. You must build a good relationship with Lindsay. He may help you when you're in danger in the future. Little fatty. Teacher, many players in the channel say that Boss Lindsay is a bad guy. Xia Zhuo, don't worry about that. The rules of the world have changed. As long as he can take care of you, or even save your life at a critical moment, he is a good person to you. I understand, teacher. The little fat man. Then let's not talk about it for now. I'm going to collect clay now. Xia Zhuo, go ahead, be careful. Fatty. Okay, teacher. Chapter 106 Monkey Miners. Lindsay is here. He was also sharing his joy with Yu Shuang. The little girl also opened her mouth wide after hearing this. I didn't expect that my boss would solve the cement problem so quickly. Yu Shuang said happily. After the cement is manufactured, I don't know how much it can be sold, but at least the boss won't have to worry about cement when upgrading the shelter in the future. Lin Chen nodded. He thought so too. Of course, once we start mass producing cement, we can definitely make a lot of money. At this stage, cement and stone are both hot commodities. Basically, as long as a player puts them on the trading channel, they will be sold out immediately in the next second. As long as cement is successfully produced, it is only a matter of time before people become rich. Yu Shuang said with some regret. It's a pity that we don't have clay nearby. Otherwise, we can be self-sufficient in the 3 raw materials for making cement and don't have to rely on others. Lindsay smiled and said, is there anything perfect in the world? Besides, this is not considered dependence. I need the clay in Wan Wenhao's hands, and he also needs the iron powder we make. This is a mutually beneficial situation. Yu Shuang also smiled and said, if Wan Wenhao knew that the boss would be able to get limestone soon, he would definitely be willing to pay more for the clay. Lin Chen nodded. 3 raw materials are indispensable for producing cement. If Wan Wenhao knew that he had limestone in his hand, he would definitely not be able to restrain himself. Yu Shuang asked, when are you going to attack the stone mine? Tomorrow morning. Lindsay said, I'll go there later. The monkey team Maya brought from Monkey Mountain will soon arrive. After we capture the stone mine, we will directly bring half of them over to mine. Now I'll get the iron or crusher out and see how it works. After saying that, he came outside the stone house. I found an open space and took out the iron or crusher blueprint that I had saved for a long time from my backpack. A moment later, as the drawings turned into countless golden lights and disappeared, a heavy machine, nearly 10 meters tall, suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the open space in front of Lindsay. Item: iron or crusher. Energy consumption: electricity. Work efficiency: 10,000 ores can be crushed per hour. Information: it can crush most metal ores including iron, ore, diamond, mithril, ore, etc. It turns out there's more to it than just crushing iron ore. Other metal ores can also be crushed. This is also good news for Lindsay. In the future, if you encounter other metal ores that need to be crushed, you can also use this crusher to operate them. It seems to be quite efficient. More than 200,000 tons of iron ore can be crushed in one day. Lindsay then packed up the iron ore, refined iron, and high-quality refined iron he brought back and sent them to Yu Shuang. This crusher is for you to operate. Okay, boss. The little girl nodded. Here, Lindsay used the drawings of the fully automatic cement-making machine again. Soon, a large machine appeared in front of the two of them. It was about 5 meters high and looked like a blender. The energy consumed by the fully automatic cement-making machine is also electricity. 10,000 units of cement can be produced per hour. The ratio of the 3 raw materials consumed is 4 to 2 to 1. That is 4 parts limestone, 2 parts clay, and 1 part iron powder. Lindsay didn't know how cement was made on Earth. How to make the ratio. In short, here, he only needs to put limestone, clay, and iron powder into this machine in a ratio of 4 to 2 to 1 to successfully make cement. Lindsay said to the little girl, "Go get something to eat first. I might be back late in the evening." Good. The little girl immediately ran to prepare. After dinner, Lindsay left the shelter. Yu Shuang also started the work of crushing the iron ore. The steps are very simple. It can be described as a fool-like operation. Turn on the power to start the machine, put the iron ore into the machine's feed port, and then wait for the crushed iron powder to be transmitted out from the discharge port. The prepared iron powder was not sprinkled directly on the ground, but was wrapped in golden light balls. Each golden ball of light is wrapped with exactly 100 pieces of iron powder. It can be seen that sometimes the game is still very considerate. After leaving the shelter, Lindsay went to meet up with Big Bear and the 3 little ones and help them clean up the battlefield. There aren't many silver monsters in the jungle. In total, less than 30 were hunted. There were quite a lot of bronze monsters, which decomposed into a large amount of meat, more than 20,000 units, and there were also many blood candles of different levels. As usual, he put the blood candle on the trading channel. The silver-level monster corpses were packaged and sent to Yu Shuang, who was asked to decompose them in the slaughterhouse. By the time everything was done, it was already past 7 in the evening. Lindsay also received a message from Maya. The 100 adult monkeys it brought from Monkey Mountain have successfully arrived at the salt mine. Lindsay immediately sent a message to the little girl. The monkey miners have arrived. How many pickaxes have you made? Boss, we only have 64 pickaxes now. Yu Shuang replied and sent all the iron pickaxes to Lindsay. These are enough for now. You can take your time with the rest. After saying that, Lindsay closed the friend panel and rode on Big Bear's back towards the salt mine. Soon, the group arrived at the salt mine. The monkeys lit a large number of torches, illuminating the entire salt mine and the surrounding open space. At a glance, monkeys are everywhere, and they're all tall and strong. The average height is about 2 meters 3. Those bulging muscles looked like twisted steel bars. If you don't look at their information panels, it would be hard for anyone to associate them with monkeys. They're more like big gorillas. As soon as Lindsay appeared, all the monkeys became quiet instantly. No more noisy sounds. Moreover, the monkeys looked at Lindsay with awe in their eyes. Although Lindsay did not use real weapons to establish his authority when he went to the Monkey Mountain before, he still intimidated the entire monkey group. The old monkey kings were all very respectful to Lindsay, not to mention other monkeys. Lindsay gathered the monkeys together, distributed the pickaxes in his hand to them, and then demonstrated personally, teaching the monkeys how to dig and how to stack the mine salt. These monkeys have extremely high IQs. They learned it after Lindsay taught them once. Okay, those who have pickaxes go and mine, and those who don't have pickaxes will be responsible for guarding the surrounding area to prevent monsters from approaching the mining area. Chirp. The monkeys nodded in unison. They can understand everything Lindsay says. As for what they were saying, Lindsay had no idea, but he could still understand their body language. Lindsay took out 2 large wooden barrels from his backpack. One barrel is filled with water, and the other barrel is filled with various fruits. These are the rations for the monkey miners. He is never stingy when it comes to his own people. After settling the monkey miners, Lindsay set off again with his pet team and headed straight for the location of the stone mine. Chapter 107, The Terrifying Golden Tiger. Lindsay and his pet team ran wildly in the dark jungle for nearly half an hour and finally arrived near the stone mine. There were already 2 figures hovering in the sky. It's Maya and the little golden eagle. They were much faster than Lindsay and the pet team and arrived 10 or 20 minutes earlier. As for the male golden eagle, Maya left it at the salt mine. The mission is to protect the safety of the monkey miners. The male golden eagle also has a short memory. At first he was disobedient and went against Maya, but he only behaved himself after being taught a lesson by Maya. Lindsay also admires Maya. He himself is at the 3rd silver level, but he manages to keep the father of the 9th silver level in line. With one sentence of, "I'm from Shu Down Mountain," the male golden eagle turned into a quail, not daring to even breathe. "Master, there's a stone mine ahead," Xiong said to Lin Zhe. "Just like the salt mine, there are more than 200 silver-level monsters stationed there, and the leader is a silver-level 9 two-headed dog king." Lin Zhe looked up. In addition to the pitch-black world, there are densely packed eyes, dark green, blood red. Although the monsters' figures could not be seen clearly, Lin Zhe could sense the aura of the monsters. Extremely violent. It seems like it's going to tear the world apart. At this time, Da Hong suddenly said, "Master, let me lure the monster this time. I have experience. I used to attract monsters in the salt mine, and it was really fun. I'm eager to try it now." Lin Zhe nodded and said, "Go ahead, be careful." "Don't worry, Master. Those guys can't hurt me." Da Hong jumped out of Lin Zhe's arms and quickly entered the mining area. The monsters also saw Da Hong and looked at him with hostility. They could sense that Da Hong was not on the same side as them. Some monsters even rushed directly towards Da Hong. Da Hong immediately fired a series of fireballs. The damage was so high that it instantly killed the silver monster. See this scene. The other monsters were stunned. I didn't expect that this little guy who came out of nowhere would be so powerful. Da Hong didn't care what they thought and threw fireballs towards the place where the most monsters were. The explosions and the waves of fire shook the entire mining area. All of a sudden, Da Hong attracted the hatred of a large wave of monsters. At least 60 or 70 monsters rushed towards Da Hong. Seeing this, Da Hong ran away. The 4 short legs ran out in a spiral afterimage and quickly ran into the densely wooded area. The monsters rushed in soon after. And the ones who greeted them were naturally Lin Zhe and his pet team. In addition to Big Bear, Xiaoqing, Queen Bee, and Da Hong, Lin Zhe also released Simba and Golden Tiger, who were recuperating in the pet space. They rested for 7 or 8 hours, and their injuries and blood volume had all recovered. Now they are all in their prime. The flying Tiger King roared first, and the terrifying sound waves swept towards the group of monsters, and all the monsters fell into a state of dizziness. This is the Golden Tiger's control skill, Tiger Roaring in the Mountains. The effect is even more powerful than Big Bear's Savage Roar, and the coverage area is also larger. If it were Big Bear, he could control at most a dozen monsters at a time. After the tiger roared in the mountains, the Golden Tiger released 2 attack skills at the same time, Frozen Domain and Ice Explosion. Suddenly, dense snowflakes appeared out of nowhere, covering the group of monsters. In just a few seconds, monsters began to be frozen into ice sculptures, and their number increased rapidly. At the moment of freezing, many huge ice balls fell from the sky. When those ice balls fell to the ground, they all exploded in an instant, turning into sharp ice spikes that shot in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. A large number of monsters were pierced by ice spikes. Terrifying damage values kept floating above their heads. At least half of the monsters were killed on the spot, and the remaining half also fell to the ground in a short period of time. Both the pets and Lin Zhe were stunned by this scene. One set of combos can kill all monsters in seconds. It's so horrible. As expected of a silver 9th level king class monster, those over 1,000 attacks were not wasted. The purple flame lion King Simba's attack is only 720 points. The attack power of the flying tiger king reached a staggering 1,440 points, exactly twice that of the purple flame lion king, plus the skill damage. This created an extremely shocking scene. Right now, there was something a little strange in the look Simba, the purple flame lion king, gave the golden tiger. Before the golden tiger was taken in as a pet by Lin Zhe, it could only barely defeat the golden tiger. And even if it defeated the golden tiger, it was a miserable victory. Now, the golden tiger has become his owner's pet. Its attributes were enhanced by its owner's talent, and it instantly became no match for the golden tiger. It would probably only take Jinhu a dozen or so rounds to suppress it. I have to stay away from this tiger from now on, lest it remembers what happened before and finds an excuse to beat me up. Here, Jinhu also saw the shocked looks of the purple flame lion king and his companions. It couldn't help but raise its head, full of pride. When you meet someone after 3 days, you should look at him with new eyes. It is no longer the tiger that was beaten by the little lion. It is now the most powerful pet king under its master. Once it is promoted to the gold rank, its combat effectiveness will be even stronger. Leave these little friends far behind. Good job. Lindsay also praised. Then he said to all the pets, I underestimated our strength. If that's the case, there's no need to lure monsters. Everyone, let's go straight into the mining area. Jinhu, go and deal with that two-headed dog king. Don't let it run away, and don't kill it, just cripple it. Good master. Jinhu and all the pets nodded. Then they all rushed into the mining area. Soon, a battle of offense and defense for mining began again. The monsters gathered around the mine were the first to be hit. Even though they knew the enemy was powerful, they still surrounded them in droves and had no intention of running away. At the top of the mine, the several-meter-long, two-headed dog king also rushed down at the first moment. However, he was stopped by Jinhu halfway. Relying on its powerful strength, the golden tiger knocked away countless monsters along the way and rushed straight to the mine to intercept the two-headed dog king. No extra nonsense. The two silver level 9 king monsters entered into a violent battle mode as soon as they met, using all kinds of magical skills. As the fight went on, the two king level monsters, driven by instinct, started a hand-to-hand combat mode. Unfortunately, the two-headed dog king is not Simba, the purple flame lion king. The golden tiger is definitely not the flying tiger king who was beaten up by Simba before. In terms of attributes, the two-headed dog king was not as good as the flying tiger king before he became Lindsay's pet, and now he is even further behind. Its attack power is just over 400, a full 1,000 points less than that of the golden tiger. As for the blood volume, it is only 70,000, less than a quarter of that of the golden tiger. Therefore, it only lasted less than half an hour. The two-headed dog king was successfully captured by Jinhu. The man looked extremely miserable, with wounds so deep that the bones could be seen all over his body and blood all over the ground. This is because Jinhu has shown mercy. Otherwise, at least one of the two heads of the two-headed dog king would be lost on the spot. Chapter 108 has been upgraded again. The entire battle lasted no more than half an hour. The nearly 200 silver-level monsters could not hold out as long as the two-headed dog king under the slaughter of the pet team. They were soon killed completely. Lindsay also joined the battle. However, he did not go into battle with a green steel sword. He simply tested the power of the crystal ring. The skill that comes with the crystal ring is called Ice Crystal Sword Ring. It can attack enemies within a range of 80 meters. As for the specific amount of damage, the ring information does not specify it. It only says that it consumes 100 magic points per second. In the end, Lindsay was very satisfied with the test results of the crystal ring. Facing monsters on the battlefield whose levels range from silver level 1 to silver level 8, the Ice Crystal Sword Rain caused damage ranging from 100 to 500 points in each round. The reason why I say every round, this is because according to Lindsay's test, as long as his magic power is not exhausted, or he does not actively turn off his skills, the Ice Crystal Sword Rain will not stop. A rain of swords will continue to fall onto the battlefield, causes continuous damage to monsters. The information states that 100 magic points are consumed every second, and this every second is one round of Ice Crystal Sword Rain. In theory, as long as Lindsay's magic power is not exhausted, even the most powerful monster will be killed by him. Of course, theory is different from practice. The total magic power in Lindsay's body is only 2,150 points, which can only last for 21 seconds. Although the damage per second of Ice Crystal Sword Rain is not high, it has a large range, and the group damage is outrageous. It's a pity that it consumes too much magic power. I can't show it in my heart's content. After the battle, Lindsay also opened his personal information panel and took a look. His level did not increase in this battle, but the experience points also increased a lot. Currently, I have more than 1,200 experience points. As long as I gain more than 300 experience points, I can be promoted to silver level 7, mainly because his level is too high. Now there is no experience gained from killing silver level 2 monsters. Otherwise, everyone could at least be promoted to the next level this time. Lindsay waved to Maya, who was hovering in the sky, and said to her, "Go to the salt mine and escort half of the monkey miners here." "Good master." Maya flapped her wings and quickly disappeared into the distance. After Maya left, Lindsay also began to clean up the battlefield. All the monster corpses were packed up and sent to the little girl at home, and the exploded blood candles were put on the trading platform. After doing all this, Lindsay went to the top of the mine. Like the salt mine, this stone mine also has a gold chest. After a while, Lindsay reached the top of the mountain with a flashlight. The first thing he saw was not the golden treasure chest, but the two-headed dog king beaten half to death by the golden tiger. Lindsay stepped forward and took a closer look at the two-headed dog king. No matter how you look at it, this guy doesn't seem to have any dog characteristics and looks a bit like a hairless lion. His whole body was smooth and his skin was pitch black. Looks very ugly. For a moment, Lindsay didn't want to keep this two-headed dog king as a pet. But seeing that it had already reached silver level 9 and was also a king level monster, I decided to endure it. It's ugly, so what? I don't know who said it, but extreme ugliness is also a kind of beauty. Although he didn't agree with it, it was still okay to use it here to comfort himself. Woof, woof, woof. At this time, the two-headed dog king suddenly bared its teeth and barked at Lindsay. Lindsay couldn't understand what it was saying either. I guess he might be scolding him, or he might be saying kill me if you have the guts, so he gave Jinhu a look. Jinhu understood immediately, dragged the two-headed dog king away. Soon, Lindsay heard the howling of the two-headed dog king. He ignored it. Use a flashlight to find the gold treasure chest. Unlike salt mines, the top of stone mines is not flat. It is raised like a real mountain and has many structures. Fortunately, the area is not large. Lindsay quickly found the golden treasure chest next to a rubble. As the treasure chest was opened, a series of information prompts appeared again in Lindsay's field of vision. Congratulations, you have successfully opened a gold treasure chest. You get a vegetable seed gift pack. You get a blueprint. You get the silver suit component, wind helmet. You gain experience plus 500. A moment. A powerful energy surged from Lindsay's body. His physical fitness was being rapidly strengthened, and he felt a slight tingling sensation. After a while, the reinforcement ended. Lindsay's level was also successfully promoted to silver level 7. 3 levels in one day. Lindsay smiled happily. I thought there was no hope of upgrading today, but I didn't expect that opening a treasure chest would give him a surprise. Although 500 experience points are not much, it is equivalent to killing dozens of silver level monsters. He opened the rankings and took a look. Regardless of the level ranking or merit ranking, he was far ahead. It was almost impossible for other players to catch up with him. In terms of level, the second place is Wan Ling. Her level is only silver level 2. There's a full 5 levels difference between him and Lindsay. The gap is very large, especially without the game benefits. It is difficult to upgrade to each level. Lindsay then took out the supplies from the treasure chest. The drawings are home appliance drawings. After opening it, you could get a large refrigerator with double doors. This thing is dispensable to Lindsay, but at least it could add a touch of color to the shelter, which was better than nothing. So he put it away in his backpack. The vegetable seed gift pack is very good. It contains dozens of different kinds of vegetable seeds, which just solves Lindsay's urgent needs. The appearance of the silver equipment Gale helmet made Lindsay even happier. The only thing missing from his Gale suit is this helmet. In Lindsay's eyes, its value is no less than that of a piece of gold equipment. He put it on his head without hesitation. At the same time, an information prompt appears. Congratulations, you have collected the complete wind suit and have successfully unlocked the wind suit set attributes. Attribute 1. Extra HP increased by 1,000 points. Attribute 2. Attack, defense, speed, each increased by 50 points. Attribute 3. Shield value increased to 3,000. Congratulations, you're the first player to collect the silver set. You get a reward, achievement value plus 50. You get a silver treasure chest. Experience plus 300. There's actually an unexpected gain. Lindsay seemed to have almost forgotten how long it had been since he had received any achievement rewards. Adding the 50 achievement points rewarded by the game, his total achievement points have reached 360 points. In this area, his achievement points should be the highest. Then Lindsay opened the silver treasure chest. A bunch of ordinary food, plus 30 units of diamonds. Diamond is an advanced version of ordinary stones. There is also a pigpen blueprint, which is another little surprise. It can be used to upgrade the pigpen in the shelter and expand the scale of breeding. Just when Lindsay was reaping a great harvest, Yin Haoyang finally successfully received the shelter relocation drawings from Yin Feng at high price. The two chatted in the friend panel. Yin Feng said, Alliance Leader Yin, it's a pleasure to work with you. I heard that your relationship with Lindsay has been repaired, and you have become good brothers. Congratulations. When Yin Haoyang saw this message, he was stunned. How come we didn't know about this? Chapter 109 Li Yushi. This is an idiot. Is there someone silently helping me behind the scenes? Yin Haoyang was a little excited. Although he was having fun in the alliance group, speaking with all kinds of confidence and not taking Lin Zhe seriously, he was actually scared to death. Especially when I learned that Lin Zhe had been promoted twice today and had also captured a mineral resource. He felt even more uneasy. He is only at silver level 1 now, and cannot imagine what the result will be when facing Lin Zhe, who is at silver level 6. Perhaps Lin Zhe wouldn't need to put in much effort to kill him. It was precisely because of the fear in his heart that he kept spreading the Lin Zhe is not a threat theory and encouraged senior players in the group to move to his place. Building a base is only one aspect. It's more about protecting his safety. Now hearing Yin Feng claim that his relationship with Lin Zhe had been quietly reconciled, he was naturally a little excited, guessing that someone was helping him. No one knew that he was often woken up by fright during his sleep these days. The dream was full of people with the surname Lin. Yin Haoyang quickly sent a message. Brother, where did you hear this? I didn't know about this. Yin Feng, huh? Alliance leader Yin, stop pretending. This is what Lin Zhe told me himself. The reason why I sold the blueprint to you was because Lin Zhe helped us. He also asked me not to tell you about this. It's my fault for saying it out loud. Yin Haoyang was suddenly even more surprised. The noble person he just guessed was actually Lin Zhe himself? Could it be that Lin Zhe had thought it through and didn't intend to go against him? So he took the initiative to show goodwill and wanted to reconcile with him? That should be it. After all, I am not alone. There's a powerful player alliance standing behind me. Lin Zhe is a lonely man, so it's normal that he doesn't want to offend me. Yin Haoyang felt inexplicably proud. So what if you're the strongest player? Faced with him, the leader of the strongest player alliance, even the strongest players had to give in and retreat obediently. Sure enough, his decision to establish the alliance was correct. In the face of a powerful alliance, the threat posed by individual players is insignificant. He has just started to exert his strength. Lin Zhe took the initiative to admit defeat. Yin Haoyang sent a message to Yin Feng. Haha, it turned out that it was Lin Zhe who told you. That's right. We were originally planning to keep this matter low-key and not publicize it. But since he told you, it's fine. It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. There was only a small misunderstanding between Lin Zhe and I. We reconciled smoothly after some private discussion. Yin Feng, congratulations. Lin Zhe is the strongest player in our district. It's a great thing that Alliance leader Yin can reconcile with him. Yin Haoyang thought to himself, no matter how strong the player is, he still has to bow his head to him in the end. At this moment, he felt very proud and satisfied. The gray sky has lifted. There is a bright future ahead. Yin Haoyang couldn't wait to share the good news with Li Yuxi, emphasizing that it was Lin Zhe who could not bear the pressure and took the initiative to give in order to ease the relationship with him. After listening to Yin Haoyang's story, Li Yuxi's heart skipped a beat. She had never met Lin Zhe and didn't know his personality. But from the fact that Lin Zhe openly criticized Yin Haoyang, the leader of the Elite Court Alliance, on the regional chat channel, she knew that Lin Zhe was not someone who would settle the matter peacefully after suffering a loss. With this kind of personality, plus being the strongest player, he is number one on both lists. How could you give in so easily? She could figure out even with her, but that Lin Zhe was setting a trap for Yin Haoyang. That's not right. To be precise, they were setting a trap for the players of the Elite Court, intending to make them move their shelter to Yin Haoyang's side, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. This is a ruthless person. Killing Yin Haoyang is not enough. You want to kill more players in our alliance to get a bigger reward. Li Yuxi felt upset. She was just about to explain the seriousness of the situation to Yin Haoyang, but she stopped when the words came to her lips. Her intuition told her, Yin Haoyang won't live much longer. What she had to do was to distance herself from Yin Haoyang as much as possible to avoid getting herself into trouble. Li Yuxi thought for a moment and said, this is good news, but we can't just stop working on the base just because we've resolved the conflict with Lin Zhe. We need to hurry up. In addition to us, other player alliances are also building offline bases. We want to become the strongest alliance, so we can't let them get ahead of us. Since Lin Zhe wanted to make some money, she couldn't stop him, and she had to do her best to make it happen. If she could be added as Lin Zhe's friend in the future, she could also use this incident to build a relationship with Lin Zhe. When it comes to Galin's friends, she feels a little depressed. She applies once a day without fail. But until now, all she has received in response is that her application has been rejected. Is it because the photos and videos she took in the past weren't attractive enough? Just then, Li Yuxi seemed to have thought of something. A top player like Lin Zhe must have women trying to curry favor with him every day. There are countless videos of him seducing me. It's normal that he didn't pay attention to me. He likes drawings. If I use the relationship of selling blueprints to add him as my friend, he probably won't refuse me anymore. Thinking of this, Li Yushi's eyes suddenly lit up. On the opposite side, Yin Haoyang did not notice the changes in Li Yushi's expression and eyes. After hearing what Li Yushi said, he immediately began to talk about the future he planned for the elite court. Finally, Li Yushi was really annoyed and said, "I'm a little tired today. I want to rest early." Yin Haoyang said quickly, "Okay, you should have a good rest. If you feel unwell, drink more water, which will help detoxify and relieve fatigue." Hearing this, Li Yushi rolled her eyes secretly. I just turned off the video. She opened the rankings and took a look. It was discovered that Lin Zhe's level had risen again, reaching an astonishing silver level 7, and a merit value on the merit ranking list had also increased significantly. He must have captured another mineral resource. The strength is too terrifying. How could such a person surrender on his own initiative? Only a guy like Yin Haoyang, who doesn't have enough brain cells, would think in that direction. Li Yushi was glad that she didn't move there. Otherwise, she would be the one having nightmares at night. I need to do something. Win over a group of people in the alliance. Once Yin Haoyang falls into Lin Zhe's hands, I will directly take over the elite court. The name of the alliance must also be changed. It can be called the Rose Alliance and completely break away from its relationship with Yin Haoyang. Li Yushi immediately opened the friend panel. Send messages to some players she likes. We can't take away too many people to prevent Lin Zhe's plan to get rich quickly from failing, and then he'll turn his attention to me and use a big move on me. By then, even if I break my hips, I'm afraid I'll be left with nothing. Li Yushi has always been confident about her appearance and figure. But this is a jungle world without rules. Facing the strongest player Lin Zhe, her confidence was also limited. Chapter 110 Boss, would you like to have dog meat hot pot for supper? Lin Zhe was not clear about the situation with Yin Haoyang and Li Yushi. He was swinging a pickaxe, chiseling the stone mine at his feet. About a few times, a neatly shaped stone fell out of nowhere. A message popped up indicating that he had successfully mined 1 unit of stone. Compared to iron, ore, and salt mines, mining stone is much simpler. It should be related to the value of the things. Iron, ore, and salt are more valuable than stone, so they're more difficult to mine. Lin Zhe continued to swing the pickaxe in his hand. Basically, 1 unit of stone could be mined for every 5 hits. The work efficiency is very impressive. In addition to stone, Lin Zhe also mined limestone. Basically, for every 3 units of stone mined, 1 unit of limestone can be mined as well. This efficiency is not low. Lin Zhe checked the information about limestone again. Sure enough, it was marked as one of the materials for making cement. This made him feel better. The hands swinging the pickaxe became more and more diligent. After digging for more than half an hour, Lin Zhe finally stopped. There were a lot of stones and limestone piled up around him. After putting them into his backpack, Lin Zhe brought his pets to the foot of the mine. Maya has returned from the salt mines and successfully brought 50 monkey miners. Lin Zhe contacted the little girl at home and waited for her to send over the forged iron pickaxes and then distributed them to the monkey miners one by one. At this point, the monkey miners at both mineral resources have the tools to work. The mining of stone mines is the same as that of salt mines. Lin Zhe said to the monkey miners, "This will be your workplace from now on. You will eat and live here. I will take care of your food and protect your safety. You don't have to worry about these. Just work hard. Chirp." The monkey miners nodded in unison. They are neatly arranged in several rows. The pickaxes in their hands were all carried on their shoulders. If he puts on workers' clothes and a safety helmet, he will look more like a miner and even an elite among the miners. Just ask on Earth. Which construction site can find so many miners who are over 2 meters tall and have muscles as strong as steel? If Lin Zhe took a photo now and sent it to the chat channel, it would definitely shock all the players. Soon, the monkey miners got to work. Some of them go to mine stone. Some of them are dug into caves for sleeping. Quite orderly. As usual, Lin Zhe left enough water and food for the monkey miners and called Maya over and said, "I have a task for you. Protect the safety of these monkeys. If there's a problem you can't solve, contact me immediately. Also, don't stop hunting. Leveling up is also important. There are many high-level monsters around here that are suitable for you to hunt." "Good master." Maya nodded. The little golden eagle next to it also cried out cutely twice. Under Maya's loving motherly education, the little golden eagle is also very respectful to Lindsay. Unlike its stubborn father, who has yet to confront Lindsay, I was afraid that Lindsay would catch it as a pet. Little does it know that it is itself the one that suffers the loss. Without Lindsay's talent enhancement, its attributes could not be improved, and it couldn't even beat its own wife. And it is not Lindsay's pet, but it still does the work of a pet. Isn't this just trying to save face and suffering? After dealing with the stone mine matters, Lindsay also returned to the shelter with his pets. Also brought back was the two-headed dog king. This big dog's resilience is amazing. From the end of the battle to the time Lindsay returned to the shelter, it took less than 2 hours, and its injuries had basically healed, and its blood volume had recovered by 1/3. This recovery speed far exceeds that of the purple flame Lion King. However, before it could stand up, it was beaten again, and this time it was a gang fight. The Flying Tiger King and the Purple Flame Lion King attacked together, and soon the two-headed Dog King was beaten to his last breath. The injury is more serious than before. Just like a dead dog, he was dragged into Lindsay's shelter by the pets. The little girl opened the door to welcome Lindsay. Seeing this scene, he blurted out, "Wow, it's a dog with 2 heads. It looks so magical. Boss, do you want to have dog meat hot pot for supper?" Lindsay clearly saw that the two-headed Dog King's body trembled. It doesn't know what hot pot is, but the 3 words, "eat dog meat," are understandable. In order to survive, it looked at Lindsay for help and whimpered, looking very pitiful. Lindsay ignored it. He smiled and said to the little girl, "This is the two-headed Dog King. I caught it from a stone mine and plan to keep it as a pet in the early morning." Only then did Yu Shuang go to check the information of the two-headed Dog King. It really is the Dog King, and his level is as high as Silver level 9. If he breaks through one more level, he will be promoted to a gold monster. Lin Shen nodded. This is also one of the reasons why he did not kill the two-headed Dog King. Silver level 9, only 1 step away from gold level. On the other hand, Simba, Big Bear, the Persian monkey, and the 3 little ones are only at silver level 4 at best, which is still far from the gold rank. He planned to train a group of gold level pets first, then let them lead the team to help upgrade the levels of other pets. If you encounter danger, they will be there to protect you. This is a typical example of making some people rich first, and then leading everyone to achieve common prosperity. Yu Shuang asked, "Boss, do you need me to build an iron cage?" Lindsay said, "No, it doesn't dare to run." As he spoke, he also looked at the two-headed Dog King lying on the ground. This creature had become very obedient now, whining and shaking his head pitifully, indicating that he would definitely not run away. Surrounded by a group of powerful pets, how could it have the courage to escape? It doesn't really want to become a dog meat hot pot. After arranging the pets and the two-headed Dog King, Lindsay came to the pig pen and upgraded the pig pen using the blueprint he had just obtained. He made a point of checking it last night and this morning. The number of wild boars in the pigsty will no longer increase when it reaches 100. The same is true for the cow shed, which can only raise 100 bison. I don't know how many pigs the pig pen can raise after this upgrade. 200 or more. Lindsay is full of expectations for this. Then he went to the vegetable garden and planted the vegetable seeds he got from the gift package. There are a total of 30 different vegetable seeds in the gift pack. Some common vegetables can be found in it. In the end, Lindsay opened up a total of 10 vegetable fields and planted 10 different kinds of vegetables. He couldn't have more than that. Like the orchard, the pigsty, and the cow shed. Vegetable gardens also have planting limits. If you want to grow more vegetables at the same time, you need to upgrade and expand the planting area of the vegetable garden. Then there is the fish pond, which is filled to the brim with more than 10,000 large crucian carps. The fish pond has been upgraded to a higher level before. Otherwise, it would be impossible to raise so many crucian carp. Keep it in there first, and deal with the situation when the next wave of natural disasters comes. Lindsay turned back to the stone house. The little girl was preparing bath water for him. He didn't bother and took out 2 drawings from his backpack and used them. In an instant, a large double-door refrigerator and a vertical air conditioner appeared in the room out of nowhere. Chapter 111, The Importance of Equipment. Boss, it's the air conditioner and refrigerator. Looking at the 2 brand new home appliances that appeared out of nowhere in the room, Yu Shuang cheered immediately, and the smile on her bright face was very bright. On Earth, these 2 home appliances are nothing. But in this jungle world, it is undoubtedly a luxury. It is extremely rare at this stage, and it is difficult to buy even if you have money. Yu Shuang asked, "Boss, where did you get this from?" Lin Zhe said, "I opened a gold treasure chest and got the refrigerator blueprint from it. As for the air conditioner blueprint, I got it a few days ago, chapter 40, and I kept it in my backpack without using it." "Boss, you are really amazing." The little girl hugged Lin Zhe's arm affectionately. With refrigerators, even if extreme heat waves come, our food can be preserved for longer. As for air conditioners, they are even more useful. Lin Zhe nodded. If an extreme heat disaster really occurs, the degree of heat will definitely be very alarming. Think about the polar night mode we are experiencing now. Without torches or blood candles, it is pitch black when you go out and you can't see anything. Even though Lin Zhe is now a silver level 7 professional and his vision has been greatly enhanced, he still can't see his hand in front of him outside. If you enter extreme heat mode, the air conditioner will definitely play a significant role. Given the nature of the game, it may be able to save lives. Lin Zhe said, "When the polar night mode is over, we will use the solar charging panels. These electrical appliances at home consume a lot of electricity. These days, the worker bees take turns to generate electricity day and night using hand crank generators. But it is still only enough to maintain the consumption of some electrical appliances. Lin Zhe's refrigerator has not been powered on yet. The main reason is that there is not enough electricity. Once the solar charging panels come into play, I believe the situation can be improved to a certain extent. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. I'll take a break." Lin Zhe had been running outside all day and was a little tired. The girl said, "Boss, how about I give you a massage first?" Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Press it while we're in the bath. I'll lie down for a while first." "That's fine, I'll be fine soon." Yu Shuang hurried to boil water. Lin Zhe lay down on the bed in a very comfortable position and opened his personal information panel. After his level was raised to silver level 7, his overall attributes increased further. The attack reached 535 points, defense 285, speed 445, health 3700, and magic 2350. This is his basic attribute. No equipment bonus. After adding equipment, his attack reached an astonishing 755 points. Defense was 415 points, and speed was 555 points. The health volume also increased to 7,700. You know, his basic health is only 3,700, and the remaining 4,000 health is all provided by equipment. This shows how important equipment is to players. Without equipment, his attack is lower than that of the Persian monkey. Once he is equipped, his attack can be directly comparable to that of the Purple Flame Lion King Simba. I've been thinking about it for so long. The complete set of Gale did not disappoint me. Just the 3,000 points of shield alone is a huge improvement. Before, the shield value of the wind armor was only 1,000 points. Putting on a shield now is equivalent to adding 3,000 HP. It's a disguised way of letting my total HP break through the 10,000 mark. This is something worth celebrating with the little girl. At this time, Yu Shuang suddenly said, "Boss, my level was also promoted to silver level 1 in the evening. The game has refreshed a mineral resource near our shelter. I just don't know exactly where it is yet." Lin Zhe was also very happy to hear this. Including the little girl's mineral resources, there are 5 mines nearby. It seems that more monkey miners are needed. He said, "Later when Simba and the others go out to catch wild boars, I'll ask them to find a location of the new mine." The little girl hummed softly. He continued to work on the fire. Lin Zhe added the newly acquired 20 free attributes to speed and then opened the regional chat channel. The number of players today has dropped by several thousand again. Although it hasn't fallen below 60,000 yet, it will happen soon. This is an extremely cruel world. Even though Lin Zhe and the little girl live their lives like they are on vacation, this is only limited to a small number of players like him. The vast majority of players are still in dire straits. One careless move could cost you your life. I don't know what the situation is in other areas. Are they also like the area I'm in, with thousands of players dying every day? Lin Zhe muttered. So far, no relevant information from other areas has been transmitted. Without giving it any more thought, he continued to scroll through the chat channel. At this time, many players are sending messages in the channel. Whenever there is a topic of discussion, it is basically related to him. Now, his name is ranked first on both lists, and his every move is watched by players. All players knew about his feat of leveling up 3 times today. This made the players feel extremely shocked and incredible. The old topic of cheating was also brought up again by some players. However, more players are still seriously analyzing how he did it. Boss Lin Zay's pet must be awesome, definitely boss level. In addition, I also speculate that his pet must have undergone at least 2 bloodline evolutions. Otherwise, it would definitely not be able to deal with such a powerful monster force. Could it be possible that Lin Zay has not just one pet, but many? It should be impossible. There are many pet summoners in our area, but I have never heard of anyone who can contract multiple pets. I know a pet summoner whose talent is S level, but he can only contract one pet. What if Lin Zay's talent is even better than S level? Impossible. Everyone knows that S level is the highest level of talent. There is no such thing as double S or triple S level talent. I mean, just in case. We only have a limited understanding of this world, and no one can definitively confirm that there is really no talent beyond S level. It's no use if you keep arguing like this. Stop arguing. There's no point in arguing about this. Just ask Lin Zay to explain it to everyone in person, and then we'll understand, right? The guy above, what level are you to deserve Lin Zay to explain to you? Isn't this for everyone's benefit? If Lin Zay comes forward to tell how he seized the mineral resources, wouldn't everyone stop fighting? It sounds nice for everyone's sake. In fact, it is to satisfy your own dark psychology. If Lin Zay really used some special method to seize the mineral resources, then it would be exactly what you want, and you can get it for free. Don't accuse me. Whether or not everyone can see it, don't treat people as fools. The chat channel became more and more noisy. Lin Zay just regarded it as a funny thing. As for coming out to explain, he is not stupid. Chapter 1, 12, Erguzi. Inside the room, the water in the wooden barrel rippled, reflecting layered shadows. There were heavy breathing and sounds echoing. Each one was lascivious. Until late at night, the seductive melody finally stopped. While enjoying the close-up massage from the little girl, Lin Zay asked, "How many iron fans have you made today?" Yu Shuang raised her rosy cheeks and said, "About 35,000 copies." Lin Zay said, "We will stop when we reach 50,000 copies and use the rest of the iron ore to make nails and tools." Now many players have tool benches. Iron ore is also frequently discovered by players. On the trading channel, many players are selling iron ore and even refined iron. Correspondingly, the tension of the iron nails was effectively alleviated. However, the sales of iron nails are still very good, because there are still many players who have not been able to upgrade their shelter to the level of a top-level cabin. Once this wave of hot sales ends, iron nails will gradually withdraw from the market. Prices will also be greatly discounted. As long as Lin Zay seizes this opportunity, he can still make a fortune. Good. Yu Shuang said, "After my tool bench was upgraded to advanced level, I was able to receive a lot of orders every day, which in turn brought me a lot of advanced resources. With the sale of toilet paper, we have even more high-end resources. These high-grade resources are mainly high-grade wood. The total stockpile exceeds 20,000 units." Lin Zay nodded and said, "Store these high-level resources. They will be of great use in the future." Yu Shuang said she understood. If your boss wants to build a fortress or a city in the future, these high-level resources will come in handy. Even if you don't use it to build a city, you can make a fortune just by selling it. Take high-quality wood, for example. Although it is of no use now, its price will inevitably skyrocket when there is demand for it in the future. If you sell it then, won't you be able to make a fortune? Anyway, they now have plenty of scarce resources and can stockpile as much as they want without worrying about affecting the development of the shelter. Lin Zay asked, "What materials do you need to upgrade your tool bench to the top level?" Yu Shuang said, "We need 3,000 pieces of high-quality refined iron, plus 50 crystal cores each of wind, fire, water, and earth." Lin Zay said, "We have no shortage of high-quality refined iron, but we can only take our time to get the 4 series crystal cores." He thought for a moment and continued, "When I upgrade the shelter to the level of a top-level stone house, I will stockpile crystal cores to upgrade your tool bench." Yu Shuang curled up in Lin Zay's arms and hummed softly. She obeyed her boss's arrangements in everything. She does whatever her boss says. After chatting for a while, Yu Shuang suddenly raised her bright and delicate face, leaned close to Lin Zay's ear, and whispered, "Boss, I'm rested." Lin Zay's heart was moved when he heard this. He opened his personal information panel and took a look. The number of pets has not been refreshed yet and is still available. There is nothing more to say. Even if I work myself to death, I have to plow the paddy field thoroughly. I can't let the little girl suffer from drought. I don't know how much time passed. Lin Zhe climbed out of bed. He was only wearing a pair of underwear and went straight out of the room. In the open space outside the house, Big Bear and the three little ones were sleeping in their respective territories. The purple flame Lion King Simba and the flying Tiger King Golden Tiger were also dozing off, occasionally casting cold glances at the two-headed Dog King not far away. After a few hours, the two-headed Dog King's condition and blood volume recovered by more than half. There were almost no visible wounds on his body. However, it did not dare to make any unusual movement. He even tried to breathe lightly and keep his rhythm, for fear of provoking Simba and the Golden Tiger, who had beat him half to death. It was really scared of being beaten. Seeing Lin Zhe walking out of the room, the two-headed Dog King hurriedly cast his gaze over. There was no longer that fierce and agitated emotion in his eyes, but instead a kind of pleading. It has resigned itself to its fate. Instead of worrying about being beaten all the time, it would be better to become Lin Zhe's pet. Even if it doesn't become a dog meat hot pot, at least it won't be beaten. Lin Zhe looked at the two-headed Dog King in surprise and said, "You have an amazing recovery ability. In a blink of an eye, your health has recovered more than half. However, for contracted pets, the lower the health, the better. The lower the blood volume, the higher the success rate." As soon as Lin Zhe finished speaking, Simba and Jinhu stood up. The two-headed Dog King's expression suddenly became distorted with fear. He quickly whined at Lin Zhe, looking aggrieved and pitiful, hoping to win Lin Zhe's sympathy. Seeing the two-headed Dog King like this, Lin Zhe also smiled happily. He waved his hand to stop Simba and Jinhu from taking the next action. "If you don't want to be beaten, then just be obedient," he said to the two-headed Dog King while releasing his skills. Soon, black chains extended out from the void. A huge magic array also appeared under the body of the two-headed Dog King. The two-headed Dog King instinctively wanted to break free, especially the chains wrapped around it, and wanted to break them. But the next second, reason prevailed. It suppressed the instinct to resist. Allow the chains and magic array to merge into its body. When everything was over, it breathed a sigh of relief earlier than Lin Zhe, and then circled around Lin Zhe like a pug, with its tail still wagging wildly. Lin Zhe thought about it for a while and said, "From now on, your name will be Guzi." "Thank you for the name, Master," the two-headed Dog King said excitedly. Guzi is always loyal to his master. I will do whatever my master tells me to do." Lin Zhe's expression looked a little strange. This stupid dog, he keeps spouting flattering words, just like a lackey in the movies. The reason why he named the two-headed Dog King Guzi was purely because of the sudden feeling he had after seeing its two dog heads. Looking back now, the name he chose was really apt. "Okay, go to bed." Lin Zhe stopped talking to Guzi, who wanted to please him, and turned back to his room. Mimi fell asleep, holding Yu Shuang in her arms. When Lin Zhe woke up, it was already past 9 in the morning. The second round of the game last night lasted until 2 or 3 in the morning, so he got up a little later. However, the little girl who kept saying, "I can't do it anymore," got up early and prepared breakfast for him. At a glance, her face seemed even more bright and charming than yesterday. It really proves the old saying, there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is damaged by plowing. The more you cultivate the land, the more water there is. How can you complain? Yu Shuang also saw Lin Zhe waking up and said, "Boss, wash up first, and you can have breakfast soon." Lin Zhe leaned against the headboard and asked with a smile, "Did you take some magic medicine without telling me?" Yu Shuang ran over with a laugh, first threw herself into his arms, and then kissed him on the mouth. "If you want to eat it, I'll give you half next time." I got up. Lin Zhe decisively pushed the big lowly in his arms away. Chapter 113, our teacher said. After playing around for a while, the two had breakfast together. With Yu Shuang around, breakfast was much richer. Pheasant eggs, salad tomatoes, grilled steak, and a drink made with honey and juice. These foods had been available before, but Lin Zhe didn't want to make them because it was too troublesome. Most of the dishes he cooks are stewed in one pot. In comparison, the life of a little girl is much more refined. Perhaps this is the difference between women and men. Yu Shuang ate her breakfast in small bites. While saying to Lin Zhe, "Boss, I saw in the alliance group of the elite court that Yin Haoyang said that the conflict between him and you has been resolved. He's calling on the league's top players to move to his place." Lin Zhe paused for a moment and asked, "What did those players say?" Yu Shuang said, "Many players are willing to believe this is true. One player moved to shelter there early this morning. That person is also a high-level talented player. A level combat talent. Occupation is archer. There are 5 major combat professions in the jungle world, namely magician, warrior, archer, priest, and pet summoner. Each combat profession has a corresponding talent increase. For example, for magician, the increase is in magic attack and magic power recovery speed. The archer's attack and attack speed are enhanced. For pet summoners like Lindsay, their talents increase the combat effectiveness of their pets. Of course, talent enhancement is not static. The same profession can sometimes have differences. For example, in the warrior profession, some warriors increase attack and speed, while others increase attack and defense. Even worse is pure attack or pure defense. In short, the increase in talents is diversified. The combat profession in Jungle World is not as fancy as in some games, but it also uses differences in talents to provide players with different development paths. Lindsay asked, "How many players have moved to Haoyang's place so far?" Yu Shuang said, "There are 5 in total, 4 combat professions and 1 life profession." Lindsay was surprised. 5 players moved in so quickly? Yu Shuang nodded and said, Haoyang mobilized the entire alliance to look for the shelter relocation drawings, and he actually got a few of them. In addition, Yin Feng, who was recommended by the boss, also sold the blueprints to Haoyang. I heard that Haoyang paid a high price. There was a slight pause in his speech. Yu Shuang asked again, "Boss, have you really reconciled with Haoyang?" Lindsay had told her about Yin Feng before. She also knew that Lindsay recommended Yin Feng to sell the blueprints to Haoyang just to make more windfall. But now, it has become what Haoyang calls reconciliation. This made her a little confused. She didn't believe that Lindsay would reconcile and take the initiative. But the key is that what Haoyang said sounded so real. Every sentence and every word is true. It made her a little unsure. Lindsay smiled and said, "How is that possible? Either he is just setting up a smokescreen in your group to fool others, or he is fooling himself." Yu Shuang understood immediately. She laughed and said, "I think it's the latter. Although Haoyang is not stupid, he is quite arrogant and will lose his composure when he is proud of himself." It was obviously a trap set by the boss. He thought the boss was taking the initiative to give in to him and tricked him into submission. "Ignore this man," Lindsay said. "The happier he is now, the more miserable he will cry later. Just keep an eye on how many players move to his place." "Good." Yu Shuang nodded. At this moment, a video suddenly popped up in front of Lindsay. I thought it was Miss One. When I opened it, I found that it was Ruan Wenhao who sold clay last night. He refused without even thinking about it. Then he sent a message. "Busy, what's up?" On the other side, the fat guy who was looking forward to seeing the boss's true face was immediately disappointed when he saw that his video was rejected. But when he saw Lindsay said that he had something to do, he didn't think much about it. He quickly replied to Lindsay, "Boss, I worked all night and collected 15,000 units of clay. I don't know if it's enough. If it's not enough, I'll get it done after I get some sleep." Unlike Lindsay, who worked until 2 or 3 in the morning, the fat boy Ruan Wenhao really worked all night. Otherwise, he would not have been able to collect so much clay so quickly. Lindsay was also very surprised by this. "I didn't expect Ruan Wenhao to be so efficient." Lindsay, "For something like clay, the more the better. Not to mention 15,000, I can even eat 2 more zeros." Ruan Wenhao, "Then I will give the clay in my hand to the boss first, and then continue to collect it after I wake up." "Good." Lindsay raised his eyes and said to Yu Shuang, "Send me 1,500 copies of the Iron Fans." Hearing this, Yu Shuang realized that it was the player who sold clay who contacted Lindsay. She immediately sent the fan page to Lindsay. Lindsay was just about to pop up a trading window to Ruan Wenhao, but he didn't expect Ruan Wenhao to directly send him 15,000 units of clay. This surprised him. "There's so much clay that I can give it to him at will, and I am not afraid that he will take it and not pay me." Is Ruan Wenhao too trusting of others? Or does he think that his family is big, powerful, and well-known, so he would not cheat on others for such a small thing? Lindsay shook his head. Then he distributed the 1,500 Iron Fans cards to Ruan Wenhao. At the same time, he sent a message. "Don't send the traded items directly to me in the future. This is also for your own good." Ruan Wenhao, "Our teacher said that the most important thing for people to get along with each other is trust." Lindsay, "How old are you this year?" Ruan Wenhao, "Just turned 16. Lindsay thought to himself, it is indeed a child. He kept saying, "Our teacher said so." The little girl in his family looks young, like a cute little loli, but she is an adult both physically and mentally. And Ruan Wenhao is a down-to-earth young man. Lindsay, your teacher is right, but trust must be based on mutual understanding. If you give trust without understanding the other person, you'll be the one who suffers in the end. Ruan Wenhao, I understand, boss. I believe you, and no one else believes you. Lindsay, after the chat, Lindsay told Yu Shuang about Ruan Wenhao. After hearing this, Yu Shuang was also very surprised. There are actually people around 15 or 16 years old who traveled through time. Lindsay nodded and said, I have collected relevant information before. There are indeed teenagers of this age who have come to this world. Yu Shuang sighed and said, it's really a suffering. Lindsay said, everyone is suffering. If you want to survive in this world, it doesn't mean that the older you are, the more hope you have. It also doesn't mean that the younger you are, the easier it is to die. The game is fair. When a crisis comes, no one will be given special treatment. Chapter 114, Monosulfur, Dinitrate, and Charcoal. Lindsay forwarded the newly acquired clay to Yu Shuang. Lindsay said, keep the clay. I'll bring back the limestone and start producing cement. Okay, boss. Yu Shuang nodded. He added, I have decomposed all the 30 or so silver monster corpses that the boss gave me last night, and I got a total of 14 crystal cores. She took the crystal core out of her backpack and handed it to Lindsay. The properties of something like a crystal core can be roughly distinguished by the color of the faint light it emits. The fire crystal core emits a faint red light. The luster of the earth-based crystal core is dark yellow. The luster of the water crystal core is light blue. There are also crystal cores with various attributes such as wind, gold, wood, and thunder, and the colors of the faint light they emit are also different. Among the dozen or so crystal cores handed over by Yu Shuang, the majority were fire-type crystal cores, a few were earth-type crystal cores, and a few were wood-type and water-type crystal cores. Just enough. Lindsay put the crystal core on the table into his backpack. With these earth-type crystal cores, we now have all the crystal cores needed to upgrade our shelter to a high-level stone house. Once I bring back the limestone and stones, I will upgrade the shelter. Yu Shuang said, I don't know what kind of shelter will be behind the stone house. Lindsay smiled and said, after all, it's more upscale than the stone house. Hearing this, Yu Shuang was also full of anticipation. After breakfast, Lindsay came outside. Today is the second to last day of the polar night disaster mode. The world outside is still dark, but when tomorrow comes, players will be able to see the sun. One night later, the 10 kinds of vegetables planted by Lindsay have grown. There are eggplant, cabbage, lettuce, edamame, pumpkin, broccoli, and so on. The growth time is still 24 hours. You can harvest when you come back in the evening. The number of wild boars raised in the pigsty has successfully exceeded 100. Lindsay counted them carefully and found that there were a total of 136 wild boars of all sizes. Some of the sows even had breeding information on their heads. There were still only 100 bison in the cow sheet. If you want to increase the number, you can only use drawings to expand the scale of breeding. Then Lindsay came to the orchard. The dozens of fruit trees he had planted before had all grown into big trees. Some were blooming, and some had already borne fruit. I believe it will be ready for picking soon. Just at this moment, Lindsay smelled a strange fragrance, which came from the golden thunder fruit tree. Lindsay shone the flashlight over there and saw that there were already 5 huge fruits on the golden thunder fruit tree. There is information indicating that these 5 golden thunder fruits will mature tonight. I ate 2 before. You can have another one in the evening. 1 golden thunder fruit can increase the attack power by 100 points, so Lindsay naturally looks forward to it. It's a pity that one person can only eat 3 golden thunder fruits at most. Otherwise, just by guarding the golden thunder fruit tree in front of him, his attack would be able to reach a very terrifying level. Completed inspection of the shelter's buildings. Lindsay left the shelter with a group of pets. He now has 9 pets. Persian monkeys are in the valley, and Maya is in the stone mine. The remaining 7 followed him, namely Simba, the purple flame lion king, Jinhu, the flying tiger king, Urguzi, the 2-headed dog king, Big Bear, as well as Xiaoqing, Dahong, and the queen bee. Except for Dahong and queen bee, the other 7 pets are all of terrifying size. The largest one is Jinhu, followed by Simba. They are all over 10 meters in size. Xiaoqing ranks 3rd, but in terms of body length, it can definitely be ranked 1st. After being promoted to Silver Level 2, Xiaoqing's snake body has grown to an astonishing 17 meters, even more exaggerated than the Titan python in the pond. Lindsay sat on the golden tiger's back, holding a ball of fire in his arms. He asked, "Have you found a location of a new mine?" The purple flame lion king who was walking beside him said, in reply to the master, "We have found it. It is very close to the valley. It is a saltpeter mine." Salt? Lindsay was stunned for half a second. The first thing that comes to mind is sulfur, nitrate, charcoal, and a little sugar, Big Ivan. Unexpectedly, after Yu Shuang was promoted to the silver level, the mineral resources randomly refreshed in the game turn out to be saltpeter ore. What if we add some sulfur and charcoal? Can we produce gunpowder? Lindsay asked. How strong are the monsters guarding the saltpeter mine? The purple flame lion king said, like other minerals, there is a silver level 9 king level monster, and more than 200 ordinary silver monsters of different levels. Lindsay said, no evolution? The purple flame lion king shook his head. No, the monsters in the nearby forest area haven't evolved either. Lindsay felt a little regretful. This shows that monster evolutions do not stack. If Yu Shuang upgrades to silver and allows the monsters around the shelter to enter the second evolution mode, then the level of him and his pets will be increased faster. Lindsay said, the newly discovered saltpeter mine and the iron mine we explored before will be handed over to you to deal with. Just notify me after the occupation and I will go and clean up the battlefield. As usual, all the king-level monsters in the 2 mines were injured and disabled. Hearing this, the 2-headed dog king who was traveling with them shuddered instinctively. That's how it was treated before. It suddenly went from being the king of dogs to being the second best dog, and it doesn't even dare to express its dissatisfaction. This dog's life is indeed a bit tragic. However, when it thought that a fellow Taoist who shared the same suffering would appear soon, it became inexplicably excited. It has made up its mind. When the war breaks out, we must do our utmost to inflict all the suffering on fellow Taoists. Sometimes sadness needs to be shared. We can't let a dog bear everything. Soon, Lindsay came to the valley with a group of pets. Lindsay went in to count the monkey miner's harvest and also to see if there was any iron ore that had collapsed like yesterday. The pets formed a group to attack the saltpeter mine. Lindsay does not plan to participate in the battle personally. The pet team is already able to stand on its own, and he only needs to take the lead in the general direction. Of course, even if he didn't participate in the battle, he would not forget to turn on Invincible whenever he had time. This is to increase the experience of copy skill. Upgrading the copy skill requires a full 1,000 experience points, but turning on Invincibility only increases it by 1 point. If this is not done frequently, when will the copying skill be upgraded? Owner, seeing Lindsay appear, the Persian monkey immediately came over. Without Lindsay saying anything, the Persian monkey took him to the 2 hills and said, this is the iron ore and refined iron that the monkey miners have mined from yesterday to now. The total number is over 500,000. Why are there so many? Lindsay asked in surprise. The Persian monkey said, for us red-blooded monkeys, 4 hours of sleep a day is enough. I'll let them get up at 3 in the morning to work. I also went to the salt mine and the stone mine to supervise the monkey miners there to work hard. If anyone was lazy, I would beat him up. Lindsay's mouth opened slightly. I thought to myself, you are definitely the monkey king for me. He patted the Persian monkey's arm. He wanted to pat his shoulder, but he wasn't tall enough. I'm very optimistic about you. Keep working hard. Master, rest assured, I will never let you down. The Persian monkey slapped his chest excitedly, making a clapping sound, and said, I have already made a plan. I am just waiting for the master's nod. In the near future, I will bring all my people here to work as miners for the master. Lindsay. Chapter 115, you want to become the Super Monkey King. Lindsay was also quite moved by the Persian monkey's passionate words. But he did not agree. There are hundreds of monkeys of all sizes and ages on the Monkey Mountain. Bringing them all here would not only be a problem of food, but also of accommodation and safety. Are we going to let hundreds of monkeys live on the construction site? If we are besieged by a group of monsters, it will definitely cause unnecessary damage. In addition, he had checked before and found that 50 monkey miners were enough for a mine, and there was no need to increase the number further. Also, the Monkey Mountain also needs monkeys to be stationed there. This is to prevent monsters from occupying the Monkey Mountain while the monkeys are away. Lindsay was not interested in Monkey Mountain. What he was interested in was the underground space where a large number of fruit trees were planted. It's a nice place. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. Can't be taken away by monsters. Lindsay said, You don't have to bring all your people here. We only have 2 mines left that need miners. Just bring another 100 monkeys. I'll leave this to you. Also, discuss the safety of the monkey group with the old Monkey King. We have taken away so many adult monkeys, which will directly affect the strength of the monkey group. Tell the old Monkey King that if he needs my help, just let him know. Good master. The Persian monkey said, I will tell the old Monkey King what you said. Master, don't worry too much. Monkeys have their own way of survival. As long as monsters of high level don't appear, they will not pose a threat to the monkeys. Lindsay said, we must also take safety precautions to avoid being caught off guard if danger really happens. The Persian monkey nodded to show that he understood. Lindsay put the ore collected by the monkey miners into his backpack. After the items are put into the backpack, the quantity will be displayed in the lower right corner of the grid. That's very convenient. Lindsay doesn't need to count them one by one. Soon, Lindsay found out the specific gains of the monkey miners. There are more than 513,900 pieces of ordinary iron ore, more than 64,300 pieces of refined iron, and nearly 7,000 pieces of high-quality refined iron. This is the first time I've had such a big harvest. More than double what we harvested yesterday. Lindsay had a big smile on his face. Putting aside ordinary iron ore, the refined iron and high-quality refined iron harvested this time are enough for the little girl at home to make a large number of high-end tools. A lot of silver-level equipment can also be crafted. After all, this is nearly 7,000 pieces of high-quality refined iron. This amount of high-quality refined iron alone is enough to allow Lindsay to firmly sit on the rich list of this region. It is almost impossible to find a player richer than him. Lindsay was not in a hurry to send the ore to Yushuangshuang. The little girl still had a large amount of ore, including a considerable amount of high-quality refined iron, enough for her to spend in the next 2 days. Lindsay looked at the Persian monkey and asked, is there any new iron or collapse in the mining area? Some. The Persian monkey nodded and said, from yesterday to now, a total of 6 iron mines have collapsed one after another. Currently, there are 47 iron mines left to be mined. That's acceptable, Lindsay said. After all, hundreds of thousands of tons of ore have been mined, so it is normal that many iron mines have been mined out. Then he followed the Persian monkey to check out the collapsed iron ore. Same as before. Only a pile of useless waste was left. This only happens in the jungle world. If it were on Earth, how could such a strange thing happen? After the inspection, Lindsay walked out of the mining area. Did not disturb the monkey miners who were working hard. He asked, is there enough food? The Persian monkey said, the food the master gave me is very sufficient, and the remaining food is enough for today. Lindsay asked, how is your safety? Have you been attacked by monsters? The Persian monkey said, a few monsters broke into the valley last night, but I beat them to death. Overall, it is still safe. That's good. Lindsay was also completely relieved. He glanced at the Persian monkey's information panel and said, after we return from Monkey Mountain, you will also go hunting with the team. I don't think there will be any big problems if I leave the mine to your people. You should hurry up and level up. The Persian monkey, like Big Bear and the 3 little ones, is currently at silver level 2. However, Persian monkeys have much less experience, just over the 2nd level of silver. On the other hand, Big Bear and the 3 little ones are about to be promoted to silver level 3. If nothing goes wrong, they will be able to get promoted when they capture the saltpeter mine. Then there is Simba, the purple flame lion king, who has been promoted to silver level 4. Not far from silver level 5. Compared to other pets, the Persian monkey has been staying in the mine all the time and has no time to hunt, so its experience is much lower. The Persian monkey is also a king-level monster. Lindsay certainly doesn't want its level to be dragged down any longer. I understand, master. The Persian monkey nodded, but looked a little lost. Lindsay smiled and said, what's with that expression on your face? I asked you to upgrade and improve your own strength, but you are unwilling to do so. The Persian monkey quickly said, master, don't be angry. It's not that I don't want to. I just think I'm better at helping you mine. Lindsay's mouth twitched slightly. This monkey, is he addicted to mining? If other players knew that he actually threw a boss-level pet into the mine to mine, they would drown him in spit. Lindsay said earnestly, you must remember that your name is Boss Monkey, and your 2 children are called Dasheng and Ershing. You don't have to understand what this means. You just need to know that I have full confidence and expectations for your future. Mining is amateurish. The path you should take is to fight. Use the iron rod in your hand to create a better tomorrow for our homeland. In the future, You will become a great monkey king, not a useless minor boss. Do you understand? After listening to Lin Zay's PUA, the Persian monkey suddenly became excited. It found the thick iron rod that Lin Zay had made for it from somewhere, and after waving it vigorously for a few times, it said, "Master, I listen to you. I want to be the super monkey king, not the leader of the miners." Lin Zay smiled and said, "That's right. Although the Persian monkey is a female monkey, who says that a female monkey cannot become a super monkey king? Maybe the super monkey king will be even crazier and more awesome. Okay, let's go to Monkey Mountain. Go early and come back early. Master, I'm leaving now. Please be safe." The Persian monkey said goodbye to Lin Zay and ran out of the valley in a hurry. Lin Zay looked at the Persian monkey disappearing into the darkness and breathed a sigh of relief. It's so damn suspenseful. The future Super Monkey King was almost ruined. It seems that I have to pay more attention to the mental state of my pets in the future. Lin Zay sighed as he left the valley with a flashlight. Chapter 116, Old Eagle. Lin Zay walked through the forest area, shrouded in darkness. Although he was alone, he was fearless and even felt like stopping to pick some mushrooms. His current attributes have surpassed those of silver-level monsters. Even a king-level monster cannot match him in terms of attack alone. For example, the two-headed dog King Urguzi, who Lin Zay just adopted as a pet, has a basic attack of 450 points, while Lin Zay's basic attack is as high as 535. Compared to ordinary monsters, Lin Zay's attack is much higher. In addition to his attack, his defense, speed, and health are also not low. Coupled with the improvement of his equipment, he will not be at a disadvantage in a short period of time when fighting Urguzi one-on-one. Of course, this is referring to the previous Urguzi. The Urguzi now is no longer the Urguzi before. Overall, Lin Zay is very strong. Even if you stay alone in the wild world, you have enough ability to protect yourself. Lin Zay walked all the way towards the location of the salt mine. He encountered many monsters blocking his way, and he killed them all without any pressure. The highest level of those monsters is only silver level 2, and there is no experience, only single-digit merit value rewards. However, it is better than nothing. I don't know how long I walked. A shrill scream suddenly sounded. At the same time, there was also the sound of dense, flapping wings. Lin Zay shone the flashlight over there and saw a swarm of bats rushing towards him. There are at least nearly 100 of them. Each one of them grew big and fat. Under the light, the eyes of each bat appeared blood red, like the eyes of a devil. Bats are afraid of light. They have poor eyesight and cannot withstand strong light or sunlight. Therefore, as soon as Lin Zay shone his flashlight over there, the bats screamed and scattered. But they did not flee. Instead, they circled around from other directions and continued to pounce on Lin Zay, as if there was something on Lin Zay that was attracting them. Lin Zay decisively opened the shield of the Gale's suit. He didn't want to be kissed by these big, fat bats. Not to mention whether he would be infected with the virus. The feeling alone was unbearable. At this time, dense blood light flew towards them. It is a skill released by bats. The dense blood light hit the shield around Lin Zay with incredible precision, causing dense damage values to float above his head, all of which were forced to be -1. These bats are of very low grade, between Bronze 3 and Bronze 6. Their attacks were simply unable to break through Lin Zay's defense. But even if it was just a little force damage, Lin Zay did not dare to be careless. The bats attacked at a high frequency and in large numbers. In just a few seconds, he lost more than 300 points of shield value. Lin Zay immediately swung the green steel sword in his hand. There are no sword moves and no skills, only accurate prediction. With one swing of the sword, the probability of hitting the bat is at least 80%. This is related to the fact that his physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. Compared to when he first came to the jungle world, his senses, body coordination, and other aspects have all been enhanced many times. Puff, puff, puff. Blood fell like drizzling rain. One after another, big bats fell from the sky. All bats, regardless of their level, will be killed instantly if they are hit by the green steel sword in Lin Zay's hand. The green steel sword can ignore 100 points of the enemy's defense value. For enemies with defense below 100 points, it will cause 150% high damage. The defense of these bronze level 3 to 6 bats is not even 100 points. Therefore, every sword is a critical hit. Soon, Lin Zay was surrounded by the corpses of bats. He also received information prompts from the game at the same time, knowing the names of these bat monsters. Bruatiefstiba, Linsha whispered. He thought again of what Maya had told him before. The Golden Eagle Ridge, where Maya and her family of 3 lived, was invaded by bloodthirsty bats. Even a king-level monster as powerful as the male golden eagle had to send his wife and children outside to seek refuge. Nowadays, Golden Eagle Ridge is occupied by bloodthirsty bats. The bird monsters that originally lived in Golden Eagle Ridge were also forced to evacuate. It can be seen how terrifying the bloodthirsty bats there are. Maya said that the bloodthirsty bats are of low level, but their numbers are extremely large. There are millions of bloodthirsty bats invading Golden Eagle Ridge. Lindsay couldn't help but shudder. The number of bloodthirsty bats he was facing now was only about 100. If there were millions of them, he would probably be killed instantly. I'm about 30 to 40 kilometers away from Golden Eagle Ridge. It shouldn't be the bloodthirsty bats there. Lindsay couldn't imagine what a terrible scene he would face if the millions of bloodthirsty bats in Golden Eagle Ridge ran to his side. In this case, not to mention the strongest player in this area, even the strongest player in the entire area would be dead. Lindsay kept working, continued swinging the green steel sword. Soon, he had killed most of the bat monsters, and the remaining few seemed to have finally woken up, screaming and running away. Although I have no experience, I have gained more than 100 merit points. It's not a wasted effort. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lindsay put the exploded blood candles on the trading channel, and then continued to head towards the salt mine. Soon, he successfully arrived at the salt mine. The monkey miners are mining salt in full swing. It can be seen that a mountain of salt has been piled up in the open space near the salt mine, with a total amount of more than 100,000 units. After Lindsay appeared, dozens of monkey miners immediately saluted. They didn't continue working until Lindsay waved at them. The monkey miners are full of awe for Lindsay. The only exception was the male golden eagle, which stood on the top of the salt mine like a lonely and proud eagle, not even looking at Lindsay. Even if Lindsay waved at it, it just glanced at him. Lindsay was not angry about this. No matter how aloof you are, don't you still have to work for him obediently? He grasped the male golden eagle's lifeline. His wife and children are in his hands, and sooner or later this big bird will have his surname. Suddenly, Lindsay let out a light exclamation. He seemed to see a faint golden light on the male golden eagle's body. At first he thought it was an illusion. If you look closely, you can actually see golden light shining. He checked the information of the male golden eagle and was shocked to find that he had been promoted to the gold level without knowing when. Even its growth potential has reached 3 stars. When he left yesterday, the male golden eagle was still at silver level 9, and its growth potential was only 2 stars. Did it evolve by taking drugs? Old eagle, what's going on with you? Why did you suddenly get promoted to gold? Lindsay shouted to the male golden eagle on the top of the mine mountain. The male golden eagle looked at him coldly, then turned around with small steps on the spot and pointed it but at Lindsay at the foot of the mountain. Lindsay rolled his eyes immediately. Well, it seems impossible to get anything out of the male golden eagle. Fortunately, he still has Maya. As the male golden eagle's wife, Maya must be aware of it. He then put the salt mine by the monkey miners into his backpack and prepared to leave the salt mine and go to the stone mine where Maya was. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. He said loudly to the male golden eagle, "Old eagle, I just encountered a group of bloodthirsty bats. Do you know where they came from?" As soon as these words were spoken, the male golden eagle reacted immediately. It flew straight down from the top of the mountain. It landed in front of Lindsay with a gust of wind and screamed at him twice. Lindsay scratched his itchy ears. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Male golden eagle. Chapter 117, even the male golden eagle is scared. The male golden eagle cried twice again, as if unwilling to give up. Lindsay still shook his head. The male golden eagle is not his pet, so it cannot establish a spiritual connection with him. So it is normal that he doesn't understand. Seeing this, the male golden eagle was helpless. It can only flap its wings to fly high into the sky and disappear in the blink of an eye. Lindsay knew that it was going to find Maya. So just wait here. About 5 minutes later, the male golden eagle returned alone and looked at Lindsay with a very depressed look. Lindsay smiled and said, "Maya has a mission to accomplish. Without my order, she will not leave the mine at will." The male golden eagle cried out angrily. Then he hesitated for a moment and leaned towards Lindsay. It even opened its nearly 10-meter-long wings, exposing its entire back to Lindsay. Lindsay understood its meaning. It wanted him to sit on its back and take him to the stone mine to find Maya as an interpreter. After being promoted to the gold rank, the male golden eagle's body size has become much larger, and it can be ridden as a space mount. However, Lindsay did not choose to sit on it. What if the big bird suddenly gets crazy and throws him down from the sky? We're going to seek justice. Although the probability of this happening is not high. But it's better to be safe than sorry. He would not put his life in the hands of a big bird that was unwilling to bow its head to him. Even if he wants to ride it, he has to wait until the male golden eagle becomes his pet. I'll go to Maya's place by myself, and you just follow behind. Having said that, Lindsay ignored the male golden eagle. Head straight to the stone mine. The male golden eagle screamed twice in the back and seemed very unhappy. It had taken the initiative to lower its status, but this human didn't trust it. However, since Lindsay was unwilling to ride on its back, it had no choice but to hover above Lindsay's head as it was told and follow Lindsay to the stone mine. It took nearly half an hour for Lindsay to successfully reach the stone mine. Maya and the little golden eagle, who were guarding the stone mine, appeared in front of Lindsay first. Both golden eagles screamed at Lindsay. The little golden eagle was very excited and seemed very happy to see Lindsay, but Lindsay could not understand what it was saying. He could only understand what Maya said. Master, the child's father came to me and said that you encountered a bloodthirsty bat. As he spoke, the male golden eagle that had been following him all the way also fell from the sky. Lindsay glanced at it and said to Maya, I did encounter bloodthirsty bats, almost 100 of them, and I killed most of them. The male golden eagle immediately let out a sharp scream. Maya quickly translated. The child's father hopes that the master can take it to the place where the bloodthirsty bats appear to confirm whether they are from Golden Eagle Ridge. The reason why the male golden eagle was so nervous was because the group of bloodthirsty bats occupying Golden Eagle Ridge were too terrifying. If it appears in this area, then this area will no longer be safe. Lynch nodded. He also wanted to know the origin of those bloodthirsty bats. Then he packed up and took away the stone and limestone mine by the monkey miners. The former has nearly 300,000 units. The number of the latter is also close to 100,000. Nearly 100,000 units of limestone, at a ratio of 4 to 2 to 1, can produce more than 20,000 units of cement. With so much cement, upgrading a high-end stone house is easy, and there is plenty to spare. After leaving a batch of fruits for the monkey miners, Lindsay took Maya and her family of 3 to the place where he had fought with the group of bloodthirsty bats before. He was still running on the ground. 3 golden eagles are flying in the sky. The main reason is that Maya's current size is not big enough. Otherwise, he would definitely choose to fly directly over. He has yet to unlock the achievement for sitting on the back of a bird. I believe that feeling will definitely be more exciting than taking a plane. More than half an hour later, Lindsay came to the forest area where he was fighting with the bloodthirsty bats. During this process, he received many kill notifications one after another, all of which were his pet teams killing the silver monsters stationed in the saltpeter mine. Soon after Lindsay left the valley, similar kill prompts appeared frequently. It hasn't ended yet. However, based on the information in the kill prompt, it can be inferred that the battle at the saltpeter mine should be about to end. Because the silver monsters killed now are all of high levels. They are basically silver 7 to silver 9. Once this batch of high-level silver monsters die, the saltpeter mine will be completely captured by the pet team. Lindsay glanced at his information panel. During the time when the pet team was attacking the saltpeter mine, he gradually gained experience points, but the amount was not much. As of now, his level is still silver 7. Experience has only increased by a little more than half. Lindsay had anticipated this. Once the pet team captures the iron mine later, my level will be able to rise to silver level 8. While Lindsay was talking to himself, Maya and her family of 3 also descended from the sky. The strong winds caused the surrounding dense forest to shake. The originally strong smell of blood was blown away at once, making the air noticeably fresher. Lindsay brought Maya and her family of 3 to a battlefield littered with dead bats. Because the time was short, the corpses were not dragged away and eaten by other monsters. If you come back a night later, not to mention a complete corpse, even bone fragments will not be left. These are the bloodthirsty bats I encountered earlier. Their levels are between bronze level 3 and level 6. Their individual combat power is not strong, but they have a lot of numbers and their skills are somewhat strange. The bloodthirsty bat skills are not just releasing blood. They're also sonic attacks. Even though Lin Zay's physical fitness had been strengthened to silver level 7, he could only barely hear that kind of sound wave. The sonic attack of the bloodthirsty bat has no direct damage, but the key is that it can confuse the enemy's consciousness. It was also because Lin Zay was quick and killed one with one sword. Otherwise, he would probably get caught. Here, the male golden eagle walked forward and carefully examined the bat corpse on the ground, then sniffed it and finally screamed twice at Lin Zay. I don't know if it's an illusion. Lin Zay actually heard worry in its voice. Maya, who was standing by, translated, "Master, the child's father said that these blood-sucking bats are the ones from Golden Eagle Ridge. He remembers their smell." Hearing this, Lin Zay's expression changed slightly. It actually came from Golden Eagle Ridge. But the problem is that Golden Eagle Ridge is 30 or 40 kilometers away from us. What are those bloodthirsty bats doing here? This time the male golden eagle doesn't need to speak. Maya said to Lin Zay, in reply to the master, the hunting range of bloodthirsty bats is very wide, and it is possible to see them 100 kilometers away from the group. At this time, the male golden eagle called again. Maya quickly translated for Lin Zay. The child's father said that bloodthirsty bats are very vengeful monsters. The master hunted down their companions this time, and they will definitely not let it go and will come back for revenge. Chapter 118, Bloodline of the Golden Winged Taming. He would come back for revenge? Lin Zay thought to himself, those bloodthirsty bats were really petty. He was just acting in self-defense, but he didn't want to be seen as a murderer who wanted to retaliate. At this time, the male golden eagle cried a few more times. Maya did not translate for Lin Zay this time. Instead, she glared at the male golden eagle with a vicious look. The sharp look scared the male golden eagle so much that he shrank his neck on the spot. Judging from the situation, if Lin Zay was not here, it would probably be beaten up by Maya. Obviously, even though the male golden eagle has now been promoted to the gold level, it cannot escape the identity of being controlled by his wife and is firmly controlled by her. Lin Zay asked, "What did it say just now?" Maya stammered and explained to Lin Zay. The gist of it is that the male golden eagle advised Lin Zay to move quickly, preferably several hundred kilometers away, completely away from the hunting range of the bloodthirsty bats. After listening to it, Lin Zay smiled and said, "Let's not talk about whether it works or not. This is just a suggestion after all. Why are you glaring at it?" Maya didn't dare to speak out and lowered her head guiltily. Could it say that its man wanted Lin Zay to terminate the contractual relationship between them so that he could take it and the child away and leave this dangerous place? Of course not. After experiencing the powerful increase in strength, it knew that it could no longer leave Lin Zay. For Maya now, it can do without its child's father, but it cannot do without its master. And it believes that as long as its owner is around, any difficulties can be solved. Maya's confidence comes from the pet's unconditional trust in the pet summoner. "Master, I was wrong." Maya apologized quickly, then continued, "Master, don't worry too much. Although there are millions of bloodthirsty bats over at Golden Eagle Ridge, we won't kill them all." Lin Zhay nodded. Maya was right. If they just want to take revenge on him alone, it would be impossible for millions of bloodthirsty bats to come out in full force. That would be too much of fuss. Is he so hateful? So, it is very likely that it is just a part of the bloodthirsty bats. It could be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. But it was impossible that all the bloodthirsty bats were coming towards him. Lin Zay said to Maya, "You three should pay close attention to the surrounding forest areas in the next 2 days. If you find any trace of a group of bloodthirsty bats, you must notify me immediately. And then there are the monkey miners in the mines. Tell them to take precautions. If they are attacked by a group of bloodthirsty bats, they should temporarily hide in the cave and seal the entrance." Lin Zay gave instructions for many things. As long as there is no problem with the mineral resources, he can concentrate on protecting the shelter. As for relocating the shelter, he already had some thoughts in mind. If he really couldn't stop the siege of the bloodthirsty bats, he would just move the shelter to Yin Haoyang's place. Use a big move to hit the face in advance. There are already many players gathered at Yin Haoyang's place, so he will definitely not lose money if he moves there. It's just a matter of how much he can earn. After the storm is over, he can move back. The Polar Night mode is the home turf for monsters like bloodthirsty bats. When the next round of natural disasters comes, they will most likely not be able to act so arrogantly. So whether it is a defensive battle or a strategic transfer, Lin Zay already has a preliminary plan in his mind. Maya said quickly, "I will tell the monkey miners what the master said later." Lin Zay nodded. At this moment, He seemed to have thought of something and said to the male golden eagle, "Go to Monkey Mountain and tell the monkeys about the bloodthirsty bat group so that they can prepare for possible attacks." The male golden eagle did not answer, even turned his head to the side arrogantly. Lindsay didn't give in either. He gave Maya a look that said, "Let's see what happens," and then retreated a few dozen meters away with the little golden eagle. After a while, the wailing cries of a male golden eagle were heard in the dark forest. The sound was so sad that even the little golden eagle was a little scared. While moving closer to Lindsay, he covered his head with his wings. "Don't worry, it's just a little family conflict, and it will be resolved soon. Besides, your dad is used to it." The little golden eagle listened to Lindsay's consolation and thought it made sense. So he retracted his wings that were covering his head and watched the little family conflict in the distance with Lindsay, feeling like he was just enjoying the show. After a few minutes, the screaming disappeared. Maya walked out of the darkness alone, without seeing the male golden eagle. Lindsay heard the sound of wings flapping and flying through the air and knew that the couple's family conflict had been resolved. Sure enough, Maya said to Lindsay, "Master, the child's father has gone to the Monkey Mountain and will be able to bring the news to the monkeys soon. Thanks for your hard work." Lindsay smiled and nodded. Maya quickly said, "It's not hard. It's our family of three's luck to be able to serve the master." The little golden eagle next to it also cried a few times. Maya caressed the little golden eagle's head lovingly with her wings. It knew that Lindsay didn't understand, so it explained, "The little guy said that when it grows up, it also wants to be the master's pet and serve the master." As she spoke, Maya looked at Lindsay expectantly. It also wants its own children to become Lindsay's pets. This is not only because it has unconditional trust in Lindsay, but also because once it becomes Lindsay's pet, its strength will double. Its current level is Silver 4, but it has no problem beating up its father who has been promoted to Gold 1. The male golden eagle's repeated resistance was easily suppressed by it. This is the most direct benefit of becoming Lindsay's pet. Monsters are also ambitious. Maya also hopes that her children will achieve greater success in the future, and becoming Lindsay's pet is taking a shortcut. Lindsay reached out and touched the little golden eagle's head and said with a smile, "It's not impossible for you to be my pet, but there is a prerequisite. You have to rely on your own strength to achieve bloodline evolution. When you succeed one day, I will give you a spot as a pet." Google. The little golden eagle nodded its head excitedly. For the Golden Eagle clan, the first evolution is not a difficult thing. As long as it keeps fighting, the evolution will come naturally. Maya also hurriedly thanked Lindsay. With Lindsay's promise, it can rest assured. Lindsay suddenly thought a question he had wanted to ask before. How come your man has suddenly been promoted to the gold rank, and his growth potential has also reached 3 stars? Maya said, "We, the Golden Eagle clan, have inherited the bloodline of the Golden Winged Upang. In a battle of blood and fire, there is a chance that our bloodline will evolve. The kid's father went to Devil's Gorge last night and fought a gold monster and 3 king-level silver monsters. Luckily, he managed to evolve successfully." Lindsay was surprised and happy. I didn't expect that Maya's family of 3 would have such a following. The Golden Winged Rock, could it be Tathagata's uncle? All kidding aside, the Golden Winged Rock must be an extremely powerful monster in this world. With such bloodline, plus his increased talent, the future achievements of Maya and his family of 3 will definitely be great. Lindsay asked again, "Where is Devil's Stream?" Chapter 119 Game Gift Pack. In the dense forest, more than 10 torches formed a circle, dispelling the surrounding darkness. In the center of the circle stood a tall and beautiful figure. Wen Ling held a silver-level magic wand in her hand, her face delicate and solemn. In her vision, dozens of bloodthirsty bats of all sizes were flying in the air. From time to time, it would swoop down toward her across the circle of fire. Wen Ling was not to be outdone. Keep waving the magic wand in your hand. At the same time, bursts of deafening thunder were heard in the dense forest, and dazzling flashes of lightning appeared. Around Wen Ling, there were a large number of corpses of bloodthirsty bats scattered around. Without exception, all were turned into charcoal by lightning. After fighting for nearly a quarter of an hour, Wen Ling finally killed most of the bloodthirsty bats, and the remaining few escaped into the darkness in the distance. Strange, why do so many bloodthirsty bats suddenly appear? I have encountered bat monsters before, but not this kind, and not in such large numbers. Wen Ling almost thought that he had accidentally entered a bat nest. After checking their information, I found that these bats were new species larger and more violent than the bat monsters I had encountered before. I don't know if there are any more bloodthirsty bats around. Wenling glanced at the dark forest area around him and shuddered for no apparent reason. In that dark world, there seemed to be countless pairs of cold eyes staring at her. She didn't dare to hesitate and quickly cleaned up the battlefield. She was much more frugal than Lindsay. Not only did she collect the exploded blood candles, she also decomposed all the bat corpses on the battlefield. Even if she doesn't eat the decomposed bat meat, she can put it on the trading channel. Every bit we can sell is worth it. After the battlefield was cleaned up, Wenling immediately ran towards a shelter. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she returned to the shelter. After the previous battle, her health was less than 1/3 left. With this little health, I can't stay in the wild any longer. Wenling lit the firewood in the stove. Soon, bright firelight illuminated the entire room. Her blood volume also began to recover at a faster rate. Out of boredom, she opened the regional chat channel and started browsing, occasionally scanning the trading channel to see if there was anything good to be found. Nearly an hour passed. Wenling's health also returned to full value. Just as she was about to continue her hunting trip, a new topic suddenly appeared on the regional chat channel. Many players are discussing this topic. Wenling's attention was also attracted. Brothers, did you encounter anything strange when you went out hunting today? Is it strange to see a walking skeleton? Skeleton monster? Really or fake? Of course it's real. I even took photos. But the levels of those skeleton monsters are very low. The highest one is no higher than bronze level 6. I encountered a lot of rat monsters. Each one was 1 meter long. I also encountered a strange thing. There was no water source around my shelter, but suddenly many piranhas with legs appeared and chased me like mad dogs. Oh my god. I was also attacked by a group of piranha monsters with legs. At first I thought I was hallucinating. I didn't see any skeleton monsters, nor was I attacked by any piranha monsters. But when I woke up this morning, I found a large group of crows circling over my shelter, but they didn't attack me. After that, many players stood up, said they also had similar strange experiences. But without exception, the monsters mentioned by the players are all new species, and these monsters are more aggressive and more brutal and bloodthirsty than ordinary monsters. Finally, players collectively referred to these players as violent monsters. Hearing what you said, I feel like a disaster is about to happen. I feel the same way, Da. It seems like something big is about to happen. Is it possible that our shelter will be attacked by those violent monsters in the near future? It's not impossible. Since the arrival of the Midnight Disaster Mode, many players' shelters have been attacked by monsters, but they are basically small scale. The damage is not great, but the insult is extremely strong. The Polar Night Mode will end in one day. The game may actually give us a farewell gift package, giving all players a surprise. Fuck, don't scare me. This is not a question of whether it is scary or not. Considering all the strange things we have encountered, there is almost a 90% chance that the farewell gift package will appear. So everyone must be more vigilant. Strengthen the defense of the shelter as much as possible. As for whether or not we can safely survive the Polar Night Mode, that depends on God's will. For a while, people in the regional chat channel were in panic. Today is the second to last day of the Polar Night Disaster Mode. Just as the darkness was about to recede and light was about to cover the world, this kind of thing happened again. The players were naturally sad. If it weren't for survival, who would be willing to be tortured like a dog by this world? Wenling looked at the discussions on the regional chat channel, and the expression on her delicate face darkened a little. You really don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. When the Polar Night Mode was about to end, the game was still planning to do something big. If this really happened, how many players will be sent away in this wave? She quickly opened her friend panel and sent a video to Lindsay. She mainly wanted to ask Lindsay if he had encountered bloodthirsty bats or other kinds of violent monsters. If Lindsay had encountered the same thing, then the probability of the big gift package appearing is basically certain. A few kilometers away, Lindsay was talking to Maya about the topic of Devil's Gorge. Maya said, in reply to Master, don't know much about Devil's Gorge. I only know that Devil's Gorge is about 140 kilometers away from us. The environment there is very harsh. There is no jungle cover, only barren land and countless underground cracks of various sizes. There are a lot of monsters living in every underground crack. Various elites, lords, kings, and other powerful monsters appear in endlessly. The child's father only dares to stay outside the Devil's Gorge. Once you go deep, you will most likely be in danger of death. After a pause, Maya continued to say to Lindsay. However, although the Devil's Gorge is full of dangers, it has attracted countless monsters to flock in. Because there are countless spiritual fruits hidden in the Devil's Gorge, it can allow monsters to challenge their own limits and then achieve bloodline evolution. Many years ago, my parents also went to Devil's Gorge together. Where are they now? Lindsay asked. Maya said sadly, they all reached the gold level at that time, but they never came back after going to Devil's Gorge. They probably died there. Lindsay quickly said a few words of comfort. However, his heart was full of curiosity and anticipation about Devil Gorge. For him, Devil's Gorge is a great place for leveling up. Chapter 120. Send an eagle over. At this moment, a video suddenly popped up. Lindsay glanced at the avatar and name in the upper left corner of the video, then clicked to connect. Soon, Wenling's beautiful face appeared in Lindsay's sight. Looking at Wenling's tall and curvy figure, Lindsay couldn't help but think of the 180 yoga positions that the little girl had mentioned before. He felt that he was not bragging. With Wenling's body, it would be no problem for her to perform 180 yoga poses. She could also perform even the most difficult moves. What's that look in your eyes? Wenling was originally planning to get straight to the point, but she saw Lindsay's eyes scanning her back and forth, and her eyes suddenly widened. Is this guy used to eating the little loli at home and now wants to change his taste? It's no wonder Wenling thinks this way, mainly because Lindsay's gaze was too aggressive. He looked her up and down without any hesitation, deliberately lingering on important parts of her body. With such a direct glance, it was impossible for Wenling not to notice. Lindsay smiled and said, "Don't worry about my look. What do you want from me all of a sudden?" Wenling rolled her eyes at Lindsay. For some reason, Lindsay's straightforward look made her feel a little excited. She quickly suppressed the turmoil in her heart and told the story about the encounter with the swarm of bloodthirsty bats, the strange things that happened to the players, and the conclusions she reached in the end. After hearing this, Lindsay was also a little surprised. It seems that the sudden appearance of the bloodthirsty bats from Golden Eagle Ridge in the area where he is not an accident. This is driven by games. He speculated that the bloodthirsty bats of Golden Eagle Ridge did not only appear where he and Wenling were. It was very likely that they could be found in the area with a radius of dozens of kilometers around Golden Eagle Ridge. The purpose is not just hunting. Instead, it locks the positions of these players. Finally, they waited for the order from the game to launch an attack on the player's shelter. I was wondering why that group of bats suddenly ran to a place dozens of kilometers away. The players in the channel made correct analysis. This is going to be a big move. Lindsay took a deep breath. Seeing Lindsay's strange expression, Wenling asked, "Were you also attacked by a group of bloodthirsty bats?" Lindsay nodded. He flipped the camera and showed Wenling a glimpse of the battlefield. Wenling suddenly said in a serious tone, "It seems that the game really does not intend to let us spend the polar night mode safely." Lindsay said, "This is in line with the nature of the jungle world. Otherwise, why would it be called a survival game? The nature of this world is that it doesn't want us players to live in peace. But you don't have to worry. After all, this is not a death game. The game will not let us face a situation where we are certain to die. There will always be a glimmer of hope." Wenling smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not like you. You have so many powerful pets around you. I'm alone and a magician with low defense. I may die 10 times, but you may not die once." Lindsay, what I mean is that he is not an invincible cockroach. If he really encountered an army of millions of bloodthirsty bats coming to kill him, he would be dead. Of course, the possibility of this happening is very small, especially after learning that Wenling was also attacked by bloodthirsty bats. He became even more certain that this would not happen. He deduced that the millions of bloodthirsty bats in Golden Eagle Ridge were most likely divided into teams of different sizes to attack all player forces within a certain range around Golden Eagle Ridge. He and Wenling were just two of the targets of attack. Once they are dispersed like this, he basically has nothing to worry about with his current strength. Wenling hesitated for a moment and said, "I wonder if I can rent a few pets from you to help me guard the shelter, just like last time. All the spoils you obtain belong to you. Also, I'll write you an IOU for the blueprints. I'll give them to you as soon as I have them." Lindsay said, "You don't have to be so pessimistic." He told about Golden Eagle Ridge and the information about the bloodthirsty bats. Then he added, "With your strength, you have enough hope to survive this wave of attacks. After all, you're a player on the leaderboard. If you can't even withstand it, then other players have no hope, right?" Wenling was surprised and asked, "Golden Eagle Ridge? Millions of bloodthirsty bats? How did you know?" Lindsay turned the camera and looked towards Maya and the little golden eagle standing not far away. Its name is Maya, a pet I just got. The whole family was driven out of Golden Eagle Ridge by a group of bloodthirsty bats. When Ling's eyes widened as he looked at the two handsome golden eagles, she couldn't see Maya's message through the screen. But just looking at the huge size, sharp eyes, and metal-like feathers, you could tell that Maya's fighting power is extremely strong. Add to that Lindsay's increased talent, and it would be even more terrifying. At this moment, the envy in Wen Ling's heart was beyond words. Putting aside how powerful the two golden eagles are, they're also large flying pets. Perhaps soon Lindsay will be able to ride on their backs and soar into the blue sky. This is the dream of countless people. She also fantasized about riding on the back of a big bird and flying in the clouds. Now, her fantasy will soon become a reality here with Lindsay. How could she not be envious? When Ling sighed, I haven't seen you for a few days. You have become much stronger. Not to mention this area. I'm afraid that even in other regions, there are no players who can compare to you. Lindsay smiled and said, one should be more humble. After all, there are always people better than you. Wen Ling rolled her eyes. She suspected that Lindsay was intentionally showing off in front of her. Wen Ling changed the subject and said, after hearing what you said just now, I feel more at ease. I'm not so worried that I can't sleep. Lindsay said, if you're in danger, I will send an eagle to help you. Of course, I will pay you the protection fee. Don't worry about this. Wen Ling nodded. After hearing what Lindsay said, she was completely relieved. With Lindsay backing her up, if she still can't bear it, she might as well just give up. There's just one problem. Lindsay said that he sent an eagle to protect her, which sounded a bit weird. This guy must have done this on purpose. Do you think she doesn't understand puns? After hanging up the video, Lindsay said to Maya, if the bloodthirsty bats attack, it will be either today or tomorrow. You should work harder in the next 2 days and search more in the nearby jungle to make sure you find their movements as soon as possible. Good master. Maya nodded. The little golden eagle next to it also made a cooing sound. The little golden eagle is not like the rebellious male golden eagle. Even though it is not Lindsay's pet, it is very willing to obey Lindsay's orders. It does whatever Lindsay tells it to do, but is much more obedient than the old eagle. Okay, go get busy. Lindsay waved his hand. After Maya and the little golden eagle left, he prepared to return to the shelter. He now has all the resources, and he can go back and make cement to upgrade the shelter. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the increasingly fat queen bee, flapping her transparent little wings and flying into Lindsay's arms. Master, we have captured the saltpeter mine, and we have also captured the king-level monster stationed there. Although Lindsay was prepared, he was also very happy and asked, what kind of monster is that king-level monster? Penguin. The queen bee thought for a moment and added, a super fat penguin. At one point, Lindsay thought he was hallucinating. Chapter 121, Emperor Penguin. Lindsay stood there in a daze. It took a long time to come back to my senses. He looked at the plump queen bee in his arms and asked, are you sure it's a penguin? The kind of black and white bird with wings that can't fly. Yes, master, that's the kind of bird. The queen bee nodded her head and said, it makes a loud cackle and breathes fire when it's angry. It burned all the hair on the golden tigers, but the golden tiger was very angry and froze it with an ice field. Then we pinned it to the ground and beat it up until it behaved itself. Lindsay was even more confused. It's fine that penguins appear in the jungle world. The key point is that the fat penguin can actually spit fire. Shouldn't it be more reasonable to be an ice attribute monster? Take me over there and have a look. Upon hearing this, the queen bee immediately flew in front to lead Lindsay. Lindsay followed behind and asked, did the military bee team gain anything? So far, the queen bee has bred 9 army bees. They are all silver-level monsters. As he spoke, he glanced at the queen bee's information panel again. As he expected, after capturing the saltpeter mine, the queen bee successfully advanced to silver level 3. He expected that Xiongda, Xiaoqing, and Ahong should also be promoted at the same time. The army bees bred by a queen bee that is promoted to silver level 3 will directly reach silver level 2. The queen bee has no offensive skills. At most, it can use the tail needle on its butt to stab the enemy. In terms of the damage caused to the enemy, the queen bee is the weakest of all pets. However, the queen bee also has her own unique advantages, which is to breed worker bees and soldier bees and create a bee army. This is also an ability that other pets do not have. The queen bee said, The 9 existing army bees are all outside searching for the treasure chest, but no good news has been reported back yet. Hearing this, Lindsay was not too disappointed. Finding treasure chests really requires a bit of luck. There is no such thing as haste. However, as the number of military bees increases and the search range continues to expand, I believe it is only a matter of time before the treasure chest is found. Maybe one day when he wakes up, the army bees will bring him a big surprise. More than 20 minutes later, Lindsay followed the queen bee to the location of the saltpeter mine. The first thing I saw was the corpses of monsters scattered all over the ground. There were all kinds of monsters, but without exception, they were all silver level. Crossing the battlefield, Lindsay saw a mine about 200 meters high. The whole body is milky white and looks very similar to a salt mine. Then the queen bee brought Lindsay to the top of the mine, and what came into view were his group of pets. The terrifying golden tiger, Simba, Shaoqing, and Big Bear. Dahom squatting on the head of Simba, the purple lion king, chewing nuts, and the two-headed dog, King Urguzi, who was crawling on the side, his 4 eyes occasionally glancing at a big fat black and white bird. 6 pets surrounded the big fat black and white bird. Don't give it any chance to escape. At this time, Lindsay also saw the big black and white bird. My first reaction was, this is really a penguin. The second reaction was, it's really fat. From the looks of it, it's still an emperor penguin. Lindsay had seen this kind of penguin in an ocean park, but it was not as big as the emperor penguin in front of him. The emperor penguin in front of us is at least 6 meters tall, which is equivalent to the height of a 2-story building. Also, it's really fat. The waist circumference is probably as high as the body. Looking down, you can't see its feet at all. The neck is almost invisible when looking up. It seemed to be scared of being beaten, and its head was retracted into its neck, with only a pair of eyes and a pointed bird beak barely exposed. This guy looks like a giant tumbler standing there, which is really a bit cute. At the same time, its information panel also appeared in Lindsay's field of vision. Monster, Emperor Penguin. Level, Silver level 9. Attack, 280. Defense, 540. Speed, 250. HP, 39432, 150,000. Special abilities, Song of Ice and Fire, Bounce, Heavy Charge. Growth potential, 2 stars. Experience, 530 out of 1900. Looking at the information of the Emperor Penguin, Lindsay's expression became strange again. As a silver level 9 king monster, its attack power is less than 300, and its speed is only 250 points, which is shockingly low. You know, the purple flame lion King Simba's level is only silver level 4, but his attack power is almost close to 300. Relatively speaking, this Emperor Penguin's attack and speed are simply incompetent. But the problem is that its defense and health are ridiculously high, especially the blood volume, which is as high as 150,000. The golden tiger has the most health among all pets, a total of 100,000 points, but it is still not enough to face this Emperor Penguin. All I can say is that this is a penguin with seriously unbalanced attributes. On the battlefield, it is a standard tank and a super tanky one at that. Attracting the enemy's hatred and taking damage for the team can realize its greatest value. Lindsay looked at its 3 special abilities again. A Song of Ice and Fire. When the Emperor Penguin is emotionally unstable, it will spit out flames that are fused with the power of extreme ice, causing double damage of ice and fire to the enemy, with a damage coefficient of 1.5 to 4 times the attack. The more intense the emotional fluctuations, the higher the damage. Bounce multiple times on the battlefield, stunning surrounding monsters when landing. Heavy Armor Charge. Use the power of ice and fire to form armor covering the body, and charge at enemies in one direction, causing high damage and a chance of being stunned. P.S. The charge process is not affected by any control skills. This attribute, this skill, it would be a shameful waste if we didn't use it as a tank and draw fire. Lindsay walked towards the Emperor Penguin with great joy. Pets also gathered. Lindsay felt a great sense of accomplishment when he heard the name Master. His pet army has already taken shape, and even without his leadership, it can easily capture a mine. And this is just the beginning. As time goes by, he will have more and more powerful pets, until his pet army can truly become invincible and fearless of any threat in this world. Ga. The Emperor Penguin poked its head out from inside its neck, yelling at Lindsay. It sounded a bit like the quacking of a duck, which was unpleasant, but couldn't stop Lindsay from liking this big, fat black and white bird. Its fur is not entirely black and white. The hair on its neck is golden in color, which looks very eye-catching and gives a sense of nobility. Emperor penguins are called emperor penguins because they are the largest in size. Before the emperor penguin, there was a king penguin, which was once considered the largest penguin on Earth. After the emperor penguin was discovered, the title of largest penguin fell on the emperor penguin. Lindsay thought, if he brought this nearly 6-meter tall emperor penguin to Earth, I'm afraid all the penguins would come over and call him ancestor. At this time, the flying tiger king Jinhu said to Lindsay, Master, this fat penguin is scolding you, and it's very ugly. Lindsay's eyes narrowed slightly. Old rules, beat it. The voice fell. The pets immediately rushed forward. Among them, Urguzi is the fastest. It didn't have enough fun just now. Now that the master has spoken, it must beat the beast to its heart's content. Chapter 1:22 Concentrated Spiritual Spring Water. Fat penguins are really tough and have a very stubborn temper. After being surrounded and beaten by Lindsay's group of pets for more than 10 minutes, its health dropped to less than 10,000 points, and it just screamed throughout the whole process. The pets told Lindsay that the fat penguin had been swearing. There was no intention of bowing his head and begging for mercy. Lindsay finally found out that the main target of the fat penguin's curse was actually him. The more painful the beating, the more fiercely he cursed. Lindsay was so angry that his face turned black. I don't know how long it was, but the fat penguin finally couldn't hold on any longer. He was beaten to the point of dying on the ground, breathing in but not out. Lindsay was afraid that it would die, so he thoughtfully fed it a large cup of ordinary honey. He felt relieved only when he saw the fat penguin's health slowly rising. Are you still going to scold me? Lindsay reached out and pinched the fat penguin's fat face. He had wanted to do this as early as when he was at the Earth Ocean Park, but he never had the chance. Now he finally got it done. It also fulfilled one of his small wishes. The fat penguin was still stubborn and glared at him with disdain, but he was powerless to resist and could only let Lindsay rub his fat face. Lindsay smiled happily. After satisfying his desire, he waved his hand to call the golden tiger and said, Watch it carefully, don't let it run away, and control its health appropriately. Before Jinhu opened his mouth, Guzzi volunteered, Master, just leave this little thing to me. I will definitely keep an eye on it. That's fine. Lindsay nodded. Urguzi is also a silver level 9 king level monster, and his combat power is second only to the golden tiger among all pets. There will be no problem letting it look after the fat penguin. Thank you, Master. Urguzi suddenly laughed at the fat penguin excitedly. The fat penguin's face turned green. When we beat it just now, this dog was the most brutal. Its 2 heads were biting its butt madly, as if it had rabies. Leave it to this dog, and it will definitely suffer the consequences. But its stubborn character did not allow it to surrender and beg for mercy from Lindsay. In the end, the fat penguin could only turn his head to the side and hum something in an inaudible way. Lindsay ignored this guy. He looked at Jinhu and said, Did you find the golden treasure chest? Found it, Master, follow me. Jinhu quickly took Lindsay to see the golden treasure chest. All refreshed mineral resources have a gold treasure chest, in addition to being guarded by a large number of powerful monsters. It is a reward given by the game to players for conquering mineral resources. This saltpeter mine is no exception. In fact, some players have already discovered this information and posted it to the regional chat channel. There were many high-level players discussing this in the channel before. Discuss how to get the golden treasure chest. But after discussing for a long time, the players still couldn't come up with a good solution. For them, the monster forces stationed in the mines are almost impossible to defeat. Even if their level reaches the gold rank, it is still very difficult. In view of this, players can do nothing but watch with envy. As for the object of their jealousy, it was naturally Lindsay. At present, only Linza has the strength to seize mineral resources. Looking at the treasure chest emitting a faint golden light in front of him, Lindsay was also very happy. The golden treasure chest is a high-level treasure chest at this stage. Lindsay has opened several in a row these days, so he is naturally in a very good mood. He didn't hesitate. Opened a treasure chest decisively. The next moment, a series of information appeared in his field of vision, and the treasure chest that was being opened also emitted an increasingly rich golden light. Congratulations, you have successfully opened a gold treasure chest. You obtain a bottle of concentrated spiritual spring water. You get a blueprint. You gain experience plus 500. Rich spiritual spring water. Taking it can increase your own attributes. Furniture drawings, kitchenware. Information. After using it, you can get a complete set of kitchen utensils, including integrated cabinets, sinks, electric stoves, pots and pans, etc. Nice one. Lindsay looked at the spiritual spring water in his hand. What he lacks now is something that can permanently increase his attributes. The spiritual fruits he had eaten before brought him a large number of attribute points, which was equivalent to several levels higher than other players. Without any hesitation, he opened the bottle cap and drank all the spiritual spring water in the bottle. A bottle is about 500 milliliters. It's equivalent to the amount of a bottle of beer, so it's no problem to drink it in one go. After a while, Lindsay felt a warmth coming from his abdomen, which quickly spread to every part of his body. Just like upgrading, he could clearly feel his body being strengthened. But compared to upgrading, this enhancement is much gentler and it does not have that itchy feeling. At the same time, Lindsay is also paying close attention to the changes in his attributes. While the spiritual spring water was strengthening his body, his own attributes were also slowly increasing until they rose by 20 points. Attack, defense, and speed each increased by 20 points. HP and MP increased by 500 points each. Compared to spiritual fruit, spiritual spring water has a stronger effect, and it is an all-round enhancement, not just a single attribute. Lindsay was very happy. This enhancement is equivalent to leveling up again and also increases a lot of health and magic power. Just considering this wave of attribute improvements, it is worth a golden treasure chest. Then Lindsay put the kitchenware drawings in the treasure chest into his backpack, ready to use them after returning to the shelter. With this complete set of kitchenware, the quality of life of him and the little girl will be greatly improved. In addition to the spiritual spring water and the kitchenware blueprints, I also got 500 experience points. I am currently at silver level 7. To reach silver level 8, I need 1,800 experience points. I currently have a total of 1,543 experience points. It only takes another 200 experience points to level up. Lindsay had originally expected that once the pet team captured the saltpeter mine and the iron mine, he would be able to advance to silver level 8. The result was the same now. The additional 500 experience points could not allow him to break through, but it could allow him to advance faster. Lindsay said to Jean-Hu, "You lead the team to capture the iron mine now." "Good master." Jean-Hu said he understood, and then asked, "Should we take the penguin with us as well?" Lindsay said, "No need. Guzzi and I will take it back to the shelter. Guzzi is not here this time, so you need to make a reasonable plan for the capture." Jean-Hu said, "Master, don't worry. With our team's strength, it will be easy to capture the iron mine. Just wait for our good news." "Good." Lindsay nodded. Afterwards, the pet team left the saltpeter mine in a hurry. The rest of the battlefield cleaning was naturally left to Lindsay. On the other side, Guzzi looked at the fat penguin still lying on the ground with a playful look on his face and said, "Don't even think about running away or resisting, or I will bite your ass off." The fat penguin rolled his eyes. "I don't want to bother with this perverted dog with two heads." Chapter 123. The Fat Penguin Who Loves Face. After Lindsay cleaned up the battlefield, he took Guzzi and Fat Penguin away from the saltpeter mine. The Persian monkeys have gone to Monkey Mountain to recruit miners. They will be here soon, and then we can start mining saltpeter. The only problem is, Lindsay had no sulfur in his hands. Charcoal is easy to get, but gunpowder cannot be made without sulfur. Whether we can make gunpowder or not, let's first mine the saltpeter. Since saltpeter mines have appeared in the game, I think there will definitely be a place where saltpeter will be used in the future. I'm not short of monkey miners now. We can start mining and stockpile the saltpeter. When you need in the future, you can just take it out and use it. The process of Lindsay bringing the fat penguin back to the shelter was very smooth. The guy was scared of being beaten. What's more, Guzzi was staring at his butt. As a result, it dared not move at all along the way. I was afraid that Guzzi would go crazy and bite it but a few times. Although this injury is not fatal, it is really painful and also makes it very embarrassed. The most important thing is that its health is now very low and its body is extremely weak. Even if you find an opportunity, it is difficult to escape. It planned to follow Lindsay first, and then find a way to escape after its condition recovered a little. It has already figured out that Lindsay wants to keep it as a pet, which means its life will not be in danger. So for the sake of it, but it chooses to obey temporarily. Half an hour later, Lindsay took the two animals back to the shelter. As soon as it entered the shelter, The fat penguin was attracted by the group of crucian carps in the fish pond. It opened its eyes wide, and saliva flowed from the corners of its mouth. "Want some fish?" Lindsay said with a smile. Hearing this, the fat penguin turned his head to the side stubbornly, but the corner of his eye was still fixed on the crucian carps swimming happily in the water. Penguins as a species like to eat fish. But even as a silver level 9 king level monster, it is not easy for the fat penguin to find fish to eat in the jungle. Many water sources in the jungle have no wild fish. The same goes for the pond in Linza, so it hadn't tasted fish for a long time. In addition, the crucian carp raised by Lindsay are extremely fat, which is naturally very tempting to the fat penguin. Lindsay took out a dozen big, fat crucian carps from his backpack. "Just throw it in front of the fat penguin," he said. "Be good and obedient, and after tonight you will have fish to eat every day." He has given the pet spot for today to Erguzi. You can only wait until after midnight when the pet quota is refreshed before you can contract the fat penguin. Looking at the big, plump crucian carp jumping around on the ground, the fat penguin was stubborn for 3 seconds, but finally couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious food. One at a time. Soon, more than a dozen large crucian carps were eaten. Then he changed his contemptuous attitude and looked at Lindsay eagerly. Lindsay ignored it. Considering the size of the fat penguin, this amount of crucian carp is not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. If you want to feed it, you might have to take out all the 10,000 plus crucian carps in the fish pond. He wouldn't do such a thing. These crucian carps are the food he stored for the next wave of natural disasters. We must not be harmed by the fat penguin. Lindsay thought that unless the area of the fish pond and the scale of breeding were further expanded in the future, he could only feed the fat penguin a dozen or 20 crucian carps as snacks every day. The main course must be various kinds of animal meat. He now has a stockpile of more than 100,000 units of beast meat, which is more than enough for his pets to eat to their heart's content. Just at this moment, the little girl came out of the room. She held a torch in her hand, and the light illuminated her increasingly charming and delicate face, as well as her breasts, which had become noticeably larger. By the light of the fire, Yu Shuang saw the fat penguin standing in the yard. Her eyes widened instantly. There was an expression of disbelief on her delicate white face. Penguin? The little girl's mouth opened wide. "Boss, is this a penguin?" she repeated in shock. Lindsay smiled and nodded, saying, "It's a genuine emperor penguin. It's a king-level monster stationed in the saltpeter mine. I caught it. Silver level 9. Such high defense and health." Yu Shuang exclaimed. "This big penguin is perfect as a defensive tank pet." Then he said excitedly, "Boss, can I touch it? I have never seen a real penguin in my life." "Of course, feel free to touch me." As he spoke, Lindsay winked at Erguzi, who was squatting not far away. Erguzi was very smart and understood what he meant immediately. He growled at the fat penguin, his voice filled with strong warning. The fat penguin wanted to refuse. Why do people want to touch it? It's not a mascot. But when it heard Erguzi's voice, it immediately dared not object, and even dared not to make any unnecessary movements. It just stood there stiffly. If a goose is bitten on the buttocks in front of a girl, how can it hold up its head for the rest of its life? Lindsay took Yu Shuang's little hand and came to the fat penguin. Yu Shuang was a little scared at first, but when she successfully touched the fat penguin, she became excited again. "Boss, its meat is so soft. It's so soft and fat that I can't even see where its feet are." The fat penguin stared with his eyes wide open in adorable look. You can say it is strong, but you can't say it is fat. This kind of face must be fought for. So it took a deep breath, its belly puffed up, and then it tried hard to tilt its body to the side, revealing a big black webbed foot. In order to save face, it stood on one leg and shook its exposed big black leg in front of the little girl, making her giggle. Lindsay also had a smile on his face. "I have to say, this fat penguin is really cute." At this time, the little girl raised her head, looked at the fat penguin in front of her, which looked like a giant beast, and said, "Boss, it has grown so big." Lindsay thought, how could it not be big? He is nearly 6 meters tall, which is about the height of 2 floors. On Earth, seals, which are originally the natural enemies of penguins, have become part of their menu. Playing around for a while, Lindsay asked Erguzi to take the fat penguin aside and keep it under guard. Lindsay was not afraid that it would steal the fish in the fish pond. Without his permission, no one could touch anything in the building, including the vegetable garden, orchard, and even the pig pen and cow shed. Even if the enemy attacks, they have to destroy his stone house first. Then, Lindsay came to the cement making machine. He put 30,000 units of cement, 15,000 units of clay, and 7,500 units of iron powder into it in a ratio of 4 to 2 to 1. Once the power is turned on, the cement-making machine starts operating immediately. The materials he put in can produce 7,500 units of cement, which is definitely enough at this stage. Chapter 124, promoted to Silver Level 8. About half an hour passed. The fully automatic cement-making machine produced a full 1,000 units of cement, which was much more efficient than the toilet paper-making machine. Then Lin Zhe took out another 10,000 units of stone, as well as 30 earth crystal cores, 10 fire crystal cores, and 5 water crystal cores from his backpack. Now that all the materials are ready, the next step is naturally to upgrade the shelter. Soon, golden light fell from the void, covered the entire area of his shelter. It can be seen with the naked eye that the height and area of the stone house are increasing rapidly, becoming larger and thicker. The open space outside the house is also expanding. In addition to the fact that the various shelter buildings are unaffected, there are many more blank areas available for building. After a while, the upgrade was completed. The intermediate stone house was upgraded to the level of the advanced stone house. Stone house. Level, advanced. Defense value, 80,000. Shelter buildings, fish pond, vegetable garden, orchard, pig pen, cattle shed, power grid, reservoir, warehouse, slaughterhouse. Next level, top level. Upgrade requirements, 50,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of cement, 50 earth crystal cores, 30 fire crystal cores, 20 water crystal cores, 10 wind crystal cores. Information, a shelter with excellent defensive capabilities. Ordinary monsters will not attack you. But don't be arrogant. The dangers in this world are never just monsters. 80,000 defense value. Even if I allow a large group of silver level monsters to attack, my shelter can still hold out for a long time. If you add me and my pet team, even hundreds of silver monsters won't be able to break into my shelter. At this stage, Lin Zhe's shelter level is already very high. Now, quite a number of players have not yet upgraded their shelters to stone houses, while Lin Zhe's shelter has been upgraded to an advanced stone house. This shows how fast he is developing. Looking at this area, among tens of thousands of players, Lin Zhe's shelter level is definitely the highest. There is no possibility that there is someone better than you on this issue, because Lin Zhe got the first reward for upgrading the stone house, and then a few days later, he upgraded the stone house to a high level. Who would catch up with him? Lin Zhe looked at the shelter information on the panel and said to himself, the upgrade requirement for the top-level stone house are higher. In addition to stone and cement, we also need crystal cores of 4 different properties: wind, fire, water, and earth. The total number adds up to more than 100. Lin Zhe now has enough stones and cement to upgrade the top-level stone house, and all he lacks is the 4 series crystal core. Among the 4 required crystal cores, he also collected the wind crystal core. The other 3 series of crystal nuclei are still a little lacking, but it's not much different. I have more than 200 corpses of silver monsters in my backpack, which can be decomposed into a large number of crystal cores. Once the iron mine is captured by the pet team, we will receive another batch of crystal cores. As long as you're not too unlucky, it shouldn't be a problem to upgrade to the top-level stone house today. Lin Zhe turned to Yu Shuang and said, go and do your thing. I'll be in the slaughterhouse today. Call me if you need anything. Yu Shuang said, boss, how about I decompose the monster's body? Lin Zhe waved his hand and said, no, you have a lot of things to do, but I have a lot of free time. He doesn't need to mine or hunt. It seems that the only thing he can do is to be a butcher at home. If it weren't for the polar night mode now, he would definitely take his pet to explore the jungle farther away, but now is not the right time. Monsters have the unique advantage of being able to see in the dark. Players like them can't do that. Even if you reach Lin Zhe's level, it is still pitch dark without using lighting tools. This is the suppression of the game on players. Oh well, the little girl didn't insist. She was naturally very happy that Lin Zhe could stay at home with her. At this moment, Lin Zhe's expression suddenly changed. He felt a powerful energy surging in his body, constantly strengthening every part of his body. The feeling is much stronger than taking spiritual spring water. It was not until a long time had passed that the itching sensation in the body slowly disappeared. At the same time, Lin Zhe also clearly felt the increase in his own strength. Yu Shuang also noticed the change in Lin Zhe's expression and asked quickly, boss, what happened? Lin Zhe smiled and said, good news. The pet team has already entered the iron mine, and the war has begun. I just received a considerable amount of experience points, which allowed me to break through to silver level 8. Yu Shuang opened the level ranking list to check. Sure enough, Lin Zhe was seen sitting firmly in the top spot with a silver level 8 rank, and was far ahead of other players. Ranked second is Yin Haoyang. He was a latecomer and surpassed Wen Ling, but his current level is only silver level 3. The gap between him and Lin Zhe is huge. Yu Shuang said with great joy, "According to the boss's current upgrade speed, I'm afraid it won't be long before he can be promoted to the gold level." Lin Zhe shook his head and said, "Now I'm just reaping the benefits of attacking mineral resources. There are not so many silver monsters for me to kill in the wild forest area. And at my current level, I need to kill at least silver level 5 monsters to get experience points. Without new mineral resources to capture, the upgrade speed cannot be accelerated." The little girl laughed and said, "Boss, we don't have any mineral resources here, but Alliance leader Ian has some." When Lin Zhe heard this, a smile appeared on his face. When he goes to Yin Haoyang, he will definitely go through all the mineral resources near Yin Haoyang. It doesn't matter whether the minerals there are mined or not. The important thing is to clear out the monster forces stationed in those mines and take away the gold treasure chests on those mines. Okay, go get busy. Lin Zhe reached out and patted the little girl's butt twice. The little girl hummed lightly and turned to go into the stone house. Lin Zhe entered the slaughterhouse and began to decompose the more than 200 corpses of the silver monsters brought back from the saltpeter mine. This was not the first time he had dissected a monster's corpse in a slaughterhouse, so his movements were not unfamiliar. Soon he decomposed a large amount of meat beasts, various monster materials, and a number of dazzling crystal cores. Time passes so quickly. About 2 hours later, a fat figure flew into the shelter. It was the queen bee who came back to report the news. "Master, we have captured the iron mine. We also successfully captured the king-level monster stationed there. It was a huge wild boar king." After listening to the queen bee's story, Lin Zhe immediately put down the butcher knife in his hand and followed the queen bee to the iron mine. "Wild boar king, that's convenient. Bring them back and throw them directly into the pig pen." Chapter 1, 25 Wind, Chasing Crossbow. After instructing Air Guzi to take good care of the fat penguin at home, Lin Zhe followed the queen bee to the iron mine. When he arrived, his pets were beating up a wild boar as huge as a hill. The wild boar was much larger than the golden tiger. The body length is nearly 20 meters. When standing up, it is more than 10 meters high. It is covered with spiky black hair that is hard enough to pierce a tree, just like a hedgehog. When seeing the wild boar king, the first thing Lin Zhe thought of was the saying, "1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers." This ranking does not mean that wild boars can defeat black bears or tigers, but also shows that its combat effectiveness is extraordinary. Especially a wild boar of this size, and a wild boar king with evolved bloodline, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a bulldozer on the battlefield. Lin Zhe checked the attribute information of the wild boar king. It was discovered that its attack power was as high as 460 points, second only to the golden tiger. In addition, its defense, speed, health, and even its 3 skills are very effective. Compared to the fat penguin at home, the fighting power of this wild boar king is obviously much stronger. If it is a life-and-death battle, the wild boar king will most likely be the winner. For a moment, Lin Zhe wanted to contract the wild boar king first and put the fat penguin behind. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. The fat penguin is a rebellious person. You need to sign a contract first, otherwise you will have to assign a pet to continue looking after it. This wild boar king is different. It can be raised directly in the pig pen, and there is no problem signing a contract with it any time. Owner, at this moment, a fiery red figure threw itself into Lin Zhe's arms. It was Da Hong, who was becoming more and more beautiful. Lin Zhe habitually stroked his big red furry tail. His fur was as smooth as silk and felt very comfortable to the touch. Da Hong said, "Following the master's orders, we have captured this iron mine. What should we do next?" The other pets also looked at Lin Zhe. As for the wild boar king lying on the ground dying, no one paid any attention to him. Anyway, it can't escape and its life is not in danger. If you don't listen, I'll beat you up again. As for this kind of thing, the pets under Lin Zhe are already familiar with it. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "There are no mining missions for now. You will form teams and go hunting in the forest area later." Hearing this, the pets couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Compared to clearing wild forest areas, The speed of accumulating experience in attacking mineral resources is obviously much faster. The disappointment in Jinhu's eyes was the strongest. Its grade is Silver 9. After experiencing so many wars, it was about to accumulate experience and be promoted to the gold rank, but suddenly it got stuck. No hurry. Lin Zhe could also see what the pets were thinking. All of his pets want to make progress. This is naturally a good thing. He said, "You guys go hunting in the wild first. I'll take you to a good place in the next 2 days. I guarantee you'll all be able to level up by then." Hearing this, the pets suddenly became excited. Lin Zhe also checked the information of his pets at this time. The first is the flying tiger king Jinhu, who is still at the 9th silver level, but his experience has reached more than 1,600, and he is very close to being promoted to the gold level. Next is the purple flame lion king Simba, whose level has been promoted to silver level 5. Finally, it was Xiaoqing, Dahong, Xiongda, and Queen Bee, all of whom had reached silver level 3 and were not far from being promoted to silver level 4. This upgrade speed is not considered slow. Although not as fast as Lin Zhe, he is many times faster than those players. After all, they all take the high-end route. It's the peak match. It would be strange if my level couldn't surpass those players. Lin Zhe said, "Jinhu, you stay here and bring this wild boar king back to the shelter with me. The others can go their separate ways." "Good master." Jinhu nodded. It is the highest level and strongest among all the pets, so the task of escorting the wild boar king naturally falls on it. If the wild boar king disobeys in the middle of the process, it can suppress it more quickly. After the pet team left, only Lin Zhe, Jinhu, and the wild boar king lying half dead on the ground were left at the iron mine. Of course, there are also corpses of silver monsters all over the ground. Lin Zhe cleaned up the battlefield, put the corpses into his backpack, and put all the exploded blood candles, regardless of their levels, on the trading channel. Then he reached the top of the mine alone. After a while, the golden treasure chest emitting a faint golden light was found near a pile of rocks. Strength is the foundation of a player. With enough power, even a high-level treasure chest like this can be easily obtained. Lin Zhe opened several golden treasure chests that other players were eager to get, which indirectly showed that he had left other players far behind. This is something to be proud of. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe opened the golden treasure chest in front of him. "Congratulations, you have successfully opened a gold treasure chest. You obtain the golden equipment, Wind Chaser Crossbow. You get a blueprint. You get 30 achievement points. Architectural drawing, vegetable garden. Information. By using this blueprint, your shelter will gain a vegetable garden for vegetable planting. If the shelter already has a vegetable garden, you can use this blueprint to upgrade the garden's level and expand the scale of vegetable planting. I didn't expect that there would be achievement points in the treasure chest. This is the first time." As he spoke, Lin Zhe took out the blueprints and the wind-chasing crossbow from the treasure chest. The blueprints for this vegetable garden arrived just in time. I'll upgrade the vegetable garden in the shelter when I get back, and I can plant the remaining vegetable seeds I have. He turned his gaze to the wind-chasing crossbow again. Its equipment information is also presented. Item, Wind Chaser Crossbow. Equipment level, gold level. Attack, plus 150. Speed, plus 100. Special effect 1, triple shot. Shoot 3 arrows in a row, causing 120%, 150%, and 180% damage to the enemy respectively. Special effect 2, armor break. Ignore 200 points of defense. It's worthy of being gold equipment. Whether it's the added attribute value or the special effects, they are far superior to silver equipment. Besides, the Wind Chaser crossbow is better than the crystal ring on my hand. Lin Zhe's crystal ring is also gold level equipment. Its properties are to increase health by 2,000 points and attack by 100 points, but it has only one special effect. Lin Zhe looked at the exquisite wind-chasing crossbow in his hand and liked it more and more. Once equipped with this wind-chasing crossbow, his attack will reach an astonishing 1,000 points. This is without turning on the invincible mode. If he turns on invincibility and copies all of the Golden Tiger's attributes, his attack will surge to 2,005 or 2,600. It's scary to think about it. Chapter 126, Raising the Wild Boar King. After putting the blueprints, the wind-chasing crossbow, and the empty golden treasure chest into his backpack, Lin Zhe came to the foot of the mine. It is worth mentioning. The current iron ore mine is a separate mine. It is about 100 or 200 meters high. In contrast, the iron ore in the valley is composed of clusters of small iron ores. Could it be that this iron mine was refreshed in the game? So, it is different from the local iron mine? Lindsay didn't understand either. Just don't think too much about it. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, Lindsay saw Jean who beating the wild boar king that was as big as a hill, making it wail continuously. Jean who pinned the wild boar king to the ground and beat him violently, while saying to Lindsay, "Master, this guy is not honest. When you were going up the mountain, he actually tried to sneak attack me." Lindsay heard this, simply uttered two words, "You deserve to be beaten." Hearing this, Jean who beat the wild boar king even harder, and the wild boar king's wailing became even more miserable. It was not until a long time later that the farce finally ended. Lindsay also rode on the golden tiger's back and escorted the wounded wild boar king back to the shelter. As Lindsay expected, the wild boar king could also be raised in a pigsty. Moreover, as soon as it entered the pig pen, the ferocity and madness in its eyes immediately disappeared, and it became as docile as a domestic pig. Lindsay tried again to release the wild boar king. As soon as it was freed, the wild boar king returned to its original appearance, showing its ferocious face, with bloodshot eyes, and wanted to attack Lindsay. Lindsay had an idea and threw it into the pig pen again. In an instant, it became quiet again and even had a fierce fight with several female wild boars that were many times smaller than it. Clearly, the architecture of the shelter holds some special power, can suppress the wildness of monsters. Even king-level monsters cannot resist. On the other side, the fat penguin who saw this scene instantly became well-behaved. It even buried its head in its neck, thinking that this would not attract Lindsay's attention. Although Lindsay did not resort to violence, but the sight of easily controlling the wild boar king still frightened it. In its eyes, this human is 3 times more terrifying than the dog next to it. "Go hunting. It's enough to have 2 dogs at home," Lindsay said to Jean who, "Your level is only 1 step away from the gold rank. You can expand your hunting range and look for those high-level silver monsters. It doesn't matter if you don't come back tonight. I need you to level up as soon as possible." "Understood, master," Jean who nodded. Then he prostrated himself in front of Lindsay very obediently. It was not until Lindsay reached out and rubbed its big cat face that it happily got up and left the shelter. After Jean who left, Lindsay came to the vegetable garden. Use the blueprint you just obtained to upgrade the vegetable garden. As the blueprints are consumed, the area of the vegetable garden becomes larger and 30 different vegetables can be planted at one time. The big gift package that Lindsay opened before contained exactly 30 vegetable seeds. He planted 10 portions yesterday, and there were 20 portions left, which he planted all at once. After taking care of the vegetable garden, Lindsay continued his butchering career. After capturing the iron mine, he had to decompose even more silver monster corpses, nearly 500 in total. This is a big project. If the slaughterhouse could only accommodate 1 person, he would definitely ask the girl to come and help. As the saying goes, men and women work together, and the work is not tiring. As for now, he can only work hard alone. More than 200 kilometers away, the same dense forest, an area illuminated by fire. There were shadowy figures in the area. The sounds of fierce fighting rang out one after another. On the battlefield, several figures were surrounded by a large group of monsters. Various magic and combat skills were used frequently to kill all the monsters that emerged. The camera zooms in, and you can see the clear appearance of those monsters. They were all skeleton monsters wearing tattered armor and holding rotten weapons. "Damn it," someone in the area chat channel said. They encountered a skeleton monster. "I didn't believe it at the time, but I didn't expect to see one in the blink of an eye." This ghost world is becoming more and more fantastic. In the future, perhaps dragons, elves, angels, and other powerful fantasy creatures will appear. Let's talk about the future later. Let's get through the crisis first. Crisis? Just these skeleton monsters that haven't even reached the high bronze level? I'm not bragging, but I don't even need to consume any health points to kill them. The crisis I'm talking about is the possibility of a large-scale monster attack. Many players in the chat channel are saying that before the midnight mode ends, all players' shelters will be attacked by large-scale monsters. Hearing this, the players present were all silent. The player who had not taken it seriously just now also became serious. Someone said, "Our base has gathered 8 shelters. If a monster really attacks, the scale will be terrifying." Another player holding a blue steel sword said, "So we must be extremely cautious about this matter. We must not capsize in the ditch." Hearing this, all the players nodded. After all, this is not a game where you can revive after death. Every player has only one life, and no one will joke about their own life in this situation. Half an hour later, all the skeleton monsters on the battlefield were killed. Players also began to clean up the battlefield. A player holding a silver bow and arrow said, "After cleaning up the battlefield, we will continue hunting around and try to level up before the attack arrives." "Okay, leader." The players expressed their agreement. At this time, the player holding the Qin Gang sword said jealously, "I just looked at the level rankings and found that Lindsay has actually reached silver level 8. How on earth did that guy do it? The level increases so fast. It's like riding a rocket. If this wasn't a real world, even I would suspect that he was cheating. To upgrade from silver 7 to level 8, you have to kill at least silver 4 monsters to get experience points. I've only reached silver 1 so far." The corners of the players' mouths twitched. Their levels are either silver level 1 or silver level 2, which is too far behind Lindsay. One player said thankfully, "Fortunately, the relationship between the leader and Lindsay has eased, otherwise I would be awakened even if I fell asleep." The player holding the silver bow and arrow smiled and said, "Don't envy Lindsay. We are hunting in a group, and our leveling speed is much faster than before. As long as we are united and share weal and woe, it's only a matter of time before I catch up with or even surpass Lindsay." What the leader said makes sense. The players echoed. In fact, they didn't have much confidence in even catching up with Lindsay, let alone surpassing him. But since their leader has spoken, they can't help but give him face. "Let's go, don't waste time, and try to catch up with Lindsay as soon as possible." Holding a silver-white longbow, Yin Haoyang walked proudly into the darkness, and a group of high-end players behind him hurriedly followed. No one noticed that Yin Haoyang's face was also filled with jealousy. Chapter 127, Upgrading the Shelter. Evening. Lindsay and Yu Shuangshuang sat together and had dinner. Today the variety of dishes has increased again. This is because the 10 kinds of vegetables that Lindsay planted yesterday have all matured and have been harvested. If you're tired of eating animal meat, it would be a good idea to have a meal mainly composed of vegetarian dishes. In addition, Lindsay also used the kitchen utensil blueprint to add a complete set of various kitchen utensils to his shelter. Cooking is more convenient. The dishes cooked are also more exquisite. It's a pity that there weren't many seasonings. Otherwise, the dinner would have been more sumptuous and delicious. However, both Lindsay and the little girl were enjoying their meal very much. One meal, 7 different dishes. This is a luxury for almost all players. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? Yu Shuangshuang asked in confusion, "Boss, why didn't Jinhu come back today?" When it was time for feeding at night, even Maya and the little golden eagle came back, but the flying tiger king was nowhere to be seen. She felt a little puzzled. The golden tiger is still hunting outside. Lindsay told the story about Jinhu's plan to break through and advance to the gold level. After hearing this, the little girl was immediately delighted and said, "Doesn't that mean that the boss will soon have a gold-level king pet?" Lindsay nodded. At this stage, silver-level monsters are a challenge for many players, not to mention gold-level monsters that have evolved their bloodlines and become king-level monsters. Being able to own such a pet is definitely the dream of all players. Even Lindsay was looking forward to Jinhu's promotion to gold. Lindsay said, "If that male golden eagle wasn't so stubborn, I would have a gold-level king pet now, and I could also get the game rewards. The first player to contract a gold-level pet will also receive rewards. But there is a condition: it must be the first contract. The golden tiger has long been his pet, so even if he successfully advances to the gold rank this time, he will not receive any reward. You have to contract a monster that has reached the gold level. For example, the male golden eagle today." The little girl smiled and covered her mouth with her hands. The boss stole the male golden eagle's wife and children, so the eagle must be very angry. However, now that it has started working for the boss, I think it will not be able to escape from the boss's clutches in the end. A smile also appeared on Lindsay's face. No matter how stubborn the male golden eagle is, he cannot get out of his 5-finger mountain. If it weren't for Maya, he would have used force a long time ago. Just like dealing with that fat penguin, regardless of the others, he would just beat him up first. Once beaten, the male golden eagle will naturally lower his head. If he still refuses to repent, he will use his skills to torture the male golden eagle's mind. After all, the male golden eagle couldn't escape. After dinner late, the little girl began to make tools again with a clanging sound. There's only one day left before the end of the Polar Night mode, and players are frantically accumulating merits, especially those on the leaderboard. Although Yu Shuang has already opened up some distance from the third-ranked player, the difference is not that big. In order to avoid being caught up, she had to work harder. Lindsay doesn't have this kind of worry. Even if he does nothing now and just lies down until the polar night mode ends, it will be difficult for anyone to take his first place away from him. It's just because the gap between him and the players on the list is too big. Even if those players worked all night, it would be almost impossible to catch up. However, Lindsay was not idle either. While the little girl was busy making tools, he also picked up the butcher knife and started working as a butcher again. From noon till now, he has decomposed more than 300 monster corpses. If everything goes well, it will be completed before midnight. Decomposing a corpse isn't tiring, but it's a bit boring. Once we add new team members and upgrade the level of the slaughterhouse, we will be able to accommodate multiple people to operate together. Lindsay thought about it. While expertly decomposing the corpse of a several-meter-long Black Panther monster in front of him. With the help of the magical power of the game, he not only does not feel tired when decomposing the corpse, but he can also easily perform the micromanipulation of butchering an ox. It felt a bit fresh at the beginning. After a long time, it does get a bit boring. He can only pass the time by browsing the regional chat channel and the trading channel, or occasionally chatting with Miss when he was several kilometers away. Time flies, and it is late at night. Lindsay finally decomposed all the silver monsters. There are nearly 600 of them. Most of them are the harvest from capturing saltpeter mines and iron mines, and the remaining small part was killed by the pet team in the wild forest areas. With so many silver monster corpses, the amount of meat that was decomposed was naturally huge, nearly 180,000 units. Take Lindsay and Yu Shuang, for example. It would probably take years to eat all this meat. In addition to a large amount of animal meat, Lindsay also decomposed a large amount of monster materials, including scales, animal horns, crocodile skins, claws, etc. At this stage, these materials are absolutely good stuff. After all, they all come from silver monsters. Once it is made into equipment, whether it is a weapon, armor, or accessory, it will inevitably be snapped up by players. No player can ignore high-level equipment. Even Lindsay is the same. In addition, Lindsay also harvested about 300 crystal cores of various attributes, most of which were of the 6 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and wind, and a few were of thunder, darkness, and poison. Lindsay picked out the 4 types of crystal cores, wind, fire, water, and earth, needed to upgrade the top-level stone house from a pile of crystal cores. There were nearly 200 of them in total. That's enough. Upgrading a top-level stone house requires 50 earth crystal cores, 30 fire crystal cores, 20 water crystal cores, and 10 wind crystal cores. Even without counting my previous crystal core reserves, there are enough crystal cores here for me to upgrade to a top-level stone house. Lindsay was delighted. He then took out 50,000 units of stone and 5,000 units of cement from his backpack to upgrade the shelter. As before, golden light fell from the void, covering Lindsay's entire shelter. Soon, the open space around the stone house began to expand rapidly, and a large area of tall trees in the outer area disappeared out of thin air, turning into a flat and open lawn. Under Lindsay's gaze, the stone house was also moving towards a majestic direction. A moment later, the upgrade is complete and the golden light fades away. New information about the shelter also appeared in Lindsay's field of vision. Top-level stone house, defense value 100,000 points. The next level is actually a villa. A hint of excitement flashed in Lindsay's eyes. It's not his fault that he has no future. The main reason is that he never lived in a villa when he was on Earth. The fact that he has a flat with a decent size already shows that he works hard. I never thought that my dream of living in a villa could actually come true in this jungle world. I have to say, life is always full of drama and surprises. Chapter 128, The 10th Pet. Lindsay looked at the villa's upgrade requirements again. Compared to a stone house, more materials are needed to upgrade a villa. Just the stone and cement require 200,000 units and 10,000 units respectively, and hundreds of crystal cores are needed. In addition, a villa upgrade drawing is also required. This is the first time a blueprint has been needed since the shelter was upgraded. The game also thoughtfully provides the source of the blueprints, which can be obtained from treasure chests and dungeons. The game finally mentions dungeons. The first thing Lindsay thought of was the underground cave near Wenling's shelter. That cave was a game copy. It's just not open yet. When Lindsay was chatting with Wenling in the evening, he also asked about the underground cave. When Ling told him that the underground cave was still sealed. I don't know when it will be opened. But Lin Zay's intuition told him that he shouldn't have to wait too long. The drawings depend on luck. If you're lucky, you can get it directly from the treasure chest. If you're unlucky, you may not get it even if you clear the game copy. So don't be in a hurry to upgrade the villa. What I have to do next is to prepare the stones, cement, and the required crystal cores of various types. Once we have the blueprints, we can upgrade directly. Lin Zay walked into the stone house. After the upgrade, the stone house has a larger space. Even the bed became much more spacious. Yu Shuang said with a smile, "Boss, the bed has become bigger, and your room for creativity has increased." Lin Zay said seriously, "As long as the heart is set, anywhere can become a battlefield." As he spoke, he looked at the cupboard placed on one side of the room. The little girl also looked over there. I soon understood. She immediately looked at Lin Zay. Her big eyes filled with sparkling mist, and the expression on her delicate face was full of anticipation and ambiguity. I have to say something. When it comes to this kind of thing, the little girl is more passionate than Lin Zay. Of course, it's not that Lin Zay is no longer able to do it. It's mainly because his personality is a bit introverted and he is not as straightforward as the girl. Lin Zay smiled and said, "After being a butcher for a whole day, I smell of blood all over. Let's get some water to take a bath first." Yu Shuang nodded. "Go prepare the bath water immediately." Soon a water fight broke out. Amid the passion, the battlefield moved to other places, leaving traces in every area of the room. "You go to sleep first, I'm going out for a while." Lin Zay reached out and patted the smooth and delicate body beside him. The little girl hummed softly, turned over, and fell asleep. Although it is said that only cows die of exhaustion, not damaged land, but if you plow for a long time, the land will not be able to bear it. As a strong bull, Lin Zay was in high spirits. He came outside the stone house in his shorts. The jungle at night did not feel stuffy, but very cool. It is now early morning, and it is the last day of the polar night disaster mode because his pet quota has also been refreshed. It was 9 before, now it is 10. Lin Zay went straight to the fat penguin. The emperor penguin is nearly 6 meters tall. From Lin Zay's perspective, it feels like looking up at a giant beast. This guy sleeps standing up. It seems that it sensed Lin Zay's approach. The fat penguin was awakened from his deep sleep, his head poked out from his fleshy neck, and looked down at Lin Zay. It quacked twice at Lin Zay. There was no curse or contempt in the voice, but rather a kind of flattery. Lin Zay knew that this big fat black and white bird wanted to eat fish again. He said, "A new day has come. As long as you are willing to be my pet, you will have fish to eat every day." The fat penguin could understand what Lin Zay said. Upon hearing this, a very human hesitation appeared on its face. It didn't want to be Lin Zay's pet because that would make it lose its freedom, but it also didn't want to give up the opportunity to eat fish because it was a delicacy that it could not resist. Lin Zay added, "I'm not asking you to make a choice. If you don't agree, then I can only give you something hard." The fat penguin immediately glared at Lin Zay. Its rebellious gene made it very angry about Lin Zay's threat. However, before it could say anything, Lin Zay's pets came over one after another. Big Bear, Simba, Xiaoqing Dahong, and most active Raguzi staring at the fat penguins but with their 4 dog eyes. The fat penguin suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Lin Zay's most powerful pet, the golden tiger, is not here, but the remaining pets are enough to pin it to the ground. It really seemed that it had no right to contradict Lin Zay. In the end, the fat penguin lowered his head. No matter how stubborn it is, it now has only this one choice. Very good. Lin Zay had expected this. He raised his hand and released the summoning skill, summoning chains and extremely mysterious magic arrays from the void. As expected, the fat penguin did not resist and allowed the chains and magic array to merge into its body. Soon, Lin Zay received a message prompt from the game. At the same time, the fat penguin's attributes also achieved an astonishing surge due to the enhancement of his talent, especially its health, which soared directly from 150,000 to 450,000. You know, the golden tiger's health is only 300,000. Pet, Emperor Penguin, unnamed. Level, Silver level 9. Attack, 840, 280 plus 560. Defense, 1620, 540 plus 1080. Speed, 750, 250 plus 500. HP, 450,000. Special abilities, Song of Ice and Fire, Bounce, Heavy Charge. Growth potential, 2 stars. Experience, 530 out of 1900. The attributes of a pure meat tank. Looking at the new information of the fat penguin, Lindsay couldn't help but sigh again at how outrageous the fat penguin's tankiness was. 450,000 health points, plus 1,620 points of defense. Going to that station, even if a gold-level monster attacked it, it would probably only be able to scratch it. If it were a silver monster, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to even scrape off the Shah. Lindsay thought for a moment and said, "From now on, your name is Fatty San." The fat penguin looked confused. It knew that Lindsay named his pets very casually, but it didn't expect him to be so casual as to name it Sampongzi. If we talk about seniority, wouldn't it become Urguzi's younger brother? Why, you don't like it? No. I particularly like the name my master gave me. It reminds me of my deceased brothers and sisters. The fat penguin showed a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Lindsay nodded with satisfaction and said, "This will be your home from now on. Get along well with your friends." After saying that, he took out dozens of crucian carp from his backpack, as well as a pile of various kinds of animal meat, and piled them in front of the fat man. The third fat man didn't move, staring at Lindsay eagerly. Lindsay smiled and said, "You have to learn to take things slow. There are only so many fish in the pond. If you eat them all at once, what will you eat in the future?" When the fat man heard it, he thought it made sense. He immediately lowered his head and began to eat the meat with a grunt. Only after he was full did he enjoy the fat crucian carp. Watch it squint its eyes and enjoy each crucian carp for a while. Lindsay couldn't control the smile. He turned and went to the orchard. Chapter 129, The Last Day of Polar Night Mode. The golden thunder fruit has already matured. The tree was about 10 meters tall, with lush branches and leaves, but it only produced 5 golden thunder fruits. However, if compared with the blood spirit fruit tree next to it, the fruit-bearing rate of the golden thunder fruit tree can be described as high-yielding. The blood spirit fruit tree will only produce 3 fruits in one cycle. Lindsay looked up and saw 3 red fruits hanging on the branches. They will be fully ripe by tonight. 3 blood spirit fruits are definitely not enough to share. He now has 10 pets under his command, and only the golden tiger has a growth potential of 3 stars and cannot use the blood spirit fruit. The other 9 pets can all come in handy. As for which 3 pets to give them, Lindsay still needs to think about it. He then picked 5 golden thunder fruits from the tree, which directly increased the attack power by 100 points and increased the power of thunder skills by 20%. Lindsay had already eaten 2 of them. Now I can eat 1 more. Without hesitation, he picked out a golden thunder fruit and ate it in a few bites. Soon, a warm current surged in his abdomen. His attack attributes also increased rapidly with the emergence of heat flow. In a short while, his basic attack soared from 575 points to 675 points. At the same time, the heat flow disappears. Unfortunately, a person can only eat 3 golden thunder fruits at most. If you eat more than this number, you won't be able to increase your attack. Lindsay felt a little regretful and unsatisfied. If there were no such restriction, he would definitely eat all the remaining 4 golden thunder fruits in his hand without saying a word. After all, this is a real permanent increase in attack. Its effect is twice as strong as the spiritual fruit obtained from the treasure chest. Put away the remaining 4 golden thunder fruits for now. I'll ask the little girl if she needs it later. If she doesn't need it, I'll sell it. Of course, Lindsay will definitely wait until a player comes up with an excellent blueprint before considering selling the golden thunder fruit in his hand. This thing will be priceless for a long time to come. Don't worry about it falling on your hands. On the contrary, the longer you keep it, the more likely you are to exchange it for something good. Lindsay looked at the dark world around him, and suddenly he lost his sleepiness. The last day of Polar Night Mode has arrived. Tomorrow will be a new beginning, but today, I don't know how many players will die. He opened the regional chat channel and took a look. As he expected, so far, the number of remaining players in this area has not fallen below the 50,000 mark, and is still around 58,000. But this is only temporary. There are still 22 hours until the Polar Night Mode ends, and no one knows what will happen in such a long time. If a special attack really breaks out, then it is very likely that the number of players will fall below the 50,000 mark. Lindsay browsed the chat channel for a while. Although it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, there were still many players chatting in the channel. Like Lindsay, they couldn't sleep and were discussing this special attack event and what would happen after the Polar Night Mode ended. I feel that the temperature seems to have risen a bit in the past 2 days, so I speculate that the next wave of natural disasters should be related to heat and drought. Brothers and sisters, if you have the conditions, please store more water resources. Is this true or false? The person above, you are not fooling people, are you? This must be a lie. I am also in the jungle world, so why don't I feel the temperature rising? That's right, I feel even colder. I suspect that guy is trying to confuse people in order to sell water. I just checked the trading channel and found that guy is really a water dealer. He has posted hundreds of water resource trading information on the platform. Shit, I got fooled. I just went to grab a bucket of water. You evil profiteer, I've remembered your ID. Don't let me run into you offline, or I'll skin you alive. Everyone don't panic. The situation is unclear right now, and any kind of natural disaster is possible. What we need to do is wait and see what happens, and don't panic. In addition, you must be vigilant today, and don't give the monsters any chance to take advantage. What the above said is very pertinent. I'll take note. This is the style of a big boss. Unlike Lin Zhe, who holds the title of the strongest player in our region, but is unwilling to reveal anything, let alone help us through the difficult times. It's really true that people will die when compared to others, and goods will be thrown away when compared to others. Lin Zhe is very powerful, so he naturally doesn't have to worry about anything. In Lin Zhe's eyes, our lives and deaths are not even as important as his pets. It would be best if we all died, so that he could monopolize the resources of the entire region. No matter how strong this kind of person is, he is just a name with no reputation. For a moment, a large number of players popped up in the chat channel accusing Lin Zhe of wrongdoings. Lin Zhe, who was browsing the chat channel, saw this scene and suddenly felt like he had suffered an unexpected disaster. What kind of boss style is this? Isn't this a basic operation? Anyone with a brain would know what to do and what not to do in this situation. Lin Zhe shook his head. He was not too idle to go to the regional chat channel to argue with those players, as that would only make those black fans more rampant. Furthermore, the title of the strongest player was not self-proclaimed by him. He never cared about this title. Whoever has the ability can take it. He won't try to be a real boss just for the so-called strongest player title. He already has enough to do. It's probably that guy Yin Haoyang who hired someone to lead the charge, even though I don't have any evidence. Well, that guy's been jumping around for a few days now. Let's go over and kill him tonight. Lin Zhe decided to take action tonight, not only to resolve the conflict with Yin Haoyang, but also to take the pets there to upgrade. He has already seized all the mineral resources near his shelter. If you want to upgrade quickly, you have to change location. The player base established by Yin Haoyang is a good place to go. The girl told him that 7 players had moved there, and 6 of them had their levels upgraded to the silver tier. Adding Haoyang, that's 7 silvers. How many mineral resources and silver level monsters would be needed to produce this? Lin Zhe was looking forward to it, just thinking about it. He didn't look at the chat messages in the channel again. He turned and went into the room, hugged the little girl's soft body, and fell asleep soundly. When I woke up, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. The sun still hasn't risen. It was pitch black outside. Only Lin Zhe's stone house was brightly lit. The little girl got up early and prepared breakfast for Lin Zhe. Seeing Lin Zhe wake up, Yu Shuang said, "Boss, the Persian monkey is back and is in the yard outside." Lin Zhe nodded. He dressed and went outside. The Persian monkey came up to him immediately and said, "Master, Monkey Mountain was attacked by bloodthirsty bats in the early morning this morning. There were a lot of them." Lin Zhe thought, "You're here so soon?" Chapter 130, Tester Depth. What's the current situation at Monkey Mountain? Are there any losses among the monkeys? Lin Zhe's eyes fell on the Persian monkey. While checking the information about Persian monkey, the Persian monkey's level is still silver level 2. Originally, its level was higher than the 3 little ones, but now it has become the lowest level among the pets under his command. The main reason for the delay was due to mineral issues. This time, when giving Yin Haoyang a big face-riding move, the Persian monkey must be brought along to let it also experience the joy of upgrading. The Persian monkey said, "Master, don't worry." The monkey group suffered no losses. Although the bloodthirsty bats came suddenly, thanks to your reminder, my people entered the defense mode in advance. Most of the monkeys, young and old, have taken refuge in underground caves. When the bloodthirsty bats attacked, the other monkeys also hid inside and blocked the cave entrance. No one from my tribe was hurt in this attack. That's good. Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he asked the Persian monkey to go back today to recruit monkey miners and inform the monkey group about the bloodthirsty bats and how to deal with them. Otherwise, if attacked suddenly, the monkey group will definitely suffer casualties. There may even be heavy losses. I can only say it was luck. Lindsay asked. Have those bloodthirsty bats left Monkey Mountain? The Persian monkey nodded and said, after failing to harvest anything at Monkey Mountain, the bloodthirsty bats left on their own. They were not moving very fast and seemed to be looking for something. After I led my people back to the shelter, they had not yet arrived in this area. It wasn't just the Persian monkey that came back this time, and there were 100 monkey miners it brought over from Monkey Mountain. At this time, the monkey miners were gathering in the yard, looking at Lindsay with awe-filled eyes. Monkeys are naturally extremely lively creatures, but in front of Lindsay, they behave very quiet. Not to mention jumping around, they didn't even dare to make a sound. They have enough, offer Lindsay. Hearing the words of the Persian monkey, Lindsay thought to himself that those bloodthirsty bats were not looking for anything, but were probably waiting for the attack order from game. Once the game's order is given, those bloodthirsty bats will attack the target they have already locked onto as soon as possible. Lindsay said, don't pay attention to those bloodthirsty bats. With the current strength of our shelter, it is difficult for them to threaten us. After saying that, Lindsay called the little girl out of the room. Shuang Shuang, take out the iron pickaxes I asked you to make yesterday and distribute them to the monkey miners. Good. The little girl nodded. Then he took out a large number of pickaxes from his backpack. A full 100. All are silver level. The little girl used high-quality refined iron to make these iron pickaxes. With the help of her professional talent and the effect of the high-level tool bench, none of the iron pickaxes she made were lower than silver grade. Of course, no pickaxe has ever reached the gold level. It's mainly due to the limitation of the tool bench. When the tool bench is upgraded to the top level, there will be a certain probability of creating gold-level tools, including golden iron pickaxes, etc. Here, the Persian monkey also ordered the monkey miners to come quickly and get their pickaxes. After a while, all the 100 silver and iron pickaxes were distributed. With the help of the power of spiritual consciousness, Lindsay called back the female golden eagle Maya, who was stationed in the stone mine. Then he took out a lot of fruit from his backpack and distributed it to the monkey miners. As the saying goes, if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. High-level iron pickaxes are already available. Once these monkey miners are well fed and watered, they can start working. A few minutes later, Maya's huge figure fell from the sky. Lindsay took a look at its information and discovered that it had been promoted to the 4th level of silver. Maya did not follow the pet team to attack the mineral resources. It was hunting in the woods with its golden eagle. Such an upgrade speed also shows that it has worked hard enough and lived up to Lindsay's expectations of it. Lindsay's expectation for Maya is that she grows up quickly. He would ride on Maya's back and fly into the sky. Lindsay asked Maya, are the stone mines and salt mines okay? Maya folded her metal-like wings and said, my master, both mines are in normal condition and there are no emergencies. The monkey miners have also dug their hiding caves. If a crisis occurs, they will immediately enter the cave to hide. Okay, Lindsay nodded and said, take these monkey miners to iron mine number 2 and saltpeter mine respectively and let them start working. You go along too. He said to the Persian monkey, be sure to supervise your people to get out of the hiding hole as soon as possible, so as not to be caught off guard when attacked. Good master. The Persian monkey nodded to show that he understood. Then it led the monkey miners out of the shelter in a mighty force. Maya also flapped her wings and flew into the sky. It chirps softly and hovers in the air, guiding the monkey miners and also protecting them. After the monkeys left, Lindsay also fed the other pets. Except for Dahong and the queen bee, all the pets under his command are big eaters and can eat thousands of units of his food in one meal. His appetite was so huge that Lindsay felt like he couldn't afford to feed him. Lindsay said, after dinner, you can go out hunting, but don't go too far away. If a group of bloodthirsty bats attack, I will summon you immediately. Yes, master. The pets all obeyed respectfully. Lindsay watched them leave until their backs disappeared outside the electric fence, and then he turned around and returned to the room. Unless there are special circumstances, he doesn't plan to leave the shelter today. The only time he would go out was when cleaning up the battlefield. The rest of the time, he would stay at home, waiting for the arrival of the bloodthirsty bat swarms. Boss, it's time to eat. Seeing Lindsay coming in, Yu Shuang hurriedly called Lindsay to come for breakfast. The little girl prepared some new ideas for breakfast today. It's more abundant than yesterday. Lindsay also enjoyed the meal very much. It was indeed different to have a woman at home. She could arrange many things for him properly. If it were him, How could he possibly get up so early in the morning to make breakfast? Even if I do, I won't do so much. What a waste of time and energy. While eating breakfast, Lin Zhe said, find out more information about Yin Haoyang's base today. If nothing unexpected happens, I will take action tonight. Yu Shuangshuang's expression became serious, and she said, don't worry, boss. I will find out everything. By the way, boss, Li Yushi has been chatting with me a lot these past 2 days. It feels like she's trying to get closer to me. I don't understand what she wants to do. My relationship with her was not very friendly before. Hearing this, an enchanting and charming figure suddenly emerged in Lin Zhe's mind. I have to say, that woman is indeed very attractive. Lin Zhe said, we can have a small talk and test her depth. Yu Shuangshuang blinked her big eyes and said, shouldn't the boss do this himself? Lin Zhe reached out and tapped the little girl on the forehead. Is he the kind of person who takes advantage of every opportunity? Chapter 131. Top Grade Thunder Spirit Fruit. Had breakfast. Lin Zhe said to Yu Shuangshuang, now that we have the materials, you can upgrade the tool bench later. The girl told him that upgrading the top-level tool bench requires 5,000 iron ores, 1,000 pieces of refined iron, 100 pieces of high-quality refined iron, and 30 gold crystal cores. Before, Lin Zhe was extremely short of resources, especially the crystal core. But now, he no longer lacks little girls. Okay, boss. Yu Shuangshuang nodded. She had also long been looking forward to upgrading the tool bench to the top level. A top-level tool bench can create silver-level tools or equipment even using ordinary materials. If you use high-grade materials, for example, if you have high-quality wood or high-quality refined iron, there is a chance that you can create gold-level equipment. Another benefit is that by using a top-level tool bench to make tools, she can gain more merit points and experience points. She can level up faster. There is no need to worry about someone else snatching away the second place on the merit list. In just one night, the players ranked below her gained a large amount of merit points. Obviously, they did not sleep all night. She was too tired from being tormented by her boss at night. My legs are weak and my whole body feels powerless. Otherwise, she would probably stay up all night. Now that she has a top-notch tool bench, she can rest assured. Without wasting time, Yu Shuangshuang quickly cleaned up the dining table and then used the materials given by Lin Zhe to upgrade the tool bench. Lin Zhe asked, how is it? Yu Shuangshuang said happily, the game rewarded me with 50 achievement points, 1,000 experience points, and a gold treasure chest. Lin Zhe smiled and said, this reward is quite good, better than the reward I got from my first contracted silver-level pet. The smile on the little girl's face was also very bright. I got 1,000 experience points for nothing, and my level was directly promoted to silver level 2. Keep up the good work. Lin Zhe said, with a top-level tool bench, your upgrade speed will be even faster. Yu Shuangshuang nodded. She took out the gold treasure chest that was a game reward from her backpack and handed it to Lin Zhe without hesitation. Lin Zhe didn't hesitate and reached out to open the treasure chest. Accompanied by a dazzling golden light, a golden hammer, a blueprint, and a spiritual fruit flashing with lightning suddenly appeared in Lin Zhe's field of vision. After taking a look at the information on the golden hammer, Lin Zhe handed it to Yu Shuangshuang. This hammer is not an offensive equipment, but a tool for forging equipment. It is suitable for blacksmith players like Yu Shuangshuang. After Yu Shuangshuang took the hammer, she also saw the information on it. An excited expression appeared on her delicate white face. This is a gold-level forging hammer. It can increase the success rate of equipment forging by 20%, and there is a chance that special equipment effects will appear. For the blacksmith players, this golden forging hammer is undoubtedly a top-grade product. Here, Lin Zhe took out the blueprint and the spiritual fruit from the treasure chest. Another warehouse blueprint. It came just in time. As for this spiritual fruit, Lin Zhe looked at the fruit in his hand that was blooming with traces of lightning and let out a faint sigh. Boss, what's wrong? The little girl asked doubtfully. Is there something wrong with this fruit? Lin Zhe said, the problem is not the fruit, but me. This is a top-grade Thunder Spirit fruit, which can increase the attack by 50 points and increase the power of Thunder skills by 30%. The little girl was surprised and said, isn't that good? Lin Zhe smiled and said, the problem is, I'm not a magician, but Wen Ling is very suitable for taking this Thunder Spirit fruit. That's a pity indeed. Yu Shuangshuang also felt a little regretful. If Lin Zhe was a magician and mastered thunder magic skills, he would be able to perfectly bring out the effect of this top-grade Thunder Spirit fruit. Boss, do you want to give this Thunder Spirit fruit to Sister Wen Ling? How is that possible? Lindsay shook his head decisively. The relationship between him and Wen Ling has not reached that level yet. Lindsay said, I have eaten 3 golden thunder fruits before, which increase the damage of thunder skills by 60%. If I eat this thunder spirit fruit, the damage bonus can reach 90%. What does a 90% damage bonus mean? Even the lowest level thunder skill can burst out a high damage of 190%, which is equivalent to a critical hit. Although he doesn't have lightning skills now, it doesn't mean he won't have them in the future. Furthermore, the Thunder Spirit Fruit can increase the attack power by 50 points. Of course, he wouldn't give it away. Without hesitation, he swallowed the Thunder Spirit Fruit in a few bites, and his basic attack instantly increased to 725 points. Taking into account the bonus from the equipment, his attack power directly exceeded 1,000. At this stage, it's pretty terrifying. If it gets out, those players will definitely say that he is cheating. This bonus is too terrifying. Yu Shuang was shocked. If we could get the thunder skills common to all professions, the boss's combat power will definitely be very terrifying. Good. Lindsay nodded and said, but it's not just thunder skills. You can also get some skills common to other professions. I lack everything. I'm now participating in combat, whether it is close combat or range combat, all relying on basic attacks. You need to use skills to improve your combat effectiveness. This is also what makes Lin Zhe most helpless. Who makes him a pet summoner? As a pet summoner, even with the copy skill, he can only be awesome for a minute. After a minute of invincibility, he immediately becomes weak. Fortunately, he ate a lot of spiritual fruits, had good equipment, and upgraded at a terrifying speed. This results in his overall attributes being extremely high. You can rely on basic attacks to kill everyone on the battlefield. Otherwise, he would most likely be like other pet summoners, staying as far away from the battlefield as possible. The professional characteristic of a pet summoner is that combat basically relies entirely on pets. There are very few exclusive summoner combat skills. Lin Zhe has been buying books these days, but he hasn't received any, so he can only turn his attention to general professional skills. This skill blueprint has no occupational restrictions. Players can also learn any profession, including life talents. However, this type of skill blueprint is also very rare, even more sought after than those exclusive professional skills. It is not easy to buy them. Yu Shuang thought for a moment and said, Boss, you can use the Golden Thunder Fruit to trade. I believe there will be players interested. Lin Zhe nodded slightly. He looked at the little girl and said, I still have 4 Golden Thunder Fruits in my hand. You can take 3 of them. The little girl waved her hands and said, Boss, I don't need it. I'm a daily player and I don't need to go out hunting. There's no need to increase my attack. Seeing this, Lin Zhe didn't say much. Anyway, the Golden Thunder Fruit tree is there. After 1 cycle, 5 more Golden Thunder Fruits will be produced. The girl can eat them if she changes her mind. Lin Zhe then put a Golden Thunder Fruit on the trading channel and attached the requirement that only special drawings and common professional skills would be traded. Okay, go do your thing. I'm going to upgrade the warehouse. Chapter 132, The Terrifying Attributes of the Golden Tiger. As the drawings disappeared, a brilliant golden light fell from the void, covering the warehouse, standing in the open space. After a while, the golden light dissipated. This also marks the end of the upgrade. The exterior of the warehouse remained the same during this upgrade, but the interior space had increased dramatically to the size of 10 football fields. The most important thing is the speed of time. It slowed down from 50% to 80%. This means that the materials stored in the warehouse can be preserved for a longer period of time and will not deteriorate quickly. There is also the special locker in the warehouse. The size has also increased several times. There is space equivalent to at least 20 refrigerators. Unlike the warehouse, the time in this special locker is absolutely still, which is similar to the backpack we have today. For Lin Zhe, this locker is the last supply storage station in his shelter. If they really reached the point of being at the end of their rope, then the supplies stored in the locker would be his and the girl's last chance to survive. However, Lin Zhe felt that the probability of such a situation happening was extremely low. Because he also has a cow shed, pig pen, orchard, fish pond, and vegetable garden, these buildings are not affected by natural disasters. The vegetables and fruits he grew and the bison, fish, and wild boars he raised were enough to ensure that they didn't have to worry about food. But even so, we still have to make some preparations early. Lin Zhe thought about it, then took out a large amount of animal meat, fresh crucian carp, as well as fruits, vegetables, honey, nuts, and other supplies from his backpack and stored them in a special storage cabinet. He didn't stop until he had filled his locker to the brim. He then returned to the stone house, plugged in the power to the freezer and refrigerator in the room, and filled them with food. The remaining food is then stored in the warehouse. Only leave a small part in the backpack. He wanted to compare the preservation effects of backpacks and warehouses after the new natural disaster arrived. If a natural disaster tomorrow does not affect the backpack, then I will take the food back and put it back in the backpack. After doing all this, Lindsay lay down on the bed. All the monster corpses harvested yesterday have been dealt with. Now, he has nothing to do and can take a good rest. By the way, check the chat channel and transaction channel. See if there's anything good. Time flies and it's noon. Lindsay and Yu Shuang were having lunch. Suddenly, there were bursts of dull and heavy footsteps outside the stone house. Yu Shuang was immediately shocked and asked, "Boss, are there monsters attacking?" Lindsay shook his head and said, "It's Jean who is back." There is a close spiritual connection between the pet summoner and the pets under his command. He can sense the pet's location and spiritual call. At this moment, he sensed that the person who appeared outside the stone house was one of his pets, the flying tiger king Jinhu. In order to reach the gold rank, Jinhu has not returned home for a night. Now that I'm back, I think I was successful. This was not entirely Lindsay's guess, mainly because he also sensed that the aura of the golden tiger was stronger than yesterday. "You eat first, I'll go out and take a look." After saying that, Lindsay stood up and walked out of the house. The little girl stood up quickly, followed Lindsay, and said, "Boss, wait for me." She also wanted to see what the golden monster looked like. At this stage, there's been no news of any player encountering a gold-level monster in the wild world. But her boss had a golden pet, and it is an evolved king-level pet. If this matter were to get out, it would definitely shock countless players. In the open space outside the room, there stood a giant tiger that was over 10 meters long, emitting a terrifying aura that seemed to have silenced the surrounding forest area. This giant, colorful tiger is none other than the flying tiger king, Golden Tiger. Owner. Upon seeing Lindsay, the golden tiger immediately crawled down very docilely, allowing Lindsay to rub its big cat face. It said, "I have lived up to my master's expectations and successfully advanced to the gold rank." Very good. Lindsay praised. He was also well prepared for Jean, whose promotion. Previously, Jean, who was only 200 experience points away from being promoted to the gold rank. It would be strange if he couldn't even gain this little experience after being out for a whole night. Lindsay then checked Jean, whose information. Pet, Golden Tiger. Level, Gold Level 1. Attack, 1860, 620 plus 1240. Defense, 1800, 600 plus 1200. Speed, 1770, 590 plus 1180. HP, 360,000. Special abilities, Frozen Domain, Tiger Roaring in the Forest, Ice Explosion. Growth Potential, 3 stars. Experience, 122/2100. So many attributes have been added? Lindsay was a little surprised. Originally, according to his inference, after being promoted to the gold rank, each level up would increase attack, defense, and speed by 40 points each. But now it seems that this is not just an increase of 40 points. It was clearly increased by 140 points. Previously, the Golden Tiger's basic attack was 480 points, and after increasing by 140 points, it was exactly 620 points. Not only attack, but also defense and speed are the same. Then there is the HP. Jean, whose base HP increased by a full 20,000 points, reaching 120,000 points. Adding his talent increase, it is a full 360,000. Is this the power of the gold rank? Every level up will increase the total attribute by hundreds of points. If that's true, it would be too terrifying. However, it is still unclear whether this is the case. When Golden Tiger is promoted to gold level 2, we will know the specific situation. So strong. The little girl also took a deep breath. She also saw the terrifying attributes of the Golden Tiger, which was extremely powerful. If it goes up one more level, the 3 attributes of the Golden Tiger will be able to directly exceed 2,000, which is simply terrifying. The happiest person is, of course, Lindsay. With his current attack power, if he turns on the invincible mode and copies the attributes of the Golden Tiger, he can immediately approach the 3,000 mark. 3,000 points of attack, what does this mean? Most of the players do not have 3,000 HP, so they will be killed instantly when facing him and will not be able to withstand a second attack from him. Before being promoted to the gold rank, The golden tiger was the most powerful pet under his command. Now that it has been promoted to the gold rank, the golden tiger's combat power has also opened up a greater gap with other pets. In addition to the sudden increase in attributes, the golden tiger's size has also increased slightly. Although it is not very obvious, it has indeed become bigger. The stripes on its body have become darker, and the golden tiger hair has become brighter, making it look more majestic and domineering overall. At this time, Jinhu said, "Master, I saw a large number of bloodthirsty bats on my way back to the shelter. They are gathering towards us. The numbers are staggering, at least 100,000. Hearing this, Lindsay also became serious. What is supposed to come has finally come. The game really wouldn't let these players get through this round of natural disasters smoothly. However, Lindsay was not very worried. His current strength is no longer what it used to be. Chapter 133, Occupy Yu Shuangshuang's Shelter. Boss, what happened? Seeing Lindsay's strange expression, Yu Shuangshuang asked quickly. The communication between the pet summoner and the pet is through spiritual consciousness, so Yu Shuangshuang didn't know what Lindsay and Jinhu talked about specifically. Lindsay told Jinhu the information he had obtained. After hearing this, Yu Shuangshuang's expression suddenly became serious, and she said, "Should we call Xiaoqing, Dahong, and Maya back?" "Not for the time being," Lindsay said. "There are only tens of thousands of bloodthirsty bats. Even if the number increases several times, they can't do anything to us for a while. Besides, they are hunting in the nearby wooded area. It won't be too late to call them back when the bloodthirsty bats really come to kill us." Lindsay had warned his pets earlier not to stray too far from the shelter when hunting, in order to deal with the bloodthirsty bats that might attack them at any time. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to summon now. As he spoke, Lindsay waved towards the sky. A moment later, a large group of figures flew over. They were the worker bees bred by the queen bee. These worker bees are also monsters. The lowest level is Bronze 3, and the highest is Bronze 8. Their daily task is to provide security for the shelter. Once a monster approaches, they will immediately surround and kill it or expel it. In fact, with the presence of these worker bee security guards, the electric fence surrounding the entire shelter is rarely used. Initially, it can electrocute some monsters that want to attack the shelter. In recent times, there hasn't been a single monster electrocuted to death. It was all done by the worker bees. Compared with army bees, worker bees have much lower combat effectiveness, but they win in numbers, and there are now hundreds of them. With such a powerful small army of monsters, even the silver-level monsters did not dare to approach Lindsay's shelter easily, which indirectly made the power grid a decoration. Of course, this doesn't mean that the power grid is completely useless. If a beast-tide attack occurs, the power grid will definitely be more useful than the worker bee security team, but is not needed right now. Expand your patrol area. If you find any traces of bloodthirsty bats, you must report back to me immediately. A group of worker bees nodded in unison. Then they formed groups and flew away in all directions. Lindsay said to Jinhu, "Stay in the shelter and don't go out for the time being." "Good master." Jinhu had no objection. He nodded obediently. It ran outside all night last night and is a little tired now, so it can find a place to lie down quietly for a while. "Wait until Jinhu retreats." Lindsay said to Yu Shuangshuang, "You should go back too and do your thing. Don't worry about the bloodthirsty bats. It's just a small problem for us." The little girl hummed softly. She naturally believed Lindsay. With Lindsay's current strength, a mere tens of thousands of bloodthirsty bats really do not pose much of a threat. Want to capture Lindsay's shelter in front of so many powerful pets? It's almost an impossible thing. Yu Shuangshuang was about to return to the room when she suddenly seemed to think of something. She stopped and said to Lindsay, "Boss, why don't you just destroy my shelter? Otherwise, it would be a pity if it is destroyed by those bloodthirsty bats." Lindsay thought about it carefully. Then he nodded. Okay. The little girl would live with him now and in the future, so it really didn't matter whether she had a shelter or not. He immediately jumped over the electric fence and came to the little girl's shelter. Since moving to his house, Yu Shuangshuang has never returned to this shelter and has not upgraded it, so it is still at the level of a top-level wooden house. At this stage, this level is not low. Currently, most players are still struggling at the wooden house level, and only a few have upgraded their shelters to stone houses. Lindsay took out the wind-chasing crossbow from his backpack and put on the arrow that the little girl had made for him with fine iron. Then an arrow was shot out and hit the door of the wooden house. A single-digit damage value suddenly floated above the wooden house. With the bonus of a full set of equipment, Lin Zhe's attack has exceeded 1,000, but the damage caused is only in the single digits. This can only mean one thing. That is, the shelter has another set of defense mechanisms, which has little to do with the player's attack level. Lin Zhe waved and called over a group of worker bees that were still nearby. Let them attack you, Shuang's wooden house together. Soon, a series of single-digit damages floated above the wooden house, and the defense value of the wooden house began to drop rapidly. When the defense value drops to less than 1/10, Lin Zhe suddenly received a message, prompt from the game. You are attacking the core building of the player, Shuang shelter. You can choose to continue attacking until the core building is destroyed, or you can choose to occupy it. Since Shuang shelter is adjacent to your shelter, after occupying it, Shuang shelter will be included in your shelter range. Besides, the game also gives hints on how to obtain resources. For example, after occupying it, you can obtain all of Shuang's resources. If you choose to destroy it, you can only get 70% of the resources, but there's a chance to get a treasure chest reward. Lin Zhe already knew this information when he destroyed Zhou Cheng's shelter. The only difference is, there is a new prompt for include in shelter range. I didn't expect it to be like this. Lin Zhe had almost no hesitation and decisively chose to occupy. One more shelter building would be useful in the future. Moreover, it could expand the shelter's sphere of influence and gain a large amount of open space for free. Lin Zhe naturally knew what to choose. In comparison, a treasure chest is not that important. Congratulations, you have successfully occupied Shuang's shelter. You have obtained all of Shuang's resources, including but not limited to backpacks and supplies listed on the trading channel. You gain experience plus 100. No treasure chest, no blueprint. It doesn't matter. We'll have plenty of these things after we destroy Yin Haoyang's alliance base. Lin Zhe opened his backpack and took a look. A large number of resources suddenly appeared in it, even including toilet paper that the little girl had previously put on the trading channel, as well as various tools. These supplies were tacitly regarded as the spoils he robbed from the little girl. At the same time, the power grid of Lin Zhe's shelter also began to extend under the influence of a magical force, until Shuang's shelter was also surrounded inside. The blank area between the two shelters also disappeared, directly connecting the two shelters into a whole. At this time, Lin Zhe was finally able to see the shelter information of Shuang. Its defense value is recovering at a slow rate. In addition, Lin Zhe can upgrade Shuang's shelter at the cost of consuming materials. When we have enough resources in the future, we can consider upgrading this shelter into a villa for my future team members or special pets to live in. Chapter 134, Chaos and Despair. How about it? Lin Zhe looked at Shuang, who had followed him, and asked, "Did you receive any notification from a game?" Some. The little girl nodded. The game reminded me several times that the shelter was under attack and asked me to protect the shelter. In addition, when the boss occupied my shelter, I also received relevant prompts. I can choose to accept the occupation or refuse the occupation. I chose to accept it. From now on, I am a player affiliated with the boss, and everything is based on the boss, said the girl with a giggle. If it were any other player, they would probably burst into tears if their shelter was occupied and would be filled with hatred towards Lin Zhe. But for Shuang, there was not a single negative emotion. She belongs entirely to Lin Zhe. What is a shelter? No matter whether Lin Zhe occupied or destroyed her shelter, she had no opinion. On the contrary, she was very happy because it meant that she and Lin Zhe were completely close. There is still a choice. Lin Zhe was a little surprised. After thinking for a moment, he said, "So if you choose to refuse to be occupied, I won't succeed either." That should be it. Shuang nodded and said, "This way, if the boss wants to occupy other players' shelters in the future, it may not be so easy." Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Not really. Just kill them, and the shelter will become ownerless and can be easily occupied." It was when Ling who told him this information. After when Ling killed the male warrior player, his shelter became ownerless and could be destroyed or occupied at will. Hearing this, Shuang laughed and said, "Boss, you are wise." Lin Zhe reached out and patted the little girl's hips. "Okay, go back to work. Don't let someone take second place at the last minute." Shuang also immediately became serious. Without saying a word, he trotted back to the room. The players on the leaderboard are all stepping up their sprint. Even if she has a top-level workbench, she will be surpassed if she doesn't work hard, especially with this wave of special attacks. If nothing unexpected happens, those players with combat talents will definitely be able to obtain a large amount of merit points. She couldn't afford to be overtaken at the last minute. The reward for second place is 2 gold treasure chests and a professional skill blueprint, and the reward for third place becomes a professional skill blueprint and a gold treasure chest. She didn't want to lose a golden treasure chest all of a sudden. In the evening, Lindsay, who was browsing the regional chat channel, suddenly saw a message. Brothers, the monster is coming. So soon? I thought it would appear in the evening. The above, are you sure it is a special monster attack? Could it be that it is just an ordinary monster? The chat information is constantly refreshing, but the player never came out to respond. The person is already dead. I just clicked on his ID to add him as a friend, but the game replied that the ID was invalid. I tried it too, and it's true. Shit. His shelter was taken over by monsters so quickly? What a terrifying feeling. Stop talking. I'm scared to death now. Who wouldn't be afraid of watching people die in front of them? This monster attack will probably lead to a big elimination, and a large number of players will disappear from this world. The chat channel was filled with wailing. Many players were scared. Even those players with advanced talents were extremely nervous. Not long after, more and more players appeared in the channel, saying that their shelters were also attacked by monsters. All of them are special monsters that are rarely seen in normal times. Skeleton monsters, bloodthirsty bats, terrifying fishmen with long legs, big black rats with bloodshot eyes, and giant snakes covered with bone spurs. There are many different special monsters that appear, but without exception, these monsters are more bloodthirsty and brutal than the monsters we see in daily life. At the same time, their purpose is very clear, which is to destroy the player's shelter and kill the player at the same time. As time goes by, more players are being attacked by special monsters. The regional chat channel was in chaos, with all kinds of messages asking for help flying all over the channel. The whole channel exudes an air of despair. Lindsay looked at the number in the upper right corner of the channel. That was the number of remaining players in their area, which was decreasing rapidly. Just at this moment, Lindsay heard a buzzing sound outside the house. It's the sound of bees flapping their wings. He quickly got up from the bed, opened the door, and saw a worker bee hovering outside the door, gesturing at him anxiously. Lindsay couldn't understand what the worker bee was saying, but you can also understand what it wants to express. It discovered a group of bloodthirsty bats, and those bloodthirsty bats were gathering towards his shelter. I see, Lindsay said. Call back all the worker bees to prevent them from being attacked by bloodthirsty bats outside. The worker bee nodded. Then it flapped its little wings and flew into the darkness. Lindsay also immediately ordered the pets to return to the shelter. Yu Shuang asked, Boss, is the monster coming? Lindsay hummed lightly and said, Don't worry about it. Just stay in a room and build your tools. I can handle this little thing. Okay, boss, you should be careful too. Yu Shuang said quickly. She certainly wouldn't leave the room. As a professional gamer, she would not be helping Lindsay by going out to fight, but would only be causing trouble. All she could do was remind Lindsay to be careful and pray for Lindsay in her heart. Lindsay nodded. Then he walked out of the room and closed the door. It was also at this time that he received a message from Wenling. Lindsay, have you read the news on the regional chat channel? Many players said that they were attacked by monsters. Lindsay, I see. We're about to start a war. The bloodthirsty bats are heading towards our shelter. Please be careful. Wenling, I know. Don't forget what you promised me. Lindsay, I won't forget it. If you can't hold on, tell me in advance. My eagle will be there in a minute. Wenling's shelter was only a few kilometers away from him. With Maya's speed, it would be no problem for her to get there within a minute. Seeing Lindsay's reply, Wenling's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This guy was still teasing her at this time. Shrouded in darkness, the mountains and forests shook, startling countless birds. There were also countless sharp and shrill screams ringing out in the darkness, making people feel creepy. Lindsay stood in the empty yard, wearing a silver-level gale suit and holding a gold-level wind-chasing crossbow. There's also a shield covering the body. Next to him stood the flying tiger king Golden Tiger, who looked like a wild beast, staring intently at the darkness in the distance with his murderous eyes. Chapter 135. The terrifying battle record of one man and one tiger. Here it comes, Lindsay whispered. Look towards the distant horizon. The world in the distance was pitch black. No bloodthirsty bats could be seen, but dense blood spots could be seen. Those fast-moving blood-red spots of light are the eyes of bloodthirsty bats, and they're extremely clear in the dark. Its scale is so huge that it is simply overwhelming. Lindsay had reason to believe that he must have received special care from the game. Otherwise, how could there be so many bloodthirsty bats? This can no longer be described as a group, but a bat legion of terrifying size. Except for Lindsay, no player could resist it. If this isn't special care, then what is? In just a moment, the bloodthirsty bat army flew over the Lindsay shelter, and the sound of their intensive flapping wings could be clearly heard. Some bloodthirsty bats were extremely arrogant, flying low over the open space outside the stone house, only a dozen or 20 meters away from Lindsay. Under the reflection of the light, their shapes are fully revealed. Pitch black skin, dark red fur, exaggeratedly large bat wings, extremely sharp fangs, and devilish blood-red eyes. All of them are creepy. Court death. Lindsay snorted coldly. He raised his hand and shot an arrow. After so many days of training, his archery skills have reached a proficient level. Although the bloodthirsty bat is fast, the target is too large, half a meter body, more than a meter wingspan, and the shooting is at close range, so his hit rate is at least 90%, if not 100%. Sure enough, the arrow was shot and hit the target. The bloodthirsty bat fell from the sky very quickly. He didn't even have time to scream before being killed instantly by Lindsay. This mid-bronze monster only has about 1,000 points of health. Lindsay's current attack power is more than 1,000, and coupled with the armor-piercing effect of the wind-chasing crossbow, it is no problem for him to kill a bloodthirsty bat in seconds. Afterwards, Lindsay shot dozens of arrows in a row. No less than 30 bloodthirsty bats were shot and killed. Only a few bloodthirsty bats were lucky enough to avoid it and escape to high altitudes alive. Just as Lindsay was about to continue shooting arrows, a series of information prompts suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Special survival event opens. The player's shelter will be attacked by the monster army immediately. Players should be prepared to defend themselves and protect their shelter from being captured by the monster army. Event duration, 1 to 2 hours. During this period, the shelter relocation blueprint cannot be used, and the blood candles do not have the effect of deterring monsters. After the event, the game will give scores based on the player's performance. The higher the score, the richer the reward. With the end of the information prompt, in the sky, the overwhelming army of bloodthirsty bats swooped down towards Lindsay's shelter as if they had received an order. At the same time, dense blood light hit the stone house behind Lindsay. The stone house's defense value began to drop rapidly. A large amount of blood light also shot towards Lindsay and the flying Tiger King Golden Tiger beside him. The man and the tiger tried their best to dodge, but they were also hit frequently. Jean, quickly lost several thousand points of health. All of them are forced to deduct health in 8-1-1-1 pattern, mainly because its defense is too high, far exceeding the attack of the bloodthirsty bat. The same goes for Lindsay. His defense also exceeded the bloodthirsty bat's attack attribute, so densely packed -1 numbers appeared on his head. However, what is decreasing now is not his health, but his shield value. His shield defense value is 3,000. This round of attacks from a Bat Legion caused him to lose nearly 2/3 of his shield value. This is because he is a small target and has a fast dodge speed. If he were attacked by the same person as Jean, the shield might explode in an instant. Roar! The golden tiger raised its head and roared. The terrifying tiger roar shook the earth. There were also wave-like sound waves radiating out, instantly stunning a large number of bloodthirsty bats. Visible to the naked eye, dense swarms of bloodthirsty bats fell from the sky. It was like heavy rain. At the same time, dense snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and the temperature on the battlefield instantly dropped below zero. The bloodthirsty bats that fell to the ground were frozen into ice sculptures. There were no injuries on his body, but he was completely lifeless. This is the Golden Tiger's skill, Frozen Realm. It is both a control skill and an extremely lethal attack skill, especially for dealing with these weak bloodthirsty bats. It can kill a large number of them with one move. Despite the impressive performance, Jean-Hu's attack was not over. Under its magical control, huge ice balls appeared in the air and exploded inside the group of bats. Suddenly, a large number of bloodthirsty bats were pierced by the ice spikes. Countless corpses fell from the sky, accompanied by blood. The open space outside the yard was soon dyed red. Fortunately, the shelter building is protected by special forces. Otherwise, once the fish pond, vegetable garden, orchard are contaminated by bat blood, Lindsay's losses will be great. Well done. Lindsay praised it highly. Golden Tiger's combo skills directly killed tens of thousands of bloodthirsty bats, making it worthy of being a king-level pet in the gold rank. Lindsay felt that even if he did not summon back the other pets, the Golden Tiger alone could help him defend shelter. It's my turn. Lindsay grinned. Then he activated the Crystal Ring skill, Ice Crystal Sword Rain. In an instant, dense swarms of ice swords condensed in the sky and fell from the sky like a rainstorm, covering an area with a diameter of 80 meters. In this area, all the bloodthirsty bats were indiscriminately attacked by the ice swords. The whole process lasted for a full 20 seconds, and the number of bloodthirsty bats killed was also in the tens of thousands. The price Lindsay paid was the consumption of 2,000 points of magic power. A special feature of Ice Crystal Sword Rain is that as long as there is sufficient magic power, it can be released continuously without interruption. Lindsay would go to Yin Haoyang's base later, so he reserved some of his magic power. Otherwise, he would kill more bloodthirsty bats. After being attacked repeatedly by Lindsay and Jinhu, the bloodthirsty bat army also suffered heavy losses. Even the camp was disrupted. A large number of bloodthirsty bats were frightened and fled in all directions. If this scene were transmitted to the regional chat channel, it would definitely shock all players. Whether it was Jinhu or Lindsay, the combat power they unleashed was too terrifying, far exceeding that of the current players. The bloodthirsty bat army, with a size of over 100,000, seemed to be coming with great force and ferocity, but in the end it could not withstand the damage caused by one man and one tiger. The camp collapsed after one round of skill attacks. This is simply a difference in strength. It cannot be compensated by quantity. Just as the bloodthirsty bat army was reuniting, bursts of sharp eagle cries were heard again in the distant sky. Maya's family of 3 were the first to return to the shelter. Without any hesitation, they charged directly into the camp of the bloodthirsty bat army, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and slaughtered those evil bats crazily. Maya's family of 3 are full of hatred for these bloodthirsty bats, because their home, Golden Eagle Ridge, was destroyed by these bats. Soon after Maya's family of 3, Big Bear, the 3 little ones, the Persian monkey, the purple flame lion king Simba, the 2-headed dog King Erguzi, and the 3 fat emperor penguins also returned to the shelter one after another and launched a larger-scale massacre of the bloodthirsty bat army. Chapter 136 S+ rating. Boom boom boom. Huge fireballs flew high into the sky and exploded instantly when they got close to the target, igniting a large number of bloodthirsty bats. That is a magic skill from Dahong. The little guy stood on the head of Simba, the purple flame lion king, and kept throwing fireballs bigger than basketballs with his 2 little hands. As a battlefield turret that Lindsay values very much, Dahong's magic instant kill ability is ridiculously high. It is now silver level 3. The damage of the fireball alone has reached 1,500 points. Adding its own attack, the total damage is approaching 2,000. An exploding fireball can instantly kill all bloodthirsty bats within a radius of tens of meters. In just a few minutes, thousands of bloodthirsty bats died at the hands of Dahong. Battlefield Battery is worthy of its name. Not only Dahong, but also Simba, the purple flame lion king, Erguzi, the 2-headed dog king, Sanpangzi, the emperor penguin, Shaoqing, and other pets were also showing their abilities to kill the bloodthirsty bats that kept swooping down. Big Bear has no ranged attack skills, but he will occasionally let out a savage roar to stun nearby bloodthirsty bats. On the other side, the Persian monkey was waving a thick iron stick. Knock those stunned, bloodthirsty bats to death one by one. It does not have the ability to fly, and long-range attacks are also its weakness. The only thing it can do is kill the bloodthirsty bats that fall to the ground, and if it sees one that is not dead, it will immediately hit it with a stick. With the close cooperation of a group of pets, more and more bloodthirsty bats were killed. The size of the bloodthirsty bat army is also shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. I still underestimated the fighting power of my pets. With the way we're killing now, let alone hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty bats, even if we add another 0, I can still defend my shelter. Lindsay was in a very good mood as he watched his pets killing everyone on the battlefield. The wind-chasing crossbow in his hand was pulled faster and faster. He shot out arrows made of fine iron one after another. Since yesterday, the little girl has been making arrows for him whenever she has free time and has made thousands of them. Lindsay had never fought such a prosperous battle. This time, of course, I want to shoot it to my heart's content. Anyway, the arrows that have been shot can be retrieved, so he wouldn't feel bad even if he shot thousands of them. I don't know how long it took. The Persian monkey on the battlefield suddenly roared. Then the aura emanating from his body began to surge rapidly. Upgraded, Lindsay immediately checked the information of the Persian monkey. As expected, it was discovered that the level of the Persian monkey had been promoted from silver level 2 to silver level 3, and its various attributes had also increased. After the war continued for another half an hour, Big Bear and the three little ones also upgraded their levels almost simultaneously. Their levels are all silver level 3, and the lowest level of experience that can be gained is by killing bronze level 9 monsters. Most of the bloodthirsty bats participating in the battle were bronze levels 3 to 6. But there are also a few elite bosses whose levels have reached bronze level 9. Therefore, Big Bear and the three little ones can gain experience points. At this time, their levels were all promoted to silver level 4, which was the same level as Maya. Not long after that, the Persian monkey's level was promoted again. Just like Big Bear and the three little ones, he has reached silver level 4. At their level, the minimum you can do to gain experience points is to kill silver level enemies. As of now, Lindsay has 10 pets under his command, and their levels from high to low are the Flying Tiger King Jinhu, the Two-Headed Dog King Urguzi, the Emperor Penguin Sanpangzi, the Purple Flame Lion King Simba, as well as Maya, Big Bear, Shaoqing, Dahong, Queen Bee, and Persian Monkey. A gold level 1, 2 silver level 9, a silver level 5, 6 silver level 4. Such a lineup can be called luxurious. Of course, Lindsay's level is not low either. He has reached silver level 8. If he goes one step further, he will be on par with Urguzi and Sanpangzi. The level gap is too big. No matter how many bloodthirsty bats you kill, you won't get any experience. The merit value is increasing very fast. Lindsay opened the ranking list and took a look. His total merit value has reached more than 300,000, which is 4 times that of the little girl. His first place is definitely secure. The little girl has to work harder. The merit values of the combat-talented players behind them were also growing rapidly, surpassing the top-ranked life-talented players one after another. You never know when he might surpass the little girl. In Haoyang's merit value is also rising sharply. I've already reached 4th place so quickly, and I'm about to catch up with Wenling, who's ranked 3rd. In Haoyang also benefited from the alliance base. With the cooperation of multiple high-level talented players, as long as they don't make big mistakes, those players, including In Haoyang, will not only be able to survive this monster attack safely, but will also be able to obtain a large amount of merit points and win a good ranking on the leaderboard. Speed up, Lindsay called out to the pets on the battlefield. There's another big job waiting for us next. Upon hearing this, the pets immediately burst out with even more powerful fighting power. Kill the bloodthirsty bats on the battlefield at a faster rate. Another half hour passed. There were less than 10,000 bloodthirsty bats left on the battlefield. According to rough estimates, more than 150,000 bloodthirsty bats have been killed by Lindsay and his pets, and their corpses were scattered layer by layer on the open space outside the stone house. The blood dyed the ground blood red. The entire shelter was filled with an extremely strong smell of blood. Mixed in with it was the stench that was unique to bloodthirsty bats. Even Lindsay, who fought monsters every day, felt an urge to vomit when he smelled this smell. Roar! At this moment, Simba, the Purple Flame Lion King, suddenly roared. He opened his mouth and spewed a stream of blazing flames into the sky. The flames exploded in the sky, quickly turning into an incredibly spectacular sea of fire. The sea of fire swept in all directions, dyeing a large area of the sky red. Wherever it passed, all the bloodthirsty bats were burned to charcoal in an instant. The Lion King is angry. Thousands of bloodthirsty bats turned to ashes. The remaining bloodthirsty bats finally fled towards the distant sky like frightened birds, screaming, not daring to stay, let alone return to the battlefield. It's over. Lindsay looked at the bloodthirsty bats flying away in all directions. He still held the wind-chasing crossbow tightly in his hand. He could feel his hands trembling slightly. After fighting intensely for more than an hour and firing nearly 2,000 arrows, he could hardly bear it, even though he was now a professional at the silver level. Just at this moment, an information prompt from the game appeared in his field of vision. Congratulations, player. You have successfully resisted the monster's attacks. You have killed a total of 161,745 monsters. The game is being rated. Congratulations, player. In view of your excellent performance on the battlefield, you have received an S+ rating. You get a reward, a diamond treasure chest. You gain experience plus 2,000. Chapter 137 Diamond Treasure Chest. An S+ rating is pretty impressive, I think. Lindsay thought to himself. He killed more than 160,000 bloodthirsty bats. If he were alone, he would not be able to kill all the monsters until tomorrow. If it were any other player, the only result would be being torn to pieces by the bloodthirsty bat army and having their shelter reduced to ruins. He was able to achieve such a record thanks to the 10 pets under his command. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do. He speculated that this score had basically reached the top. At the same time, a powerful energy surged in his body. The experience reward of up to 2,000 points directly raised his level from silver level 8 to silver level 9, and his physical fitness was also further enhanced. Just talking about his current physical strength, it would be no problem for him to lift a boulder weighing thousands of pounds. This is extraordinary power. The further you go, the more extraordinary it becomes. Lindsay took out the diamond treasure chest rewarded by the game from his backpack. The treasure chest is platinum in color and emits brilliant 3-color light. Looks very dazzling. After being in the jungle world for so long, this is the first time he has obtained a treasure chest of this level. You should know that only the first place in the merit list will be rewarded with a diamond treasure chest. The second place directly turned into a golden treasure chest. This shows how rare the diamond chest is. This should be the first diamond treasure chest obtained by a player in the jungle world. Lindsay thought. He reached out and opened the treasure chest. An even more dazzling 3-color light suddenly flashed before my eyes. It almost obscured his vision. To put it in a more vulgar way, his titanium dog eyes were almost blinded by the bright lights. All he could see was the brilliant colored lights, so he couldn't see what was inside the treasure chest at all. A moment later, the bright light faded. Lindsay finally saw the interior of the treasure chest clearly. There weren't many things, just 2 blueprints, a long sword, and a red fruit. As Lindsay's eyes swept over, the information about these supplies also appeared in his field of vision. Equipment drawing, casting table. Information. After using this blueprint, you will obtain a device that can create various equipment. Architectural drawing, reservoir. Information. Using this blueprint, you will have a building that can store precious water resources. Special note. The water resources stored in the reservoir are not affected by natural disasters. Item. Conqueror's Sword. Level, Diamond. Attack, 300. Effect 1. Armor breaking, tearing, bleeding death. Effect 2. Earth Shatter, active attack skill, causing triple attack damage to enemies in a straight line. The initial attack distance is 50 meters. For every second of charging, the distance increases by 10 meters and consumes 100 magic points per second. Effect 3. Deterrence, causes a deterrent effect on enemies with a lower level than you. For every higher level, suppress the enemy's total attributes by 10%, up to a maximum of 30%. Introduction. The Conqueror's Sword is one of the components of the diamond-level suit, the Conqueror's Suit. Collecting the entire suit can unlock the suit's attributes. Conqueror's Suit components. Armor, helmet, necklace, long sword, cape. Item, Flame Spirit Fruit. Grade, top grade. Information. After consumption, it can increase the fire resistance attribute by 3 points, and at the same time reduce the fire damage by 20%. Read the information of several items. The smile on Lindsay's face grew brighter. There are 4 items, all of them are good stuff, and the worst one is probably the blueprint of the reservoir. He then used the drawings of the reservoir. Suddenly, golden light descended and enveloped the reservoir building of his shelter, and it was clearly visible that its size was rapidly expanding. The original reservoir could store 160 tons of water. After the upgrade, its water storage capacity directly reached 480 tons, which is 3 times the previous amount. There's no time to carry water. Let's talk about it after we solve Yin Haoyang's problem. At this moment, Yu Shuangshuang walked out of the room. When she saw the dead bats all over the floor, her face turned pale instantly. His eyes were also filled with fear. Lindsay said, "Just stand there and don't come over. The ground is full of dead bats." In addition to the corpses, the ground was also soaked with bat blood. One step leaves a footprint. Lindsay also didn't want the little girl to be covered in blood. Yu Shuangshuang asked, Boss, is the war over? It's over. Lindsay nodded. Then he walked over, handed the casting table blueprint he had just drawn to the little girl, and said, "Take this blueprint and use it." Yu Shuang glanced at the information on the blueprint and immediately showed joy on her face. This is the blueprint of the casting table. With the casting table, I can make equipment for the boss. A large amount of monster materials are stored in the shelter's warehouse. Now that we have a casting table, those monster materials can finally be put to good use, can be made into a variety of equipment. Whether at this stage or in the future, equipment will never become obsolete. A casting table is like a cash cow. As long as you stay at the forefront and create equipment suitable for the current situation, you'll be able to make a fortune. In order to improve their own strength or protect their own safety, players with combat talents will never be stingy on such issues. In comparison, toilet paper is nothing. After all, that thing can be replaced with bamboo strips or leaves under special circumstances. Yu Shuang saw the open treasure chest not far away and asked in surprise, "Boss, did you get a diamond treasure chest?" Lindsay nodded. "I got an S+ rating, and the reward included this diamond treasure chest." Hearing this, Yu Shuang said somewhat disappointedly, "I also received a message from the game when the battle broke out, but I don't know if it's because I didn't participate in the battle or because I am now a subordinate player force of the boss, so I didn't get any rewards." Lindsay said, "It should be the latter. It is normal for affiliated player forces to have no ratings." He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter whether there's a reward or not. Our profit this time is already very high." He flipped his right hand, and a long sword emitting a cold light appeared in his hand. This is a sword of conquest. The equipment level is diamond grade. Not only does it add 300 points of attack, but it also comes with 3 special effects. It can be called a magical weapon at this stage. The little girl was also amazed when she saw the Conqueror's sword in Lindsay's hand. Diamond grade weapons are of absolutely staggering value. At this stage, players rarely own diamond equipment, let alone gold or even silver equipment. Almost all the equipment sold on the trading channel are ordinary equipment without any grade. It is made from a tool bench. If Lindsay puts this Conqueror's sword on the trading channel, it will inevitably cause a crazy scramble among all players with high-level combat talents. An increase of 300 attack points. This attribute alone is enough to make all players jealous. The blue steel sword she made with high-quality fine iron only increased the attack power by 70 points, which was a huge difference. Here, Lindsay took out the flame spirit fruit again. He didn't even ask the little girl if she wanted it. He just ate it in a few bites. This spiritual fruit could only play its greatest value if he ate it. As the spiritual fruit entered his stomach, Lindsay suddenly felt a warm current surging in his abdomen, and it filled his whole body in the blink of an eye. Look at his information panel again. There is an additional fire resistance attribute +3, and fire damage is reduced by 20%. Chapter 138, Fixed Point Teleportation. Fire damage reduced by 20%. This is a very useful buff, especially when encountering an enemy with fire attributes. In addition, the fire resistance attribute is +3. Lindsay has not yet experienced the benefits of resistance, but he believes that the effect of resistance must be very significant. Once in a specific environment, the advantages of resistance can be brought into play. He currently has 2 resistances. One is fire resistance, the other is cold resistance. The former is 3 points, and the latter is 2 points. Yu Shuang asked, "Boss, now that the war is over, are you planning to move to Yin Haoyang's place immediately?" Lindsay said, "I'll go over after we clean up the battlefield. I just checked the rankings, and his merit points are still rising. It is estimated that it should be finished within half an hour. I'll move over there when the time comes. Maybe I can even get the treasure chest that the game rewards him with." Yu Shuang looked at Lindsay in shock. She didn't expect her boss to be so greedy. He not only wanted to kill Yin Haoyang, but also wanted to steal Yin Haoyang's reward. If Yin Haoyang were here, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. "I worked so hard, but ended up making wedding dresses for others." Lindsay smiled and said, "Why, do you think it's too dark?" The little girl laughed and said, "No, it's always Yin Haoyang who is provoking the boss. No matter what the boss does, it's all his own fault." Lindsay nodded and said, "This is the rule of this world. Even if I spare Yin Haoyang, he may not appreciate it. Since there's a conflict, we should act decisively. We should nip uncertainties like these in the bud." Hearing this, Yu Shuang nodded in agreement. She is not a saintly person. She completely stands on Lindsay's side in this matter. Of course, the same goes for other things. She is now tied to Lindsay. Naturally, she wholeheartedly supported Lindsay. Lindsay said, "Okay, go in and do your thing first. I'll clean up the yard outside." Good. Yu Shuang didn't say much. Turned and entered the room. She is now also at a critical juncture in her bid to enter the honor list. She didn't expect to catch up with Lindsay, who occupied the first place, as long as her second place was not taken away by other players. She would do her best to get the second place award. Lindsay lit dozens of torches in the yard, and the flickering flames illuminated the entire yard. He was cleaning up the battlefield, while checking the information of the two shelters. Shelter number 1, which was his own shelter, saw its defense value plummet by more than 80,000, leaving just over 10,000. As for shelter number 2 from Yu Shuang, the defense value was only reduced by less than 1/5. It's obvious. The Bloodthirsty Bat Legion also knew which his core building was. The defense value of shelter number 2 was damaged only because of sporadic attacks. It feels like being hit twice. If the Bloodthirsty Bat Legion allocates 1 or 2/10 of its troops to attack, shelter number 2 will most likely not be able to hold out. The defense value of the top-level wooden house is only 10,000. But they couldn't stop the powerful charge of the Bloodthirsty Bat Army. Overall, the outcome of the war was good. Lindsay suffered no losses except for a slight loss in the defense value of the shelter. The most important thing is that he and his pets were promoted one after another, so it can be said that they made a lot of money. It took Lindsay nearly half an hour to finally clean up the battlefield. All the corpses of the bloodthirsty bats were decomposed with one click, and Lindsay poured water on the ground over and over again until the smell of blood became very light. Nearly 2 million units of bat meat were harvested in one go. It's much more than all the beast meat I have stored combined. Lindsay was very happy and stored all the bat meat in the warehouse of the shelter. This thing can be kept and sold to players later. Although bat meat may taste a bit disgusting, when a person is really hungry, what does it matter what kind of meat it is? When a person is really hungry, he will break up animal feces to see if there is any food inside. Besides bat meat, Lindsay also collected tens of thousands of blood candles of different levels on the battlefield. Although the Polar Night disaster mode is about to end, it does not mean that the blood candles are useless. Players will also be able to use it when they go out hunting at night. After doing all this, Lindsay opened the friend panel and sent a message to Wenling, asking about the situation over there. About 5 minutes passed. Wenling replied, "It's almost over. I used the shelter as cover and finally killed most of the bloodthirsty bats. In 2 or 3 minutes at most, I will kill the remaining small group of bloodthirsty bats and force them to flee." "That's good," Lindsay replied, not really surprised. He had analyzed it for Wenling before. Wenling is the top player in a region. If even she can't get through this storm safely, then other players will have even less hope. Although the rules of this world are cruel, they're not so cruel that they leave no way for players to survive. And the actual situation was just as he expected. Wenling successfully passed the test with his own strength and did not give him the opportunity to betray the eagle. Wenling, why did your merit points increase so rapidly? Lindsay, I killed hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty bats. Wenling was silent for a long time. You are such a pervert. I fought so hard to kill a few thousand bats, but you killed more than 100,000. Looking at the message, Wenling replied. Lindsay thought to himself, the number of bloodthirsty bats that attack my shelter is dozens of times that of Wenling's. Either the game is taking special care of me, or the size of the monsters is determined according to the strength of the shelter. All kidding aside, it should be the latter. Lindsay replied, I'm glad you're okay. I still have things to deal with. Let's not talk for now. Wenling, wait a minute. I see Hao Yang is very aggressive in his bid to get on the list, and has already surpassed me. You'd better tell Shuang to work harder, and don't let him snatch the second place away from you. Lindsay, don't worry. He doesn't have this opportunity. Wenling, what do you mean? Do you have a secret weapon to help Shuang increase her merit points? You'll find out soon enough. After sending the message, Lindsay closed the friend panel. Then he gathered all 10 pets under his command to his side. He took out the shelter relocation drawing from his backpack. Before using the blueprint, he said to the male golden eagle hovering in the air, You are not my pet, so you cannot be teleported with my shelter. You and the little golden eagle will stay here for the time being and help me guard shelter number 2. The male golden eagle let out a cry. This can be considered as a reply to Lindsay. Compared to the beginning, its aloof and arrogant temperament has been restrained a lot. Without hesitation, Lindsay immediately chose to use the drawings. As a golden light swept across, Lin Zay's main shelter, including the buildings in the yard, as well as Lin Zay and his pet team, all disappeared in an instant. Only shelter number 2 remained standing. This is the location mark of Lin Zay's return. It was only when he occupied Yu Shuangshuang shelter that he learned that the subsidiary shelter could be used as a positioning coordinate. Chapter 139 Yin Haoyang, the star of the show. Elite Inquisition Alliance Base. The 12 shelters are divided into 3 rows, with 4 shelters in each row. They're not only arranged neatly, but also closely connected. Among these 12 shelters, 9 have reached the stone house level, and the other 3 are also top-level wooden houses. From here we can see that the capital of the Elite Court Alliance is indeed very strong. At least at this stage, it is not comparable to other player alliances. The players who were able to move here were all elites of the Elite Court Alliance. They all reached A level in both combat and life talents. A-level talent is also known as high-level talent player in the player's circle. B-level talent is for mid-level talent players. As for levels C and D, they are low-level talented players. There are also S-level talents, which belong to extremely rare top-level talent players. It is not certain to find an S-level talent among 10,000 players. There is an S-level talented player in the Elite Court Alliance. I just don't know why. That player was not among those relocated. The players who moved here now are not only extremely talented, but their levels are also not low. All of them have reached the silver rank. The highest level is Silver 3, second only to Yin Haoyang, who had just been promoted to Silver Level 4. At this time, the war at the Alliance base had basically come to an end, with only a few skeleton monsters still holding on the battlefield. You can see it. The battlefield was covered with white dead bones. There are also balls of blue flames floating in the sea of bones. Those are the soul fires of the skeleton monsters, which have been shattered. In a situation like this, only the undead summoner can gather the fragments of soul fire together and resurrect new skeleton monsters. Unfortunately, the several undead summoners who participated in the battle were killed by the Alliance elites led by Yin Haoyang. Brothers, try harder. The war will soon be over. Yin Haoyang's passionate voice echoed on the battlefield. You can clearly hear the excitement in his voice. This war contributed a large amount of merit points to him, allowing him to surpass several players in a row and even snatch the 3rd place on the ranking list from Unling. This is something to be happy about. After all, only the top 3 will be rewarded with skill drawings for this profession. If he tries hard and surpasses Yu Shuangshuang, who is ranked 2nd, he can get 2 gold treasure chests in addition to the professional skill blueprint. After the war is over, I will bring these Alliance elites together to team up and kill monsters, and have them give all their merit points to me. I will have great hope of winning 2nd place. Yin Haoyang muttered to himself as he mechanically drew his bow and shot the arrow. His profession is archer, main attack. When someone helps him to carry monsters, the fighting power he unleashes is quite terrifying. This time, he was so happy to build the Alliance base and attract so many players with high-level talents to help him fight monsters. In the past 2 days, not only has his merit value skyrocketed, but his level has also been rising rapidly. He even had the confidence that he would surpass Lin Zay in the near future. Won the 1st place in the level ranking list. Alliance leader, don't worry, we can kill all these small monsters quickly. We will team up to go hunting later and try to get the 2nd place in the merit ranking list for the leader. That Yu Shuangshuang, it's such a waste for a player with a life talent to occupy the 2nd place in the ranking list. A group of Alliance elves spoke up one after another. Their words really touched Yin Haoyang's heart. It also made the smile in his eyes become more intense, almost as if it was about to overflow. Yu Shuangshuang, as an elder of the Alliance, actually competed with me, the leader, for the 2nd place. If she wasn't extremely important to the future development of the Alliance, I would have kicked her out long ago. Yin Haoyang thought bitterly in his heart. He was very unhappy with Yu Shuangshuang, because Yu Shuangshuang had set several traps for him, and he knew it clearly but still had to step into them anyway. He suspected more than once that Yu Shuangshuang had gotten together with Lin Zay. But for the development of the Alliance, he had to choose to be tolerant. He made up his mind that once the development of the Alliance base got on track, the first person he would deal with would be Yu Shuangshuang. Just as Yin Haoyang was daydreaming, all the skeleton monsters on the battlefield finally fell down. At the same time, a group of players, including Yin Haoyang, also received information prompt from the game. Holy crap, it's an A-grade rating, and I got a silver treasure chest. I got an A+ rating, and in addition to the silver treasure chest, I also received 500 experience points as a reward. Fuck, why am I rated B for just a bronze treasure chest? Haha, who told you to paddle on the battlefield? If they were a little more radical, they would definitely be a level like us. Alliance leader, what is your rating level? All the players turned their eyes to Yin Haoyang. Yin Haoyang grinned and said, my score is S level, and the game rewarded me with a gold treasure chest and 1,000 experience points. After hunting another wave of silver monsters, I should be able to advance to silver level 5. As expected of a leader, your leveling speed is so fast. I think it won't take long to catch up with Lin Zhe. The players all showed envious expressions. Yin Haoyang was also very proud in his heart. He really enjoyed the feeling of being complimented. Sure enough, his original plan to establish the base was correct. Otherwise, how could he have developed so quickly and enjoyed the pleasure of being the center of attention? Thank you so much, Lin Zhe. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to build the base so quickly. Just when Yin Haoyang was secretly happy, a brilliant golden light emerged from the void. Finally, a beam of light was formed, falling straight to the vicinity of Yin Haoyang's alliance base, right next to a stone house shelter at the edge. What's going on? Where did the golden light come from? This change instantly attracted the attention of Yin Haoyang and a group of elite players, and they didn't even have time to open the treasure chest that contained game rewards. This is the vision for moving the shelter. Could it be that another player from our alliance is going to move here? I haven't heard that anyone has obtained the relocation drawings. Besides, weren't the relocation drawings we got yesterday given to us? Yin Haoyang also stared at the bright beam of light. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. In full view of everyone, the shadow of a shelter appeared in the beam of light. Soon, the shadow solidified. It became a real sanctuary. At that moment, Yin Haoyang and all the players gasped because the scale of that shelter was so huge, far exceeding their own shelter. In addition, there are various buildings in the shelter, as well as large machines over 10 meters high, and even an electric grid. Most importantly, they also saw a large group of extremely terrifying beasts gathered in the shelter, especially the golden tiger, which is several stories tall. The aura it exuded was so powerful that it made them tremble. I'm sorry, am I late? At this time, a clear voice sounded. Under the gaze of Yin Haoyang and a group of players, a figure wearing an exquisite suit walked out from behind the giant beasts. Chapter 140. 2 arrows, and he's dead. Seeing this figure suddenly appear, Yin Haoyang took 2 steps back almost instinctively. You are Lin Zhe, Yin Haoyang shouted in extreme fear. Although he had never met Lin Zhe and could not see Lin Zhe's information panel, he knew with his but that there was no other player in this area who was so powerful except Lin Zhe. I want to talk about how Lin Zhe developed the shelter. Those 10 pets alone are enough to make people look up to them. 1 gold level pet, 9 silver level pets, 2 of which have reached the 9th level of silver. What a joke. Is this the strength that players can possess at this stage? The scariest thing is, the attributes of those pets are all ridiculously high, especially the golden tiger at level 1 gold, whose attack, defense, and speed are all around 1,800 points. His current level is silver 4. Since he mainly focused on attacking and didn't have much spiritual fruit or equipment to increase his health was only close to 2,000 points. In other words, the golden tiger could kill him with just 1 slap, leaving only a little blood on his body. If he adds skills, he will be killed instantly. This guy must be cheating. Yin Haoyang was shocked and angry, and at the same time he was extremely frightened. He knew that Lin Zhe was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. He had just dreamed of surpassing Lin Zhe one day, but now he realized that he was too naive. Yeah, how can normal people compare with those cheaters? Any one of Lin Zhe's 10 pets could kill him if released. At the same time, the high-level talented players from the elite Tribunal Alliance on the battlefield were also terrified. He is Lin Zhe. He is indeed a pet summoner, but how can he have so many pets? And almost all of them are boss level. Tigers, lions, golden eagles, monkeys, snakes. Damn it, I actually saw a penguin. Are there such creatures as penguins in this jungle world? I don't care how he has so many pets, let alone penguins. I only care about why he suddenly moved here and what he wants to do. This is a typical case of those who come with bad intentions, and those with good intentions not coming. Alliance leader, didn't you say that the conflict between you and Lin Zhe has been resolved? All the players looked at Yin Haoyang in unison. There were complaints and anger. They suspected that they had been deceived by Yin Haoyang. In fact, Yin Haoyang himself couldn't figure it out. Didn't Yin Feng make it clear that Lin Zhe had already given in? Why was he still holding on to him? Was he fooled? Yin Haoyang forced a smile and said to Lin Zhe, "I've heard of Brother Lin Zhe for a long time. I didn't expect that we would be able to meet offline so soon. This is also an honor for our elite court alliance." "You should be honored," Lin Zhe said. "In order to deal with you, I wasted a precious shelter relocation blueprint." He walked out of shelter step by step and came to the battlefield filled with white skeletons. Every time you step on it, it makes a crunching sound. Behind him, the pet team followed closely. Because the golden tiger, big bear, Simba, and other pets are so huge that the earth is shaking because of them. These pets are often several stories tall. The sense of oppression is simply too strong. Be it Yin Haoyang or those high-level talented players from the elite court alliance, all of them had pale faces and expressions of fear. Yin Haoyang suppressed his inner fear and forced a smile. "Brother Lin, what are you talking about? I have never provoked Brother Lin. Even if something happened that made Brother Lin unhappy, it was done by my subordinates, not my intention. I've always wanted to make friends with Brother Lin. As long as Brother Lin is willing, our elite court alliance can pay any price to ensure that Brother Lin's trip will not be in vain. No need. I have no intention of making friends with the dead." Lin Zhe finished speaking. Maya behind him suddenly flapped her wings and soared into the sky. In a flash, it flew back into the darkness. In just a few seconds, a shrill scream was heard from the darkness not far away. And then Maya returned and threw a corpse with a distorted expression down from midair. The sound of the body hitting the ground was like a death warrant. This made Yin Haoyang and a group of players terrified and desperate. They recognized it as their companion. Standing at the back, he originally planned to sneak away, but he didn't expect that he would be the one who died the fastest. A player said angrily, "Lin Zhe, aren't you afraid of being boycotted by other players if you do this? If you wantonly kill innocent people, you will become the public enemy of all players. I've already taken a video. If you don't want it to be exposed, you'd better leave now. We can pretend that nothing happened." Another player said, "We are all from Earth, and we are Chinese. We should help each other instead of killing each other." Yin Haoyang also quickly said, "Brother Lin, don't worry. I will definitely give you a perfect explanation for what happened in the past." Lin Zhe didn't say anything, just glanced at him indifferently. Then he scanned the other players one by one. "Before you provoke me, you should first think about whether you can afford the consequences." After a slight pause, he uttered a word indifferently. "Kill." Roar. The pets, which had been prepared for a long time, immediately roared and rushed towards Yin Haoyang and the group of high-level talented players. The fastest one is still the Big Red. 2 exploding fireballs flew over, instantly killing a player. Next came the fat Emperor Penguin, who charged across a distance of over 100 meters in an instant with a heavy charge, knocking 2 players directly away. When they were flying in the air, dizziness icons appeared above their heads. Without waiting for them to land, the 2-headed Dog King, Air Guzzi, quickly ran over and bit the 2 players to death one by one. Then came Shaoqing, Xiongda, Persian Monkey, Simba, just like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In a moment, Lin Zhe's pet killed all the Alliance elites. As high-level talent players, their strength must be strong. After all, there is the talent enhancement. However, facing Lin Zhe's pet team, they were still too weak to withstand a single blow. "Lin Zhe, you are crazy." Yin Haoyang screamed in fright. He raised his hand and shot an arrow at Lin Zhe, then turned around and ran away. Lin Zhe turned his head and easily dodged the arrow. Then he flipped his right hand and took the wind-chasing crossbow that was emitting a light golden light. With a hiss, an arrow pierced through the darkness and hit Yin Haoyang in the back. Yin Haoyang screamed suddenly, and a huge 4-digit damage value floated above his head. "Pervert! A complete pervert!" Yin Haoyang ran away while cursing. As a pet summoner, it is understandable that Lin Zhe's pets are very strong, but he himself is so strong that a normal attack can cause over 1,000 damage to him. Where can he seek justice? Just at this moment, another sound of breaking air was heard behind him. Yin Haoyang wanted to dodge, but he couldn't react in time. All of Lin Zhe's attributes were enough to crush him. His dodging was useless, and he was pierced through the chest by an arrow and nailed to a big tree. Another 3-digit damage figure floated out. The light in Yin Haoyang's eyes quickly dimmed. He died from 2 arrows. How ridiculous! Chapter 141 Great Harvest, 11 Treasure Chests. Master, are these all players like you? Flying Tiger King Jinhu stood obediently behind Lindsay and said with disdain, their combat power is too weak. They are not even as good as the silver monsters of the same level. Lindsay looked at the bloody corpses. Don't underestimate them. They are all players with high-level talents. They look weak now only because they haven't grown up yet. Players' physical fitness is not as good as that of monsters. It depends on talent, equipment, and various spiritual objects that can improve one's attributes. If they were like me, they would not only have silver suits, but also gold equipment and even diamond equipment, and they would have eaten a lot of things that improve their attributes. It's not easy to kill them. Lindsay glanced at the golden tiger behind him and said, remember, as long as you're facing a player, no matter what level the opponent is, don't be careless. Remember, even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. I understand, Master. Jinhu nodded his huge head. I wonder why the owner called it a lion, but it is a tiger. Just at this moment, Maya flapped her metallic wings and landed beside Lindsay. Master, there's a player hiding in a shelter behind us. Lindsay said, I know. There are 12 shelters in Yin Haoyang's alliance base. The players killed just now, including Yin Haoyang, total 11 in total, and there is one player with life talent left. Yu Shuang had informed him of the relevant information earlier. Knowing that this life talent player also has A-level talent, his main occupation is a gatherer, and he can get extremely high talent bonuses when collecting resources. For example, logging and mining. Even using ordinary tools that have no effect, gatherers can obtain more and higher level resources. You attack his shelter to prevent him from migrating and escaping. I'll deal with it after I finish cleaning up the battlefield. When entering war mode, players cannot use shelter relocation drawings. This was information that Lin Zhe accidentally obtained while browsing the chat channel. Although he has not yet confirmed whether it is true or not, it is not a bad thing to be on guard. Good master. Maya flapped her wings and soared into the sky. After Maya left, the pet team gathered the bodies of Yin Haoyang and a group of high-level talent players together. There were golden balls of light floating next to each corpse. There are all kinds of supplies inside the golden light ball. These supplies exploded directly from their backpacks, and the amount of supplies was extremely astonishing. Lindsay checked them one by one and found that the meat alone added up to nearly 200,000 units, and there were also a large number of shelter upgrade supplies. For example, wood, stone, cement, refined iron, etc. However, Lindsay was not interested in any of these things. What he liked was the treasure chest. Each player dropped a treasure chest, one of which was a gold treasure chest, 7 were silver treasure chests, and 3 were bronze treasure chests. Luckily, I didn't come early. Otherwise, there's a chance that these treasure chests won't be accessible. Lindsay knew that these 11 treasure chests were the scoring rewards given by the game to Yin Haoyang and those players after they successfully defeated special monsters. We came too early. The war hasn't ended yet, so naturally there won't be any treasure chests. This is the first time I've opened so many treasure chests at the same time. Lindsay took out all the treasure chests and placed them side by side in front of him. Looking at so many shining treasure chests, he was somewhat excited. Without hesitation, he reached out and opened the treasure chests one by one. Soon, a series of information prompts appeared in his field of vision, one after another, and he had no time to check them. After a while, all 11 treasure chests had been opened. All the supplies in the treasure chest were also revealed. Lindsay collected all the supplies in the treasure chest together and then sorted them into categories. Obtained 20 bottles of mineral water, 5 loaves of bread, 10 packs of instant noodles, 1 fire spirit fruit, 3 earth spirit fruits, and 2 water spirit fruits, 7 blueprints, and 6 pieces of equipment. In addition, there are 1,200 experience points as rewards and 40 achievement points. Lindsay put all the common supplies, including mineral water and instant noodles, into his backpack, then took out the spiritual fruits and ate them all without saying a word. A fire spirit fruit permanently increases attack by 50 points. 3 earth spirit fruits permanently increase defense by 150 points. 2 water spirit fruits will permanently increase your health and magic power by 200 points each. Happy. Lindsay left. After eating 6 top-grade spiritual fruits, he was directly upgraded by several levels, and his own attributes became even more exaggerated. The more of these unlimited spiritual fruits, the better. The more you eat, the higher your attributes will be. Lin Zhe's basic attributes are so high because he eats spiritual fruits and special dishes. Without these things, his basic attributes may drop by half. Then Lin Zhe looked at the remaining drawings and equipment. Among the 6 pieces of equipment, 1 is gold equipment, and the remaining 5 are silver equipment and ordinary equipment, which Lin Zhe doesn't like. Golden equipment, rainbow staff. A weapon suitable for the magician profession. Lin Zhe looked at the information of the rainbow wand. Its attributes are that the attack is increased by 200 points, the power of magic below the diamond level is increased by 20%, and the skill cooldown time is reduced by 30%. In terms of attributes, this magic wand is definitely top-grade equipment. For magicians, it is a small artifact at this stage. The combat effectiveness has been improved a lot. Lin Zhe thought about it, then opened the friend panel and sent the illustration of the rainbow wand to Wenling. Wenling's profession is a magician. The rainbow rod was just right for her. Lin Zhe planned to recruit Wenling as a member of his team, so he gave priority to selling to Wenling. I just got it. If you want it, bring something in exchange. Good stuff. I'll give you a wind spirit fruit and a blueprint for a pig pen. Wenling replied almost instantly. Lin Zhe, not enough. Owe me another architectural drawing. Wenling thought for a few seconds, then replied, sure. Then, the two of them completed the transaction very happily. After Lin Zhe got the wind spirit fruit and the pigpen blueprint, he ate the wind spirit fruit immediately, and his speed increased by another 50 points. In fact, to Lin Zhe, a wind spirit fruit is as valuable as the rainbow wand. After all, equipment will be updated, but the properties enhanced by the spiritual fruit are permanent. As players' strength levels increase, gold equipment will eventually become cheap goods and worthless. Of course, this is later. At this stage, the rainbow staff is a top-grade equipment, worth the price of a spiritual fruit plus 2 blueprints. Wenling, I just saw that Yin Haoyang's name disappeared from the merit list and the level list, and several high-level players also disappeared. Now, the entire regional chat channel is in chaos. You just said that there's a way to keep Shuang's second place, so your method is to kill Yin Haoyang and all the high-level players around him? Chapter 142, Wenling. I plan to follow you. Looking at the message sent by Wenling, Lin Zhe smiled and replied, this is the most direct and effective way. Wenling, it's a good idea, but the impact is too great. Some of the players you killed uploaded the video to the regional chat channel. Now all the players know that you killed them. A lot of players see you as everyone's enemy. But what's strange is that not a single player from the elite court stood up. Could it be that they were frightened by your tactics? It's possible. Lin Zhe, I don't care if I become a public enemy. As long as it doesn't directly affect my interests, I don't care what they think. Every person has a different face and a different heart. It is impossible for him to make everyone agree with him. As long as he is not provoked, he will not bother with those people who are causing trouble. After being in this world for so long, some people still can't see the reality clearly. Wenling said, I have to thank you this time. If you hadn't solved Yin Haoyang, I wouldn't have gotten 3rd place. The 3rd place reward also includes a skill blueprint for this profession. It was gone by the 4th place. So the 3rd place is very crucial for her. At this stage, what these combat-talented players lack most is not equipment, but skill blueprints. Having one more skill will significantly enhance your combat effectiveness. It is simply not comparable to ordinary equipment. Of course, the rainbow staff she just bought from Lin Zhe is not included. This piece of equipment can be used until the diamond rank and then replaced. Wenling thought for a moment. She also gave the silver-grade magic wand that she had replaced to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, what do you mean? Wenling, I can't use this magic wand right now. You can use it to exchange for building blueprints with other players. Lin Zhe, you don't need architectural drawings? Wenling, Shuang mentioned to me your idea of forming a team. As long as you don't mind my low ability, I can move in any time. Her idea is simple. If she wants to live peacefully in this world, she must hold on to a strong thigh if she does not have enough ability. To her, Lin Zhe is the thigh that cannot be any stronger. Is Yin Haoyang strong enough? The leader of the strongest player alliance, surrounded by a group of high-level talented players. In the eyes of ordinary players, this kind of person is a high-ranking figure. But in the end, he was easily dealt with by Lin Zhe. In this region, Lin Zhe's title of the strongest player is well-deserved. As long as she joins Lin Zhe's team, she won't have to worry about her future. Now let's talk about the architectural drawings. If she follows Lin Zhe, what does she need those buildings for? She had been in contact with Lin Zhe for some time. Although they didn't meet often, they chatted privately very frequently. In addition, she learned the information from Yu Shuang. She still trusts Lin Zhe's character. As the leader of the team, Lin Zhe will never treat her unfairly. Okay, seeing when Ling so proactive. Lin Zhe was not MOG's man either, so he replied, "You can move over after I finish my business here." When Ling, okay, closed the friends panel, Lin Zhe opened the regional chat channel and took a look. As expected, a large number of players were discussing his slaughter of Yin Haoyang and other players. The uploaded video is also very clear. You can see the whole process of how Lin Zhe's pet team brutally slaughtered those high-level talent players. However, the scene of Lin Zhe shooting Yin Haoyang was not captured, because before that, the player who uploaded the video had been killed by his pet. Lin Zhe is too cruel. A few days ago, Zhou Cheng was killed for a fruit tree. Now, just because of a small conflict before, he directly moved the shelter and killed Yin Haoyang and his men. Such murderous intentions are too strong. Now everyone in the entire area is in danger. It's all Lin Zhe's fault. I don't agree with what the above said. If you don't provoke Lin Zhe, will he kill you for no reason? Are you worth the price of a relocation blueprint? By the way, don't you guys ever think about why Lin Zhe has so many pets and why their abilities are so abnormal? A group of high-level talented players, all of whom had reached the silver rank, were killed instantly. Their fighting power was too terrifying. Is this even worth thinking about? It is obvious that Lin Zhe's combat talent must be above S level. Not only can he contract multiple pets, but he can also greatly enhance the pet's overall attributes. I have a good friend who is an S-level pet summoner who can increase all attributes of pets by 120%. The increase in all attributes of a pet with a super S-level talent is definitely more terrifying. It may reach 150% or even 200%. No wonder Lin Zhe's development speed is so fast. His level is rising like a rocket. I'm only a bronze 9 now, and he is about to reach gold. Silver level 9, only one step away from gold level. If you ask me, Yin Haoyang's death was not unjust. He could have provoked anyone else, but he had to provoke Lin Zhe. I heard that Yin Haoyang wanted to get the royal jelly from Lin Zhe for free, saying that he would exchange it for an elder position in the elite court, but he was blocked by Lin Zhe. It must have been from that time that Yin Haoyang began to bear a grudge against boss Lin Zhe. The most unfair thing is that group of high-level talent players who were deceived by Yin Haoyang. He said that the conflict between him and boss Lin Zhe had been resolved, but it turned out that it was not. Yin Haoyang obviously dragged them over to be scapegoats. Damn, I didn't expect Yin Haoyang to be this kind of person. I used to think he was awesome. It was magical. The wind direction in the regional chat channel suddenly turned 180 degrees. A large group of players appeared out of nowhere and kept lashing out at Yin Haoyang. So much so that no one was discussing the issue of Lin Zhe's brutality. Lin Zhe also saw this scene. He clicked on the IDs of those players and found that many of them were from a force called the Rose Alliance. Rose Alliance? When did this player force appear? Lin Zhe had previously learned about the various player alliances, but the Rose Alliance was not among them, so it should have been established not long ago. The leader of the Rose Alliance was previously thought to be a high-ranking official of the Elite Inquisition Alliance. Otherwise, how would he know about this? Standing up and speaking for me is a deliberate attempt to please me and get closer to me. An extremely charming figure emerged in Lin Zhe's mind. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Li Yushi. This woman is quite clever. As soon as Yin Haoyang died, she set up the Rose Alliance and took over the elite court. Chapter 143, Li Yushi. I used to be the younger sister who didn't know much. Lin Zhe opened the friend panel. After searching in the friend request, I quickly found Li Yushi's ID. This woman is persistent. I rejected you many times, but you still don't give up. Lin Zhe also saw that Li Yushi had put a selfie video in the application message. But this time it was no longer a striptease, but a proper self-introduction. She also explained that the Rose Alliance she established had nothing to do with Yin Haoyang, and she especially hoped to establish a friendly alliance with Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe thought for a moment. In the end, Li Yushi's application was approved. He sent a message. Forget about the covenant. I'm just a lone ranger. As long as you Rose Alliance don't mess with me, I'm easy to get along with. Right now, Li Yushi was commanding one of her silver-level tiger pets to fight a group of monsters. She was said to be in command, but in fact she was just hiding in a shelter. Leave all the monsters outside to the pets to deal with. This is also normal. After all, not every pet summoner is Lin Zhe. If you imitate Lin Zhe and personally participate in the battle, you will most likely be torn to pieces by the monster. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Li Yushi's pet still has the upper hand. Although there were a large number of monsters, they could not do anything to her pet. Li Yushi is also a high-level talent player who can increase all attributes of her pets by 80%. In addition, Li Yushi is extremely lucky. She had previously obtained a blood spirit fruit from Zhou Cheng. After giving it to her pet, it not only improved its star potential, but also achieved bloodline evolution, advancing to a boss-level pet. A boss-level pet, plus the 80% increase in all attributes. Dealing with monsters that haven't even reached the silver level can be described as crushing them. Her fighting ability is stronger than Lin Ling's. This also allowed Li Yushi to hide behind with peace of mind. I don't know if Lin Zhe has checked the regional chat channel. If he has, can he guess that it was my work? For Li Yushi now, the most painful thing in the world is to help others with a purpose, but in the end others have no idea that it is she who is helping them behind the scenes. She can't say it clearly because the people she helps don't add her as a friend at all. If Lin Zhe didn't know, then wasn't she just busying herself in vain? That would be too hard for her. Li Yushi refreshed the friend panel over and over again, hoping that Lin Zhe's avatar would suddenly refresh. It seemed that her prayers worked. Suddenly, an avatar ID appeared in her sight. Linxia. Looking at the name on the ID, Li Yushi instantly became excited, and her delicate cheeks turned red. She has been waiting for this day for a long time. Li Yushi quickly opened the chat window and saw the message sent by Lin Shi. I finally made the right move. He guessed that it was me who created the Rose Alliance. And he also knew that I was helping him change the direction of the chat channel. He agreed to my friend request, which was a favor to me. Li Yushi took a deep breath. He suppressed his inner excitement and sent a message to Lin Zhe. I didn't think much about the alliance, but I really want to make friends with Brother Lin. As long as Brother Lin asks, the Rose Alliance will be obliged to help no matter what happens in the future. I will always stand by Brother Lin. She kept herself very low-key. After learning about Yin Haoyang's situation, she was even more afraid to provoke Lin Zhe. In fact, Yin Haoyang also took a video before being shot by Lin Zhe and sent it to her. Yin Haoyang also left a message asking her to avenge him. After watching the video, Li Yushi deleted it without hesitation. Revenge? Take revenge. In this situation, if Lin Zhe said something, she would be willing to lose her virginity immediately. Yin Haoyang actually asked her to avenge him? This is crazy. She didn't want to end up like Yin. At this time, she received a reply from Lin Zhe. I know you have given Yin Haoyang a lot of advice before. 3 drawings, let's forget about the past. Li Yushi didn't even blink when she saw the message and replied decisively. I was ignorant before. Brother Lin is very generous. I am very grateful. I will send the blueprint to Brother Lin tomorrow morning. It's just 3 blueprints. She is the leader of an alliance now and can definitely do it. She took over the task from the Elite Court Alliance. There are a large number of elite players inside. As long as she makes use of her expertise and lets a few high-level positions in the alliance go out, these drawings can be collected quickly. She is not a fool like Yin Haoyang. After waiting for a long time, Li Yushi still didn't get a reply from Lin Zhe. She closed the friend panel somewhat angrily. But soon, her mentality recovered. The friend has already been added, so she will have plenty of opportunities to get closer to Lin Zhe in the future, so there is no need to rush. She just didn't believe that with all her tricks, Lin Zhe would always ignore her. The first thing is to clear up the misunderstanding and make Lin Zhe stop resisting me like before. Didn't he want 3 drawings? Tomorrow I will send him 5 pictures. I will beat him up so hard that he will like me. Li Yushi thought secretly. Lin Zhe is here. He was checking the information on several drawings he had just obtained. As for Li Yushi's matter, he didn't take it to heart. There are a total of 7 drawings that can be found in the treasure chest. A blueprint of an orchard, 2 blueprints of a cowshed, a blueprint of a vegetable garden, a blueprint of fish pond, a blueprint of an electric grid, and a blueprint of a fertile farmland. Fortunately, all that came out were architectural drawings. Lin Zhe can use these blueprints to make large-scale upgrades to the existing buildings in the shelter. There's actually a blueprint for fertile farmland. This is the first time I've gotten one. This building is obviously used to grow rice. Let's see if we can get some rice seeds. It has been 10 days since he came to this world, but he hasn't eaten a single bite of rice. He really misses it so much. The appearance of the blueprint of fertile land finally gave him hope of having enough rice to eat. Lindsay then returned to his shelter and used all the drawings in his hand, including the pigpen drawing given by Wen Ling. Soon, a large amount of golden light fell from the void. Lindsay's orchard, vegetable garden, cattle shed, pigsty, and fish pond expanded rapidly. After upgrading, he could plant more fruit trees and vegetables, raise more wild boars and bison, and live fish. The power grid has also been upgraded to be taller and stronger. The capacity of electricity that can be stored also becomes larger. Previously, the power grid could only be used for 12 hours on a full charge, but now it has doubled to 24 hours. In addition to this, the power grid is also more damaging. Conservative estimates suggest that a silver-level monster could be electrocuted into charcoal. The fertile land has been reclaimed and is located next to the vegetable garden. Once rice seeds are available, rice can be grown. Done. Now go solve the problem of that live player. Lindsay turned and walked towards the alliance base not far away. Chapter 144 Collector. It's over. I'm going to get coal. Inside a shelter that was being constantly attacked by Maya, a middle-aged man in his early 40s looked extremely pale. He looked through the window of the stone house. Seeing Lindsay walking toward his shelter, beads of sweat quickly overflowed from his wrinkled forehead. Lindsay has already killed Haoyang. Killed another 10 players with combat talents. Now he's the only player with survival talent in the entire base. How can he survive? Lindsay would definitely not mind killing one more person. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a deep despair in his heart. Just as he was thinking about it, the big bird that attacked his shelter suddenly stopped, folded its wings, and stood upright in the yard. At this time, Lindsay also broke through the simple fence surrounding the shelter and walked in. Why? Do you want me to treat you? Lindsay's calm voice rang out. Hearing this, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth, opened the door of the stone house, and walked out. He had no choice but to think of a solution. If he let the big bird continue to attack, his shelter would be destroyed. At that time, he will still be exposed to Lindsay. Instead of holding on, it would be better to be obedient, and maybe there would be a chance of survival. Although he didn't think the chances were high. Brother Lin, I have no grudge against you. The middle-aged man said with a stiff upper lip. I am just a player with a life talent, and I only collect resources. Lindsay smiled and said, Uncle, you clearly knew the conflict between Haoyang and me, but you still moved here. Aren't you deliberately going against me? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, Everyone has to make a choice when they experience right and wrong. I just made the wrong choice. But one thing must be made clear. I'm a life player. Whether I'm teleported here or not, I'm not a threat to you. If you're willing, I can serve you. Lindsay didn't say anything. His eyes fell on the middle-aged man for a long time. The middle-aged man's face was covered with sweat. Although he's twice as old as Lindsay, that doesn't matter in this jungle world. His life and death is in Lindsay's hands. Lindsay only needs to say one word, and the big bird next to him can kill him instantly. Finally, the middle-aged man couldn't bear the pressure anymore and begged for mercy. Brother Lin, as long as you let me go, I will do anything you ask me to do. His face was filled with fear of death. If he hadn't had a little bit of shame in his heart, he would have already knelt in front of Lindsay. This is the law of the jungle world. Whoever has the bigger fist can dominate everything. Lindsay nodded slightly and said, I will occupy your shelter and make you a subordinate player under my command. From now on, you will collect resources for me here. Thank you, Brother Lin. The middle-aged man was suddenly very excited. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling relieved and as if he had been to the gates of hell. In his eyes, Lindsay was really terrifying. He had never felt such great pressure before when facing those big shots who could shake a provincial capital with just a move of their feet. After all, those people just wanted his money. But Lindsay wanted to kill him. Lindsay said, Call me boss from now on. The middle-aged man quickly said, Okay, boss, my name is Zhang Guofu. When I was on Earth, I was... Lindsay interrupted him and said, I am not interested in what you do on Earth. As long as you work hard for me, I will not do anything to you. Boss, rest assured, I will work hard. Zhang Guofu nodded. He felt complicated. Before traveling through time, he was also a big boss with assets worth hundreds of millions and hundreds of employees working for him. He was a truly successful person, but I didn't expect it. After coming to this jungle world, he became a beast of burden, calling a young man in his early 20s his boss. If he had a choice, he would never travel through time. Isn't it nice to go shopping in K Mall when you have nothing to do? After Zhang Guofu stepped down, Lindsay asked Maya to continue attacking his shelter. Soon, the defense value of its shelter was less than 1/10 of its full value. Lindsay also received a message prompt from the game, asking him whether to choose to occupy Zhang Guofu's shelter or continue attacking until Zhang Guofu's shelter is destroyed. Lindsay decisively chose to occupy. On the other hand, Zhang Guofu also chose to agree to be occupied. From then on, Zhang Guofu became a subordinate player under Lindsay. After becoming an affiliated player, the control of the shelter is no longer in Zhang Guofu's hands, but in Lindsay's hands. If Lindsay is not satisfied with Zhang Guofu's performance, he can expel Zhang Guofu at any time and make him a savage player without shelter. That's the affiliation. Lindsay said to Zhang Guofu, "Show me your information." "Okay, boss." Zhang Guofu did not dare to refuse and immediately displayed the information. The player's information is confidential and cannot be viewed by anyone unless the player agrees. Unlike monsters, players can see their information at a glance. Zhang Guofu's rank is Silver Level 1. For a player with life talents, his upgrade speed is already very fast. It is obvious that Yin Haoyang has spent a lot of high-level resources to train him. Lindsay quickly glanced over Zhang Guofu's attributes and other information. Look at his talent information. A-level talent, Professional Collector. Talent effect. When collecting resources, the collection speed increases by 80%. During the collection process, there is a 40% chance of obtaining high-quality resources, as well as a certain chance of triple critical hits. At the same time, the experience reward increases by 80%. It's about the same as the little girl's talent bonus. It's just that one is a gatherer and the other is a forger. The collection speed is increased by 80%. The probability of obtaining high-level resources is 40%, and the critical strike is tripled. These are just the bare attributes. If you equip tools with special effects, the collection efficiency will be even more amazing. In addition, Zhang Guofu also has a basic skill as a collector. It can also speed up resource collection. Lin Zixin thought that if he had such talent and skills, mining would not have been so hard before, and he could return with a full load in minutes. Of course, he wasn't envious either. He is more satisfied with his current talent. Lindsay asked, "How many mineral resources have been refreshed around this base? Is there any specific information?" Zhang Guofu said, "This morning, Alliance leader Yin Haoyang took people to do account. There are a total of 17 mineral resources, including 8 iron mines, 5 stone mines, 2 copper mines, 1 saltpeter mine, and 1 silver mine. These mineral resources are all distributed within a 3-kilometer radius of the base. The nearest one is only 600 meters away." Chapter 145, Big Harvest. The number of 17 mineral resources did not surprise Lindsay. The girl told him that these high-level talented players all moved here when they were about to be promoted to the silver rank. Yin Haoyang had informed them in advance and asked them to be promoted to silver here, so as to increase the amount of mineral resources. The same goes for Zhang Guofu. Including Yin Haoyang, there are 12 silver players here. As a result, only 17 mineral deposits were discovered. On average, a player only refreshed 1.4 mineral resources, which was really bad luck. However, when Lindsay thought that he had only refreshed a salt mine when he was promoted to the silver rank, he no longer had the idea of complaining. In the category of mineral resources, iron ore and stone were both common. What made Lindsay happy was that among these 17 mineral resources, there were actually 2 copper mines and 1 silver mine. This was the first time he encountered these 2 minerals. Lindsay asked, "You haven't mined any of these minerals?" "No." Zhang Guofu shook his head and said, "Yin Haoyang is much weaker than the boss and does not have the strength to seize mineral resources. Just those ordinary silver monsters guarding the mineral resources are enough for them to deal with. Not to mention, there's a boss as high as silver level 9. I heard Yin Haoyang and his team discuss it before. They plan to wait for the next wave of natural disasters to arrive, expand the base to more than 30 people, and then launch an attack on the mineral resources." Lindsay heard this. He nodded in agreement. This is a relatively safe plan. With more than 30 players joining forces, it is not impossible to seize the mineral resources as long as they plan properly. And as long as you succeed the first time, the next step will be smoother. Because players who participate in the battle and survive can basically achieve level upgrades, thereby enhancing their combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, plans cannot keep up with changes. In the end, Yin Haoyang never had the chance to see his base blueprint become a reality. "I see." Lindsay said to Zhang Guofu, "Wait in the shelter for now. I will arrange for you to go mining after I capture the mineral resources." Zhang Guofu said he understood. Then he turned around and went back to the stone house. He knew what Lindsay was going to do next. On the other side, the pet team has cleaned up the battlefield. Thousands of various pieces of broken weapons and equipment were harvested, including rotten armor, broken spears, rusty iron swords, everything you can think of. All of these equipment came from the skeleton monsters killed by Yin Haoyang and a group of high-level talented players. The equipment on the humanoid monster can be stripped off. To Lindsay's regret, he arrived a little late and was unable to see the living skeleton monster. He is still very interested in this creature that exists in fantasy novels. In addition to a large amount of tattered equipment, more than 1,000 blood candles of different levels were also harvested. Lindsay put these things in his pocket with peace of mind. Although he did not kill the skeleton monster, he killed Yin Haoyang and others, so these things were naturally his trophies. Then Lindsay summoned the pet team. Attack all shelters except Zhang Guofu's. He planned to destroy all these shelters. Although it would result in a loss of 30% of resources, he would have a chance to obtain treasure chests and shelter relocation drawings. After the death of Yin Haoyang and others, these shelters became ownerless. It also seems easier to destroy its defenses. After a while, a stonehouse-level shelter was destroyed by the pet team. Under Lindsay's gaze, as the defense value returned to 0, the stone house collapsed and turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. The simple fence surrounding the stone house was also decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, only a few traces were left, telling us that this was once a player's shelter. Several golden balls of light were suspended in the ruins. The light ball contains the supplies for the shelter, including supplies that the shelter owner has put on the trading platform, as well as the construction resources consumed in upgrading the shelter. There is also a drawing. Lindsay picked it up and took a look. Sure enough, it was the shelter relocation drawings he needed. With this blueprint, he can move the shelter back at any time. It's a pity that there are only blueprints but no treasure chest. Lindsay was a little disappointed, but didn't think much about it. The game said in the information prompt that destroying the shelter only has a chance of getting a treasure chest reward, so it is normal if nothing happens. Anyway, he still has 10 shelters waiting to be destroyed, so he has plenty of opportunities. Soon, one shelter after another turned into ruins under Lindsay's gaze, and the number of golden light balls piled up in front of Lindsay was increasing. When the last shelter was destroyed, more than 50 golden light balls had accumulated in front of Lindsay. Lindsay also didn't have time to organize the supplies inside. After just a quick glance, he gave all the golden light balls to Yu Shuang and asked the little girl to count them. Finally, what was placed in front of him were 11 shelter relocation drawings and 7 treasure chests. 5 of the 7 treasure chests are silver treasure chests. 2 are bronze treasure chests. The bronze treasure chest is exploded when the wooden house shelter is destroyed. As for the silver treasure chests, they all came from the stone house shelter. As expected, this is also one of the elements of the game. By destroying higher-level shelters, you should be able to get higher-level treasure chests, such as gold treasure chests, diamond treasure chests, etc. When Ling destroyed the wooden house shelter of that male player before, but got a silver treasure chest, I think it has something to do with being the first to destroy the shelter, so the reward is higher. Normally, the stone house should correspond to the silver treasure chest, and the wooden house should correspond to the bronze treasure chest. If it's a villa, then it corresponds to a gold treasure chest. Then, Lindsay looked at the stack of shelter relocation drawings. 11 shelters were destroyed, and 11 relocation drawings were obtained. From this, we can see that the drop rate of relocation drawings is 100%. As long as you destroy the player's shelter, you will definitely get the relocation blueprint. He had worried for nothing. With these shelter relocation blueprints, we won't have to worry about using our ultimate skills to attack the enemy or relocating to a place that is more suitable for living and development. Lindsay put the shelter relocation drawings into his backpack. Then he opened the 7 treasure chests in front of him one by one. In addition to ordinary supplies, a total of 3 top-grade spiritual fruits, 2 blueprints, and a silver-level equipment were obtained. There are also 400 experience points. Lindsay opened his information panel and took a look and found that his current level of experience had reached 1,805, and he was just one step away from being promoted to the gold rank. Chapter 146, Amazing Water Storage Capacity. I'm only 50 experience points away from breaking through Silver 9 and advancing to Gold rank. It is easy for Lindsay to get this amount of experience points. He can level up by sending his pet team to attack any mineral resource. Then Lindsay took out the 2 drawings and 3 top-grade spiritual fruits from the treasure chest. 2 drawings, 1 for the water tank and 1 for the air conditioning. His shelter already had air conditioning, but he could keep the blueprints for now, as they might come in handy in the future. 3 top-grade spiritual fruits, 2 earth spiritual fruits, and 1 fire spiritual fruit. After eating it, Lindsay increased his defense by another 100 points and his attack by 50 points. I really came to the right place this time. Lindsay was overjoyed as he looked at his basic attributes, which had increased dramatically again. This time, he opened nearly 20 treasure chests. More treasure chests than he had opened in these days combined. Not to mention how much supplies, equipment, and experience he gained, just the top-quality spiritual fruits he found were enough to make the trip worthwhile. Today, his basic attack attribute has reached an astonishing 845 points. The defense attribute is also 615 points. The speed attribute that I had been adding points to during previous upgrades now has the lowest value, only 575 points. From this, we can see how amazingly the attributes of players can be improved by top-grade spiritual fruits such as fire, earth, water, wind, thunder, etc. If players want to make their combat capabilities stronger, increasing their levels is only one way to do it. Equipment and top-quality spiritual fruits that can permanently increase the player's basic attributes are also very important. Lindsay looked around. In such a large alliance base, only Zhang Guofu's shelter is still standing, and all other shelters have turned into ruins. The scene looks somewhat bleak. However, Lindsay, the instigator, did not show any mercy. To use a well-known idiom to describe it, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If Yin Haoyang had the upper hand, he would not show mercy to Lindsay's men. However, the winner now is Lindsay. He did not stay in the ruins for too long. After putting the other supplies and the empty treasure chest into his backpack, he returned to his shelter. He used the blueprint he had just obtained to upgrade the level of the shelter's water tank. After the upgrade, Lindsay took a look at the information of the reservoir and found that its water storage capacity had reached an astonishing 960 tons. At the beginning, the reservoir could only store 160 tons of water. With the first upgrade, the water storage capacity increased to 480 tons. Now is the second upgrade, and the water storage capacity has doubled again. The water storage capacity is 960 tons. If it is filled up and only used by Lindsay and the little girl, it may take more than 10 years to use up the water. Lindsay thought about it, called Zhang Guofu, and asked, "Is there a water source nearby?" Zhang Guofu said, "Yin Haoyang discovered a water source 2 days ago. It is about 7 kilometers away in the southwest direction. I heard it is a deep pool with monsters stationed in it. Those monsters are very powerful." Yin Haoyang just took a look and chose to stay away, not daring to get close. At the end, Zhang Guofu flattered naturally, but I believe that with the boss's strength, it will be easy to deal with those monsters. "I see." Lindsay nodded. Just at this moment, the door of the room opened and the little girl walked out. Yu Shuang also moved here with the shelter. Since she was not a player with combat talent, Lindsay asked her to stay in the room. Now that the battle was over, she had nothing to worry about. Yu Shuang first glanced at Zhang Guofu. Then he set his eyes on Lindsay and said with a grin, "Boss, I am now firmly in second place on the list." The third place in the merit ranking is Wen Ling. Her merit value is much higher than Wen Ling's. As for the fourth place, the gap is even bigger, so Yu Shuang doesn't have to worry about being overtaken by others. Lin Han nodded and said, "We harvested a lot of supplies this time. I've already sent them to you. Please count them later." "Okay, boss." The little girl said she knew. Then he turned his gaze to Zhang Guofu. She politely called him uncle and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that we would meet offline so soon." Zhang Guofu's expression was obviously stunned for a moment. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, he said with a wry smile, "So it's Elder Shuang. I had previously guessed that you and the boss were together, and now I see that it is indeed true." During this period of time, Yu Shuang helped Lindsay to cheat Yin Haoyang many times, both openly and secretly. Many alliance members can see it. Only Yin Haoyang never learned his lesson. He thought he was the protagonist who could control everything, but he didn't know that he was already in someone else's hands. Zhang Guofu believed that with the presence of Yu Shuang, the little traitor, Lin Zhe must have already gained clear intelligence about their alliance base before moving the shelter here. Not to mention the huge gap in strength. Even under comparable circumstances, Yin Haoyang would inevitably fail. Uncle, please don't call me elder anymore. Yu Shuang laughed. After chatting with Lin Zhe for a few more words, he turned around and went back to his room. If Zhang Guofu hadn't been there, she would have chatted with Lin Zhe for a while longer. After all, she was a little girl, so she was a little embarrassed. After Yu Shuang returned to the room, Zhang Guofu gave Lin Zhe a thumbs up and said, "Boss, you are this." Lin Zhe naturally knew what he was referring to. Smiling, he changed the subject and said, "You go back first. I'll let you know if anything happens. By the way, remember to add me as your friend." Clear. Zhang Guofu nodded. After adding Lin Zhe's friends, he hurried back to his shelter. Lin Zhe called the pets together and said, "Go and attack the surrounding mineral resources now." After Air Guzi and San Pongzi are promoted to the gold rank, you can split up into teams and attack multiple mines at the same time. Hurry up, finish the work sooner so we can go back earlier. Also, Maya, go find the exact location of the water hole and come back to report to me. Good master. Maya nodded, and the other pets followed suit. Then, Maya flapped her wings and flew into the sky, while the pet team, led by the flying Tiger King Jinhu, poured out of the shelter in a mighty manner. Zhang Guofu also saw this scene through the window of the shelter. His eyes were full of envy. He opened the regional chat channel and took a look. Soon he sighed again. Just like what those players speculated, my boss must have a super S-level talent. And according to the current development of players, the boss is likely to be the only super S-level in this area. I have strength, luck, and means. This is the real protagonist. Looking at Lin Zhe's upright figure standing in the dim firelight, Zhang Guofu wanted to pull Yin Haoyang out and whip his corpse in his heart. However, when he thought of Yin Haoyang's body that had been burned to ashes by the flames, he finally held back. Maybe becoming the boss's subordinate player is a good thing. At least when I'm in danger, I have my boss to support me, so I won't die in this world. Zhang Guofu comforted himself. Chapter 147 Holy Feather Union. Inside the room, Lin Zhe asked, "Does this Zhang Guofu have anything to say?" Yu Shuang sat in Lin Zhe's arms like a kitten, holding his neck with both hands, and said, "I learned about it in the group before. Zhang Guofu used to be the CEO of a large company with assets worth hundreds of millions. Since we haven't had much contact, I can only say that his character is probably okay. In addition, he has extensive management experience, and Yin Haoyang would consult him on many things he did not understand." Lin Zhe nodded. After hearing this, he had some idea in his mind. You never know if Zhang Guofu will be useful in other areas in the future. However, this also depends on Zhang Guofu's performance. If he cannot satisfy him, Zhang Guofu will only be a resource collector in the future. Of course, this is something for the future. Lin Zhe was just asking casually and didn't think about it any further. Unconsciously, Lin Zhe's hand reached into the little girl's underwear and reached the top. Yu Shuang's breathing began to become rapid, and a blush appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, "Boss, I want it." For men and women, this kind of thing is the most irresistible. Lin Zhe did not hesitate either. He held the little girl's soft body and walked towards the big bed on the side of the room. In a certain area of the jungle world, there is also an alliance base built by player forces, but it is much smaller than Yin Haoyang's base, and the number of players is only 5 for the time being. This player force is called the Holy Feather Guild. The Holy Feather Union is not as well known as the Elite Court Alliance, but it is also an old-fashioned force that was established early on with 2,000 to 3,000 members. Right now, the president of the Xingyu Union was chatting with several core members of the union who had moved here. Yin Haoyang's death was not unjust. It's a pity that those high-level talented players who followed him died. When they grow up, each of them can become a powerful force. It's a pity, but there's nothing we can do. Who made them offend Lin Zhe? This incident has nothing to do with them. It was mainly caused by Yin Haoyang. If he hadn't provoked Lin Zhe, those players probably wouldn't have suffered this. People are dead. There's no point in saying this. Now that the elite court is leaderless, it's a good opportunity for us to recruit new players. The quality of players in this alliance is not low. The more we recruit, the stronger our union will be. You think I don't know? A handsome young man rubbed his forehead and said, "Someone is faster than all of us," and took over the elite court's order in advance. Most of the players were won over by her. The rest are all crooked people. Some of them were very close to Yin Haoyang before, and even slandered Lin Zhe in the chat channel. Do you dare take on this kind of player? I absolutely won't accept that, even if you pay me. The core members of the Xingyu Union present all shook their heads. Although Lin Zhe is a lone ranger, no player force dares to provoke him. Yin Haoyang and the elite court are lessons learned. The strongest player alliance in a region was destroyed without a sound. Who would dare to provoke such a fierce god? They don't want to wake up one day and see Lin Zhe leading his pet army outside their base. That's simply playing with your life. A player said, "President, who is so quick? Yin Haoyang just died and they took over the elite court. This must have been planned." The handsome young man is the president of the Xingyu Union. He said, "I found out that the person who took over the elite court was Li Yushi. After Yin Haoyang's death, she immediately established the Rose Alliance. It turned out to be this woman." The core players were surprised, yet also felt as if they had realized something. Li Yushi is a woman with some means and ambition. I've seen that she and Yin Haoyang are not on the same path. Even if Yin Haoyang is not killed by Lin Zhe, he will die in her hands one day. It's a pity for those players in the elite court to end up following a woman. The handsome young man glanced at the person who spoke. Put your mind away and don't look down on women. The second and third places in the merit rankings are now both female players, especially Yu Shuang. More people know her than our Xingyu guild. A player said, "I heard that Yu Shuang is Lin Zhe's man." The young man nodded. 9 out of 10 times, yes. It is even possible that the shelter has moved to Lin Zhe's side. From now on, we should not provoke anyone who is close to Lin Zhe, no matter who they are, so as not to bring trouble upon ourselves. President, are we going to be suppressed by Lin Zhe forever? Take your time. The young man said, no matter how strong a person is, he is still just one person. Once our union becomes powerful, we won't have to be afraid of him anymore. Now, you still have to bend down when you need to. As long as we don't provoke him, he won't come to mess with us for no reason. Our top priority now is to develop the union's power, and everything else will have to take a back seat. That's what the president said. Several players nodded. The same scene also happened in other player alliance forces. The top leaders of all the player forces held an emergency meeting and issued a notice that no one was allowed to offend Lin Zhe. Otherwise, they would be kicked out of the alliance immediately without any room for negotiation. The top leaders of these forces are all worried that they will end up like Yin Haoyang. For them, Lin Zhe is a walking nuclear weapon. Unless you think your life is too long, you must not provoke him. Lin Zhe is here. Because he had other things to do, he made quick decisions. But even so, when he walked out of the room, the female golden eagle Maya had been waiting in the yard for a long time. Seeing Lin Zhe, Maya quickly reported, "Master, I have found the location of the pool. It is occupied by a group of giant salamanders. Among them, the highest level giant salamander has reached silver level 9. Is it a king level monster? I sensed its aura and found that it had not achieved bloodline evolution and did not possess the power of a king monster. What a pity." Lin Zhe was a little disappointed. At this time, Maya continued, "But its attributes are frighteningly high, no less than the king level monsters of the same level. In terms of attributes, neither Air Guzi nor Sanpongzi can compare to that giant salamander. There is such a thing." Lin Zhe showed surprise on his face. "It has not evolved, but its attributes are extremely high, even surpassing the two-headed Dog King and Emperor Penguin. This is really incredible." Maya nodded and said, "I guess that giant salamander is either gifted or has eaten a lot of things that can improve its attributes. It's most likely the latter." Lin Zhe said, "Then we have to go and have a look. You lead the way." "Yes, master." Maya immediately flapped her wings and flew out of the shelter at a low altitude. Lin Zhe followed with a torch. Chapter 148. Promoted to gold rank. The number of monsters in this jungle is many times greater than that in my area. Lin Zhe encountered a large number of monsters along the way. The number was so large that it could almost be described as densely packed. This was mainly because the monsters in his shelter were ravaged by the pet team every day and had almost been killed long ago. Lin Zidu has already started to let his pets expand their hunting range. On the other hand, because Yin Haoyang's group had weak combat power, many monsters in the area were not cleared. That's why there's a difference in quantity. In a distance of just 6 or 7 kilometers, Lin Zhe killed at least hundreds of monsters of various kinds, including hundreds of silver-level monsters alone. This shows how rich the resources in this area are. Unfortunately, they are all low-level silver monsters. Lindsay didn't gain any experience at all. However, I gained a lot of merit points and blood candles. As usual, he decomposed all the bronze monster corpses with one click and sent the silver monster corpses to the little girl at home, asking the little girl to decompose them in the slaughterhouse, which could harvest more meat and a large amount of monster materials. Now that we have a casting table, monster materials can also be used. Just as Lindsay was about to reach the pool of water, a huge amount of energy suddenly surged out of his body. This energy filled his whole body at an astonishing speed. Lindsay even felt a sting. He knew that this was energy transforming his body and strengthening his physical fitness. However, compared with the previous ones, this time the upgrade and strengthening was particularly intense, and the pain was more obvious. A few minutes later, the stinging sensation finally disappeared. Lindsay's body was also wrapped in warmth, feeling very comfortable. Upgraded to level 1 gold, Lindsay had a bright smile on his face. He knew that the pet team was attacking a certain mineral resource, and that some extremely high-level monsters were killed by the pet team, so they shared their experience with him. He was only 50 experience points away from being promoted to the gold rank, so it upgraded quickly. At this time, a series of information prompts from the game appeared in Lindsay's field of vision. Congratulations, your level has been successfully promoted to gold level. You are the first player to become a gold professional, and you receive a reward of 100 achievement points. You get a diamond treasure chest. You get experience reward plus 1,000. Congratulations, you are currently ranked first in the ranking list. If you maintain this ranking until the end of the current survival mode, you will receive a large amount of rewards. You activated the regional announcement. You get a reward of 100 points. Here we go again, regional announcement. Lindsay's face didn't show much surprise because when he was the first to be promoted to the silver rank, there was also an announcement, and his name and ID were posted on the regional chat channel for a whole day. Now that he was the first to be promoted to the gold rank, it was normal for there to be a regional announcement. Sure enough, level is the game's standard for measuring whether a player has grown up. Like other first times, there was no announcement. Now it's the regional announcement. When I reach a higher level in the future, maybe I can even make a world announcement. Lindsay thought to himself that if such a thing really happened, he would become famous all over the world. Although he didn't know whether all the people between the ages of 15 and 45 on Earth had traveled to the jungle world, he thought that the number must be considerable. And it is very likely that there are people from every country. Activating the world announcement is equivalent to becoming famous all over the world, right? With 2 rewards, I got a full 200 achievement points alone, which is already a lot. There's also a diamond treasure chest and 1,000 experience points. I just got promoted to the gold rank, and my experience points increased by 1,000 for nothing. It won't be long before I can level up again. His promotion speed is like riding a rocket. It was so sudden that even Lindsay himself was a little surprised. It's mainly because I'm ahead of all the other players. Whether it's through game rewards or opening treasure chests, I've gained a lot of experience points. Plus, the pet team has worked hard. That's why I was able to level up so quickly. Without any of these 2 elements, Lindsay's level would not be as high as it is now. At most, he would be high silver, and it would be impossible to reach the gold level. Lindsay then opened the diamond treasure chest rewarded by the game. Along with the colorful 3-color light, a blueprint, an equipment cloak, and a top-grade spiritual fruit appeared in his field of vision. He took out the top-grade spiritual fruit from the treasure chest. After checking its information, I found out that this was actually another flame spirit fruit. He had previously received an S+ rating, and a spiritual fruit like this was found in the diamond treasure chest that was rewarded in the game. The effect is to increase the fire resistance attribute by 3 points. At the same time, it reduces fire damage by 20%. 2 flame spirit fruits can increase my fire resistance to 6 points, and the fire damage will be reduced by 40%. As he spoke, Lindsay quickly ate the flame spirit fruit in his hand. Feeling the heat surging from all parts of his body, he was in a very good mood. Although the flame spirit fruit does not increase basic attributes, it increases resistance a lot. Lindsay's intuition told him that resistance must be very important, especially in certain special circumstances. Then Lindsay checked the drawings and equipment in the treasure chest one by one. The equipment is one of the parts of the diamond level suit, Conqueror suit, and its name is Conqueror Cloak. The attribute is to increase speed by 200 points. There are 3 special effects just like the Conqueror's sword, namely Wings of Gale, Speed of Storm, and Shield of Gale. Wings of Wind, a wind magic skill, allows the caster to fly high in the sky. The duration is calculated based on the caster's magic power. Storm Speed consumes 50 points of magic power to increase the speed by 100%, lasts for 3 minutes, and has a cooldown of 30 minutes. Shield of Gale consumes 100 points of magic power to add a shield to the caster with a defense value of 10 times the caster's basic health, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Before Lindsay was promoted to the gold rank, his basic health was 4,800 points, which means that if he used this skill, he could immediately obtain a shield with a defense value of 48,000 points. This is quite amazing. It's worthy of being a diamond-level suit. Lindsay was overjoyed and immediately put on the Conqueror's cloak with a black background, gold edges, and cloud patterns. Combined with the storm suit he wore, he looked even more heroic and handsome. There's even a kind of general-like style. It looks very classy at first glance. The last remaining blueprint also gave Lindsay a surprise. It turned out to be a universal skill blueprint. Lindsay has been thinking about this thing for a long time. I have never gotten what I wanted. I didn't expect to find it in this diamond treasure chest. Skill blueprint, Sword of Judgment. Occupation, General. Skill effect. Consume 200 points of magic to summon a holy sword, causing 10 times the damage of the basic attack to the enemy, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. This skill is simply invincible. Lindsay took a deep breath. I was shocked by the terrible skill damage. Chapter 149 Lindsay's abnormal attributes. Player, Linsha. Level, Gold level 1. Profession, Pet Summoner, can have up to 10 pets. Skills, Pet Summoning, Pet Space, Copy. Attack, 1335, 985 plus 350. Defense, 935, 755 plus 180. Speed, 1025, 715 plus 310. Uhalpe, 10.200, 6200 plus 4000. Mach, 4850. Special Resistance. Cold Resistance plus 2, Fire Resistance plus 6. Special Bonus. Thunder Skill Power increased by 90%, Fire Attribute Damage reduced by 40%. Experience. August 2100. Attribute Points, 40. Talent, Super S level. No wonder the pain just now was so intense. This is because each of the basic attributes has increased by a full 140 points. His basic attack was 845 points before, and after being promoted to the gold rank, it directly reached 985 points, an increase of 140 points. Not just basic attack, but defense and speed as well. In addition, the health and magic power also increased by a full 1,400 points respectively, and the attributes also increased by 140 points each. With such a high attribute increase, the body will be greatly strengthened, which is why there will be a clear tingling sensation. When Jean was promoted to the gold rank, his basic attributes also increased by more than 100. Obviously, the gold rank is a huge improvement for both monsters and players. It seems that under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for a player in the silver rank to defeat a player in the gold rank. After all, there are too many differences in basic attributes. If you want to make up for this difference, you can only rely on equipment and spiritual fruits that can increase attributes. Lindsay's current attack is as high as 1,335 points. Apart from the basic attack attributes, the rest are added values from equipment. The same goes for bonuses to defense, speed, and health. All of them come from equipment upgrades. Lindsay is now wearing a silver suit, a gold equipment, and 2 diamond equipment. The amplification properties are quite terrifying. Lindsay had reason to believe that once his information atlas was sent to the regional chat channel, it would definitely shock all the players. With his attributes, he can easily crush boss monsters of the same level. If the Flying Tiger King Jinhu had not had his talent enhanced, his attack would only be 620, his defense 600, and his speed 590. Compared to his basic attributes, it is much less. It shows how perverted he is now. After admiring his information panel for a while, Lindsay added the 40 free attributes given by the game to attack and speed respectively. Attack increased by 15 points. The speed increased by 25 points. At this point, his basic attack reached 1,000 points, and his basic speed reached 740 points. Then Lindsay used the skill blueprint in his hand. Soon, an active attack skill, a Sword of Judgment, was added to his skill bar. 10 times the basic attack damage. That is to say, once I use this skill, the damage I cause will reach an astonishing 10,000 points. Also, the cooldown time for this skill is only 30 seconds. After a battle, I can use it n times. It was hard for Lin Zhe to imagine what level of boss could withstand such a violent attack from him. I believe that even a gold rank boss would have to kneel before him. As for the players, there's no need to say anything more. It will be a kill instantly. At this stage, there are almost no players with 10,000 health points except Lin Zhe. So how can they withstand the 10 times damage of the Sword of Judgment? Lin Zhe shot Yin Haoyang to death with only 2 arrows. Yin Haoyang's health is less than 2,000. Even so, he is still a top player at silver level 4. In Lin Zhe's opinion, it would be a sheer waste to use such an extremely terrifying skill as the Sword of Judgment on players. He can sweep away all enemies with just a basic attack. It's just that the consumption of magic power is a bit high, and it takes 200 magic points at a time. With my current magic reserve, I can only release it more than 20 times, and then I have to wait for the magic power to slowly recover. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe suddenly laughed again. At this stage, I'm afraid no monster can withstand the attack of the Sword of Judgment for so long. For Lin Zhe, the powerful Sword of Judgment is his ultimate move. I just don't know if the damage of the Sword of Judgment can also be increased after turning on the invincible mode. It would be even more terrifying if it were possible. The game just reminded me that if I can stay at the top of the ranking list until the end of the disaster mode, I can get a lot of rewards. According to the time, in another 3 or 4 hours, the Polar Night disaster mode will end. I don't know what kind of reward I can get. Thinking this, Lin Zhe continued to run towards the pool of water in front. Now that he has been promoted to the gold rank and his combat power has increased dramatically, he is even more fearless. What kind of gifted giant salamander is it? Just kill it and stew it in soup. Not long. A small pool of water with a diameter of tens of meters appeared in Lin Zhe's field of vision. Under the illumination of the flashlight, the water in the pool appeared inky black, calm, and bottomless, which made people feel palpitations when they saw it. At this time, Maya fell from the sky. He folded his several-meter-long wings and stood beside Lin Zhe. Master, those giant salamanders are all hiding under the water. There are probably more than 30 of them. As a raptor, a golden eagle, Maya has excellent eyesight and can see the situation at the bottom of the water clearly without being blocked by the water. Lin Zhe asked, "Do you have any way to lure them out?" "I can try." After saying this, Maya flew high into the sky again. Then it flapped its wings and scattered a dense mass of golden feathers. The golden feathers shot into the pool like dense bullets, making a bang-bang sound, and the originally calm water surface was also rippling. During this process, Lin Zhe seemed to hear bursts of dull roars. A moment later, whirlpools appeared one after another on the water surface, and a strange-looking head appeared in the center of each whirlpool. One of the heads was extremely large. It is more than 2 meters long. One can imagine how huge its body hidden underwater is. The largest giant salamander glared at Lin Zhe and Maya fiercely, and sounds similar to a baby crying came from its mouth, which sounded very strange. Maya said, "Master, this guy is threatening us," and angrily asked us to leave its territory immediately. Lin Zhe didn't say anything, but checked the information of the giant salamander. Monster, doll dragon fish. Level, silver level 9. Attack, 500. Defense, 460. Speed, 480. HP, 60,000. Special abilities, Water Dragon Wave, Summon Water Puppet. Growth Potential, 4 stars. Experience, 132/1900. Special information, this is a giant salamander that has inherited the blood of a giant dragon. It has extremely high growth potential. If it can awaken the blood of a giant dragon, it will become a powerful subdragon. Note, can be cultivated. 4-star potential. Lin Zhe felt suffocated for a moment. I didn't expect that this giant salamander, which is not even a king-level monster, is so awesome. Among the 10 pets under his command, not one has the growth potential to reach 4 stars. Even a golden tiger only has 3-star potential. No wonder its attributes are so terrifying. It's stronger than the boss of the same level. It turns out that it has inherited the blood of the dragon. There really are giant dragons in this world. Chapter 150, The Timid Giant Salamanders. Some players in the regional chat channel have previously speculated whether this jungle world would contain fantasy creatures such as dragons, elves, angels, etc. This is a guess derived by players based on the appearance of the skeleton monster. Lindsay also had expectations in this regard at that time. He also wanted to see what the dragons in the fantasy world looked like. Are the elves and angels in legends as holy and beautiful as described in novels and movies? But guesses are just guesses after all. Players have yet to find any evidence of the existence of these fantastical creatures. Until now, Lindsay saw the giant dragon fish in front of him with an absurdly high growth potential, and its bloodline confirmed the existence of the giant dragon. Since there are dragons, it is normal for elves, angels, and other fantasy creatures to exist in this world. At this time, the baby dragon fish screamed twice angrily. Maya translated, "Master, that guy said that if we don't leave, he will bring his tribe to treat us rudely." Lindsay smiled and said, "How can a few giant salamanders be rude to us? Not only will he not leave, he also wants to catch the largest giant salamander and contract it to be his pet. 4-star growth potential is rare. Even the blood spirit fruit cannot be cultivated to this level." In addition, Lindsay also saw a note in the information of the giant salamander that it could be bred, which meant that he could catch other giant salamanders and raise them in the fish pond. In this way, he would have more giant salamanders than he could eat in the future. In my hometown, the giant salamander is a protected species. If you eat it, you will be sent to prison. But in this world, there are no such rules and regulations. Now that he had the chance, he naturally had to enjoy the feast. The baby dragon fish could understand Lindsay's words and could also see that Lindsay looked down on it. So it became even more angry, roaring angrily. In an instant, dozens of giant salamanders floating on the water opened their mouths and spit out streams of water towards Lindsay and Maya. Maya immediately spread her huge wings to block Lindsay. There were only bang sounds, and all the water columns hit Maya's wings and body, soaking her like a drowned rat. As for damage, almost all of it is a forced loss of health. Even the giant dragonfish did not cause more than double-digit damage to Maya. I can only say that the damage is not great, but it is extremely insulting. Maya was indeed very angry. She opened her sharp bird beak and indiscriminately sprayed huge energy balls towards the group of giant salamanders in the pond. These energy balls exploded instantly when they touched the water surface. Powerful magic swept across. A dense and high amount of damage suddenly appeared on the heads of the giant salamanders. Several young giant salamanders were killed instantly. Their stomachs turned upside down and their bodies floated on the water. 2 of Maya's 3 skills are attack skills. One is Shining Golden Feather, which does not deal high damage, but is a group attack. The other is the energy wave that is being used now. Its attack range is extremely small, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a single target skill, but the damage is extremely high. At this time, Lindsay also took out the Conqueror's sword from his backpack. He was going to use the Sword of Judgment on the giant salamander to let it know why the flowers were so red. Before he could make a move, the giant salamanders all dived to the bottom of the pool. No matter how Maya provoked him, he never showed up again. Maya said, "Master, these guys are scared by us. I can sense the breath of fear from them, even the giant salamander. Are you so timid?" Lindsay was a little surprised and then said, "You communicate with it. As long as it becomes my pet, I can give its people a beautiful home. It is not only safe there, but also can help their tribe reproduce quickly. As long as there is a fish pond, the population of giant salamanders cannot help but expand. As the population of giant salamanders is expanding on a large scale, it's not too much for him to catch a few to satisfy his craving, right?" Upon hearing this, Maya began to communicate with the baby dragon fish across the water. After a long time, Maya shook her head at Lindsay. Obviously, its attempt to persuade the enemy to surrender failed. Lindsay also knew that it was not easy to make the monster surrender. He had to work very hard to subdue the fat man. He was beaten up by his pet many times and only gave in under the temptation of fresh fish. The baby dragon fish still has a lot of blood and a very firm will, so it is normal for it to be unwilling to bow its head. Lindsay said to Maya, "Go call the fat guy over and ask him to go into the water to deal with these giant salamanders." Lindsay considered letting Xiaoqing take action. However, Xiaoqing's attributes are not much higher than that of the giant dragon fish, and she has to face the siege of a group of giant salamanders, which is somewhat difficult. That emperor penguin is different. Although the third fat man's attack is not very good, his defense and health are ridiculously high, and he can outlast those giant salamanders. Besides, Sanpangzi likes to eat fish the most. Letting it deal with this group of giant salamanders might have unexpected results. Good master. Maya nodded. Then it flapped its wings and flew away. Lindsay was not idle either. He took out a large number of wooden barrels from his backpack and filled the pond with water in front of the group of giant salamanders. He is not afraid of being attacked by the giant salamanders. Be prepared to fight back at any time. However, to his disappointment, after he filled one large wooden barrel after another, not a single giant salamander appeared. These guys were really scared. Even though Lindsay was right under their noses, they did not dare to show up and attack Lindsay, which made Lindsay speechless. These guys are really cowardly. Lindsay shook his head. The big wooden bucket filled with water was given to the little girl at home. After receiving it, the little girl poured all the water into the reservoir and then passed the empty wooden barrel to Lindsay. These large wooden barrels were specially made by Yu Xuanshuang. One can hold a whole ton of water. Yu Xuanshuang's current level has been promoted to silver level 3, so it is no longer difficult to move things, and she does not need the help of the Persian monkey. With the perfect cooperation of the two, hundreds of tons of water were soon filled into the reservoir. About 10 minutes passed. A super fat figure appeared in front of Lindsay. It was the fat emperor penguin. Master, Maya said you called me. Lindsay pointed to the pool in front of him and said, there is a group of giant salamanders under the water. Beat up the biggest one and bring it up. Leave half of the other small ones for me, and you can deal with the rest yourself. Hearing this, the fat man suddenly became excited. The round body was also trembling with excitement. The stingy owner only feeds it a dozen or 20 small crucian carps every day, but considering its size, these few fish are not enough to fill its teeth. Now, it can finally have a full meal. Without hesitation, the fat man jumped into the water with a splash, and the sound was like a mine exploding in the water.